Chapter 1, you can break up, but you have to pay more. Here's 100,000 yuan. Leave my daughter alone from now on. Hangzhou. Bamboo Sea Cafe. Nanfeng shook her head and said, Auntie, you know the relationship between Yao Yao and me. Upon hearing this, Song Mei sneered, Feelings? Can feelings be eaten? Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself? How can you be worthy of my daughter? Nanfeng turned his head and glanced at the glass next to him, a baseball shirt, jeans, and a baseball cap. Except for a face that is more handsome than Daniel Wu. The others are quite ordinary. Song Mei picked up her coffee and took a sip. To tell you the truth, Yao Yao's childhood sweetheart just came back from abroad, and our two families got engaged yesterday. Engagement? Does Chen Yao know about this? Of course she knew, and she agreed to it herself. That's good. I learned that it was Chen Yao who agreed to this matter on her own initiative. Nanfeng didn't say anything more, and then took out a broken cell phone and put it on the table. You can break up with me if you want, but you have to pay me more. Upon hearing this, Song Mei slammed the table. I'm already lucky enough to give you this, and you still dare to add more money? Take it or leave it. If you don't, get out. Look, you're anxious again. Nanfeng turned on his phone and clicked on a video in front of Song Mei. Auntie, you don't want Yao Yao's fiancé to see this video, right? Song Mei lowered her head to take a look at the content of the video. His face turned pale instantly. You scumbag. You've been in love with Yao Yao for so many days, and you dare to record a video like this? Emotion? Nanfeng took a sip of coffee, then smiled and said, Auntie, didn't you just say that feelings can't be eaten? You. 300,000, and I'll give you the phone. I'll delete the backup when I get back. From now on, Chen Yao and I won't have anything to do with each other. Okay, you have guts. Soon, Song Mei left the cafe angrily. At the same time, a sound came from Nanfeng's mobile phone that 300,000 yuan had been deposited into his account. Alas, we broke up again. Nanfeng was about to sigh when a prompt sound suddenly rang in his mind. Congratulations to the host for successfully breaking up with Chen Yao. Reward, 30 million in cash subsidy and 2 lucky draw entries. When Nanfeng heard the notification sound from his mobile phone that 30 million had arrived, he almost smiled so hard that his mouth was crooked. Tonzi, how can you make me feel uncomfortable? Yes, the south wind passed through. Since he was born, he has received a 10 billion yuan subsidy system for breaking up. As the name suggests, as long as you break up with your girlfriend, you can get cash subsidies and lottery opportunities. But after years of actual combat, Nanfeng discovered. Not everyone can trigger the system reward. Only beauties who have reached a system score of 90 or above and have successfully reached the top can receive the system reward. For this, he endured humiliation for 18 years. The first thing I did when I became an adult was to win the heart of the school beauty. Then he would shamelessly stick to young wives, beautiful CEOs, Yandere Lolas, as long as the beauty was above 90 points. A handsome face, plus the reward given by the system lottery. The south wind never fails. It's a pity that every relationship ends in a breakup. Either the ex-husband comes back to ask for remarriage, or the president's white moonlight returns to China, or the Yandere loli falls in love with the adopted son, which is a kind of melodramatic plot. But because of this, Nanfeng got a lot of good things. And Chen Yao is his ex-girlfriend. University flower. I originally thought that this relationship would last a little longer, but I didn't expect that we would break up at the speed of light in less than a month. Forget it, there's no time for sentimentality. Nanfeng opened the system interface with great anticipation. System, I want to draw a lottery. Ding, the host's current lottery draw times are 10. Continuous draws can trigger a guaranteed minimum. Please confirm. Pull. 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 For the sake of these 10 companies, Nanfeng has endured humiliation for many years. Now finally, all the hard work has paid off. Ding, congratulations to the host for receiving the reward, sewer cleaning skills maxed out. Ding, congratulations to the host for receiving the reward, the maximum speed for escaping over walls. Ding, congratulations to the host for receiving the reward, advanced invisibility, hiding under the bed without being discovered by anyone. Hearing the constant notification sounds from the system, Nanfeng was completely speechless. What kind of rubbish rewards are these? Unclogging sewers, escaping over walls, advanced invisibility. He is not a thief like Chow, and he only wants other people's wives. What's the use of these rewards? It seems that I didn't get anything good in the past. Nanfeng can only place his hopes on the last guarantee. Ding, congratulations to the host for receiving a special reward, a 1-cent housing subsidy voucher. Ding, congratulations to the host for receiving the guaranteed reward, a 10-cent luxury car subsidy coupon. When Nanfeng saw the last two rewards, his mouth almost cracked with laughter. I originally thought that the guaranteed prize would be triggered this time, but I didn't expect that the last two draws would trigger double yellows. Nanfeng clicked on the reward information. 1-cent housing subsidy voucher. With this voucher, you can buy any luxury home in China for just 1 cent. 10 cents luxury car subsidy coupon. With this coupon, you can buy any luxury car in the world for 10 cents. Cool. It was worth it that I saved for so long and finally got something good. 2 rewards were obtained. Nanfeng went out and took a taxi directly to Honghu No. 1 courtyard. Nanfeng was born in a small county town. It was only after coming to Hangzhou that he realized what a life of decadence and extravagance meant. A house that costs 500,000 or 600,000 yuan in a small county town may not even be able to afford a toilet here. Not to mention luxury houses. But if we talk about the most expensive real estate in Hangzhou, it must be Hangzhou Lake No. 1 courtyard, which was newly built next to Hangzhou Lake. No. 1 courtyard of Hangzhou Lake is built against the mountain. You can see the scenery of Hangzhou Lake by opening the window. It can be said to be the best house in the whole Hangzhou city. Of course, the housing prices here are also amazing. The price per square meter has now been hyped up to more than 100,000 yuan, and this is just the price of an ordinary building. As for those detached villas, the prices are even more frighteningly high. Under normal circumstances, Nanfeng would definitely not come to such a place. But now it's different. Now he is a man who has a 1-cent housing subsidy voucher. As soon as he got off the car at the sales office of West Lake No. 1 courtyard, Nanfeng couldn't help but sigh that it was worthy of being the most expensive real estate project in Hangzhou. Even the young lady standing at the door serving as a waitress was model level. It's a pity that although they all look good, none of them can reach 90 points. Otherwise, Nanfeng would actually be happy to chat with them about poetry in distant places after get off work. When the young lady at the door saw Nanfeng coming, a decent smile instantly appeared on her face. "Excuse me, sir, are you here to see the house?" "Well, I'm here to buy a house." When the young lady heard that Nanfeng was here to buy a house, she smiled even more brightly. "Sir, if you want to purchase a house directly from our Hanghu No. 1 courtyard, we may need to verify your capital beforehand. Is this convenient for you? An expensive property like Hangzhou Lake No. 1 courtyard is not something you can buy just by spending a few million. If you can only come up with a down payment but have no assets to support the subsequent debt repayment ability, the real estate developer will not sell the house to you. Therefore, any customer who wants to buy a house here must first undergo a simple capital verification." "No problem." After following the young lady in, Nanfeng directly handed over the bank card. Through the system's rewards over the years, he has accumulated 2 or 3 small goals in his bank account, so there is no problem in passing the capital verification. Just as Nanfeng was waiting for the capital verification results, a surprised voice suddenly came from behind him. "Nanfeng, why are you here?" Chapter 2, The Best Building for 420 million? I bought it. Nanfeng looked over when he heard the sound and saw a beautiful woman in uniform standing behind him with an excited look on her face. Her black hair is tied up, revealing her fair neck, her watery eyes are very smart, her skin is as white as snow, and most importantly, she has a pair of perfect long legs that are like works of art. Isn't this the campus beauty of Song University? What a coincidence, why are you here? Song Mingyue, one of the campus beauties of S University. Even the system gave her a score of 95. This is almost the highest level in the system's scoring mechanism. Although the two are not from the same department, Nanfeng has a good relationship with Song Mingyue because she gets along well with Chen Yao. They just don't see each other very often on weekdays, and he didn't expect to meet here today. "I'm interning here recently." "Eh? Why are you here alone? Where's Yao Yao?" "We've broken up." "Ah." Upon hearing this, Song Mingyue quickly clasped her hands together and apologized. "I'm sorry, I really didn't know about this." "It's okay, I just broke up today too." "I see. Oh, by the way, you came here today to apply for the security guard position here, right?" Song Mingyue seemed to want to make amends and gave Nanfeng a sly smile. "I'm quite familiar with the manager here. I'll use the back door to arrange for you to come in. After hearing Song Mingyue's words, Nanfeng finally remembered.
When I came in just now, I seemed to see a notice of recruiting security guards posted on the door. Land in Hanghu number 1 courtyard is extremely expensive, and even security guards earn thousands or even tens of thousands of yuan a month.
Because they are in the same class.
So Song Mingyue subconsciously thought that Nanfeng was also out for an internship and job search. Just as Nanfeng was about to explain, he saw a woman storming out of the office.
It's working hours now, Song Mingyue, you still have the mood to chat here. Don't you know that Mr. Li has already called me here? We had already negotiated a contract, so why did it fall through in the end?
Facing Jiang Hong's scolding, Song Mingyue's face turned pale and she quickly explained, Sister Hong, I'm just here for an internship, but Mr. Li said he wouldn't sign unless I slept with him.
This kind of client.
Before Song Mingyue could finish, Jiang Hong said impatiently, Song Mingyue, don't think you're amazing just because you're pretty. You've been working here for 3 months, and you haven't signed a single order yet.
Is this your attitude towards work?
Song Mingyue's eyes turned red because of what she said, and she wanted to defend herself.
But Jiang Hong didn't give her this opportunity at all. I'm telling you, Song Mingyue, this is your last chance. If you can't sign Mr. Li's order, you won't have to come to the company anymore.
Seeing Song Mingyue being scolded harshly, Nanfeng knew that it was his turn to take the stage.
Are you a salesperson here?
Seeing Nanfeng suddenly speak up, Jiang Hong said unhappily, I'm not, could it be that you are? Song Mingyue, who was standing by, quickly grabbed Nanfeng and said nervously, Nanfeng, don't do anything rash. She's the top seller here, and I heard she knows someone in the company.
After hearing Song Mingyue's explanation, Nanfeng turned around and looked at Jiang Hong, sneering, so you're just a sales champion?
I didn't realize you were some big shot. You're using a chicken feather as a token of authority.
Do you really think you're a big shot? What? Jiang Hong was already angry. But instead of apologizing to him, Nanfeng even dared to mock him? Good. Good. Good.
Jiang Hong was so angry that she was shaking all over.
She pointed at Song Mingyue and shouted, you brought this person Song Mingyue in, right? Okay, since you don't want to do it, then don't do it. Get out of here right now. Sister Hong.
When Song Mingyue heard that Jiang Hong wanted to kick her out of the company, she immediately panicked.
Although she is the campus beauty of S University.
But she has always earned her living expenses by herself.
This job is very important to her now. Nanfeng, please, why don't you just leave first?
I can handle this place by myself. Song Mingyue was so scared that tears were about to fall.
Nanfeng asked directly, which is the most expensive villa here? Song Mingyue looked at Nanfeng blankly, not understanding what he meant for a moment.
On the contrary, Jiang Hong beside him mocked Nanfeng without hesitation after hearing his words. Oh, you even asked about the price of houses here. Why don't you take a look at yourself? If you can't afford it, don't embarrass yourself here. But Nanfeng directly ignored Jiang Hong and said to Song Mingyue, don't worry about anything else. Just tell me which villa is the most expensive here. Although it is not clear what Nanfeng wants to do.
But Nanfeng insisted on asking.
Song Mingyue still pointed to the building, which was an isolated villa located halfway up the mountain. This is the most expensive villa in the entire Hanghu number 1 courtyard, and it's also the highest end building here. It covers a total area of over 4,000 square meters, surrounded by mountains and water, and is equipped with various independent facilities.
Moreover, before Song Mingyue finished her introduction, Nanfeng interrupted and asked, how much does this set cost? 420 million. Okay, I'll take this one then. What?
When Song Mingyue heard Nanfeng's words, she was dumbfounded.
Nanfeng, what nonsense are you talking about? This villa costs 420 million. This is not a joke. I didn't mean to joke. Ha 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 ha.
As soon as Nanfeng finished speaking, Jiang Hong burst into laughter.
Just you? You still want to buy the best apartment in our building? Do you really think you're the richest man in the world? Kid, do you know what 420 million means?
Let me tell you, if you can buy this today, I will lick all the toilets in the company's restrooms clean. Nanfeng smiled coldly at her when he heard that.
Remember what you said now.
Nanfeng had just finished speaking. The young lady who brought Nanfeng in before came back with his card, her face full of smiles. Sir, there is no problem with your capital verification.
Which house do you plan to buy? What? After hearing what the young lady said, Song Mingyue and Jiang Hong were dumbfounded. As sales staff at Hangzhou Lake No. 1 Courtyard, they naturally understood what a successful capital verification meant.
If you want to buy a house here, you need to have at least 50 million in cash in your bank card, and this does not include other assets. In other words, Nan Feng was standing in front of them now.
Is he actually a billionaire? Impossible. This is impossible. Is there something wrong with our company's machine? How could he have so much money?
Jiang Hong subconsciously wanted to refute. But Nan Feng ignored her and pointed at the best apartment in the building.
I want this set.
When the young lady saw that Nan Feng wanted to buy the best apartment in the building, she was shocked. She wouldn't dare make the decision on a business of this level. So he quickly called the manager over. The manager rushed over after hearing the news and immediately invited Nan Feng and Song Mingyue to his office. After learning that Nan Feng was planning to buy the king-class apartment, the manager's mouth was almost crooked with a smile. No problem.
No problem. Sir, do you plan to pay in installments or in full?
Nan Feng slammed the card on the table.
Full payment. Okay, sir, I'll take you to handle the formalities now. Wait a moment. Seeing Nan Feng suddenly speak, the manager was stunned for a moment and then asked nervously, Boss, do you have any questions about this house?
No, I am very satisfied with this house, but I am very dissatisfied with your sales.
What do you mean, sir? Nan Feng told the manager the whole story.
The manager was so angry that he almost fainted on the spot.
Jiang Hong, get over here.
Seeing the manager getting angry, Jiang Hong walked over trembling.
Manager Wang. No, don't call me manager. I don't even dare to speak so loudly to customers, and you actually dared to chase our guests out?
I'm not the manager, I think you are the manager.
Jiang Hong was frightened and apologized quickly.
I'm sorry, Manager Wang, I was wrong.
What's the point of you apologizing to me? Am I your customer? Why don't you apologize to this boss right away?
Jiang Hong changed her previous arrogance and apologized to Nan Feng desperately.
I'm sorry, boss. I shouldn't have said that just now. Please be magnanimous and don't argue with me.
Unfortunately, she apologized too late.
You can have me sign the contract today if you want. Remember everything you just said, right? Go through everything you said and I'll sign it now. Chapter 3 Personal Butler, 93-point Beauty Pay Cyan. Hearing Nan Feng's words, Jiang Hong's face turned pale instantly.
She just said that as long as Nan Feng can buy this apartment, she will lick the toilet in the entire company.
Does she really want to do that?
But if she doesn't do this, she will lose her job. You have to know that this is Hangzhou Lake No. 1 Courtyard, and ordinary people can't get in.
What are you still standing there for? Didn't you hear what the boss said? Hurry up and go.
Yes. With just one sentence, Manager Wang sentenced her to death. Jiang Hong left the room with a look of despair. Even though she is the top seller, the houses she has sold combined are not as expensive as the one Nan Feng bought.
Humans are inherently profit-seeking creatures.
In the manager's eyes, Nan Feng is now the most important customer. As for a mere salesperson, he sees her as dispensable, and if he can't find another one, he can just find another one. Three-legged frogs are hard to find, but aren't there a lot of two-legged beauties? After Jiang Hong left, Manager Wang gave Nan Feng another flattering smile. Boss, everything has been handled.
What about the contract? Sign it. Okay. Oh, by the way, remember that Song Mingyue helped me to buy this villa, understand? I understand. I understand. Until the contract was signed, Song Mingyue was still in a daze.
Until Manager Wang said, Xiao Song, this boss just bought the house and doesn't know the condition of the house yet.
You should take him to see it. Song Mingyue finally recovered and said to Nan Feng in shock, Nan Feng, did you really buy that villa? Why, doesn't the campus beauty Song want this commission?
Upon hearing this, Song Mingyue quickly waved her hands and said, No, that's not what I meant.
Seeing Song Mingyue's blushing face, Nan Feng couldn't help but jokingly said, Song, the school beauty, I gave you a big gift. You have to repay me, right? Hearing this, Song Mingyue suddenly became nervous and asked, what do you want? Nan Feng came up to her and whispered, Song de Shuehua, are you free tonight? I.
Song Mingyue stuttered for a long time before she said a word.
I can't drink anything cold lately. Nanfong was immediately happy when he heard it. So should we just wait until we can drink ice? You're annoying. It seems that the teasing is almost over. Nanfong laughed and said, okay, I won't tease you anymore. Take me to see the house first. Good.
Because Nanfong is currently the largest customer of the entire property, manager Wang specially arranged the most luxurious car for Nanfong. Song Mingyue sat in the back seat and introduced the details of the villa to Nanfong. But her attention was always on Nanfeng's face.
Why do you keep looking at me? Am I that good looking?
Seeing that she was caught by Nanfong, Song Mingyue blushed.
But she still mustered up the courage to ask, Nanfong, do you know that Yao Yao bought a house here? Didn't I say I broke up with her? But where do you get so much money?
Song Mingyue racked her brains but couldn't figure out where Nanfong got the 420 million yuan.
From Chun Yao, Song Mingyue learned that Nanfeng's family background was actually quite ordinary.
When he was with Chen Yao, everyone said that Nanfong was marrying above his station. As a result, after breaking up, Nanfong bought a villa worth more than 400 million yuan.
This was completely beyond Song Mingyue's understanding of Nanfong.
So she subconsciously thought that the reason why Nanfong was able to buy this villa was actually because Chen Yao paid him money.
Nanfong did not answer directly.
After all, if Song Mingyue knew that he only spent 1 cent to buy this apartment, her worldview would probably collapse. I made a lot of money doing projects with my mentor at school, and later I followed others in stock trading and caught the trend. I heard that he made money from stock trading. Song Mingyue murmured oh softly, then looked at Nanfong with hope on her face.
Then can you guide me in stock trading?
Nanfong looked at her curiously when he heard that.
Are you short of money? It's not that I'm short of money, but no one would complain about having too much money, right? Song Mingyue felt a little embarrassed. But Nanfong could also understand.
Song Mingyue is known as the campus belle of S University, and the girls she hangs out with are all rich or noble ladies like Chen Yao. But when it comes to spending, the two have completely different ideas. Chen Yao earns tens of thousands of yuan for singing for an entire night.
Song Mingyue works very hard to earn just over 10,000 yuan a month.
The gap in wealth caused by this kind of wealth can easily make people lose themselves. It can be said that it is not easy for Song Mingyue to persist until now without going astray. I'll be free later. When Song Mingyue heard Nanfong agreed, she immediately became happy.
Okay, then it's a deal.
While the two were talking, the car stopped in front of a luxurious villa.
Nanfong was stunned for a moment after seeing the villa in front of him.
Although he had dated many top wealthy ladies and had visited their luxurious homes and bedrooms.
But owning a house that truly belongs to you is a completely different feeling. Nanfong, this is the king-class apartment you just bought.
It covers a total area of over 4,000 square meters and comes with a private swimming pool, a separate lawn, an indoor gym, a yoga room, a spa, a golf course, and many other supporting facilities. Song Mingyue explained to Nanfong on the side. I have to say, the king of buildings is worthy of being the king of buildings. The entire villa complex is located in the scenic area, but absolute privacy is guaranteed and ordinary people cannot enter at all. In order to cater to the daily needs of the residents here, Hangzhou Lake No. 1 Courtyard has even built private hospitals, schools, KTVs, clubs, large shopping malls and other supporting facilities around No. 1 Courtyard to fully meet the various needs of the residents. At the door of the villa, a beautiful woman in uniform was standing there early, waiting for the arrival of the south wind. When Nanfong got off the car, she took the initiative to extend her hand to Nanfong with a proper smile on her face.
Excuse me, are you Mr. Nanfong? It's me.
Hello, I am your personal butler, Pei Xian.
Personal butler?
Song Mingyue explained, because the villas and buildings here are quite large, there's a lot of space and things to take care of, so almost every villa is equipped with a private butler.
Of course, you can cancel this service if you don't need it. When Song Mingyue said this, Nanfong could clearly hear her nervousness. Obviously, the pressure Pei Xian put on her was extraordinary.
But Pei Xian had a faint smile on her face from beginning to end. If I had to say something different, it was that there was more curiosity and surprise in her eyes when she looked at Nanfong. Although she has met many rich people. But there is someone like Nanfong who is so young, so handsome, and so capable. It was the first time she saw it. While Pei Xian was looking at Nanfong, the system prompt sounded in Nanfeng's mind.
Ding, a mission target that meets the system requirements has been detected. Name, Pei Xian. Age, 31. Height, 176 centimeters. Weight, 61 kilograms. Appearance, 93 points. Personality, docile, strong-willed, maternal. Favorability, 30. Nanfeng didn't expect that as soon as he arrived here, he would meet a beautiful woman whose rating was comparable to Song Mingyue. Different from Song Mingyue's exquisiteness and vitality. With neat short hair, fox-like eyebrows, and seductive red lips, Pei Xian exudes more of the charm of a mature woman and intellectual beauty. Her figure is obviously the result of fitness training, with firm breasts, tight buttocks, and a slender waist. The uniform that looks very formal on others has a different feel on her. Her long and fleshy thighs give people an instinctive and primitive impulse. If Song Mingyue is a simple lamb, then Pei Xian is a charming fox. In comparison, they are equally matched. Nanfeng held Pei Xian's fingertips. Please take care of me. You're welcome, Mr. Nan. Do you need me to give you a detailed introduction to the situation inside the villa? Seeing Pei Xian take the initiative to speak, Nan Fengxia glanced at Song Mingyue. Pei Xian instantly understood what Nanfeng meant and explained with a smile, of course, Mr. Nan's girlfriend can come in too. When Song Mingyue heard this, her face instantly turned red, and she quickly waved her hands and said, No, I'm not his girlfriend. I see. Pei Xian's tone was slightly regretful. I'm sorry, I saw that you two are both talented and beautiful, so I had a preconceived notion. Please forgive me, Mr. Nan. It's okay, let's go in. Good. Song Mingyue originally wanted to go in with them. But at this moment the phone suddenly rang. Chapter 4 Yoga Pants Beauty Coach, Shock from Ex-Girlfriend. After hanging up the phone, Song Mingyue apologized to Nanfeng. Sorry, Nanfeng, my manager just informed me that I need to go over to the contract, so I can't accompany you for now. It's okay, I just wonder when the beautiful campus girl Song is free to have dinner together? Jian Nanfeng mentioned this matter again. Song Mingyue's face turned red, and she replied in a low voice after a while. I can do anything. Okay, then remember to tell me in advance when you can have some iced drinks. Nanfeng, you are so bad. Although she said this, she actually didn't hate this side of Nanfeng. After Song Mingyue left, Nanfeng followed Pei Xian into the villa. I have to say, this building is indeed expensive for a reason. When you push the door open and walk into the villa, you will see that it has been decorated in Chinese style in advance. Although it is not magnificent, it is particularly fresh and elegant. Pei Xian began to explain that these were all prepared in advance to facilitate the residents' move-in, and all the decorations were top-notch. Of course, if Nanfeng needs to be renovated, they also have a dedicated construction team that can complete the move-in requirements within 3 months. For Nanfeng, this decoration style is actually very good. Open the balcony and you can see the Green Mountains and the entire Hangzhou Lake. Not only is the air fresh, but you won't be disturbed by anyone here. The bedroom is absolutely soundproofed, and no one can hear the sounds inside even through a door. Then there are the various rooms, bathrooms, and so on. What Nanfeng is most satisfied with among these rooms is the bathroom. This bathroom is as big as the living room of an ordinary house, and it is equipped with a massage bed and various supporting facilities. Can I rest here tonight? Sure. What about you? Hearing Nanfeng's question, Pei Xian smiled and said, Boss, of course I go home after get off work. What if I don't want you to go home? As Nanfeng spoke, he moved closer to Pei Xian, and his hand fell on her waist very naturally. If it were an ordinary person, he would have pushed it away long ago. But Pei Xian was very calm, as if this was a very ordinary matter. If the boss needs anything, I can introduce someone prettier than me to stay with the boss. But what if I only want you? I'm sorry, boss. I have a daughter at home waiting for me to go back and cook. Pei Xian was tactful and used cooking for her daughter to tell Nanfeng that she was married. Nanfeng was very satisfied with this woman. It's you. You can stay here from now on. Thank you, boss. Seeing that Nanfeng agreed to let her stay, Pei Xian bent down to thank him. Nanfeng saw the bottomless ravine and the whiteness as if it were a snow-capped mountain at a glance. Any wine? Some. Pei Xian took out a bottle of red wine from the refrigerator and then took out an iced glass. Have a drink with me. Sorry, but a butler can't drink while on duty. Facing Pei Xian's rejection, Nanfeng smiled and said, Don't worry, I won't force others to do things they don't like. It's just that drinking alone is boring, don't you think? After hearing this, Pei Xian took out another cup that had been frozen in advance.
Nanfeng came to the balcony, leaned on the railing and looked at the scenery of Hangzhou Lake in the distance. Pei Xian helped him sober up. Only after he drank the cold liquid in the cup did he feel at ease. He finally had his own home in this city. From today on, he will be greeted by his own freedom and life. During the drinking break, Pei Xian gave Nanfeng a brief introduction to the various expenses and costs of the villa. This includes supporting cleaning services, chefs, nannies, property fees, management fees, security, etc., which add up to a total of 3 million. Moreover, Pei Xian's monthly salary alone is as high as 100,000. The total service fee alone exceeds 4 million a year. Sister Pei, money is not a problem, but the money spent must be worth it, right? Pei Xian smiled slightly when she heard this. That's natural. After saying that, Pei Xian made a phone call. About an hour after I hung up the phone, a beautiful woman with a high ponytail wearing tight yoga pants and a sports top knocked on the door. Wait until she enters the room. Pei Xian explained to Nanfeng, this is the personal trainer I specially arranged for you. He will also take care of your personal life if you need him. Of course, you can rest assured about security. We will protect the safety and privacy of every customer. Hear Pei Xian's explanation. Nanfeng scratched his head. Sister Pei, why do you sound so much like a pimp? Pei Xian smiled when she heard that. Boss, you're joking. These are all custom made for our customers. They will definitely not cause any trouble to your life. Nanfeng looked around after hearing this, then nodded and said, okay, then stay. Seeing that Nanfeng agreed to stay, the fitness beauty finally breathed a sigh of relief. May I have your name? Boss, my name is Wu Siyu. Wu Siyu is really pretty, mainly because she works out every day, so she has a great figure, especially her butt, which looks very strong. It's a pity that the system only gave more than 80 points. It's okay to be physically active if you get less than 90 points, but forget about being emotional. Don't call me boss from now on. It makes me look very old. From now on at home, just call me master. Yes, master. While Nanfeng was looking at Wu Siyu was also looking at Nanfeng. This is her first time in this line of work. If she hadn't been short of money, she wouldn't have taken this path. I was worried that I would have to serve a middle-aged man with a big belly. I didn't expect that the other person was so young and quite handsome. This made her feel much better. Then you should have a good rest today. The mattresses here are changed and cleaned every day, so you can fall asleep right away. I will bring the others to report to you tomorrow. Good. After Pei Xian left, Nanfeng gestured for Wu Siyu to sit opposite him. Can you drink? Yes. A drink? Wu Siyu looked down at the wine bottle and was instantly startled. Romane Conti Grand Cru red wine. Although the year cannot be seen, the average price of a bottle starts at 140,000 yuan. Boss, this. Seeing that Wu Siyu was a little restrained, Nanfeng was not embarrassed. Forget it, tell me what you can do. Upon hearing this, Wu Siyu quickly said, I have many years of experience in fitness and yoga. I can help you customize a fitness plan and also help you develop a nutrition plan. Nanfeng shook the red wine in the glass. That's all? Besides. Wu Siyu took a deep breath, and then said generously, I can also help you take a bath. You see, this is what we call professional matching. Nanfeng drank the red wine in one gulp and then patted her butt. Come on, let me try your skills. Chapter 5, Sigma Men will never fall into a woman's trap. The nights in Hangzhou are full of decadence and extravagance. In a private room in the city, several men and women were drinking and having fun. Congratulations, Yao Yao. Zhao Shua came straight to your house to propose marriage after returning from abroad. We are so envious. Isn't it? Childhood sweethearts, what a fairy tale love. And it is said that both sets of parents are very satisfied. Aren't you going to get married soon? At this time, everyone in the box was surrounding Chen Yao in the middle, their tone full of envy. The man sitting next to Chen Yao said with a smile, it should be soon. Auntie said that we will get married as soon as Yao Yao graduates. Yao Yao, don't you think so? Chen Yao nodded, but looked a little absent-minded. At this moment, someone suddenly said, only a man as outstanding as Wu Shua can be worthy of my Yao Yao. What kind of person was Nanfeng before? How could he be worthy of standing beside my Yao Yao? As soon as these words came out, the atmosphere in the entire box turned cold.
after Chen Yao heard the name Nanfeng. His expression was obviously unhappy.
I have completely broken up with him, and I don't want anyone to mention his name in front of me from now on.
Yes, don't mention it. Just when everyone was making a noise, Song Mingyue suddenly pushed the door and walked into the box. Sorry, I'm a little late because I signed a big deal today. Chen Yao finally smiled after seeing Song Mingyue. Mingyue, you are finally here.
When Wu Shuo saw Song Mingyue, he almost stared at her in a daze. Chen Yao can be said to be very beautiful, but when Song Mingyue stood next to Chen Yao, she was not inferior at all, and was even more beautiful than Chen Yao.
Wu Shuo swallowed his saliva, then pretended to be calm and said, Yao, who is this?
She is my best friend at S University, Song Mingyue. It turns out to be Miss Song.
I've heard so much about you. Wu Shuo wanted to shake hands with Song Mingyue, but Song Mingyue dodged it without leaving a trace. Yao, is this the fiancé you mentioned to me on the phone just now? How about it, handsome, right?
Song Mingyue glanced at Wu Shuo, and the comparison between him and Nanfeng inexplicably emerged in her mind.
When it comes to dressing, Wu Shuo may be better,
but in terms of appearance, Nanfeng is miles ahead of him.
Of course, these thoughts cannot be spoken out loud. It's really handsome. Chen Yao smiled and poured Song Mingyue a glass of wine. I just heard you say that you signed a big deal today? Then you have to treat us today. No problem. Seeing Song Mingyue agreed generously.
Chen Yao, on the other hand, was a little uncomfortable with this. The minimum consumption for a private room here was more than 50,000 yuan a night, and on weekdays, Song Mingyue was reluctant to even order a fruit plate.
Chen Yao never let Song Mingyue pay the bill. She just said it casually, but she didn't expect Song Mingyue to actually take the initiative to cover all the expenses. Mingyue, are you rich? Almost. When Song Mingyue heard Chen Yao mention this, she couldn't hide her excitement.
Nanfeng spent 420 million to buy that house today, and her commission as a salesperson was as high as 840,000.
It's not 84 yuan, it's also 8,400, but a full 840,000.
When the commission arrived, Song Mingyue was so excited that she turned around in circles for who knows how many times. After all, this is the first time she has earned so much money since she was a child.
Looking at you, I wonder if you've sold the best apartment in your building? Chen Yao was just joking. Unexpectedly, Song Mingyue's eyes widened in disbelief. Yao, how did you know? Did Nanfeng tell you in advance? When Song Mingyue suddenly mentioned Nanfeng, the entire box fell silent.
Wu Shuo's smile froze on his face. Chen Yao's face was even more gloomy, and she said in a cold tone, what does this have to do with Nanfeng?
Song Mingyue asked doubtfully, didn't you buy him that apartment? The best building? Why should I buy him the best building? Chen Yao knew about Song Mingyue's South real estate project. The best-selling apartment in Hangzhou Lake No. 1 Courtyard was worth 420 million yuan. Although Chen Yao's family is rich,
but her monthly pocket money limit is only 3 million.
If you want to buy the building worth 420 million yuan, you don't know when you will have to wait. She couldn't even afford it for herself, so how could she possibly buy it for Nanfeng? When Song Mingyue saw Chen Yao's expression, she understood instantly.
It turned out that Nanfeng really did not lie to himself. He really broke up with Chen Yao, and it was the best apartment in the building that he bought himself. At this time, Song Mingyue felt a little complicated, and also inexplicably expectant. If that's really the case, wouldn't that be myself? Mingyue, what's going on? Seeing that Chen Yao was determined to get to the bottom of the matter, Song Mingyue realized that she seemed to have said something wrong just now. Just as she was racking her brains, thinking about how to get through this, Wu Shuo suddenly said from the side, Yao, don't ask anymore. If it were you, I'd say it's probably that guy using your name to do something behind your back. Hearing Wu Shuo's words, Song Mingyue quickly said, that's right. When I was selling the house today, I happened to run into Nanfeng. He said he wanted to buy that top-of-the-floor apartment. I thought he would ask you for it. It seems I misunderstood. I'll drink a glass of wine now. After Song Mingyue finished speaking, she picked up the wine glass and drank it all. Looking at Song Mingyue's slender white neck, Wu Shuo swallowed his saliva and then said confidently, Yao, look, I told you. He still wants to buy the best apartment in Hangzhou No. 1 Courtyard? I think he's dreaming in broad daylight. Is he crazy about money?
I think he just wants to show off and use this opportunity to attract attention.
The more you pay attention to him, the more excited he gets. After hearing Wu Shua's analysis, Chunyao gently shook the wine glass in her hand, her eyes changing from gloomy to bright. I didn't expect that after we broke up, he would actually use such despicable means to attract my attention.
I'll call him right now to see what he wants to do.
Seeing Chunyao about to contact Nanfeng, Song Mingyue quickly stopped her and said, Yao Yao, stop making trouble. When I met him at that time, he just said it casually, and I didn't take it to heart. After saying that, Song Mingyue quickly leaned over to her ear and whispered, besides, your fiancé is right here.
If he knew you still had Nanfeng's contact information, aren't you afraid he'd be angry? Hearing Song Mingyue's words.
Only then did Chunyao give up the idea of calling Nanfeng.
A glass of cold wine goes down my throat.
Chunyao held Song Mingyue's hand and said through gritted teeth, okay, I'll listen to you, but Mingyue, remember, don't believe Nanfeng's lies.
Don't believe a single word he says. Don't worry, I'll listen to you.
But when Chunyao turned around to drink with others, Song Mingyue took out her cell phone and secretly sent a message to Nanfeng.
Chapter 6, System fully upgraded, pay science heart value plus 10. At this moment, a big battle had just ended in the villa. Wu Siyu is indeed a professional fitness coach.
Not only does she have excellent body flexibility, able to accommodate any posture Nanfeng desires, but her body's elasticity and firmness are also unmatched by ordinary people. She fought fiercely until the end, even though she was completely exhausted and had no strength left. But he still forced himself to clean up for Nanfeng. Looking at Wu Siyu, who was serving him seriously,
Nanfeng couldn't help but sigh.
As expected, he was assigned by Pei Xian. The quality is really beyond reproach. Just as he was about to take a shower, his cell phone rang.
Nanfeng opened it and took a look. Unexpectedly, it was Song Mingyue who sent him the message.
Although she added his contact information because they were in contact at school, Song Mingyue had never contacted him on her own initiative.
What are you doing?
Seeing that Nanfeng didn't reply to her for a long time, she sent several cute emoticons.
Nanfeng replied, I'm taking a shower. Do you want to see the beauty from Song University?
Nanfeng originally thought that the other party would call him a hooligan when he saw it, but unexpectedly, Song Mingyue directly sent an emoticon package saying, let me see it.
Nanfeng was instantly happy. Look, isn't this interesting?
Just when Nanfeng was about to reply to her, Song Mingyue suddenly sent a photo. In the photo, Chunyao and Wu Shua were sitting together drinking with everyone.
Immediately afterwards, Song Mingyue sent another message. I was drinking with them, but the wine was so cold I didn't dare drink it. See the photo on the screen. Nanfeng just found it a little funny.
If an ordinary person sees this message, he or she may get angry or depressed.
But who is Nanfeng?
In order to complete the system task, he had already taught himself all the books on female psychology and successfully graduated. The purpose of Song Mingyue sending photos. It was nothing more than telling myself that Chunyao already had a new love, so I should give up on this idea.
Want to fish?
This little trick works fine against the young chef, but it's too young to deal with him.
Nanfeng didn't say a word, just turned off the phone and threw it aside, concentrating on enjoying Wu Siyu's service. Sigma men will never fall into women's traps. At the same time, in the box,
Song Mingyue held her cell phone, anxiously waiting for news from Nanfeng. Just as Nanfeng guessed, although Chunyao didn't know yet that Nanfeng had already bought the best apartment in the building.
But Song Mingyue knew.
The reason why she chose to conceal this matter was because she had confirmed that Nanfeng and Chunyao had completely broken up. If Chunyao knew the truth, who knows if their old love would rekindle.
That's why she used this little trick to eliminate this possibility. As long as they have absolutely no chance, then wouldn't that be her chance?
But after she sent the photo, she waited for a long time, but Nanfeng didn't reply at all, which made her instantly uneasy.
Did he get angry when he saw the photo? Or has he seen through my little thoughts? Could it be that he went to tell Chunyao about his own affairs? Song Mingyue unconsciously bit her thumb and became restless and uneasy. Mingyue? Why have you been holding your phone since you came in? Are you secretly in a relationship without telling me?
Seeing that Chunyao noticed her, Song Mingyue quickly put away her phone and said with a smile, how is that possible?
If I were to fall in love, I would definitely tell you first.
You said you weren't in a relationship, but now you don't even dare show me your phone. Chunyao teased as she moved closer to Song Mingyue, then whispered, let me tell you, you have to keep men on their toes.
The more you care about them, the less they'll care about you. Is that so? How could I lie to you? Come on, have a drink.
Chen Yao wanted to continue urging him to drink, but Song Mingyue said, sorry, Yao Yao, I'm not feeling well today, so I'm going home first. Tell me how much the room costs later and I'll transfer it to you.
Hey, Mingyue you.
After saying that, Song Mingyue left the box without giving Chen Yao a chance to persuade her to stay.
Looking at Song Mingyue's departing back, Chen Yao muttered softly, what's wrong with her today? Why is she acting so weird?
When Nanfeng woke up the next day, Wu Siyu was still sleeping.
Looking at her exposed shoulders and elastic thighs, Nanfeng once again took the initiative to start a battle. Until Wu Siyu didn't even have the strength to get out of bed.
Only then did Nanfeng take a shower contentedly.
At this time, the doorbell rang. Nanfeng looked through the peephole and saw Pei Xian standing at the door, then opened the door with a smile. Sister Pei is here so early?
Pei Xian looked at Nanfeng standing in front of the door and was about to answer when she was shocked by his figure. She has been in this business for several years and has met many rich young men. But those people were either hollowed out or covered in fat. But the Nanfeng in front of him not only has a handsome face, but also has an amazing figure. Nanfeng had just come out of the shower, his six-pack abs still dripping with water. His figure was not only exceptionally well proportioned, but also full of strength, making people subconsciously want to touch it.
Seeing Pei Xian staring at him, Nanfeng smiled and moved closer. Sister Pei, do you want to touch me?
Pei Xian came back to her senses after hearing this and smiled slightly.
Master, you're joking.
Seeing Pei Xian refuse with a smile, Nanfeng did not insist any further.
With the arrival of Pei Xian, soon, several more people came into the villa.
After everyone arrived, Pei Xian explained to Nanfeng, Master, these are the cleaners, cooks, and other servants I mentioned to you yesterday. Each of them holds a professional certificate and has been in the industry for more than 10 years. Most importantly, they all have a sense of propriety and distance.
Of course, if you are not satisfied with them, I will replace them for you immediately. Pei Xian has a good eye for choosing people.
She was well aware of the distance between master and servant. What these rich people need is not care and love, but a sense of distance and obedience. Only the gap brought about by this disparity in status is the most fascinating. Since you chose them, Sister Pei, let them all try it out first. As long as there are no problems during the probation period, they can all stay.
Yes, Master.
I have to say that the people Pei Xian found are very professional. By the time Nanfeng changed his clothes and came out, the living room and dining room had been cleaned. Even the chef had prepared a steak, a ham sandwich, and a glass of milk.
Master, this is Matsusaka Wagyu beef that was flown in from Matsusaka early this morning.
The ham is also Spanish ham that we bought in advance.
If you are not satisfied, I will have them redo it right now. Nanfeng sat down and took a bite. The beef bursts with juice the moment you put it in your mouth. The gravy is paired with black pepper sauce and has a light milky aroma. Okay, not bad.
Seeing that Nanfeng was satisfied, Pei Xian secretly breathed a sigh of relief.
You know, the people she found are the best in Hangzhou. As a chef alone, he had studied in France, Germany, and Spain.
Later, he not only opened his own restaurant, but also worked part-time as a Michelin 3-star chef.
I returned to China due to special reasons. But due to the high price, most people can't afford it.
While Nanfeng was eating, Pei Xian was reporting to Nanfeng about the upcoming expenses. Nanfeng originally thought that he could just sit back and relax as he had 2 or 3 small goals in hand. Finally, Pei Xian's bill was calculated. The monthly expenses for the chef, cleaner, housekeeper, etc. of this villa are 800,000, not including other management fees, meal expenses, etc. The additional expenses for this house alone are as high as 5 million a year. This does not include subsequent purchases of the interior of the villa. It seems that I still need to work harder. Just as Nanfeng was thinking, a system prompt sound suddenly rang in his mind.
Chapter 7, Ex-Girlfriend Cheating? Sensational S Forum.
Beep, the system has detected that the host has completed the novice mission, and now all system functions are open to the host.
Hearing the prompt in his mind, Nanfeng laughed out of anger. So after all these years of hard work and conquest of so many beauties, I only managed to complete the system's basic novice tasks? System, what are the latest features?
Ding, the latest system has arranged main quests and side quests for the host.
Completing the quests will earn you generous rewards.
Ding, the system lottery has been fully upgraded, and the guaranteed probability has increased. Ding, the system mall has been updated and the host can purchase any product using the heart value.
Oh. After hearing the introduction of the system, Nanfeng's eyes lit up instantly. It's really like giving someone a pillow when they are sleepy. Is that a good thing? Nanfeng opened the mall and saw that it had all kinds of things.
$1 million subsidy, buy a store voucher for 1 cent, cash subsidy of 1 million, price, 100 heart points. 10 million subsidy, buy an Aston Martin voucher for 1 yuan, cash subsidy of 10 million, price, 700 heartbeat points. There's even a 10 billion subsidy, buy the electromagnetic gun technology blueprint for 1 yuan, a cash subsidy of 10 billion, price, 10,000 heart points. 10 billion subsidies, buy the Cosmos Southgate plan blueprint for 1 yuan, no cash subsidies, price, 1 million heart points.
Etc. In the system mall, there is nothing you can't buy, only things you can't think of. But Nanfeng touched his chin and asked, System, what is this heartbeat value? Reporting to the host, heart points are the only trading currency in this system mall.
The host will receive heart points as rewards when they complete mission targets with a score of 90 or above, or when they complete system missions.
I understand.
The so-called heart value is equivalent to the gold coins in the game.
You can get it by completing the task. Nanfeng opened the task interface, and 2 tasks appeared on it. Main mission, Mission 1, conquer Pei Xian and successfully break up with her.
Reward, 5 lucky draws, 70 million in cash, heart rate, 1500, status, incomplete.
Main quest, Quest 2, conquer Song Mingyue and successfully break up with her.
Reward, 6 lucky draws, 50 million in cash, heart rate, 1000, status, incomplete. It seems that as long as you meet a beauty with a score of more than 90, she will be included in the task list by the system. However, the rewards for completing tasks in this system vary so much. What is the basis for this? Nanfeng just thought about it for a while and then stopped thinking about it. Anyway, as long as he completed the task and got the reward, nothing else mattered.
After closing the system interface, Nanfeng placed a bank card on the table.
Sister Pei, take this card. I'll have the bank deposit 3 million into it every month.
The villa will be left to you from now on.
Pei Xian glanced at the bank card on the table, then asked with a smile, Master, if you give me the card, aren't you worried that I will take the money away?
Don't employ those you doubt, and don't doubt those you employ.
And if you take it away, I'll just consider it as earning a beautiful woman's smile, and the money spent will be worth it. Pei Xian was stunned when she heard this, then she put the card away and said solemnly, Please rest assured, Master, I will definitely help you take care of the villa. Ding, Pei Xian is touched by your trust, heartbeat value +1. Ding, Pei Xian is touched by your trust, heartbeat value +1. Ding, because Pei Xian is touched by your trust, the heartbeat is worth. Seeing the extra 10 points of excitement on the system interface,
Nanfeng's heart was shocked. Is this all right?
As the heartbeat value arrived, Pei Xian's favorability towards him also increased from 30 to 35. It seems that this heart-thumping value is not difficult to earn. After the meal, Nanfeng handed over all the matters concerning the villa to Pei Xian and prepared to go out.
Excuse me, Master, where are you going?
I'll arrange a special car to take you there.
S is big. Hearing Nanfeng's answer, Pei Xian smiled and said, Yes, Master, are you going to discuss cooperation or work?
I will arrange a driver to pick you up in advance.
It's okay, I'm going to school, no need to ask the driver to pick me up. Go to school?
Pei Xian was stunned when she heard this.
My boss is still a student? Many people are curious, why do those rich second generations still have to go to school when they are so rich? After you become rich, wouldn't it be better to just sit back and relax or go home and inherit the family business? But many people ignore the purpose of making money.
On the surface, it improves life.
But in fact, the real purpose is to enjoy the sense of superiority brought by changing class. To put it simply, if you don't show off when you have money, how did you make money? And school is undoubtedly the best platform for showing off.
For Nanfeng, there is another reason, which is that it is easier to find beauties with scores above 90 in school. Now the top 3 on the S University campus beauty list are all beauties with scores above 90.
Even their instructor is a rare beauty with a score of 93.
Although there are many beauties in society with scores above 90, such as Pei Xian next to me.
But who can guarantee how many hands this beauty has passed through?
After leaving school, even the most beautiful girls with high scores will be influenced by society, not to mention that they already attract the attention of men.
The female CEO that Nanfong had dated before was always surrounded by bootlickers and short-sighted people. You can say that Nanfong has the legacy of Wei Wu. But you can't say he likes to be a scapegoat. So when he encountered the plot about Bai Yueguang returning to China and the substitute plot, he was too lazy to even argue and just took the money and ran away. This bullshit love hormone is all fake. Only the system rewards and subsidies are real. After eating and getting on the bus, Nanfong opened his phone and took a look. I realized that I hadn't checked my phone for just one night, and the news was about to explode. First is Song Mingyue. He didn't reply to Song Mingyue's message last night, but she took the initiative to send more than a dozen messages to Nanfong. On the one hand, he apologized to Nanfong and said that he did not send him the photos on purpose. On the other hand, she asked Nanfong what he was doing, and told Nanfong that she could drink iced drinks in 2 days, and asked him when he had time to have dinner together. You see, this is reality. Only after experiencing the beatings of society will you realize that the so-called sense of superiority in school is bullshit. The money Song Mingyue earned from working hard for a month was not enough to buy a bottle of wine that Chen Yao ordered in the private room. After having experienced making quick money of over 800,000, would you still be satisfied with a fixed salary of 10,000 a month? Even fairies in heaven will fall into the mortal world after being polished by time. What's more, they are mortals. In addition, there was a message from the beautiful counselor, reminding Nanfong to return to school and prepare to submit his thesis report. Finally, there were those adopted sons in my dormitory group who were tagging me crazily early in the morning. Brother, why haven't you come back yet? Something terrible has happened. Brother, come back quickly, something happened. Brother, please check the school forum. The school forum of S University is different from the confession wall of ordinary schools. The school forum of S University not only covers most of the gossip, but also includes the professional market conditions and graduation trends in recent years. Even some large companies will publish their recruitment requirements in the forum in advance. Even the selection of the campus beauties and campus handsome men of S University was conducted on the S University forum. It can be said that the most authoritative source in the minds of S University students is the school forum. Nanfong followed their lead and opened the forum, only then did he understand what they meant when they said something bad was happening. It turned out that someone posted a photo on the forum of Chen Yao and Wu Shua drinking together and getting into a car in an intimate manner. You know, when I was a student, handsome men and beautiful women are always the hot topics of gossip. The relationship between Nanfong, the former school idol, and Chen Yao, who was also the most beautiful girl in the department, was undoubtedly the focus of their discussion. But none of them expected it. The school beauty's high-profile confession ended up with this? The beautiful schoolgirl got into another man's car. The forum was full of sympathy for Nanfong. Oh, I didn't expect that someone like me could still be cheated on. Can I find true love with a face that rivals Daniel Wu's? If you, the one upstairs, look like Daniel Wu, I'll jump off the building. But don't you think it's pitiful? The campus hunk at Nanjing University was also dumped after just 1 month. Isn't this perfectly normal? Don't you see what kind of family Chen Yao and Nanfong come from? They're not a good match to begin with. It would be strange if they could get far. Below this post, Nanfong saw messages from several adopted sons. Let's not talk about who is not a good match. Is Nanfong eating your rice or drinking your soup? That's right, it was clearly Chen Yao who cheated, yet she's putting the blame on Nanfong? Victim blaming? You guys are so used to being a tortoise that you can't stand up anymore, right? No wonder you're still single. I guess when your goddess is having sex with someone else, you don't even have the right to offer her a condom. This post is full of anger, and there is a lot of cursing and noise below. But Nanfong was really itchy watching it. It was not in vain that I raised these adopted sons. However, since he was able to take this photo, it is obvious that the identity and purpose of the person who posted it are not simple. But Nanfong was too lazy to delve into the matter for the time being. I saw it. When the dormitory group saw Nanfong's reply, they immediately went into an uproar. Brother Nan, are you really being cheated on? Chapter 898. Beauty Tang Yuyu, Carnival 100. Get lost. We broke up peacefully, and I even got a breakup fee along the way. Damn, Brother Nan is so awesome. I've always said that Brother Nan has charmed thousands of girls, so how could he be cheated on? Okay, stop farting. I'll bring you some delicious food when I get back. Godfather is mighty. On the way back, Nanfong asked the driver to stop by a restaurant and pack up a few delicious dishes. When I returned to the dormitory. It's time for lunch.
When Nanfong came back, he thought that this group of people would welcome him warmly. But when I opened the door, I saw several people huddled together, staring at the screen, not knowing what they were looking at, and exclaiming in amazement.
You guys are already watching the movie in broad daylight? Can you please mind your image? I'm going to call the police if you do this.
Hearing the voice behind them, everyone noticed that Nanfong had returned and hurried to greet him excitedly.
Children, your godfather is back. Godfather is mighty.
Everyone quickly pulled out a folding table, and when they saw the lobsters, crabs, and seafood porridge that Nanfong had packed back, their mouths watered all over the floor. Over the years, they have been following Nanfong around and getting free food and drinks, and they have had a lot of good food.
Brother Nan, don't you want to eat something? Seeing everyone wolfing down the food, Nanfong snorted. You guys eat, I've already eaten. Okay, Godfather. What are you all gathered here looking at? Did you find a new resource? Is it big?
Seeing that Nanfong was interested, everyone quickly made room for him.
Brother Nan, do you want to see? This beauty is actually our schoolmate. Nanfong looked down and was completely drawn to the screen.
In order to complete his tasks over the years, Nanfong has come into contact with countless beauties, and even a lot of internet celebrities.
But there are only a handful of people who can catch his eye.
Even fewer people can achieve a system score of 90. But the girl who was broadcasting live on the screen attracted Nanfong at first sight. She wore a simple white t-shirt, jeans, and her smooth hair was simply tied into a bun. Judging from her dress, she was just an ordinary little girl. But if you see her face, even the moon in the sky will look much dimmer in front of her. Her skin is as white and tender as snow, and her eyes are bright but nervous and timid. Her hands were clenched tightly, and you could tell she was very nervous. But that's not the most important thing. The most important thing is that she has a pair of huge breasts that are completely disproportionate to her figure, and even her white t-shirt is about to be torn. It has even reached a level that is more exaggerated than being gifted.
Who is she?
When Nanfong spoke, Wang Xiaolu, who was Nanfang's lower bunkmate, quickly said, Brother Nan, this is the campus beauty from our freshman class, Tang Yuyu.
Tang Yuyu?
Yes, Brother Nan, you were really in a relationship with Chen Yao at the time, so it's normal that you didn't pay attention to her, but as soon as she came to school, she almost blew up our entire university for him.
That's right.
In this year's school beauty pageant, there weren't even first, second, or third place winners. Everyone voted for Tang Yuyu by default. I was lucky enough to catch a glimpse of her from afar. My God, she was small, but her figure was incredibly explosive, and she looked terrified. She only glanced at me, and I wished I could give her my life.
Look at these idiots intoxicated. Nanfong felt a headache. My roommates are good in every way, except that they have been single for too long.
This causes the brains to work worse and worse.
Since she's the newest campus beauty, she shouldn't be short of money, right? Why would she be doing a live stream?
I don't know, but I heard she was specially recruited for the project. And I also heard rumors that her family seemed to treat her badly. She even came to school to cause trouble before.
I wonder if this is the reason.
But if you ask me, the most difficult person is Sun Xiaomiao, who stays by her side every day and doesn't give others a chance to pursue her.
That's right.
It is said that all those who confessed their love to Tang Yuyu were kicked away by Sun Xiaomiao.
Hey, after all, I'm the eldest daughter of the Sun family in Hangzhou. Hearing his roommate's discussion, Nanfong also noticed the girl who was teaching Tang Yuyu. Sun Xiaomiao. Nanfong knew this person, but not because of his roommate.
It was because her sister was the beautiful young woman who took care of the baby that Nanfong had dated before. Later, because her ex-husband came back, Nanfong took the money and ran away. Nanfong had heard of her younger sister. In her words, her sister is a real hottie.
But I have to admit it.
The Sun family does have good genes. The two sisters are both very beautiful.
You guys eat first, I'm going to lie down for a while.
Okay, by the way, Brother Nan, the instructor has been looking for you these past 2 days, you'd better tell her.
Become.
Nanfong had just laid down on the bed and turned on his phone when the system notification sound popped up in his mind. Ding, a 98-point beauty has been detected around the host.
A side quest is now being issued, become Tang Yuyu's top brother. Reward, number of draws 10, 30 million in cash subsidy, heartbeat value, 10, status, incomplete. How many?
When Nanfong heard the task rewards announced by the system, he was dumbfounded. He had worked so hard to capture so many beauties before accumulating enough to make 10 consecutive draws, and now Tang Yuyu's system reward actually gave him 10 consecutive draws at once? And it's just a side quest? Nanfeng subconsciously found Tang Yuyu's live broadcast room. At this moment, Tang Yuyu was sitting in front of the screen with her head down, at a loss. Meanwhile, Sun Xiaomao on the side was encouraging, Yuyu, come on. This is your first live broadcast, and there are already nearly 3,000 people in the room. Don't be afraid. Nanfeng took a look at the number of people in the live broadcast room and couldn't help but sigh. She truly deserves to be the only recognized campus beauty among this class of freshmen. She didn't do anything, but there were already 3,000 people in her live broadcast room. And the number is still growing. It really looks good and can be eaten. Hearing Sun Xiaomiao's encouragement, Tang Yuyu lowered her head and whispered, but Xiaomiao, I don't know what to do with the live broadcast. Tang Yuyu's voice was soft and sticky, and just listening to it made one feel as if they were in the water town of Jiangnan. It makes one's body go limp all of a sudden. Oh, what's so difficult about this? You can sing, right? You don't have to do anything, just sing in the live studio. As Sun Xiaomao was speaking, someone suddenly swiped a hot air balloon into the live broadcast room. Wu XX from the School of Architecture sincerely invites the beautiful Tang University girl to have lunch together tomorrow at noon on the second floor of the restaurant. Seeing someone giving gifts, Tang Yuyu's eyes lit up. But the next second, Sun Xiaomao silenced the other party. What conditions do you have to invite my Yuyu to dinner? If anyone posts nonsense messages again, I will ban you all. Sun Xiaomiao put her hands on her hips, protecting Tang Yuyu like an old hen. Saw someone get banned. The barrage instantly became funny. Don't you even consider your own character? How dare you invite the school beauty to dinner? Whose family invites the school beauty to dinner in a restaurant? Beautiful girl Yuyu, look at me. I'm always 98% gas. I'll give you my life as your girlfriend. System reminder, Giant Eagle 23 centimeters has been banned by the administrator. As he was constantly banned. The atmosphere in the live broadcast room gradually became more heated. But even though the live broadcast room was bustling, few people gave gifts. Although 3,000 people are not a small number, most of them are students of S University. They barely have enough living expenses, let alone extra money to buy gifts. Just when Tang Yuyu was at a loss. Suddenly someone created a carnival. After seeing someone playing the carnival, Sun Xiaomao's eyes lit up instantly. Thank you for the carnival, big brother. What talent would you like to see? At this time, on a building in Hangzhou, a lazy young man was watching a live broadcast out of boredom. Just when he was bored, he suddenly saw Tang Yuyu's live broadcast room, and his eyes lit up instantly. He was considered a veteran in the world of women, but apart from his own icy sister, he had never seen such a top-notch woman. It seems that this is still a live broadcast room without any sponsor. He started giving out gifts right away. Seeing Sun Xiaomiao speak, the young man directly sent a barrage. First, do a big pendulum dance for me. If you do it well, I will give you a lot of gifts. See the other party's requirements. The barrage exploded instantly. What kind of garbage is this? Don't you know that the pendulum is a borderline dance? He wants to get close to our school beauty just for a carnival. Is he still asleep? Hey, management, why don't you kick him out right away? Seeing the barrage of comments directed at him crazily, the young man was delighted. Immediately afterwards, 10 carnivals lit up in the live broadcast room. What about now? Can you jump? Seeing that Brother Fu had played 10 carnivals at once, the barrage of comments instantly became quiet. One carnival costs 3,000 yuan, plus the one just now. The other party has spent 33,000 yuan in total. This amount of money is a huge sum of money for students. Sun Xiaomao originally wanted to ban the other party, but when he saw that the other party was so rich, he hesitated for a moment. Although she wanted to protect Tang Yuyu. But Tang Yuyu is very short of money now, but she refuses to accept anything I give her. She had no choice but to help Tang Yuyu start the live broadcast. 33,000 is not a lot for her. But for Tang Yuyu, it was a huge sum of money. What is a pendulum, meow? Although Tang Yuyu didn't know what the concept of carnival was, she could tell from Sun Xiaomao's face that this gift was probably very valuable. So she wanted to give it a try. But Sun Xiaomiao didn't tell her. Instead, she smiled at the camera and said, "Boss, it's not that we don't want to dance, but we really don't know how."
How about you order a song?
But the other party obviously didn't intend to let Tang Yuyu go so easily.
Then I played 2 more carnivals. Stop talking nonsense and dance for me. If you dance well, I'll continue brushing. Just when Sun Xiaomao was in a dilemma,
the live broadcast room suddenly lit up with the carnival special effects again. When Sun Xiaomao saw this, his eyes lit up and he was about to express his gratitude.
As a result, the next second, the special effects lit up again. Carnival 2. Carnival 13. Carnival 14. Carnival 52. Carnival 100. Chapter 9, Secret Realm in the Clouds 13140, 999 of them were smashed. As the gift special effects continued to appear on the screen, everyone watching the live broadcast was dumbfounded. You know, a carnival costs 3,000 yuan. 100 carnivals, that is 300,000. Now let alone the audience in the live broadcast room.
Even Sun Xiaomao was dumbfounded. She originally started the live broadcast just to help Tang Yuyu earn some living expenses. It was already exaggerated that someone had played 13 carnivals.
Then, in the blink of an eye, someone suddenly won 100 carnivals?
Seeing Sun Xiaomiao's shocked expression, Tang Yuyu quietly asked how much these gifts were worth. When she found out that a carnival was worth 3,000,
she was so frightened that she stood up. No. No way. I can't take that much money. Tang Yuyu did not show the surprise of becoming rich overnight, but a look of horror.
From childhood to adulthood, let alone 3,000 yuan.
She rarely even saw 300 yuan.
Xiaomiao, please find a way to return the money.
I won't be doing this live broadcast anymore.
Seeing Tang Yuyu was so anxious that tears were about to fall. Sun Xiaomiao quickly whispered to comfort him, "It's okay, don't be afraid, this money comes from a completely legitimate source."
Hearing this, Tang Yuyu's eyes turned red and she whispered, "Really? Stupid, how could I lie to you?" After Sun Xiaomiao's comfort, Tang Yuyu calmed down.
But at this moment she was even more nervous than when the show started. Under Sun Xiaomiao's command, Tang Yuyu stammered in front of the camera in the live broadcast room, "Boss, I don't have any other talents, I can only sing."
I wonder if you are willing to listen.
Nanfeng, who was lying on the bed in the dormitory at this time, heard this and typed the word OK on the screen. Yes, these 100 carnivals were exactly those that Nanfeng had brushed. Since the system requires him to be number 1 in Tang Yuyu's live broadcast room, how could he refuse such a generous reward? But Hua Siken, who had been to the carnival before, was not happy. "I finally found a top-notch beauty, and she looks like a pure girl who is untainted by the world.
How could he miss such an opportunity? Isn't at just 100 carnivals?" Nanfeng's comment had just been sent out before Tang Yuyu could speak. The gift special effects appeared again in the live broadcast room. Carnival 8. Carnival 14. Carnival 47. Carnival 100. As the gift effects ended, Hua Sikan arrogantly commented in the comments section, "Isn't it just 100 carnivals? I have some too, so I'm going to do the pendulum swing for you now." Another 100 carnivals are about to arrive.
The barrage could no longer be contained.
Aren't these rich people crazy?
This beauty is certainly pretty, but judging by her appearance, this seems like her first time on air, right?
Yeah, and it's been almost half an hour since the show started, and she hasn't done anything but just sat there, and over 600,000 has already been deposited? Is the person above stupid? The platform will take away half of the money. That's probably around 300,000. Oh my God. Who says good looks can't make a living?
God, please give me a good face in my next life.
You above only saw the face, didn't you notice the host's extraordinary talent? The barrage at this time is going crazy.
Tang Yuyu has only said a few words since the show started until now, and has not done anything, but has received more than 200 carnivals.
What does it mean to get rich overnight? This is called getting rich overnight.
But they didn't know that this farce was not the end, but just the beginning. After seeing Hua Sikan finish another 100 carnivals,
Nanfeng sneered. Compare financial resources with him?
As long as he completes this side quest, the system will reward him with a cash subsidy of 30 million. In other words, as long as Nanfeng spends less than 30 million in gifts, he will definitely make a profit.
Gift? It's just a matter of moving your fingers.
If I have to point out the troublesome part, it is that there is a limit on the gift purchases, and you need to buy them in groups. Just when Wasikhan thought he had succeeded this time and began to imagine that the other party would contact him after the live broadcast, the gift special effects appeared in the live broadcast room again.
Carnival 3. Carnival 21. Carnival 47. Carnival 101.
When he saw these 101 carnivals, Wasikhan was so angry that he jumped up from his chair.
101.
Only one more than myself.
Obviously, the other party is no longer coming for Tang Yuyu.
But it's directed at myself. At this moment, after seeing these gifts, Tang Yuyu's little brain had completely shut down.
She sat there blankly with her mind blank.
Even Sun Xiaomao was stunned. It hasn't been long since then, and the live broadcast room has already received more than 900,000 gifts.
Sun Xiaomao's family is already considered wealthy.
But because of her family's requirements, she was not allowed to spend money indiscriminately before graduation. So even for her, she only has a maximum of 50,000 yuan a month for living expenses and pocket money. More than 900,000 is a huge sum of money for Sun Xiaomao now. Only after Sun Xiaomao's reminder did Tang Yuyu come to her senses, and then awkwardly expressed her gratitude to Nanfeng. Hua Xichen's eyes turned red when he saw Tang Yuyu thanking him. As the young master of the Hua family, he couldn't remember how long it had been since he had been provoked like this.
Are you competing with him for gifts?
Without a second thought, he was about to swipe 102 carnivals to fight back, but the system suddenly reminded him that his bank card balance was insufficient. Only then did he remember that he seemed to have spent all his pocket money for this month.
But when I think of the other party's provocation.
Wasikhan gritted his teeth and made a phone call.
Sister, it's me. Yes, I want to advance my pocket money for the next year. Don't worry, I won't spend it recklessly.
I promise you, I won't ask my family for a single penny in the next year. As soon as Wasikhan finished speaking, his phone rang with a notification tone indicating that the money had arrived, along with a warning from a cold female voice.
The money has been transferred to you, take care of yourself. Don't worry, sister. Don't you trust me? Hang up the phone. Wasikhan looked at the bustling live broadcast room and said with a sinister grin, Want to compete with me for wealth?
I want to see if you have the qualifications. As he spoke, the prompt sound rang out again in the live broadcast room.
Carnival 3. Carnival 78. Carnival 247. Carnival 999.
As these 999 carnivals appeared, the audience in the entire live broadcast room were all stunned.
999 carnivals, that's nearly 3 million. Are these two people crazy?
This time, let alone Tang Yuyu, even Sun Xiaomao was so scared that she didn't dare to speak. Just 10 minutes. The turnover in the live broadcast room reached 4 million. At the same time, Wasikhan arrogantly posted a comment in the live broadcast room, refresh the first kiss every morning, come on, compete with me?
Do you have what it takes? See this barrage. The live broadcast room exploded instantly. Oh my goodness, I thought it was love, but it turned out to be a rivalry. Wow, just to be angry, he spent 3 million? What kind of family background does this have? Stop talking, I'm going to go live. I'm going to go live too.
The one upstairs can perform a 360-degree spiral ascension, I'll also give you a carnival.
At this time, Nanfeng dormitory had already exploded. Although they were eating, they did not forget to pay attention to Tang Yuyu's live broadcast.
When they saw someone in the live broadcast room blasting 999 carnivals, Wang Xiaolu shouted, Brother Nan, look.
Damn, are these people crazy?
Others followed suit and shouted, 999 carnivals. I might not be able to make that much money in my lifetime.
Oh my god, is this the charm of S University's newest campus beauty?
Facing his roommate's shock, Nanfeng simply said calmly, calm down.
This is nothing. You'll see something shocking soon. Brother Nan, what nonsense are you talking about? This is the 999th carnival. Is it possible that someone will surpass him later?
Nanfeng said nothing, just kept clicking on the screen. The gift special effects in the live broadcast room appear again.
Carnival 9. Carnival 99. Carnival 399. Carnival 999. Carnival 1001.
When 1001 carnivals appeared, the number of people in the entire live broadcast room had soared to more than 10,000. Oh my god, I heard from the live broadcast room that there is a super rich competition here, so I hurried over to watch it.
1001 Carnivals, what kind of sponsor is this? 1001, this one is completely suppressing the one above. Is this the world of the rich?
While the audience in the live broadcast room were still immersed in shock, different gift effects lit up again in the live broadcast room. A hot air balloon floated out from the empty clouds, and then two figures cuddling together appeared on it. On the interface of the live broadcast room, the special effect of just one gift lasted for a full 10 seconds.
Oh my god! This is a secret place in the clouds. One is 13,140. This is truly a secret place in the clouds. I've been watching live streams for so long, and this is the first time I've seen someone give out gifts like this.
It is said that this gift can only be unlocked by spending millions in a live broadcast room.
This special effect is really cool. Oh my god, a secret realm in the clouds costs over 10,000? Is this something I can even see? Even as everyone was discussing this, the gift special effects didn't stop at all. Secret realm in the clouds 10. Secret realm in the clouds 99. Secret realm in the clouds 399. Secret realm in the clouds 999. Chapter 10, The Multi-Millionaire Shocked the Entire Internet.
After 999 secret realms in the cloud, it was not just the people in the entire live broadcast room who were dumbfounded. Even the official backstage was alarmed. One secret realm in the clouds is worth 13,140,999 secret realms in the clouds, which means that Nanfong has earned more than 10 million in such a short period of time. Looking at the entire platform, even the top anchors may not be able to achieve such performance.
This data is no longer horrifying. Have you found out which union it is? The person in charge of the platform will investigate the data as soon as he learns about it.
But the reply was, according to the results of the investigation, this anchor is a newcomer and has not signed a guild at all.
Moreover, even the person who gave her gifts was a new account. Even the platform manager was dumbfounded when he heard the data. Are you spending tens of millions just for a new star who just started airing? Whose prodigal son is this?
Not only the platform, but even the major live broadcast companies were attracted by the movement in Tang Yuyu's live broadcast room. Spend thousands of dollars and spend tens of millions. This not only represents the strength of the sponsor, but also represents the ability of a host to make money. After seeing that Tang Yuyu was a complete newcomer and had no contract at all live streaming companies are in chaos.
Where's the headhunter? Call him over here. I don't care what method you use. Find this girl right away and get her to sign a contract with our company. Oh my god, a top goddess. Sign her. No matter what the price, you must sign her for me. She has her own sponsor, so we absolutely cannot let her be poached by others. After Nanfone launched 999 secret realms in the clouds during this live broadcast, the popularity of the live broadcast room reached 50,000 plus views. For a new anchor, these are incredible statistics. At this time, Nanfeng's roommate almost dropped his jaw when he saw these 999 secret realms in the clouds. 999 secret realms in the clouds, that's more than 10 million. It is no exaggeration to say that just by relying on today's live broadcast, Tang Yuyu has changed her fate and completed a class leap. But in addition to being shocked, they suddenly thought of what Nanfeng had just said. You're about to see something even more shocking. Nanfeng seemed to have known this would happen. Could it be that he was a prophet? Still. Finally, Wang Xiaolu couldn't help but ask, Brother Nan, you didn't give out these gifts in the live broadcast room, did you? Guess. Seeing Nanfeng's crescent-shaped eyes, there was a burst of exclamations in the Nanfeng dormitory. They never expected that the super rich man would be by their side. Brother Nan, Godfather. I'm going to start a live broadcast right now. Can you give me some right away? Brother Nan, you know I've always been a man and a woman. If you don't mind, I'll go wash my butt tonight. Godfather. Kai Kai. Die Die. Facing the howling of roommates, Nanfeng scratched his ears and said, all right, since you all call me Godfather, how could I not take you with me when I have something good? With Nanfeng's words, everyone was so happy that they almost jumped up. But Nanfeng is not a kind-hearted person. S University is not only the best university in Hangzhou, but also one of the top 5 schools in the country. It goes without saying that the students who can be admitted to this school are of high quality. And as Nanfeng's roommate, Nanfeng had witnessed the strength of these guys with his own eyes. Since he was preparing to graduate, Nanfeng never thought of handing these adopted sons over to others.
After all, these were the top-notch talents that he had personally trained. Hwasikan, who was originally curled up on the sofa, jumped up on the spot after seeing these 999 secret realms in the clouds.
999 secret realms in the clouds. More than 10 million.
Hwasichan's eyes were almost red at this time.
He was born into the Hwa family. Although he was idle, he never ran out of pocket money because he had a capable sister.
He has no idea how many anchors and internet celebrities, big and small, he has played with. But the most he ever did was only a few 100,000, and he became the top of the list. As for those top streamers who have unions, he didn't even bother to swipe for gifts, he could just play with his status. But today, he actually met a tough guy. He spent more than 3 million. This was all his pocket money for the next 6 months. In the end, there was not even a splash.
Oh shit.
Hwasikan was so angry that he started cursing in the room, and then posted a barrage in the live broadcast room. Refresh the first kiss every morning. Good boy, you have guts.
Just wait for me. Hwasikan wanted to call and ask for more money. But a cold response came from the phone.
Your pocket money has already been given to you.
Don't even think about asking for a penny more.
Also, Assistant Lin has noticed a huge amount of money flowing into your account and has already informed your parents.
You're on your own.
When Hwasikan heard the voice on the phone, his face suddenly turned pale. His eyes were fixed on the gift special effects that were still rolling, and he remembered an ID deeply, the Wind of Freedom.
Okay, you're the free wind, right? Just wait for me.
If you dare to play with me like this, I'll show you how I'll beat you to death offline.
Hwasikan just made some harsh remarks.
But soon a phone call came and he knelt down on the spot.
At the same time,
after seeing these 999 secret realms in the clouds, Tang Yuyu was stunned for a long time. She didn't understand why hot air balloons kept appearing in the live broadcast room. In the end, it was Sun Xiaomia who told her that this gift was worth 13,140. Tang Yuyu was dumbfounded at that time. He sat there for a long time without moving.
The audience in the live broadcast room were not surprised to see this scene. Don't even mention being a streamer.
If I could make that much in one night, I'd jump off the building.
So this is what we call getting rich overnight. Oh my god, why don't you give me a good face?
While the barrage of comments was scrolling wildly,
Tang Yuyu, who was broadcasting live, had red eyes and couldn't stop crying.
Tang Yuyu already had some baby fat, and now with her red eyes, she looked even more pitiful.
Xiao Miao, I'm not going to live stream anymore. Please find a way to return the money. I don't want it anymore. I don't want any of these gifts.
At this moment, Tang Yuyu was completely panicked.
Even someone as wealthy as Sun Xiaomao would feel a little overwhelmed by so many gifts.
Originally, I just wanted to help Tang Yuyu earn some living expenses.
Who knew that such a wealthy sponsor would appear?
Everyone has dreamed of getting rich overnight, but when the money comes from an unknown source, the first feeling is definitely fear.
Sun Xiaomiao hurriedly comforted Tang Yuyu.
Nanfeng came back from playing with his roommates and saw the scene. He was completely stunned.
Hadn't he given so many gifts, it would have been fine if Tang Yuyu wasn't happy, but why was she crying? Still yelling for you to return the money to me? What's going on?
Nanfeng thought about it for a while, and then posted a barrage in the live broadcast room.
Free wind, why are you crying?
Because he spent more than 10 million in one go, Nanfeng's barrage had its own exclusive prompt sound. Sun Xiaomao saw the message from Nanfeng.
He quickly whispered a few words to Tang Yuyu.
Tang Yuyu sniffed and whispered to the live broadcast room, I'm sorry, I just want to earn some living expenses by doing this live broadcast.
I don't want to make a lot of money. And I don't have any talent. I can only sing. I don't want to be kept, so please stop giving me gifts. I'll find a way to return the money to you.
Looking at Tang Yuyu's clean and innocent eyes,
Nanfeng was suddenly speechless.
Oh my god, it turns out she completely misunderstood what I meant.
But think about it.
More than 10 million was spent in one go for no reason, and the other party was such a pure girl as blank as a sheet of paper.
I'm afraid anyone would think in this direction.
Nanfeng picked up his phone and sent a comment in the live broadcast room.
Free wind, don't let your imagination run wild. I don't have any other intentions when I give you gifts. I just want to hear you sing a song.
Seeing this barrage, the live broadcast room was in an uproar.
I just want to listen to one song. Is this something I can listen to with over 10 million views? You know what, this anchor is really different from those who just make money. Indeed, this is the first time I've seen a streamer get scared after receiving a gift. Host, please sing quickly, or your sponsor will run away. But Tang Yuyu ignored these comments, and just looked at Nanfeng's comments and choked up softly. Is it really all I have to do is sing? Free wind, really? Chapter 11, a mountain song, but the person is gone when the song ends. Upon hearing this, Tang Yuyu sniffed and spoke slowly with red eyes. As her voice rang out, Tang Yuyu's dormitory fell silent. At first, Nanfeng thought that Tang Yuyu's so-called singing ability meant singing some old songs or pop songs. But he never expected that Tang Yuyu would sing a folk song. Her voice was like a lark flying freely in the mountains, echoing happily in the valleys and streams. The anchors and haters in the live broadcast room were originally mocking Tang Yuyu. After hearing Tang Yuyu singing, everyone fell silent. In this era where traffic is paramount, they are used to listening to catchy songs, shouting, and fast-paced tunes like rap. When a clean folk song sounded, they all seemed to be touched on the head by Nangong Wenya. I remember now, I remember everything. I'm not some underclassman who likes to see the marginal side of things. I'm the future pillar of our country. Wow, Mom, I miss home. I felt like I was in the clouds, with birds singing all around me. Is the person upstairs drunk? But the host's singing is really good, even better than those professional singers. You have to know that Tang Yuyu doesn't have a sound card or any other equipment, and she sings so beautifully with just a mobile phone. What if we give her some special training? The major live broadcast companies, which were already bustling with activity because of Tang Yuyu, became even more determined in their original plans after hearing her singing. No matter what the cost, we must capture Tang Yuyu. Not only for the sponsor of her live broadcast room, but also for her as a promising young talent. With a little training, she will definitely become the pillar and cash cow of the company. After the song was over, everyone was immersed in her ethereal voice. At this time, the barrage was also praising Tang Yuyu's singing voice. But only people with discerning eyes can see it. Hey! Why did Free Win leave the live broadcast room? Oh my god! Seriously? Feng De left the livestream right after the host finished singing. This wealthy man spent over 10 million just to listen to a song? Oh my god, is this the world of the rich? At this time, the barrage became lively again with Nanfeng's departure. Even Jose Ken, who had been furious, was stunned. He spent so much money just to listen to a song? Think of this possibility. A cold sweat suddenly broke out on his back. It is true that he is rich, but he is not stupid. If the other party is really a big shot who spends lavishly without blinking an eye, then even if he has a backer, he may not be able to afford to provoke him. When he thought of the harsh words he had just said, his scalp felt tingling. Don't offend the wrong person. After Tang Yuyu finished singing, the entire live broadcast room was filled with crazy praise for her singing. When she wanted to see Nanfeng's response, she found that the other party had actually left her live broadcast room without even saying a word. Is it because she doesn't sing well? At this moment, she clenched her hands tightly, feeling indescribable loss and tension in her heart. Sun Xiaomao heaved a sigh of relief when he saw the farce was over, and then quickly helped Tang Yuyu liven up the live broadcast room. Finally, the live broadcast continued for another half an hour. Sun Xiaomao closed the live broadcast room. With the closure of the live broadcast room, a storm broke out on the entire platform. At this time, the news that a wealthy man spent tens of millions just to get a song directly rushed into the top 10 hot searches. Some media outlets even smelled a business opportunity. They recorded Tang Yuyu singing and posted it on their marketing account. With Tang Yuyu's perfect little face, breasts that were completely disproportionate to her small body, and her innocent outfit, she instantly became an internet sensation. Even the S University forum was flooded with news of Tang Yuyu's live broadcast tonight. S University's latest campus beauty live broadcast, a song by a wealthy man, swiped tens of millions of posts, and instantly the number of comments reached 999 plus. It can be said that this live broadcast directly changed Tang Yuyu's fate. Nanfeng, the culprit, was lying on the bed, being harassed by a group of adopted sons. Brother Nan, are you crazy? I spent 10 million just to listen to a song. You should at least get her contact information. That's right, Nanfeng, this is our S University's newest campus beauty, you mustn't let anyone else snatch her away. Damn it! Someone actually dared to call my adoptive father a fool with lots of money in this thread. I'm going to blast them to pieces. When there was a lot of noise in the dormitory,
A system prompt sounded in Nanfeng's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the side quest and successfully becoming the #1 in Tang Yuyu's live broadcast room. Reward, number of lucky draws 10, cash subsidy of 30 million, heart value, 10, has been received.
As the system voice fell, Nanfeng's mobile phone also rang with a notification sound of the arrival of funds, and 30 million yuan was deposited into the bank card.
Including the more than 10 million spent by Nanfeng, only more than 10 million is left. But this money is not important to Nanfeng. What is important is the 10 chances to win the lottery and the 10 points of excitement as a reward. You know, he had worked hard to conquer 4 beauties with scores above 90 points before he accumulated 10 chances to draw the lottery. But one of Tang Yuyu's side quests gave him 10 chances to draw a lottery. This Tang Yuyu is simply his lucky star. In addition, there are 10 points of excitement. Adding the 10 points earned from Pei Xian, the total is 20 points. Nanfeng opened the system mall and took a look. Although there were quite a few things that could be bought with 20 points, they were almost of no great value. Anything useful would cost at least 1,000 heart points. But Nanfeng was not discouraged. Just a few thousand heart points, isn't that easy to get? At this moment, after Tang Yuyu and Sun Xiaomiao finished their live broadcast, the entire dormitory erupted in a burst of shrill screams. Yuyu, did someone really give you over 10 million today? Oh my god. My Yuyu has suddenly become a wealthy woman. Please eat. You must eat. In the public's perception, if there are 4 girls in a dormitory, more than a dozen chat groups can be opened. But Tang Yuyu's dormitory is different. One reason is that everyone knows Tang Yuyu's personality and background, and the other reason is that the roommates in the dormitory are all young ladies who were arranged by Sun Xiaomiao through connections. So even after learning that Tang Yuyu became rich overnight, they were not jealous, but excited. Sun Xiaomiao couldn't help it and rubbed Tang Yuyu's chubby little face. I knew it. Yuyu, you can do it. With this money, you won't have to worry about money anymore. According to Sun Xiaomiao's calculations, the back-end turnover of this live broadcast was as high as more than 20 million. Since there was no guild signed, he could directly get a 55% share. Finally, after paying 20% tax, the actual amount received was more than 8 million. Tang Yuyu felt dizzy when she learned that she had earned more than 8 million in just 1 hour. Meow, is this true? Tang Yuyu looked at her backstage in disbelief. Sun Xiaomiao nodded excitedly. You are a real rich woman now, you have to treat us to a good meal this time. Tang Yuyu didn't answer, but just stared at the phone in a daze. Sun Xiaomiao noticed her abnormality and comforted her. Don't worry, this money comes from a clean source, and it's earned from your live streaming, not some random money. But why did he give me so much? Hearing Tang Yuyu's question, Sun Xiaomiao was also speechless for a moment. Indeed, according to common sense, if a sponsor gives a host so much money, he either has some ulterior motive or the guild is trying to increase its turnover. But there are people like Free Wind who spend tens of millions just to listen to Tang Yuyu sing a song and then leave after listening. Even Sun Xiaomiao couldn't understand what the other party was thinking. Maybe he really is stupid and rich? Sun Xiaomiao thought about it, and finally asked Tang Yuyu, did he really not send you a private message backstage? Tang Yuyu shook her head. Her backstage was now bombarded with various messages. Tang Yuyu blocked everyone except Free Wind. It was obvious that he was the one who spent so much money, but he didn't send Tang Yuyu a single message. It was like he was just acting on a whim. Sun Xiaomiao breathed a sigh of relief after hearing this, and then pinched Tang Yuyu's little face. It's best if I didn't send it to you. Yuyu, remember, no matter who contacts you backstage, ignore them. And you must not contact Free Wind, and you are not allowed to contact him secretly behind my back. Yuyu, can you promise me? As a girl from a wealthy family, Sun Xiaomiao understands human nature better than Tang Yuyu. Especially men. So she absolutely would not allow Tang Yuyu to be deceived by such a messy person like her sister. When Tang Yuyu heard what Sun Xiaomiao said, she nodded blankly. Okay, I promise. Seeing Tang Yuyu agreed, Sun Xiaomiao waved her hand and said excitedly, I knew Yuyu was the best. To celebrate the success of today's live broadcast, I'll treat you to a seafood feast today. Yeah. While others are happily choosing the seafood they want to eat. Tang Yuyu said that she wanted to go to the bathroom, then found Nanfeng's contact information in the gift list and secretly sent him a private message. Hello, have you rested? Chapter 12, The School Beauty actively asks for contact information, the perfect goddess of S University. At this time, Nanfeng had just come out of the bathroom after taking a shower, and his roommates were having a heated discussion about whether Ozawa or Amami Tsubasa had a better figure.
Nanfeng originally wanted to join the battle.
But at this moment the phone suddenly rang.
Ever since Nanfeng gave Tang Yuyu tens of millions of dollars, his private messages backstage have been exploding. Countless people sent him private messages in the background.
Boss, she's beautiful, good-looking, and cheap, I'd like to consider it. Brother, my dad owes a lot of money from gambling, my mom is still in the hospital, and my brother still has to go to school.
Can you come to my live broadcast room and watch a few carnivals?
Sponge Daddy, this is my first time, 158 D-cup, I only need 100,000 to go offline,
Brother, do you want to see my legs? I've been working out, so I can really move on top picture JPG.
Either she wanted him to be a scapegoat and give her gifts, or she wanted to throw herself at Nanfeng.
Some people even say it without exaggeration.
If Nanfeng wanted to, she could rush to Nanfeng's dormitory and sacrifice herself for him.
This is the change in human nature that money brings. Nanfeng couldn't say that he hated these people.
After all, everyone wanted to live a better life.
But the prerequisite is that the standards of the South Wind can be met.
It's a pity that although there are a lot of private messages in the background, there is not a single beauty who scores 90 points. Nanfeng was annoyed by the continuous pop-up messages. Just when he was about to close the private message, he saw the message from Tang Yuyu. Nanfeng was lying on the bed, the face of Tang Yuyu in the live broadcast just now appeared in his mind. It has to be said that apart from a sickly girl that Nanfeng had dated before, only Tang Yuyu could reach a system score of 98.
Even Song Mingyue seemed a little overshadowed by Tang Yuyu.
Her eyes are pure, like a blank sheet of paper, and her timid look makes people want to dye her black. Purity and desire are perfectly combined in her.
The memories end. Nanfeng moved his fingers. I'm here. I just took a shower. What's wrong?
Tang Yuyu hid in the toilet for a long time, holding her cell phone and waiting for news from Nanfeng. Just when Sun Xiaomao called her and was about to go out, she finally received news from Nanfeng. Seeing Nanfeng's reply, Tang Yuyu immediately smiled happily. You finally replied to my message. What's up? Nanfeng's attitude was not very good, even a little perfunctory. But Tang Yuyu seemed not to see it, and said excitedly, it's like this, thank you very much for giving me gifts today, but I really don't need so much money.
If possible, please give me an address. I will definitely return the money to you after I withdraw it. Nanfeng was a little stunned when he saw Tang Yuyu's reply.
He originally thought that Tang Yuyu contacted him in order to stabilize him and make him his long-term financial backer.
It turned out that Tang Yuyu contacted him to pay back the money? Nanfeng thought about it and finally replied. Unnecessary. Although this is a lot of money. But since it is a system requirement, there is no reason for Nanfeng to take it back. Moreover, for Nanfeng, as long as the gifts he gives do not exceed 30 million, he will not lose money.
But Tang Yuyu seemed very stubborn about this matter. No, I really can't accept this much money. I only agreed to do a live stream today because Xiao Miao said it could help me earn a living. However, I didn't expect this would cause you so much trouble, so please be sure to take back the money.
Nanfeng didn't expect that although Tang Yuyu looked stupid.
Such a stubborn character.
So why are you insisting on paying me back? If you don't tell the truth, I won't accept the money.
Tang Yuyu, who was hiding in the toilet at a loss, quickly replied after seeing this, because grandma said that you can't take money that is not yours. After seeing this message, Nanfeng fell silent. He thought of many possibilities, but he never expected this answer. Seeing this, Nanfeng stopped forcing him.
Okay, I have a class tomorrow.
If you want to pay me back, come to see me in classroom 3 of the physics department of S University tomorrow afternoon. Seeing Nanfeng's news, Tang Yuyu was stunned.
How did you know I was a student at S University? Nanfeng was also happy to see the news.
Miss, please read carefully.
I said I have classes. Please come see me tomorrow. Nanfeng waited for a long time. Tang Yuyu replied, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
I didn't know you were a teacher at our school.
Teacher, can you please give me your WeChat ID? I'll contact you tomorrow. Become. Tang Yuyu seemed to have misunderstood his identity, but Nanfeng was too lazy to explain.
Soon the two added each other's contact information. Tang Yuyu's profile picture is very simple, just a cute kitten picture, and her circle of friends is clean and has nothing in it.
Just added contact information. Tang Yuyu's message came over. Hello teacher, my name is Tang Yuyu. South Wind. Okay, teacher Nanfeng, I will personally deliver the money to you tomorrow.
Nanfeng replied briefly and was about to turn off his phone when Song Mingyue suddenly sent him a message.
Have you returned to school?
Since they separated that day, Song Mingyue has been sending messages to Nanfeng frequently.
But Nanfeng didn't say a word in response.
But you can't keep your appetite in suspense for too long. It's like when you go fishing, if you don't cast the net after a fish takes the bait for a long time, even the dumbest fish will run away.
Nanfeng replied. Just got back.
In the dialogue box, Song Mingyue kept showing that she was typing, and it took a long time before she sent a message.
Sorry, I shouldn't have sent you the photo that day. It doesn't matter. Chun Yao and I have already broken up.
Well, but you'd better be careful. I don't know who posted a photo of Yao Yao and her fiancé on the forum, and now Yao Yao knows about it, she's furious. When Song Mingyue sent the message, she also sent an emoticon of a frightened cat.
It looks kind of cute.
But when Nanfeng saw this news, he chuckled. Song Mingyue's method is really simple. She said sorry, but reminded Nanfeng in a subtle way that Chen Yao already has a fiancé.
But think about it.
After all, Chen Yao is still a little girl in an ivory tower. Compared with Nanfeng's previous girlfriends, it is normal for her to use childish means.
Okay, I understand.
In an apartment in Hangzhou, Song Mingyue held her cell phone, her heart almost beating out of her chest. After such a long time, Nanfeng finally replied to her message. But judging from his attitude towards me, he was lukewarm. This made Song Mingyue feel a little jealous.
Damn Nanfeng, why are you so cold?
After all, she has always been the center of attention in school, and even at work, her male colleagues treat her like a bootlicker.
Why is Nanfeng so cold to me? Is it because of Pei Xian?
When I think of the beautiful housekeeper who is no less beautiful than me.
Song Mingyue suddenly became nervous.
Although she already knew that Chen Yao had indeed broken up with Nanfeng, it seemed that there was never a shortage of beautiful women around Nanfeng. Thinking of this, Song Mingyue held her phone and gritted her teeth as she sent a message.
By the way, you've helped me so much, I don't know how to thank you. It just so happens that I could use some iced drinks these past couple of days, so how about I treat you to a meal?
She had said before that she couldn't drink ice-cold drinks in order to keep Nanfeng hooked. But Pei Xian's appearance put her under considerable pressure.
Now she can no longer be passive.
She tossed and turned in bed for a long time, but there was no news from Nanfeng. Finally, she couldn't help but throw her phone on the bed in anger.
Stinky Nanfeng. Stupid Nanfeng. I've taken the initiative to this extent, and you still don't understand? You're such an idiot.
But no matter how angry she was, she finally obediently sent a good-night message to Nanfeng. As for why Nanfeng did not reply to the message, it was because he had already joined the topic of how to quickly end the Russia-Ukraine war and proposed a plan for a decapitation operation.
The next day soon arrived.
Since I am already in my senior year and will graduate soon, there are almost no courses in school. As for the adopted sons in Nanfeng dormitory, all of them were admitted to graduate school. It wouldn't matter if there were no classes all day, but this afternoon's physics class was the only one where these idiots were like crazy. Not only did they dress up nicely, they even sprayed perfume on themselves.
This is simply because the instructor of this class is named Zhang Siren, the perfect goddess in the eyes of all the boys at S University. She is also a distinguished professor of physics and a doctoral supervisor at S University. Chapter 13 Nanfeng, you bastard. Same here. Damn, Lao Wang, why are you wearing something so flashy today? Same here. Guess whether teacher Jiang will look at me more or you more today? Your questions are useless. Besides our brother Nan, who else will teacher Jiang look at?
There was a lot of noise in the Nanfeng dormitory.
But when mentioning Zhang Siren and Nanfeng, his words were full of envy.
Ever since you started taking Zhang Siren's class, she won't pay any attention to you no matter if you skip class or get caught committing a crime.
Looking at the entire academy, there is only one exception. That is the South Wind.
As for the reason, I can only say that it's all because Nanfeng is too evil. Facing the murderous look from my roommate,
Nanfeng coughed lightly and said, all right, let's go quickly. If we go too late, we'll get scolded again.
Soon, a group of people arrived at the classroom. There was still some time before class started, but the classroom was already packed. Some people, who didn't even have a seat, had to stand to attend the class. Fortunately, the south wind came early and took the lead. But not long after he sat down and was about to send a message to Jung's siren to ask her where she was, a cry of surprise suddenly rang out in the classroom.
Oh my god, isn't this Chen Yao, the beauty of our department? What department, Belle?
She's one of the 3 most beautiful girls on campus. It's just that she's not often in school, so everyone puts her at the back of the list.
Oh my god, she's so beautiful, isn't she?
I'd be willing to date her for a day and even give her 100,000 yuan.
If you don't want to die, then shut up. Chen Yao, you dare to joke around? Have you forgotten who provoked her when school just started? After this voice fell, the whole classroom became much quieter.
After all, Chen Yao's first school start caused quite a stir because someone teased him and the next day he had his legs broken and was thrown into the hospital.
From then on, no one dared to make fun of Chen Yao anymore. But it's a bit strange. I remember that Chen Yao always appeared with the campus beauty of Son University. Why did she come alone today? You don't even know this? Have you forgotten the most popular post on the S forum recently? Oh my god, are you talking about the time when Chen Yao cheated on Nan Feng?
As soon as Chen Yao stepped into the classroom, she heard people talking.
His already ugly expression became even worse now.
She looked around the classroom and instantly locked onto Nanfeng in the crowd. Then she walked directly in front of Nanfeng with her long legs and slammed the table hard.
Nanfeng, how can you be so shameless?
As Chen Yao finished speaking, the classroom was instantly in an uproar.
Oh my god, the campus beauty Chen actually came here just for Nanfeng? Nonsense, who else could win this golden flower besides Nanfeng? It's a pity though.
It was said that it was the campus beauty Chen who took the initiative to confess her love to Nanfeng. It caused quite a stir at the time.
I didn't expect it to escalate to this extent. But think about it, what's the background of the campus beauty Chen?
Even if she likes her, her family will definitely not agree to let Nanfeng marry into their family. There were constant whispers all around.
Nanfeng saw Chen Yao's angry face and suddenly felt innocent and asked, "What are you talking about? Why don't I understand a single word you say?" Okay. Nanfeng, you still want to pretend to be stupid after all this, right?
Looking at Chen Yao gritting her teeth.
Nanfeng thought about it and felt that he had not done anything to let Chen Yao down during their relationship.
Although breaking up is a task issued by the system, Nanfeng usually won't have any affairs with other women before breaking up with his ex.
This is his basic moral cultivation.
Even if Nanfeng is enjoying his life now, it is only after breaking up with Chen Yao. He is single, so he can do whatever he wants.
Since the breakup, he hasn't sent any messages to Chen Yao.
After thinking it over, Nanfeng finally said sincerely, "I'm sorry, I really don't understand what you mean."
If you have nothing else, please don't disturb me in class.
Looking at Nanfeng's serious face, Chen Yao took out her cell phone and flipped to the post about Chen Yao on the S University forum.
At this point, you're still pretending to be innocent? Didn't you post this?
On Chen Yao's phone was the post that said she had cheated on her husband and betrayed Nanfeng.
Nanfeng now understood what Chen Yao meant, so you mean you think I posted this? Who else could it be but you? Chen Yao looked at Nanfeng with eyes that were almost burning with anger. Nanfeng, we've broken up. What's the point of you still posting this kind of thing online? Are you happy only when you have to throw dirty water on me? Seeing this, Nanfeng said calmly, "Chen Yao, did you go out to take medicine today?"
Chen Yao widened her eyes.
What do you mean?
What I mean is, if you're sick, go get treatment instead of barking like a dog.
South wind.
Chen Yao didn't expect Nanfeng's words to be so harsh, and she was stunned for a moment.
When they were dating, Nanfeng almost always granted her requests. Even if they had a fight, Nanfeng would always be the first to apologize. They just broke up now, why does Nanfeng seem like a different person?
Chen Yao felt extremely aggrieved and raised her hand to slap Nanfeng, but was pushed down by Nanfeng.
Chen Yao, Miss Chen, just like you said, we have broken up now.
Since we have no relationship anymore, if you hit me now, I will sue you for intentional injury.
You.
Chen Yao stared at Nanfeng with red eyes. I know you're unhappy with me for breaking up with you, but you can't do such a despicable thing. If I have to sue you, I'll sue you first.
Dissatisfied? Despicable?
Nanfeng sneered upon hearing this. Miss Chen, you really misunderstood.
I'm not at all unhappy about breaking up with you.
Not only did your mother give me 300,000 yuan as a breakup fee, but I also had sex with the campus beauty Chen for a month for free.
I'm so happy, why would I be unhappy? You. Chen Yao thought that Nanfeng would be angry and resentful of her, and even yell at her.
The only thing I didn't expect was that Nanfeng would actually look so happy.
Why? I was the one who broke up with him, so why is he so happy? Shouldn't he be sad or angry?
Speaking of this, I haven't had time to thank you properly.
Thank me? That's right, if it weren't for you, I wouldn't be able to live such a free life now. Nanfeng said this sincerely.
After breaking up with Chen Yao, he not only won some good things, but also saved enough money for his expected small goals. From the day of the breakup, he could finally live his own life. But when these words fell into Chen Yao's ears, they had a different meaning.
Nanfeng, you bastard.
Each other. Seeing that Nanfeng was unmoved, Chen Yao angrily slammed her phone on the table and shouted, "If you don't give me an explanation for this matter, I will never let you go."
Chapter 14 No, aren't you the one who cheated? Statement?
Nanfeng raised his eyebrows, looked into Chen Yao's eyes, and said calmly, "First of all, this account is not mine, and I don't have the leisure to follow you to take pictures.
If you have any brains, check who owns this account and who took this photo secretly. Secondly, you come to me for an explanation?" Nanfeng felt inexplicably funny.
You were the one who confessed to me at the beginning, and you were the one who dumped me a month later.
I ask myself, I haven't done anything out of line during our relationship. What about you? Before we broke up, you inexplicably got a new fiancé, and then your mother gave me a breakup fee in order to make way for your so-called fiancé. If you want to explain it, I'd like to ask you, what's wrong with this post? Weren't you the one who cheated in the first place?
After Nanfeng finished speaking, the originally quiet classroom suddenly filled with murmurs.
No way?
I thought they broke up peacefully and then found their own partners.
It turns out that Chen Yao already had a fiancé before they broke up?
You already have a fiancé, but you still confess your love to Nanfeng.
Isn't this just kidding me?
Fuck you, not only is he two-timing, but he even has the nerve to come and ask for an explanation with such a licking face. If I were Nanfeng, I would have slapped him a long time ago. After hearing these discussions, Chen Yao's face turned blue and purple, but she had no way to refute it.
Because that's exactly what happened.
Chen Yao got engaged to Wu Shua first and broke up with Nanfeng later. Even the breakup was not said by her, but by her mother.
Emotionally and logically, the one who was wrong was Chen Yao, not Nanfeng. Okay, I admit that I was wrong about this matter.
I shouldn't have not explained everything to you clearly, but that's no reason for you to frame me.
No, Chen Yao, are you confused or what? Isn't what my brother Nan said clear enough?
Every wrong has its perpetrator.
Why are you throwing a tantrum here instead of going to find the person who posted it?
This time, even before Nanfeng opened his mouth, his roommates could no longer sit still.
Wang Xiaolu took the lead in attacking.
You were the one who confessed your feelings to my Nan brother, and you were the one who cheated on me later.
How dare you come to my Nan brother?
When the others saw Wang Xiaolu starting the group, they quickly followed suit.
Exactly. Back then, you swore on the playground that you would take good care of Nanfeng, but you ended up taking care of a fiancé? Someone posted about you, but you didn't go find that person. Instead, you went to find my brother Nan? Do you really think my brother Nan is made of clay? You dared to put a hat on my brother Nan.
Nanfeng saw this and quickly interrupted, "Hey, you can't say that.
I've already broken up with her.
Even if she goes to a KTV and acts like a princess, it has nothing to do with me.
I'm not wearing this hat. Brother Nan is so awesome."
In front of so many people in the classroom, Nanfeng's group of adopted sons did not give Chen Yao any face at all. When the two were in love, they willingly called Chen Yao Chen the campus beauty or sister-in-law.
Now that we have broken up, it's fine as long as we live our own lives.
I didn't expect it was because Chen Yao cheated.
They couldn't stand this.
Seeing them belittling her to the point of being worthless, Chen Yao was so angry that her whole body was shaking.
South wind. Chen Yao suddenly yelled, "Don't you even look at yourself? I was blind to confess my feelings to you.
If I had known you were this kind of person, I would never have dated you.
Why do you think they think so highly of you? It's all because of me. Because of me, Chen Yao. Do you understand? Do you think anyone else would respect you except me? I was so kind as to think you were poor that I even asked my mom to give you a breakup fee. Without me, you are nothing. Do you understand? Chen Yao finally couldn't help but break down.
She used every possible word to try to regain her sense of superiority with Nanfeng. But before she could finish her words, a soft and timid voice rang out from outside the classroom. "Hello, classmate.
Is Teacher Nanfeng in this classroom?"
Her voice was like a lark, instantly attracting everyone's attention.
Who is it?
Chen Yao looked unhappy when she saw someone calling Nanfeng.
But before she could turn around, a thunderous scream erupted in the classroom. Tang Yuyu. It's Tang Yuyu. Oh my god. How can she be so cute? It's actually Tang Yuyu, the latest top-ranked campus beauty. She's actually here to look for Nanfeng?
I remember that she usually has a little hot pepper protecting her, so no one has ever been able to talk to her.
Why would she take the initiative to come to Nanfeng? The whole classroom was in an uproar because of Tang Yuyu's arrival.
Even when Nanfeng saw Tang Yuyu in person, he was dazed for a moment. She is truly worthy of being the beauty given 98 points by the system. Compared to her in the live broadcast last night, the real Tang Yuyu is more beautiful, especially when he saw her eyes. Nanfeng found it hard to imagine that in this day and age, he could still see such clean and clear eyes, like a pearl that was not stained by the mundane world. Her skin was even whiter than in the camera, but it wasn't sickly white, but rather as smooth as porcelain.
Tang Yuyu is not tall and dresses very simply.
White shirt, jeans, canvas shoes, and his hair was tied up with just a rubber band.
But how can the dazzling pearl lose its brilliance due to dust?
Even Chen Yao was stunned for a moment after seeing Tang Yuyu, followed by a feeling of unwillingness and jealousy. Chen Yao was born into a wealthy family and was good-looking. Coupled with the confidence that comes from a wealthy family, she stood out and became the former campus belle of S University. But Tang Yuyu didn't need to, she just stood there and she won.
The creator is never fair. He is especially partial to Tang Yuyu.
But this is not what Chen Yao hates the most. What she hates the most is that she has to look for Nanfeng as soon as she comes in.
Nanfeng's roommates at this time did not feel surprised when they saw Tang Yuyu actually took the initiative to find Nanfeng.
After all, they knew about the live broadcast last night. If they had a sponsor like Nanfeng, not to mention taking the initiative to come to them, they would be happy even if they were asked to clean up their mess. Faced with the booing from everyone in the classroom, Tang Yuyu took a half step back in fear. But when she thought about the purpose of coming here today, she suppressed her fear and asked again, "Hello, may I ask who is Teacher Nanfeng?" Seeing the corners of Tang Yuyu's eyes were red, she almost cried.
Nanfeng took the initiative to speak. "It's me."
When Tang Yuyu heard Nanfeng speak, a look of joy suddenly appeared on her face, and then she hurried to Nanfeng, but when she saw Nanfeng's face, she was stunned.
"Weren't you looking for me? Why aren't you talking?"
Hearing Nanfeng's voice, Tang Yuyu finally came back to her senses, and then her little face quickly turned pink.
"Yes, I'm sorry. I thought you were an old man, Teacher Nanfeng. I didn't expect you to be so young and so good-looking. I'm sorry."
As Tang Yuyu spoke, she was about to bend down to apologize to Nanfeng. But Chen Yao stopped him and advised, "My dear classmate, although I don't know what happened between you and Nanfeng, you must have been deceived by him."
Chapter 15, Without Young Siren, I don't know what it means to be a mayfly meeting the blue sky.
Chen Yao stood between Nanfeng and Tang Yuyu. Wang Xiaolu cursed directly, "Chen Yao, if you have a mental illness, go get treatment. The campus beauty of Tang University came to see my brother Nan, not you.
Why are you trying to make a name for yourself here? That's right. You're allowed to have your cake and eat it too, but my brother Nan isn't allowed to start over? Is this school owned by your family? You're so nosy. You."
Facing the discussions of people around him and the sarcasm from Nanfeng's roommates, Chen Yao was about to explode with anger. Tang Yuyu's eyes moved around Nanfeng, and then fell on Chen Yao.
"Auntie, I'm here to see Teacher Nanfeng. Could you please move aside for a moment?" Tang Yuyu had just finished speaking. The whole classroom fell silent in an instant.
Chen Yao stared at Tang Yuyu in disbelief and gritted her teeth. "What did you call me just now?"
"Auntie."
When Tang Yuyu said this, there was no ripple in her eyes, as if it had always been like this. Xiao Miao said, "If a girl wants to interrupt what you want to do, then I will just call her auntie."
Chen Yao was so angry when she heard this. You. Chen Yao was so angry that she couldn't even utter a complete sentence.
Seeing this, Tang Yuyu walked past her and came to Nanfeng. She carefully took out a card from her small cloth bag and handed it to Nanfeng.
"Teacher Nanfeng, thank you very much for helping me last night, but I don't need so much money.
There's a total of 8 million yuan in this card. Originally, there was more than 8 million yuan, but my grandma needed money for medical treatment, so I borrowed some money first. Tang Yuyu said, and took out another IOU.
Teacher Nanfeng, this is the IOU I wrote to you. I will definitely find a way to make money to pay you back. Tang Yuyu's tone was sincere and warm.
But everyone in the classroom lost their composure when they heard Tang Yuyu's words.
How much? Did I just hallucinate? There are more than 8 million in the card that Tang Yuyu gave to Nanfeng? Crazy. I must be crazy. I must still be sleeping, someone please slap me.
That fat kid Nanfeng has such a good life. He just broke up with the school beauty Chan and got a breakup fee, and now he's being kept by such a beautiful woman.
When can I ever have a day like this? Wow, why can't such a good thing happen to me?
At this moment, the whole classroom was filled with wailing. Chen Yao was so shocked by the card in Nanfeng's hand that she was speechless. 8 million is indeed a lot, but it is not very difficult for Chen Yao.
What really makes her unbelievable is what Tang Yuyu said just now. From what Tang Yuyu said, this money was not given by Tang Yuyu to Nanfeng, but was given to her by Nanfeng before. But how is this possible?
Chen Yao remembered clearly that the south wind came from some small county town that was not even a third-tier city.
His family background can only be considered average.
The only thing he can show off is his handsome face that is comparable to Daniel Wu's and his almost monstrous talent.
How could someone like him come up with millions?
You should know that he even asked Chen's mother to add more money to the breakup fee before he agreed to break up. All he had on him was about 300,000 yuan at most.
Where did this 8 million come from?
Chen Yao suddenly seemed to remember something and shouted, I understand.
Nanfeng, you are deliberately looking for someone to act for me, right? I said, how could you have so much money? Nanfeng, do you think that by just finding someone to act with me, you can maintain your humble self-esteem in front of me? I'm telling you, this will only make me look down on you even more.
Looking at Chen Yao's expression that said, as expected, Nanfeng sighed. Sometimes I really don't want to say harsh words, but if possible, go back and tell your parents to give you another brother.
Upon hearing this, Chen Yao immediately became furious and asked, Nanfeng, what do you mean by this? Isn't my point simple? If your trumpet has a problem with your brain, shouldn't you hurry up and practice your trumpet? Otherwise, who will inherit your family business?
As soon as Nanfeng said this, the classroom burst into laughter. Facing Nanfeng's ridicule, Chen Yao clenched her fists tightly. She didn't expect that she had just broken up with Nanfeng, and he seemed like a different person, no longer as gentle to her as he was when they were together before. He used to be like a docile cat in front of her. But the south wind now is like a hedgehog covered with sharp thorns.
Nanfeng, you will pay the price for what you said today. It's all up to you. Nanfeng was indifferent to Chen Yao's murderous gaze. They've broken up anyway.
If Chen Yao wants revenge, just come on.
He was quite looking forward to it. Was it Chen Yao's methods that were powerful, or was it the system's rewards that were powerful? Auntie, are you done talking to Teacher Nanfeng? If you are, could you please leave and not disturb me talking to Teacher Nanfeng?
In front of so many people, Chen Yao lost face one after another. At this moment, she could no longer suppress her anger. After meeting Tang Yuyu's innocent eyes, she raised her hand directly.
If she couldn't teach Nanfeng a lesson, could she not teach an ordinary Tang Yuyu a lesson?
But the moment she raised her arm, Nanfeng had already pulled Tang Yuyu behind him. At the same time, a cold voice came from the classroom door.
What are you guys doing?
As this voice sounded, all the students in the classroom fell silent.
Even Chen Yao's originally angry look turned into tension.
Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw a tall woman in a white coat, scanning the entire classroom with cold eyes.
It's Teacher Jiang. Teacher Jiang is here. Oh my god, Teacher Jiang is wearing black stockings today. Oh my god. Teacher Zhang's legs aren't legs, they're the water in the Seine. I'm in love. Bah, you lesbian, I spit on you. But Teacher Jiang is so beautiful.
Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, Zhang Siren walked into the classroom with his long legs, and then walked straight to Chen Yao.
Chen Yao, what do you want to do?
Facing Zhang Siren's eyes that were as cold as 10,000 years of ice, Chen Yao subconsciously lied, Teacher Jiang, no, I didn't do anything.
Seeing Zhang Siren frowning slightly, Chen Yao's heart was in her throat. People often say that when God closes a door for you, he will definitely open a window for you.
But this does not apply to Zhang Siren at all. Not only did God open doors and windows for her, he also gave her a favor that no one else could match. If you hadn't been admitted to S University, you wouldn't have known Jung Siren. Once you were admitted to S University and saw Jung Siren, you would understand what it meant to be a mayfly seeing the blue sky. Chapter 16 Genius Girl, Flower of Jailing. At the age of 12, he won the first place in the National Youth Physics Competition. At the age of 14, he completed high school education by self-study and was specially recruited by S University. In the same year, he independently completed a physics project and successfully published it in a top journal. At the age of 16, she was discovered by the American Institute of Physics and was recruited with a high salary of tens of millions of dollars. Her name as a genius girl resounded throughout the world. But the news only spread online for one day. Then all the news about Jung Siren disappeared overnight. At the age of 20, he was specially appointed as a professor at S University. At the age of 24, he led a team to solve world-class physics problems. At the age of 26, he was transferred to be a doctoral supervisor at S University. He has a bright future. Looking back at Jung Siren's life, his resume can no longer be described as perfect, but legendary. However, at the beginning, Jung Siren also had some controversies at S University. Because she is too young and too beautiful. If Tang Yuyu is a little white flower, then Jung Siren is the arrogant flower of jailing. Her personality is colder than a snowy mountain. No one has ever seen her smile during class. Coupled with her tall figure, goddess-like face, and waist-to-hip ratio that drives people crazy at first sight, many people think that she got in through the back door. When faced with such doubts, Jung Siren did not give any explanation. Instead, he published 2 more articles in top magazines, which directly slapped everyone in the face. And when the person who questioned had taken Jung Siren's class, all doubts disappeared. She proved herself with her strength and conquered everyone. But that's not the most important thing. The reason why Qinyao was so afraid of Jung Siren was because of what her father once told her: if she wanted to get into S University, the 2 people she must not offend were the principal and Jung Siren. As for the reason, Qinyao father did not say it clearly. But he told Qinyao that there was more than one person standing behind Jung Siren. Qinyao didn't understand at that time. It was not until she attended her class that she understood who the person standing behind Jung Siren was. But the whole country. Any success of any of her projects is enough to change the trend of an industry or even a country. In order to protect Jung Siren, S University even listed her as a key protected person, and she could not be seen at ordinary times. It was not until 3 years ago that, for some unknown reason, she took the initiative to apply to give public lectures. Jung Siren returned to the site of S University students. Although she doesn't target students on weekdays. But no one dared to cause trouble in her class. Because of the lessons learned from the past, I don't know where it is anymore. Jung Siren stared at Qinyao and said slowly, "I hate lying." Qinyao broke out in a cold sweat upon hearing this. Finally, Nanfeng spoke at the right time. "Teacher Jiang, please start the class first. It's getting late." In everyone's impression, Jung Siren is a very cold person, serious and expressionless. Even on normal days, she might not listen to the principal. But after Nanfeng finished speaking, Jung Siren's brows slowly relaxed, and then he hummed softly. As students of Jung Siren's class, we have long been numb to this kind of differential treatment. But the students who had just arrived to listen to the class were stunned when they saw this scene. "No, buddy, is this still the stern and icy mentor? Doesn't she just ignore the principal? Why would you listen to a student now? What magic does this Nanfeng have?" First, the school beauty offered money, and then the cold mentor showed interest in him. Is this really reality, not a dream? Just when Qinyao thought she had escaped danger today and breathed a sigh of relief, Jung Siren suddenly said, "Qinyao, you don't have to come to my class from now on." Hearing this, Qinyao was struck by lightning, and asked in a trembling voice, "Teacher Jiang, why?" You should know that people come to take Jung Siren's class not only because she is good looking, but also because the things Jung Siren explains are things that most people may not be able to come into contact with in their lifetime. Qinyao father had to accompany her to drink and give her money before he could send her to Jung Siren's class. So now Jung Siren doesn't let her come? If my father knew about this. She was afraid that she would be scolded to death. Why? Jung Siren raised his eyebrows slightly and said in a gentle tone, "Qinyao, you have been absent from class 11 times and signed in for others 14 times so far. You don't study academically on weekdays. I don't think your social circle is suitable for my course. Of course, if this isn't enough, you can also go to the principal's office and report me.
I'll be waiting for your news.
Jiang Siren stood in front of Chen Yao, half a head taller than her.
Whether it is the aura or the background,
Chen Yao was completely defeated in front of Jiang Siren, and didn't even have the thought of arguing. In front of everyone, she ran out of the classroom with a red face.
But when leaving,
she also didn't forget to make a harsh remark to Nanfeng. Nanfeng, just wait, I will definitely not let you go so easily.
Facing Chen Yao's threat, Jiang Siren frowned and said to Nanfeng, do we need to make her disappear?
As soon as Jiang Siren said this, the temperature in the entire classroom became much colder.
Nanfeng quickly covered her mouth and said fearfully, don't say anything more. What's the point of disappearing? We are a harmonious and civilized society now. Repeat after me, reject weapons and cannons.
Hearing this, Jiang Siren pushed Nanfeng's hand away, then said in a cold tone, I understand. Seeing Nanfeng and Jiang Siren being so close, the students in the classroom had long been numb. However, the successive shocks have made them feel that this is just a very normal thing.
She is?
After Jiang Siren finished speaking, he set his sights on Tang Yuyu. Nanfeng pulled her to his side upon seeing this and introduced her to Jiang Siran. Tang Yuyu.
I know.
I was asking about your relationship with her. Seeing that Jiang Siren actually knew Tang Yuyu, it was Nanfeng's turn to be surprised.
You're actually paying attention to other students from S University?
Jiang Siren shook his head when he heard that. I don't care about that, but she deserves my attention.
Hearing Jiang Siren's words, Nanfeng couldn't help but take a breath.
To be able to receive such an evaluation from Jiang Siren. It seems that Tang Yuyu is even more powerful than he expected.
She has nothing to do with me.
I just did her a favor, and then she came to thank me. After hearing Nanfeng's explanation, Jiang Siren nodded, and then said, I allow her to stay with you and listen to my lessons.
Jiang Siren's words sounded condescending.
But she does have the qualifications.
Chen Yao's father spent an unknown amount of money to arrange for her to come in.
One can imagine how valuable Jiang Siren's classes are. After Jiang Siren turned around and returned to the podium, Nanfeng's roommate couldn't contain his excitement any longer, saying, Brother Nan, you're awesome.
You actually got teacher Jiang to ask people to stay and attend the class. You're my god. I've been telling you to watch less videos. Look what's happened to your brain. So what? It's better to play awkwardly than watching some borderline porn videos all day and secretly fiddling with it under the covers, right? You kid. Okay, be quiet for a while, class is about to start. Finally, Nanfeng spoke and ended the dispute. Wang Xiaolu leaned over to Nanfeng and whispered, Brother Nan, are you really letting her stay?
I don't mean anything else, it's just that there seems to be someone guarding Tang Yuyu all the time, and their identity is not simple.
If trouble comes to me, I'm worried.
Nanfeng rolled his eyes at him upon hearing this.
I advise you to quickly uninstall the Guozi novel app on your phone. It keeps talking nonsense all day long. No. That's my second life.
Looking at the people fighting, Tang Yuyu stubbornly handed the IOU to Nanfeng again, her eyes clear and firm.
Teacher Nanfeng, I will definitely return the money to you.
Chapter 17, The Incomplete Genius, the old friend reunited with envy. Nanfeng glanced at the IOU and the bank card but didn't take them directly. Instead, he said to her, go to class first.
But
after Nanfeng finished speaking, he didn't say anything else. Tang Yuyu had no choice but to sit next to Nanfeng obediently. Everyone who saw this scene was so jealous that their teeth were almost broken.
Jiang Siren was extremely serious when teaching. Other students also began to get into the mood.
But Tang Yuyu's attention was not on the class, but she kept glancing at Nanfeng beside her from time to time.
From childhood to adulthood, Tang Yuyu had never had any contact with any man.
She originally thought that the person who would help her this time would be an old man or a nouveau riche, but she never expected that it would be such a young man, and so handsome. A strange feeling rose in her heart, and there was a brighter light in her eyes when she looked at Nanfeng.
Why do you keep looking at me?
Tang Yuyu, who was secretly looking at Nanfeng, saw that her little thoughts were discovered, and her face turned pink at a speed visible to the naked eye.
Yes, I'm sorry, I just think you're so beautiful, so I want to look at you more. Oh? Really?
Nanfeng touched his chin and said with satisfaction, not bad, good quality, accurate.
When Tang Yuyu was looking at Nanfeng,
Nanfeng also felt that something was wrong with Tang Yuyu. At first, Nanfeng thought Tang Yuyu was pretending, but as he got to know her better, he could clearly feel that the innocence in Tang Yuyu was not fake. She is very pretty, but not very smart. But according to the group of adopted sons in the dormitory, she seemed to have been specially recruited by S University, and even Jiang Siren had an exceptionally high opinion of her. This inevitably reminded Nanfeng of the saying that geniuses always have a side that is different from ordinary people, just like a perfect genius like Jiang Siren, who has almost no perception of the ways of the world. I guess Tang Yuyu is this kind of genius. Jiang Siren's class lasts about 2 hours. During the class, Tang Yuyu's attention was not on the class. She was either stealing glances at Nanfeng or sleeping on the table with a dizzy head. Seeing that her head was about to hit the table, Nanfeng quickly stretched out his arm. With Nanfeng's arm as a pillow, Tang Yuyu seemed to have found her home. She hugged Nanfeng's arm, pouted her lips and fell asleep. When the people around saw this scene, they gritted their teeth one after another. In this class, countless books were torn in half because of jealousy and envy. Tang Yuyu had just fallen asleep when Jiang Siren happened to turn his head and look over. Nanfeng thought Jiang Siren would be angry when she saw Tang Yuyu falling asleep in her class. Just as she was about to explain for her, she saw that Jiang Siren ignored her and turned away to continue teaching. See this scene. Nanfeng couldn't help but glance at the girl who was sleeping soundly while hugging his arm. It seems necessary to have a good contact with Tang Yuyu. Wait until the class is over. While Jiang Siren was sorting out the teaching materials, he said, Nanfeng, bring Tang Yuyu to my office later. After Jiang Siren finished speaking, he glanced at the sleeping Tang Yuyu, then changed his words and said, forget it, let's wait until she wakes up. After saying that, Jiang Siren walked away with his long legs. In order not to disturb Nanfeng and Tang Yuyu's world of two, the group of adopted sons in the dormitory ran away. When they were the only two left in the classroom, Nanfeng helped Tang Yuyu up and leaned her against his shoulder so that she wouldn't sleep so uncomfortably. With the other hand, he sent a message to Jiang Siren. Teacher Jiang, how do you know Tang Yuyu? Meet and chat. When Tang Yuyu woke up, she realized that she and Nanfeng were the only two people left in the classroom, and she had just fallen asleep leaning on Nanfeng. For a moment, her eyes couldn't help but turn red, and there was a layer of moisture in her pupils. I'm sorry, Mr. Nanfeng. I didn't mean to fall asleep in class. It doesn't matter. Nanfeng rubbed his sore arm, then said with a smile, I did lie to you about one thing. I'm not actually a teacher in this school, but a student like you. Hear this. Tang Yuyu was stunned for a long time, and only after a long time did she tilt her head. But why did you lie to me? Because I never said I was a teacher, but after I mentioned the classroom, you assumed I was a teacher, right? Facing Nanfeng's teasing look, Tang Yuyu blushed instantly, then lowered her head and whispered, yes, I'm sorry. Okay, now that you're awake, let's go. Wait a minute, here are the bank cards and IOUs. You keep it first. No. Hearing this, Tang Yuyu quickly refused. Grandma said that I can't take things that don't belong to me. I'm already very grateful that you helped me. Although I used part of it, I will definitely return the rest to you. Tang Yuyu seems very stubborn in this regard. Nanfeng looked at her and asked, have you eaten? No. If you want to thank me, buy me a meal. Have a meal? Right. Nanfeng reached out and pinched her face. In Tang Yuyu's world, apart from her grandmother and son Xiaomiao, she would not let anyone touch her. But for some reason, Nanfeng's actions were already very presumptuous, but she didn't hate it. If you really want to return it to me, then give it to me when you treat me to a meal. Then I'll treat you to a meal now. Just as Tang Yuyu was about to speak, a nervous voice suddenly rang out from the door of the classroom, Yuyu. I finally found you. Nanfeng looked over when he heard that, and saw a panting and impatient girl standing at the door. She was wearing a smart sportswear, with a heroic look between her eyebrows and eyes, and her high ponytail gave her a sense of vigor and vitality. Tang Yuyu's eyes lit up when he saw the girl. Little Meow, you're here. But then she seemed to remember something and lowered her head guiltily. How many times have I told you not to wander around alone? Do you know how worried I am? Yes, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. After Tang Yuyu apologized, she seemed to have thought of something and quickly explained to Nanfeng, this is my best friend in school, Xiaomiao. I know. Hearing that Nanfeng actually knew Sun Xiaomiao, Tang Yuyu's little head was a little confused. But when Sun Xiaomiao saw clearly who was sitting next to Tang Yuyu, his originally dissatisfied eyes instantly turned into horror, and then turned into anger and rage. Why is it you? Looking at Sun Xiaomao's expression that changed instantly, Nanfeng shrugged his shoulders.
Haven't seen you for a long time.
Sun Xiaomiao didn't even think twice before blurting out, "You bastard."
Stay away from Yu.
Sun Xiaomiao rushed forward and quickly protected Tang Yu behind him. The way she looked at Nanfeng was as if she was looking at some ferocious beast. Her eyes were full of tension and distrust.
Didn't you disappear? Why did you appear in S University? Tell me, what is your purpose in appearing next to Yu? Chapter 18, Angry Sun Xiaomao, Unexpected Phone Call.
Facing Sun Xiaomiao's murderous gaze, Nanfeng said calmly, "Miss, please ask clearly before you speak."
She was the one who came to me on her own initiative. Could you please not confuse right and wrong here? You're talking nonsense.
Sun Xiaomiao didn't even think twice and snapped, Yu listens to me the most.
There's no way she'd run around alone.
You must have done something to her. Seeing Sun Xiaomao being so unreasonable,
Nanfeng's patience is gradually running out.
Miss Sun, the reason I'm explaining this to you calmly is because of your sister's face, but this is no reason for you to be arrogant and domineering in front of me. If you don't understand what people are saying, go to the hospital and get your ears cleaned.
As for whether it's true or not, what's the point of having a mouth? Can't you just ask yourself?
Sun Xiaomao didn't expect that their reunion would end up like this. She was ridiculed by Nanfeng one after another, and she was so angry that her whole body was shaking.
South wind. No need to yell so much. I'm not like you. I can hear and understand what people say.
After Nanfeng finished speaking, he was too lazy to pay attention to Sun Xiaomiao anymore. He turned his head and said to Tang Yu, "Remember what you promised me."
I will wait for your news. Good. Tang Yu agreed without even thinking about it.
Sun Xiaomao on the side was already furious.
Nanfeng, stop right there.
Sun Xiaomao wanted to rush forward to stop Nanfeng, but Tang Yu quickly grabbed her arm.
Xiaomiao, do you know brother Nanfeng? What?
Sun Xiaomiao thought she had misheard the first time, so she asked again, "What did you call Nanfeng just now?"
Brother, what's wrong? Tang Yu asked doubtfully, "Didn't you, Xiaomiao, teach me?
If you meet a good-looking boy, you should call him little brother." Looking at Tang Yu's innocent face, Sun Xiaomao was speechless.
How is he handsome? He's so ugly. Really?
But I think he's quite good-looking. In front of Tang Yu, Sun Xiaomao only felt like he had punched cotton, and even forgot to be angry.
Forget it, let's not talk about this anymore. How could you secretly come to see him without telling me? Did he do something to you? Or did he threaten you?
Facing Sun Xiaomao's questioning, Tang Yu quickly shook her head.
No, he didn't ask me to come. I came here on my own. What?
Seeing Sun Xiaomiao's shocked expression, Tang Yu whispered, "Brother Nanfeng was the one who gave me gifts in the live broadcast room yesterday, so now I want to withdraw the money and return it to him." After hearing these words, Sun Xiaomao felt his mind was in a mess.
Wait a minute.
Sun Xiaomiao felt like her head was about to spin.
After slapping herself hard on the head, she calmly said, "So what you're saying is that the person who gave you gifts yesterday was Nanfeng? And you're here to pay me back today?" Right. Impossible.
Sun Xiaomao didn't even think about it and directly rejected this possibility.
Yu, although I don't know what he said to you, he definitely couldn't be the one who gave you gifts last night.
Seeing Sun Xiaomao so confident,
Tang Yu asked in confusion, "Why?" Because.
Sun Xiaomiao was about to speak, but after seeing Tang Yu's innocent eyes, she swallowed her words back again.
Forget it, I can't explain it to you clearly.
Just remember, I will never lie to you.
And from now on, you must stay away from that Nanfeng. But brother Nanfeng. Don't call him brother anymore.
Tang Yu had never seen Sun Xiaomiao's face look so bad, but she knew that Sun Xiaomiao must be angry. In order to prevent Sun Xiaomiao from getting angry, she came directly to Sun Xiaomiao and rubbed her cheek.
Meow meow, be good. Meow meow, I'm not angry.
If students saw the scene of two beauties being intimate with each other, they would probably bleed from their noses. Sun Xiaomao benefited greatly from Tang Yu's trick, and her expression instantly improved a lot.
After a while, she finally spoke, "Yu, I understand what you mean. If you really find the person who gave you the gift, I won't stop you from paying it back, but you have to promise me that you won't leave me easily in the future." Seeing Tang Yuyu nodded.
Sun Xiaomao then smiled.
Wait here for a moment.
I'll make a phone call.
Good. Tang Yuyu sat down obediently.
She didn't understand why Sun Xiaomiao kept saying that the person who gave her gifts was obviously Nanfeng. Besides, brother Nanfeng is obviously very handsome, so why doesn't she let herself call him brother? Although it's not clear why. But she remembered what the old woman who brought her here told her, Yuyu, she will stay by your side to protect you from now on.
You must listen to her. Since that old man said it, it must be right. After settling Tang Yuyu down,
Sun Xiaomao walked outside the classroom, took out his cell phone and made a call.
After a long while, a tired voice rang out from the phone. What's wrong, Xiaomiao? Are you short of money? I'll transfer it to you right now. No. I called you this time to ask you when you transferred the money to Nanfeng. Who? The person on the other end of the phone obviously didn't realize who Sun Xiaomiao was talking about.
Sun Xiaomiao took a deep breath and then shouted, Nanfeng. That's the bastard Nanfeng who disappeared for no reason. In fact, Sun Xiaomao knew that Tang Yuyu would never lie to her. So she knew just now that the person who gave gifts was Nanfeng.
But she didn't want to believe it.
Their meeting after several years would be such an unexpected situation. The person on the other end of the phone was silent for a long time before he slowly said, I don't know what you're talking about. He has completely disappeared, and I've lost contact with him a long time ago.
Then explain to me, if you didn't contact him, where did he get over 10 million? What?
On the other end of the phone was a luxurious villa. On a sofa worth $1 million, a woman in a nightgown with a tired face was lying on it to rest. After hearing what Sun Xiaomiao said, her arm holding the phone was trembling slightly.
What nonsense are you talking about? How do you know how much money he has? No, that's not right. The woman suddenly stood up from the sofa. Have you seen Nanfeng? That's right.
Sun Xiaomiao didn't notice the strangeness in the woman's voice on the phone.
She gritted her teeth and said, he's a student at S University just like me.
And he even gave my best friend over 10 million during her livestream.
If it wasn't you, where did he get so much money? Have you been secretly contacting him without telling us? Chapter 19. Don't you like black silk the most?
The woman on the other end of the phone's eyes darkened when she heard Sun Xiaomiao's accusation.
Sun Xiaomiao, what's your attitude when talking to me?
Sun Xiaomao, who was so arrogant just now, instantly wilted after being scolded by the woman.
But she still didn't give up and asked, Sister, tell me the truth, did you give him this money? No.
After the woman finished speaking, she seemed to have thought of something and sat down on the sofa in a decadent manner. I offered him compensation in money, but he refused to take anything and disappeared the next day.
I thought. The woman hesitated to speak, but even if she didn't say it, Sun Xiaomao knew what happened next.
After a long silence, Sun Xiaomiao said stiffly, It's not the best you gave him.
You also know how Dad treated him before.
Although you don't need to look at Dad's face now, it would definitely not be appropriate for him to appear around us again, especially since Tuan Tuan already has a new one.
That's enough.
The woman on the other end of the phone suddenly spoke in a high voice, This is my business, you don't need to worry about it.
What about him?
The phone was silent for a long time, and finally a voice came out slowly, I will take care of this matter, you continue to study hard. After that, the phone was hung up. Sun Xiaomao looked at the dark screen and stomped her feet in anger. But after hearing what the other party said, even she was helpless.
Nanfeng. You bastard. What on earth do you want to do? And the villa at this moment.
After the phone call was hung up, the woman on the sofa's chest heaved violently. Finally, she couldn't help it and rushed to the refrigerator, took out the ice wine and drank it all in one gulp. As the cold liquid went down her throat, her tired mind was temporarily cleared. It was not until she felt a burning pain in her abdomen that she felt like she had been saved. Her whole body slowly softened, and finally she collapsed next to the refrigerator. South wind, south wind, south wind.
She repeated the name over and over again until a door upstairs opened and a little girl in cute pajamas walked out.
The woman finally managed to muster up some energy.
Tuan, weren't you asleep? Why are you awake again?
The little girl was holding a doll in her arms, her eyes filled with tears of grievance.
Mom, I heard everything just now. Is Daddy back?
When the woman heard this, she felt like she was struck by lightning.
How long had it been since she heard Tuan call her dad? She remembered.
It seemed that after Nanfong left, she cried and made a fuss, asking her father to come back, and she slapped her hard. Since then, she never called her father again and never had a good night's sleep.
Tuanchuan trotted downstairs and threw himself into the woman's arms.
He wrapped his tender arms around her waist tightly and said in a wronged voice, "Mom, can we go together to pick up Dad?"
Tuanchuan misses Dad, don't you miss him too, Mom?
Looking at her aggrieved daughter in her arms, the woman felt like her heart was about to break. She didn't answer, but just held her daughter tightly in her arms.
The sad tears finally couldn't bear the weight of the heartache and slid down from the corners of my eyes.
After a long time, she finally said okay. After coaxing her daughter to sleep again, the woman went to the study, turned on the computer, and checked the projects in the mailbox over and over again until she saw an investment plan about S University. She immediately made a phone call.
"You must come to me at the villa right now with the S-level plan." "That's right, I want it now." Hang up the phone.
Her whole body slumped completely in the chair. At this time, a housekeeper knocked on the door and came in.
"Mississippi. What's up?"
"Sir, he didn't come back tonight." Hearing the housekeeper's words, the woman's brows were filled with annoyance.
"I understand.
Also, don't call him sir in front of me from now on."
"I don't like it."
Upon hearing this, the housekeeper was immediately frightened and broke out in a cold sweat.
"Get out." "Yes."
When the study was completely quiet, she opened a drawer with a password and took out a photo album.
Inside were photos of her family playing in the playground with Nanfong.
She didn't want to take a photo at that time, but Nanfong finally said that she wanted to keep a souvenir. "I didn't expect that these years would pass."
This photo album became her only life-saving medicine.
She stroked Nanfeng's face in the photo again and again, and said gently, "Xiaofeng, I followed the agreement and didn't take the initiative to look for you, but this time you took the initiative to show up, so you can't blame me anymore."
"Xiaofeng, I can finally see you again."
At this time, Nanfeng didn't know that Sun Xiaomao had already told others that she recognized him. Because now he is facing the biggest problem.
"Senior sister, what are you doing?"
There were many teachers working in Zhang Siren's office, but after Nanfeng came in, all the teachers found reasons to leave the office. As soon as Nanfeng sat down, Zhang Siren put her long legs on Nanfeng's legs. "I'm tired, help me massage it." Looking at Zhang Siren's pretty face as cold as ice, Nanfeng said, "Senior sister, who do you take me for?" Hearing this, Zhang Siren tilted his head in confusion. "Didn't you say you liked black stockings?"
"I wore them specifically for you to see. If you don't like them, I won't wear them next time." "Don't!"
Nanfeng said righteously, "Massaging senior sister is my duty and obligation."
"What black stockings?" "Senior sister, you are being so polite."
Looking at Nanfeng's expression, he seemed to be drooling.
Zhang Siren snorted lightly, "You little bastard, can't I control you? Why are you here alone? Where's Tang Yuyu?"
Nanfeng was massaging vigorously when he heard Zhang Siren's words and casually explained, "She was called away by her friends halfway." "Senior sister, you know I hate trouble, so I let her go first and came here alone." She was still a little unhappy with Nanfeng's answer. Although he was talking about Tang Yuyu. But she knows what's going on in secret better than anyone else. "Nanfeng, I know you hate trouble, but you shouldn't waste your talent like this." When Nanfeng heard Zhang Siren mention this again, he felt a headache.
In fact, many people couldn't understand it at the beginning.
Why did Zhang Siren, who had disappeared, return to the public eye so high profile 3 years ago, and even went so far as to teach as a teacher herself? There are many different opinions and countless speculations about the cause of this incident. But I'm afraid only Nanfeng, the person involved, knows best.
Zhang Siren's purpose from the very beginning was to come after me. Chapter 20, First Meeting by Westlake. I am a common person. In order to complete the system's tasks, Nanfeng did not complete high school.
He didn't even take the college entrance examination. It was not until the others finished their college entrance examination that he successfully completed the task and was dumped. At that time, the system's rewards included not only a 20 million yuan cash subsidy, but also a top-notch brain and epic making super intelligent design drawings.
Nanfeng saw the importance of this thing at a glance.
But now the college entrance examination is over, even if the system gave him this reward, he would have nowhere to use it. In the end, Nanfeng could only send the incomplete super intelligent design blueprints to each university one by one, hoping that they would recognize the value of it.
But it was as expected. How could a nobody with no name or faction possibly knock on the door of a top university? Until he went out to travel and relax, came to Hangzhou, and met Jiang Siren by the West Lake. The system appeared in time and told him Jiang Siren's identity.
Although there were many security guards around to protect Jiang Siren, he still sat opposite Jiang Siren with the help of the system. Jiang Siren was not interested in Nanfeng at first, until Nanfeng took out the complete design drawings of the superintelligence and told Jiang Siren that this superintelligence could learn and grow infinitely. Jiang Siren finally realized the importance of the blueprint in his hand.
With just one word from Jiang Siren, the West Lake was closed for 7 days. Nanfeng talked with Jiang Siren for 7 days by the West Lake. In the end, Nanfeng successfully persuaded Jiang Siren.
Not only did he recruit him into S University, but he also introduced him to his teacher, and the two became senior and junior students.
Even his teacher's evaluation of Nanfeng was that he was as talented as a demon.
Logically speaking, as long as Nanfeng follows them in scientific research honestly, with the help of their teachers, Nanfeng will definitely become the most dazzling new star in the entire country and even the world in the future. Even Jiang Siren was willing to say that she could hide her identity and become the shadow behind Nanfeng.
But in the end, Nanfeng rejected the kindness of his teacher and Jiang Siren. He even went so far as to betray his master.
If it weren't for Nanfeng's words that he could unconditionally help the research on superintelligence, their teacher would have been almost angered to death.
Nanfeng originally thought that this way he would be able to find peace.
Who knew that Jiang Siren would not play by the rules and suddenly become Nanfeng's mentor? During these 3 years, she would preach to Nanfeng almost every time she saw him.
It's been a long time. Nanfeng's ears are getting calluses.
Sister, we agreed on this when we were at West Lake. You help me get admitted, and I'll help you with this project. In the end, it was you who broke the promise and introduced me to the teacher. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been chased and scolded by our teacher for 3 miles.
Jiang Siren felt Nanfeng's resentment and felt a little guilty. Nanfeng, I was wrong about this. But you can't let your own willfulness waste your talent. You clearly have the ability to reach the pinnacle, so why are you willing to fall? Succumbing to self-destruction? Nanfeng curled his lips. Senior sister, what kind of person do you think I am?
Jiang Siren pondered for a moment after hearing this, then said, he is as talented as a demon, a pillar of the country, and a child of destiny.
Wrong.
Nanfeng stroked Jiang Siren's black silk and shook his head, saying, so, senior sister, you still don't understand me.
I'm just an ordinary person.
I like beautiful women, money, and those things that you don't value.
In the final analysis, I'm just an ordinary person. So, senior sister, you don't need to persuade me. Everyone has their own aspirations.
Seeing that Nanfeng had said this,
Jiang Siren stopped talking about this topic.
Since this is your decision, I naturally respect you, but the project has encountered problems and may not be able to move forward for the time being.
The project is having problems? Impossible.
When Nanfeng heard this, the small movements of his hands stopped.
Didn't we calculate everything at the time? How could there be a problem with the data at this time? Seeing Nanfeng's face changed,
Jiang Siren said, don't worry, it's not a data problem, it's a problem with something else.
What's going on, senior sister?
Jiang Siren hesitated for a moment, but still told the problem to Nanfeng.
What? No more money from above? Hearing Jiang Siren's words, Nanfeng was stunned. He had just thought of countless possibilities, including problems with the data, or a spy in the school, or the data being swapped, etc. But the only thing he didn't expect was that it was because of money? Isn't the country desperately supporting scientific researchers like them? And this project is definitely a key project. How could the higher-ups not allocate money?
Seeing Nanfeng's confusion, Jiang Siren said slowly, don't guess, it's the teacher's old rival who made a move.
The project they have in hand is more important than our current project in the short term.
So he was trying to trip up the teacher. Logically, as long as the teacher lowered his head, the project could continue, but you also know the teacher's character.
After hearing this, Nanfeng finally understood.
Although he had not spent much time with the old man, Nanfeng already understood that he was a stubborn little old man. Wanting him to bow his head is no different from asking for his life.
Just because of this reason, the funding chain of our entire project has been cut off?
Nothing happened originally, but then the teacher, during a meeting, publicly accused the people above him of being in cahoots with the other side, saying they were all birds of a feather and parasites to the country.
Hearing this, Nanfeng covered his forehead in despair. Oh my God. No? You're already in your 60s or 70s,
How could you still do something that only a child would do? It's fine if you curse your opponent, but how dare you curse the people above you as well?
Don't they have any face?
Seeing Nanfeng's deflated look, Jiang Siren's lips curled up slightly, and she even seemed to be in a good mood. Don't worry, they're just trying to embarrass the teacher temporarily to get her to calm down. They won't actually do anything, but I'm afraid the project won't be able to move forward in the short term.
No, absolutely not. Nanfeng retorted without a second thought. You've been working on this project for so long, how can you stop at this critical moment? Tell me the truth, senior sister, how much more money do you need to complete it completely?
Jiang Siren thought for a moment, then stretched out 3 slender fingers.
30 million? Jiang Siren shook his head. It's 300 million. Nanfeng was speechless.
Although he had long known that scientific research would be a long and arduous journey, he had not expected that a project would be so expensive.
Jiang Siren seemed to see through Nanfeng's thoughts and explained, have you overlooked the importance of this project?
Superintelligence is a project that the country has always wanted to develop. Others have spent several years, or even more than 10 years, to have a basic framework.
But the project proposal you provided is a complete framework that is even ahead of its time and the world.
Chapter 21, Don't disappoint good girls, and don't let bad girls go. Even someone as aloof as Jiang Siren's eyes sparkled with excitement when he mentioned this project.
As long as we fully develop it, we will no longer be controlled by others in any industry. I know. Nanfeng sighed helplessly at Jiang Siren's inexplicable excitement. In short, you're just short of money right now, right?
Well, but S University is already looking for investors, so it won't be long before they find something.
I see.
Nanfeng took out a bank card from the lining and placed it on Jiang Siren's desk. He said with a pained look on his face, Senior sister, take this card.
The project can't be stopped. I will have people transfer 200 million yuan in the next 2 days. You and the teacher can use it first.
Hearing Nanfeng's words, Jiang Siren's body trembled slightly.
She stared at Nanfeng and asked, where did you get so much money? Of course I saved it. How could I rob a bank?
Nanfeng said unhappily, when I first started, that old man kept saying that money is something outside of one's body.
In the end, didn't he still have to rely on me? Besides, it's better to give this good opportunity to me than to others.
Jiang Siren moved his lips. But in the end he did not speak up for his teacher.
You've taken out so much money at once, what are you going to do with it? Me? What else can I do? I'll just live my life in a twisted way.
But you have to tell that old man in advance that I'm not giving him this money for nothing. He looked down on me at first, but now I'm helping him.
Go back and tell him that I'm going to use this money as a share. A share. Requirements for the south wind. Jiang Siren didn't hesitate for a moment and said directly, okay.
Even if Nanfeng didn't say it, Jiang Siren planned to give all her shares to Nanfeng after the project was completed. Now that Nanfeng has taken the initiative to propose it, she will not refuse. Seeing that Jiang Siren agreed to his request, Nanfeng sighed, then moved his movements on Jiang Siren's legs a little more vigorously. Senior sister, you have to figure it out quickly and help me earn the money back, otherwise I will have no choice but to rely on you. Hearing Nanfeng's words, Jiang Siren's heart, which had been withered for many years, was moved at this moment. She suddenly said to Nanfeng in a serious tone, Nanfeng, you know, as long as you agree to go to the research institute with me, even if I marry you, it's no problem.
Hearing Jiang Siren's sudden confession, Nanfeng refused and said, stop it.
Senior sister, just give up on your plan to let me enter the research institute. Although I admit that you are very beautiful, I am not the man who would succumb to beauty.
Then take your hand off my leg? No. This is interest. Interest. Senior sister, do you understand?
Woo woo woo. Looking at Nanfeng's funny look, Jiang Siren's eyes were a little dim. But she quickly adjusted her mindset and took the bank card that Nanfeng handed over.
I'll keep this card for now. As for the money, don't worry about losing it. I'll help you earn it back as soon as possible.
Okay, senior sister, I believe you. As Nanfeng's hand movements became more and more vigorous, a layer of slightly pink luster appeared on Jiang Siren's face. Seeing that his hand was about to touch the root of her thigh, Jiang Siren finally couldn't stand this stimulation and pulled her leg back.
Senior sister, you don't need me to press it anymore? No, I'm much better now. Seeing Jiang Siren's pink ears, Nanfeng inexplicably felt that she was a little cute. In fact, Nanfeng likes Jiang Siren quite a lot. She is simple and stubborn. She never hides her thoughts and will speak directly when she is unhappy. If Nanfeng were to choose, Jiang Siren would definitely be the best lover. Even the system gave Jiang Siren a high score of 96, and even forced Nanfeng to win Jiang Siren. Unfortunately, he was rejected by Nanfeng in the end.
It's not because Jiang Siren is not good enough, but because Nanfeng is not bad enough. Nanfeng has always believed in the motto, don't let down good girls, and don't let bad girls go.
Jiang Siren is a good girl.
Her ultimate goal is to grow old with Nanfeng. But Nanfeng is still young, he still has a lot of things to do, and his life has not even begun yet.
So whenever Jiang Siren expressed her feelings directly, he would always choose to reject her jokingly. Someone like Jiang Siren shouldn't end up with someone like him. But even though Nanfeng had already actively refused, the system's prompt sound still rang in Nanfeng's mind. Ding, Jiang Siren is moved by your behavior, favorability +3, current favorability 95, target status, unconditionally agree to all requests of the host, please take Jiang Siren as soon as possible. Ding, main quest, capture Jiang Siren, reward, number of draws 100. Cash subsidy of 1 billion. Heart rate, 100,000. Status, incomplete. Ding, host, please complete the task as soon as possible. Ding, host, please complete the task as soon as possible. Beep, please. Nanfeng sometimes doesn't understand the rules of the system's operation, but it is true that if he completes the tasks according to its requirements, he will get various rewards. But it was the first time he had seen such an exaggerated reward. From the first time it met Jiang Siren, the system seemed eager to conquer Jiang Siren. This abnormal behavior made Nanfeng more wary. You can ask me to complete the task, but system, you must tell me why you reacted so strongly the first time you saw senior sister. After Nanfeng raised the question, the system seemed to have suddenly crashed and became silent for an instant. After a long while, the system voice sounded again. Because Jiang Siren is an important figure who can change the direction of the entire world, please capture him as soon as possible. After hearing the system's answer, Nanfeng touched his chin. This answer is quite reasonable. But he still chose to refuse. Host has already received the answer, why refuse? Because I think you lied to me. The system wanted to say something, but Nanfeng had already closed the interface. Although the system's answer was impeccable, Nanfeng always felt that something was strange. But he was too lazy to think about this issue at the moment. By the way, there is one more thing I must remind you of. After the two chatted briefly for a while, Jiang Siren looked a little tired because she had attended 2 classes. Nanfeng rubbed her head and was about to leave. Jiang Siren suddenly spoke again, are you really not related to Tang Yuyu? Why, are you jealous, senior sister? Jiang Siren shook his head. She's not qualified yet, but I must remind you that you'd better not get too close to Tang Yuyu. Her situation is a bit special. Chapter 22 Senior Sister, I like white lace. I know. She was recruited for the project just like me, right? Jiang Siren nodded, then shook his head. She was indeed specially recruited like you, but she is different from you. What's going on? Jiang Siren tapped the tabletop lightly with her slender fingers and said gently, do you remember when the Dean of the School of Science and Technology flew into a rage at the assembly when this class of freshmen first arrived? Nanfeng nodded when he heard this. This incident caused quite a stir at the time. It was said that it was because one of his students angrily scolded the deans of all other colleges at a conference. But also because of his relatively high status. So no one can do anything good to him. Nanfeng suddenly understood, so Tang Yuyu is that student? Jiang Siren glanced at Nanfeng lightly, he is now the direct disciple of the Dean of the Institute of Science and Technology. If he knew that you abducted his precious disciple, even your teacher might not be able to save you. Of course, if you're willing to join the institute now, I can ask the teacher to propose marriage for you in person. Hearing Jiang Siren's words, Nanfeng rolled his eyes in annoyance. To be honest, she still wants to enter the research institute on her own. Sister, please don't mention the matter of the research institute anymore. If there is nothing else, I will leave first. Seeing Nanfeng change the subject directly, Jiang Siren was a little disappointed, but didn't say anything in the end. Just like Nanfeng said, she would respect Nanfeng's choice. Even if he just wanted to be a rich man, she would protect him and ensure a stable and wealthy life. By the way, the project will be completed in about 3 months. The teacher said you don't have to join the institute, but
but you were the one who proposed this project, so the teacher hopes you can help out when it's officially launched.
Okay, that's no problem. After chatting with Jung Siren for a few more words, Nanfong stood up and prepared to leave.
Before leaving, he suddenly stopped and smiled at Jung Siren. Senior sister, although I like black stockings very much, can you wear white lace next time?
I like it very much recently.
Jung Siren was stunned when she heard this. Although she didn't know what white lace was, she nodded when she heard that Nanfong liked it.
Good.
After Nanfong left, Jung Siren took out his cell phone and searched for by lace, and his face instantly turned red.
Nanfong, you little bastard. After closing the office,
Nanfong felt a pang of pain in his heart. He had just given out 200 million yuan in one go, which was the small goal he had saved up with great difficulty. I thought I was financially free, but now I'm back to where I was before liberation overnight. Although there will definitely be no problems with the superintelligence project. But it will take at least 1 or 2 years to make money, and for now it seems that we have to continue to make money from the system.
As for Tang Yuyu, Nanfong opened the system panel and took a look at the latest task panel.
Main mission, Mission 4, conquer Tang Yuyu and successfully break up with her. Reward, number of draws 10, cash subsidy of 120 million, heart points, 10,000, status, incomplete.
Side quest, please have dinner with Tang Yuyu.
Reward, 2 draws, 10 million cash subsidy, heart points, 200, status, incomplete.
Senior sister, you are too late. Although the reward for conquering Tang Yuyu is not as good as that for conquering Jung Siren.
But compared with Song Mingyue and Pei Xian, Tang Yuyu is like an inexhaustible treasury.
How could Nanfong let go of this little god of wealth?
After Nanfong returned to the dormitory, he sent a message to Tang Yuyu, asking her when she would be free to have dinner together.
Nanfong waited for a while but didn't receive a reply.
Instead, it was Song Mingyue who took the initiative to send him a message.
Nanfong, are you not at home today?
If Song Mingyue hadn't taken the initiative to send a message, he would have almost forgotten about her.
Nanfong thought for a moment and replied, I'll go back in the afternoon.
As soon as Nanfong sent the message, the other party immediately started typing, and then the message was sent back.
Are you free tonight?
I could use a cold drink today. You helped me so much before, and I haven't had time to treat you to dinner yet. When Nanfong saw this message, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up.
It seems that she can't sit still anymore and starts to take the initiative.
I originally thought that she would be reserved for a long time, or that I needed to do some strategy.
Unexpectedly, the gap in reality is more useful than any strategy. Okay, let us talk about it when we meet this afternoon.
Okay, I'll wait for you at the property. Song Mingyue, who was in the sales office at the time, was so happy when she saw Nanfeng's news that she almost jumped up. Nanfeng finally agreed to have dinner with him.
No, wait.
I am the campus belle of S University, and others have always licked me.
When did I become so humble? No.
Just like Xinyao said before, she must find a way to keep Nanfeng hanging so that he will pay attention to her. Humph, just have dinner with him tonight and say some ambiguous words. When the time comes, he will feel itchy and will take the initiative to pursue me.
Now he must be looking forward to having dinner with me in the evening, right?
The more Song Mingyue thought about it, the happier she became.
My whole heart was filled with excitement.
When other people saw Song Mingyue like this, although they were jealous, they only dared to mutter a few words. Ever since she sold the best building, the manager directly promoted her. Song Mingyue, a little girl, directly became their leader. Although they had some complaints, who let her sell the best building? But unlike what Song Mingyue thought, Nanfeng didn't take this matter to heart at all.
I can't wait for news from Tang Yuyu.
Nanfeng called all his roommates over.
Teacher Jiang called me to his office today. The results of the previous project should be coming out soon.
Although everyone has been admitted to graduate school, S University has limited key programs.
So I have a key program here. Do you have any interest?
Nanfeng said this and took out the project book he had prepared in advance.
Nanfeng knows his roommates best.
Although they laugh and joke around all day long, they are all top talents. Combined with the influence I have on them, it can be said that they are the best cattle and horses to work for me.
What project is Brother Nan about? Let me see.
Wang Xiaolu took it first and started flipping through it, and the others also took the other parts and started reading. They were originally laughing, but after seeing the contents of the project book, they were all shocked.
Nanfeng's other roommate, Zhao Hu blurted out, "Brother Nan, are you serious? Can this project really succeed?" "Yeah, Brother Nan, you developed this thing to fight aliens?" Chapter 23, a cross-era project book, Pay Science phone call.
The project book in Nanfeng's hand not only covers external armor skeletons and bionic human technology, but also includes superconducting magnetic levitation technology and various other epoch-making scientific research projects. Of course, these are all rewards given by the system. But for them, if they complete any one of these projects, they will go down in history. Originally, with the current technology, they did not dare to guarantee that these things could be researched, but the project book in Nanfeng's hand gave them a completely different direction, and the probability of success was even over 90%.
"Brother Nan, is this thing authentic?" Zhang Yifan, the third oldest student in the dormitory, asked tentatively. It's not because he doesn't trust Nanfeng, but because the project proposal is too unbelievable. "I can't say whether it's true or not, but I think this is an opportunity."
Nanfeng jumped off the bed, pulled a chair over and sat down, then said, "I know you guys have all been admitted to graduate school, but have you ever thought about what you can do even after you graduate?
I know your mentor.
In terms of qualifications, ability, and funding, he's not the best in any area.
Even if you work hard with them for 3 years and make it, who among you can guarantee that you can publish an article in a top journal? Even if you do, who among you can guarantee that you will be the first author?" After hearing Nanfeng's words, everyone in the dormitory fell silent.
Many people think that the competition pressure is high in undergraduate studies, but it will be much better after graduating from graduate school.
But who knows the pain of graduate students?
Study for 3 more years, do an internship and earn a few thousand yuan a month, and then gain a few more years of experience to earn 10,000 yuan a month, and that's it for the rest of your life.
For those who seek stability, it may be a good choice. But how many students who are able to get into S university are willing to live a mediocre life?
It took them more than 10 years to fight their way out of a crowd of tens or even millions of people.
But in the end, he ended up living a mediocre and absurd life?
Seeing that everyone was lost in thought, Nanfeng did not continue to persuade them. They were all smart people, and they had already analyzed the pros and cons from the moment they saw the project book. As for the rest, there is no need to say more. I'll send these project books to the Research Institute in 2 days.
I'm going out for 2 days. Come back in 2 days. I'll wait for your news.
Nanfeng packed his clothes and sent a message to Pei Xian, asking her to arrange a car to pick him up at the school gate in advance.
Then just as he was about to leave, Wang Xiaolu stood up first. "Brother Nan, I did it." Nanfeng was a little surprised to see Wang Xiaolu make up his mind so quickly. "Don't you think about it?"
Wang Xiaolu shook his head.
"Brother Nan, we've known since we started school that we're not as smart as you are. Over the years, you've always taken care of us brothers. I was born in Shanha province and fought my way through millions of students. But I've never dared to think about what I'll do after graduation. Will I have to go back and watch my children struggle in a hopeless city like I did?"
Wang Xiaolu sniffed and said with a firm look in his eyes, "But today, Brother Nan, you told me the direction.
Even if there is a bottomless abyss ahead this time, I am willing to take a gamble with you." Hearing this, the others in the dormitory gritted their teeth and stood up and shouted, "Brother Nan, we'll follow you too." "Brother Nan, me too. Me too."
Looking at the increasingly determined eyes of these adopted sons, Nanfeng patted Wang Xiaolu on the shoulder and said, "Don't worry, follow me, you won't be disappointed."
After explaining the project plan, Nanfeng left the school. When I arrived at the door,
a luxury business car has been waiting here for a long time.
Nanfeng got into the car and found out that it was Pei Xian who was driving. "Sister Pei, why are you here today?" "The driver?"
Pei Xian smiled and replied, "Boss, we don't have a car in the garage right now, so we don't have a full-time driver.
I'll pick you up today."
As Pei Xian spoke, she turned her head to look at S University not far away.
At first she thought Nanfeng was joking with her, but she didn't expect that Nanfeng was actually a student of S University. "Master, where are we going now?" "Go back to the villa first." This time I went back to school, one for Jiang Siren's class, and the other for handing over the project book to my roommates. Unexpectedly, they spent 200 million yuan without doing anything.
Nanfeng took a look at the bank card balance in the back seat and saw that there was only more than 20 million left.
Alas, we are back to the era before liberation overnight.
It seems that it is necessary to complete the task as soon as possible and replenish my own coffers.
Having experienced 2 small goals, Nanfeng now feels very insecure. After returning to the villa, Pei Xian personally opened the car door for Nanfeng.
Master, you were in such a hurry to rest before that I didn't have time to show you all the places in the villa.
Do you want to go and take a look now?
As the king of buildings worth 420 million yuan, it is not just what Nanfeng had seen before.
The whole villa is divided into 4 floors.
The first floor is the living room, balcony, dining room, and other places for daily life.
The second floor is the bedroom, bathroom, and an outdoor swimming pool.
After waking up, you can just open the door and swim, then take a shower. The 3 underground floors include an audio-visual room, yoga room, spa room, e-sports room, study room, etc., which integrate entertainment and office.
The 4th underground floor is a private garage.
It's just that Nanfeng hasn't bought a car yet, so the garage is empty, and Pei Xian hasn't arranged a driver for the time being. It seems that I have to use up the luxury car subsidy voucher as soon as possible, otherwise it will be inconvenient to go out.
Sister Pei, let me take a shower first. Okay, young master, do you need to relax after your shower? Looking at Pei Xian's little face, Nanfeng chuckled and said, Why? Sister Pei plans to give me a massage herself?
Master, you're joking, but as your personal butler, I can still find some professional and skilled technicians for you.
If it's not you, Sister Pei, forget it. Okay, and master, do you need some exercise today? After hearing Pei Xian's words, Nanfeng remembered his personal trainer Wu Siyu.
I have to say that it is comfortable to hug people who exercise regularly. But unfortunately, I have an appointment with Song Mingyue today. No need for today, I have an appointment tonight.
Yes, master.
Just as Nanfeng was about to go into the bathroom to take a shower, Pei Xian's cell phone suddenly rang.
He looked back at Pei Xian.
After seeing the number on the phone, her expression changed obviously and there was some tension between her eyebrows.
Sister Pei, is there something wrong? Without. It's okay, just tell me if you have any problem. I'm not that kind of black-hearted boss.
Hearing Nanfeng's words, Pei Xian hesitated for a moment, then said, Sorry, boss, the call just now was from the hospital.
I'm worried that something happened to my daughter in the hospital. Chapter 24, Fully Upgraded System, Pei Xian's Favorability plus 20. Hospital? Nanfeng was a little surprised when he heard it.
When I first started teasing Pei Xian, I learned from her that she had a daughter. But she didn't expect that her daughter was actually in the hospital.
It's okay.
If you're worried, just leave work today.
But don't you have an appointment tonight, master? If I leave, how will you get there? Hearing Pei Xian's words, Nanfeng was also stunned. It's true.
He almost forgot that he didn't even have his own car now. Moreover, this is a wealthy area, so ordinary cars cannot get in at all, and taking a taxi is basically unrealistic.
Just as Nanfeng was thinking, a prompt sounded in Nanfeng's mind.
Ding, the host has triggered the Pei Xian side quest. Please accompany Pei Xian to the hospital to visit her daughter.
Reward, 10 million yuan in cash subsidy, 50 heart rate, Pei Xian's favorability plus 30. Status, incomplete.
When Nanfeng heard the task issued by the system, his eyes lit up.
It's like a pillow is given to you when you are sleepy.
He was originally thinking about how to make money, and then this task came along. Sister Pei, let me take a shower, and then I'll go to the hospital with you.
No, won't this disturb your schedule, young master? It's okay. I was planning to go to the hospital for a checkup.
Jian Nanfeng spoke it out naturally. The corners of Pei Xian's eyes were a little red. She originally thought that Nanfeng was a difficult boss to get along with. After all, on the first day they met, he was so bold as to slap his own butt.
I didn't expect that he would actually think about me. Thank you, master. You're welcome. Ding, Pei Xian is touched by the host's thoughtfulness, heartbeat value plus 1. Ding, Pei Xian is touched by the host's thoughtfulness, heartbeat value plus 1. Damn, because.
Ding, Pei Xian's favorability towards the host increases by plus 20. When Nanfeng went to the bathroom to take a shower, the system prompt sound kept ringing in his mind.
Just a short while.
Pei Xian provided Nanfeng with 30 points of excitement.
Nanfeng opened the system mall and took a look. Now he has 50 points of excitement.
Then he opened Pei Xian's interface.
Name, Pei Xian. Age, 31. Height, 176 centimeters. Weight, 61 kilograms. Measurements, 98-66-100. Appearance, 93 points.
Personality, docile, strong-willed, maternal. Hobbies, flower arranging, taking care of my daughter.
Favorite food, vanilla ice cream, stir-fried beef, seafood porridge. Psychological weaknesses, daughter, husband. Favorability, 55, not opposed to some intimate contact. The upgraded system provides clearer data on strategy targets. Even interests, hobbies, favorite foods, and even psychological weaknesses can be seen clearly. In addition, there is an additional measurement data in addition to the original data.
Although he knew that Pei Xian was very attractive, Nanfeng was still a little surprised after seeing her measurements.
Is Pei Xian's figure so good? Moreover, Pei Xian's favorability towards him has now reached 55.
If he completes the system's tasks, his favorability will reach 85.
When the favorability reaches 80, the other party will not refuse you even if you ask them to have sex with you.
But Nanfeng looked at her psychological weaknesses again, her daughter and her husband.
From this point of view, it is obvious that Pei Xian is also a family-oriented woman.
This is where the conflict occurs. This left Nanfeng puzzled. The system has already told me that although you asked me to capture Pei Xian, I don't have the habit of destroying other people's families.
Do you understand?
Please rest assured, capturing the target will not cause any trouble to the host.
Won't cause trouble? Then tell me, what's the reason for her psychological weakness? Please explore this on your own.
After the system finished speaking, it began to play dead. Seeing that he could not get any detailed information, Nanfeng had to give up for the time being. However, if Pei Xian really has a family and a happy family, he would definitely not complete the task according to the system.
If not, it's not impossible for a married woman to be one.
After taking a shower, Pei Xian waited at the bathroom door early and prepared a bath towel for Nanfeng.
Sister Pei, you can just arrange some people to do this kind of thing later.
Pei Xian looked at Nanfeng, who had just come out of the bathroom, naked and still damp with moisture on her body, and an unnatural blush appeared on her face. Although Nanfeng looks well proportioned from the outside, I didn't expect that she would be so attractive after taking off her clothes. But she was an experienced person after all, and with her professional qualities, she quickly recovered and explained to Nanfeng, Master, regarding taking care of you, there is currently no suitable young nanny. During this period, I will be in charge of this aspect temporarily. Once a suitable nanny is found, I will arrange it.
Pei Xian is very smart.
Judging from Nanfeng's habits, he should still be single now, and he is at the age of full vigor and vitality.
An elderly aunt compared to a pleasant maid. The south wind must be more inclined to the latter.
However, it is difficult to find high-quality maids who meet these requirements in the current market.
Even Pei Xian has to wait for the right opportunity.
Sister Pei, please go out first.
I'll be out soon.
Okay, Master. I'll wait for you at the door. Nanfeng quickly changed his clothes and came out, then sent a message to Song Mingyue.
I'm back, but I have something to do right now. I'll message you when I'm done.
Song Mingyue, who was working at the time, stomped her feet in anger after seeing the message sent by Nanfeng. In the past, as long as the men heard that they could have dinner with her, they would rush to get close to her, and some would even wait for her downstairs as soon as the message was sent. Why is it that when it comes to Nanfeng, not only does he not appreciate it, he also keeps making excuses?
Song Mingyue was so angry that she wanted to lose her temper on the spot.
But when she thought of Nanfeng's various conditions, she quickly calmed down.
Song Mingyue, don't be angry, don't be angry.
If you miss a perfect man like Nanfeng, you don't know if you will have a chance to turn things around in this life.
After calming down, Song Mingyue typed on the screen, wrote and deleted, and finally sent a sentence. Okay, if you're busy, make sure to rest.
If you're really tired, tell me and I'll give you a shoulder massage later.
Head pat JPG. Nanfeng smiled gently when he saw Song Mingyue's reply. Quite sensible.
At this time, Nanfeng was already sitting in the back seat of Pei Xian's car. On the way to the hospital, Pei Xian's cell phone kept ringing. In order not to disturb Nanfeng, Pei Xian leaned on the side of the road to answer the call.
Pei Xian's expression changed immediately after hearing the sound of the phone. What? No. No. You absolutely cannot stop taking the medicine. Okay, I'll be there right away. After hanging up the phone,
Pei Xian pulled the corner of her mouth towards Nanfeng with difficulty. Master, where did you agree to meet the guest?
Should I take you there first?
Chapter 25, One slap, and the dentures flew away.
although Pei Xian's phone volume was very low just now. But Nanfeng vaguely heard words like making trouble in the hospital.
It seems that Pei Xian is in some trouble.
Nanfeng smiled and said, "It's okay, I'm not busy.
It just so happens that you might not be able to take care of it if you go to the hospital alone, so I'll go with you."
You? Pei Xian had a complicated expression and wanted to say something. But the phone rang again. Pei Xian didn't dare to wait any longer and hurriedly drove to the hospital.
When they arrived at the hospital ward, Nanfeng heard the crying of a little girl coming from the ward. When Pei Xian heard it, her eyes turned red instantly and she rushed into the ward.
Seeing this, Nanfeng followed.
In the ward, a little girl was lying on the ground crying loudly. The nurse was protecting her behind her, but there was also a man and an old lady in the ward who were swearing at the nurse.
"How many times have I told your hospital? You are not allowed to be treated by this money-losing idiot.
You must give me the money for her mother's treatment."
Are all the people in your hospital deaf? That's right. Even if we treat her condition, it's useless.
It would cost so much money and it would all go to waste. I might as well save the money for my future grandchildren.
Baby.
Pei Xian rushed to the ward and saw this scene. Her heart was broken.
She rushed to the ground, picked up the little girl, and said in a trembling voice, "Are you okay, baby?" "Mother."
When the little girl saw Pei Xian coming, she hugged Pei Xian tightly and cried loudly as if she had found her support.
"Mom! Mom! I'm so scared. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. Mom is coming."
Pei Xian hugged her daughter tightly, and the scene was heartbreaking.
But when the old lady in the room saw Pei Xian rushing over, her eyes lit up instantly, and she said in a bad tone, "Pei Xian. Pei Xian. I finally found you."
As she said that, she went up to pull Pei Xian. But the young nurse was quick-witted and quickly stopped her. "Dear family member, this is a hospital, not a place for you to cause trouble. We've already called the police. If you dare to move around again, don't blame us for being rude." As he was speaking, 2 security guards rushed in from outside the ward. Seeing more and more people gathered around, the old lady suddenly sat down on the ground, tears streaming down her face, crying, "Oh my!
Come and see.
This heartless thing. When she first married into our family, I treated her to delicious food and drinks. Now I'm an old man, and this heartless person actually sold our house without telling me, and didn't leave us a penny. How can there be such a heartless person in this world?" Hearing the old lady's words, the people around her started whispering.
"Oh my God, I thought someone was causing trouble just now, but I didn't expect it to be like this. If what she said is true, this woman is really heartless, isn't she?
Even her own mother-in-law doesn't care.
Could it be that she has a man outside?"
I saw the old lady confusing right and wrong. Pei Xian yelled with red eyes, "Stop talking nonsense here, I divorced your son a long time ago. And the house I sold was also left to me by my mother. What does it have to do with you?" Hearing Pei Xian's words, Li Bo, the man who was with the old lady, hurriedly shouted, "What do you mean your mother left it to you? Since we are married, your mother's house is ours together.
You sold the house without saying hello. Have you discussed it with me and my mother?"
Looking at the shameless face of her ex-husband, Pei Xian almost wanted to kill him. "Li Bo, you tricked me into marrying you, and then you became addicted to gambling and gambled away all the money in our family. My parents have long seen that you are not a good person, so they notarized it in advance at the notary office. This house has nothing to do with you. You fart." Seeing that Pei Xian dared to refute him, Li Bo instantly became furious.
"Pei Xian, stop talking nonsense here. I don't care what kind of bullshit notarization you did. I'm telling you, I own half of that house. Since we're getting divorced, you have to give me half of the money from the sale. Also, you must transfer every penny of the money you've spent on this bastard without telling us all these years to me." Looking at Li Bo, who was opening his mouth like a lion, Pei Xian yelled, "You're dreaming." Nanfeng stood aside and watched the farce in the ward. After a series of conversations, he probably sorted out his thoughts. Li Bo is Pei Xian's ex-husband, and the old lady lying on the ground and rolling around in a tantrum is Pei Xian's former mother-in-law. The purpose of their causing trouble today was to ask for money, to sell the house, and to get the money spent on Pei Xian's daughter. No wonder Pei Xian didn't want to come along. After all, family disgrace should not be made public. If Nanfeng saw her ugly side with his own eyes, who knows whether he would fire her. But at this moment, Pei Xian obviously couldn't care less. Looking at Pei Xian's almost desperate eyes, Nanfeng also understood why the system interface said that Pei Xian's psychological weaknesses would be her husband and daughter. Her daughter is her life support and her weakness. And Li Bo is her tail, the nightmare that she can never escape from. Pei Xian, you've been hiding from us how many hospitals this brat has been in over the years, and how much money he's spent.
Don't think I don't know. I'm telling you, if you don't give us the money you spend on her, no one will be able to leave this ward today. As he spoke, Li Bo raised his hand to slap Pei Xian. Although the young nurse was standing in front, she was too thin and was pushed away by Li Bo in an instant.
Li Bo's slap was about to land on Pei Xian's face. Nanfeng suddenly kicked Li Bo's knee.
Li Bo lost his balance, and before he could touch Pei Xian, he crashed into the wall of the ward and fell flat on his face. The old lady who had been crying just now saw her son being kicked.
She no longer cared about pretending. She stood up from the ground and yelled at Nanfeng, "Who the hell are you? How dare you hit my son? I tell you, if you don't pay 100,000 yuan today, you'll go to jail."
Looking at the toothy and speechless old woman in front of him, Nanfeng slapped her in the face without thinking.
Bang!
The loud slap not only echoed throughout the ward, but even the old woman's dentures were blown away by the south wind. Not to mention the people watching around, even Pei Xian was stunned for a long time when she saw Nanfeng take action.
What did Nanfeng do just now? Chapter 26, renowned for her aggressiveness? Sorry, I'm a specialist in dealing with those who don't obey.
You know, my mother-in-law is well known in the area for her hot temper. So after the divorce, Pei Xian sold everything that could be sold in the house and hid in Hangzhou with her daughter.
But she never expected that Nanfeng would actually slap her in the face.
Seeing that the situation was not good, everyone dared not watch the fun anymore and hurried back to their own wards.
The old woman covered her face and stared at Nanfeng, saying in disbelief, You actually dared to hit me?
Hit you?
Who?
Seeing Nanfeng pretending to be stupid, the old woman was so angry that she was about to explode. You little bastard, I'll fight you.
Master, be careful.
Pei Xian was worried that Nanfeng would be implicated because of her, but just as the old woman pounced on him, Nanfeng slowly took out his cell phone from his pocket and turned on the recording function. Then Nanfeng changed his calmness and suddenly shouted in fear, You!
Don't come over here. What are you going to do to me?
Seeing Nanfeng's frightened face, the old woman thought he was a weakling like the others before him, and immediately said more arrogantly, I will kill you today. Just when she was about to touch Nanfeng, Nanfeng suddenly threw the phone to the ground, and then slapped the old woman on the other half of her face.
Nanfeng used a lot of force in this slap.
After one slap, the old woman fell directly onto the bed and didn't get up for a long time. Seeing his mother being beaten, Li Bo yelled at Pei Xian, Great! I was wondering how you could do this, Pei Xian. It turns out you've already found a new lover.
You shameless thing. I was so blind to marry you.
What?
You said you were going to kill my whole family. No, don't come over here. Li Bo hadn't finished speaking yet.
Nanfeng was already standing in front of him, grabbing his collar and shooting left and right at his face. The security guard and the young nurse standing by were stunned.
I didn't do anything. Why did you kill my whole family? What did I do to offend you?
I heard Nanfeng's aggrieved tone.
Li Bo was so angry that he almost died. When did I say I would kill your whole family?
I clearly said that I would marry Pei Xian without hesitation. He wanted to curse Nanfeng and ask if he was deaf.
But Nanfeng didn't give him a chance to speak.
As soon as he opened his mouth, Nanfeng slapped him. In a short while, the already fat Li Bo was beaten into a pig's head by Nanfeng. After being slapped more than a dozen times, Li Bo finally understood. It's not that Nanfeng didn't understand what he said, he just wanted to hit himself on purpose. He no longer cared about his appearance and shouted at the security guard and the nurse, What are you all still standing there for? Hurry and pull him away. Do you want to see him beat to death? Hearing Li Bo's voice, the security guard came over reluctantly. Sir, please stop, this is a hospital. Hearing this, Nanfeng looked at the security guard with an aggrieved expression. Uncle Security, you heard what I just heard, right? They were the ones who wanted to kill me first, so I was forced to fight back. I had no choice but to do so. As he said that, Nanfeng slapped Li Bo in the face again. The security guard looked at Nanfeng's face full of grievance and innocence, and was speechless for a long time. Although Nanfeng looks young. But considering the extent of their evil heart, even they felt a little scared. Yes, sir, we all saw it. It was that family that threatened you first. I heard the security guard say this. Nanfeng showed a grateful expression. Thank you, security guard. I knew there are still good people in this world. After Nanfeng finished speaking, he slapped Li Bo in the face again. Pei Xian looked at Nanfeng, who was completely different from usual, and Li Bo, whose head was swollen like a pig, and couldn't help but burst out laughing. When Li Bo heard Pei Xian's laughter and the embarrassing scene just now, he couldn't catch his breath and fainted from anger.
Nanfeng turned around and saw Li Bo fainted, and couldn't help but curl his lips. It's so boring. He couldn't bear it after just a few hits. How dare you extort money with this kind of ability? Nanfeng let go of Li Bo and reached out to Pei Xian. Sister Pei, are you okay?
Looking at Nanfeng's strong and powerful palm, Pei Xian did not touch it. Instead, she rubbed her eyes and forced a smile, saying, Thank you for your concern, master.
I'm fine. She was afraid that Nanfeng would get into trouble because of her. But Nanfeng didn't care what Pei Xian thought.
Amid Pei Xian's screams, he picked her and the little girl up from the ground and put them on the hospital bed. At this time, the little girl hiding in Pei Xian's arms stopped crying. She hid in Pei Xian's arms, sobbing, and secretly looked at Nanfeng. Nanfeng noticed the little girl's gaze and made a face at her. The little girl was so frightened that she quickly hid in Pei Xian's arms, but compared to her previous fear and terror, she became much more curious about Nanfeng.
Who is he and why does he help me and my mother fight the bad guys? Master, I'm sorry to involve you in my family affairs. This matter has nothing to do with you. Please leave first. I will take care of the rest.
Pei Xian said, lowering her head to wipe away her daughter's tears, then forced a smile and said, Although the time we have been together is very short, I am very grateful for your care during this time. After I leave, I will arrange a new housekeeper for you.
By then, she will. Ha? What new housekeeper? Sister Pei, what are you talking about?
Pei Xian was stunned when she heard this, then she looked up at Nanfeng and said in a trembling voice, Master, won't you fire me?
Looking at Pei Xian's incredible expression, Nanfeng asked in confusion, Why should I fire you?
But, seeing that Pei Xian wanted to say something, Nanfeng stretched out a finger and placed it on her lips.
Shoo. Although this is your family affair, I've heard everything about it. Sister Pei, do you think you did something wrong?
Pei Xian looked into Nanfeng's deep eyes, and her originally restless heart calmed down instantly.
I'm not wrong. I just want to cure my daughter's illness. I just want her to be well. I want her to grow up well. I want to see her get married and start a family. Since you think you are not wrong, why do you take all the blame on yourself?
Hearing Nanfeng's words, Pei Xian's body trembled and she was speechless for a long time. She never told anyone about her private affairs. Because she had experienced an engagement, she knew that no one could be relied on and the only person she could rely on was herself, so no matter what problems she encountered, she would handle them alone. But Nanfeng said that this was not her problem and she didn't need to bear it herself. All the pressure and grievances Pei Xian had endured over the years burst out at this moment, and her tears couldn't stop flowing as if a dam had broken. Looking at Pei Xian who was crying inconsolably and the police who broke in from outside the door,
Nanfeng patted her on the back. Have a good rest, and leave the rest to me. Chapter 27, For you, the little princess is about to overturn Tianjing.
When the police came in and saw that the ward was smashed to pieces and 2 people were beaten unconscious, their expressions instantly became serious. In the end, Nanfeng picked up the phone on the ground and showed it to the police what had just happened in the video and the phone, saying that it was not him but them who started the fight first. The policeman took a look at Nanfeng, whose clothes were not wrinkled at all, and Li Bo, whose head was swollen like a pig, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help twitching a few times.
Although the evidence now proves that Nanfeng was acting in self-defense, wasn't his attack too cruel? I'm sorry, sir. Although it's true that you have the video, we still need someone to prove it for you. I can prove it to him. Just as Nanfeng coughed and was about to use his eloquence,
the young nurse bravely stepped forward and said, Mr. Policeman, I can testify that they were the ones who first came to our hospital to cause trouble, and then they were about to harm this patient's family.
If it weren't for this gentleman's bravery, I'm afraid the patient's family would be in trouble today.
After the young nurse finished speaking, 2 security guards also came forward to testify.
You see, there are still many good people in this world.
With the testimony of the young nurse and the security guard, the police also believed Nanfeng's statement.
But the necessary process still needs to be followed.
Nanfeng took a statement on the spot, and Li Bo and his mother were temporarily taken back to the detention center for causing trouble.
However, although Nanfeng acted bravely and in self-defense. However, after beating Li Bo like this, the police still reminded Nanfeng that they might not let it go. Although they are police officers, they cannot follow Nanfeng all the time.
They can only remind Nanfeng to be more careful.
Nanfeng agreed with a smile.
After the situation calmed down, Nanfeng sat in the corridor, took out his mobile phone, opened the hidden folder, found an encryption software in it, opened it, and sent the video of the commotion to a group. The originally silent group suddenly became lively the moment Nanfeng sent the message.
Brother, is that you? Are you finally back? Holy crap! Holy crap! It's a leopard. The leopard is back. Brother, woo woo woo, you finally showed up. If you hadn't shown up, we would have been beaten to death by the little princess.
I saw the messy comments in the group. Nanfeng's expression was a little complicated, but he still sent a message out.
It's me.
Hey guys, if anyone's short on cash lately, I have an order here.
It's open-ended, 50,000.
When someone in the group saw the message sent by Nanfeng, they immediately responded.
I take it, leopard, what's your request? Nanfeng typed back, it's simple. I want the 2 people in the video to never dare come to Hangzhou again.
I'll pay for all their medical expenses if they get into trouble. Knowing that the requirements were so simple, someone else quickly took the order.
Just when Nanfeng was about to shut down the software, suddenly someone sent a private message to Nanfeng. Leopard, are you in Hangzhou now?
Nanfeng didn't want to reply, but after seeing the other party's name, he still sent a message back.
What's up?
The other party seemed to hesitate for a long time before sending a message.
You'd better hide away recently, the farther away from Hangzhou, the better.
Seeing this message, Nanfeng frowned slightly.
Why? The little princess is crazy. What? Nanfeng was stunned when he saw the message sent by the other party. What's going on? How the hell would we know?
Ever since the little princess dumped you, she's been like crazy, coming to the gym every day at event.
She's beaten us guys so badly that we're almost afraid to come to the gym now. And it's said that the little princess turned the entire city of Tianjin upside down in order to find you. If she knew you were in Hangzhou, who knows what she would do. So you'd better get out and hide for the time being. Nanfeng looked at the message on his phone with a gloomy look in his eyes.
I didn't expect so much time has passed.
Her temper hasn't changed at all.
But Nanfeng just replied calmly.
Don't worry, she can't find me.
After saying that, Nanfeng closed the software and encrypted it again. The news of the task I just sent out will probably reach her ears soon.
But Nanfeng didn't care.
Because she couldn't find herself. Because the opponent's strategy was too difficult to conquer, he was forced to learn many skills and change his appearance. Not only did he change his name, but even his face was changed to the face that the opponent liked with the help of the system. Finally, he successfully conquered that crazy loli. Later she got tired of playing, and Nanfeng regained his freedom, and he restored his appearance and name. I want to find him now with the help of previous information.
It's simply impossible.
The only thing that surprised Nanfeng was that it was clearly her who dumped him in the first place, so why was she crazy enough to look for him now?
Nanfeng didn't understand, but respected.
After a while, Pei Xian coaxed her daughter to sleep and walked out of the ward. After seeing Nanfeng sitting in the corridor guarding the room,
Pei Xian's eyes were a little red. Asleep?
Don't worry, the child is young and doesn't remember much.
I'll give you some leave during this time.
You can stay with her in the hospital.
She will be better in a while.
Hearing Nanfeng's words, Pei Xian shook her head, her eyes revealing fatigue and despair.
Thank you, Master, for your help and kindness today. But I'm sorry, I can't stay with you any longer. Oh? Why?
Pei Xian did not answer immediately, but sat next to Nanfeng, looking at the pale ceiling with empty eyes.
Master, do you have time to listen to a story? Do you need me to prepare tissues in advance?
Pei Xian couldn't help but give Nanfeng a cold look as her emotions, which had been brewing for a long time, were ruined by Nanfeng. But her eyes also warmed a lot because of his interruption. Then, Nanfeng learned a story from her that was neither big nor small.
Pei Xian was born in a county town.
Although her academic performance was average, her family still supported her to go to college. After graduating from college, when she was old enough to get married, she met Li Bo through the introduction of her best friend.
At first, Pei Xian's family didn't like Li Bo.
But later, when she was partying with her best friends, she drank too much, and when she woke up she found Li Bo lying next to her. Pei Xian said that she wanted to die that day. When Pei Xian's family found out, they were determined to make Li Bo spend the rest of his life in jail. However, 2 months into the lawsuit, Pei Xian discovered that she was pregnant. Her family wanted her to abort the child, but Pei Xian wanted to keep the child. After a fierce quarrel, Pei Xian's family finally withdrew the lawsuit. In order to give the child a home after birth and avoid gossip, Pei Xian and Li Bo finally got together. But since Pei Xian married Li Bo, she realized that Li Bo was just pretending. After marriage, he is not only a mama's boy, but also listens to his mother in everything, making the family a mess. He was also addicted to gambling. He gambled away all the family's money and even mortgaged the house. In the end, he lost everything. Even after he was in debt, he actually set his sights on Pei Xian's parents' house. Chapter 28. I prefer mint flavor to white peach flavor lipstick. Because Pei Xian's parents retired and returned to their hometown, the house in the city was temporarily put on hold. When Pei Xian gave birth to her child, he hid it from Pei Xian and mortgaged Pei Xian's parents' house. Fortunately, Pei Xian's parents found out at the critical moment, and after Pei Xian successfully gave birth to the child, they made a notarized agreement and left the house to Pei Xian alone. Li Bo also held a grudge against Pei Xian and her parents because of this incident. Later, Pei Xian's child was diagnosed with congenital heart disease. Pei Xian was completely desperate at that time. What made her even more desperate was that when she returned home, she saw her best friend and Li Bo fooling around in bed. It was also at this time that Pei Xian realized that getting her drunk was the plan of her so-called best friend and Li Bo. In complete despair, Pei Xian chose to divorce. After leaving home with nothing, she sold the house left to her by her parents to pay for her child's medical treatment. But when Li Bo heard the news, he was like a shark smelling blood and came up directly. In order to avoid them, Pei Xian traveled to many cities. Finally, she settled down in Hangzhou. During these years, she started as a nanny and successfully got a high-paying job as a private butler with her character and ability. But she never expected that Li Bo and his mother would come to her. Pei Xian told Nanfeng all about her shameful past. When she finished, she seemed to relax completely, and even a rare natural smile appeared on her face. "Master, this is why I said that if I continue to stay by your side, it will only bring you countless troubles. They won't let me go." When she said this, although there was still pain in Pei Xian's eyes, she felt much more relaxed. "If you don't do this, what are you going to do next?" "Have no idea." Perhaps because she no longer had any secrets in front of Nanfeng, Pei Xian's emotions became much more natural. "Maybe I'll continue to be a nanny, or go to Shanghai and have a look around. Maybe someone will be interested in me and I can continue to be a private butler." "But have you considered your daughter? With her current body and age, is she suitable for running away with you?" When Pei Xian heard Nanfeng's words, the smile on her face gradually faded. Nanfeng noticed the change in Pei Xian and gently held her hand. Pei Xian struggled for a moment, but after seeing Nanfeng's calm eyes, her uneasy heart seemed to have found support and she no longer resisted. "How about I give you a suggestion?" "What's the proposal?" "Promise to be my girlfriend." "What?" Hearing Nanfeng's words, Pei Xian's body tensed up instantly and her mind went blank. But she was a person who had seen many storms after all, so how could she lose her composure so easily? She quickly recovered and then said with a smile, "Master, you are joking. You may think I am good looking and it is just a spur of the moment, but I just did it on a whim." Pei Xian wanted to refuse politely, but she didn't expect Nanfeng to express his thoughts so bluntly. "No, don't you know that this will hurt girls' feelings?" Seeing Pei Xian's strange look, Nanfeng smiled slightly. "Sister Pei, just like you've experienced one marriage and no longer believe in love, I'm the same. I prefer the pursuit of temporary pleasure to the legendary eternal love. Since none of us believe it, why not just make a deal? You become my girlfriend and satisfy my whims, and as a bargaining chip, I will help you deal with your nightmares and cover the cost of your daughter's treatment." Pei Xian subconsciously wanted to refuse, but Nanfeng put his hands behind his head and interrupted, "Sister Pei, don't refuse so quickly. Think about it carefully before giving me an answer. Believe me, promise me, you won't suffer any loss." Pei Xian turned her head to look at Nanfeng's handsome profile. When she first came into contact with Nanfeng, she only thought that Nanfeng was a rich young man. He is a ruffian, a dandy, and a dishonest person. But it is undeniable that he is not only young, rich, and in good shape, but also very handsome. Pei Xian was able to get to where she is today because she had come into contact with people from the upper class.
Although they also kept many lovers in secret, they would never express it as bluntly as Nanfeng. A deal is a deal.
And the bargaining chips proposed by Nanfeng really made her very excited. If she could get rid of Li Bo and his mother forever, she could give her daughter a stable living environment, and she wouldn't even have to worry about the medical expenses that she had been worried about.
Only. Is an old woman like her really worthy of Nanfeng?
Pei Xian hesitated for a long time, but finally mustered up the courage to say, "Master, I'm 31 this year."
Mature women understand men better, don't they?
Nanfeng turned his head to look at Pei Xian, then leaned close to Pei Xian's ear and whispered, "And I believe Sister Pei will do better than them, right?" Feeling the even scorching heat of the south wind, even someone as steady as Pei Xian couldn't help but blush at the tips of her ears.
"Master, please give me some time to think about it."
"Sure." Nanfeng finished speaking, and then continued, "But you just said that your daughter has congenital heart disease, right?" When Pei Xian heard Nanfeng mention her daughter, a hint of loneliness flashed in her eyes. Congenital heart disease is actually not a terminal illness, nor is it a difficult disease to treat, but because of Li Bo's drag, Pei Xian's daughter missed the best time for treatment. Even if she worked hard to make money later, it would be difficult to completely cure the disease, and it was even very likely to cause serious sequelae.
And the cost of treatment alone is a huge expense.
I know an expert in a military hospital who specializes in treating congenital heart disease. If you can send your daughter there, I think it won't take long to cure her."
"Really?"
Pei Xian, who was still hesitating, felt her heart almost jump out after hearing Nanfeng's words.
"Master, can you really send the baby to that hospital?" "Sister Pei, do I need to lie to you?" Pei Xian looked a little embarrassed when she heard this.
"I'm sorry, Master.
That's not what I meant. Don't worry, I don't blame you,"
Nanfeng said as he stood up and stretched. "It's getting late, Sister Pei, please stay here and spend time with your daughter."
"I'm leaving first." "Master, please wait a moment. I'll take you there right away."
No, the child is surprised and needs the company of his parents, but... After Nanfeng finished speaking, he took advantage of Pei Xian's days and kissed her directly.
Pei Xian's mind went blank in an instant.
When she reacted, she saw Nanfeng staring at her with a wicked smile on his face.
"Consider this my interest for helping you.
However, compared to white peach flavor, I still prefer mint."
"Sister Pei, please pay attention next time."
After Nanfeng finished speaking, he turned around gracefully. Looking at Nanfeng's handsome back, Pei Xian couldn't help but touch her slightly swollen red lips with an infatuated look in her eyes.
If it's him, maybe it's possible. Chapter 29, Pei Xian's Favorability 90. The Sick Little Princess of Tianjing. When he arrived outside the hospital, Nanfeng hailed a taxi.
He now feels more and more that without a car of his own, even traveling is a problem. So Nanfeng planned to take this opportunity to buy his own car first.
"Where's the handsome guy going?"
"The nearest Mercedes-Benz dealership."
"Okay, sit down."
When the driver heard that they were going to the Mercedes-Benz 4S dealership, his tone towards Nanfeng became much nicer. "Don't be fooled by what you see on the internet, Mercedes-Benz is a common car. But in reality, more than 95% of the people in the country can actually drive a Mercedes-Benz." After getting in the car, Nanfeng heard the system prompt sound in his mind. "Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the side quest.
Accompany Pei Xian to the hospital to visit her daughter.
Reward, cash subsidy of 10 million, heartbeat value, 50, Pei Xian's favorability plus 30. Ding, Pei Xian is touched by the host's comfort, heartbeat value plus 1. Ding, Pei Xian is touched by the host's comfort, heartbeat value plus 1.
Drop.
Ding, Pei Xian is moved by the host's proposal, heart points plus 1. Ding, Pei Xian is moved by the host's proposal, heart points plus 1.
Drop.
Ding, Pei Xian opened her heart to the host, and her favorability increased by 5. The system's prompts kept ringing. Putting aside the system's rewards, the heartbeat value provided by Pei Xian alone in this round was as high as 100 points. Although there is an element of temptation from the south wind, as the saying goes, a horse that can run is a good horse. As long as you get the heart rate, the process and method are not important.
Including the system's rewards, Nanfeng now has 200 points of excitement.
But don't underestimate these 200 points of excitement. Although some things that span time and even some fantasy things require tens of thousands, even dozens or millions of heartbeat values. But you have to know that 100 heart points can be exchanged for 1 million cash subsidies plus a shop.
You can imagine the value of these 200 heartbeat points.
In addition, Pay Science favorability increased by 5 points based on completing the task, reaching 90 points.
Nanfong opened Pay Science's latest panel. Name, Pay Science. Age, 31. Height, 176 centimeters. Weight, 61 kilograms. Measurements, 98-66-100. Appearance, 93 points.
Personality, docile, strong-willed, maternal. Hobbies, flower arranging, taking care of my daughter.
Favorite food, vanilla ice cream, stir-fried beef, seafood porridge. Psychological weakness, daughter. Favorability, 90. The other party will not resist any request made by the host.
With what happened today, and with Nanfong's help and deal, Pei Xian's only psychological weakness now lies with her own daughter. Obviously she had gradually struggled out of Li Bo's nightmare. As for the favorability level of 90, it has reached the level that no matter what request Nanfong makes, even if Nanfong asks Pei Xian to be his dog, she will not refuse. This was something Nanfong had not expected. The degree of favorability is also divided into stages. 10 is a stranger, 30 is a good impression, 60 is considered to be someone you love and your confession will never fail, 80 is almost complete trust in the other person, and 90 and above is almost to the point of pathological obedience.
As for 100, Nanfong has not succeeded yet. Nanfong himself didn't know what the level would be when the favorability reached 100.
Nanfong originally thought that he had completed the task and Pei Xian's favorability towards him had reached 85, which was high enough. However, he did not expect that Pei Xian's favorability towards him had reached 90.
This is purely a pleasant surprise. The rest depends on Pei Xian's own choice.
And on the other side, when Li Bo woke up from his coma, he found himself not in a hospital but in a detention center. He was unhappy at the time and shouted in the detention center that Nanfong was in cahoots with the police.
Instead of arresting Nanfong, the assailant, they arrested the victims. The police calmly took out the video provided by Nanfong and the confessions of other people.
After watching the video, Li Bo realized that he had been fooled by Nanfong. He dug a hole specifically for himself to jump into. But then I thought, since he is Pei Xian's new lover, he should be very rich.
When I get out, I must blackmail him.
Because Li Bo did not cause any substantial harm to Pei Xian, the police released him with just a verbal warning. But his mother was in a terrible state.
She cried and made a fuss in the detention center, saying that the police were taking bribes. This annoyed them all.
Finally, she was detained for 15 days on the charge of obstructing public service, but considering her age, she was released after only 3 days. On the day she was released, Li Bo picked her up and prepared to go settle the score with Nanfong. But the mother and son had not taken 2 steps. A Jinbei van stopped in front of them, and then the door opened. 7 or 8 strong men with sticks in their hands and tattoos got out of the car.
Are you Li Bo?
Seeing this group of ferocious-looking people, Li Bo and his mother were so scared that their legs went weak.
Yes, it's me. Who are you?
Seeing Li Bo admit it, the bald man in the lead threw the cigarette but on the ground with a grim smile on his face.
It doesn't matter who we are. What matters is that someone doesn't want you to stay in Hangzhou. Do you understand? No. We haven't received our money yet, and we won't leave no matter what. Since you are unwilling to leave on your own initiative, I can only ask you to leave.
Not far from the Jinbei van, a Rolls-Royce was parked on the side of the road. Behind the thick windows, a pair of almost sick eyes were staring at the developments here.
Are they the targets of the mission issued by Little Leopard?
Yes, miss. I watched Li Bo and his mother being dragged into the van. She bit her thumb tightly, her eyes bloodthirsty as she said, "No.
No.
He's been gone for so many years, how could he issue a mission in the boxing gym for such a lowly person?"
But soon, she said sharply, "No. Even if it's fake, I must find out everything. Find out all the information about them. Even if I have to turn the entire city of Hangzhou upside down, I must find Xiaobao's whereabouts." Yes, Mississippi.
Also, since this mission was assigned by Xiaobao, then do it cleanly.
Yes, Mississippi.
No, wait a minute, I can't do this, or it will scare the little leopard.
That's right, I just don't let him know. Yes, I just don't let him know.
The little princess of Tianjing, who should have been high and mighty, was now curled up in the back seat of a Rolls-Royce, with a sick look in her eyes, conflicted and in pain. The driver looked at the young lady in the back seat with eyes full of heartache. Everything was going well at first, why did it end up like this? Of course, this happened 3 days later. After completing his mission, Nanfeng left the hospital and drove directly to the Mercedes-Benz S store. In fact, for Nanfeng, there are many luxury cars to choose from, such as the Cullinan that is most circulated on the internet, or Ferrari, Mavericks, and even Rolls-Royce, which can all be easily obtained by Nanfeng. But Nanfeng chose Mercedes-Benz because he has a special feeling for it. When Nanfeng graduated from high school, he attended a car show. Because he was dressed casually, many booths did not allow him to observe closely. But only Mercedes-Benz not only let him watch closely, but even allowed him to get in the car for a test drive. This made him feel respected for the first time. Just like Mercedes-Benz's former slogan. When you look at Mercedes-Benz, it is also waiting for its future owner.
Chapter 30 Chenyao, Nanfeng, why are you following me?
Sir, what kind of car would you like to buy? As soon as Nanfeng stepped into the 4S store, someone came to greet him.
Nanfeng has remembered his favorite car for many years. Take me to see the Maybach.
When the salesperson heard that Nanfeng was heading straight for the Maybach, his eyes lit up.
Yes, sir, please follow me.
Under the guidance of the salesperson, Nanfeng soon saw the Maybach S680 that he had test-driven at the auto show.
Sir, would you like me to introduce this car to you?
No, just swipe the card.
Ah.
After hearing Nanfeng's words, the salesperson was stunned for a moment. She has been working in sales for many years, but this is the first time she has seen someone so generous who buys without asking any questions.
What configuration do you need, sir? All top of the line.
When the salesperson heard Nanfeng's needs, his eyes lit up.
Okay, sir, I'll prepare the contract for you right away. Please sit down and rest for a while. I'll be back soon. Not long after the salesperson left, water and a fruit plate were brought to Nanfeng. Just when Nanfeng was waiting for the contract, an irritable voice suddenly sounded beside my ear. Nanfeng, why are you here? Nanfeng was having a lot of fun playing Candy Crush when he was interrupted by the voice. He looked up and met Chenyao's gloomy eyes. Nanfeng cursed inwardly what bad luck he had. I had just had an unpleasant argument with Chenyao this morning, but I didn't expect to meet her again in the afternoon when I was buying a car. Am I so unlucky today? But he was too lazy to pay attention to Chenyao. He simply ignored her and lowered his head to continue playing Candy Crush. But after Chenyao saw Nanfeng's attitude towards her, suddenly a surge of anger surged in my heart. She rushed over quickly, snatched Nanfeng's phone and threw it on the sofa, angrily accusing, Nanfeng, do you still have any shame? I clearly hated you today and told you clearly that we had broken up, so why did you still follow me? Looking at Chenyao, whose eyes were about to spit fire, Nanfeng felt confused. Chenyao, did you forget to go to the bathroom when you went out this afternoon? What's the meaning? What I mean is, why don't you take a piss and look at yourself before you go out? What kind of character do you have to be followed by me? South wind. Looking at Nanfeng with a look of disdain, Chenyao felt like her lungs were about to explode. This morning she wanted to warn Nanfeng and ask him to stay away from her, but not only did she make a fool of herself in front of so many people, she was even kicked out of the class by Jiang Siren. Later, she tried to find Jiang Siren, but was told that she would not be allowed to attend her classes in the future. When she told her father the news, her father, who had always doted on her, actually yelled at her, saying that he had given so much for her, but she couldn't even do such a small thing. Feeling depressed, Chenyao called Wu Shua to get drunk. But considering that the two are already engaged and are not far from getting married, so I decided to take a look at the wedding car first. Unexpectedly, as soon as she came in, she saw Nanfeng. When I thought about how I made a fool of myself because of him, was kicked out of the class, and was scolded by my dad, I realized that he even dared to ridicule me like that. Chenyao's eyes suddenly turned red, and she raised her hand to slap Nanfeng. But before the slap touched Nanfeng, Nanfeng grabbed his wrist. Next time before you hit someone, remember not to stand there with your teeth bared like a dog, otherwise anyone can tell you're going to bite. Nanfeng, how dare you call me a dog? Hey, I didn't say that, you said it yourself. Ah. Chenyao was ridiculed by Nanfeng one after another. She wanted to slap him, but she couldn't. She couldn't get rid of the anger in her heart. She couldn't hold back her grievance any longer and tears flowed down her face. Nanfeng, you are a bastard. Each other. To be honest, Nanfeng didn't really dislike Qinyao.
After all, they had been in a relationship for a month. Although the result was not good, at least we parted ways in the end. But they clearly broke up. But she seemed to have delusions and always felt that she was trying to find a sense of existence in front of her. This made Nanfeng speechless and even felt it was ridiculous. Just as the two were confronting each other, Wu Shuo walked over. Seeing the scene, his originally smiling brows sank.
Let go. Hearing Wu Shuo's voice, Nanfeng turned around and raised an eyebrow. Who are you?
My name is Wu Shuo, I'm a master's student at Cambridge University in Eagle Country.
My family. Stop. 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 Stop it.
When Nanfeng heard Wu Shuo showing off his academic qualifications right away, he felt like scolding him.
Dude, are you crazy or something? I asked who you are, not what kind of pants you were wearing today, nor did I ask which country you were in before, do you understand?
Wu Shuo was born into a noble family, and people around him tried their best to please him. No one had ever dared to speak to him like that. Wu Shuo was furious for a moment, and gritted his teeth and said, Okay, this is the first time since I returned to China that someone dares to speak to me like this. I want to see who's tougher, your mouth or my fist. After Wu Shuo finished speaking, he came up and raised his hand to slap Nanfeng in the face.
But before Wu Shuo could touch Nanfeng, Nanfeng grabbed his wrist. Before Wu Shuo could react. The next second, Nanfeng slapped Wu Shuo in the face with his backhand. When Qinyao saw that Nanfeng dared to fight with Wu Shuo, she was completely stunned. It took her a long time to react, and then she yelled at Nanfeng, Nanfeng, are you crazy? How dare you hit Wu Shuo? Are you so jealous that I'm engaged to someone else? Ha!
Qinyao hurried forward to help Wu Shuo pick up his glasses, then protected him behind her and said to Nanfeng with gritted teeth, Nanfeng, this is a matter between us.
Why did you fight with Wu Shuo? Are you so jealous of him?
I've already told you clearly before, we've broken up, break up.
Gotta go our separate ways, understand? I already have a fiancé, and there's no possibility between us anymore, so please stop stalking me and bothering me from now on, okay?
Looking at Qinyao eyes, he seemed to want to kill himself. Nanfeng was too tired to complain, so he simply raised his middle finger at her and cursed.
Idiot.
He really didn't know where Qinyao got her confidence from, and felt that he could never forget her.
And it was clearly Wu Shuo who wanted to show off in front of her, but failed. How did she make it look like she was jealous that Wu Shuo attacked him? Why didn't I realize her paranoia was so severe when I was dating her before?
Out of kindness, Nanfeng reminded him after cursing, it just so happens that I just went to a hospital recently. I heard that they are quite professional in treating mental illnesses.
Do you need me to introduce it to you?
Chapter 31 Manager Zhu, it seems someone doesn't want me to buy your car.
Nanfeng, you.
Before Qinyao could say anything, Wu Shuo had already put on his glasses and regained his composure.
I was wondering who was so arrogant. Turns out it's Qinyao ex-boyfriend.
Wu Shuo said this, and he was not angry at all because Nanfeng slapped him earlier. Instead, he sat directly opposite Nanfeng, crossed his legs, and sneered, so you followed us here in advance this time just to attract Yao's attention again, right?
Looking at Wu Shuo who was talking to himself. Nanfeng couldn't hold it in any longer. Is this a common problem among rich people? Do they all like to imagine the plot in their own imagination?
Seeing that Nanfeng didn't say anything, Wu Shuo thought he had guessed right, so the mockery on his face became even more intense.
Little friend, as someone who's been through this, I have to remind you that some things are just for fun and shouldn't be taken seriously. Some circles can't just be integrated into just because you want to. Do you understand?
I didn't mind Yao dating you before, but now that I'm back home, I don't want you to continue to disturb our lives.
Do you understand? It seems that Wu Shuo has already entered the role.
Nanfeng said that he was tired and hoped that the world would be destroyed soon.
In order to quickly get rid of these two crazy men and women, Nanfeng nodded repeatedly. I understand, so can you leave now?
Seeing Nanfeng's impatient expression, Wu Shuo chuckled, it seems you still don't understand.
How about this? Today I will thoroughly make you understand the gap and chasm between us.
After Wu Shuo finished speaking, he called the salesperson over.
I was looking at the E300 from your store before. Do you have any in stock now?
Yes, sir.
Okay, call your manager over. I want it now. Swipe the card.
When the salesperson heard that Wu Shuo wanted to see the manager, he hurriedly said, I'm sorry, sir, the manager is busy with a more important contract right now. If you want to order a car with the manager, you may have to wait a while. Hearing the salesperson's words, Wu Shua frowned. Okay then, when your manager is done, have him come see me. Yes, sir. After the salesperson left, Wu Shua gave Nan Feng a provocative smile. Boy, do you understand the gap between us now? Chen Yao, who was standing by, also echoed, that's right, Nan Feng, we are not from the same world at all. You will never be able to earn as much as my monthly allowance in your entire life, so don't harass me anymore in the future, or I'll be rude to you. Yes. 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 You are all right. Looking at their arrogant faces, Nan Feng really didn't know where their sense of superiority came from. Did they think they were superior people just because they bought a Mercedes-Benz E300? This sense of superiority comes out of nowhere. In order to prevent himself from being infected by the mentally retarded, Nan Feng took the initiative to retreat 3 feet. Not long after Chen Yao finished speaking, she saw the manager coming out of the office with a salesperson and walking towards her in a hurry. Seeing this, Wu Shua glanced at Nan Feng with contempt, and his meaning was obviously to tell Nan Feng, now you know what the gap is, right? But when the manager came to Wu Shua, he did not stop at all. Instead, he came to Nan Feng in Wu Shua's puzzled gaze, with a flattering smile on his face. Sir, are you sure you want to buy our latest, fully equipped Maybach S680? Nan Feng thought that all he needed to do was sign a contract. I didn't expect that even the manager would come out. Okay, sir. This is a contract tailored to your needs. We also happen to have a limited edition Mercedes-Benz S680 Midnight Edition. What do you think? No problem, this is the one. Seeing Nan Feng so straightforward, the manager said respectfully, okay, sir. Mercedes-Benz is honored to serve you from today. We've already arranged for a specialist to book your license plate registration, and it will be completed within half an hour. We'll also have a specialist to take care of all subsequent maintenance and other services. If there are no problems, you just need to sign the contract. Good. Nan Feng took a quick look at the contract in front of him, and after confirming that there were no problems, he was just about to sign it. Wait a moment. At this moment, Wu Shua stood up and shouted, did you make a mistake? Manager Zhu, I'm the one who wants to buy the car, why did you give him a contract? Zhu Mao turned around when he heard the voice and noticed Wu Shua. He smiled and said, it's you, Mr. Wu. You're here to buy the E300, right? I'll help this distinguished guest sign the contract, and then I'll come back to discuss the price with you. When Wu Shua heard what Zhu Mao said, his face suddenly turned ugly. Manager Zhu, I might not have been clear in my words just now. Did I mean that you don't need to verify capital when signing contracts with clients? Capital verification? After hearing Wu Shua's words, Zhu Mao didn't react for a moment. What does Mr. Wu mean by this? Before Wu Shua could speak, Nan Feng sneered. What he meant was that a poor idiot like me is not worthy of buying your luxury cars. Yes, that's it. Wu Shua made no secret of his contempt for Nan Feng. After all, in his eyes, Nan Feng was just a dogskin plaster who was pestering Chen Yao for money. How can someone like him afford such an expensive luxury car? Manager Zhu, you've seen it, it's not that I don't want to buy your car, it's that someone has been mocking me here. Since he thinks I can't afford it, why don't we just forget about the contract today? Hearing Nan Feng's words, Zhu Mao's face suddenly turned ugly. Sir, please don't be angry. He is not an employee of our company and cannot represent our company's respect and attitude towards you. Zhu Mao apologized to Nan Feng and turned to Wu Shua and warned him, Mr. Wu, if you are here to buy a car, I welcome you. But if you attack our most valued customers in our store, then I'm sorry, we don't welcome customers like you. Wu Shua originally wanted to severely attack Nan Feng in front of Zhu Mao, and at the same time show off in front of Chen Yao. Unexpectedly, Zhu Mao did not check Nan Feng's assets. Instead, he warned himself. Wu Shua's face also turned ugly at this time. Manager Zhu, I'm helping your company stop the losses. You should be aware of the serious consequences if someone were to swindle you out of a luxury car like this, right? Mr. Wu, as an outsider, please don't worry about this. If you have nothing else to do, please go back today. We don't welcome customers like you in our store anymore. Look, what does it mean to be able to handle things? This is called knowing how to handle things. No wonder Zhu Mao was able to become the general manager of Hangzhou. It turns out that he is quite capable. Okay. I won't buy it if I don't want to. But today I want to see where he gets the money to buy this car. If he can't pay for it later, Manager Zhu, don't cry. After saying that, Wu Shua crossed his arms and looked confident.
Chen Yao, standing by, looked at Nanfeng with disdain. Nanfeng, are you really going to lie so much to get my attention? Do you know how much trouble and loss this will cause others? Chapter 32 Wu Shua's doubt, Chen Yao's misunderstanding.
Nanfeng simply ignored the crazy couple and handed over the card in his hand.
That's why I said that. I like dealing with smart people like you, Manager Zhu.
As long as you like it, sir. Xu Mao took the bank card and swiped it directly under the watchful eyes of Chen Yao and Wu Shua. Ding, the host has used up a 1-cent luxury car subsidy voucher and successfully spent 1 cent to purchase the latest global limited edition top-of-the-line Maybach S680 Midnight Edition. As the reminder sounded in my mind,
a mechanical female voice also came from the machine. Payment successful.
Upon hearing this voice, Chen Yao and Wu Shua, who had just been watching a show, were stunned for a moment.
Impossible, how is this possible? How can you have so much money?
This time, it wasn't just Wu Shua who was shocked. Even Chen Yao was dumbfounded. After all, it doesn't matter that Wu Shua can't be with Nanfeng. After all, she has been in a relationship with Nanfeng for a month and knows a lot about Nanfeng's situation.
He comes from a small county town. His family conditions are not bad, but can only be considered well off.
During the time they were dating, she paid for most of the expenses. Even when they broke up, Nanfeng asked for a huge sum of money, raising the original breakup fee of 100,000 to 300,000 before he agreed.
With his financial situation, how could he possibly come up with so much money to buy the latest Maybach S680 and the global limited edition Midnight Edition?
You should know that even the lowest configuration of this car costs nearly 2 million. The top configuration has even reached 4 million.
Nanfeng, where did you get so much money?
Chen Yao rushed to Nanfeng and grabbed his hand to find out what was going on. But Nanfeng pushed her away without leaving any trace, and then reminded her, "Miss Chen, your fiancé is still next to you, please don't bother with me."
Wu Shua won't misunderstand. He knows that we are no longer related.
Looking at Chen Yao's anxious eyes,
Nanfeng sighed and said, "Do you really have to make me say this so clearly? I think your hands are dirty, so could you please not touch me?"
You! Chen Yao was so angry at Nanfeng that her body trembled. Xu Mao on the side simply ignored Wu Shua and Chen Yao, and smiled as he reminded Nanfeng of other things to pay attention to after buying a new car.
By the way, Manager Zhu, I'm too lazy to drive. Do you have a driver here who can help me drive the car back today? The wages are negotiable.
Yes. Of course we have. I'll arrange a driver for you and make sure you get home safely.
Okay, I'll trouble Manager Zhu then. No problem.
Oh, by the way, the specialist has already drawn a number for you.
I'll take you to choose a license plate number now.
Okay.
I saw Zhu Mao accompanying Nanfeng walking towards the office.
Wu Shua and Chen Yao's eyes almost popped out. They could never have imagined that the poor boy who, in their eyes, was only pestering Chen Yao for money, would actually slap them in the face. Wu Shua could no longer contain his doubts and questioned Chen Yao. "Yao, didn't you tell me that the guy you were dating before was a pauper? How could he afford such an expensive car? Did you secretly give him money?"
Hearing Wu Shua's question, Chen Yao's face instantly turned cold. "Wu Shua, you are doubting me."
Wu Shua saw Chen Yao's ugly face and realized that he had said the wrong thing. He quickly explained, Yao, that's not what I meant, but apart from you, I really can't think of how he could come up with so much money at once."
Wu Shua's suspicion is not unreasonable.
After all, Nanfeng's family conditions are average, and the people he comes into contact with are also average.
The only rich person he has come into contact with is Chen Yao.
If it weren't for Chen Yao, he really couldn't imagine how Nanfeng could come up with so much money at once. After hearing Wu Shua's words, Chen Yao felt worse than ever. But she was also puzzled.
How did Nanfeng manage to come up with so much money at once?
Suddenly she seemed to have thought of something and said abruptly, "I remember now.
I know where his money comes from." Yao, what's going on?
At this moment, Chen Yao's mind emerged the scene where Tang Yuyu took the initiative to find Nanfeng and gave him a bank card before class in the morning. She remembered clearly that there was a full 8 million in the card that Tang Yuyu gave to Nanfeng.
What?
After hearing Chen Yao's words, Wu Shua took a long time to recover.
So what you're saying is, after you broke up, he was immediately kept by someone else. And the other party gave him 8 million in one go. Chen Yao frowned when she heard this.
Although what Wu Shua said was unpleasant to hear, it seemed to be the truth. Apart from this situation, she really couldn't think of any other way for Nanfeng to come up with so much money in one go. I was wondering how a poor guy like him could afford such an expensive car. Turns out he's just living off his wife. Logically speaking, Wu Shua mocked Nanfeng, and Chen Yao should be happy. But for some reason, Chen Yao felt very uncomfortable in her heart. Especially when she thought of Tang Yuyu's face, which even she was jealous of, and her completely unscientific body proportions. This feeling reached its peak in her mind. Wu Shua noticed that something was wrong with Chen Yao, so he quickly comforted her. Hey, Yao Yao, there's no need to be angry with people like him. To put it bluntly, he relies on women for a living. He can't cross the class barrier with such despicable means. When she gets tired of him, just kick him away, and he'll behave himself. Yao Yao, just wait and see, sooner or later he will be in trouble. After hearing Wu Shua's comfort, Chen Yao felt a little better. By the way, don't you like the E300? I'll buy one for us right now. Wu Shua said that he wanted to buy a car to make her happy. When the salesperson heard Wu Shua's intention to buy a car, he directly refused, saying, I'm sorry, sir. Our manager just told us that we don't like customers like you. If you want to buy a car, you can go to other stores. It seems that even a small salesperson dares not show it to him. Wu Shua immediately became angry and shouted, How can you open a store without doing business? Believe it or not, I will call the media over right now and expose your store. Please do as you please, but we have the complete story in our hands. Whether you want to expose it or sue us, we will fight to the end. The atmosphere was becoming tense. Chen Yao also lost interest in looking at cars. Forget it, I'm not in the mood today, let's go. Although Wu Shua was annoyed when he saw this, he could only suppress his anger and hurry to catch up. When she was about to step out of the store, Chen Yao turned around and looked deeply at Nanfeng, who was sipping tea. She thought you had some backbone, but she didn't expect that in the end you still had to rely on another woman for support. Nanfeng, just wait for me, sooner or later you will regret it. Chapter 33, Is the campus bell of Song University going to stand me up? Nanfeng sat in the office for about half an hour. After Zhu Mao helped Nanfeng complete all the procedures, he officially handed the contract and driving license to Nanfeng. And at the end, Zhu Mao took out a business card and handed it to Nanfeng respectfully. Mr. Nanfeng, from today on you are a distinguished Mercedes owner. If you have any questions, you can contact me at any time and our store will come to help you solve them immediately. Good. Nanfeng put away Zhu Mao's business card. Zhu Mao then found a driver specifically for Nanfeng. The driver was a good-looking female salesperson. After getting in the car, she saw Nanfeng's young and handsome face through the rearview mirror, and her heart was stirred. I didn't expect that the owner of this global limited edition car is so young? Sir, where should I take you? Hangzhou No. 1 Courtyard. Hearing that Nanfeng was actually going to Hangzhou No. 1 Courtyard, the saleswoman looked at Nanfeng with even more shock. You should know that Hangzhou Lake No. 1 Courtyard is the most expensive property in the entire city of Hangzhou. Nanfeng looks to be only in his early 20s, and it seems that he must be a rich man from some family. For a moment, there was a different kind of charm in the saleswoman's eyes when she looked at Nanfeng. I have to say that Mercedes-Benz has a good eye for sales. For example, the system score of drivers driving now has reached 82 points. This score is already very high among the general public. Under normal circumstances, Nanfeng might still be in the mood to make some jokes, but when he met Chen Yao and Wu Shua today, Nanfeng just felt unlucky. Fortunately, he finally bought his first car. Nanfeng sat in the back seat, enjoying the moment when he fulfilled his childhood dream. There was only one word in his mind, awesome. On the way back, Nanfeng sent a message to Song Mingyue, saying that he had finished his work and was back. Song Mingyue was now in the office, punching and kicking a doll in anger. It was already dusk outside and it was getting dark, but Nanfeng still hadn't replied to her message. Could it be that he wants to stand me up? Just when Song Mingyue couldn't bear it anymore and wanted to contact Nanfeng, she suddenly saw the message from Nanfeng and was immediately delighted, but then she coughed and quickly regained her composure. Are you done? Well, are you off work? I'll be off work soon. Okay, I'll wait for you at the entrance of your sales office. Okay, emoticon heart, JPG. Seeing Nanfeng's message, Song Mingyue snorted. I thought you would stand me up, but in the end, I easily took advantage of you. Song Mingyue's mood instantly improved. She went to the bathroom to touch up her makeup and couldn't help humming a song.
Wait until you get off work.
Song Mingyue came to the door and looked around but didn't see Nanfeng, so she took out her cell phone and sent a message to Nanfeng, asking him where he was. While waiting for a reply, she noticed a brand new Maybach parked on the side of the road. Although Song Mingyue couldn't afford it, after being with Chen Yao for a long time, she also knew the value of such a luxury car, and a hint of envy flashed in her eyes. Although she made a lot of money by selling a top-tier apartment, it was still far from enough to buy such a luxury car.
But since there aren't many people around now, it should be okay to take a secret photo, right?
Song Mingyue thought about it, first went to the rearview mirror to adjust her makeup, then went to the front of the car and posed for pictures. When the saleswoman in the car saw such a beautiful woman like Song Mingyue, a hint of envy and jealousy flashed in her eyes. Although she is already pretty good looking. But compared to Song Mingyue, she is much older and does not have the vitality of young people. Song Mingyue's figure is not as exaggerated as Tang Yuyu's, nor as mature as Pei Xian, nor as tall as Jian Siren. But Song Mingyue has her own unique charm.
That is the absolutely well-proportioned figure and the vitality brought by youth.
Especially the short skirt she wore today, which showed off her healthy and energetic leg curves to the fullest. The reason why she was named one of the 3 most beautiful girls in S University. Apart from her good looks and vitality, the most important thing about her is her eyes. Those are a pair of eyes that are hard to describe. If I have to say, it is that when she smiles and squints her eyes, it is as if you were seeing the bright moon that belongs only to the night in the vast starry sky, and you will be intoxicated by it at first sight. To put it simply, it looks like a crescent moon, making people subconsciously want to touch it.
Sir, do you need to get her up? Need not.
Nanfeng sat in the back seat, watching Song Mingyue posing for photos, with a slight smile on his face.
Wait until she finishes filming. Nanfeng just sent a message. Have you finished filming?
When Song Mingyue was about to open the photo album to edit the photos, she was shocked to see the message sent by Nanfeng.
How did you know I was taking pictures? Look back.
After seeing Nanfeng's message, Song Mingyue turned around and saw the back seat window slowly roll down, revealing Nanfeng's slightly playful face.
Nanfeng, you.
At this moment, after seeing Nanfeng in the back seat, Song Mingyue was so ashamed that she was incoherent.
No wonder she didn't see Nanfeng when she came out just now.
It turned out that he had been waiting in the car.
Doesn't that mean he saw everything she took pictures of just now? Thinking of this, Song Mingyue's face turned red instantly.
But after the shame, came the shock.
Nanfeng, this isn't your car, is it? Handsome, right? Handsome. So handsome.
At this moment, Song Mingyue was so excited that her heart was about to burst out. But when she thought about how Nanfeng bought the 420 million yuan building without blinking an eye, she suddenly felt that it was natural for Nanfeng to drive such a car.
Get in the car. Can I go up? Why not? Did the campus beauty Songdi invite me to dinner and now she wants to stand me up? Of course not. In the end, Song Mingyue couldn't resist the temptation and got in the car.
When the saleswoman in the driver's seat saw Song Mingyue get into the car, a hint of envy and jealousy flashed in her eyes, but she quickly realized that only a beauty like Song Mingyue was worthy of a young man like Nanfeng.
Where are we going now, sir? Where is the campus beauty Song planning to take me for dinner? Song Mingyue snorted when she heard this. Longji Times Square.
Longji Times Square is the largest, most luxurious, and grand shopping mall in Hangzhou. There are countless luxury stores inside, where you can buy limited edition products from all over the world. It is even said that this Times Square hotel spent more than 30 million to build a toilet, which attracted many people to check in. On the top floor of Times Square, there are also top restaurants from all over the world. Of course, consumption here is prohibitive for ordinary people. I originally thought that Song Mingyue meant to take me out to a restaurant when she said she would treat me to a meal, but I didn't expect that she would be willing to spend so much money.
Okay, then I'll have to trouble the school beauty Song's wallet today. Leave it to me.
Just as the vehicle was about to leave, other employees who were leaving get off work also saw Song Mingyue getting into the vehicle, with indescribable shock and jealousy in their eyes.
I was wondering why Song Mingyue got promoted so quickly. Turns out she hooked up with a rich man. Chapter 34. Look, how did I manage to send the evidence to your team leader with my shaking hands?
The car window was not closed yet, so the voices of people talking could still be heard inside the car.
After hearing these discussions, Song Mingyue's bright eyes dimmed for a moment, and her hands clenched unconsciously. Nanfeng noticed Song Mingyue's subtle movements.
He said to the driver, "Drive the car in front of them." When Song Mingyue heard Nanfeng's words, her delicate face trembled slightly, and then she quickly said, "Nanfeng, it's not necessary.
I'm used to it." They just said it casually. Just don't take it to heart.
Nanfeng said nothing, but the system prompt sound rang in his mind. Ding, rumors have been detected about the capture target. A temporary side quest is now being issued. Support Song Mingyue.
Reward, 7 million in cash, 50 in heart rate, and plus 20 in favorability. It's not easy for the campus beauty Son to treat me to a meal today. If I don't help you get revenge when you've been wronged, wouldn't I feel guilty about eating this meal?
After Nanfeng finished speaking, the Maybach had already stopped in front of the people who were talking. When Nanfeng's young and handsome face appeared in the back seat, all the girls were shocked.
Oh my god, why is he so young? As soon as someone finished speaking, Nanfeng smiled and said, "Why, do you think I'm an old lady like you?" What? Everyone was just talking about Song Mingyue in secret. After all, in a circle like theirs, the only gossip they can talk about is about men, rich people, and the like. Especially when Jiang Hong was forced to leave by Nanfeng, she said a lot of bad things about Song Mingyue in private before leaving. In addition, Song Mingyue was promoted quickly, so everyone speculated that Song Mingyue was kept by a rich man. The appearance of the South Wind today just confirms this speculation. But they didn't expect that the owner of this Maybach would be so young and handsome, completely different from the pot-bellied tycoons they talked about. If I have to point out a shortcoming, it's that I have a sharp tongue. Sir, please pay attention to your qualities. You're right. I really need to be more careful and be polite when talking to people. Since you know you were wrong, please apologize for what you just said. Looking at the women who were becoming increasingly arrogant, Nanfeng frowned and asked in confusion, "Are you deaf?" I just said that I should be polite when talking to people. Why should I be polite when talking to you? What? When the girls heard Nanfeng's words, they couldn't hold back any longer. Is Nanfeng calling them inhuman? How can you talk like that? You can spread rumors about other people dating rich men behind their backs, but why are you so upset when I just say a few words to you? Facing the angry eyes of the women, Nanfeng smiled and said, "Don't think that you have transcended social classes just because you are a small salesperson. After all, you are just an employee. Are you nobler than others? Oh, I see. You're actually jealous. Sir, please stop talking nonsense here. At least we respect ourselves and make money cleanly. Indeed, your pockets are cleaner than your face. If I were to ask you, could it be that you guys wanted to hook up with a rich man, but no one was interested in you, so you're so angry here, right? You." Seeing that the girls wanted to bite him to death, Nanfeng took out his cell phone and waved it at them indifferently. "Oh, I forgot to remind you guys, when I came here just now, I accidentally turned on the recording function on my phone, and I accidentally recorded what you just said. Of course, you might think it's insignificant, but I'm a relatively free person. I wouldn't mind going to your boss for a chat and then hiring a lawyer to fight a lawsuit with you. If I remember correctly, in addition to paying compensation and making a public apology, those who spread rumors and slander also need to pay additional compensation for lost wages, mental damages, etc. In any case, the total amount should be quite a lot." After Nanfeng finished speaking, he smiled at them, showing his white teeth. "Are you right?" Faced with Nanfeng's obvious threat, the women's expressions changed instantly. Song Mingyue, who was sitting next to Nanfeng, had stars flashing in her eyes when she saw Nanfeng helping her. Why hadn't she realized before that Nanfeng was such a secure man? The way he's venting his anger is really cool. After a few words, Nanfeng left them speechless. Even though they were annoyed by Nanfeng's attitude. But Nanfeng's threat was direct and effective. As the most expensive real estate in Hangzhou, the salary of a salesperson here is more than 3 times that of an ordinary person outside. If Nanfeng really wants to cause trouble for them, they will probably all have to leave. After all, what Hangzhou lacks the least is beautiful women, and what is even more lacking is sales. "Sir, we were wrong just now and shouldn't have said anything careless. We apologize to you here." "I don't need your apology. After all, you called me a rich man, but I actually feel pretty good about it. But you have done harm to my friend." The women immediately understood Nanfeng's intention and turned to Song Mingyue, bowing and saying, "Sorry, team leader Song, we shouldn't have been talking about you behind your back. We apologize now." "I'm sorry, team leader Song." He saw the women bending towards him and apologizing. Song Mingyue felt the resentment accumulated in her heart dissipate instantly, and she felt indescribably comfortable.
Because Song Mingyue is good-looking and full of the vitality unique to young people, she has been the subject of many rumors since the day she started working. But because the salary here is high, she gritted her teeth and stayed. Later, Nanfeng bought the top floor, which gave her the highest performance in the entire building, and her status also rose. However, the rumors did not disappear, but became even more rampant. She had originally planned to work for another month, get her internship certificate stamped and leave. Unexpectedly, Nanfeng would help her vent her anger today. Song Mingyue coughed, straightened her back and said, "Be careful next time." "What do you mean, pay attention next time?" As soon as Song Mingyue finished speaking, Nanfeng interrupted her and said, "They've spread rumors about you like this, will you be more careful next time?" Seeing Nanfeng's unhappy look, Song Mingyue was stunned. "Then what should I do?" Seeing Song Mingyue's innocent face, Nanfeng sighed inwardly, then said, "Your team leader Song likes to drink hot cocoa and sandwiches in the morning, and lemon black tea in the afternoon. She has been feeling unwell recently, so it's inconvenient for her to walk to buy lunch at noon. Do you understand?" When the girls heard Nanfeng's words, their faces suddenly turned ugly. "Isn't this a blatant threat?" "Sir, we are just working for the company." The women had just finished speaking. Nanfeng said with a look of annoyance, "Oh, look, my hand has been acting up lately. Just now, my hand was shaking and I accidentally sent the recording to your team leader Song." After saying this, he said to Song Mingyue earnestly, "Mingyue, please don't be like me and accidentally send this recording to your work group and let your boss see it. You mustn't let your lawyer friend find out about this by mistake. If he comes to your rescue and they lose their jobs, won't you feel guilty?" Chapter 35 Nanfeng, do you want to understand me so much? Seeing Nanfeng's cunning eyes, Song Mingyue also understood what he meant and quickly said, "Oh, Nanfeng, how could you be so careless? Don't worry, since you gave me this recording, I will definitely not accidentally send it to the work group." Watching the two of them singing in unison, the women's faces were as dark as if they had just crawled out of a boiler. This is not a reminder to Song Mingyue, it is clearly a threat to them. "Okay, team leader Song, I'll be on my way tomorrow if I get up early. If it's inconvenient for you to buy breakfast, I'll bring you some." "That's right. I'll get you lunch in the cafeteria. It just so happens that I recently learned about the buy one get one free afternoon tea promotion. If you're thirsty, team leader Song, I'll treat you to some lemon tea." Seeing the women surrender one after another, Song Mingyue's face was tense. Nanfeng waved at them and said, "This is what a good colleague is. I'll have to trouble you to take care of team leader Song from now on." After saying that, Nanfeng closed the car window and signaled the driver to drive away. See the back of the car going away. The women felt extremely aggrieved, but there was nothing they could do. Who can blame Nanfeng for being rich? Workers like them have no choice but to be obedient, otherwise they will lose their jobs. Let's go. We'll have to be nicer to team leader Song from now on. Well, she won't be working here for long anyway, so just listen to her for the time being. It's because someone rich bought our top floor apartment. I just accept my fate. When will this pie in the sky good thing come to me?" Song Mingyue was sitting in the back row. She looked back and saw the girls' frustrated and jealous looks. Finally, she couldn't help but laugh happily. "Happy? Nanfeng, you are awesome." Song Mingyue kicked her feet excitedly in her seat. At the same time, the system prompt sounded in Nanfeng's mind. "Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully completing the side quest, support Song Mingyue. Reward, cash subsidy of 7 million, heart points, 50, favorability plus 20, received." I have to say, since the system upgrade and the task system was turned on, Nanfeng is indeed making money much faster than before. You don't know. When I first came in, I humbly asked them for advice, but none of them wanted to talk to me. I thought I had said something wrong, but later I realized they just thought I was good looking and not a serious person. Then they spread rumors that I was having an affair with a certain leader, and that I was dating a rich man. Come on, I haven't had a boyfriend since I started college. While Song Mingyue was speaking, she secretly glanced at Nanfeng. Of course, her little thoughts could not escape Nanfeng's eyes. But she was not wrong. Although Song Mingyue is one of the 3 most beautiful girls in S University, she has never been in a relationship so far. At that time, this incident sparked a heated discussion in the S University forum. At that time, those who pursued Song Mingyue were not only ordinary students, but also some rich second generations from good families, but without exception, they were all rejected by Song Mingyue. At that time, a voting post was even posted to bet on who could win Song Mingyue. The results were all failures. According to Song Mingyue's official response, she was focused on studying and had no intention of falling in love.
Of course, this is pure nonsense in Nanfeng's eyes. Nanfeng directly avoided the topic and opened the car refrigerator. What would you like to drink? We have to admit that top luxury cars are fully equipped. Black tea. Good. Nanfeng got a bottle of iced black tea for Song Mingyue and a bottle of mineral water for himself. Song Mingyue felt it was cold in her hand. As if she suddenly thought of something, her face turned red. After opening it and taking a sip, she slowly calmed down, then smiled and asked Nanfeng, "But Nanfeng, how did you know that I like drinking cocoa, lemon black tea, and eating sandwiches?" Seeing Song Mingyue's curiosity, Nanfeng wanted to say, "Of course, he saw it from the system interface just now." Open the system interface. Name, Song Mingyue. Age, 23. Height, 163 centimeters. Weight, 55 kilograms. Measurements, 89, 62, 91. Appearance, 95 points. Personality, lively, cheerful, sentimental. Hobbies, shopping and eating delicious food. Favorite food, hot cocoa, sandwiches, lemon tea, mint sparkling water, Korean fried chicken. Psychological weaknesses, poverty, snakes, insects. Favorability, 65. I have to say that although Song Mingyue's figure does not look outstanding, she is still very attractive. And what's more important is her waist. I didn't expect that her waist would be so thin under her clothes. Isn't this a perfect waist? And if this waist-to-hip ratio were to get out, I wonder how many men would go crazy about it. As for her interests, hobbies, and psychological weaknesses, they are no different from those of ordinary people. And after completing the task just released by the system, Song Mingyue's favorability towards Nanfeng has also reached 65. A favorability of over 60 means that Nanfeng's confession to Song Mingyue will definitely not fail. But Nanfeng was not in a hurry. Because Song Mingyue approached him obviously with a purpose. In other words, the person who is anxious now is not him, but Song Mingyue. Facing Song Mingyue's question, Nanfeng smiled and replied, "Song de Campusbell is a celebrity at S University. If I want to know what you like to eat, can't I just search on the forum and find out?" Hearing Nanfeng's answer, Song Mingyue moved closer to him, and her beautiful eyes narrowed into a crescent. "Did you go to the forum and search what I like to eat just to get to know me?" Looking at Song Mingyue's peerless beauty so close to him, even someone with the composure of Nanfeng couldn't help but secretly call her a witch. But after all, he had seen more evil beauties than Song Mingyue. So he quickly regained his composure. "These are what we should do in order to satisfy the beauty queen of Song University. Were you also this talkative when you were dating Chen Yao?" "Not really." Nanfeng answered honestly. She would only say, "Why is my mouth so powerful?" "Ah." Song Mingyue was stunned at first, and then her face turned red. "Ah. I'm still a child, why should I hear such things?" "I don't want it. I don't want it." Look at the cute look of Song Mingyue covering her ears. Nanfeng couldn't help laughing out loud. Amidst the commotion, the driver brought Nanfeng and Song Mingyue to Longji Times Square. Nanfeng then transferred 1,000 yuan to the female salesperson. "Thank you for waiting for us for a while." "Okay, boss." All the grievances of the workers disappear in the face of this real tip. They can earn 1,000 yuan just for driving a car. I wish there would be more bosses like this. Arriving at Longji Times Square, Song Mingyue seemed to have found herself again. Along the way, she kept chattering to Nanfeng about the various shops in Longji Times Square. Seeing Song Mingyue full of energy, even Nanfeng's mood improved a lot. Nanfeng must not know who built this Longji Times Square, right? Looking at Song Mingyue's smug expression, Nanfeng smiled but said nothing. Because he not only knows who this Longji Times Square belongs to, he even knows who this Longji Times Square was built for. Chapter 36. Who wouldn't love the domineering CEO falling in love with my routine? Let me tell you, the boss of Longji Times Square is Hui, a well-known female CEO in Hangzhou. I heard that after she took over the family group, she named the building after her lover in memory of him. As Song Mingyue spoke, her eyes were filled with envy. After all, everyone likes to criticize the cliched plot of a domineering president falling in love with me, but who can resist the pursuit of a truly domineering president in reality? Moreover, for a girl like Song Mingyue, building a landmark building for her lover is something she would never dare to dream of. But Nanfeng was very calm about it.
Because there is actually another version of this story, but it doesn't make sense to tell it now.
Let's go eat first. Good. Nanfeng followed Song Mingyue to the top floor of Times Square.
The construction style of this floor almost covers the customs and cultures of all parts of the world.
Of course, the price of eating here is not expensive.
Even some special restaurants do not allow you to enter without a reservation. Because Song Mingyue did not make an appointment in advance, when she rushed over, the clerk told her that she could not enter.
Upon hearing this news, Song Mingyue's mood became visibly depressed. Seeing this, Nanfeng smiled and asked, "Do you like this store very much?" Song Mingyue pouted and said aggrievedly, "This restaurant is the highest rated Japanese restaurant in Hangzhou. I've always wanted to try it since I was in school.
I even did a lot of research before, but it was too expensive for me to afford it. Thanks to you, I got a bonus, so I want to invite you to eat at this restaurant." Looking at Song Mingyue's aggrieved eyes. Obviously she did not deceive Nanfeng in this matter. Seeing this, Nanfeng took her hand and came to the clerk again.
Seeing this, Song Mingyue quickly said, "Nanfeng, what are you doing? Of course I'll take you in for dinner. But they said you can't go in without an appointment."
Nanfeng didn't answer, but took out a card and handed it to the waiter. "Please arrange a private room for me. I don't want anyone to know that I'm eating here." After seeing the card that Nanfeng handed over, the clerk who had just kept a distance from him suddenly changed his attitude 180 degrees and gave Nanfeng a respectful smile.
"Yes, sir. How many persons are you?" "2.
"Yes, sir, please come in with me." When Song Mingyue saw this scene, her little brain froze.
Isn't that what's going on? Didn't the waiter just say they couldn't go in to eat? How come they were able to go in as soon as Nanfeng showed up? Song Dishuahua, what are you still standing there for? Don't you want to eat at this restaurant? Oh, okay.
Song Mingyue realized her own gaffe, her face turned slightly red, and she quickly followed Nanfeng into the store.
After entering the store,
a beautiful lady wearing a kimono brought disposable shoes to Nanfeng and Song Mingyue. There is a hall in the store, but there are more small compartments designed to keep dining quiet. Following the waiter, Nanfeng and Song Mingyue soon arrived at a private room at the deepest part. When Song Mingyue came in, she couldn't help but cover her mouth and exclaimed, "This is not a private room, it's simply a miniature garden." The box was planted with tropical plants, and overhead was a transparent disc.
Looking up, one could see the stars in the universe.
A private seat was placed in the middle of these plants. What surprised Song Mingyue the most was that there was a stream of flowing water beneath the seat. Several plump koi fish were swimming slowly in it. "Please wait a moment, my dear guests. We will have a special chef come over shortly to prepare the dishes for you personally."
After the waiter left, Song Mingyue could no longer hold back and excitedly said to Nanfeng, "Nanfeng, am I really not dreaming? I actually saw a tropical tree in the private room." Nanfeng sat down and said with a smile, "Didn't the campus beauty Song just say that she had done a lot of strategies before coming here?"
Hearing Nanfeng's teasing, Song Mingyue said embarrassedly, "I have done it before, but I have only seen ordinary small private rooms online. This is the first time I know that this restaurant actually has this kind of private room."
Song Mingyue finished speaking, then became nervous again, "But Nanfeng, this kind of box should be very expensive, right? It's okay, consider this meal as my treat for you." "That won't do." Hearing this, Song Mingyue quickly refused, "I agreed to treat you. I still have money for a meal." "Oh well." Looking at Song Mingyue's confident look, Nanfeng was looking forward to her expression when she knew the price. The first thing Song Mingyue did when she arrived at this private room was to take photos crazily. Soon a chef came in and prepared meals for Nanfeng and Song Mingyue separately.
Although Song Mingyue had been to many high-cost occasions with Chen Yao, this was the first time she enjoyed such private service. From the appetizing A5 Wagyu beef cubes to the subsequent shrimp, takoyaki, yakitori, and sushi, Song Mingyue ate each one with gusto and a look of happiness on her face.
In contrast, Nanfeng only had a light taste of these things. These things taste pretty good. But Nanfeng doesn't like it.
Compared to Japanese food, he prefers to go to a roadside stall to eat a bowl of fried rice with a wok flavor. Finally, the meal ends with a cantaloupe dessert.
Song Mingyue was full and lay down on the tatami behind her in a lazy posture. "I'm so full, I almost don't want to get up." But when a bill was handed to Song Mingyue, she stood up and asked in shock, "Are you sure there's nothing wrong with this bill?"
The waiter smiled and said, "Ma'am, all the ingredients in our store are clearly marked with prices."
We will never cheat any customers. But why does a small piece of beef cost over 500? Isn't it just an appetizer?
Well, ma'am, the A5 Wagyu beef diced appetizer you had was made from the best cuts of local Wagyu beef flown in from Sakura country.
The local price is currently over 30,000 yuan per pound, so there's absolutely no falsehood in the price.
When Song Mingyue heard the waiter's answer, her face turned pale. Although she was prepared for a heavy loss from the beginning, she thought that a meal would cost no more than 2,000 yuan. She never dreamed that the bill for this meal would be as high as 110,000 yuan. Don't think that she and Shen Yao are best friends. But on weekdays, she has to consider whether there are coupons when ordering takeout. A meal that costs more than 30 is considered expensive for her. After all, although she is the campus belle of S University, she does not have the family background like Shen Yao, so she can only be frugal on weekdays.
Chapter 37 Jiang Yuyan? Do you also know the magic of wedding dress? 110,000 yuan is not out of her reach now.
But at this moment her heart was bleeding. It can be said that the happier I was eating just now, the more painful it is now.
Just as she reluctantly took out her bank card to pay the bill, Nanfeng said calmly to the waiter, "Just leave the bill here. The money will be deducted directly from the card."
Hearing Nanfeng's words, the waiter said respectfully, "Okay, sir, I wish you a pleasant meal."
Song Mingyue stared at the scene in a daze. After a long while, she finally asked, "Nanfeng, what card are you talking about? Doesn't this meal cost anything?" Seeing that Song Mingyue still hadn't reacted,
Nanfeng smiled and said, "Nothing, I just topped up some money here before, and I just happened to have some money in my card, so I can just deduct it from that for this meal."
How can that be possible? Upon hearing this, Song Mingyue quickly retorted, "I agreed to treat you to a meal, how could you go back on your word?" "It doesn't matter."
Nanfeng took a sip of oolong tea and said, "Just consider it a celebration for the promotion of Song University's campus beauty to team leader. If Song University's campus beauty wants to treat me to a meal, let's choose a Chinese restaurant next time.
I'm not used to Japanese food."
After hearing Nanfeng's words, Song Mingyue felt warm in her heart and breathed a sigh of relief. Song Mingyue said to Nanfeng seriously, "Thank you, Nanfeng." In fact, she could see that Nanfeng was deliberately helping her out. After all, 110,000 yuan may just be the cost of a meal for Nanfeng. But for Song Mingyue, that was money she could not save even if she worked hard for a year. "Don't thank me yet, the campus beauty Song still owes me a meal.
Don't worry, I'll definitely take you to a nice restaurant next time."
Song Mingyue chuckled, then said to Nanfeng a little shyly, "Actually, you don't have to call me the campus beauty of Song University every time.
You can call me Mingyue like Yao Yao does." "Okay, are you done eating?" It's still early, let me take you for a walk."
"Good." Originally, Song Mingyue was still worried about how to get closer to Nanfeng. Unexpectedly, Nanfeng actually offered to go shopping with her, which made her very excited. After leaving the hotel, Song Mingyue took the initiative to put her arm around Nanfeng's shoulders and took him for a walk in Times Square.
Nanfeng did not expose her little thoughts. Longji Times Square, except for the restaurant on the top floor.
Other stores also sell light luxury items at high prices. When they arrived in front of a luxury bag store, Song Mingyue's expression suddenly changed, and then she leaned close to Nanfeng's ear and whispered, "Nanfeng, wait for me, my stomach feels a little uncomfortable."
"Okay, go ahead. I'll wait for you here."
It is still difficult for Chinese people's stomachs to adapt to raw food in a short period of time.
Not to mention that Song Mingyue just ate so much seafood sashimi in one breath.
It is normal to have an upset stomach.
After Song Mingyue left, Nanfeng found a place to sit down.
But before his butt could even warm up, a sharp voice came from his ear, "Hey, Nanfeng."
"It's really you. This voice sounds familiar."
Nanfeng looked back and saw a man wearing a floral shirt, tight pants, a big gold chain and a small watch looking at him in surprise.
In fact, not only the other party was surprised, but even Nanfeng was a little surprised.
Because the man in front of him was Nanfeng's cousin, Nan Fugui. "I thought I was seeing things just now, but when I got closer, I saw that it was really you." Nan Fugui came up and was about to pat Nanfeng on the shoulder, but Nanfeng dodged it without a trace.
Nan Fugui didn't get angry when he saw this, but continued to laugh and said, "I heard from your mom that you're studying at S University? You've been in Hangzhou for so long, and you didn't even tell me to come and see me."
Nanfeng casually replied, "I'm busy with classes, so I don't have time." But when Nan Fugui heard this, it was as if he had found a loophole, and he immediately babbled, "Hey, I told your mother back then that going to school is useless, going to school is useless. Look, you went to university, but now you're still nothing. If your mother had listened to me earlier and let you come to work in my factory, you would have earned enough money to marry a wife by now." Nan Fugui seemed to care about Nanfeng, but his words were full of mockery towards Nanfeng. This is also the reason why Nanfeng dislikes the so-called cousin.
Nanfeng's father has 3 siblings, an older brother and a younger sister.
They originally had a good relationship. But since they each started their own families, especially after Nan Fugui was born, their relationship changed. Nan Fugui's mother liked to compare him with Nanfeng since he was a child. When he was a child, Nanfeng was a student who attended classes diligently. Nan Fugui was uneducated and either skipped classes or got into fights and made trouble. Finally, he entered society early. Because of this incident, Nan Fugui's mother was often in a bad mood. But later, Nan Fugui caught the trend, became a small boss overnight, and even bought a house in Hangzhou.
Now Nan Fugui's mother finally found an outlet for her anger.
Every time he comes to Nanfeng's house, he shows off and then puts Nanfeng down. Every time Nan Fugui returns to his hometown, he drives his Audi S6 to his home to show off, either showing off the gold necklace he just bought or talking about how much money he earns every day. He teaches his secret of success in front of relatives and friends, as if he is giving orders.
In fact, Nanfeng can understand the mentality of this nouveau riche.
After all, if you become rich overnight and don't go home to show off, it's like walking in the night in fine clothes. But it would be fine if it happened once or twice, but she would always criticize Nanfeng and keep saying that it was useless for Nanfeng to get into university, because he would still be destined to work for others after graduation. This immediately annoyed Nanfeng's mother. In the end, the two families had a big quarrel and parted on bad terms.
Nanfeng hadn't seen Nan Fugui for more than 2 years.
Unexpectedly, when they met again, he started to pull him down again.
"Fugui, who is he?"
Just as Nan Fugui was talking non-stop, a woman wearing a stepmother's skirt and with a pretty good figure came over, twisting her hips and holding his arm, her peach blossom eyes looking at Nanfeng non-stop. When he saw his girlfriend coming over, Nan Fugui's face became even more proud.
"Nanfeng, let me introduce you.
This is your future sister-in-law, Jiang Yuyan."
Jiang Yuyan? Hearing this name, Nanfeng was shocked and asked, "Could it be that you also know the magic of wedding clothes and transplanting flowers and trees?" When Jiang Yuyan heard this, her face suddenly became embarrassed and angry.
Because her name is the same as that of an actor who was once very popular all over the country, she has caused many jokes since she was a child. Nan Fugui, upon seeing this, quickly scolded, "Nanfeng, how could you talk to your sister-in-law like that? Why don't you apologize quickly?"
"Apologize?" Nanfeng asked in confusion, "Why?"
Chapter 38, What era is this?
Why are people still bullying young people because they are poor? Did I say something wrong? Seeing Nanfeng's innocent face, Nan Fugui said dissatisfiedly, "Yuyan is your future sister-in-law, how can you make such a joke?" "But cousin, don't you always joke like this every time you come to my house?" Seeing Nan Fugui's angry look,
Nanfeng said aggrievely, "Every time you come to my house, you always compare me with you.
I'm obviously not as good as you in every way.
My mother said I was still young, and you said that we can't take jokes in our family.
I only found out today that I need to apologize for making jokes, right?"
In that case, it's not impossible for me to apologize to my sister-in-law.
"Cousin, just say sorry to me for every joke you made before." "Sister-in-law, don't you think that's too much?"
Looking at Nanfeng, he looked so pitiful.
A flash of embarrassment crossed Jiang Yuyan's face, and then she asked Nan Fugui coldly, "Did you always do this before?" Seeing Jiang Yuyan's dissatisfaction,
Nan Fugui was dumbfounded. He originally intended to bully Nanfeng to gain some recognition, but how come it turned out to be his fault? "Yuyan, listen to my explanation.
Things are not as he said." "That's right, sister-in-law. My brother is right. He doesn't always say I'm no good every time he comes to my house.
He still praises me occasionally. For example, when I went home last year, he told me I was as dumb as a pig, but I was able to get into university.
I was really amazing." "Nanfeng, shut up."
Seeing that Jiang Yuyan's face became uglier the more Nanfeng spoke, Nan Fugui's face almost turned black.
Jiang Yuyan stared at Nan Fugui dangerously, "Is this what you told me before, that you never curse?"
"I was wrong, Yuyan, but don't listen to him.
Things are not what you think."
While explaining, Nan Fugui winked at Nan Fong, signaling him to stop talking. But Nan Fong seemed not to see it and continued to look aggrieved.
Apologize. Apologize to him now. Facing Jiang Yuyan's threat,
Nan Fugui clenched his fists, looked at Nan Fong with an aggrieved expression, and said reluctantly, "I'm sorry, cousin, I was wrong to say that before, please don't bother with me." Don't underestimate Nan Fugui because he caught the trend and became a rich man envied by everyone in the small county town.
But in this wealthy and charming city of Hangzhou,
the little money he earned was not even as much as what slipped through the toes of those big guys. Jiang Yuyan was a local girl from Hangzhou whom he had finally pursued. According to what I have learned during this period, Jiang Yuyan's family also runs a company, and she is a local resident.
If I can marry her home, I will be able to gain a firm foothold in Hangzhou. I came out today just to accompany Jiang Yuyan shopping and to make her happy.
As a result, he encountered the south wind, and not only did he not win face for himself. Instead, he lost face in front of Jiang Yuyan. Brother, he was wrong about this matter.
Since he has apologized to you, let's not talk about it anymore, okay?
Okay,
since sister-in-law has said so, then I will give you a favor.
Seeing Nanfeng suddenly showing a well-behaved expression again,
Jiang Yuyan's face was full of enjoyment.
Compared to Nan Fugui, who was beside her, although she had only met Nanfeng for the first time, she had a stronger impression of him.
Jiang Yuyan knew Nan Fugui's background.
Since he is his cousin, Nanfeng is from a small county town like him. But Nanfeng relied on his own strength to be admitted to S University, which is ranked among the top 5 in the country. Even though Nan Fugui has made a lot of money, money is the least important thing among her suitors, not to mention that now that the limelight has passed, Nan Fugui's company has been going downhill. But on the other hand, Nanfeng was not only tall and handsome, but his aggrieved look just now made her feel a maternal desire to protect him. Coupled with his exposed body, she couldn't even imagine how great it would be to have such a contrast in bed if she became his girlfriend.
Yuyan? Yuyan? Sister-in-law, you are drooling. She didn't pay attention to Nan Fugui's voice. But after hearing Nanfeng's reminder, Jiang Yuyan realized her own loss of composure. She quickly coughed to cover up her embarrassment, and then said gently, "Your name is Nanfeng, right? I'm older than you, can I call you Xiaofeng?" Seeing Jiang Yuyan ignoring him and talking to Nanfeng, Nan Fugui's face looked as ugly as if he was constipated. "Of course, it's my honor to have a beautiful woman like you as my sister-in-law." Seeing Nanfeng is so sweet-mouthed,
Jiang Yuyan was overjoyed, but she said sternly, "Xiaofeng, don't shout nonsense.
Your brother is still pursuing me. I'm not your sister-in-law yet." Hearing Jiang Yuyan's words, Nan Fugui's eyes suddenly widened. Isn't this what's happening?
He had worked so hard to pursue Jiang Yuyan for so long, and finally got her to agree to be his girlfriend.
He even met her parents 2 days ago. Why did she suddenly say today that he was still pursuing her?
Although he had 100 complaints, he didn't dare show it at all and could only stand aside with a frustrated look on his face. Nanfeng stole a glance at Nan Fugui's expression.
If it wasn't for the whole act, he would have laughed out loud right now.
Beep, it's detected that the host is being ridiculed, triggering a series of side quests, 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west, don't bully the young and poor. Side quest 1, steal your cousin Nan Fugui's girlfriend.
Status, incomplete.
Side quest 2, slap Nan Fugui in the face in public, status, incomplete. Side quest 3, Fugui returns home, bring your cousin Nan Fugui's girlfriend back to his hometown and slap Nan Fugui in the face.
Status, incomplete. Hearing the prompt sound in his head, Nanfeng said to himself, "Wow."
Nanfeng thought that Tang Yuyu was already his own little treasury, but he didn't expect Nan Fugui to be even more awesome. He gave him 3 tasks at once, and they were consecutive tasks. However, looking at the content of this task, Nanfeng couldn't help but complain about the system's bad taste.
What era is this system in? Why is it still like 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west? Don't bully the young and poor?
I heard Nanfeng's complaints. The system reminded, as the host of this system, you must not allow yourself to be looked down upon by such scoundrels. Please, host, do your best and give them a good slap in the face. It was the first time that Nanfeng saw such a humane response from the system, and he felt it was amazing.
But it's magical.
But Nanfeng still refused.
You should know my bottom line. Am I the kind of person who will do anything to fulfill my mission?
As long as the host completes all side quests, they can receive a cash subsidy of 100 million, an exoskeleton armor weapon design blueprint 1, a super intelligent core brain carrier 1, an overseas island manor 1, and a top private winery 1.
System, you are really good at judging people.
Seeing the reward offered by the system, Nanfeng agreed without thinking.
Any hesitation for even a second would be disrespectful to the system.
Oh boy, Nanfeng doesn't care about the island estate and private winery.
But the other two are exoskeleton armor weapon design drawings. Super intelligent core brain carrier. Chapter 39, Virgin Jiang Yuyan, Drama Queen Song Mingyue.
The first is the super intelligent core brain carrier, which is also the main reason why Jiang Siren and their teacher have been unable to make a breakthrough. If you want to research something like superintelligence, a huge database and computers are indispensable. However, given the current conditions of technological development, if you want to support the project provided by Nanfeng, there is no possibility of completion unless you keep burning money into it.
In order to complete this project,
the various special funds from schools, institutions, and the country add up to over tens of billions. Even teacher Nanfeng himself paid out tens of millions.
This is all the wealth he has saved over the past few decades.
It can be said that if this project fails, the losses will be immeasurable. This is also the reason why their teacher is so irritable and even dares to scold people above him.
If it succeeds, the credit will be passed down to future generations, and fame and fortune will be mine. Defeated, infamous, and with an unknown later life.
With this super intelligent core brain carrier, huge calculations finally have a burden-free carrier and storage space.
This means that as long as the South Wind reward is obtained, the project can be completed now.
As for the other exoskeleton armor weapon design drawing, it is the future research direction of the group of adopted sons in his dormitory. By the time the exoskeleton armor is completed and combined with this weapon design drawing, Nanfeng can't help but think about how cool it will be to wear it.
But Tongzi, although I agree that it's no problem, can we discuss and only do the first two? You know, it's summer now, and I still have more than half a year before I can go home.
The previous project has been stuck for 3 years, and my teachers and seniors can't wait that long.
How about we make a deal and just do the first two tasks? Of course, Nanfeng had his own selfish motives when he made this request.
Nanfeng's parents have been urging him to find a girlfriend and bring her home. If he brings Jiang Yuyan home, let alone whether he can slap Nan Fugui in the face, it will be a troublesome matter that he cannot explain to his own parents. After hearing Nanfeng's words, the system calculated and finally gave a response.
Can.
Nanfeng was ecstatic when he saw that the system agreed to his request. It seems that this system is quite conscientious.
After negotiating with the system, Nanfeng opened Jiang Yuyan's system panel.
Logically speaking, Jiang Yuyan does not reach the system's rating of 90 points, so there is no way to view her panel, but she is a key person in the mission.
So we can still see some simple data about her. Name, Jiang Yuyan. Age, 27. Height, 161 centimeters. Weight, 49 kilograms. Appearance, 76. Personality, Madonna, strong-willed. Hobbies, shopping, gossip, massage. Psychological weaknesses, best friends, excessive sympathy, coriander. Favorability, 55. Jiang Yuyan's panel is even simpler than before the system was updated. But the key data is not missing at all.
Although the appearance of 76 is not the best, it is still considered the best among the general public.
But Nanfeng had never expected that Jiang Yuyan was actually such a saintly bitch.
No wonder she stood by him when he just cried a few words. I guess that's how she got her 55% favorability towards herself. However, the combination of being a saint and being strong is simply the best news for Nanfeng.
This is completely the difficulty level for a novice. Xiaofeng, what's wrong with you? Why aren't you talking?
Nanfeng heard Jiang Yuyan's puzzled voice and said naturally, "It's nothing, Sister Yuyan.
I just thought you were ready to marry my brother, so I said the wrong thing at the moment. I'm thinking about how to apologize to you." Jiang Yuyan felt even happier when she saw Nanfeng calling her Sister Yuyan.
Compared to Nan Fugui's mouth that only talks about money, Nanfeng's mouth is sweeter. But Nan Fugui was absolutely unhappy at this time. He had been pursuing Jiang Yuyan for who knows how long, but until now he had never seen Jiang Yuyan smile at him. But she smiled so happily when she met Nanfeng for the first time. Now Nan Fugui has started cursing in his heart.
Are you still studying at S University? Right. Do you have a girlfriend at school?
Looking at Jiang Yuyan's curious eyes, Nan Feng instantly understood that her gossipy heart was ignited again. Before Nan Feng could answer, Nan Fugui on the side jumped out and said, "Even though you've been in school for so long, you still haven't had a girlfriend, right?
Do you need your sister-in-law to introduce you to one?" Jiang Yuyan instantly became unhappy when she heard Nan Fugui's words. She had just made it clear that Nan Fugui was still pursuing him, but he actually asked Nan Feng to call him sister-in-law, which clearly meant that he was dependent on her. However, when she heard Nan Fugui say that he had never had a girlfriend, her body suddenly felt hot, and even the way she looked at Nan Feng was different. These days, meeting a guy who has never had a girlfriend is harder than seeing a dog on the street. I originally thought Nan Feng was quite handsome and must have no shortage of women around him. I didn't expect that he is still a pure little boy. Thinking of this, her mind began to associate the scene of herself imparting knowledge to Nan Feng, and she became excited. At this moment, the system prompt sound suddenly rang in Nan Feng's mind. Jiang Yuyan's favorability increases by 10 due to the host's innocence. Nan Feng was dumbfounded on the spot. He hadn't said anything yet, so how come Jiang Yuyan's favorability suddenly reached 65? A 65% favorability means that even if I confess to Jiang Yuyan now, she will not refuse. Please, I haven't done anything yet. Why did she fall in love with me? Nan Feng looked at Jiang Yuyan with a strange look, but the latter had obviously entered a state of infatuation. With just one glance, Nan Feng understood everything instantly. It seems that she made it up in her mind. But since she doesn't need Nan Feng, she can conquer herself. This was perfect for Nan Feng, as it saved him from having to act anymore. But just when Nan Feng was about to answer no, Song Mingyue suddenly appeared, then naturally took Nan Feng's arm and smiled at him. Nan Feng, who is this aunt? Why haven't I seen her in school before? The appearance of Song Mingyue was like a drop of water falling into an oil pan, and the whole situation exploded instantly. Jiang Yuyan's eyes became complicated when she looked at Nan Feng. Nan Fugui looked at him with jealousy, and Nan Feng was completely stunned when he saw Song Mingyue's bright smile. No, big sister, why did you show up at this time instead of earlier or later? And if you want to come, just come. What's the meaning of calling Jiang Yuyan auntie as soon as you come up and holding my arm? Under normal circumstances, Nan Feng might have smiled happily. But now he really couldn't laugh. As expected, following the system's prompt, the moment Song Mingyue took Nan Feng's arm, Jiang Yuyan's favorability towards her suddenly dropped to 30. Chapter 40, Moon in the Water, Fairy in the Sky. Little girl, your eyesight isn't good at such a young age? If you don't have money, do you need me to buy you a pair of glasses? No need, auntie. My boyfriend will match it for me. There is a lot of tension between Jiang Yuyan and Song Mingyue. Just now, when Song Mingyue came out of the bathroom, she saw Nan Feng and Jiang Yuyan talking and laughing. Suddenly a sense of crisis came over me. She had just gone to the bathroom, and someone dared to snatch her target? How could she tolerate this? At this moment, she didn't care about the so-called long-term plan to catch a big fish, and rushed forward to directly declare her sovereignty. Nan Feng, is she your girlfriend? When Nan Fugui saw Song Mingyue's stunning appearance, he was so jealous that he almost burst into anger. Originally, he felt very superior to Nan Feng. But after Song Mingyue appeared, his so-called sense of superiority disappeared. Jiang Yuyan is not bad-looking, she is even pretty, but she is not even close to Song Mingyue. If Jiang Yuyan is the moon in the water, then Song Mingyue is the fairy in the sky. The moon in the water can be touched, but how can the fairy in the sky be desecrated? Why did Nan Feng make two women jealous of him, and one of them was his girlfriend whom he had finally pursued? No, she's my college classmate, but we have a pretty good relationship. Hearing Nan Feng's answer, Jiang Yuyan narrowed her eyes and looked at Song Mingyue with a playful expression. Song Mingyue's face became visibly tense. At the same time, he secretly cursed Nan Feng for being unromantic. I've already been so proactive, but he actually said that I'm just a good college classmate? Wouldn't this make her lose face in front of Jiang Yuyan? And what he meant by that? Could it be that he has no interest in me at all? In fact, what Song Mingyue didn't know was that Nan Feng knew her little thoughts very well. He even knew very well that if he just agreed to it, he could get the first blood of Song Mingyue today. But compared to winning Song Mingyue's reward in completing Nan Fugui's consecutive tasks, the reward is more attractive to Nan Feng. After all, what he has the most around him is top-notch women. One more Song Mingyue doesn't make much, and one less Song Mingyue doesn't make much.
But there is only one chance to obtain the super intelligent core brain carrier and the design drawings of the exoskeleton armored weapons. On the other hand, Nan Fugue.
If Jiang Yuyan wasn't here, he would have started cursing. This south wind is really ungrateful. Such a beautiful fairy was so proactive, but he actually rejected her? I really don't know whether he is really stupid or just pretending to be stupid. But it's okay this way. Since Song Mingyue is not Nanfeng's girlfriend, doesn't that mean that I have a chance? Nan Fugui glanced at Jiang Yuyan, whose mind was completely focused on Nanfeng, and then secretly made a decision, which was to give up Jiang Yuyan and find a way to win over Song Mingyue.
Although he needs to gain a foothold in Hangzhou, he doesn't want to be labeled as such in the future.
Compared with Jiang Yuyan's life experience, Song Mingyue, who now looks like a fairy, is more attractive to him. So you're Nanfeng's classmate. I'm Nanfeng's cousin, and this is Jiang Yuyan. We happen to be shopping here. Are you two out shopping?
After hearing Nan Fugui say that he was Nanfeng's cousin, Song Mingyue turned her head to look at him and said calmly, "No, I invited Nanfeng to dinner specially."
After hearing this, Nan Fugui's hard-earned smile instantly collapsed. Damn it, what's so good about Amir Nanfeng? He's rushing to treat me to a meal, and he's also jealous. Why doesn't he get the chance to have such good things happen?
Even though I have cursed countless times in my heart. But Nan Fugui still forced a smile and said, "Let's eat.
Now that you've finished your meal, it's fate that we met. Why don't we go shopping together?" Song Mingyue wanted to refuse because she really didn't want Nanfeng and Jiang Yuyan to continue staying together. I don't know if it was her illusion. The sense of crisis that Jiang Yuyan brought to her at the moment was even greater than that of her personal housekeeper Pei Xian. But just when she was about to refuse, Nanfeng suddenly said, "Okay, I just happened to say that I haven't gone shopping for a long time. Since you said so, cousin, let's go shopping together." When Song Mingyue saw Nanfeng agreed, her face looked a little unhappy. Why should he agree? Did he agree just to stay with Jiang Yuyan for a while longer?
Just as she was daydreaming, Nanfeng suddenly leaned close to her ear and whispered, "It just so happens that we've known each other for such a long time and I haven't given you any gifts yet.
If you have anything you like, tell me and I'll buy it for you." Upon hearing this, Song Mingyue looked up and looked at Nanfeng in shock. Are you telling the truth? When have I ever lied to you?
Seeing the smile between Nanfeng's eyebrows, Song Mingyue's previous depression was instantly swept away, and a bright smile appeared on her face again.
Okay.
You said it, I'm going to make you bleed profusely this time.
No problem. Looking at the two people flirting, Nan Fugui couldn't help but sneer. I buy whatever I like, thinking this is an ordinary shopping mall. A bag or necklace costs hundreds or thousands of dollars. This is Lanji Times Square.
Any shop here is a world-renowned brand, and the goods here are either limited edition or extremely expensive. Even when he accompanied Jiang Yuyan here shopping, he would feel sorry for his own little treasury every time he went back. Just based on Nanfeng's identity as a student, he still wants to buy things in Times Square? I'm afraid that as soon as I enter, I will be shocked by the prices inside. But this is just right. I can take this opportunity to tell Jiang Yuyan and Song Mingyue the gap between Nanfeng and me.
Jiang Yuyan didn't say anything. But after hearing the conversation between Nanfeng and Song Mingyue, he felt a little more dissatisfied. What does he think this place is? This is Longji Times Square. Any ordinary bag costs tens of thousands of yuan. How can you make such promises so casually?
But she soon figured it out. After all, Nanfeng was a student who had never left school, so it was normal for him not to know the prices of the goods here. If he makes a fool of himself later, I can just help him save the situation.
Although Jiang Yuyan had some complaints about Nanfeng, her compassion ultimately prevailed. Soon, the four of them arrived at a GUC store.
GUC is a world-renowned luxury brand that specializes in high-end business apparel.
GUC has very few stores in China and is hard to find in second-tier cities. Only in some first-tier cities can you see some exclusive stores.
Even in the most ordinary store, the starting price of an ordinary piece of clothing is 30,000. If it is a piece with a little design sense, the price is hard to say. As for customization, it is even more expensive.
The GUC store in Longji Times Square is more prestigious than any other store in the country.
Because when the ribbon was cut at Longji Times Square, the CEO of GUC personally came to congratulate on a private plane, and publicly stated that the GUC store in Longji Times Square will be the only directly operated store of GUC headquarters in China. This means that you can definitely buy GUC limited editions that you may not be able to find in other countries around the world at Longji Times Square. When the store clerk saw Nanfeng and others coming in, he recognized Jiang Yuyan at a glance, and then greeted them with a smile on his face.
Ms. Jiang, are you here to see the latest bags from our store? Chapter 41, 420,000 for a dress? Do you really understand me? Jiang Yuyan was an old customer of GUC, so the clerk came up to greet her directly and warmly.
Jiang Yuyan took a look at the new products in the store and then said, "Bring over the latest bags and have a look."
Okay, Ms. Jiang. When the clerk went to pick up the bag,
Song Mingyue was strolling around the store, and when she saw the prices of these goods, she was stunned. "I originally thought that I was already rich because I earned more than 800,000 yuan. But any bag in this store costs tens of thousands of yuan, and some that look more designer even start at over 100,000 yuan. She took a fancy to a nice summer dress, but when she looked at the price, she found out that the dress cost 420,000. For the first time, Song Mingyue truly felt what the gap was. When Song Mingyue was feeling sad because of the gap, Nan Fugue said from the side, "Nanfeng, didn't you just say you wanted to buy something for your classmates?
How is it going? Have you chosen something?"
After hearing Nan Fugue's words, Song Mingyue said directly without waiting for Nanfeng to speak, "No, I just bought some things recently, so I don't need to buy new ones for the time being."
"Hey, classmate, what you said is not right.
What you bought before is what you bought before, and now is now.
If Nanfeng can't afford it, I can give you one as a gift." Looking at Nan Fugue's smug face, Nanfeng sneered.
As expected, a dog will always eat shit.
Since he wants to pretend, let him pretend to the end.
So Nanfeng didn't refute, but took advantage of the situation and said, "Mingyue, since my cousin has said so, it's not easy for us to reject his kindness.
I see that you like the dress just now, don't you think? How about letting my cousin buy this one for you?"
Song Mingyue was originally thinking about Nanfeng, but after seeing Nanfeng's cunning eyes, she instantly understood what he meant.
Song Mingyue pretended to be pitiful and said, "But this dress is very expensive. Is it really okay for my cousin to give it to me?"
When Nan Fugue saw Song Mingyue's pleading eyes and Nanfeng's incompetent face, he was suddenly overjoyed.
"Isn't it just a dress? How expensive can it be? I'll just give it to you."
After Nan Fugue finished speaking, he called the clerk over.
"Pack up and check out."
Seeing Nan Fugue pay so quickly, the clerk smiled even more.
"Okay, sir, we'll pack it for you now. This dress costs 427,000 yuan. Would you like to pay by credit card? How many?" Hearing what the clerk said, Nan Fugue was completely dumbfounded.
He originally thought that this dress would cost at most 30,000 or 40,000 yuan.
He would spend this little money to show off in front of Song Mingyue and Jiang Yuyan, and instantly suppress Nanfeng. This deal would only make money.
But he never dreamed that a dress would cost more than 400,000 yuan. It is true that Nan Fugue is a nouveau riche, but he cannot afford such huge expenses. He wanted to retreat immediately, but after seeing the looks from Song Mingyue and Jiang Yuyan, as well as Nanfeng's look of watching the show, he realized that he was being put on the fire.
"What's wrong, cousin? Didn't you just say you could give it to Mingyue? Why haven't you paid yet?" Seeing Nanfeng urging him, Nan Fugue's voice suddenly became sharp. "What are you arguing about? Do you know how expensive this dress is? If you can afford it, buy it."
The situation seemed to be getting out of control. Nan Fugue simply threw the problem to Nanfeng. There was no way he could buy a dress worth 420,000 yuan. After seeing Nan Fugue getting angry and embarrassed, Nanfeng finally stopped watching the show. In front of everyone, Nanfeng mercilessly mocked Nan Fugue. "Cousin, you said you couldn't afford it earlier, why bother pretending to be so arrogant in public and being laughed at?
You."
Nan Fugue didn't expect that Nanfeng would dare to embarrass him in public, and his face suddenly turned as black as coal.
"Nanfeng, stop making sarcastic remarks here. Do you know how much this dress costs? 427,000. You can't afford this dress even if you work for more than 10 years. Who said I can't afford it?"
Nan Fugue wanted to take advantage of the situation to mock Nanfeng, but Nanfeng took out a black card and handed it to the clerk.
"Swipe the card." "What?" Seeing the black card handed over by Nanfeng, Nan Fugue laughed and said, "Nanfeng, is there something wrong with your ears? Or was I not clear enough just now? This dress costs more than 400,000. More than 400,000, you don't understand. Ding, Payment successful.
When the sound of a successful card swiping sounded in the store, the second half of Nan Fugue's sentence got stuck in his throat. Song Mingyue looked at the packed dress that Nan Feng handed over, her eyes gleaming with excitement. Nan Feng, are you really going to give this dress to me?
You don't like it? I like it. I love it so much. Seeing Song Mingyue's excitement, Nan Feng smiled and said, then continue looking around. If there's anything else you like, I'll buy it for you. Great. Nan Feng loves you so much.
After Song Mingyue finished speaking, she threw herself into Nan Feng's arms, kissed him hard on the face, and then flew away like a butterfly, searching for her favorite bag in the store.
Jiang Yuyan and Nan Fugue were completely shocked. Jiang Yuyan saw Nan Fugue mocking Nan Feng just now.
She had already put down her bag and was ready to help Nan Feng. Unexpectedly, Nan Feng took out a card and bought the dress on the spot.
You know, Jiang Yuyan's family conditions are already very good.
But apart from a custom-made dress, the most expensive clothes in the house are only tens of thousands of yuan. Even if she wants to buy a dress worth more than 420,000 yuan, she needs to think carefully for a long time. But the way Nan Feng swiped the card just now was as if he had bought a trivial thing, as if more than 400,000 yuan was not worth mentioning at all. On the other hand, Nan Fugue was completely dumbfounded at this time. He looked at his cousin in disbelief. No one knew his cousin's conditions better than him, because his mother had compared him with Nan Feng since he was a child. In the eyes of outsiders, Nan Feng has always been the child of other people's families. He is tall and handsome, has good grades, and is thoughtful and considerate in doing things. The only drawback is that the family conditions are average. So since he became rich, he wanted to use his only advantage to suppress Nan Feng.
But in the end he became a clown in public? That dress costs more than 420,000 yuan. Where did Nan Feng get so much money? Even if the savings of Nanfeng's family were added together, they might not be 420,000, right? Just when Nan Fugue was stunned. Nan Feng had already walked to his side and said in a calm tone, "Cousin, some people always do things that seem to show off their presence in the eyes of outsiders, but are actually stupid without knowing the truth. You think you know me very well, and you want to feel superior to others by suppressing me. But cousin, do you really understand me?" Chapter 42. If you don't understand, just shut up and start capital verification. Nan Feng, stop playing tricks here. I'm telling you, don't think you're that great just because you can afford a piece of clothing. This is Longji Times Square. Nan Fugue's words were full of sarcasm towards Nan Feng. Although I don't know where you got so much money from, I advise you not to pretend to be rich for women. After all, I have seen many families ruined by online loans. After hearing Nan Fugue's words, Jiang Yuyan seemed to understand something and her brow sank. Xiaofeng, if you borrowed money from a loan, I advise you to return the clothes now. I'm friends with the manager of this store and can help you recover your losses in a timely manner. Jiang Yuyan's words were full of concern for Nan Feng. Hearing this, Nan Fugue became jealous again. Why does she care so much about Nan Feng? But Nan Feng didn't explain anything to Jiang Yuyan. Instead, he called the clerk over and said, "I remember that GUC released a Hawaiian-style shoulder bag at this year's summer press conference, and it's in your store now, right?" When the clerk heard Nanfeng's words, his eyes suddenly lit up. This gentleman seems to be very familiar with our GUC products. Yes, our GUC did release a Hawaiian-themed shoulder bag at this summer's show. It was designed by our designer Jonas himself. There are only 10 of them in the world, and we happen to have one in our store. Then bring it here. Yes, sir. Nan Fugue, who was standing by, was stunned. After a while, he finally realized what was happening and laughed loudly. "Nan Feng, where did you make up that nonsense? What about a Hawaiian-style shoulder bag? If you want to eat macadamia nuts, just tell me. If you don't have money, I'll buy them for you." Nan Fugue did not hesitate to mock Nan Feng. But Jiang Yuyan couldn't stand it any longer and yelled at Nan Fugue, "If you don't know what's going on, shut up." Nan Fugue didn't know what was going on, but Jiang Yuyan knew it clearly. She is friends with the manager of this store. When they were having dinner together before, he had mentioned to Jiang Yuyan and others that designer Jonas had specially sent a limited edition Hawaiian-style shoulder bag to their store, which was said to be worth $1 million. Normally, they are kept in special safes and only occasionally exhibited as collections. You know, she is friends with the manager of this store, so she knew the news. But how did Nan Feng know? Most people don't even know about GUC's products, let alone its press conferences. But Nan Feng not only accurately mentioned the summer press conference, but also knew that this GUC store had this global limited edition Hawaiian-style shoulder bag? At this moment, the look she gave Nanfeng was no longer the same as before. Nan Fugui didn't understand why Zhang Yuyan scolded him for no reason. Did he say something wrong? He wanted to explain a few words. But Zhang Yuyan was too lazy to pay attention to him. Instead, he walked directly to Nanfeng and asked curiously, Xiaofeng, how did you know that this store has this limited edition Hawaiian-style shoulder bag? Seeing Zhang Yuyan's curiosity piqued, Nanfeng spoke slowly this time. Just like my cousin said, this is Longji Times Square, and the GUC store here is the only directly operated store in China authorized by the GUC president. This means that all the products from this summer's press conference can be found here.
Nanfeng's explanation to Zhang Yuyan was very simple.
But in fact, the boss of GUC had personally sent an invitation letter to Nanfeng, hoping that he could personally go to Country F to attend their summer press conference. Along with the invitation letter, there was also an introduction to their products. This Hawaiian-style shoulder bag was the highlight of their press conference. It was simply because this invitation was given to him because of one of his ex-girlfriends. So Nanfeng finally chose to refuse. However, this Hawaiian-style shoulder bag did leave a deep impression on Nanfeng at that time. After hearing Nanfeng's answer, Zhang Yuyan looked at Nanfeng deeply. It was obvious that she did not quite believe this answer. But the more this happens, the more it is the effect Nanfeng wants. After all, as long as a woman becomes curious about a man, she is not far from falling. Soon, the clerk came out carefully wearing gloves and holding a handmade shoulder bag in blue and green tones. Sir, this is the limited edition Hawaiian shoulder bag you wanted to see. It's currently a collectible in our store. Of course, if you want it, we need to verify your funds first. What? Upon hearing the clerk's words, Nan Fugui cried out without waiting for Nanfeng to speak. I've been shopping for so long, and this is the first time I've heard of needing to verify my funds to buy a shabby bag. Are you really taking advantage of us? Nan Fugui had just finished speaking. The clerk's face turned ugly in an instant. If this gentleman doesn't understand, he can shut up. Nan Fugui's already irritable mood exploded after being bullied by the store clerk. This is a scam. This is a scam. Believe it or not, I'm going to report you right now. But when Nan Fugui was shouting, Nanfeng walked straight up to the shoulder bag, picked it up, and said calmly, this shoulder bag was not only designed by GUC's official designer, Mr. Jonas, but also features a pink diamond worth $3 million, inlaid with the original style. Furthermore, the entire bag is made of pure gold. These two factors alone make this bag worth millions. After hearing Nanfeng's words, the clerk looked at Nanfeng with more appreciation. This gentleman really knows what he's talking about. He's not like some people who just yell and scream without knowing anything. You! Nan Fugui was slapped in the face by Nanfeng in public, and he was so angry that his face turned black and red. Song Mingyue, who was standing nearby, was also drawn in. After hearing Nanfeng's description of the bag in his hand, she was immediately shocked. What? That pink diamond on this bag is actually worth $3 million? Xiaofeng is right. Not only the clerk, but also Zhang Yuyan beside him said, this shoulder bag costs $1.2 million abroad. Even if it is sold in China, it is worth tens of millions. And if you want to buy a single item worth more than $5 million in a GUC store, you usually need to verify your capital in advance. Having said that, Zhang Yuyan glanced at Nan Fugui. So if you don't understand, just shut up. But if you keep yelling and embarrassing me, you won't have to go out with me anymore. Faced with Zhang Yuyan's angry eyes, Nan Fugui was so scared that he dared not say anything more. Song Mingyue, who was standing by, looked at the bag in Nanfeng's hand, her eyes trembling. Nanfeng, why don't you put this bag down and let's look at the others? Let go? Why should I let go? Under Song Mingyue's shocked gaze, Nanfeng calmly took out the black card and handed it to the clerk again. Let's start the capital verification. Chapter 43, if one investment goes down the drain, there will be no second investment. What? Nan Fugui's eyes widened when he saw the black card that Nanfeng handed over. Nanfeng, do you know what capital verification means? Do you think you can show off just because you have a little money in your card? Nanfeng simply turned around and glanced at him indifferently. That's why I said, cousin, do you really understand me? After handing the card to the clerk, Nanfeng slowly approached Nan Fugui. I know you're not good at studying, and now that you've made a little money in a big city, you want to feel like you're making a name for yourself. Of course, I understand. After all, if it were me, I'd probably need to show off even more than you do. But if you're looking for a sense of existence, forget it. Why do you always have to look for it in me? Do you think you're stronger than me? But what did I do to give you this illusion? Do you think that because I'm a student I have to be poor? Do you think that because I'm young and haven't been in society, I don't understand the so-called ways of the world? Cousin.
Nanfong stood in front of Nan Fugui, lowered his head and squinted his eyes to look at his blood cousin.
Why on earth would you think that?
For some reason, Nan Fugui had seen the face of Nanfong countless times. But the Nanfong standing in front of him now made him feel unprecedentedly unfamiliar.
Nanfong used to be very quiet. No matter how he ridiculed her or tried to gain attention, he would just laugh it off. But now, Nanfong, who was standing in front of him, was full of oppression all over his body, making him feel extremely pressured even to answer a question. I don't understand what you are saying. Don't talk nonsense here.
Nan Fugui was already scared out of his wits and broke out in a cold sweat. Nanfong suddenly laughed. Whether you understand or not, cousin, you just need to remember what I said today.
Don't mess with me from now on. If you behave yourself, I can let you go for my father's sake. But if you're looking for trouble, I don't mind telling you how you came to Hangzhou and how you leave. Nanfong placed a hand on Nan Fugui's shoulder, then leaned over and said coldly, do you understand?
Nan Fugui opened his mouth several times, wanting to scold Nanfong. But when the words came to his lips, he swallowed them back in the end. He didn't know why Nanfong seemed like a different person, but the pressure Nanfong brought to him was real. And now he not only lost face in front of Song Mingyue.
Even Jiang Yuyan stood on Nanfeng's side.
What he did just now was like that of a clown, making a fool of himself. Just as Nanfong finished speaking, the clerk's capital verification has also been completed. The clerk respectfully returned the black card to Nanfong, then said, Sir, your capital verification has passed.
Could you please help me pack this shoulder bag?
When he heard the words capital verification qualified, Nan Fugui seemed to have completely lost his energy and spirit, and collapsed in an instant. As a businessman, he knows best what passing the capital verification means. In other words, the card that Nanfong just handed over not only contained more than 10 million, but might even contain more than imagined. He worked hard in Hangzhou for so many years and only managed to spend a few million to buy a house in Hangzhou, and he paid in installments. Although he has money in his bank account now, it only adds up to over 1 million.
In addition, the company has been in recession in recent years. That's why he tried every means to get close to Jiang Yuyan. But as soon as the words capital verification passed came out, everything he had just done became a joke. After hearing what the clerk said, Nanfong did not ask him to pack it up immediately. Instead, he turned to look at Jiang Yuyan and said with a smile, Sister Yuyan, I heard you know so much about this shoulder bag. You must like it very much, right? When Jiang Yuyan heard this, she thought Nanfong didn't want to buy the bag, but didn't want to lose face in front of Song Mingyue, so she wanted to help out. So she nodded. Yes, I like this bag very much. If you don't like it, you can leave it to me. Since Sister Yuyan likes it, I'll give it to you. What? After Nanfong finished speaking, everyone was stunned. Even Jiang Yuyan herself was dumbfounded. Nanfong, you must have said something wrong just now, right? This bag costs over 10 million. Are you just going to give it away like that? What else? Facing Song Mingyue's shocked look, Nanfong responded very naturally, this Hawaiian-style shoulder bag is originally a women's bag. It would be useless even if I bought it. Since Sister Yuyan likes it, I will give it to Sister Yuyan as a gift for our first meeting. Ding, Jiang Yuyan's favorability towards the host increases by +1. Ding, Jiang Yuyan's favorability towards the host increases by +1. Drip, Jiang. The moment Nanfong finished speaking, Jiang Yuyan's favorability towards Nanfong directly reached an astonishing 80. As for Song Mingyue, who was standing aside, she was so anxious that tears were about to fall. This is a bag worth more than 10 million. She has known Nanfong for so many years, but she has never dared to ask for anything. But it was just the first time that Jiang Yuyan met him, and Nanfong gave her a bag worth tens of millions? Jiang Yuyan felt like her heart was about to jump out of her chest, and she looked at Nanfong with shock in her eyes. Xiaofeng, you are not kidding me, your sister? We just met for the first time today. Are you sure you want to give me such an expensive gift? Of course. Nanfong didn't hesitate at all and directly asked the clerk to swipe the card. Then he packed the bag and handed it to Jiang Yuyan.
After all, a good bag goes well with a beautiful woman. I think Sister Yu Yan, you and this bag are a perfect match. Looking at Nanfeng's sincere eyes, Zhang Yuyan felt that the bag in her hand was not so hot anymore. Well, since you want to give it to me, I'll keep it first. Let's add each other's contact information later. Whenever you want to go back, you can contact me at any time. After hearing these words, Nanfeng knew that today's matter was only one step away from success. Although a bag worth more than 10 million seems very expensive, but compared with the rewards given by the system, it is nothing.
Nanfeng, do you really want to give her that bag?
At this time, Song Mingyue was still full of unwillingness. You have to know that on ordinary days, she has never received a gift worth more than 10 million yuan, let alone a gift worth tens of thousands of yuan. Although Nanfeng had just given her a dress worth more than 400,000 yuan, it seemed so pale in comparison to a bag worth tens of millions.
Nanfeng naturally understood what Song Mingyue meant,
but he pretended not to understand.
What else? And didn't I just give you a skirt? Why? Don't you like it? If you don't like it, I'll help you withdraw now.
Seeing that Nanfeng was about to help her return the dress, Song Mingyue quickly waved her hand and said, "No, that's not what I meant.
I really like this dress." Chapter 44 Little girl, you are too greedy.
Although she was jealous of Jiang Yuyan for receiving a bag worth tens of millions, only what she got was hers. What's more, this dress cost more than 400,000 yuan. Even if you don't want it anymore, you can still cash it out for 200,000 or 300,000 yuan.
As long as you like it.
Seeing that Song Mingyue was holding her dress tightly, Nanfeng smiled knowingly. Then the four of them briefly visited a few stores.
But Nan Fugui was silent all the way.
He hadn't said a word since he came out of the GUC store.
Song Mingyue also took a fancy to another bag.
Although it was not as expensive as the one she gave to Jiang Yuyan, the price was not very cheap either, perhaps because she was being angry. But this time Nanfeng didn't buy it for her, but said something.
It's getting late, let's go back. After hearing Nanfeng's words, Song Mingyue wanted to say something.
Then Jiang Yuyan said, "Indeed, I've been out for a long time today. I have something to do at home, so I'll go back first." Especially when she noticed Song Mingyue's ugly expression, her smile became even wider. Soon the driver received a call and stopped at the entrance of the mall early to wait.
"Yu Yan, let me take you back."
It was not until they were about to separate that Nan Fugui mustered up the courage to send Jiang Yuyan home. When the driver saw Nanfeng appear, he hurriedly got out of the car and opened the door for Nanfeng himself, saying respectfully, "Boss, please get in the car."
"Boss?" Nan Fugui stared blankly at the latest Maybach S680 Midnight Edition in front of him, and asked in a trembling voice, "Nanfeng, is this your car?"
At this time, Nan Fugui's faith in Taoism was completely shattered.
Nanfeng did not answer his question. Instead, he took Song Mingyue into the car and said to Jiang Yuyan, who was standing beside him with a smile, "Sister Yuyan, do you need me to give you a ride?"
When Jiang Yuyan saw the car, she was also shocked. She had to admit that she had been wrong. Before, she subconsciously thought that Nanfeng was a little white flower who went to school diligently and was worthy of love. But now she realized that in front of Nanfeng, Nan Fugui was not even qualified to carry her shoes. So after Nanfeng made the invitation,
Jiang Yuyan agreed without thinking. Seeing Jiang Yuyan get into Nanfeng's car, Nan Fugui was completely depressed.
A passing child who had just watched a Chinese Odyssey couldn't help but imitate Nan Fugui after seeing him and said, "Mom, look, that guy looks like a dog." At this time in the car, the female salesperson saw a beautiful woman in the back seat, and her eyes were full of admiration and envy for Nanfeng.
He is indeed a wicked rich man. I went for a walk in the mall and unexpectedly saw another beautiful woman in the car. Although Jiang Yuyan is not as pretty as Song Mingyue, she has the confidence that Song Mingyue does not have.
That was a temperament that could only be cultivated by a family background, which added a lot of points to her.
"Boss, where are we going next?"
"Send them home first, then send me back to Hanghu No. 1 Courtyard."
"Okay, boss."
The speaker may not intend it, but the listener may take it seriously. Jiang Yuyan's eyes lit up after hearing Nanfeng's words.
"Xiaofeng, you actually live in Hanghu No. 1 Courtyard?" "Yeah, I just bought a set recently."
"I remember that Hangzhou Lake No. 1 Courtyard is the most expensive property in Hangzhou right now.
The cheapest unit costs tens of millions. Can I ask how you, at such a young age, managed to make so much money?" Seeing Jiang Yuyan's curiosity, Nanfeng smiled indifferently. Nothing much. I just worked on a few projects with our teacher and made a little money. Then I used the money to invest in stocks. At first I just wanted to have fun, but I didn't expect to make a fortune in the end. Hear Nanfeng's answer.
Jiang Yuyan's focus instantly shifted to doing several projects with her teacher.
You should know that S University is ranked among the top 5 universities in the country. Any teacher who can work here is a well-known master in the industry, the kind that ordinary people can't even meet. Nanfeng was still a college student and had already worked on several projects with his teachers before even taking the postgraduate entrance examination. Jiang Yuyan didn't even dare to imagine how bright Nanfeng's future would be. Song Mingyue, who was standing aside, watched Nanfeng and Jiang Yuyan chatting and laughing. The whole person feels sour.
She couldn't understand why she was the one who invited Nanfeng to dinner today, but in the end, Nanfeng was chatting and laughing with a woman who appeared out of nowhere.
And the two of them only met once, but Nanfeng gave her a bag worth tens of millions. Am I really that unattractive to Nanfeng? I was getting closer and closer to where I lived.
Song Mingyue seemed to have made up her mind and said to Nanfeng, "Thank you, Nanfeng, for accompanying me shopping today.
I'll be home soon. Do you want to go upstairs and rest for a while?" Looking at Song Mingyue's expectant eyes,
Nanfeng smiled and said, "Let's talk about it when we have a chance." After being rejected by Nanfeng, Song Mingyue felt terrible.
I had been so direct just now, but he actually rejected me? Could it be that I really had no attraction to him at all?
Jiang Yuyan, who was standing by, saw Song Mingyue looking so aggrieved that she was about to cry, and there was some pity in her eyes. Finally, the car stopped at the gate of the community where Song Mingyue rented a house.
After Song Mingyue got off the car, she looked dazed. Jiang Yuyan looked at her back and said to Nanfeng, "Are you just going to let her go home like this? What else?"
Nanfeng leaned back on the soft leather seat and said calmly, "Sister Yuyan, I have always had a creed in investing, and that is that investment must have a return.
If I make an investment and it ends up going to waste, I will definitely not make a second investment." After hearing Nanfeng's words, Jiang Yuyan instantly understood what he meant. Do you need me to say a few words to her? Jiang Yuyan understood without Nanfeng saying anything. My stomach is not feeling well, I need to get off the bus to relieve myself. Good.
At this time, Song Mingyue was walking in the community, feeling dazed. Just when she was about to bump into the lamppost, a hand suddenly pulled her back. Song Mingyue was about to express her gratitude, but when she saw that the other person was Jiang Yuyan, her face suddenly fell.
What are you doing here?
Seeing Song Mingyue's vigilant eyes, Jiang Yuyan smiled and said, "First of all, you don't have to treat me as your imaginary enemy. Although I don't know why Xiaofeng gave me such an expensive bag, he definitely didn't do it because he likes me."
How do you know? Jiang Yuyan chuckled and said, "Do you think someone like Nanfeng would fall in love with a woman who had an ambiguous relationship with his cousin before?"
After hearing Jiang Yuyan's words, Song Mingyue seemed to have suddenly figured something out, and she became much more energetic.
In other words, you have never thought about being with Nanfeng? I'd like to, but do you think I'm worthy? Chapter 45, I'm looking forward to my sister's performance. Jiang Yuyan mocked Song Mingyue and said, "You and he are both students at S University, but you can't even see Nanfeng's future? Although this is my first time meeting him, he's already been chosen by a professor at S University to work on a project despite being so young. At his age, he has accumulated a fortune of hundreds of millions without relying on his family. And whether it's his vision, knowledge, or perspective, he far surpasses everyone I know, even my father. Do you think someone like this would be interested in me?" Hearing Jiang Yuyan's words, Song Mingyue retorted, "Since he doesn't like you, why would he be so nice to you?" Song Mingyue's question was simple and even a little stupid. However, Jiang Yuyan saw the same shadow of herself in her. There is no such thing as kindness without reason in the adult world. When someone is kind to you, he must have something in mind for you. Although I don't understand what Nanfeng wants from me, it's definitely not because of love. Do you know why I got off the car and told you so much? Under Song Mingyue's puzzled eyes, Jiang Yuyan told her. Because you are too greedy. I don't. Song Mingyue subconsciously wanted to refute. But Jiang Yuyan didn't give her this opportunity at all. You want to gain benefits from Nanfeng, but you are not willing to give anything in return. You think that because you are good looking, all men must revolve around you, but have you ever thought that those men can be compared with Nanfeng? Little girl, everyone will grow old one day. When beauty fades, all that's left is a skeleton. What difference will there be between us then? What are your strengths that make Nanfong so obsessed with you? Or do you think that just by relying on your looks, you can make Nanfong remain devoted to you forever? Don't be silly, little girl.
Jiang Yuyan ruthlessly revealed the fact that Song Mingyue was most unwilling to admit in her heart.
That's not the case. I'm not like that. Yeah? Even at this point, Song Mingyue was still unwilling to admit it. Jiang Yuyan smiled and said, if that's not the case, then why didn't you want Nanfong to return the dress when you were in the GUC store? You clearly didn't pay anything, but you got clothes worth hundreds of thousands. You clearly didn't do anything, but you're jealous because Nanfong gave me a gift. I'm really curious, why do you think Nanfong would fall for a greedy woman like you? It seemed that Song Mingyue was about to collapse. Jiang Yuyan walked up to Song Mingyue with her voluptuous long legs, then leaned over and whispered in her ear, if you want something, you must pay for it. This is the eternal truth of the world. Even your own blood is like this, so why do you ask Nanfong to give you unconditionally? Is it because you're good looking? Or is it because you can be of any help to Nanfeng's career? Little girl, think about it carefully. After Jiang Yuyan finished speaking, she ignored Song Mingyue and turned to walk out of the community. Only Song Mingyue was left standing on the road, motionless for a long time. After Jiang Yuyan returned to the car, Nanfong put down his phone and said calmly, is it resolved? Jiang Yuyan rested one arm on the back seat, gently supporting her cheek with the back of her hand. She's actually quite simple, just a little greedy. Yeah, but she crossed a line a little bit. Hey, sometimes I really don't understand what's going on in your minds, men. What if I'm thinking about you, Sister Yuyan? Seeing Nanfeng's playful look, Jiang Yuyan was immediately happy. Then have a drink with me? I have wine at home. Then I'll have to drink 2 more glasses. Jiang Yuyan did not go home, but followed Nanfong to his villa. When she saw the magnificent villa in front of her, although I was mentally prepared, I was still shocked. You're not going to tell me that the apartment you so-called bought is actually the top-floor apartment in Hanghu No. 1 Courtyard? Is this villa so famous? Of course. You should know that the developer of Hangzhou Lake No. 1 Courtyard is one of the top real estate companies in Hangzhou. When the price of this apartment in Hangzhou Lake No. 1 Courtyard was announced, it shocked all the real estate bosses, and Jiang Yuyan's father was one of them. Jiang Yuyan had heard her father often talk about how great this apartment was. But she never expected it. The person who finally won this apartment turned out to be Nanfong. Let's not talk about this anymore, let's go in and have a drink. No problem. Although Jiang Yuyan was so shocked that she couldn't speak. But she was not an ordinary person after all, so she quickly calmed down. After following Nanfong into the villa, Jiang Yuyan's shock never stopped. It was worthy of being the king of buildings that had caused a sensation in the whole Hangzhou city. The configuration inside was beyond her imagination even in her dreams. Soon, she followed Nanfong and sat down on the balcony. Jiang Yuyan turned her head and saw the magnificent beauty of the entire Hanghu Lake. I never thought that one day I would be able to drink in a place like this. Nanfong poured Jiang Yuyan a glass of Romanée Conti and then sat opposite her. It's not important where you drink alcohol, but who you drink it with, that's most important, isn't it, Sister Yuyan? That's right. Jiang Yuyan took a look at the Romanée Conti on the table and was shocked to the point of numbness. A glass of wine. Jiang Yuyan placed the empty wine glass on the table. Okay, now that we've had our fill of wine and are here, can you tell me why you gave me such an expensive bag? Seeing Jiang Yuyan put the matter directly, Nanfong also showed a satisfied smile on his face. Jiang Yuyan is indeed the daughter of a wealthy family. Although she cannot be compared with some of his ex-girlfriends, she understands that some things cannot be obtained out of thin air. It's simple. Stay away from my cousin. It's best to cut off all ties with him forever. No problem. Seeing Jiang Yuyan agreed readily, Nanfong smiled and said, would you like to think about it again? Nothing to think about. Jiang Yuyan poured herself another glass of red wine and then explained, Nanfugue has been pursuing me for a long time, but I have never let go because I am not someone who would give everything for love. In my understanding, interests always come before love. Later, when the market was turbulent, my company was also affected. If we hadn't transformed in time, the subsequent losses would have been incalculable. At this time, Nanfugue found me again. I saw the possibility of breaking the deadlock in him, so I agreed to his pursuit.
As for meeting his parents, it's just that my father wants to see if he has any value in terms of being used or cooperating with him.
Hear the story told by Zhang Yuyan.
The south wind gently swayed the cool red liquid in the cup.
This story is quite explicit. Zhang Yuyan couldn't help but laugh when she heard this, but this is reality, isn't it?
So since you see the possibility of breaking the deadlock in my cousin, why are you so easily willing to give up on me now?
Because of you.
Chapter 46. His name is not Nan Yi, his name is Nan Feng.
Zhang Yuyan shook the empty goblet, but her eyes were always on Nanfeng's face. Because you showed me greater value. I agree with that. Nanfeng does not hesitate to exaggerate himself.
Seeing that Nanfeng was not modest at all, Zhang Yuyan chuckled. You're so young and already have such wealth, and you even have a mentor to guide you through your projects. I know how valuable the mentors at S University are. If you can help me, I can save my family's business.
Zhang Yuyan told Nanfeng all her plans frankly. But Nanfeng was not in a hurry to express his opinion.
First of all, he gave Zhang Yuyan the gift just to make her completely break up with Nan Fugui, so that two tasks could be completed at the same time. I just didn't expect that there were so many problems behind this matter.
Although he could directly reject Zhang Yuyan.
But he does lack a glove now, a glove that will make it easier for him to operate behind the scenes in Hangzhou. Seeing that Nanfeng's face was calm,
Zhang Yuyan held her cheek with her hand and asked, Xiaofeng, are you feeling troubled?
Yeah, it's really troublesome. Nanfeng put down the wineglass in his hand and said directly, first of all, I do have the ability to help you, but I must see your value. Like I said in the car just now, I will only give you another chance if you show me the returns on your investment.
I gave you the bag to keep you away from my cousin. You don't need to know the reason. But apart from that, I don't see any value in you as an investment.
Seeing that the south wind had exposed the fig leaf, Zhang Yuyan's eyes darkened for a moment. Although she was mentally prepared, her mentality was still a little fluctuating when she was directly rejected. And Nanfeng observed Zhang Yuyan's little expression. It is even more certain that she is not someone worth cooperating with. Compared to his two ex-girlfriends, no matter how calm Zhang Yuyan pretended to be, she did not have their decisive and sharp demeanor. At best, she is now a lobbyist and has no decision-making power at all.
So, I don't have a chance, right? Seeing Zhang Yuyan smile bitterly, Nanfeng pondered for a moment before speaking. It's not impossible for me to help you if you want me to. Show your value. What do you want? Nanfeng did not answer, but asked, what business does your family do? Real estate.
Although Nanfeng came from another world, the real estate business in this world has almost reached saturation.
So now Zhang Yuyan's family urgently needs to find a new way out. What's the market value?
Zhang Yuyan pursed her lips and finally whispered, the previous valuation should have been over 100 million, but now it's estimated to be tens of millions at most. Zhang Yuyan then quickly explained that there was a reason why their family was not very big. Although the company benefited from the dividends of the times, Zhang Yuyan's father took a steady and cautious approach and the company was not exposed to any dirty things, so the scale of the entire company failed to reach the upper class. But when it comes to business ability, there is absolutely no problem.
After listening to Zhang Yuyan's explanation, Nanfeng's eyes finally lit up. So, your father's company is absolutely clean, right? Yes, I can guarantee that. Okay then.
Nanfeng tapped the table lightly with his fingers, and then presented his bargaining chips to Zhang Yuyan.
Go back and tell your father I can help you. Really? Nanfeng, you're not lying to me, are you? Zhang Yuyan didn't expect Nanfeng to agree in the end, and she jumped up in excitement. Don't get too excited.
When I say I'm helping you, I don't mean investing in you.
Ah?
Zhang Yuyan, who was originally excited, suddenly became dumbfounded after hearing these words.
It's not an investment? Then how can I help?
Nanfeng tapped the table with his fingers one last time, then grinned and said, I want to buy your company.
What? Zhang Yuyan didn't expect Nanfeng's final proposal to be so bold, and even she was shocked for a moment. Nanfeng, are you sure you're not kidding? Do you think I need to joke with you? Nanfeng walked to the French window and overlooked the beautiful scenery of the entire Hangzhou Lake. You can go back and discuss it with your father. For 100 million, I want 70% of your company's equity.
Looking at Nanfeng's resilient back, Zhang Yuyan broke out in sweat on her forehead and clenched her fists. It was obvious that she was extremely conflicted. After all, Nanfeng's proposal was too bold, and even she didn't dare to tell her father easily.
Actually, you don't have to be so embarrassed.
The entire economy is in a downturn, and your company's only way to survive is to find a new way out.
Your father is already old. Even if he finds a new direction, how many years can he continue to work hard? After you take over the company, can you guarantee that it won't collapse? And I happen to have a few projects that can keep your company alive. And I can guarantee you one thing, even if you only retain 1% of the shares, I can make you a huge profit. Of course, I won't force you to agree right now. Sister Yu Yan, you can go back and discuss it with your family.
I can wait, but you also have to think carefully about whether you can afford to wait.
Seeing that Nanfeng had said this, Zhang Yuyan had no choice but to accept it. But Nanfeng, are you sure you want me to go back today?
Now that the important matters have come to an end, it is their own time.
Nanfeng glanced at Zhang Yuyan, whose eyes were twinkling with peach blossoms, and couldn't help but smile and said, "Aren't you going home today? There's no one back there, what's the point of going back?"
As Zhang Yuyan spoke, she stood up and put her arms around Nanfeng's waist, rubbing her soft body against Nanfeng's like a snake.
Or do you think I'm not pretty enough to catch your eye? That depends on your skills, sister. Don't worry, even if I can't do it, I can still call for help. And my bestie's looks and figure are even better than mine. Yeah? Nanfeng pulled Zhang Yuyan over, then put his head on her neck and held her earlobe between his lips. Then I'm really looking forward to your performance, sister.
When Nanfeng and Zhang Yuyan reached a contract, Song Mingyue also returned to her rented house. As soon as she sat on the sofa, she could no longer hold back her tears. This was the first time in her life that someone had touched her heart like this. Along the way, she kept trying to refute Zhang Yuyan's slander against her in her heart. But the more she wanted to refute, the more she found herself becoming more and more unbearable. It was clearly her who wanted to treat Nanfeng to dinner today, but in the end it was Nanfeng who paid the bill. Even when they were just shopping, Nanfeng gave her a dress worth hundreds of thousands of dollars, but she didn't seem satisfied and was greedy and wanted more.
But what did she pay?
Chapter 47. She doesn't like lilies, but she likes them because of him. Apart from flattery and shameless jealousy, she did nothing. Only then did Song Mingyue realize the gap between herself and Zhang Yuyan.
Even though she is prettier than Zhang Yuyan. But I don't have a clear understanding of my own situation.
She thought that since Nanfeng broke up with Chen Yao, she would have a chance to get promoted, and she wanted to satisfy her vanity by making Nanfeng pay.
But Zhang Yuyan said, "Are you worthy of Nanfeng?"
This directly widened the gap between her and Nanfeng.
Yeah, where did she get the courage to hang on to Nanfeng?
A top student at S University, a direct disciple of a top mentor, he is worth hundreds of millions in his early 20s. Any one of his projects is enough for an ordinary person to live on for several lifetimes.
What about her?
Apart from being good-looking, he has no other merits.
Also a student of S University. She even needed Chen Yao's help to find an internship. So, the gap between her and Nanfeng is so huge? When the bloody reality was revealed, Song Mingyue finally understood her position.
She did not sleep all night. And like her, there were those who did not sleep. And there is the woman sitting on the top floor of the CBD building in Hangzhou's most prosperous area.
Even though it is late at night, standing on the top floor of the building, you can still see the bustling lights of Hangzhou.
President, the surveillance footage from Longji Times Square has been transferred here.
Bring it to me. Okay, President.
Soon the secretary brought the notebook over, and the slender woman stared at every frame of the monitor, afraid of missing anything.
Until Nanfeng appeared in the surveillance video.
Her eyes, as cold as the moon in the sky, finally lit up.
Nanny, I finally found you. This woman is not someone else. It was the boss of Longji Times Square and also the actual person in charge of the Hua family, the darling of heaven, Hua He. Of course she has another identity. That is Nanfeng's ex-girlfriend, or rather, his former boss.
As Hua He stared at the screen intently, the secretary beside him reminded him, "President, although I understand that you miss Mr. Nanny, the person in the video is not Nanny."
Not Nanny?
When Hua He heard the secretary's words, a hint of scarlet anger appeared in his eyes.
What's the meaning?
Based on the conversation in the video, and my subordinate's personal investigation in Times Square, the man in the video is not Nanny, but Nanfeng.
South Wind?
Hearing the secretary's words, Hua He was stunned at first, and finally shouted directly, "Impossible.
Absolutely impossible. With this face and the tear mole at the corner of his eye, I would never mistake him even if I die." He is Nan.
Looking at Hui, who now looks almost crazy. The secretary didn't dare to say anything more, but there was a hint of heartache and pity in his eyes.
What a sin! Everything was fine at the beginning, why did the situation turn out like this in the end?
When Hui saw Song Mingyue holding Nan Feng's shoulders, she slammed her notebook to the ground.
Damn it! Why is there another woman next to Nanny?
Check.
Go check it for me.
It seemed that Hui was about to go crazy.
The secretary didn't dare to say anything more and was about to leave the room. A man in ostentatious clothes walked into the office happily with a bouquet of flowers. Look.
I saw your favorite lilies on the way here just now, and I bought a bunch just for you.
Come and take a look. Do you like it?
Hui did not answer, but stared at him with bloodshot eyes. The man felt his hair stand on end when he was stared at by Hui.
Who offended you?
Hui still didn't answer, but took several deep breaths before calming himself down.
Nothing, I'm just not in a good mood today. Put the flowers down and go back today.
The man didn't hear the disgust in Hui's voice, and still said aggrievedly, how long has it been since we met and sat down to have a meal together? Seeing that the man was still pestering her, Hui clenched his fists, his eyes flashing with danger. Finally, the secretary realized that Hui's patience was almost reaching its limit, and quickly pulled the man out.
The man came out reluctantly. When he and his secretary were alone, the man finally spoke. Secretary Zhao, tell me, what's going on? Why has he been so bad-tempered lately?
Seeing the man's complaining tone, the secretary suppressed the urge to curse and said word by word, a lot of things have happened in the company recently, and Mr. Hui is not in a good mood.
But this isn't the first time.
As the man spoke, tears of grievance began to flow. The secretary who saw the scene suddenly felt nauseous.
They look so similar, why is there such a big difference?
If it were Nanny, if Hui did something that made him unhappy, he would dare to kick open the door of the president's office and curse at Hui. But looking at the man in front of him, he just kept crying. The crying was upsetting.
I'm sorry, Mr. Fu, this is a private matter between you and the president.
I can't say much, but it's better not to disturb Mr. Hui recently.
Okay. Since you guys won't tell me anything, I'll just leave. Isn't that okay with me leaving?
When the man saw that the secretary refused to tell him, he turned around and left in anger.
Wait until the man leaves.
The secretary then turned back and said to Hui, who was slumped in his chair, Mr. Hui, I'll help you throw away the flowers now. In fact, the man had no idea that Hui didn't like lilies and was even allergic to them. It was only because Nanny liked her that Hui forced himself to like her. After the secretary left, Hui's cell phone suddenly rang. After seeing the number above, she hung up immediately. But after the other party bombarded her with calls, she finally lost her patience and yelled at the other end, is this going to stop?
Don't you know I'm busy right now?
There was silence on the other end of the line, and then a gloomy voice rang out, your brother spent several million online in one go.
Did you give him this money?
Upon hearing this, Hui rubbed his eyebrows irritably.
He said he wanted all his pocket money for the year, so I gave it to him. You didn't even ask him what he was going to do? Is he still a child? Why would I ask him for pocket money? If he goes out to take a shit, do I have to clean his butt? Hui, do you know who you are talking to? Seeing that the other person is angry, Hui slammed the table and said, what on earth do you want to do? It's simple.
I don't care how much money that bastard Hui sick hen spent, but the Hui family can't lose face.
I've had people find out. The guy who opposed to a sick hen is a student at S University.
Take this bastard with you and save our lost face.
I'm busy. Hui, you'd better not forget that I, your father, am not dead yet. It's not your turn to be the head of the Hui family right now.
If you don't go, you'll have to wait for someone else to take over the position of president of the Hui group.
Chapter 48 Marionette, are you interested in making another investment? Okay, I understand.
Faced with pressure from his family, Hui was finally forced to compromise.
After hanging up the phone,
Hui slumped weakly in the chair. In the eyes of outsiders, she is the high-ranking president of the Hui group, the youngest upstart in Hangzhou, and the beautiful president that everyone thinks only appears in novels. But only she herself knows that all this is an illusion.
She is just a puppet.
A puppet who even desires freedom. She picked up the notebook from the ground and looked through the video of Nanfeng over and over again.
Nan-e, why did you leave in the first place? Why did you just leave me a breakup text message and leave without saying goodbye? What did I do wrong? Please tell me, please tell me. At this moment, the president, who was worth hundreds of billions, hugged his notebook tightly and cried inconsolably.
The next day, Nanfong woke up and went straight to the refrigerator, took out a bottle of ice water and drank it all in one gulp. He then felt much more awake. Damn, he hasn't had a dream in a long time. I didn't expect that I had a rare dream last night, and it turned out to be a nightmare. When Nanfong thought of the women who appeared in his dream, he shuddered all over and threw the water bottle directly into the trash can.
Unlucky thing, stop bothering me.
When Nanfong returned to the bedroom, he couldn't help feeling proud as he looked at the beauties lying on both sides of him who were still sleeping soundly.
Jiang Yuyan did not go home last night but stayed here. After 3 major battles, Jiang Yuyan finally couldn't bear it anymore and called her best friend over. At first, her best friend was still laughing at Jiang Yuyan.
But under Nanfeng's fierce attack, she realized that she had underestimated the enemy. Finally, I fought with the 2 women for 2 hours. They finally begged for mercy. At the same time, a system prompt sounded in Nanfeng's head. Ding, the host has successfully completed the consecutive side quests, 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West, don't bully the young and poor.
Status, completed.
Side quest 1, steal your cousin Nan Fugue's girlfriend.
Status, completed. Side quest 2, slap Nan Fugue in the face in public, status, completed.
Received 100 million in cash subsidies, exoskeleton armor weapon design blueprint 1, super intelligent core brain carrier 1, overseas island estate 1, top private winery 1.
The reward finally arrived. Nanfong had already completed his second task yesterday at Lanji Times Square. But the first task has not been completed yet. It was not until last night after a fierce battle with Jiang Yuyan that I finally completed the first mission. System, where is the reward?
Replying to the host, because the design drawings, transfer deeds, and core intelligent brain carrier are all valuable items, they have been transferred to the backpack function for you.
The host can view them in the backpack interface of the system mall. Oh, a new feature has been released? Let me take a look. Nanfong lay on the bed and opened the system store.
After clicking on the backpack option, he saw 3 files and a USB flash drive inside. 3 of the documents are the design drawings of exoskeleton armor weapons and 2 land transfer deeds. As for the USB flash drive, it is what Nanfong needs most at the moment.
Super intelligent core brain carrier.
With this thing, the project that has troubled Jiang Siren and his teacher for many years can be completed soon.
Just when Nanfong was excitedly preparing to send a message to Jiang Siren,
he suddenly felt something slippery wrapped around him. Nanfong turned off the system and saw that Jiang Yuyan and her best friend had woken up at some point and took the initiative to help Nanfong clean up Xiao Nanfong.
What are you 2 doing?
Seeing Nanfong notice them, Jiang Yuyan's best friend said with a wicked smile, of course it's to avenge last night.
Really? Then let's see who has the last laugh.
Nanfong opened the system mall and directly spent 10 heart points to exchange for a Tiger Waste tonic pill. Ding, exchange successful, Tiger Waste tonic pill. Can help the user quickly repair the body, easily fight for 2 hours, no side effects.
Jiang Yuyan and her best friend still think that they were in a bad mood last night. They could never have dreamed of it. Nanfong is actually cheating.
Finally, amidst the 2 of them wailing and begging for mercy, Nanfong stopped fighting with a refreshed mind. I'm going to take a shower first. If you're hungry, you can just tell the servants in the villa what you like to eat. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yuyan replied weakly, okay, while lying on the bed.
Wait until Nanfong enters the bathroom.
Jiang Yuyan's best friend quickly got up and complained,
Yanzi, where did you find this little man? He's so powerful in combat? Why? You don't like it? How should I put it?
It was awesome, but now I can't even stand up.
Humph, just be content. If you weren't my best friend, I wouldn't share this kind of exquisite food with you. Okay, thank you my good swallow. The 2 girls played around for a while. Seeing that Nanfong hadn't come out yet, Jiang Yuyan's best friend quickly asked in a low voice, but is what you told me last night true? Can he really help me save the company? Don't worry, it will be fine. You worked so hard last night, if it were me, I would definitely help you. Shut up.
Seeing Jiang Yuyan looking at her with a playful expression, her best friend blushed instantly. But she soon seemed to lose her energy again, and said weakly, Yuyan, I'm really not in the mood to joke with you right now.
I really need money right now. If my current company goes bankrupt, my family will definitely force me to go back and get married. You don't want to see me go back to that house, do you? Seeing my best friend looking distraught,
Jiang Yuyan sighed softly, then assured her, "Don't worry, I'll find a chance to ask him for your help later.
Even if he doesn't help you, you helped me so much last night.
Next, I just need to convince my family to reach a cooperation with Nanfeng. Then I'll find a way to give you 5 million yuan for emergency."
Woo woo woo,
It turns out you're the best to me, swallow. Almost every room in the villa is equipped with a shower room. By the time Nanfeng came out after showering, the two women had almost finished as well.
When Jiang Yuyan brought her best friend to the dining table,
I saw that the table was already filled with a delicious meal. Steamed baby blue dragon, fried crab in typhoon shelter, wagyu beef fried rice, vegetable porridge, roast goose legs, and even a steamed yellow croaker. Seeing this huge table full of delicious food, Jiang Yuyan's best friend's mouth was watering.
"Handsome boy, are these for us to eat?" Nanfeng smiled and replied, "I can't let you go home hungry, right?" "Yeah, you're so nice, little handsome boy."
Jiang Yuyan's best friend excitedly kissed Nanfeng on the face, then sat down and started eating.
"Wait until the meal is almost finished."
Jiang Yuyan lightly kicked her best friend. But the latter, holding a goose leg in one hand and a lobster in the other, stared at Jiang Yuyan with wide eyes, and asked in confusion, "Yanzi, why did you kick me?"
"Huh? Are your eyes uncomfortable? Why do you keep blinking?"
Seeing the other person's silly and cute face, Jiang Yuyan felt like she was almost speechless. This idiot only cares about eating and even forgets his own business.
In the end, Jiang Yuyan could only bite the bullet and cautiously ask Nanfeng, "By the way, Nanfeng, are you interested in making an additional investment?"
Chapter 49, She has always been a bit of a fool since she was little, the interesting Lu Yushi.
"Another investment?"
Nanfeng put down the fork in his hand and said, "Tell me in detail." Seeing that Nanfeng was interested, Jiang Yuyan quickly told Nanfeng about her best friend's situation.
Jiang Yuyan's best friend is Lu Yushi.
Because her family conditions are similar to Jiang Yuyan's, the two grew up together. Later, Lu Yushi had a younger brother in the family, and all the focus shifted to her younger brother. Originally, this incident had no impact on Lu Yushi. But unfortunately, in order to pave the way for his son, Lu Yushi's father planned to use Lu Yushi as an opportunity for marriage. Many people may think that marriage alliances only exist in novels. But if we put it another way, maybe everyone will understand that it means being well matched.
The concept of family background has never disappeared from ancient times to the present.
Just like if you are worth tens of millions, you would never marry your daughter to an ordinary person who earns 5,000 a month. Lu Yushi's family also does not agree with her free love.
In this situation, Lu Yushi got angry.
She wanted to fight for it, but ended up being locked up. Later, with the help of Jiang Yuyan, she left the Lu family and declared that things might change over time, so don't bully a poor young girl. As a result, after only 1 year away, he had almost spent all the money he had. Later, he became interested in the live streaming industry, so he set up his own live streaming company. When it first became popular, he made a little money. But later, the competitive pressure became greater and greater, coupled with Lu Yushi's own carefree personality, which led to a huge hole in the company's account. In addition, Lu Yushi was unwilling to treat his artists unfairly, so the hole became bigger and bigger.
"So you want me to invest in her?" "Yes." Jiang Yuyan nodded, then winked at Lu Yushi. But the latter was still busy eating. "Delicious. So delicious. I haven't had a really good meal in almost a week." Looking at Lu Yushi's disappointing look,
Jiang Yuyan was so angry that she kicked her on the calf.
"Ah? What happened to Yanzi?" Seeing Lu Yushi's silly and cute face,
Jiang Yuyan covered her forehead with her hands.
"Have you forgotten why you came here? Didn't you ask me to help you because you said you couldn't hold your own in bed?" Jiang Yuyan couldn't stand it any longer and punched her on the head. "Company. Your company."
Lu Yushi hugged his head in pain, and only then did he realize what Jiang Yuyan meant. He then quickly showed a pitiful expression to Nanfeng.
"Yes, boss. Since you can help Yanzi, can you also help me?"
"I don't want more, just give me 5 million.
5 million is enough." Jiang Yuyan quickly explained, "Boss, don't underestimate her because she doesn't have much brains. Her company is actually quite valuable. It's just that she's so fond of giving out bonuses that it's become like this." If someone else were to manage it, it would definitely turn a profit. This investment will definitely be a win.
Looking at the two women, one looked pitiful, the other was full of confidence. Nanfeng picked up a piece of beef with a fork and put it in his mouth.
Sister Yuyan, you should remember why I made a deal with you, right? Remember.
In that case, you should understand that it's not impossible for me to invest in you, but you have to let me see the value first. Nanfeng looked at Lu Yushi and said slowly, you can invest if you want, but not now.
Why? Lu Yushi was puzzled and said, but boss, you can obviously give Yin Zi's family 100 million.
Be careful with your words.
I'm not giving, I'm acquiring.
When Lu Yushi heard this, he suddenly felt like a deflated ball, and his mood became much lower.
Boss, can't you really help me? Nanfeng felt helpless when he saw Lu Yushi's pitiful appearance.
Wasn't what I just said clear enough? If you want me to invest, then let me see your value.
But...
Seeing that Lu Yushi wanted to say something, Zhang Yuyan quickly stepped forward and covered her mouth. Ignoring her whimpering, he smiled at Nanfeng and said, no problem, Xiaofeng.
I just spoke to my father on the phone. He said he would think about it today and would give you a reply tonight. If you have nothing to do this afternoon, why don't we go to her company together? Hear Zhang Yuyan's suggestion. Nanfeng nodded, that's fine.
Originally, Nanfeng planned to hand over the super-intelligent core brain carrier to Jiang Siren this afternoon. But he sent several messages to Jiang Siren but received no reply, and even did not answer the phone.
Nanfeng understood Jiang Siren's living habits.
Unless it was at night, once she started working, she would not even respond to phone calls or her parents. Helplessly, Nanfeng could only wait for her to reply to him in the evening. As for Tang Yuyu on the other side, she sent a message to Nanfeng. She told Nanfeng that the reason she didn't reply was because she was taken away by the dean to do an experiment and had just returned to the dormitory. She said she could treat Nanfeng to a meal at any time and insisted on returning the card to Nanfeng. But considering that she had stayed up all night working on the project, Nanfeng decided to let her rest for a day first. As for the system's rewards, one day is not a big deal. Since I have nothing to do this afternoon, it would be nice to go to the company with them and just relax.
The two of them were about to make up their minds. Lu Yushi said with a look of grievance on her face, please, you want to go to my company, don't you even discuss it with me? Give your company back. If Nanfeng isn't willing to help you today, you'll be declared bankrupt tomorrow. If you don't want to be dragged back to marry that fat pig, then shut up. Hearing Zhang Yuyan's words, Lu Yushi suddenly became anxious.
She hurried to Nanfeng's side, took his arm, and then deliberately rubbed her chest against him, saying in a coquettish voice, boss, you should have told them that you wanted to go to the company earlier, so that I could have greeted them in advance and asked them to dress up to welcome you. Oh, by the way, boss, if you ever find yourself attracted to any of the girls in the company, you can tell me and I'll definitely give you some advice.
I know their little secrets better than anyone else. Looking at Lu Yushi, who was like a lackey beside him, Nanfeng couldn't help but ask curiously, is she always like this? Zhang Yuyan also looked embarrassed when she heard this.
Xiaofeng, don't bother with her. She's been a bit of a fool since she was a child. Otherwise, a good company wouldn't have lost so much money in her hands. Don't think she's unreliable, but her company is really good.
You'll understand once you go and take a look. Okay, let's go check it out.
In the following process, Lu Yushi seemed to be stuck to Nanfeng, feeding him, helping him change his shoes and clothes, and even said that if Nanfeng wanted, she could help him a few times at any time. If it weren't for his special identity.
Nanfeng thought it would be interesting to keep her by his side as a little maid. Chapter 50. I'm not praising you, silly beauty.
After dinner, the three of them planned to go to the company.
Zhang Yuyan took the initiative to take on the task of driving and introduced the general situation of Lu Yushi's company to Nanfeng.
The company founded by Lu Yushi is called Candy Media.
The main business is live streaming on the internet.
The company has more than 30 employees in total, which is not a small scale in the whole of Hangzhou. Don't be fooled by Lu Yushi's carefree appearance, he is not very good at running a company. But he does have good personal charm.
After she gained a little fame, many anchors heard her name and chose to join her.
Of course, these anchors are not without strength. It's just that Lu Yushi's wallet is too thin and he can't afford to push them. Later, in order to keep these people, Lu Yushi gritted his teeth and used all of his already meager profits to give out bonuses. Over time, the company went from making a meager profit to operating in debt.
After listening to Zhang Yuyan's introduction, Nanfeng had a deeper understanding of Lu Yusher beside him. She is a complete silly beauty.
They didn't make much money to begin with, and they even gave away the money they did earn. However, with her intelligence, she was able to build the company to this size and still survive until now.
It seems that her company is really something. How much can the company's monthly turnover reach now?
When Lu Yusher and Zhang Yuyan heard Nanfeng's words, a hint of embarrassment flashed across their faces.
Nanfeng sensed that the atmosphere was not right and couldn't help but ask, "Don't tell me there's no water flowing at all, right?"
When Lu Yusher heard this, he suddenly became anxious.
"Boss, you don't understand live streaming.
Many live streaming programs are not profitable at the beginning. They only start to make a profit after spending money to attract traffic and sponsors."
"So what?" Nanfeng asked in confusion. "You mean you're just throwing money away and not making any money?"
Lu Yusher pouted and muttered something, but didn't dare to say it out loud. Finally, Zhang Yuyan sighed and said she signed a large number of new anchors in order to make a small profit, and then used all the profit to support the new anchors.
As a result. After hearing this, Nanfeng understood.
He couldn't help but sigh and said, "It's really hard for you to keep the company going until now." When Lu Yusher heard this, he chuckled.
"It's just so. I'm not praising you." Looking at Lu Yusher's silly look, Nanfeng really couldn't understand how she managed to grow the company to such a big scale.
Seeing Nanfeng's expression change slightly, Zhang Yuyan quickly changed the subject and asked, "Boss, do you usually watch live broadcasts?"
"Live streaming?"
Nanfeng thought for a moment, then shook his head. "Normally I don't watch live broadcasts very often, but I did watch one a couple of days ago, and it was quite interesting."
"Really? Boss, whose live stream are you watching?"
Nanfeng forgot the name of Tang Yuyu's live broadcast room, so he simply took out his mobile phone, opened the record and handed it to Lu Yusher.
"Meow Meow Superman? Isn't this the live broadcast of that millionaire who gave out gifts 2 days ago?"
See the live broadcast record on Nanfeng's mobile phone screen.
Lu Yusher couldn't help but exclaim in surprise.
Nanfeng was stunned when he heard this.
A millionaire giving gifts? What does that mean?
"Boss, you obviously don't usually watch live streams, but let me tell you, this one became incredibly famous. A completely new artist with only a few fans, but on the first day, 2 wealthy individuals lavished themselves on it.
This live stream instantly became a viral sensation. This Meow Meow Superman gained 300,000 followers overnight. Those are 300,000 real fans. And you know what's most outrageous?
That guy on the stupid list spent so much money, not to support this little streamer, not to get her contact information, but just to listen to her sing a song.
Oh my god.
I spent tens of millions just to listen to a song. If someone gave me 10 million, let alone a song, I wouldn't even have a problem getting me to kneel down and sing Conquer." Looking at Lu Yusher's envious and jealous eyes,
Nanfeng coughed. He just wanted to complete the task assigned to her by the system at that time, but he didn't expect that even Lu Yusher knew about this.
But in her mouth, her image doesn't seem to be very good.
"Boss, why are you coughing? Is your throat uncomfortable?"
Looking at Lu Yusher's concerned eyes, Nanfeng quickly said, "It's okay, it's just that the food may be a little dry, and my throat is not very comfortable."
"So you have a dry mouth.
Leave this to me, I'll help you." After Lu Yusher finished speaking, without waiting for Nanfeng to react, she took out a bottle of ice water from the car refrigerator, drank a sip herself, and then kissed Nanfeng directly.
Their words intertwined, and Nanfeng's Adam's apple moved. "Boss, are you still thirsty now?" Hearing Nanfeng's words, Lu Yusher instantly understood what he meant.
Zhang Yuyan, who was driving, couldn't help blushing when she saw the scene in the back seat.
"Lu Yusher, that damn girl. I am still driving on the road, and there are people coming and going on the street. How dare she do that?"
In order not to be discovered,
Zhang Yuyan quickly chose a deserted path and continued driving. About 20 minutes later. Wait until Lu Yusher finishes cleaning up.
She had no strength left and collapsed into Nanfeng's arms.
No, boss, you're too strong. I won't come here anymore." Although Lu Yusher complained. But there are little stars twinkling in her eyes. "Thanks for your hard work." Nanfeng actually has a good impression of Lu Yusher, a proactive and silly beauty.
At least she knows what she needs and is not pretentious.
"By the way, boss, what's your entertainment ID? I'll add you and recommend our company's anchor to you for you to check out first." Lu Yushir took out his cell phone and wanted to add Nanfeng's contact information.
Nanfeng pinched her face, then smiled and said, "Free wind."
Free wind? Boss, you're so young, why did you choose such a tacky online name? How about I help you come up with a majestic and powerful one later? No problem.
Lu Yushir had just finished speaking when she found Nanfeng's account and profile picture. She, who had just been teasing him, suddenly screamed.
Jiang Yuyan, who was driving, was also startled and almost had an accident. Quickly parked the car on the side of the road. Jiang Yuyan yelled at Lu Yushir, "You damned girl, are you looking for death? Didn't you see we were driving on the road? Why are you yelling?" But Lu Yushir didn't seem to hear Jiang Yuyan's words at this moment. He just stared blankly at Nanfeng, then stammered, "Boss, are you the top guy who spent tens of millions on that newcomer a few days ago?" Chapter 51 Pearl Miniskirt, Nanfeng is shocked.
Looking at Lu Yushir's shocked face, Nanfeng smiled calmly and said, "Yes, I am the #1 guy on the idiot list you just mentioned."
What?
At this time, Jiang Yuyan was so shocked when she heard the conversation between the two that she couldn't close her mouth. Although she didn't watch the live broadcast, every time she called Lu Yushir in the past 2 days, she would talk about it to herself, and asked why she had never met such a wealthy sponsor. Unexpectedly, the person Lu Yushir had been thinking about for the past 2 days appeared in front of them.
Sometimes fate is so wonderful. But the next second, Lu Yushir knelt down in front of Nanfeng. Not to mention Jiang Yuyan, even Nanfeng was shocked. "No, what are you doing?" "Boss, I was wrong." "Ha!" Nanfeng was stunned when he saw Lu Yushir looking up at him sincerely. "Before, I only noticed that you were handsome and good looking, but I didn't expect you to be so rich. I was blind and didn't recognize you. Please be magnanimous and forgive my previous gaffe." Nanfeng finally understood at this time that this idiot was trying to save face. "Because I accidentally cursed Nanfeng just now. So I was worried that Nanfeng would hold a grudge against me." Looking at the flexible Lu Yushir, Nanfeng felt for the first time that there were such interesting little things in the world. All right, stand up quickly. What era is this? Why are you still doing this? Then you, boss, will you start first?" Ahem. It's not that Nanfeng is timid, but mainly because being suddenly forced to kneel down will shorten one's lifespan. He still has a bright future ahead of him, so he can't die young. Seeing that Nanfeng really had no intention of making a fuss with him, Lu Yushir became excited. At this moment, the look she gave Nanfeng was so crazy, it was as if she even wanted to eat Nanfeng alive. Nanfeng got goosebumps when he saw her eyes. "Why are you looking at me like that?" "Because I want to keep my boss's handsomeness in my mind. Speak human language. Boss, please give some tips to my company's anchor." Looking at Lu Yushir's pitiful eyes, Nanfeng covered her eyes directly. "Stop, let me go check out your company first. Please rest assured, boss. I will definitely not let you down." After learning about Nanfeng's identity, Lu Yushir was filled with fighting spirit when Nanfeng closed his eyes to rest. She took out her cell phone and sent a message directly to the work group. "Girls, I've got a big money man for you. Put on some nice clothes. Leopard print, uniforms, yoga pants, shorts, and any miniskirts, get them all." The originally silent group instantly exploded after Lu Yushir's message appeared. "Oh my god, the boss is back? Oh my god, I thought the boss couldn't pay us wages, so he went to the hot pot restaurant to support us. Boss, are you okay? I just sold my yoga pants to a guy on the list. Boss, I also have a pearl miniskirt. Do you think it's okay? Fuck. The boss wants to keep the sponsor, but you want to eat the sponsor. Hey, I remember the boss just bought a new bunny girl cosplay costume in his office. Boss, do you want one too?" Looking at this group of heartless brats, Lu Yushir snorted. "Don't worry, my ass is fine, but you all should be careful, this guy isn't just any money man, I might even have to obey him from now on. If you still want to stay in the company, you must find a way to keep him. Remember, at any cost. At any cost. At any cost." At this time, after seeing Lu Yushir's 3 consecutive messages of "at all costs," everyone in the work group also understood the seriousness of the problem. Understood, received. Don't worry, boss. I'll go change my clothes right now. I'm going to take a shower too. 1. After arranging everything, she opened another chat group, secretly took a photo of Nanfeng and sent it to the group, and then added a text. Watch out, I already have a new boyfriend. If anyone dares to ask me to arrange a marriage again, I'll go back and skin you alive. The group of only 4 people exploded after Lu Yushur sent the photo to the group. You rebellious girl. You rebellious girl. You don't want a good marriage, but instead you find some messed up men. I'm telling you, you need to go home right now. My dear daughter, please don't do anything stupid. We won't harm you. Please don't look for a man at this time. Sister, I've got my eye on the latest action figure. It's only 5,000 yuan. Buy it for me. Lu Shiyu, middle finger JPG. Lu Yushur thought of the angry look on the face of this family. It feels so good, so good. You guys forced me to marry a fat pig, but now I have someone I can cling to, and you can just wait to follow me around and suffer the consequences. Ha 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 ha. About 10 minutes passed. Zhang Yuyan pulled the car over to the side of the road. Nanfeng got out of the car and looked at the villa in front of him and said in shock, "Is this your company?" That's right. Lu Yushur got out of the car, put her arm around Nanfeng's shoulders, and said proudly, "How about it? The place I chose is not bad, right?" Looking at Lu Yushur's smug expression, he took another look at the magnificent villa. Nanfeng finally understood why her company was not making money. First of all, the villa area chosen by Lu Yushur is located in Yuhang district. Since it is not far from S University, Nanfeng knows something about the housing prices here. Although they cannot be compared with Nanfeng's villa, the price of these villas is as high as tens of thousands of yuan per square meter. Lu Yushur's villa looks to be at least 700 to 800 square meters, and the selling price alone is probably tens of millions. Of course, what shocked Nanfeng was not the price of the villa, but the fact that Lu Yushur had dared to choose such a place when he just started his business. Apart from anything else, the rent alone would probably be nearly 1 million a year. In other words, after working hard for a year, she might end up working for the landlord. Nanfeng turned his head to look at Zhang Yuyan, and the corners of his mouth twitched. Who helped her choose this place? She has a lot of money but nowhere to burn it, right? When Zhang Yuyan heard this, her eyes were filled with helplessness. There's no other way. She said if you want to be rich, you first need a place to live. If people see you're broke and don't even have a place to live, who would want to work with you? So she found this place herself. How much is the rent here? 2 million a year. How many? When Nanfeng heard the price, she felt terrible. 2 million a year? Was she supposed to be paying off the mortgage to the landlord? The price of 2 million a year is enough to rent an office floor in the CBD building in the city center. Chapter 52, Is this the land of daughters? Boss, wait here for me. I'll see if they've finished cleaning up. After saying that, Lu Yushur flew away like a butterfly. Looking at Lu Yushur's beautiful back, Nanfeng hesitated for a moment, and finally said to Zhang Yuyan, "Is she always like this?" Zhang Yuyan understood what Nanfeng meant and explained, "Don't be fooled by her carefree appearance. In fact, she knows how to take care of others. It's just because of her special family situation that she developed this personality. And boss, don't hold a grudge against her, but she's only been in 2 relationships so far, and they didn't last long." Nanfeng heard what she meant and instantly understood. She was probably worried that Lu Yushur was too proactive and would give Nanfeng a bad impression. "But I think you, Sister Yuyan, are quite skilled when you're with her." When Zhang Yuyan heard this, an unnatural blush flashed across her face. After hesitating for a long time, she whispered a few words into Nanfeng's ear. After hearing Zhang Yuyan's words, Nanfeng's eyes suddenly widened. "Were you a couple before?" Although Zhang Yuyan was so embarrassed that she wanted to find a hole to crawl into, she still nodded. Lu Yushur's situation is very special. Because she was carefree, good-looking, and her family was rich, she was often cheated by men. Later, he even almost committed suicide by jumping into the lake. When Zhang Yuyan heard the news, she rushed over and slapped her a few times, originally wanting to wake her up, but it turned out that Lu Yushur was perhaps too stimulated and her sexual orientation completely changed. If she likes women, why is she so proactive? When Zhang Yuyan heard this, a dark look flashed across her eyes. Maybe it's because she feels that this is the only way she can escape from that shitty family. Although Lu Yushur's story was rather bizarre, Nanfeng expressed his respect. But one thing at a time. He is not a soft-hearted god. Just as Nanfeng was talking to Zhang Yuyan, the door of the villa suddenly opened, and then all kinds of beauties came out of the villa. Yoga pants, JK outfits, stepmother skirts, Loda, and even swimsuits.
Nanfeng stared with his eyes wide open. And at this moment, the system in my mind reminded me that 2 of these beauties had reached the standard of 90 points or above. And none of the other beauties scored below 80 points. Be good. Did Lu Yushur bring all the beauties in Hangzhou here? When they saw Nanfeng, they quickly raised the signs in their hands and started shouting, "Welcome, boss! Welcome, boss! Welcome, boss!" Looking at their posture, Nanfeng subconsciously took a step back. Why do they look at me as if they want to eat me? Lu Yushur also came out of the villa at this time, and she had specially changed into the bunny girl cosplay costume she had bought earlier. Then she jumped to Nanfeng's side, took his arm, pouted and said coquettishly, "Boss, in order to welcome you, I called all the most beautiful girls under my command. You can't leave them." Looking at Lu Yushur's watery eyes and the charm she exudes, Nanfeng resisted the urge to fight her for 300 rounds right then and there, and said in a hoarse voice, "Let's go in and take a look at the situation in your company first." "Okay. I'll lead the way for you." Lu Yushur walked in front and the others followed behind. Nanfeng felt as if he had come to the kingdom of women. As soon as he entered the villa, he smelled a complex fragrance. When he came to the living room, he saw all kinds of underwear scattered on the sofa, even some special XP models. Lu Yushur saw these things on the sofa and quickly explained, "Boss, don't misunderstand. These are actually trial products sent by some merchants. We occasionally need to review them and send videos. These are probably the latest goods sent." As Lu Yushur spoke, she winked behind her, signaling them to quickly put away the messy underwear. Nanfeng saw through Lu Yushur's little tricks but didn't say anything. Then, accompanied by Lu Yushur, he took a quick look at the conditions of the entire villa. Although in Nanfeng's eyes, using this place as an office is a kind of resentful behavior. But I have to say that Lu Yushur actually did a pretty good job in this regard. Every room on the second floor of the villa is properly utilized. The small rooms were transformed into live broadcast rooms one by one. The large room was converted into a double bedroom, and the second floor hall was converted into a conference room. Don't look at them as if they are just beautiful girls. But the plans and analysis of market hotspots written on the blackboard in the conference room found them very interesting and attractive even to Nanfeng, an outsider. After visiting the live broadcast environment, what remains is the business capabilities of the entire company. Would it be convenient to call everyone over and have a simple meeting? Hearing Nanfeng's suggestion, Lu Yushur hurriedly said, "No problem. Boss, you take a rest first. I'll call them all over now." After Nanfeng sat down, a royal sister wearing a stepmother's skirt came over and poured tea for Nanfeng. While pouring the tea, she bent down 90 degrees on purpose, and the horrible ravine could be seen through the gap. "Boss, this is the latest Wooey black tea, please try it." As the royal sister spoke, she swayed her waist, showing a charming and attractive posture in front of Nanfeng. It's a pity that although she is really good looking, she doesn't meet the system S standard of 90 points. So Nanfeng was not too moved. The tea is good, but it wasn't brewed well enough. Next time, if you serve guests without washing the tea leaves 3 times, they'll be angry. Seeing that his little tricks were useless to Nanfeng, he was scolded in return. The royal sister's face was a little hot. Just as she was in a dilemma, Zhang Yuyan spoke up, "All right, don't listen to that stupid girl's nonsense. You just need to do your job well. Your boss is here to discuss cooperation, not to whore you." Hearing Zhang Yuyan's help, Yu Jie breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly said with a smile, "Okay, Sister Yan, I'll make the tea a few more times." Wait until the royal sister leaves. Zhang Yuyan finally started to explain, "This damn girl usually protects these people so well that as long as she says something, even if she asks them to sleep with her, they won't resist. She did that on purpose just now. It was probably arranged by that damn girl. Don't take it to heart." Hear Zhang Yuyan's explanation. Nanfeng smiled, picked up the teacup, took a sip, and then put it down. "It's very big and white. I actually quite like it." Zhang Yuyan couldn't help laughing when she heard this. "I was worried that Nanfeng would mind, but now I think about it, how could a man who allows me and Lu Yushur to serve him take such a small action seriously?" Soon, under the leadership of Lu Yushur, everyone in the company stopped what they were doing and came to Nanfeng. "Boss, everyone is here, please give me your instructions." Chapter 53 Jiangnan Beauty, Guyu. Lu Yushur sat directly next to Nanfeng. Looking closely, I saw that all I could see were top-notch beauties. If an ordinary person came to such a place, he would probably have a nosebleed. But Nanfeng had seen the world after all, so he quickly calmed down.
Who among you is in charge of finance?
Hearing Nanfeng's words, a girl who was not very tall and had a little baby fat on her face stood up and said, "Boss, I am."
Nanfeng glanced at her and then exclaimed, "Aren't you the anchor who just greeted me outside? When did it become finance?"
The girl was not nervous and directly took out the graduation certificate she had prepared in advance and handed it to Nanfeng. Nanfeng opened it and his eyes suddenly widened.
Master of Economics from University B? University B ranks among the top 3 universities in the country and is even more famous than University S. Among them, economics is a popular major. This cute little girl in front of me is not only older than me, but her current academic qualifications are even better than mine.
Seeing this, Jiang Yuyan hurriedly explained, "When we were recruiting, there were no clear requirements for the recruitment conditions, so many people applied to this company. Later, they not only did live broadcasts, but also took on other part-time jobs in the company."
After hearing Jiang Yuyan's explanation, Nanfeng looked strange. "What about your business?"
After Nanfeng finished speaking, a tall and slender lady in a cheongsam walked over gracefully. She was also one of the people who scored over 90 points in the system evaluation at that time.
"Hello boss, I'm Dongyi, our company's current anchor and also the business manager."
After saying that, she placed her diploma in front of Nanfeng, just like the girls before her.
Donghuan Normal College.
Although it is not as good as University B, it is also a famous and prestigious university in the field of teacher training.
Hiss.
Looking at the beautiful girls in front of him, Nanfeng seemed to suddenly understand why a company as carefree as Lu Yushir's had been able to last so long without going bankrupt. She originally wanted to recruit anchors, but ended up recruiting all kinds of talents.
The process is completely wrong, but the result is completely right. Only then did Nanfeng realize why Jiang Yuyan said that she would never let him down.
It's a pity that such a talented group of people have to suffer with Lu Yushir.
Good.
Nanfeng put down the things in his hand and then said calmly, "Now that everyone is here, I won't hide anything. I came here today because your boss wants me to invest in you." Hearing these words, everyone's eyes lit up. "But I have always had an investment creed, which is to let me see your value. So I'm here to tell you in advance, if I take over this company, then it will definitely survive, but whether you can stay or not, you must prove your worth to me." As Nanfeng finished speaking, the entire conference room fell silent. Just as Lu Yushir was about to smooth things over, someone suddenly asked, "How can you prove that you can invest so much in our company?"
Nanfeng looked in the direction of the sound and was also stunned for a moment.
The person who spoke was very pretty and had a good figure. She was also wearing a cheongsam, but she looked completely different from Dongyi.
Dongyi gives people a vulgar charm, while she gives people a sense of the coolness of the Jiangnan water town.
If a person's face is a scroll of calligraphy and painting,
then her face is a standard Chinese ink painting. The more you look at it, the more intoxicated you become. Guyu, please be quiet for a moment. I will explain to you later.
When Lu Yushir saw Guyu suddenly speak, a hint of panic flashed in his eyes. Nanfeng noticed Guyu's red eyes, Lu Yushir's panic, the jealousy in her eyes when she looked at him, and what Jiang Yuyan had said to him before.
Nanfeng instantly understood her relationship with Lu Yushir. "Boss, that's not what Guyu meant. She actually..."
"Rest assured." Nanfeng interrupted Lu Yushir's explanation, and directly stopped her waist with his big hands, holding her in his arms amid her screams.
Seeing this scene, everyone couldn't help but exclaim, "Oh my goodness, is this the relationship between this boss and the new boss? But I heard that the boss doesn't like men, right?"
Ah, poor Guyu, it seems she was cheated by the boss.
"But don't you really find it strange? He's so young and so handsome, could he really be the boss? You know what?
The guy who used to give me money is already in his 40s or 50s.
Where did he get the money to invest when he's so young? Could it be that the boss was scammed?"
At this time, everyone in the conference room was talking.
Lu Yushir was held in Nanfeng's arms in front of everyone.
Even though she was a carefree person, her face rarely turned red.
"Boss, are you still in a meeting?"
"Yes, just like that." Nanfeng ignored Lu Yushir's resistance, looked straight at Guyu who was full of anger, and said with a smile, "I think I understand your concerns.
You think I am still so young, how could I have so much money? Did your boss get cheated by me? Or maybe I'm not really here to invest, I just want to take the opportunity to have sex with you and then run away, right?"
Seeing Nanfeng took the initiative to raise the question, everyone stopped talking. In the end, Dong Yi, a seasoned veteran, came to the rescue with a smile. Boss, you're joking.
They've just never seen a young and promising talent like you. I just wonder how much you plan to invest in our company this time. Dong Yi seemed to be praising Nanfeng, but in fact he was trying to find out Nanfeng's background.
Naturally, her little thoughts could not escape Nanfeng's eyes.
But Nanfeng didn't care.
Instead, he said directly, before I came here, your boss came to me and said he needed 5 million.
5 million? Upon hearing Nanfeng's offer, the finance department frowned, but soon relaxed again.
Although 5 million is not a lot, it should be enough to overcome the current difficulties. As long as the new employees who were recently signed are trained and then the expenses are reduced, it won't take long to turn losses into profits. When the other anchors heard the number of 5 million, they were surprised but not too excited. After all, people in their line of work would make a big fuss over 5 million.
That's how my status will be in this life.
After seeing Nanfeng's hand roaming on Lu Yusher's thigh, Gu Yu angrily said, 5 million is too little.
Do you think 5 million is enough for such a big company? Facing Gu Yu's hostility,
Nanfeng stopped what he was doing and waved a finger at her. First, I didn't say that your boss came to me and asked for 5 million, so I would only give him 5 million. Secondly, it was your boss who actively sought my investment, not me.
If you don't welcome it, I can leave now. How about that? Chapter 54, Become an Idol, Girl. Good. Just as Gu Yu was about to speak, Lu Yusher stood up and shouted, No. Boss, don't listen to her nonsense. 5 million is 5 million. Seeing Lu Yusher interrupting him, Gu Yu's beautiful fox eyes turned red with envy. Others didn't dare to say anything when they saw this scene. Nanfeng ignored Lu Yusher and said to Gu Yu with a smile, Your boss said 5 million is enough, what do you think? Gu Yu was about to say something, but Lu Yusher said, From now on, if you say one more word, go to the HR department and resign. Seeing Lu Yusher's attitude, no one in the entire company dared to speak. This was the first time they had seen Lu Yusher get so angry since the first day she joined the company, and it was all because of a man. Gu Yu didn't expect that Lu Yusher would suddenly speak to her like this, and she couldn't hold back her tears anymore. Just go, what's the big deal? After saying this, Gu Yu ran away crying. Seeing her back, everyone wanted to persuade her, but they only heard Lu Yusher's cold voice, anyone who dares to follow her will go with her. Seeing that Lu Yusher had said this, none of the women chased after him to comfort him. Boss, she's young and naive, don't bother with her. Nanfeng looked at Lu Yusher's forced smile and patted her butt. Don't worry, even for your sake, I won't embarrass your little girlfriend. When Lu Yusher heard Nanfeng's words, his body stiffened. Before she could react, Nanfeng had already stood up and then placed a card on the table. Since no one objects, I might as well make my words more clear. Your boss came to me and wanted me to invest 5 million, and there's 20 million in this card in front of me. How many? After hearing Nanfeng's words, the girls who had been relatively calm were all stunned. Did I hear correctly? There's 20 million in that card? Is that true? Oh my god, I thought he was just a pretty boy trying to scam me, but I didn't expect he was actually the boss. 20 million, with this money, won't our company no longer have to worry about the risk of bankruptcy? Great. I don't have to sell my membership videos to pay off my mortgage anymore. Whoa. At this moment, all the girls became excited. Even Lu Yusher was stunned for a long time before reacting after seeing the card Nanfeng placed on the table. Did she hear it right? Is Nanfeng actually willing to invest 20 million to her company? Boss, are you really going to invest 20 million in my company? That's right. After Nanfeng finished speaking, his voice paused. But everything must be done within the law. Let me be clear up front. If you want to get my investment, just like I said at the beginning, prove your value to me. I don't care about your previous work or performance. From now on, within a month, I want to see real results from you. Of course, money isn't a problem. I'll give you a month to prove yourselves. As long as you show me your worth, I'll let you stand on the grandest stage, facing the spotlight and the cheers of your fans. If I can't see your value in a month, I'm sorry, but we'll just treat it as a chance encounter and see each other again when fate allows. If any of you have any objections, you can raise them now. If not, then prove to me the value of your existence. The sound of the south wind seems to have a magical power of its own. Under his temptation, everyone was as excited as if they had been injected with chicken blood. I won't leave. I will definitely prove myself. That's right, I will definitely help the company make money. Me too.
With the big picture painted by Nanfeng, everyone became excited. After Lu Yushur arranged the next work, the girls returned to their posts and continued to work, but compared to their previous laziness, they were now more hardworking. After the girls left, except for Lu Yushur and Jiang Yuyan, Nanfeng deliberately kept the finance and business departments. Thank you for giving me the company's financial statements for the past 6 months, as well as the company's most recent business orders and the resumes of all the company's anchors.
Okay, boss.
Soon, the finance department compiled the cash flow for the past 6 months, printed it out, and brought it to Nanfeng.
Dong Yi also handed the details of the recent business cooperation to Nanfeng.
Lu Yushur sat obediently aside, quietly waiting for Nanfeng to look through the documents. When Nanfeng finished reading it, he had only one feeling.
That would be like the sky falling.
Seeing that Nanfeng looked unhappy, Zhang Yuyan walked behind him and started massaging his head.
What's wrong? Is there some problem with the company's finances? That's not the case. Just like what you told me beforehand, Sister Yuyan, this is a terrible account. It couldn't be any worse. Hearing Nanfeng's words, Lu Yushur lowered his head and dared not speak. If you think it's troublesome to take over this company, that's fine.
I'll find a way to help you separate from this place and I won't cause you any trouble. When Lu Yushur heard this, he panicked.
She still wants to fight for it.
But after seeing Nanfeng's frown, he tactfully shut his mouth.
Oh, if only it were that easy. What's going on?
Although these accounts are old and bad, they are not a big deal for Nanfeng. It's just that the company owes a little money, just over 3 million. It seems like a lot, but in fact, for a company with more than 30 people, a loss of 3 million is already very small, especially under a boss like Lu Yushur who is careless and has no brains. Being able to achieve this level already shows how amazing Dong Yi's financial business capabilities are. The fact that the company has survived until now is definitely due to the contributions of the two of them. And when Nanfeng was looking through the resumes of the company's anchors, he found that many of them graduated from prestigious universities, and even their majors were popular majors. They would be top-notch talents in any company. I don't know what kind of luck Lu Yushur had to be able to bring these people together. Only at this moment did Nanfeng finally understand why Jiang Yuyan said that she would never be disappointed. Just now, Nanfeng himself almost had the idea of poaching people. But this is not the most troublesome thing. The real trouble came when he was looking through his resume. As soon as I turned to Guyu's information, the system prompt sounded in my mind. Congratulations to the host for discovering the 92-point Jiangnan Beauty Guyu. Now releasing the latest mandatory main quest, Become an Idol, Girl. Chapter 55, Compulsory Mission, I want 70% of your shares. Main quest, help Guyu debut as an idol and successfully complete a concert. Rewards, 30 million in cash subsidies, 1 free allocation point, 1 perfect singing skill, 30 charisma points, and 80 grand Uruguayan peso favorability points. Just when Nanfeng was flipping through Guyu's resume, a mission about Guyu popped up in my mind, and it was actually a mandatory main mission. The system has previously announced mandatory tasks. That was before the system was updated. The only time the system took the initiative to find Nanfeng and asked him to complete a task, which was to capture the little princess of Tianjing. The difficulty of the mission at that time was simply hellish. Fortunately, it was completed successfully in the end. Unexpectedly, just by seeing Guyu's resume, the system once again issued a mandatory main task. Nanfeng didn't understand and said, "System, you said before that the little princess of Tianjing was a destined villain and needed me to save her. I have no objection to that. But what about this Grain Rain?" I looked at her profile. Apart from her good looks and the high level of professional expertise, there's nothing else that stands out about her. In response to Nanfeng's inquiry, the system beeped a few times and then gave a reply. Damn, the reason this quest is forced is because this world is different from the host's original world. Although this world has many entertainment activities, the poetry and song section is too backward. In order to prevent this world from lagging behind other planes, please help Guyu become an idol and improve the cultural appreciation level of this parallel world. The system is long-winded, but it can be summed up in one sentence. Because the entertainment level in this world is too low, it needs the south wind to improve it through Grain Rain. After Nanfeng traveled to this world, due to system restrictions, he was a good student before high school and had no idea about the entertainment culture of this world. Later, after arriving at S University, in addition to completing mission objectives, I devoted myself to scientific research.
Until now, the south wind reminds me.
He then remembered that after he came to this world, he really didn't seem to hear any good songs, let alone those classic hits from Jay Cho in his previous life, or pop songs from Country H. Nanfong originally thought that everyone was not interested in singing, but he didn't expect that it was because the cultural and entertainment sector of this world was too low level. No wonder Tang Yuyu was rated as a fairy product just because she sang a folk song in the live broadcast room. So my mission is to write a few songs for Guyu and help her hold a concert.
That's mission accomplished, right?
Yes, host.
After receiving a positive response from the system, Nanfong took a deep breath. It seems that I have no choice but to go.
Even though Nanfong is tone deaf, he is very good at writing songs. After all, there are so many golden songs handed down from the previous life.
Nanfong dare not imagine how much shock any one of them would bring if it were played today. Sister Yuyan, can you tell me in detail about this Guyu situation? Hearing Nanfeng's words, Jiang Yuyan subconsciously looked at Lu Yushir.
Lu Yushir's face was also a little nervous at this time. I'm not very clear about Guyu's situation, but Shirshir knows more than I do, so let her tell you.
Seeing Jiang Yuyan throw the question to him,
Lu Yushir clutched the corner of her clothes tightly, and after meeting Nanfeng's inquiring eyes, she closed her eyes as if she had accepted her fate.
Boss, Guyu's life story is rather pitiful.
Oh?
Tell me about it. From Lu Yushir's words, Nanfong roughly understood the situation of this grain rain. Guyu comes from a long-established musical family in Jiangnan.
At first, her family was happy, but later, due to a car accident, she lost her parents overnight. Her grandparents were old and could not bear the blow. Her grandmother died on the spot and her grandfather was so angry that he was bedridden for many years.
Young Guyu had to shoulder the burden of the family. In order to pay for her grandfather's medical treatment, she went to school during the day and worked at night.
Even though she tried her best, she still failed to keep her grandfather. After dealing with her grandfather's funeral, she also owed a lot of debts. In order to balance the accounts, she started working.
When Lu Yushir met Guyu, Guyu was working as a salesperson in a bar.
She was being harassed by a few gangsters. Lu Yushir stepped forward to rescue her, and after learning about her life experience, he kept her in his company.
Because you saved her, she developed a crush on you, and so you two got together? Hearing Nanfeng's words, Lu Yushir's body stiffened slightly.
Boss, how did you know?
I told him.
Under Lu Yushir's incredulous gaze, Jiang Yuyan frankly admitted the matter. When Lu Yushir learned that it was Jiang Yuyan who told Nanfeng, he lowered his head and whispered, Boss, don't look at Guyu's pitiful background, but her business ability is not bad at all.
Yeah?
Nanfeng took a look at the information in his hand. Guyu, 23 years old, graduated from the classical music department of Jiangsu and Zhejiang Conservatory of Music. He has worked in various professions. After joining Candy Media, his personal performance last month was 20,000, and his cumulative performance last quarter reached 50,000.
After seeing the content of the information, Nanfeng rubbed his eyebrows.
When you say strong business ability, do you mean her sales for 3 consecutive months totaled only 50,000 yuan? When Lu Yushir heard this, her face turned red and she was too embarrassed to speak.
Okay, don't worry. I'm not asking for her information to fire her. Really? When Lu Yushir heard this, he was immediately overjoyed. Boss, can you really let her stay?
Sure. Nanfeng said, stepped forward and pinched Lu Yushir's chin, and said with a smile, but it depends on how you perform.
Don't worry, boss, I guarantee to complete the task. After a brief understanding, Nanfeng finally chose to take over the mess left by Lu Yushir.
One reason is that the system forces the release of tasks, and the other is that this company does have a promising future.
Just a little management and operation. Nanfeng is confident that it can appear in the largest CBD office building in Hangzhou. The top priority at the moment is to negotiate with Lu Yushir.
Lu Yushir initially planned to give 10% of the shares to Nanfeng, but Nanfeng directly put forward his own plan.
What? 70%? Boss, aren't you just going to sideline me? Lu Yushir's face was full of unhappiness. Nanfeng simply said calmly, besides this, do you have any better options? Your entire company now owes over 3 million yuan, and even the bank won't lend you money right now. If I'm not mistaken, the money in your account is only enough to last until the end of this month, right? Lu Yushir lowered his head and clenched his fists tightly.
Although she was unwilling. But she had to admit that Nanfeng had pointed out the biggest problem facing her company.
But 70% is too much. Doesn't the boss have any other solution? Chapter 56 Favorability 30, Guyu's weakness is Lu Yushur? No. Nanfeng refused directly. But I can promise you one thing. As long as I take over this company, I won't fire any of the people you hired, and I will give you another 20 million on top of the 20 million to help the company complete a comprehensive upgrade. What? When Lu Yushur heard Nanfeng's words, he was dumbfounded. Even Zhang Yuyan, who was standing by, was stunned. Another 20 million, which is 40 million. Even though Lu Yushur has built up a large company, the total value of the entire company is only 30 million at most. The money Nanfeng has taken out now has completely exceeded the original value of the company. Facing Nanfeng's proposal, Lu Yushur couldn't think of any way to refuse. Boss, you really won't fire them? Well, I can assure you of that. After getting Nanfeng's promise, Lu Yushur gritted his teeth and finally agreed. Okay, then boss, I agree to your request. 70% is 70%. Soon, at Nanfeng's instruction, Lu Yushur printed out the contract. After both parties signed, this collaboration ended perfectly. What remains is how the south wind will approach grain rain. In this matter, Lu Yushur took the lead and said that he had a solution. Although he had no hope for Lu Yushur's method, Nanfeng still decided to let her try it first. Soon it was night. In order to celebrate the company's successful rescue, Lu Yushur waved his hand and held a team-building event directly in the company. When the people in the company learned that Nanfeng actually took out 40 million to invest, everyone was shocked. They never dreamed that Nanfeng not only looked so handsome and young, but also so rich. The value of the south wind is still rising. While the girls were cheering, Guyu in the crowd seemed particularly depressed and even a little uneasy. It wasn't until Lu Yushur appeared in front of her that her eyes turned red. Afterwards, Lu Yushur said something to her. Guyu was very emotional at first, but in the end, she was like a deflated ball, and was taken to Nanfeng by Lu Yushur's hand. Boss, I finished talking to Guyu. She already knows she was wrong and is going to apologize to you for what happened today. At Lu Yushur's suggestion, Guyu's eyes were red, and she whispered to Nanfeng, I'm sorry. While Guyu was apologizing, Nanfeng opened Guyu's panel. Name, Song Mingyue. Age, 23. Height, 165 centimeters. Weight, 51 kilograms. Measurements, 87, 62, 89. Appearance, 92 points. Personality, quiet, stubborn. Hobbies, guzheng, pipa, and classical music. Favorite food, mint tea, cake. Psychological weakness, Lu Yushur. Favorability, 30. After seeing Guyu's panel, Nanfeng exclaimed, wow. First of all, Guyu is indeed very beautiful, because she has the soft charm of a Jiangnan beauty, coupled with her delicate appearance and well-proportioned figure, making her an unforgettable Chinese beauty at first sight. Because I come from a musical family, I love classical music very much. What Nanfeng didn't expect was that her psychological weakness was so direct. Lu Yushur. Originally, Nanfeng was still worried about how to get in touch with Guyu. Now, after seeing her psychological weaknesses, he suddenly felt that it would be too easy to win over Guyu. The only thing that Nanfeng couldn't accept was that her favorability towards him was 30. The south wind has been blowing for many years. This is the first time I've seen someone's favorability towards me is negative. But actually, it is easy to understand when I think about it later. The first time they met, Nanfeng touched the person she liked in front of so many people. No one could possibly have a good impression of such a person. No wonder the task reward issued by the system is that Guyu's favorability is plus 80. If she doesn't add 80, she will probably have a negative impression of Nanfeng for the rest of her life. I heard Shirshir tell me about your situation. I can let go of what happened this afternoon and let you stay in the company, but from now on, you can no longer live broadcast. What? Hearing Nanfeng's words, Guyu suddenly panicked. Why can't I live stream? For Guyu, staying in the company to live broadcast is the best way for her to stay with Lu Yushur. If she can't live broadcast, there is naturally no value in staying. How can she stay with Lu Yushur legitimately? Seeing this, Lu Yushur comforted him from the side, don't worry, the boss didn't let you live broadcast because he has more important things to entrust to you. Something more important? Nanfeng nodded, then took out the 2 lyrics he had specially prepared this afternoon and placed them on the table. From now on, I will give you 20 lyrics one by one. Your next task is to complete the creation of these lyrics. Once you have mastered them all, I will arrange your next work. Lyrics? Hearing Nanfeng's words, Guyu subconsciously breathed a sigh of relief. As for other things, she probably doesn't know anything. But when it comes to singing, she is confident that she can do better than anyone else. After all, she comes from a musical family and has been influenced by music since childhood. Later, she was admitted to a music college for further studies. At the same time, she also felt a little curious about Nanfeng. Nanfeng looks nonchalant, but he can actually write songs? But curiosity is curiosity. She still insisted, "Sorry, boss, I don't know why you want me to compose a song, but if the lyrics are made up, I won't agree to it no matter what." Her grandparents told her since she was a child that music is not a tool of trade, but the resonance brought by sound. The value and emotion attached to music are what touch people's hearts the most. If she was asked to compose some messed up songs just to make money, she would rather not sing in her life. Because my first impression of Nanfeng was not good. So in her eyes, Nanfeng became an uneducated bastard. Nanfeng was not angry at Guyu's insistence. Instead, he pointed at the lyrics on the table and said with a smile, "I understand what you mean, but if I were you, I would choose to pick it up and take a look first." What do you think? Guyu originally wanted to refuse. But Lu Yushir had already got the lyrics in his hands and said in surprise, "Boss, you can actually write songs? Let me see." After discussing the contract, Nanfeng kicked everyone out, saying that he had more important things to do. I didn't expect that he actually came out to write 2 lyrics. When Lu Yushir saw the lyrics in his hand, he was shocked. Even my breathing became rapid. After a long while, she finally put down the lyrics in her hand, looked up at Nanfeng, and said in a trembling voice, "Boss, did you really write these lyrics?" Chapter 57. May we live long and share the beauty of the moon together even though we are thousands of miles apart. What's the problem? No. Lu Yushir waved her hands quickly, then looked at Nanfeng with eyes full of admiration. "I originally thought you were just handsome, rich, and good at sex, but I didn't expect you to be so talented. Boss, how could there be someone as perfect as you in this world? Keep a low profile. Faced with Lu Yushir's praise, Nanfeng could hardly suppress the smile on his face. Jiang Yuyan, who was standing by, couldn't help being speechless when she saw the 2 people praising each other for their business dealings. However, she still picked up the lyrics out of curiosity and took a look at them, and then she was also stunned. After a while, she put down the lyrics and asked in surprise, "Xiaofeng, are you sure you want to leave these lyrics to the company? What's the problem?" Looking at Nanfeng's indifferent expression, Jiang Yuyan roared excitedly in her heart, "This is a big problem, okay?" Although she has never dabbled in music. But because of her family background, she also knows many second and third tier singers. First of all, no matter how good their singing skills are, as long as the lyrics are a little bit artificial, they can attract a large number of loyal fans. Even a random concert can bring in millions of dollars in revenue. The 2 lyrics she now has in her hands, both in terms of artistic conception and flavor, are far superior to those of the singers she knows. This means that either of these 2 songs can bring the company nearly $1 million in value. It is no exaggeration to say that if Nanfeng sold these 2 songs to those first-line singers, he could earn at least tens of millions. This is not Jiang Yuyan bragging, but a real profit. I learned this news from Jiang Yuyan. Nanfeng touched his chin. A single lyric could bring in tens of millions in revenue? Is the entertainment sector in this world so lowbrow? No wonder the system suddenly issues mandatory tasks to itself. So this is the root of the problem. As for Guyu, stimulated by Lu Yushir's words and Jiang Yuyan's exaggerated description, she couldn't help but put aside her arrogance and picked up the lyrics to take a look. Just one glance and her body froze. If Lu Yushir and Jiang Yuyan just felt that these lyrics were interesting and they could make a lot of money with a little creation. As a talented woman from a professional music family, Guyu saw the artistic conception in it. The 2 lyrics written by Nanfeng are Lovesickness and Shui Tiaoge Tu. Taking Guyu's family background, personality and hobbies into consideration, Nanfeng did not choose to give her pop music that would conflict with her style. Instead, he chose to give her traditional songs with an ancient flavor from her previous life, so that she could get started quickly. Through these 2 lyrics, Guyu saw the lovesickness and longing that had been flowing for thousands of years. "I wish you a long life, and we can enjoy the moon together even though we are thousands miles apart." This simple sentence contains so much longing and expectation for old friends. Guyu's original opinion of Nanfeng disappeared at this moment.
The system prompt sound kept ringing in Nanfeng's mind. Guyu is shocked by your talent, heart value +1. Guyu is shocked by your talent, heart value +1.
Guyu because of your talent.
Guyu is shocked by your talent, favorability +50. In the end, Guyu provided Nanfeng with a total of 20 points of excitement.
Oh yo? Favorability +50? In other words, she only read the lyrics of 2 songs, and her favorability towards herself went from negative to 20?
Although she has a bit of a temper, it seems that she really understands and loves music.
Boss, are you really going to give me these 2 lyrics?
At this time, Guyu no longer had the arrogance he had before, and his tone towards Nanfeng was more uncomfortable and tentative.
Don't like it?
If you don't like the lyrics of these 2 songs, then I can change 2 more for you.
No. No.
Hearing Nanfeng's words, Guyu subconsciously hugged the 2 lyrics tightly in his arms.
Thank you, boss. I really like these 2 lyrics. I will definitely finish composing them as soon as possible. Well, no rush.
After the team building is over, I'll take you to the recording studio to familiarize yourself with the tune.
Good.
Although Guyu had no hope that Nanfeng could compose a song, just these 2 lyrics were enough to make her so happy that she couldn't sleep all night.
With the joining of Nanfeng, Candy Media was completely rescued from the bankruptcy crisis. All the employees were delighted.
Later, someone suggested a drinking contest, and everyone got drunk in no time.
Fortunately, Guyu and Jiang Yuyan knew the importance of Nanfeng, so they did not drink.
As for Lu Yushi, he was already drunk and played baseball boxing with the group of young girls.
Boss, do you want to come with me?
Seeing that Lu Yushi was almost naked, Nanfeng signaled Guyu to drag her out of the crowd.
All right. Now that everyone has had enough fun, let me get down to business.
Nanfeng clapped his hands and the scene gradually quieted down. Although the women were all drunk, they knew very well that it was the man in front of them who allowed them to keep their jobs and continue to stay in the company. It is true that Lu Yushi is careless, but she takes good care of them.
No one wants to leave at this time.
Fortunately, the south wind appeared. At this moment, the look they gave Nanfeng was full of gratitude.
Boss, please speak.
Nanfeng cleared his throat and then said, I have officially reached a cooperation agreement with your boss.
From today on, I will officially take over the company and become its new boss.
Of course, regarding your stay or departure, I have also promised your boss that I will not fire any of you.
But this is only temporary. I still say the same thing, show me your strength. As long as your performance is good enough, I can give you everything you want. Money. Status. Position. These are not dreams for me.
Hearing that Nanfeng would not fire any of them, the whole villa erupted in cheers.
Boss is awesome. I love you, boss. Boss, I want to give birth to a baby for you. Get out of the way.
I'll give birth to the boss first.
Boss, I'll sleep with you tonight. All of you, calm down a bit and don't scare the boss away. Looking at the cheering women below,
Nanfeng smiled slightly, and then made a second request.
In addition, except for new anchors, all veteran anchors will stop live streaming from today. What? Hearing Nanfeng's words, everyone except Jiang Yuyan and Lu Yushi was stunned. Boss, what does this mean? If we can't live stream, what else can we do? Yeah, if we can't live stream, then won't we get paid?
No, this is absolutely not possible.
Wouldn't we all be left starving?
Although they were excited that the company could be saved, not being able to live broadcast was equivalent to losing their jobs.
They absolutely cannot accept this.
Chapter 58, Adjustment of the Company Structure and the Hard Work of Dong Yi. Facing everyone's doubts, Nanfeng raised his hand to signal for silence, and then continued calmly, I know you may feel that not allowing you to live broadcast is equivalent to overturning your jobs.
But have you ever thought that many of you are not suitable for live streaming?
Nanfeng said this and took out his previous anchor resume. Let me give you the simplest example, Dong Yi. Nanfeng found her information and then read it out in front of everyone. Dong Yi graduated from Dong Normal University with a degree in business. 2 years after graduation, the live broadcast sales she brought to the company were less than 100,000. Seeing Nanfeng telling his situation in public. Even though Dong Yi was a veteran, he still looked a little embarrassed. But she did not refute, but quietly waited for Nanfeng's next words. Although she had not been in contact with Nanfeng for a long time, she could feel that this boss was more powerful than the partners she had met before.
After hearing about Dong Yi's performance, others couldn't help but whisper to each other. Oh my god.
I thought Sister Dong had brought in at least $1 million in sales to the company after working for so many years.
I didn't expect her sales in 2 years to be less than 100,000. Why would the boss keep such a person in the company in the first place? Could it be that the new boss is just taking advantage of this and using Sister Dong as an example to scare the others?
Who knows, but this performance is indeed low. When the girls were discussing in low voices. Then Nan Feng continued, if you only look at your performance, Dong Yi doesn't even qualify to stay in the company, but do you know how you've survived all these years?
Here the questions raised by Nan Feng. The girls were slightly startled and couldn't come up with an answer for a moment. Isn't it the money we make for the company through live streaming?
No, the boss supports more than 30 of us, and not everyone makes money from live streaming.
Theoretically, the boss should be the one who keeps paying the bills? Are you kidding me? If it's just advance payment, how much money will it cost? Yeah, what's going on? The women were confused. The south wind gave the answer.
To put it bluntly, before this, your entire company was supported by Dong Yi.
What?
Nan Feng's words were like a huge rock falling into a pond, causing an instant uproar.
Boss, are you kidding us?
Sister Dong is amazing, but her sales revenue has been less than 100,000 in the past 2 years.
We've worked so hard to livestream and earned a lot of money for the company. Boss, how can you say that it's Sister Dong who's been supporting us? Yes, although we all like Sister Dong, aren't you exaggerating too much? Seeing that everyone started to complain and question, Nan Feng smiled and said, you think I'm exaggerating, right? Then let me tell you about another piece of data.
In the first half of this year, the combined revenue from all of you live streaming was 7.2 million.
After deducting various taxes and dividends, the net profit was only 2.8 million. But do you know how much Dong Yi earned from the business cooperation he brought in?
All the women looked at each other in surprise when they heard this. Seeing this, the finance officer standing by couldn't help but speak up for Dong Yi, saying, Sister Dong alone brought in 5 million in business orders and sponsorships for the company in the first half of the year.
What?
After hearing this data, everyone was stunned.
Even Lu Yushi, the boss of the company, was so shocked that he couldn't close his mouth. Because she is careless and never checks the accounts. So I never noticed that Dong Yi is so powerful? The entire company's net profit in the first half of the year was only 2.8 million, but the money Dong Yi earned for the company alone was far more than what all the other people earned combined?
At this time, everyone finally realized the seriousness of the problem.
If what the finance department said is not false, does that mean that Dong Yi alone is responsible for the entire company's financial expenses and operations?
At this moment, all the previous discussions about Dong Yi completely disappeared.
The look in everyone's eyes when they looked at Dong Yi was no longer one of questioning or ridicule, but sincere admiration and respect.
They never dreamed that Dong Yi had made so much effort behind the scenes.
That's right, 5 million. Dong Yi brought the company a net profit of 5 million in the first half of the year. After getting confirmation from Nan Fengku, everyone couldn't help but surround Dong Yi. Sister Dong, you're amazing.
You've earned so much money for the company by yourself.
Yeah, Sister Dong, why didn't you tell us before? You didn't always bear it alone, did you? I'm sorry, Sister Dong. I shouldn't have questioned you before. Please don't take it personally. Sister Dong, thank you for your hard work.
Faced with everyone's comfort and apologies in public, even someone as experienced as Dong Yi couldn't help but tear up at this moment. At first, she was disliked by her family because she couldn't find a job.
It was Lu Yushi who recruited her to the company.
In order to repay Lu Yushi, she worked hard for the company. Over the years, she had to run business and do live broadcasts. She was so busy that she had no time to rest. She always thought that this was her job, but when Nan Feng told everyone about her achievements and efforts in front of everyone,
her efforts were finally recognized by everyone.
At this moment, she felt so wronged that she wanted to cry. Even Lu Yushi couldn't help but come to Dong Yi and hug her in her arms.
I'm sorry. I haven't been able to take good care of the company before.
I didn't know you've done so much for the company.
Thank you for your hard work over the years. It's not hard, I really am. Whoa, it's not hard. In Lu Yushi's arms, and under the influence of alcohol, she couldn't hold it back any longer and burst into tears.
Seeing everyone surrounding Dongyi, Nanfeng felt that the future of this company might go even further than he had imagined.
Wait until Dongyi calmed down.
Nanfeng then continued, as I said earlier, if you use live broadcast performance standards to define a job, then Dongyi is clearly unqualified. However, in terms of contribution to the company, everyone combined might not even be as good as Dongyi alone. That's why I'm telling you all to stop live streaming for a while.
I've looked through all of your profiles this afternoon.
Some of you didn't perform well in live streaming, but you've made significant contributions to the company in other areas, like Dongyi, our company's finance and HR department. Some people may not be qualified at their jobs, but they are surprisingly good at live streaming. So starting today, I will readjust your work content. For those who are suitable for live streaming, I will invite various teachers to provide individual training for you. For those who are not suitable for live streaming, I will place you in positions that are more suitable for you.
Of course, there is also the salary issue that you are most worried about. Chapter 59, Basic Singing Techniques, Most Willing to Forget Ancient Poems.
As I believe you all know, I have increased my original investment in the company from 5 million to 40 million. Therefore, during this period of internal restructuring, even if you do nothing, all your salaries will be paid on time. Also, as your new boss, although I certainly can't be as generous as your old boss, I am a clear judge of rewards and punishments.
Nanfeng said this and directly gestured to Zhang Yuyan to bring a box over. In front of all the women. Nanfeng opened the box and saw that it was full of cash.
When the girls saw so much money at once, their eyes widened.
This is the bonus I specially asked someone to bring to you today. Your boss is out of money, but I am.
As a reward for last quarter, I will start distributing the bonus to you now. First up is Dongyi, with a bonus of 100,000. If it were in the past, everyone might be jealous when they heard that Dongyi could actually get a bonus of 100,000 yuan.
But now, no one will question the value of this bonus.
Dongyi walked up to Nanfeng with a red nose, and then said to Nanfeng seriously, "Thank you, boss."
Don't thank me. If you want to thank someone, you should thank yourself for your hard work. Hearing Nanfeng's words, Dongyi burst into laughter. Boss, has anyone ever told you that you're attractive? So many people have said it, I can hardly remember.
Looking at Nanfeng's proud face, Dongyi burst out laughing, and then in front of everyone's shocked gaze, she kissed Nanfeng on the face.
Thank you, boss. Nanfeng felt a fragrant breeze blowing past, and his nose felt itchy. Okay, you're sensible. I'll give you another week off. Have a good rest. Thank you, boss.
After Dongyi finished speaking, he did not leave immediately. Instead, he leaned close to Nanfeng's ear and whispered, "Boss, if you can't sleep at night, you can always come to me."
Dongyi was like a little witch, her voice making Nanfeng feel itchy in his heart. That's what you said. I'm just worried that you won't come, boss. After a brief joke, Dongyi took the bonus and left.
Later, he distributed bonuses totaling nearly 200,000 yuan.
Although Nanfeng doesn't care about money, the company's performance last quarter was really not good. Even if I wanted to post more, I couldn't find a reason. I'm giving all of you 3 days off. Make sure you get back to your normal state within these 3 days. When you come back, you'll be greeted by a more demanding work environment.
But I still say, opportunities and risks coexist. As long as you have a dream and work hard for it, I will definitely help your efforts bear fruit.
Come on, everyone. Thank you, boss.
I originally thought Nanfeng was going to destroy their jobs, but he ended up giving them bonuses and holidays.
Not only do they get paid, but even after their vacation, they don't have to juggle 2 jobs.
They even have dedicated teachers to teach them.
How can this be called a boss? This is a benefactor.
At this moment, all the women were extremely excited. Zhang Yuyan watched the high-spirited Nanfeng and the vigorous vitality of the entire company. She felt more and more that her initial choice was right. After arranging the affairs of the girls.
Then there is the issue of grain rain. Are you full?
Seeing Nanfeng looking back at him, Guyu nodded. Although she had hardly eaten, her mind was now more focused on the 2 lyrics in her hands.
You guys should have a recording studio here, right? Yes, boss. Because this is a professional live broadcast company, we have almost everything you need in terms of audio. Although the recording studio here is not as good as professional ones, it can handle some simple tasks without any problems. Okay then, I'll give you a brief demonstration of the entire melody and style. Okay, boss.
Lu Yusher called a professional sound engineer to help, and then the group came to the recording studio.
To save time.
Nanfong walked straight in, put on headphones, and woke up the system at the same time.
System, you know I've been tone deaf since childhood. Now that you want me to speed up the entertainment section of this world, you should at least give me some cheats first, right? Hearing Nanfeng's request, the system beeped.
The system responds to the host's question. To ensure the successful completion of the task, the host is now given the basic singing skill 1.
What? Are you really so stingy that you only give me a beginner's degree?
Replying to the host, top-level singing skills are those of legendary singers, while elementary singing skills are sufficient for the current situation.
Elementary singing skills are equivalent to professional entry-level singing. Unless the singer is a professional, the average person won't be able to hear the difference.
Okay. The system talked a lot, but the general meaning was that the current reward was sufficient to deal with the current situation.
Nanfeng knew that there was no point in continuing to argue with it.
Fortunately, after mastering the basic singing skills, when Nanfeng saw these lyrics again, he unconsciously composed a song in his mind.
Boss, are you ready? Nanfeng made an okay gesture to the outside. Although Guyu had no hope of Nanfeng singing, she was still stunned when Nanfeng opened his mouth.
Red beans grow in the south, it's a very distant thing.
What is lovesickness? No one cares anymore.
I am most willing to forget the ancient poems, and I disdain lovesickness the most. I'm afraid of being laughed at when I'm guarding my love, and I'm also afraid of being seen clearly. Spring comes again to see the red beans blooming, but no lovers are seen picking them. Fireworks embrace the romance, but true love is gone. Fireworks embrace the romance, but true love is gone. Fireworks embrace the romance, but true love is gone. Nanfeng's singing was not very professional, and even the transitions in many places were a bit stiff, but when the nostalgic and lonely singing voice sounded, all the unprofessionalism disappeared at this moment. When the south wind stopped singing, everyone outside the recording studio had red eyes.
Nanfeng came out of the recording studio and saw everyone's expressions. He couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong?" No one is talking. Is my singing that bad? The recording engineer couldn't hold back any longer and asked excitedly, "Boss, did you really write this song?" "What else?" "Holy crap! A masterpiece. Absolutely a masterpiece. It would be absurd if this song doesn't become a hit. I'm so lucky to be able to record this song myself. Mom and Dad, I'm going to make it big." Watching the recorder crying and laughing excitedly, Nanfeng touched the tip of his nose. Is it really that exaggerated? Some.
Zhang Yuyan echoed, "Nanfeng, I told you before that the lyrics of this song are worth tens of millions. And after hearing you sing it just now, I am even more convinced that the value of this song is definitely far beyond my initial expectations."
Chapter 60, The Sophisticated Egoist.
Even Lu Yushi, who was standing by, couldn't help sobbing.
"Boss, it sounds good. It sounds so good. You remind me of my first love in the sunset, woo-woo."
It seemed that Lu Yushi was about to say something.
Nanfeng covered her mouth directly. "Okay, you don't need to say anything, next one."
The only person who did not express his opinion was Guyu. Seeing Nanfeng staring at him, although she was reluctant to admit that Nanfeng's composing ability was much better than she expected, the songs would not lie.
"How did I sing?" "It sounds good. It sounds very good."
Guyu pursed her lips and finally gave her answer. Although it lacks some professional skills, there is no doubt that this is a good song that will be sung for many years.
"Boss, are you a genius?" After receiving Guyu's praise,
Nanfeng waved his hands embarrassedly. Keep a low profile, I'm a genius, that's all you need to know, don't spread it around."
Guyu was just about to praise the south wind.
Seeing him like this, I suddenly became furious.
How could such a good song be written by this unruly man in front of me? I'll record another song for you later. You don't have to do anything else for the next month. Just polish these 2 songs. Any problem? No. That's good.
Then Nanfeng recorded the tune of Shui Tiaogutu for Guyu and waited for him to come out. Everyone looked at him as if he were a genius who had astonished the world. Compared with the previous song Lovesickness, it has more attachment and regret. The taste of longing in his song of water melody is stronger, especially the line, "People have joys and sorrows, separations and reunions, the moon waxes and wanes, it is impossible to have everything in life," which makes people feel deeply powerless. The phrase "may we live long and share the beauty of the moon together even though we are thousands miles apart" makes the longing concrete. As soon as this song came out, everyone had only one thought in their minds. It's going to explode. It's definitely going to explode. They never dared to imagine how big a storm these two songs would bring to the entire music scene once they were released. Guyu was even more impressed by Nanfeng's talent. Even the hatred that I had for him at the beginning has now turned into admiration and jealousy. I am impressed by his talent, but also jealous of his talent. Okay, these two songs have been recorded for you, the rest is up to you. Please rest assured, I will not let you down. At this time, Guyu was full of fighting spirit. Finish arranging Guyu's tasks. Next is the follow-up planning for the entire company, but this is not something that can be rushed out in a short time. Wait until the team building is over. Jiang Yuyan brought Nanfeng and Lu Yushi back to Honghu No. 1 courtyard. Even Jiang Yuyan was stunned watching from the side. She never dreamed that Lu Yushi would be so powerful after getting drunk. But who is Nanfeng? My fighting ability is not as strong as yours, but can I cheat? When Nanfeng woke up the next day, he realized that there was still a complex expression of joy and pain between his eyebrows. Just when Nanfeng was about to go to the bathroom, the phone suddenly rang. Seeing the number on it, Nanfeng answered it with a smile. "Senior sister, why did you call me when you have time during the day? I sent you a message last night, but you didn't reply." The person who called was Jiang Siren. Sorry, I was playing games with my roommates too late last night, so I didn't see it. I asked your roommate, and you weren't in the dormitory last night." Seeing his lie exposed, Nanfeng's forehead was covered with sweat. Okay, I'm not here to settle scores with you. Is the message you sent me yesterday true? Did you really get the super intelligent core brain carrier? Nanfeng breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that Jiang Siren didn't ask too many questions about the previous issue. But later I realized, why should I be afraid? Thinking of this, his tone couldn't help but become high-spirited. That's right, senior sister, I've already figured out the core of this project. With this super intelligent core brain carrier in my hand, I estimate that this project can be completed within a month, or even a week. At this time, Jiang Siren on the other end of the phone had dark circles under her eyes. She was so excited about the continuous breakthroughs in research, as well as the news Nanfeng sent her, that she hadn't slept all night. Now after getting the accurate answer from Nanfeng, Jiang Siren's voice was trembling slightly. "Where are you? I'll come find you now." "No need. I happen to be planning to go back to school today. I'll give it to you personally then." "You're coming back? What's wrong? Is there a problem?" "Nothing, just..." Jiang Siren hesitated to speak, and Nanfeng sensed something was wrong. He frowned and asked, "Is there something wrong with the project?" "Not really. Didn't I mention the project funding issue to you a few days ago?" After hearing Jiang Siren's words, Nanfeng remembered that the project was temporarily shelved due to funding issues, and Nanfeng directly took out 200 million yuan to cover it. "What's wrong, senior sister? Did the 200 million burn through so quickly?" "That's not the case. It's just that the teacher has found a reliable investor. He's worried that you might feel resentful, so he hopes you can attend the investment dinner tonight. He plans to personally apologize to you." "Just because of this?" Hearing Jiang Siren's words, Nanfeng couldn't help but complain, "This old man is still so rigid. If he finds it, then he finds it. Why does he want me to go there? Is he trying to push me out in front of so many people?" Jiang Siren's brief silence confirmed Nanfeng's guess. "That damn old man. The teacher said that if you don't come, all the shares and dividends that were promised to you will be donated." Nanfeng rubbed his brows, then said with a headache, Okay, I understand, senior sister, I will take care of this matter, don't worry." Seeing that Nanfeng was not angry, Jiang Siren breathed a sigh of relief. "Well, I'll wait for you at school." "Good." After hanging up the phone with Jiang Siren, Nanfeng fell onto the bed. "This damn old man, I have rejected him so many times, but he still persists in trying to push me out. Isn't it just to find a talented disciple like me? Is it necessary to show off like this?" Chapter 61, Sorry, liking me doesn't bring me any value. At this time, Jiang Yuyan and Lu Yushi were also awakened by the phone call. Jiang Yuyan came to Nanfeng and gently pressed his temples. "Anything going on?" My father has already agreed to your request and can sell the company to you, but you may need to take the trouble to sign in person.
That's no problem. John Yuyan's father's company is also the one that Nanfeng needs most right now.
And Nanfeng values his most important thing.
Because his company is very clean. I have to go back to school in the next 2 days.
Although Candy Media is on vacation, there are still some staff changes that need to be adjusted.
I'll trouble you for the next 2 days, Sister Yuyan.
Don't worry, I'll take care of this.
As
for Lu Yusher, who was standing aside, he was completely stunned when he heard what Jiang Yuyan and Nanfeng said.
Back to school? Damn, boss, you're still a student? Nanfeng glanced at Jiang Yuyan. Didn't you tell her? Jiang Yuyan lowered her head and whispered, no.
Upon hearing this, Nanfeng simply replied, just pretend you don't know about this matter.
Also, while I'm away, you guys should each take care of your own business. After I'm done with my work, I'll arrange for someone to help you manage the company. No problem, boss. When Nanfeng went to take a shower, Lu Yusher finally spoke. Yanzi, you didn't tell me that the boss is so young. Damn, he's still a student.
Upon hearing this, Jiang Yuyan just rolled her eyes at her in annoyance.
When I saw you working so hard last night, I didn't see you caring about how big he was. Then, can it be the same? Lu Yusher stuttered and couldn't utter a complete sentence.
She also didn't expect that Nanfeng would be so powerful. Facing the double attack of herself and Jiang Yuyan, he was able to defeat them.
It's good to be young.
The only problem was that her whole body felt like it was falling apart, and she barely had the strength to move.
I'm so tired, I just want to take a nap here.
Alright, if it weren't for our cooperation, I guess neither of us would be qualified to enter this villa.
Now that we've reached an agreement, let's pack up and leave.
Also, since Nanfeng said he doesn't want his identity to be known, just pretend that you don't know about this.
Do you understand? Okay, I'll listen to you.
Oh, by the way, there's also Guyu from your company. Jiang Yuyan seemed to have thought of something and reminded Lu Yusher, although I don't know what the boss is thinking, I can see that the boss must have different thoughts about Guyu.
You'd better think carefully about what's going on between you and Guyu.
After hearing Jiang Yuyan's words, Lu Yusher became unusually quiet.
You want me to break up with her? It's hard for me to say. It depends on what you think.
As Jiang Yuyan spoke, she stood up and walked towards the bathroom with difficulty. Whether you choose Guyu or return home to marry, the choice is not in my hands, but in yours.
Think it over carefully. After Jiang Yuyan finished speaking, she closed the bathroom door. Nanfeng, let me help you scrub your body.
I heard the sound of water coming from the bathroom. Lu Yusher lay on the bed, staring blankly at the ceiling, his eyes filled with indescribable confusion.
After taking a quick shower, Jiang Yuyan and Lu Yusher finished their meal and prepared to leave. Although they like being with Nanfeng. But Jiang Yuyan is a person who knows her limits very well. If Nanfeng needs her, then she will appear. If Nanfeng doesn't need her, she will disappear from Nanfeng's world forever.
She was very clear about her position and would never cause any trouble to Nanfeng. As Lu Yusher was leaving, he suddenly asked Nanfeng a question.
Boss, do you like Guyu? Nanfeng, who was changing clothes, was stunned for a moment after hearing Lu Yusher's question, then turned around and asked in confusion, why do you ask that? Because in the entire company, I feel that you are the most special to Guyu.
Lu Yusher plucked up the courage to express his thoughts.
Boss, I was with Guyu because I thought she was pretty and pitiful. Now that I think about it, maybe this relationship was wrong from the beginning, but I can't bear to give her to a man whose background I don't know. If you like Guyu, boss, I will take the initiative to explain it to her and will definitely not bother her too much in the future. But I hope you, boss, can be nicer to Guyu in the future. She has no family left, and she can't stand any deception. Looking at Lu Yusher's sincere and sad eyes, Nanfeng changed his clothes, walked up to her, and pinched her face. What are you thinking about all the time? If I really like her, I can only fight for her through my own ability, without needing your pity or charity. Besides, her background has nothing to do with me. If she's valuable to me, I'll naturally keep her by my side. If she's just a pretty face, no matter how pretty she has no right to stay with me. The reason why I treat her special is because she has unique value to me, and you will understand this value in the future. But now that you've made your point clear, I might as well have a chat with you. I have helped you save the company as agreed, but as a reward, I hope you can help me control Guyu. I need her to stay in the company until she is no longer of any use to me. Before, Lu Yushir always thought that Nanfeng was a good person.
When she saw the coldness hidden in Nanfeng's smiling eyes, she realized that she was wrong.
Nanfeng is neither a good person nor a bad person.
He is just a superior who always puts interests and values first.
When you are valuable to him, he will give you everything you want.
But when you have no value, it is extremely difficult for you to say a word to him.
He will not give everything to a woman just because he is attracted by her beauty.
To him, Guyu was naturally not a woman he loved, but a valuable commodity.
So he will not stop for Guyu.
Even Jiang Yuyan and I might just be a little spice in his daily life. Jiang Yuyan seemed to have known Nanfeng's nature for a long time, so she controlled the distance between them very well.
Compared to Lu Yushir, who is as innocent as a sheep, Jiang Yuyan is more like an experienced fox.
She would not push her limits and annoy Nanfeng. At the same time, he would not lose himself in Nanfeng's momentary pleasure and ignore the gap between himself and Nanfeng. Looking at Lu Yushir's dull eyes, Nanfeng gently stroked the corners of her beautiful eyes.
You sure, you will promise me, right? Chapter 62, do you want to keep touching? A dress specially tailored for you. So good.
After sending Jiang Yuyan and Lu Yushir away, Nanfeng had no time to rest.
Pei Xian hasn't come back yet.
But she sent a message to Nanfeng, saying that she would probably be able to return to work tomorrow. Nanfeng also reminded Jiang Yuyan about the contract at home, and told her that when Jiang Yuyan's father was ready, he could come to him at any time.
After making all these arrangements, Nanfeng got on the bus back to school.
After a night of fierce fighting, Nanfeng didn't have time to check his phone and found that there were a lot of messages on it. First of all, it's about Jiang Siren, or what he just said on the phone. The other one is Tang Yuyu, who said that she can treat Nanfeng to dinner if she is free today. What surprised Nanfeng the most was Song Mingyue. She actually took the initiative to express her desire to talk to Nanfeng.
Nanfeng replied to the messages one by one.
Tang Yuyu had to eat this meal quickly, otherwise the system's reward would be delayed until who knows when. As for Song Mingyue, Nanfeng said that he had something to do today and would talk about it another day.
When Nanfeng returned to S University, he contacted Jiang Siren immediately.
The USB flash drive containing the super-intelligent core brain was handed to her. Jiang Siren didn't waste any time and directly plugged the USB drive into the computer and started running the data.
When all data are successfully run, Jiang Siren leaned back in the recliner, feeling as if he had been liberated. Finally, it's done. Seeing Jiang Siren's relieved expression, Nanfeng walked forward and smiled. Senior sister, is this thing of mine useful?
Jiang Siren nodded, then looked at Nanfeng puzzledly and said, since you have this kind of thing, why didn't you take it out from the beginning? If we had this thing earlier, the development progress could be advanced by at least a year.
Facing Jiang Siren's problems, Nanfeng said helplessly, Senior sister, do you think this is a cabbage on the street that can be taken out at will? I also spent a lot of effort to get it, right? It would be fine if you didn't reward me, but why are you blaming me?
Seeing Nanfeng's aggrieved look, Jiang Siren relaxed his brows and said in a gentle tone, I'm sorry, I don't mean to complain about you.
You've done a great job.
With this thing, I previously said it would take 3 months, but now it can probably be done in a week. We'll go to the lab and import the data, then have the teacher program it.
The world's first super-intelligent artificial intelligence will be born in our country. At this moment, Jiang Siren's tone was filled with a hint of enthusiasm for scientific research. For her condition,
the south wind has long been accustomed to it. Otherwise, when they first met, she would not have made an exception and recruited Nanfeng into S University.
I've talked about the benefits, senior sister. What about the reward?
Jiang Siren leaned back in the chair, raised the corners of his mouth slightly, and then deliberately lifted his thighs.
My legs are sore, could you give me a leg massage first? Nanfeng's eyes widened when he saw Jiang Siren's long, slender and fleshy legs.
Today, Jiang Siren wore a professional suit inside and a white scientific research coat outside. Because she was very tall and had a slender figure, Nanfeng had never noticed that she was wearing white lace underneath.
Senior sister, can I really do this?
Jiang Siren felt it was almost worth it to see Nanfeng looking at her. She placed one arm on the table, then narrowed her eyes and whispered, Didn't you say when you left last time that you wanted to see me in white lace?
Why are you so scared now? Who said I was a coward? Press it. Serving senior sister is my duty.
After Nanfeng sat opposite Jiang Siren directly put his fleshy thighs on Nanfeng.
Feel the delicate and smooth touch. Nanfeng felt like his nose was about to bleed. Is it nice to touch? Good touch. Good touch. Do you like touching it? I like it. I like it. Do you want to keep touching? Yes. Of course. Join the institute and I'll touch you every day, okay? That won't work. Nanfeng suddenly woke up and looked at Zhang Siren with resentment. Senior sister, why do you always want to dig holes for me to jump into?
When Zhang Siren heard this, a look of helplessness appeared on his face. The teacher said that if I don't bring you to the lab, he's going to introduce me to someone to marry. Although I respect your decision, you don't want to see senior sister marrying someone else, right? What? Hearing Zhang Siren's words, Nanfeng got angry. This damn old man, not only did he dig a hole for me, but he also wanted to trick you? Senior sister, take me to find him now. If I don't pull out the last few strands of his hair, I'm not Nanfeng. Seeing that Nanfeng was angry because of her, Zhang Siren's cold face had some beautiful blushes.
Are you really going to look for him? Of course. It all depends on whether I cut him or not. The teacher is preparing for an investment dinner tonight. If you want to see him, why not come with me tonight? Nanfeng noticed the cunning flicker between Zhang Siren's eyebrows and couldn't help but complain. Actually, senior sister, you are just worried that I won't want to attend the investment dinner tonight, right? Great, you figured that out.
Zhang Siren, who is always aloof, rarely shows her feminine side in front of Nanfeng.
So you'll be coming with me tonight, right? Since you've said this much, wouldn't it be disrespectful of you if I didn't go?
Seeing Nanfeng agreed. Zhang Siren seemed to have anticipated the result. She stood up and pulled Nanfeng to her cloakroom. She then took out a dress that had been prepared long ago and put it in Nanfeng's hand.
This is?
Nanfeng looked at the dress in his hands that was finely crafted and looked very expensive at first glance, and a hint of hesitation flashed in his eyes.
This is a dress I had custom made for you based on your measurements.
I know you hate these unimportant little inconveniences, so I had it designed for you in advance.
Try it on. If there's anything that doesn't fit, I'll have them adjust it for you right away. Looking at the smile on Zhang Siren's lips,
Nanfeng felt warm in his heart.
Although Zhang Siren looks cold, I didn't expect her to be so thoughtful.
Not only did she remember the size of her clothes, she even customized a dress for her. Just when the south wind was touched,
the system prompt sounded again. Ding, the host's favorability towards Zhang Siren has increased.
Please take Zhang Siren down as soon as possible to receive the reward. Number of draws 100.
Cash subsidy of 1 billion. Heart rate 100,000. Status incomplete.
Ding, host, please capture Zhang Siren as soon as possible to receive the reward. Number of draws 100.
Cash subsidy of 1 billion. Heart rate 100,000. Status incomplete. Ding, host please.
The system reminded 3 times in a row, hoping that Nanfeng would take advantage of the situation to win over Zhang Siren. But Nanfeng still chose to refuse. System, although I don't know why you care so much about Zhang Siren, I will not take on this mission.
Just give up on this idea.
Chapter 63. This matter has nothing to do with her, but it has something to do with me. Host, Zhang Siren's favorability towards you has reached 95.
From any perspective, you have no reason to refuse. The system seems to have an inexplicable obsession with Zhang Siren.
But Nanfeng still chose to refuse. I absolutely cannot agree to this until you tell me the truth about why you insist on me taking down my senior sister.
Hearing Nanfeng's words,
the system that had just been expressing resistance fell silent again.
What's wrong? Don't you like this style? Then I'll have someone order another set for you right away.
Zhang Siren thought Nanfeng was in a daze because he didn't like this set, so he prepared to have someone order another set for Nanfeng. Nanfeng reached out and grabbed Zhang Siren's wrist, smiling and said, "Don't worry, senior sister, I really like this dress.
I was so touched just now. I didn't expect you to remember my size."
Looking at Nanfeng's touched expression,
Zhang Siren's eyes were filled with tenderness.
She reached out and pinched Nanfeng's face and said softly, "I remember everything about you." Nanfeng turned his head away as he was not aware of Zhang Siren's feelings. "Senior sister, please wait for me outside.
I'll change now."
Good. Just as Nanfeng was about to change his clothes, his cell phone suddenly started beeping.
Nanfeng took out his cell phone and saw that the person who called him was actually Tang Yuyu. When did this little girl become so proactive? What's wrong?
Seeing Jiang Siren's curiosity, Nan Feng replied, "Nothing, Tang Yu just called me. It should be about the dinner she asked me to eat."
There's no rush. The dinner is in the evening.
If you have an appointment, change your clothes and go have lunch with her first.
But you must remember to keep your distance. Tang Yu's identity is too special. If anything goes wrong, it will be difficult for the teacher to protect you. Don't worry, I understand. After making a promise with Jiang Siren, Nanfeng answered the phone. What's wrong? But to his surprise, the voice coming from the phone was not Tang Yu's, but Sun Xiaomia, who had always been by her side. Nanfeng, come here quickly. This is the trouble you caused, come and solve it. We are now on the second floor of the cafeteria, come here quickly. Hearing Sun Xiaomao's anxious tone,
Nanfeng noticed that something seemed amiss, and his brows sank.
What do you mean? What do you mean by trouble I caused? What does what I do have to do with you? If it weren't for you, how could you be found here? Come to your door? Nanfeng's face suddenly turned ugly when he heard this. I see. I'll be right there.
Jiang Siren, who was standing by, also noticed something was amiss, so he asked with concern, "What's wrong?"
It's okay, it just seems that Tang Yu encountered a little trouble. Do you need my help? Not for now, I'll just go take care of it and have lunch while I'm at it. Good.
Jiang Siren walked up to Nanfeng, took the clothes, and helped him straighten his collar.
Come back early, don't forget the dinner tonight.
Don't worry, senior sister. After Nanfeng finished speaking, he turned and walked towards the cafeteria.
If it was Sun Xiaomao, Nanfeng would not bother to pay attention to her.
But now that Tang Yu is involved, the problem is troublesome, and Sun Xiaomao also said that Tang Yu was found by someone, so the problem is serious.
Although I don't know what it has to do with me.
But Tang Yu is his target and his own treasury after all, and she can't get into trouble under his nose.
At the same time, the cafeteria restaurant is on the second floor.
The students coming and going around were all attracted by the scene before them. I saw 3 top-notch beauties and a man with his head shrunk like a quail standing on both sides confronting each other.
As students of S University, they recognized Tang Yu and Sun Xiaomio at a glance.
As for the person standing opposite them, she was a tall beauty with sickly pale skin.
Her black uniform outlined her figure perfectly.
Her tired brows and eyes still couldn't hide the natural aura of superiority from her. She just stood there, and the oppressive feeling made people feel suffocated.
Little girl, have you finished your call? I didn't come here to embarrass you this time. The bastard behind me is useless and gave you gifts. This is his personal problem. Logically speaking, I have no right to come to you, but this matter concerns the reputation of the Hua family. In response to the woman's words, Sun Xiaomiao directly retorted sarcastically, "What the hell is the Hua family? They're just the CEO of a corporate group. How dare a company that's been around for less than 20 years talk about family heritage?"
After hearing what Sun Xiaomao said, Hua's eyes became even colder.
But faced with Sun Xiaomao's words, she couldn't refute it. In Hangzhou, almost all high-end companies are connected.
So Hua He and Hua Sikhan naturally knew Sun Xiaomiao. Hua He originally didn't want to get involved in this trouble, but her family insisted that she help save face. She thought she just needed to go through the motions, get the money herself, and give her some compensation, and the matter would be over. Unexpectedly, Sun Xiaomao turned out to be her best friend and was determined to protect her.
Now things become a little troublesome.
The Sun family is not a group that can be compared with the Hua family. The surname Sun has been extremely famous in the Jiangnan area since ancient times, not to mention that over the years, the Sun family has invested in various fields in Hangzhou and has flourished everywhere. And the one who now controls the power of the Sun family is Sun Xiaomao's sister. So it's not scary to offend Sun Xiaomao, but it's scary to drag her sister down. By then, the two families will inevitably have an ugly quarrel.
Miss Sun, you misunderstood.
I told you I came here because of my family's arrangement. As long as the child behind you returns the money, I will give her a separate compensation. This way, no one will suffer any loss, and I can also give my family an explanation. You are the lady, your whole family are ladies. Sun Xiaomao didn't give Hua He any face in the face of his explanation. This is the first time in my life that I've heard anyone say that money given voluntarily should be returned.
Your brother is stupid, but as the current president of the Hua Group, don't you have any brains?
You're already grown up, but you still have to obey your family's orders. If I were you, I would just bang my head against the wall and die. Sun Xiaomao's words suddenly touched upon the past that Hua He didn't want to mention. His face suddenly darkened.
Miss Sun, I'll say this one last time. This matter has nothing to do with you. The reason I'm wasting my time with you in such a nice way is because of your sister's face. If you continue to act recklessly, I don't mind personally apologizing to your sister later, but before that, she must return the money to me. Just as the two sides were in a stalemate, a cold voice sounded from behind Hua He. This matter has nothing to do with her, but it has something to do with me. Chapter 64. You are Nanny, you must be Nanny, right?
When this voice sounded, there was a cry of surprise in the cafeteria.
Oh my god, isn't that Nanfeng? Why is he here? You don't even know this?
I heard before that Nanfeng had a big fight with his ex-girlfriend because of Tang Yuyu, and even made her cry.
Ex-girlfriend? Isn't that the school beauty Chen Yao?
I was wondering why Nanfeng came. It turns out it was for Tang Yuyu.
As a former school idol, Nanfeng has always been quite popular in the S University forum.
Because he is not only handsome, but also the champion of S University's basketball tournament for 3 consecutive years.
He is also the closing performer of the annual freshman welcome party.
His song Feng Qiu Huang that year directly ignited the entire forum. But later, for some unknown reason, Nanfeng stopped showing up in public, and after Chen Yao confessed her love to him, he seemed to have disappeared from the face of the earth.
It was not until recently when a post about Chen Yao's infidelity appeared on the forum that he reappeared in everyone's sight.
When Hua He heard Nanfeng's voice, he inexplicably felt a sense of familiarity. When she turned around and looked at Nanfeng, who was gradually walking towards her, Hua He's mind suddenly went blank, and her originally cold expression collapsed in an instant.
It's him. It's really him.
Even Hua Ken, who had been keeping his head down like a turtle, looked as if he had seen a ghost after seeing Nanfeng's face.
How so? Didn't he disappear? How did he appear in S University? You.
Hua He trembled and wanted to say something to Nanfeng, but Nanfeng ignored her.
He brushed past her and came to Tang Yuyu and asked with concern, "Are you okay?"
Tang Yuyu's pupils were dull at this time, and Nanfeng called her twice before waking her up. After seeing Nanfeng's south face so close,
Tang Yuyu's eyes turned red.
"Yes, I'm sorry I got you in trouble." Looking at Tang Yuyu, who was desperately apologizing to him, Nanfeng quickly stopped her and then comforted her, "Don't worry, this is not your fault.
I will help you deal with it." While helping Tang Yuyu wipe her tears, Nanfeng turned his head to look at Sun Xiaomiao and said coldly, "What's going on?"
"What else could it be?
It's all your fault."
The one who showered Yuyu with gifts in the livestream was Hua Ken, the prodigal son of the Hua family. He thought he could win Yuyu over with just a few million, but you ended up slapping him in the face. Finally, the Hua family somehow found out about this. They beat up the younger one and brought in the older one, saying it was all for the Hua family's reputation. Then this woman found Yuyu and immediately asked Yuyu to pay 3 million.
After hearing Sun Xiaomao's explanation, Nanfeng roughly understood what had happened.
"Take her to rest first, and leave the rest to me."
Although Sun Xiaomiao was very unhappy with Nanfeng.
But I have to admit that the south wind, whether in the past or now, gives people an inexplicable sense of security.
Perhaps it is for this reason that they cannot leave Nanfeng.
After Sun Xiaomao brought Tang Yuyu to the side,
Nanfeng walked straight to the opposite side of Hua He. "So the reason you're here today is to get back the money you spent on gifts, right?"
Looking at Nanfeng's face that was so close to him, Hua He felt her entire nose ache, tears welling up in her eyes uncontrollably. She reached out and touched the corners of Nanfeng's eyes, her voice trembling as she said, "Nanny, you are Nanny, right? Why are you here? And why did you leave without saying goodbye, leaving only a breakup letter?" Facing a series of questions from Hua He, Nanfeng just impatiently pushed her hand away, then said coldly, "Madam, although I don't know who you mistaken me for, I am not the nanny you mentioned.
My name is Nanfeng. Also, even though I don't know you, please respect me and maintain a basic distance between us. Stop farting here." As soon as Nanfeng finished speaking, Hua Ken shouted from the side, "Nanny, don't think that we won't recognize you just because you changed your name. Do you think you can act like a ghost here just because you changed your name? I was wondering who would dare to confront me on the livestream. Turns out it's you. You just want to use this method to attract my sister's attention again, right?"
Seeing Hua Ken chattering for a long time,
Nanfeng's face also turned ugly. If you have any mental problems, you can go to the hospital to see a psychiatrist. Of course, if your ears are not working well, you can go to the hospital to donate them.
I told you, my name is Nanfong, and it has always been Nanfong.
If you don't believe me, you can check it out. Looking at Nanfeng's impatient eyes,
Why, he felt as if something had pierced his heart. In fact, as early as when she saw the surveillance footage of Lungji Times Square, she had already asked people to start investigating Nanfeng. Just as Nanfeng said, his information is absolutely impeccable. I graduated from a small county town and was then specially recruited into S University, where I have been studying ever since. Judging from the timeline, he is not the same person as Nani.
Even though everything looks so real.
But he didn't believe that there were really two people in this world who looked exactly the same. Even the teardrop moles at the corners of their eyes were exactly the same.
He is not Nanfeng, he must be Nani.
He deliberately changed his appearance and severed ties with me because he couldn't forgive me for what I had done before.
Yes, that must be it.
Nani, listen to my explanation. I was wrong about what I did before, but I really had no choice.
My father said that if I continue to be with you, he would make me get out of the Hua family forever.
You know, I can only be qualified to continue to be with you if I control the Hua group. So everything I did was actually for our future.
Don't you understand what people say? Nanfeng was already very annoyed at this time.
I told you, my name is Nanfeng. And it has always been Nanfeng.
As for the Nani you mentioned, I don't even know her. Do you understand? Nanfeng shouted the last 4 words almost in a roaring tone.
Looking at Nanfeng's impatient expression, he felt as if he had fallen into an icy cave.
That's right, he is not Nani.
The real Nani would never speak to me in this tone. If I really make him unhappy, he will definitely rush up and slap me first, and then ask me to give him an explanation that satisfies him. He would never be like Nanfeng in front of him, patiently explaining himself over and over again. At this moment, he seemed to have completely lost his motivation, and his complexion became listless.
Sorry, I recognized the wrong person.
Sister, how could you possibly recognize the wrong person? I would remember his face even if he turned into a ghost.
He is clearly.
Shut up. Seeing that Sikhan was about to continue speaking, he interrupted him directly. Don't you think you haven't lost enough people? Chapter 65, The Law Does Not Punish the Masses. I am slapping the Hua family in the face.
Sister.
He seemed to have a natural suppressive power over Sikhan. Just a glance from her was enough to scare Sikhan so much that he didn't dare to say another word. He quickly adjusted his breathing and said to Nanfeng, I'm sorry, I lost my composure just now, but what did you mean when you said this matter had something to do with you? Nanfeng was delighted to see that she recovered so quickly.
My mind was also in a trance.
I didn't expect that after so much time, she was still as calm as before. He is truly worthy of being a puppet carefully cultivated by the Hua family.
The reason you guys came here is because your brother acted like a rich guy in the live stream and got slapped in the face, and then you felt like you lost face for the Hua family?
Hearing Nanfeng's words, Hui's eyes flashed with embarrassment. Although what Nanfeng said was unpleasant.
But that's exactly what happens.
It is for this reason that Hui is unwilling to take over this matter. If the Hua family hadn't used their power to force him, he would never have come to embarrass this person.
Since you're here, I'll just be frank. I'm the one who slapped your brother in the face during the livestream. Madam, if you want to help the Hua family save face, do you have to deal with me as well?
When the people around heard Nanfeng's words, they were instantly in an uproar.
Oh my god, that forum post was actually true? The sponsor of the school beauty live broadcast room was actually Nanfeng? Nonsense.
In Professor Zhang's class, Miss Tang brought out a card with 8 million yuan on it and said she wanted to return the money to Nanfeng.
Oh my god, the rich man who spent tens of millions is actually right next to me? Could it be that after breaking up with Chen Yao, Nanfeng has fallen for Tang Yuyu again? While everyone was discussing, Hui's expression became extremely ugly.
She had originally wanted to get back the money Sikhan had spent, give her family an explanation, and then give Tang Yuyu an additional sum of money to make up for her losses. Unexpectedly, Nanfeng suddenly appeared and admitted that he was the one who slapped Sikhan in the face. The situation suddenly became difficult to handle. Now it is not just a matter of getting the money back, but even Nanfeng is involved. But looking at the face in front of him that looks exactly like Nani,
she couldn't muster up any anger. Sir, it's your own business to give gifts. As an outsider, I have no right to interfere. It's your brother's business if he bought the gifts. Why do you interfere?
Nanfeng's words left Huihe speechless.
It's what it is. Live streaming is all about having fun.
Since he got carried away, he has to bear the consequences himself.
If you kill someone, you will be shot. If you do something wrong, you will pay the price.
The cycle of cause and effect is an unchanging truth since ancient times. Why is it that when it comes to you guys, it becomes just giving gifts to embarrass your whole family?
Do you, the Hua family, think you're superior, or do you think you have privileges? You want your money back? What? Your brother is also a minor? Nanfeng finished speaking. The people around also understood the whole story. Oh, I understand. They are here to ask for money.
Now that you mention it, I remember that when Nanfeng was giving out gifts, there was another person who also gave out around 3 million gifts in the livestream room.
So it was him, but he's not a child. Since he spent the money himself, how could he have the nerve to call the elders over to ask for the money back? Exactly. This is the first time I've heard of someone giving gifts and then asking for money back. You're so shameless. I think they just think we students are easy to bully. If they were someone rich and powerful, would they dare to ask for it? Besides, shouldn't they go to Nanfeng if they're embarrassed? Why are they always staring at school beauty Tang?
She's just doing a live broadcast singing, and she's not doing anything else.
How dare they come here and ask for money?
At this time, the students watching around became more and more angry, and finally surrounded Huihe and Huasiken.
You, what do you want to do? This matter has nothing to do with you, so get out of here right now. Otherwise, I'll make you pay.
Things have come to this point, and Huasiken still dares to be arrogant.
A rice tray was dropped directly on his head. I've been fed up with your arrogance for a long time. Brothers, beat him up.
With someone taking the lead, the others also picked up their weapons and pointed them at Huasiken.
Outside, you might be the young master of the Hua family. But here, the law does not hold everyone responsible, not to mention that this is S's territory. Students who are too proud will not tolerate you.
Huasiken was beaten and screamed. Huihe sensed something was wrong and quickly avoided the crowd. Seeing Huasiken being beaten, her face turned ugly. Sir, please understand that I will not ask for the money back for no reason. I just need to give my family an explanation, and then I will give this lady additional compensation, which will definitely not be less than 3 million.
This is good for both you and me, so why are you making things difficult for us?
Looking at Huihe's righteous attitude, a hint of disappointment flashed in Nanfeng's eyes. It seems that after so much time, she is still the same, making wrong choices first and then making up for it in the end.
But wrong is wrong.
Once a person's heart is hurt, no amount of compensation can make up for it.
She still doesn't understand this.
At this moment, Nanfeng also lost interest in continuing to argue with Huihe.
I don't want to waste so much time talking to you. I'll just say this one last time. He's not a child. If he does something wrong, it's not his parents' turn to clean up his mess.
Your Hua family isn't a very special place.
Why should I accept your proposal? Want some money at the end? Sure, ask my lawyer for it.
Nanfeng said this as he pressed closer and closer towards Huihe.
Miss Hua, do you really think the law is a blank sheet of paper and you can do whatever you want? I told you today, you want money? Impossible.
I won't give your Hua family face. I'm hitting your Hua family in the face.
If you're not convinced, you have to hold it in. If you want to find fault, I welcome you anytime.
I want to see how much your Hua family's face is worth.
That's right.
As Nanfeng finished speaking, Sun Xiaomiao stood up and said, if you want to bully you should first see if my Sun family agrees. I want to see how much your Hua family's face is worth in front of my Sun family. Seeing Sun Xiaomao and Nanfeng standing together,
Huihe's face looked extremely ugly.
If there is still room for maneuver for a south wind. If Sun Xiaomiao is added to the mix, not only Huihe, but even the Hua family will have to think carefully about it.
Is it worth offending the Sun family just for a little face?
At this point, Huihe knew that there was not much point in staying here any longer. But she still refused to give up. A pair of bloodshot eyes stared at Nanfeng intently, and his voice almost trembled as he said, okay, this matter can end here, but are you sure you really don't know me?
Chapter 66, Sun Xiaomiao, a fierce and aggressive man, fights for life and death with Nanfeng Jiang. Huihe was really unwilling to accept this.
She had been looking for Nan Yi for so long that she almost lost her mind. And after seeing Nan Feng's surveillance that day, she was absolutely certain that the person in the video must be Nan Yi. But when I saw him in person, the aloofness in him and the tone of his voice were different from Nan Yi's. Nan Yi will not explain over and over again, Nan Yi will not look at me with disgust. Obviously they are completely different. But Hua Yi's intuition told her that if she gave up this man who looked exactly like Nan Yi, she would regret it for the rest of her life. Facing Hua Yi's straight gaze, Nan Feng shook his head. I'm sorry, although I've heard of the Hua family, I don't know you. I don't know why you call me Nan Yi, but I have always been Nan Feng and will only be Nan Feng. Ma'am, if I were you, I wouldn't be dwelling on who I am right now, but would go see your brother. If you don't take action, I'm afraid he will be beaten to death. Hearing Nan Feng's refusal, Hua Yi looked away with red eyes. Okay, I understand. Hua Yi raised his hand, and the bodyguard beside him understood and pulled Hua Sikhen out of the crowd. Hua Sikhen, who was so arrogant just now, was now beaten into a pig's head. Don't even call it arrogant. He can't even speak clearly. After rescuing Hua Sikhen, she turned to the dazed Tang Yuyu and apologized, I'm sorry for disturbing you today. After I finish dealing with this matter, I will come and apologize to you in person. Sister, it's clearly their fault, why are you apologizing? Hua Sikhen didn't understand. But Hua Yi looked disgusted and asked the bodyguard to pull him away from him. Take him to take a bath, change his clothes, and then send him home directly. Yes, miss. Also inform my father that I will give him a satisfactory answer after I return to the company. Yes, miss. After arranging Hua Sichen's arrangements, Hua Yi apologized to the still angry students, I'm sorry, everyone. I misunderstood you. I want to apologize to you all. I will arrange for everyone's meal expenses today to be reimbursed and have everyone registered. When you go shopping at Longji Times Square, everyone can enjoy a 50% discount. Hearing Hua Yi's apology, the anger of the crowd gradually dissipated. After arranging the follow-up matters, Hua Yi turned around and looked at Nan Feng deeply, then left reluctantly. Wait until Hua Yi leaves. Sun Xiaomiao came to Nan Feng's side and asked, do you know her? I don't know him. Then why does she keep asking you if you remember her? You heard wrong. But... Stop, I have nothing to do with you, and you have no right to ask about my affairs. I came here to help Tang Yuyu out of trouble, not for you to ask me questions here. Seeing Nanfeng's attitude towards him, Sun Xiaomao instantly became furious. Nanfeng, you're such a heartless person. If I hadn't helped you just now, do you think she would have let you go so easily? If you're so powerful, why are you calling me? You. Seeing that he couldn't get any benefit from Nanfeng, Sun Xiaomao was so angry that he wanted to bite him hard. Thank you, Nanfeng. In the end, it was Tang Yuyu's voice, as soft as a mosquito, that extinguished the anger between the two. Seeing Tang Yuyu's innocent eyes, Nanfeng smiled and waved his hands, saying, it's okay. This isn't your fault. It was their problem in the first place. But it's because of me that this matter has brought you trouble. If you feel sorry, then please treat me to a meal. Is this really okay? If I say yes, then it's okay. No. Seeing that Tang Yuyu was almost dizzy because of Nanfeng's trickery, Sun Xiaomiao hurriedly stood in front of Tang Yuyu. Yuyu, you must not be fooled by him. He is a big bastard. But meow, I think he's a good person. Look, even people think I'm a good person, why are you still standing out here? Get out of here. Finally, under Sun Xiaomao's relentless pursuit, lunch for two turned into a feast for three. Braised pork, spicy and sour potato shreds, cola chicken wings, dragon bone soup, squirrel fish. After Nanfeng put a dish of lychee meat on the table, Nanfeng smiled and asked, is this enough for us to eat? If not, I'll get more. Enough, enough. Tang Yuyu waved her hands quickly. Sun Xiaomao, who was standing by, was so angry that her eyes turned red. This damn Nanfeng used my card to flirt with your girl, and you don't feel bad, right? Why are you staring at me? If you want to eat, eat. If you don't want to eat, leave. I don't understand why you have to rush to eat for free when someone treats me to a meal. Facing Nanfeng's disdainful look, Sun Xiaomao was so angry that he bared his teeth and claws, and came up to fight with Nanfeng. Nanfeng was not afraid at all. He took out two chopsticks and was determined to fight Sun Xiaomao to the death. If Tang Yuyu hadn't shown up in the end,
The two of them will fight to the death today.
When it was time to eat, Tang Yuyu handed the card to Nanfeng again. Thank you so much for what you did before, but I really don't need so much money. I secretly used a little of it to treat my grandma's illness. But the bonus from my project will be coming soon, and I will return it to you immediately when the time comes. After Tang Yuyu finished speaking, Sun Xiaomao beside her snorted. I was wondering why you stayed in the lab for the past 2 days, Yuyu. It turns out you were trying to complete the project to earn the bonus and give it to that bastard. If I had known, I would have stopped you and told you not to go no matter what. Hear the conversation between the two. Nanfeng finally understood why Tang Yuyu replied to his message so late. It turned out that she had stayed up late to work on a project in order to pay him back.
Are you sure you won't regret it?
Nanfeng picked up the bank card and said to Tang Yuyu, this money was originally earned by you, and it's all clean.
Are you sure you won't regret it after returning it to me? Tang Yuyu quickly shook her head when she heard this. Grandma said that you can't get something for nothing.
I'm very grateful for your help, but I just sang a song.
It's not worth so much money at all. So I won't regret it.
Looking at Tang Yuyu's firm and bright eyes,
Nanfeng took the card back. Okay, then consider this money as your deposit with me. Come back to me whenever you need it.
No. No. Tang Yuyu wanted to object, but Nanfeng said directly, it's settled, otherwise you can take this card back.
Hearing this, Tang Yuyu quickly covered her mouth. Okay, now that the card has been returned to me, let's eat first.
Good. When she heard about eating, Tang Yuyu's eyes lit up instantly, and then she picked up her chopsticks and started eating. After seeing the smile on Tang Yuyu's face, Sun Xiaomiao turned to Nanfeng and said in a deep voice, stay away from Yuyu from now on.
You are not the right person to take care of her.
Chapter 67, Her brain was injured, Tang Yuyu's past.
Nanfeng put down the chopsticks he had just picked up.
He looked at Sun Xiaomiao unhappily and said coldly, first of all, it's not up to you to decide whether it's suitable or not.
Also, what kind of relationship will I have with her in the future? Is that any of your business?
Facing Nanfeng's pressure, Sun Xiaomao was rarely angry, but instead tightly gripped the chopsticks in his hand.
You don't know anything about Yuyu at all.
If you just think Yuyu is pretty and want to pursue her, I advise you to give up this idea immediately.
Why?
What Nanfeng hates most is other people telling him what to do.
Especially since she is Sun Xiaomao. Do you live by the sea? Why do you mind your own business? It seemed that Nanfeng didn't pay any attention to him at all.
Sun Xiaomiao gritted his teeth and said directly to Nanfeng, Yuyu's brain has been injured.
What?
After hearing what Sun Xiaomao said, Nanfeng stopped what he was doing.
What's the meaning?
Seeing that Nanfeng was finally willing to listen to her, Sun Xiaomiao took a deep breath, then looked at Tang Yuyu with pity and whispered, aren't you curious, why was she still concentrating on eating when we were arguing so loudly just now?
After hearing this, Nanfeng finally reacted.
Indeed, if Tang Yuyu had seen him arguing with Sun Xiaomiao before, he would have come over to act as a peacemaker. But now it is obvious that he and Sun Xiaomao are very angry.
But Tang Yuyu was still eating with a look of enjoyment. This is not the reaction of a normal person at all. What's going on?
Although Yuyu's grandmother did not want Tang Yuyu's past to be known to outsiders, in order to prevent Tang Yuyu from being harmed by Nanfeng, Sun Xiaomao finally decided to tell Nanfeng about Tang Yuyu's past. It turns out that Tang Yuyu was born in the mountains, but she has never seen her mother since she was born. Later, after she was born, she was not liked by her family because she was a girl. But Tang Yuyu has been sensible since she was a child. She gets up before dawn to cut grass, feed the pigs, and then go to work in the fields. The only person in the family who felt sorry for Tang Yuyu was her grandmother. Although her grandmother was always mumbling, when she was awake occasionally, she would always stroke Tang Yuyu's head with a kind face and tell her stories. Later, when she grew older, she became more and more beautiful. The men in the village looked at her with increasingly strange eyes, until one day, when she got up at night, she overheard the conversation between her father and grandfather, who planned to sell her and then buy a wife to give birth to a big fat boy. Only then did she realize that her mother had been abducted and sold. That night, she was like crazy, wanting to find her mother and take her away from the village. She thought about it, the only thing in the house was the cellar, which her father never let her get close to. So she went down to the cellar and saw a woman who had been completely tortured to the point of madness. Even though she was crazy, Tang Yuyu still recognized her as her mother. Tang Yuyu wanted to get close to her and say a lot of things to her, but the result was a beating. She cried and said that if it weren't for Tang Yuyu, she wouldn't be living a life here, neither human nor ghost. She clearly had a bright future, so why was she being tortured like this? Facing the beating from her mother, Tang Yuyu gritted her teeth and didn't even dare to cry.
Wait until dawn.
The woman was tired, so she limped out of the cellar. From then on, Tang Yuyu was determined to escape, but this was the 100,000 mountains after all. For ordinary people, even climbing over the mountain would cost them half their lives, let alone escaping.
Moreover, the villages around here are interconnected.
Once any special situation occurs, someone will react immediately, and it is impossible to escape from this mountain. But Tang Yuyu didn't believe it, so she climbed one mountain after another until she finally found a perfect escape route.
She finally got the news.
I have been sold to an old man in his 50s.
Tang Yuyu refused, but as a girl, how could she be a match for a group of men?
So after being forced to hold the wedding, Tang Yuyu took advantage of the old man being drunk and beat him up, then found her mother and prepared to take her away from the mountain. But her mother ended up yelling and attracting her drunk father. After learning that Tang Yuyu had run away from marriage. In a rage, Tang Yuyu's father beat her until she lost consciousness. From that day on, Tang Yuyu's brain began to have problems. Her brain can only support her to complete one thing. If you use a metaphor to describe it, you can think of it as a single core processor.
Sun Xiaomiao's tone was filled with hatred towards the villagers and heartache for Tang Yuyu. Even Nanfeng fell silent after hearing this story.
Yuyu can do one thing to the extreme, but she can't do two things at the same time.
For example, if she is eating now, she won't pay attention to our conversation until she finishes the meal. Hearing Sun Xiaomiao's explanation, Nanfeng was silent for a long time and asked another question.
If the truth is as you said, how did she escape from there?
Because of Yuyu's grandma.
Sun Xiaomiao's story continues. Tang Yuyu was beaten until she was covered in blood and fell in a pool of blood. Tang Yuyu's father thought he had beaten her to death, so he threw her onto the barren hill behind the house, intending to feed her to the wild wolves in the mountains. Finally, it was Tang Yuyu's grandmother who found her. The old woman who was usually crazy seemed to have used up all her life's strength. She took advantage of the faint moonlight and carried Tang Yuyu over 4 mountains. When Tang Yuyu woke up, she found herself and her grandmother in a small town she had never been to before.
There is no surveillance from those villages here anymore.
Later, Tang Yuyu found out that her grandmother was also abducted and sold here. She had been pretending to be crazy and stupid all these years just to find a time and a way to escape. Because of Tang Yuyu's wedding banquet that night, everyone in the village got drunk, which bought time for Tang Yuyu's grandmother. As for this road, it was the only shortcut to the town that she had found after decades of searching. Before Grandma fell into a coma, she gave Tang Yuyu a number and asked Tang Yuyu to find a way to dial this number.
In fact, Nanfeng had a vague guess about what happened next without Sun Xiaomiao saying anything.
Zhang Siren told him that the dean of the Institute of Science and Technology once went to the mountains to bring back a student and accepted her as his personal disciple.
This student was Tang Yuyu.
The facts were just as he guessed. The person Tang Yuyu contacted on the phone was the dean of the Institute of Science and Technology. After learning the name of Tang Yuyu's grandmother, he flew to this small town in less than half a day.
Chapter 68, A barren mountain nest cannot bloom brilliant flowers.
Later, Yuyu and her grandmother were brought back home, but Yuyu suffered a severe head injury and the doctor said it would be difficult for her to recover. After Sun Xiaomiao finished speaking, she looked directly at Nanfeng and said, "Yuyu is very simple and has a poor understanding of some things.
That's why I keep watching her.
If you're just after the novelty, I hope you stay away from Yuyu.
I know you.
You are definitely not the type of person who is suitable to take care of Yuyu." Sun Xiaomiao speaks frankly.
Nanfeng did not refute, but asked, "What's next? What's the follow-up?" The follow-up of those people.
Sun Xiaomiao heard the suppressed anger in Nanfeng's voice, pursed her lips, and told the end of the story. When the dean of the College of Science and Technology arrived, he saw Yuyu's grandmother and recognized her immediately. She was rushed to the hospital and received timely treatment, saving her life, but she still needed long-term treatment before she could get out of bed and walk. As for those people in the village, under the anger of the president of the Science and Technology College, a large number of armed police rushed in, arresting those who should be arrested and shooting those who should be shot.
As for Tang Yuyu's mother, although she was rescued, she refused to acknowledge Tang Yuyu as her daughter no matter what.
Now Tang Yuyu only has her grandmother to depend on.
If that's the case, why does she need to earn money to pay for her grandmother's medical treatment?
Sun Xiaomiao glanced at Tang Yuyu, then said with a gloomy look, I didn't know about this at first. Later, when I followed Yuyu to meet her grandmother, I found out. It turns out that the dean of the Science and Technology College was once Yuyu's grandmother's fiancé. After Grandma Yuyu was abducted into the mountains, he searched for Grandma Yuyu for many years. In the end, everyone thought she was dead, so the dean of the Science and Technology College married someone else. Although there is still affection between the two, Grandma Yuyu doesn't want to disturb his family in her later years, so she chose to completely cut off contact with him. And the only one who worries her is Tang Yuyu. So before she separated from the dean of the Institute of Science and Technology, her only request was to keep Claire by his side for training. After hearing this, Nanfeng finally understood the whole story. No brilliant flowers can bloom in a barren mountain valley, unless this flower absorbs nutrients from others. Whether it was Tang Yuyu's grandmother or mother, their lives were ruined in this way. So Tang Yuyu's grandmother hoped that her granddaughter could live a good life and entrusted her to the dean of the Institute of Science and Technology. The dean of the Institute of Science and Technology treated Tang Yuyu as his own daughter because he felt guilty towards Grandma Yuyu. No wonder Jiang Siren had implicitly reminded Nanfeng not to get close to Tang Yuyu easily. It turns out that Jiang Siren knew the inside story from the beginning. Looking at the silent Nanfeng, Sun Xiaomiao finally reminded him, okay, I've said everything I need to say. Consider this meal my treat. From now on, I hope you can stay away from Yuyu. The farther, the better. As for the money she used to treat Grandma, I will also find a way to help her pay it back to you. From now on, you and her will just pretend you've never met, okay? At this time, Nanfeng ignored Sun Xiaomao. Instead, he called out the system. System, check Tang Yuyu's physical condition. Yes, host. The basic functions of the system include being able to call up the task target panel and also being able to scan the targets that Nanfeng wants to know about. Tang Yuyu is both the target of the mission and the target that Nanfeng wants to investigate. Therefore, the investigation into Tang Yuyu was more detailed. The system scan was completed soon. The host has completed the target's scan. The target has some hidden injuries to its internal organs, but they will not affect its health. The brain has been severely stimulated, and some neurons have been broken, but this will not affect the normal functioning of the brain. Will it not affect the normal functioning of the brain? The system's detection cannot be wrong, but Sun Xiaomao clearly said that Tang Yuyu's brain was injured. System, you should have heard the conversation just now. If there's no problem with her brain, then why can she only focus on one thing? Replying to the host, after investigating 480,000 diseases and mental illnesses worldwide, it was concluded that Tang Yuyu's main illness did not stem from brain damage, but rather from psychological problems. Psychological problems? Yes, because Tang Yuyu had suffered a severe blow, she developed an escapist mentality. This mentality made her thinking become single-minded. For example, when she only thought about how delicious the meal was, she would ignore the pain in her body, using this method to numb her thoughts and distract herself from the pain. After hearing the system's explanation, Nanfeng understood the root cause of Tang Yuyu's illness. From Sun Xiaomiao's story, he knew that Tang Yuyu had been despised and beaten since childhood, so in order to numb her pain, she chose to focus all her attention on one thing. For example, if you feel pain in your body, focus all your attention on mowing the lawn. Over time, this way of thinking has been developed. After experiencing that near-death situation, in order to ensure that Tang Yuyu would not collapse, her brain formed an instinctive protection mechanism. After figuring out the cause of this, Nanfeng asked, is there any way to treat it? Replying to the host, after systematically reviewing 1,174 similar cases, I've concluded that there's no clear medication or surgical treatment for this condition. The only cure is through guidance from those around you and stimulation from others who are in the same situation. What do you mean by the same situation? Return to the scene before Tang Yuyu developed this protective mechanism, and let her find another option based on the situation at that time. After getting the system's reply, Nanfeng breathed a sigh of relief. Now he was in trouble. No wonder he always felt that there was something strange about Tang Yuyu. It turned out that the root of the problem was here. But it doesn't seem easy to cure her. Not to mention that this condition cannot be treated through surgery or medication. The most critical thing is to use environmental stimulation to let her return to the place that causes her the most pain. But those people in the village at that time were either dead or imprisoned. It is impossible to recreate the scene at that time. System, is there no way to simulate the scene through virtual projection? Hear Nanfeng's bold idea. After a brief silence, the system gave a reply. Yes, but Tang Yuyu's favorability towards the host must reach 90. Only when Tang Yuyu completely falls in love with the host will the system have the authority to view Tang Yuyu's memories. I understand, so what you mean is that as long as Tang Yuyu falls in love with me, you can restore the scene at that time based on her memory, right?
Yes. What are the chances of curing her this way?
Returning to the host, the probability of recovery through this method in the same case is 80%. The remaining 20% choose to commit suicide because they cannot bear the impact of the memories, resulting in the final treatment failure. However, if Tang Yuyu falls in love with the host, the system is 100% sure that before Tang Yuyu's mental breakdown, she will be able to transform her despair into dependence on the host, thus ensuring a 100% success rate.
Chapter 69, Tang Yuyu's heartbeat value plus 10? Favorability plus 50. In other words, as long as I can capture Tang Yuyu, you can cure her, right?
Yes, host.
After getting a positive response from the system, Nanfeng let out a long breath. Nanfeng, did you hear what I said? Seeing that Nanfeng kept ignoring her, Sun Xiaomao's expression became very unhappy.
Sorry, I was distracted.
What did you say?
Seeing that Nanfeng ignored him, Sun Xiaomao clenched the chopsticks in his hand tightly.
But for Tang Yuyu, she repeated it again.
I said, I hope you stay away from Yuyu from now on.
That won't work. What? Seeing Nanfeng's refusal, Sun Xiaomao almost collapsed. Nanfeng, do you even listen to what people say? Yuyu is already pitiful enough. She can't stand your torture at all. Do you understand? I see. Now that you understand, why do you still keep pestering her? Because I want to be a good person. What? Hearing Nanfeng's words, Sun Xiaomao was stunned. What do you mean you want to be a good person? Dude, do you want to hear what you're counting?
But Nanfeng ignored Sun Xiaomiao and said calmly, although I can understand your original intention of wanting Tang Yuyu to have a better life, please don't forget that she is a person, not an object. It's your business if you want to protect her, but you can't stop her from thinking for herself.
Nanfeng picked up a piece of braised pork and put it on Tang Yuyu's plate, watching her eat with a happy face.
Nanfeng felt as if he had been infected as well, and his appetite was surprisingly good. If she says she doesn't like me, I will disappear from her forever, but if she likes me, I will take the responsibility of taking care of her. Whether you say it's appropriate or not is not important. What matters is what she thinks.
Seeing Nanfeng throwing the problem to Tang Yuyu,
Sun Xiaomiao was so angry that she stood up and yelled at Nanfeng, you know Yuyu has a brain injury, and you are obviously bullying her on purpose. You've always thought she had a brain injury, so you've been protecting her like a child.
But have you forgotten that she is a girl who successfully escaped from the mountains? She is probably much stronger than you think.
Seeing that Nanfeng not only did not listen to him, but even refuted him, Sun Xiaomao felt like he was going crazy. But Nanfeng simply ignored Sun Xiaomao and started eating his meal. After being accustomed to eating delicacies from land and sea, Nanfeng suddenly felt that the taste of some ordinary home-cooked dishes was quite good, especially after seeing Tang Yuyu eating with relish. Nanfeng felt that he could eat 2 bowls of rice. Sun Xiaomao, who was standing by, wanted to flip the table over on the spot, but Nanfeng just said it lightly.
If I were you, I would sit down and finish my meal quietly. If your sister knew you were wasting food, given her personality, you should know what she would do to you.
After hearing Nanfeng's words, the irritable Sun Xiaomao calmed down instantly.
She glared at Nanfeng and gritted her teeth. Okay. Nanfeng, you're awesome.
But remember this, I will never let Tang Yuyu fall into your clutches.
Yeah. Nanfeng picked up another chicken wing and placed it on Tang Yuyu's plate, and said gently, do you like it? Tang Yuyu, who was eating, was suddenly interrupted by Nanfeng.
She looked up and was confused for a moment. Then he realized what was happening and said with a smile, delicious.
Then eat more.
As Nanfeng spoke, he picked up a tissue and wiped the sauce off the corner of Tang Yuyu's mouth.
Eat it.
After Tang Yuyu was touched by Nanfeng, her body shuddered subconsciously, but when she saw the tenderness between Nanfeng's eyebrows, an unnatural blush appeared on her face.
Thank you, thank you. It's okay. If you like it, I'll treat you next time, okay? No, I have my own money.
Tang Yuyu subconsciously wanted to refuse, but Nanfeng just looked at her aggressively. Look, you've already invited me to dinner.
If you don't let me treat you back, I won't be able to sleep at night. Can you bear to watch me unable to sleep all night long?
Looking at Nanfeng's handsome face, there was a pitiful expression. Tang Yuyu lowered her head and said in a coy tone, "Well, fine, but I can eat a lot, just don't look down on me." "Don't worry, I have a big appetite too, so we can eat more together." "Really?" "Of course." "Yeah." Watching Nanfeng coaxing Tang Yuyu like a child. Sun Xiaomao's chopsticks were almost broken. If it weren't for her sister's rule that she shouldn't talk while eating or sleeping and not waste a single grain of food, she would have turned the table over in anger. Nanfeng, that bastard, swiped his own card, flirted with Tang Yuyu, and still looked aggrieved in the end? Why should you feel wronged? If there is any injustice, it should be me. At this moment, Sun Xiaomao was silently shedding pearls in her heart. Seeing Tang Yuyu as excited as a child, she felt a dull pain in her heart. Congratulations to the host for completing the side quest. Please have dinner with Tang Yuyu. Reward, number of draws 2, cash subsidy of 10 million, heart value, 200. Reward has been issued. Tang Yuyu's heartbeat value towards the host plus 10. Tang Yuyu's heartbeat value towards the host plus 10. Tang Yuyu. Because the host helped Tang Yuyu wipe the corner of his mouth, the target's favorability towards the host increased by 50. During the meal, the system's prompt sound kept ringing in Nanfeng's mind. Nanfeng, who was eating, was so shocked when he heard these rewards that his chopsticks almost fell to the ground. How much? How much do I ask you, system? The rewards for side quests are logically speaking already quite a lot. Before, Nanfeng had to work hard to conquer one target to get 2 chances to draw a lottery, but Tang Yuyu could get 2 chances to draw a lottery with just one side quest, and also got 200 heart points. Just these 200 heartbeat points. It is more than all the heartbeat values on Nanfeng's current interface combined. But this is not the most exaggerated thing. The most exaggerated thing is the system prompt sound just now. Tang Yuyu's heartbeat value towards the host plus 10? All the people Nanfeng had come into contact with before, even if they were moved by Nanfeng, were at most plus 1 or plus 3. But Tang Yuyu actually directly increased it by 10 at once. Is this Tang Yuyu the real girl of destiny? Moreover, he just helped Tang Yuyu wipe the corner of her mouth, and her favorability towards him increased by 50? Could it be that she has already fallen in love with me? Chapter 70 Because good people should go to heaven, and bad people should go to hell. System, open Tang Yuyu's panel. OK, host. Name, Tang Yuyu. Age, 19. Height, 158 centimeters. Weight, 52 kilograms. Measurements, 94, 62, 89. Appearance, 98 points. Personality, silly, slow. Hobbies, eating delicious food and petting cats. Like food, because I never had enough to eat before, I like all kinds of food. Psychological weaknesses, grandma, mom, Sun Xiaomiao, Du Chunxiao. Favorability, 59. After seeing Tang Yuyu's panel, Nanfeng was completely stunned. Although he already knew that Tang Yuyu's strength was unfathomable, Nanfeng was still shocked when he saw these measurements. These 3 measurements are probably the kind of amazing figure that can only be seen in those porn movies, right? With a beauty score of 98, she is unrivaled in the world except for the little princess of Tianjing. And because of her terrifying measurements. It is certain that even the little princess of Tianjing may not be her opponent. As for personality and other things, Nanfeng can understand them all. After all, Tang Yuyu's life experience is indeed quite pitiful. As for Du Chunxiao, who is mentioned here as a psychological weakness, he is actually the dean of the College of Science and Technology. He is a 77-year-old man and one of the few friends of his teacher. Finally, her favorability towards herself reached an exact 59. What is the concept of 59? According to the system's evaluation, as long as the favorability reaches 60, it means that Nanfeng's confession will basically not fail, and it also means that Nanfeng's strategy is successful. As for a higher favorability, it is an additional bonus. Tang Yuyu's favorability towards Nanfeng was precisely stuck at 59, which meant that Nanfeng was now in a situation where he could neither advance nor retreat. This inevitably reminded Nanfeng of the lyrics, "One step away from perfection, one step back and you'll be separated." But Nanfeng thinks this is also good. Although his favorability was stuck at 59, it at least proved that he still held weight in Tang Yuyu's heart. In addition, considering the task of becoming the top brother on Tang Yuyu's list, Nanfeng has already received 12 draws of rewards from Tang Yuyu. Thinking of this, Nanfeng's appetite improved. Soon the meal was over, and Sun Xiaomiao was finally able to speak. Then she didn't give Nanfeng and Tang Yuyu a chance to talk, and just pulled her away. But she seemed to have forgotten that in this era there is a thing called a mobile phone, and a way of communicating called sending messages. Before leaving, she did not forget to threaten Nanfong.
Just wait, someone will take care of you soon. Nanfong just smiled indifferently in response to Sun Xiaomao's threat. Okay, I'll wait.
When Tang Yuyu was dragged away, she did not forget to smile sweetly and wave at Nanfong.
Nanfong also smiled and waved in response. Wait until Tang Yuyu leaves. The smile on Nanfeng's face completely disappeared.
The system will show me the case involving Tang Yuyu.
Okay, host.
After the system ran for a short time, a prompt sounded in my mind. Replying to the host, these are all the detailed information about Tang Yuyu's case, as well as the punishment results for everyone involved in this case. Several documents appeared in front of Nanfong.
After clicking it, the punishment results for Tang Yuyu's father and the villagers appeared. Tang Yuyu's father was sentenced to life imprisonment. Tang Yuyu's grandfather was only sentenced to 3 years in prison because of his age.
As for villagers in other villages who were caught and suspected of trafficking women, their sentences ranged from 12 years to life imprisonment. As for those who were shot, only the sellers who were caught were executed. In fact, none of the people in the village before Tang Yuyu paid a serious price.
See this penalty result. Nanfeng's eyes were filled with an indescribable gloom. System, don't you think this punishment is too light?
Hearing the chill in Nanfeng's voice, the system remained silent for a long time before replying, Host, these penalty results have already been finalized. While the system can tamper with the back end, it cannot modify what has already happened.
I understand what you mean, but don't you think it's good for some people to die in prison?
When the system heard this, it was silent for only 3 seconds. Then the prompt sounded again. Ding, the system has automatically determined that 10 million yuan has been debited from the host's bank account. The special task has been sent and has been accepted. According to the host's requirements, the other party has promised to complete all tasks within 3 days.
Hear the system prompt tone.
The hostility in Nanfeng's eyes and eyebrows disappeared a lot. Also, find a way to find Tang Yuyu's mother's account and transfer 1 million to her.
Damn, is the host sure? Sure. See, Nanfeng nodded.
The system fell silent again, and after a long time it actually asked Nanfeng a question. The host has transferred the 1 million in your card to Tang Yuyu's mother's account as per your request, but there is a problem I don't understand.
I'm in a good mood right now, so let me tell you about it. Host, why are you so concerned about Tang Yuyu?
Damn, host, you always followed the tasks issued by this system, or the targets prompted, and chose your targets accordingly. You never took the initiative to attack. And Tang Yuyu is the first time this system has sensed a tendency to actively attack from a host.
Excuse me, does the host like Tang Yuyu? Hear about system issues.
The south wind suddenly quieted down. After a long while, he slowly said, System, do you believe that there are heaven and hell in this world?
Damn, this system is the result of all the data statistics.
In all the records in the system, only legends about this category and related books can be found, but there is no detailed data about heaven and hell. Nanfeng suddenly smiled at the system's answer.
But I think there must be heaven and hell in this world. Why? Why?
Nanfeng's eyes flashed with danger, and his voice was filled with chilling coldness.
Because good people go to heaven, and bad people go to hell. System, I'm not a good person. I know I will pay the price for my actions in the future. But even so, I still feel that some people are born beasts. They don't deserve to breathe even a breath of air in this world. Tang Yuyu and her mother, they clearly did nothing wrong, yet they have to bear the pain that others dare not even imagine for these beasts. System, do you think this is right? Damn, the system doesn't understand. Ding, the system starts thinking.
Ding, the system begins to understand the host.
Ding, the system has updated the data according to the host's personality. Ding, update completed. Ding, the system has updated the concepts of heaven and hell. Ding, now issuing a special mission, save Tang Yuyu.
Please help Tang Yuyu find herself.
Reward, unknown. Mission deadline, 6 months. Status, incomplete. Here the system's prompts and special tasks that are temporarily issued. Nanfeng smiled. Yes, this system is quite benevolent. Chapter 71. It was not called Longji Times Square before, but Nani Times Square. Nanfeng doesn't think he is a saint, but Tang Yuyu's life experience still touches him.
If the favorability is 90, this poor girl can be cured.
Nanfong will definitely help her. After dinner,
Nanfong planned to go back to find Zhang Siren, but when he was at the door, he ran into her playing with her cell phone.
Senior sister? Hearing Nanfeng's voice, Zhang Siren raised his head. Are you done? I'm hungry, so I came over to eat something.
Stop pretending, senior sister, you never play with your phone, and there wasn't any software open on your screen just now. Seeing male fans see through her disguise.
Zhang Siren put away his phone. Do you need help?
It seems that you came here from the beginning, senior sister. I heard from students that there was a disturbance in the cafeteria, and then I thought of you.
I was a little worried, so I came to check it out.
Zhang Siren unexpectedly explained a lot. Nanfong listened quietly with a gentle smile on his lips.
Are you hungry? Hearing Nanfeng's words, Zhang Siren paused, then nodded. Then I'll eat some more with you. Good.
Zhang Siren's appearance once again caused a sensation in the restaurant. After all, Zhang Siren is not only a famous beauty tutor at S University, but also a genius tutor.
Nanfong had just finished having dinner with two beauties, and then he went into the cafeteria with Zhang Siren. This made many people angry.
Zhang Siren simply ordered 2 dishes and sat opposite Nanfong.
You really don't need my help?
No. Nanfong shook his head and said, I can handle this matter myself.
Good. Zhang Siren picked up the chopsticks but didn't eat immediately.
Instead, he hesitated for a moment and then asked a question in a low voice.
Have you known her for a long time?
Senior sister, what do you mean?
Hua He. Nanfong can deceive Tang Yuyu and Sun Shoumiao, but he can't deceive Zhang Siren. I've been among the Fox Pack for a long time. Even someone as cold and aloof as Zhang Siren has become a little fox.
Nanfong was stunned when he heard this, his eyes looked a little empty and vague.
Senior sister, have you heard of Longji Times Square? Hear this name. Zhang Siren nodded.
As a landmark building in Hangzhou, although Zhang Siren doesn't like to go to crowded places on weekdays, he has heard of this. Longji Times Square not only has the largest luxury goods market in the country, but is also one of the largest shopping malls in Hangzhou. The company behind it is none other than the Hua Group, which is currently thriving in Hangzhou. So Zhang Siren had heard of Hua He. However, for Zhang Siren, there was nothing noteworthy about this so-called businessman. If it weren't for Nanfong, she might never have dealt with such a person in her life. Nanfong held his chin with one hand and smiled slightly. Actually, senior sister, Longji Times Square was not originally called this name. When Zhang Siren heard this, his cold eyebrows trembled.
What's its name? Southern Italy Times Square. Snap. The disposable chopsticks in Zhang Siren's hand broke into 2 pieces. While Zhang Siren was distracted, Nanfong told her a story.
2 years ago, he was forced to take over the Hua Group because his younger brother was young and his father was in poor health. At this time, Bai Yueguang, whom Hua He had been secretly in love with for many years, went abroad to study.
Hua He doesn't have many friends.
So she threw herself into her work. I want to numb myself by working like crazy, but the result is that I feel even more empty. Just then, she met a man at a party. That is what she called Nani. Nani is about 3 or 4 times like her white moonlight who studied abroad.
But he is more direct, lively and cheerful than Bai Yueguang.
His appearance was like a ray of light, shining directly into Hua He's life.
At this banquet, Nani took the initiative to invite Hua He to dance.
Hua He, who had always disliked contact with the opposite sex, danced 3 times, which shocked everyone at the banquet. From then on, Nani's figure was engraved in Hua He's mind.
To divert my attention,
Hua He began to pursue Nani.
Nani was not difficult to pursue either.
Under Hua He's romantic offensive, the two soon got together. Of course, there were some sweet days.
But problems soon became apparent. The Hua family knew about Nani's existence.
In the eyes of the Hua family, Hua He is just a puppet who is temporarily in charge of the Hua Group. The real heir of the Hua Group should be her younger brother, Hua Siken. After Hua Siken took over the Hua Group, Hua He's only remaining value was marriage. Therefore, the Hua family firmly disagrees with Hua He and Nani being together. Otherwise, Hua He will be asked to hand over the position of president. At that time, Hua He made a strong statement that he would never agree to this request no matter what.
He would rather give up the position of president than give up Nani.
In order to show his determination, he even named the Times Square project, which was about to be completed, as South Italy Times Square in advance. The Hua family was furious. Just when the two sides were in a stalemate, Hui's white moonlight returned from abroad. From then on, everything changed. She no longer spent her time accompanying Nanny except for work, but often appeared beside Bai Yue Guang. Faced with Nanny's questioning, she began to become impatient and disgusted. Over time, she began to stop returning to the villa she rented with Nanny. And the Hua family also understood. Compared to Nanny, Bai Yue Guang's life experience is more valuable. So with the secret operation of the Hua family, Hui and Bai Yue Guang became closer and closer. Nanny had a big quarrel with Hui over this, and questioned him about the photos of Bai Yue Guang dating Hui and the photos she deliberately sent to him to show off. But this approach only made Hui more indifferent and distant. Perhaps even Hui understood it. When I was with Nanny, I was looking for a substitute to make up for Bai Yue Guang. Now the real owner is back. Compared with the high risk brought by Nanfeng, being with Bai Yue Guang, who is supported by the Hua family and whom he secretly loves, is undoubtedly the smallest risk. Even after every big fight, Hui would still ask someone to prepare gifts for Nanny. Out of guilt, he even gave him a Times Square black card, which had the highest authority and allowed him to overdraw without any limit. But how can a bed for two people accommodate a third person? So after the completion of Times Square, on the day Hui announced that Nanny Times Square would be renamed Longji Times Square, Nanny left a breakup letter and then completely disappeared. Now that Bai Yue Guang is back, he has had enough of being a substitute. What's more, he and Hui had only been together for 3 months and their feelings were not very deep. Etc. Hearing this, Zhang Siren seemed to have thought of something. 2 years ago, 3 months ago, southern Italy, the south wind. Keywords kept appearing in Zhang Siren's mind. 2 years ago, Nanfeng said that he wanted to go out and travel for a while to see the scenery, so Zhang Siren approved his leave, and the time he was away was exactly 3 months. So that Nanny is you, right? Chapter 72, If you want the Hua family to die, just don't take me with you. Nanfeng smiled when he heard that. Senior sister, it doesn't matter whether it's true or not. What I want to tell you is that Hui and I have nothing to do with each other anymore. She just mistook me for Nanny now, but I'm not. I am the south wind, and I will only be the south wind. Hearing Nanfeng's words, Zhang Siren felt as if something had fallen from his chest. Nanfeng reached out and grabbed Zhang Siren's soft hair, threw away the broken chopsticks in her hand, and then brought her a new pair. Senior sister, hurry up and eat. We still have other things to do after eating. Good. At the same time, when Hui returned to the car, he found it extremely difficult to breathe. She sat in the back seat, breathing heavily, and Nanfeng's face kept appearing in her mind. Did she really make a mistake? No way. Definitely not. Be it appearance, height, or even the teardrop mole at the corner of the eye, they are exactly the same. But she asked her subordinates to investigate Nanfeng's information. He has been a student of S University for 3 years and has been attending school for these 3 years. It's completely different from Nan's background and experience. But Hui could accept that there were 2 people in the world who looked very similar, but he absolutely did not believe that there were 2 people in the world who looked exactly the same. Unless he was deliberately imitating Nanny to get closer to himself. Thinking of this, Hui's restless mood gradually eased. That's right. It must be like this. Although it is unclear how he knew about Nanny, he deliberately dressed up exactly like Nanny, which means he must know Nanny's whereabouts. Thinking of this, a hint of fanaticism appeared in Hui's eyes again. Secretary Zhao. What's wrong, President? Help me arrange for someone to go to S University and keep an eye on that student named Nanfeng. If he shows any abnormality, report it to me immediately. Secretary Zhao, who was sitting in the driver's seat, was stunned for a moment after hearing Hui's words, and then the face he saw in the surveillance video before appeared in his mind. Okay, President, but there's something I'm not sure if I should mention. Explain. Although that student looks very similar to Mr. Nanny, if Mr. Fu or the Hua family finds out about this, I'm worried about what will happen to the student. Hearing what Secretary Zhao said, Hui's eyes also became dangerous. Keep this matter confidential, no one is allowed to leak it. Okay, President. Finish arranging things at school. Hui took out his cell phone, opened the address book, found the number he least wanted to contact, and hesitated for a long time before dialing it. The call was connected quickly. A commanding voice came from the phone. Is everything settled? Is the money coming?
No. What?
Hearing that Hui hadn't asked for the money back, the person on the other end of the phone flew into a rage and asked, Hui, I raised you up, what have you been doing for? You can't even do such a small thing. Facing the other party's scolding, Hui felt as if a stone was pressing on his heart.
But she still said in a tough tone, Are you going to offend the Sun family for 3 million? Sun family? What Sun family? Wait. What does this have to do with the Sun family?
Seeing the person on the other end of the phone panicking at the mention of the Sun family, Hui couldn't help but sneer. It's true that the streamer Hui Sikhan tipped was a student at S University, but her best friend is Sun Xiaomiao, the second daughter of the Sun family. Not only that, even the top-ranked player who challenged Hui Sikhan at the time was also a student at S University.
That's impossible. After hearing that Sun Xiaomiao and the person competing with Hui Sikhan were both students from S University, the other party was shocked and said, Isn't she just an ordinary student from S University? How could she know someone like that? You ask me, who should I ask? Why didn't you investigate it first? You.
The other party was obviously very angry with Hui, but he seemed to have long been accustomed to Hui's attitude. He then said coldly, Okay, even if you can't do anything to her.
But why didn't you teach that other guy a lesson by hitting Sikhan and insulting the Hui family?
Face the other party's accusations.
Hui directly retorted, Teach me a lesson? Are you getting senile? First of all, they're just giving me gifts normally, what right do I have to teach them a lesson? Or do you really think the Hui family can do whatever they want in Hangzhou and disregard reason and the law?
Also, you offended a student at S University who could easily spend over 10 million in gifts without even knowing his background.
If you want the Hui family to die, just say so. I don't want to die with you. Facing Hui's continuous ridicule,
the person on the other end of the phone was so angry that he could hardly breathe.
You unfilial daughter, how dare you speak to me like that?
I've really raised you for nothing all these years. I don't know whether you've raised me in vain, but let's end this matter here.
The gift-giving incident was embarrassing enough, and now it's even spread to their school.
If this continues, the Hui family will really lose face. Of course, if you want to make an enemy of the Sun family and offend an enemy whose background you don't even know, then just ignore what I said.
But if you want the Hui family to die, just don't take me with you.
Seeing that Hui had said this, the person on the other end of the phone took a few deep breaths before saying coldly, Okay, I won't bother you this time, but what do you think about the other thing I mentioned to you before? Hearing this, Hui fell into silence, which was rare. The person on the other end of the phone softened his tone considerably, no longer as harsh as before. Hui, I know you've been sensible since you were little. You were with that foolish boy before, which made many people unhappy. It's just right that he disappeared later.
Now that you've gotten over it, you should consider your future lifelong affairs.
The reason we agreed to let Fu Longji stay with you was not because of his status, but because he was more suitable for you than Nanny. Plus, you already liked him, so we just let him stay with you. But recently I heard from people in the company that you don't seem to be very satisfied with that kid Longji this year. If that's the case, why not take this opportunity to completely break up with him as soon as possible? When the time comes, my family will help you contact some talented young men in Hangzhou. Not only will it bring a lot of cooperation opportunities to our Hui family, but you will also be able to start a family and build a career as soon as possible.
Your mother and I can also rest assured as soon as possible, right?
The other party's tone was as gentle as possible, but it still made Hui feel cold.
It's like this again, and it's like this again.
They used this method to force Nanny to leave them before. Now Fu Longji has lost his value in their eyes, so they are ready to cut ties with her.
But who cares what she thinks? Chapter 73, If Brother Nan doesn't abandon me, Lu Gon will worship you as his adoptive father.
Hui closed his eyes, and Nanfeng's face inexplicably appeared in his mind.
If Nan Yi was here.
If he knew the news, he would probably report it directly to the Hui family. It was because of his personality that he was not accepted by the Hui family. But now that Nanny is gone, when she faces this problem, she realizes that she seems to have no choice at all.
Why aren't you talking? Hear the voice on the phone.
Hui took a deep breath and then said, I'll consider it.
Very good, this is the daughter of my Hui family. I'll give you a month.
I heard that the young master of the Zhou family in Hangzhou will be back in a month. Before that, you must clean up everything. Otherwise, don't blame me for convening a board meeting and removing you from your position as president. After saying this, The other party didn't give Hui the right to refuse and hung up the phone directly. Leaning back in the back seat, Hui closed his eyes and once again felt the powerlessness he once felt when Nanny left him. At the same time, Nanfeng finished his meal with Jiang Siren and went back to try on the dress. Although Jiang Siren is not interested in some vulgar things, but her vision was surprisingly good. Nanfeng put on the custom-made dress and seemed like a completely different person. Nanfeng is very handsome and tall. With his wealth and the influence of different environments over the years, he looks very noble after putting on a suit. The only criticism is that the hair is a bit messy, but the messy look makes people feel that there is a sense of vicissitudes of life. When Nanfeng came out after changing his clothes, even Jiang Siren's eyes brightened when he looked at Nanfeng. Is it appropriate? It's very suitable. Jiang Siren helped the male protagonist tidy up his clothes, and then told Nanfeng, "The teacher just sent me a message, asking me to go over early to help arrange the details of the dinner. I've already told my teacher about the super intelligent core brain you gave me. He's so happy he's practically going crazy. He insists you be there tonight. You absolutely mustn't stand him up this time." Looking at Jiang Siren's crescent eyes, Nanfeng sighed and said, "Sister, in order to get me to come, you even made up a lie about being forced into marriage. How could I still refuse?" "I didn't lie to you." Jiang Siren said seriously, "The teacher really said that there is a good young talent he wants to introduce to me tonight." Hearing this, Nanfeng immediately perked up. "Don't worry, senior sister. As long as I'm here, I'll definitely make him return empty-handed." "Very good, this is my good junior brother." Jiang Siren pinched Nanfeng's face, then looked at the time on his watch, gave Nanfeng a few words of advice, and left. When Nanfeng was left alone, he went back to the dormitory first. Because the project book that Nanfeng had thrown down before was too exaggerated, none of the adopted sons in the dormitory had gone out in the past few days. They were all unkempt and had unshaven beards. Nanfeng pushed the door open and was instantly startled. "What are you doing? Cultivating immortality?" When everyone looked back at Nanfeng returning, everyone's eyes were bloodshot, and they looked at Nanfeng as if they saw a fat sheep. "Brother Nan! It's Brother Nan! Brother Nan is finally back! Brother Nan, if you don't come back, the brothers will go crazy. Brother Nan, I'm going to make it. I'm going to make it. This thing can definitely change the battlefield landscape of our country, no, the entire world. I can't even imagine how terrifying it would be if this thing were put into actual combat." Seeing this group of adopted sons rushing towards him like wolves, Nanfeng went up and kicked. "Get out of the way. If anyone soils the dress that Sister Jiang made for me, I'll use your dog heads to polish my shoes." But despite the noise, Nanfeng was still very satisfied with their attitude. "How are they? What do you think of these projects?" The people in the dormitory gathered together and began to discuss these issues. "It's terrifying, very terrifying. This thing is a completely groundbreaking product. It's no exaggeration to say that if these project documents and big data were to leak out, it would very likely spark a national war. Brother Nan, are you really going to give us brothers such a big project?" "Yeah, I'm not sure what to do right now. If I'm assassinated before I figure it out, it would be a huge loss." Although the group of adopted sons in the dormitory were mumbling about various issues, but it doesn't say it can't be done. After listening to their concerns, Nanfeng said directly, "As long as you can do it and dare to do it, you don't have to worry about the rest of the problems. I'm planning to buy a company and am now at the stage of signing a contract." Fuck. If it weren't for Brother Nan, we would still be struggling as students, and you'd already be a boss? Brother Nan, this is a technical job, you have to teach me. Yes, Nanfeng, please bring it with you. Seeing that this group of people were not behaving properly, Nanfeng rolled his eyes at them. Shut up and listen to me. The dormitory became quiet for a moment. Nanfeng revealed his plan in detail. The reason why Nanfeng bought Zhang Yuyan's company was because the company had a clean background. Another way is to secretly carry out these projects under the name of a real estate company. Of course, there is no need to worry about the legality of these projects, because Nanfeng will get the authorization letters for these projects tonight, and a group of special people will soon be responsible for the company's security. As long as they dare to do it, Nanfeng will definitely guarantee their safety. Hearing Nanfeng's words, everyone looked at each other in confusion. Brother Nan, why do you make it sound like we're underground workers? Yeah, why are we doing this project in secret? Seeing everyone murmur,
Nan Feng was furious at his lack of protest and said, "Didn't you bastards just say you were afraid of being assassinated? Why, I'm guaranteeing your safety, and you're still complaining? I dare not. I dare not."
Everyone quickly put on a flattering smile.
Roommate Wang Xiaolu then raised a crucial question. "Brother Nan, your plan is indeed sound, but obtaining legal authorization for these projects isn't that easy, is it?"
Wang Xiaolu's worries are not unfounded. External armor skeleton, bionic human technology, and even superconducting magnetic levitation technology, as well as other projects.
It is no exaggeration to say that any one of these would be a project that the whole world would be vying for.
It would be extremely difficult for Nanfeng to obtain authorization for so many projects at once.
Don't worry about this. You'll understand after tonight.
Looking at Nanfeng's confident expression,
everyone also dispelled their concerns. All right. Since Brother Nan has paved the way for us brothers, if we continue to be timid, wouldn't we be cowards? That's right, Brother Nan and the others made a bet with you.
Looking at the passionate eyes of these adopted sons, Nanfeng smiled and patted Wang Xiaolu on the shoulder.
Don't worry, I said before that if you follow me, I will never let you suffer any loss. But before that, you should hurry up and get in the bathroom and take a shower. Don't you even smell the smell on your body? You haven't showered in a few days. Brother Nan, you're wrong.
We're dedicating ourselves to science, so it's normal for us to have a little body odor.
Really?
Actually, besides this company, I also invested in a live broadcast company. I originally said that I felt sorry for you singles, so I plan to wait for you to get ready and then take you out to see the world. So many poor young ladies. Before Nanfeng finished speaking, Wang Xiaolu knelt down on one knee in front of Nanfeng with tears in his eyes, saying, "If Brother Nan doesn't abandon me, I will worship you as my adoptive father." Chapter 74, Show Them the World, the Qingshan Mountains full of hidden bosses. Seeing this, the other roommates were also moved to tears. Only real college students know how hard life they have been living over the years. In the eyes of outsiders, they are top students. But only they themselves know that they are a group of losers who can't even find a girlfriend except for scientific research.
First, I don't have a good family background, and second, I don't have a good model.
They are even ready to give up struggling, find a stable job after graduation, and wait until they are old enough to find someone from outside the 5 counties to get married, and that's how their life will be. They never dreamed that Nanfeng would be like a savior and save them from danger.
Okay, let's clean up quickly.
After Nanfeng finished speaking, he transferred some money in the group. I have something to do today, so I'll leave first. After I'm done packing, Xiaolu, you can take care of them and improve their meals during this time. Then you can clean yourself up so you don't have to follow me out and embarrass yourself. Everyone heard the noise on their phones and opened them to take a look.
Nanfeng actually transferred 100,000 yuan directly to them, and everyone panicked instantly. Brother Nan, is this too much?
Yes, we still have enough for our own living expenses.
Brother Nan, there's really no need to transfer money. We have our own money.
Even though they sound more excited than each other, when the money really comes to them, they still feel a little reluctant to let go.
In the end, Nanfeng kicked Wang Xiaolu on the butt. What are you standing there for? Put it away quickly. Since you've decided to work hard with me, how could I possibly let you down? And look at how useless you are. It's only 100,000 yuan, and you've been so scared. If I ask you to lead a project worth tens of millions in the future, will you be so scared that you pee your pants on the spot? Nanfeng actually understands his roommates.
Although they are all very capable, they are different from Nanfeng. They have not experienced any storms, so they still retain the innocence of the ivory tower.
But this is absolutely not possible.
Once you enter society, you are like a toothless lamb, ready to be slaughtered.
They must grow up quickly. After watching Wang Xiaolu take the money, Nanfeng sent a message to Lu Yushi. I'll have some brothers come find you later. You can arrange for a few people to take them through a thorough reform, and then show them the world. Soon Lu Yushi's message came back. No problem, boss, but how much can they accept? Just don't break them, they'll be very useful to me.
Seeing this message, Lu Yushi immediately understood. Don't worry, boss, I guarantee to complete the task.
Seeing Lu Yushi agreed, Nanfeng directly transferred 200,000 yuan to her.
When Lu Yushi saw the money, he immediately sent a shocked expression.
Boss, this is too much. Then have someone take them out for a few more days. Remember, don't let anything get out of hand.
If there's someone reliable who can help them arrange their lifelong events, that would be great.
If that's not enough, tell me. No problem, boss. I guarantee the mission will be accomplished. After arranging things, Nanfeng called Wang Xiaolu to his side and gave him Lu Yusher's contact information.
I have other things to do at the moment, so you guys should relax for a few days.
When the company gets back on track, you'll have time to get busy. Okay, I'll listen to you, Brother Nan.
Well, after they finish their shower, take them to contact this number and she will arrange everything for you. Before leaving, Nanfeng gave Wang Xiaolu one last warning. Remember, when we meet next time, I hope to see a different side of them.
Don't worry, Nanfeng, I will complete the mission.
After bragging to them for a while in the dormitory, Zhang Siren called.
Nanfeng is almost done here. You can come over first. I've given the USB drive to the teacher.
I'll check the data with the teacher and then I'll be right over. On the phone, in addition to Zhang Siren's voice, there was also the sound of an old man jumping and dancing.
It's done. It's done. With this thing, forget about 3 months, it'll be 1 week. Give me 1 week.
I'll make all those old guys who laughed at me kneel down and sing Conquer.
The old man finished shouting, and then shouted, Siran, are you talking to that brat on the phone?
A burst of hurried footsteps came from the phone, followed by an excited shout, Nanfeng, how did you get such a good thing?
Hearing the old man's excited voice, Nanfeng chuckled. Secret. Okay, you're still pretending. Fine, if you have a secret, then you have a secret. But you have to come to the dinner tonight. Don't worry, teacher. I will definitely go. I also happen to have something I want to trouble you with. What are you talking about? Don't even mention one thing, even if it's 10 or 100 things, I'll agree to them all. Hearing the old man's solemn promise, Nanfeng smiled like a little fox. Okay, this is what you said, teacher. That's what I said. Okay, see you tonight, teacher. Okay, see you tonight.
After Zhang Siren answered the phone, he told Nanfeng the location of the dinner and then hung up.
Soon Nanfeng arrived at the dinner venue by car. Qingshan Manor.
It is less than 20 kilometers away from S University, but because of its special geographical location, few people come to this place.
But that doesn't mean it's desolate. On the contrary, this is the destination that many people dream of.
Qingshan is backed by the slender West Lake and adjacent to Qingshan in the south. It is nestled between mountains and water.
Standing on the mountainside, you can overlook the scenery of the entire Hangzhou city.
Because of its quiet environment and natural oxygen bar circulation system, this place has become a place for many bigwigs to retire.
There has always been a famous saying in Hangzhou, it doesn't matter if you offend the richest man in Hangzhou, but if you offend any of the elderly people in Qingshan nursing home, then your life will be over. It is also because of this particularity.
So under normal circumstances, Qingshan is not even open to the public.
As for Qingshan Manor, it will only be open to the public under special circumstances.
But the fact that Nanfeng's teacher can easily hold an investment dinner here shows how terrifying the power behind it is.
By the time the south wind arrived, it was already dusk.
After checking Nanfeng's identity, the 2 armed police officers at the door asked him to get out of the car, then walk up the mountain.
After 3 more inspections, he finally arrived at Qingshan Manor. At the same time, many people had already arrived here early. Among them is Chen Yao.
At this moment, she was wearing a purple tasseled long dress and had a little makeup on her face, which made her look very bright, but her expression did not look happy at all. Because Chen Sihai, who was standing beside her, was scolding her harshly, I asked you to cultivate your relationship with Wu Shua during this period.
How come you can't even do such a small thing? Chapter 75. What, I become a dogskin plaster? Dad, it's not that I don't want to cultivate my relationship with Wu Shua. It's just that I often can't contact him since we got engaged.
Still quibbling here, Chen Yao, I raised you all this time, and spoiled you all the time.
I only let you do 2 things after you grew up, and you actually messed them up. Facing his father's scolding, Chen Yao's face looked grim, and she couldn't express her pain.
Seeing this, Song Mei on the side quickly interrupted, oh, okay, he was fine when he went out today.
What's the point of talking about the child in front of so many people?
Besides, this is not Yao Yao's fault.
Blame it on that guy named Nanfeng. Seeing Song Mei speak,
Chen Sihai snorted in dissatisfaction. If you hadn't spoiled her so much, how could she become like this now?
And that damn Nan Fong, wasn't he the boyfriend she found herself at the time?
In the end, Jiang Siren kicked me out of the classroom because of someone like this.
Do you know how much effort I put into getting her transferred to this major? Chen Sihai was getting more and more excited as he spoke. Song Mei didn't even dare to breathe. Don't think that Song Mei was more arrogant than anyone else when she asked Nanfeng to break up with Chen Yao in the coffee shop. But in front of Chen Sihai, she had to be careful even when speaking. After all, the entire Chen family business is supported by Chen Sihai alone. It seems that we have almost finished talking. Chen Sihai snorted, then said to Chen Yao coldly, I brought you here today specifically so that after the investment dinner, you can go with me to apologize to teacher Jiang. If she forgives you, that would be great. Otherwise, go back and see how I deal with you. After saying that, Chen Sihai picked up his wine glass and began to walk around, looking for partners in Hangzhou to deepen their mutual feelings and cooperation. Wait until Chen Sihai leaves. Shen Yaokai finally couldn't help but complain, this isn't my fault, why is he blaming me so much? It was clearly me and Nanfeng who were arguing at the time, but Jiang Siren was wrong for kicking me out alone. Why should I apologize? And Wu Shua too. Ever since we got engaged, I've barely even seen him. Is it my fault that I can't contact him? Seeing her daughter so aggrieved, she almost cried. Song Mei quickly comforted her, okay, Mom knows this isn't your fault. Blame it on that guy Nanfeng. If it weren't for him, you wouldn't have suffered so much. Don't let me see him again. When I see him again, I will make him pay. Song Mei had just finished comforting Chen Yao and was about to get a drink, but when she turned around, she saw a figure sitting alone in the corner of the banquet. At first she just felt that he looked familiar but didn't recognize him. But when she saw the other person's face clearly, her face suddenly turned ashen. Nanfeng. How did this bastard get in here? What? Chen Yao, who was feeling depressed just now, raised her head instantly as if she had been injected with chicken blood after hearing Song Mei's words. Mom, who did you say sneaked in? Don't worry about it, Yao, just wait here and watch me vent my anger on you. At this time, Nanfeng was sitting in the corner, chatting with Jiang Yuyan with his head down. After Nanfeng arrived at Qingshan Manor, he found that there was no one he knew here. Jiang Siren and the teacher were still studying the data in the back. As for the other teachers in the academy, they had not arrived yet. When I was bored, Jiang Yuyan sent me a message saying that the contract was ready. In order to let Nanfeng ensure that there are no problems with the share transfer agreement, Jiang Yuyan took a photo in advance and sent it to Nanfeng. So Nanfeng was sitting in the corner, reading the contract, when suddenly a stream of cold liquid splashed directly onto his clothes. Nanfeng was suddenly splashed with water and did not get up immediately. Instead, he raised his head only after reading the last line of the contract. When he saw Chen Yao and her daughter standing in front of him, his face suddenly darkened. Why are you here? Shouldn't I be the one asking you this? Song Mei looked at Nanfeng in front of her and felt more and more displeased with him. As Chen Sihai's wife, although her status is not as high as those female entrepreneurs, because of Chen Sihai's face, almost everyone who cooperates with the Chen family is polite to her. And in her eyes, Nanfeng was just a little jerk who was not even worthy of her attention. But he is just such a little punk. At the beginning, she even lost face in the coffee shop. Not only was he extorted of 300,000 yuan by Nanfeng, but when Chen Sihai found out about it, he was scolded by him. She had been feeling depressed these days. Now seeing Nanfeng again, and having just been scolded by Chen Sihai, she finally found a place to vent. Nan, what did you promise me when you cheated me out of my money? You said you'd take the breakup fee and that you and Yao Yao would have nothing to do with each other. Why are you still clinging to me like a dogskin plaster? Have you lost all your dignity just to get on top of my Yao Yao's family? Looking at Song Mei's almost cannibalistic eyes, Nanfeng felt very confused. He turned to look at Chen Yao, and said speechlessly, You don't think I came here just for you, do you? What else? Chen Yao held Song Mei's arm, her eyes full of disgust and resentment. Nanfeng, we've already broken up, why do you keep pestering me? If it weren't for you, Professor Jiang wouldn't have kicked me out of the classroom. And Wu Shua, you slapped him back then, and I already gave you a break by not calling the police. Why can't you understand that there's no way a relationship between the two of us is possible? Looking at Chen Yao, who was talking to herself, he glanced at Song Mei, who looked arrogant. Nanfeng finally found out. From whom did Chen Yao inherit her ignorance and arrogance? Nanfeng took a deep breath and then said in a cold voice, Chen Yao, I just had a relationship with you.
I don't want to die with you. Don't act like you are so precious and that I will die if I break up with you. And you, Auntie, if you're not feeling well, go to the hospital and get treated. Stop acting crazy and stupid here. Do you really think your daughter is some precious thing, or is she just a gilded figure? Also, which eye of yours saw that I came here for her? It was so unpleasant to hear Nanfeng speak so harshly.
Song Mei's face flushed red with anger. Good. Good. Good, you sharp-tongued bastard. Even now, you still dare to be so arrogant. If I don't teach you a lesson, you won't know how high the sky is and how deep the earth is. As Song Mei spoke, she raised her hand to slap Nanfeng in the face. But she hadn't encountered the south wind yet. The next second, Nanfeng slapped her in the face with his backhand. Chapter 76 Nanfeng Dad, Tuanchuan finally found you. Song Mei didn't expect Nanfeng to dare to attack her. She covered her face in disbelief. Chen Yao, who was standing by, was also dumbfounded when she saw this scene. How dare he slap his mother in the face in front of so many people? Nanfeng. Are you crazy? How dare you hit my mom? Chen Yao couldn't help but yell at Nanfeng. Nanfeng just shook his hand and said without any apology, I'm sorry, I just saw you want to hit me, so I hit you back. Be careful next time. I heard Nanfeng's apology, which didn't sound like an apology at all. Chen Yao was so angry that her whole body was shaking. Song Mei made such a fool of herself in front of so many people, and on such an important occasion, she was almost going crazy. Damn little beast, how dare you hit me? Why shouldn't I dare? Nanfeng was puzzled and said, Yuqing, we have no relationship, but you poured wine on me and stained my clothes. Yuli, you were the one who started it first. I just did what you wanted to do to me. Look, I'm not angry yet, why are you so anxious? Song Mei, who was already angry, became so angry that her face turned as red as pig liver when she heard Nanfeng's sarcastic remarks. Alright. You little bastard, how dare you talk back? Just wait, I'm not done with you today. After Song Mei finished speaking, she picked up the wine glass at hand and was ready to fight Nanfeng. As a result, she just raised her arm. A cold and disdainful voice sounded from behind. Stop it. Aren't you embarrassed enough? Hear Chen Sihai's voice. Song Mei was so frightened that she froze on the spot, and Chen Yao beside her didn't even dare to breathe. Dad, why are you here? If I don't come over, are you going to disgrace my Chen family? Chen Sihai showed no mercy to Chen Yao and Song Mei just because they were his family members. Because he is very angry now. Those who can attend this banquet must be rich, noble, or of high status. For Chen Sihai, this was his opportunity to help the Chen family's company move to the next level. But just when he went to talk to her, people around were talking about this place, and he came over to join in the fun, only to find out that it was all caused by his wife and daughter. Thinking of them embarrassing themselves in public, Chen Sihai wanted to send them back home right away. Dad, it's not what you think. It's him. It's all his fault. Seeing Chen Sihai's ugly face, Chen Yao quickly threw the matter onto Nanfeng. If it weren't for him, Mom wouldn't be so angry. Dad, he was the one who slapped our Chen family in the face. Nonsense. Of course I know, I'm not blind. Chen Sihai glanced at Chen Yao coldly, then said indifferently, Take your mother to change clothes, don't embarrass yourself here. Although Chen Yao was extremely unhappy, she had no choice but to agree when she saw Chen Sihai getting angry. From beginning to end, Song Mei didn't dare to say a word. Just as Chen Yao was about to leave with Song Mei, Nanfeng suddenly said, Wait a minute, did I let you go? Nanfeng finished speaking. Chen Yao immediately flew into a rage, Nanfeng, don't push your luck with me. Do you think that just because you bought a car with a loan, you can show off in front of me? You'd better not forget that you were just a dog I raised before. If you keep pestering me like this, don't blame me for not caring about the last bit of friendship between us. Hearing Chen Yao's sarcastic ridicule, Nanfeng said indifferently, Whatever you say, but no one is allowed to leave until things are made clear. You. Seeing Nanfeng being so overbearing, Chen Yao was so angry that her whole body was shaking. In the end, it was Chen Sihai who stepped forward and stood between Chen Yao and Nanfeng, looking at Nanfeng with indifferent eyes. It seems that you are the boyfriend that Chen Yao dated before, right? I dated Chen Yao for a month, but only met Song Mei twice. Nanfeng had heard of Chen Sihai. But this is the first time we meet.
I thought Chen Sihai was the kind of domineering boss, but when I saw him in person, I found that most of his hair was gone and his belly was big.
He was completely different from the middle-aged domineering boss in TV dramas. When he spoke the domineering CEO's words in this manner, Nanfeng even felt like laughing. It's me.
Seeing that Nanfeng did not shy away from revealing his relationship with Chen Yao, Chen Sihai said directly, I have heard about what happened between you and Chen Yao. You cheated the Chen family out of 300,000 yuan in breakup fees. I haven't settled the score with you yet. I didn't expect you to come to me on your own initiative. Cheat? Nanfeng shrugged and said, Old man, I don't understand what you're saying.
How can something that we both agree to be called a lie?
Your little tricks are fine for bullying brainless people, but they won't work on me. Chen Sihai ignored Nanfeng and continued to talk to himself, I haven't settled the score with you yet.
How dare you slap my Chen family in the face in front of so many people today? Don't say I didn't give you a chance. Kneel down and apologize now. Maybe I can forgive you when I'm in a good mood. Otherwise. Stop.
Seeing that Chen Sihai was getting more and more outrageous, Nanfeng interrupted directly, I originally thought that only the two of them were mentally ill, but now it seems that your whole family is sick.
If you want to play the domineering CEO in a TV show, go and film a TV show. This is a banquet hall, not a place for you to show off. Facing Nanfeng's ridicule, Chen Sihai's face gradually turned dark blue. Boy, do you know who you are talking to? Of course I know. Nanfeng was not afraid at all. He looked him in the eye and then said word by word, talking to a Mediterranean, pot-bellied, narcissistic old man who has no self-awareness. You. The cup in Chen Sihai's hand was squeezed so hard that it made a creaking sound, and his fingers were bloodless from the force. All right, good boy. You're quite courageous. In that case, don't blame me for not leaving you a way out. After the banquet, I'll let you know that you can't offend everyone in this world.
As the two of them confronted each other, the air pressure in the entire banquet hall dropped instantly.
Everyone was pointing and whispering at Nanfeng and Chen Sihai.
At this moment, a childish voice suddenly came from the crowd.
Dad. It's Dad. Dad, I finally found you. The little girl's voice was particularly clear in the quiet banquet hall. Before anyone could react,
a very cute little girl in a pink dress rushed out from the crowd, and under everyone's puzzled gaze, she ran directly to Nanfeng, and then grabbed Nanfeng's trouser legs tightly, as if she was grabbing the most precious treasure in the world.
Dad, Tuanchuan finally found you. Chapter 77, You got the wrong person, kid. You are not allowed to talk about my dad.
In this tense atmosphere, the appearance of a cute little girl seemed so abrupt.
But after she appeared, Chen Yao's face turned dark. What did you call her? Tuan heard what Chen Yao said, then turned around and blinked at her, saying in a baby voice, Daddy. He's my dad. Auntie, do you have any questions?
At this moment, Chen Yao felt her whole head was confused.
She stared straight at Nanfeng, gritted her teeth and said word by word, Nanfeng, you already have a child? Facing Chen Yao's questioning,
Nanfeng said calmly, First of all, we are no longer related. You have no right to interfere in my affairs.
In addition,
Nanfeng paused, leaned down and looked at Tuanchuan with complicated eyes, whose eyes were already welling up with tears.
Little friend, did you recognize the wrong person? The little girl didn't answer, but threw herself into Nanfeng's arms with a cry. Dad Nanfeng, why don't you want me anymore? Why haven't you come to see me for so long?
When you were away, Mom would stare at your photo every day.
Dad, Tuanchuan misses you so much. I miss you so much.
Nanfeng actually had complicated feelings towards the little girl in his arms.
Because it was impossible for him not to remember her. She was the daughter of one of his former and only targets who had nearly made him fall. In order to succeed in his strategy, Nanfeng put a lot of effort into his target and took extra care of the little girl in his arms. If it weren't for what happened later, he might never leave them.
But he remembered clearly that he had done it in order to completely break away from his relationship with her. She had promised herself that after he disappeared, she would never try to find out about him or reappear in his presence. She always does things in a low-key manner, even when breaking up. Over the years, he almost forgot about Tuanchuan's existence.
But why? Why is Tuanchuan here?
Just when memories were surging in Nanfeng's mind and he was about to be unable to pretend anymore.
Chen Sihai snorted coldly, Boy, you're quite good at talking, but I didn't expect you to be so filthy.
You're already well off, yet you still dared to lie to my daughter. At this time, the onlookers were also very angry after seeing this scene. At first I thought the Chen family was bullying others by taking advantage of their power, but I didn't expect this man to be such a worthless person. That's right, in order to get close to the Chen family, he even gave up his own daughter. No wonder the Chen family is so angry. If it were me, even breaking his legs wouldn't be enough to vent my anger. The girl even called out her name, but he still didn't dare to acknowledge her. How can he be called a man? But don't you find it strange? This is Qingshan Manor. How did that little girl get in? Hey, how did she get in? When everyone was pointing fingers at Nanfeng and Tuanshuan. Nanfeng ignored the rumors and said patiently to Tuan, little friend, I don't know why you mistook me for your father, but I really don't know you. Humph, what a nest of snakes and rats. Seeing that Nanfeng was still arguing, Chen Sihai sneered, your daughter has even called out your name, and you're still trying to deny it. Someone like you still wants to cling to my Chen family? I advise you to give up on this idea as soon as possible. Don't talk about dad like that. Chen Sihai finished speaking without waiting for Nanfeng to get angry. Tuan turned around and yelled at Chen Sihai, you stinky uncle, don't bully my dad. Otherwise I will be angry. Ha! Looking at the little girl who speaks in a baby voice but pretends to be strong. Chen Sihai laughed wildly. Just you? You're just a little brat who hasn't grown up yet, and you dare to show off in front of me just because you found your father? Chen Yao, who was standing by, couldn't suppress her anger at being deceived and yelled at Nanfeng, you two really are not from the same family, but you are from the same family. It seems that your family is not a good family. Chen Yao finished speaking. The entire banquet hall suddenly became quiet. Just when Chen Yao thought she was gaining the upper hand and was about to continue speaking. Suddenly, the sound of someone walking slowly in high heels was heard in the quiet banquet hall, followed by a gentle but infinitely cold female voice. Who said my daughter is not a good person? Why, did I say something wrong? Bang! Chen Yao turned around and was about to continue speaking. As a result, before he even saw the figure, he was slapped in the face. After the slap, Chen Yao was completely stunned. Her brain was buzzing for a long time before she could recover. When Tuanshuan saw the woman appear, an expression of surprise instantly appeared on his face. Mom, you're finally here. Come here, Dad. It's Dad. Look, I finally found Dad. At this time, everyone in the banquet hall saw the woman who was called Mom by the little girl, and then looked at Nanfeng not far away, and they were all stunned with shock. You are not a child, and you didn't say your mother is Sun Jihu. Even Chen Sihai broke out in a cold sweat the moment he saw the woman appear. Dream, this must be a dream. How could Sun Jihu be the little girl's mother? If Nanfeng was really Sun Jihu's husband? Thinking of this possibility, Chen Sihai felt his bones go cold. You dared to hit me? It took Chen Yao a long time to recover, and she was just about to ask Sun Jihu for an explanation. However, he was directly ignored by Sun Jihu. She just looked at Tuanshuan, her whole body exuding a maternal aura. Tuan, come here. No. I don't want to. I want to be with Daddy. Looking at the naughty Tuan, Sun Jihu cast an apologetic look towards Nanfeng. I'm very sorry, sir. My daughter may have recognized the wrong person, which has caused you a lot of trouble. But I really can't spare time right now. Could you please help me look after her? Please rest assured that I will make it up to you after I'm done with this. Inconvenient. Nanfeng refused without even thinking. But when everyone in the banquet hall heard this, they all broke out in cold sweats. No, buddy, you are a tiger. Do you know who is standing in front of you now? She is the Sun family's favorite, the eldest daughter of the Sun family in Hangzhou, and also the only heir publicly acknowledged by the Sun family. Behind her stands not only the Sun family's industries spread across the world. At the same time, there is also a reputation accumulated over thousands of years. On ordinary days, they don't even have the qualifications to meet Sun Jihu. Even at this investment dinner, Sun Jihu's name was listed as a special guest. Being favored by Sun Jihu is not only a favor, but even a word from her can make a person successful and change his fate. And now Sun Jihu took the initiative to ask Nanfeng for help, but was rejected? But just when they thought Nanfeng was dead. Sun Jihu clasped his hands together, a hint of pleading in his voice, Sir, this time I'll consider it a favor to you, okay? Chapter 78, The Confidence Gained by the Hangzhou Sun Family's Millennia of Accumulation. When the time comes, whatever you ask of me, I can satisfy you.
Seeing Sun Jihu like this, everyone was shocked. No, is this still the Sun Jihu from the Sun family that they know?
In their memory, Sun Jihu was an image of a decisive and strong woman, both in business and in private. On ordinary days, let alone asking for help, even his tone was never soft.
But now in front of Nanfeng, she actually showed her feminine side? Could it be that Nanfeng is really Sun Jihu's husband, but for some reason the two cannot recognize each other?
At this time, countless speculations emerged in everyone's mind. But faced with Sun Jihu's request,
Nanfeng still shook his head.
I'm sorry, I don't know why this kid mistakenly identified someone, but I don't know her at all. Besides, I don't have the habit of helping others, so please find someone else. It seemed that Nanfeng was not going to recognize him.
Tuanchuan burst into tears and cried more sadly than ever before. Dad. Bad dad. The smell on you hasn't changed, you are dad. Bad dad, why don't you want to acknowledge me? Don't you really like Tuanchuan and mommy? Looking at Tuanchuan crying out of breath, Nanfeng could only focus his gaze on Sun Jihu and said, "Take her away." This didn't sound like a request, but more like an order.
Upon hearing this, Sun Jihu pursed his lips, frantically suppressing his restless emotions in his eyes. Finally, he walked up to Tuan and hugged her in his arms.
Okay, dear, you got the wrong guy. He's not your dad. No way. Tuanchuan would never recognize the wrong person. Tuanchuan will always remember the smell of his father. He is his father.
Tuanchuan still refused to give in, and Sun Jihu was at a loss as to what to do with her for a while.
Just then, Shen Yao regained consciousness, then covered her face in disbelief.
She stared at Sun Jihu with resentment and gnashed her teeth. You bitch, how dare you hit me?
See Chen Yao suddenly appear.
Sun Jihu breathed a sigh of relief. The awkward atmosphere finally found a breakthrough. She hugged Tuanchuan, turned around and looked at Chen Yao, and said indifferently, I hit you.
This slap is a warning to you. Be careful with your mouth from now on. You don't accept it? Bang!
Just as Chen Yao was about to get angry, Chen Sihai came up and slapped her.
Now Chen Yao was completely confused. She stared at her father blankly, unable to understand what was going on. She was the one who was beaten just now, so why didn't her father just help her vent her anger, but instead hit her? But Chen Sihai ignored Chen Yao's gaze and walked up to Sun Jihu with a flattering smile on his face. Mr. Sun, I'm very sorry. I didn't educate my daughter well. I accidentally said the wrong thing to your daughter. I'll ask her to apologize to you now. As he said that, Chen Sihai pulled Chen Yao over and asked her to apologize to Sun Jihu.
The people watching around saw this scene without any disdain.
Because if this happened to them, they might be even more humble than Chen Sihai. Chen Yao was feeling very unwilling at this moment. No, why should I apologize to her? She was the one who hit me. Even if she apologizes, she should apologize to me.
Song Mei, who was standing by, mustered up the courage to speak. That's right, she was the one who bullied our daughter first, and she was the one who apologized first. Seeing their stubborn faces,
Sun Jihu narrowed his eyes and asked, Oh, you want me to apologize to you? That's right.
Seeing that Chen Yao and Song Mei dared to agree, Chen Sihai went crazy. No, Mr. Sun, they are just drunk and still not sober.
I will apologize to you on their behalf. Chen Sihai apologized and winked at Chen Yao.
Seeing that Chen Yao was not moved at all,
Chen Sihai was both frustrated and angry. Helplessly, he could only go to Chen Yao's ear and growl, Do you know who she is? Isn't she just Nanfeng's former mistress? Dad, what's wrong with you today? You weren't like this before.
Seeing Chen Yao still persisting,
Chen Sihai couldn't hold it in any longer and shouted, She is Sun Jihu,
the eldest daughter of the Sun family in Hangzhou, and also the only known heir.
Don't you understand? What the hell is this Miss Sun from Hangzhou? I'm from the Chen family. Etc.
Chen Yao was halfway through her words when a chill enveloped her entire body. At this moment, the look she gave Sun Jihu no longer contained the previous resentment and arrogance, but was filled with fear and dread.
The Sun family of Hangzhou, Sun Jihu. Because Chen Sihai didn't want his daughter to inherit his family business, he rarely took Chen Yao to high society gatherings.
If this wasn't to apologize to Jiang Siren, Chen Sihai would probably never bring her to such an occasion in his life.
So naturally she didn't know Sun Jihu.
Or rather, she knew Sun Jihu, but it was the first time she saw her. Rumor has it that the eldest daughter of the Sun family cleansed the entire Sun family with thundering means during her father's serious illness, and she had completed the reshuffle of the Sun family's corporate structure long before her father became seriously ill.
After taking over the Sun family's business, she first cut off all illegal funding for her father's illegitimate children.
At the same time, they took away the shares and management of the company left to them by their father, fired those who were disobedient, and simply made those who were disobedient disappear. After thoroughly cleaning the entire Sun family. In desperation, the Sun family was forced by Sun Jihu to admit that Sun Jihu was the only heir of the Sun family in the future. You know, the Sun family is not a small family. The Sun family in Hangzhou has a history of thousands of years, and the industries they are involved in are more than just business.
The complex network of relationships makes the Sun family stand at the top in the entire Hangzhou city.
As for money, it is the most useless thing for the Sun family.
Don't think that Chen Sihai is already a superior person in the eyes of ordinary people.
But in front of Sun Jihu, he is nothing.
Chen Yao couldn't believe it. The mother of the little girl she had just scolded was actually Sun Jihu? Isn't the south wind?
Thinking of this, she felt a chill all over her body, and even almost forgot the ability to speak.
Speak up, why aren't you talking? Let me ask you again, are you sure you want me to apologize to you? Facing Sun Jihu's cold tone,
Shen Yao didn't dare to say a word at this moment.
Chen Yao is stupid, but not dumb. Just the 4 words Hangzhou Sun family have pushed the Chen family to the edge of the cliff. If they offended Sun Jihu, just one word could make the Chen family disappear completely from Hangzhou. This is not a joke.
Rather, it is the confidence brought by the 1,000-year heritage of the Sun family in Hangzhou.
No, I didn't.
At this moment, Chen Yao no longer had the arrogance she had before, and was sweating profusely.
Chapter 79 Tuanchuan, who do you think is prettier, her or her mother?
Chen Sihai, who was standing by, quickly explained, Mr. Sun, you really misunderstood. The reason my daughter spoke so recklessly is mainly because of that man. He not only cheated my family out of money, but also cheated on my daughter's feelings. After hearing Chen Sihai's words, Sun Jihu's handsome eyebrows frowned slightly. She came to Chen Yao with Tuanchuan in her arms, then pinched her chin, exposing her entire face to her sight. When Chen Yao faced Sun Jihu's straight gaze, she felt like her breathing almost stopped.
After a long while, she finally said quietly, Tuanchuan, who do you think is prettier, her or mom?
Tuanchuan said in a baby voice, of course mommy is prettier. These words directly touched Chen Yao's heart.
But she didn't dare say it. Because Sun Jihu is indeed more handsome than her. Compared to Chen Yao's immaturity and youthful charm.
Whether it's temperament, aura, or figure, Sun Jihu completely beats Chen Yao. Because of the influence of her family background, her every move seems unattainable, and her delicate face is hung with an incomprehensible smile, and her eyebrows and eyes are like a fox full of charm, which makes people fall in love with her at first sight. She has a good figure, and most importantly, she is tall. She is at least half a head taller than Chen Yao, but her figure is exceptionally well proportioned. It's thin where it should be thin, and fat where it should be fat. Even under the dim light, her delicate yet bite-worthy collarbone was still visible. Compared to Chen Yao, I'm afraid no man can refuse a woman like Sun Jihu. Just when Chen Yao was at a loss, she heard Sun Jihu muttering softly, since she's not as pretty as me, Tuan, do you think Dad will like her?
Won't. Tuanchuan's tone was firm.
But these words sounded like thunder to Chen Yao's ears.
What did Sun Jihu say just now? Will Dad like her? Could it be that Tuanchuan is really Nanfeng's child, and Sun Jihu is Nanfeng's wife? Impossible. How is this possible? If that's the case, then why is Nanfeng still in school?
When he is in school, he is no different from an ordinary student. She really couldn't connect Nanfeng and Sun Jihu. It's like you think he is a poor scholar on the street, but in fact his wife is a princess of the dynasty. Sun Jihu's voice was very soft. But Chen Sihai, who was closest to her, also heard her words. He was also sweating profusely at this moment.
Wait, why is the plot different from what I expected? Logically speaking, he pointed the finger at Nanfeng. After learning that his Chun family was the victim, would Sun Jihu throw the problem onto Nanfeng? But what did she just say? Could it be that Nanfeng is really Sun Jihu's husband?
At this time, everyone in the Chen family seemed to be dying, and all that was left was Sun Jihu to give them a final judgment. Nanfeng, who was standing aside, looked at the scene in front of him quietly, feeling indescribably irritated.
It was originally to capture the target.
He changed many identities and names.
But when it came to Sun Jihu, he almost fell.
He thought he was a brave warrior of the maximum level, but he encountered a demon-level succubus. So Sun Jihu knew his real name and was the only predecessor who knew his true background.
I thought after separation
she would keep her promise and live in peace, but she never expected to meet her again.
If I hadn't already promised the teacher. He might just leave now because he can't help it. Seeing more and more people gathering around, Nanfeng directly asked, "Have you had enough of the noise?"
Sun Jihu, who had been so cold just now, quickly stood up after hearing Nanfeng's words, and then a gentle smile appeared on his face again. "I'm sorry to trouble you, sir, but since she just said something rude and hurt my daughter, it should be okay for me to deal with her, right?"
"There's a problem."
Seeing that Nanfeng actually spoke up for her, Chen Yao's eyes suddenly flashed with surprise.
But soon, Nanfeng's next words brought her down from the altar again. "Sorry for disturbing my rest here." "Understood."
Sun Jihu instantly understood what Nanfeng meant, and then smiled brightly at Chen Yao and Chen Sihai and his daughter.
"Mr. Chen, I hope you can give me a satisfactory answer after the banquet. Otherwise we'll just have to meet on the battlefield."
After saying that, Sun Jihu picked up Tuan Tuan, gave Nanfeng a smile that he thought was appropriate, then turned and left.
Tuanchuan kept crying and refused to leave.
I don't know what Sun Jihu said in her ear, but she finally calmed down and stared at Nanfeng with tears in her eyes. Her look was so heartbreaking. Only after seeing Sun Jihu leave did Nanfeng feel a lot more relieved. But Chen Yao's family felt completely the opposite of him. What Sun Jihu said just now was tantamount to sentencing Chen Sihai to death.
Wait until the party is over to give her an answer? How to give it?
As the top business figure in Hangzhou, everyone knows that although Sun Jihu looks stunningly beautiful, he is actually more ruthless than anyone else behind the scenes.
The reason why the Sun family has been able to be passed down for thousands of years is that how could Sun Jihu, the inheritor of the Sun family, be an ordinary person? Chen Sihai knew it very well.
If Sun Jihu cannot be calmed down after this, then the entire Chen family will be finished.
"Dad!"
Chen Yao stood up from the ground trembling, and wanted to go over to support Chen Sihai, but was pushed away by Chen Sihai.
"Don't call me Dad."
"I don't even dare to mess with Sun Jihu. If you dare, I think I'm not your dad, you're my dad."
Facing his father's scolding,
Chen Yao felt extremely aggrieved, but she didn't dare to speak.
What is she going to say? Isn't it my fault? Or is it that I am looking down on others and think that Tuanchuan and Nanfeng are both easy to bully, so I speak without thinking?
Now that you have spoken, you must bear the consequences.
Sun Jihu was already angry. At this point, it's too late to say anything.
Before the banquet is over, you must quickly find Sun Jihu and kowtow and apologize.
No matter what method you use, you must make her forgive you. What if she won't forgive me? Then from today on, you are no longer my, Chen Sihai's, daughter. What?
Hearing this, not only Chen Yao panicked, but even Song Mei beside her panicked as well.
"Dad, how could you not acknowledge me as your daughter?"
"Yes, Yao Yao is your own flesh and blood.
Can you bear to watch her suffer outside?" Seeing the two women's pleading expressions, Chen Sihai became even more angry. "Well, what else can we do? If she doesn't get out of the Chun family, then our whole family will get out of Hangzhou. Do you know how many years it took me to build this foundation? Don't even mention you're my daughter. Even if you're my mother, and you want to destroy everything I've worked so hard to build, you'll be kicked out of the house today. Don't say I didn't give you a chance, Chen Yao, this is your last chance. Either Sun Jihu forgives you, or get out. You decide for yourself."
After Chen Sihai finished speaking, he did not give Chen Yao and Song Mei a chance to refute. He struggled to get up from the ground and was about to walk to the corner to prevent himself from making a fool of himself in public.
Then I heard Nanfeng say, "Wait a minute, did I let you go?" Chapter 80. Did I let you go? Jiang Siren arrives. What?
I heard Nanfeng talking at this time. Chen Yao, already feeling aggrieved and about to cry, now yelled at Nanfeng like a madman, "Nanfeng, what else do you want? We've already lost face because of you. How much more do you want us to be embarrassed before you're satisfied?" Looking at Chen Yao, who seemed to want to kill him, Nanfeng said unhappily, "Are you crazy? What does that woman's trouble with you have to do with me? If it weren't for you, why would Sun Jihu target our family? Chen Yao, do you think too highly of yourself? If you hadn't scolded their daughter, would they even look at your Chen family? You." Faced with Nanfeng's rebuttal, Chen Yao was speechless. "What do you want?" Song Mei's eyes were red as she gritted her teeth at Nanfeng and said, Nanfeng, don't think you're great just because you have Sun Jihu backing you up. When the banquet is over, I'll make you suffer. Among the Chen family, only Song Mei did not hear Sun Jihu's whisper. So after Song Mei said this, Chen Sihai's face turned pale instantly. Without any hesitation, he went up and slapped her in the face. You idiot, aren't you embarrassed enough just now? Do you think this is your living room? How dare you say anything? Facing a slap from her husband, Song Mei covered her face with her hands, looking incredulous. If it was because of Sun Jihu before, she could still understand it, but now Chen Sihai actually slapped her for Nanfeng? What are you looking at? If you keep looking, I'll slap you in the face. From now on, you're going to get back home right now. You're not allowed to leave the house for the next 2 months, or I'll have your legs broken. Chen Sihai will not indulge Song Mei. After all, he built up the huge Chen family by himself. Things like ruining your career for a woman. There is no way he would do it even if he was beaten to death. Seeing Chen Sihai so cold-blooded, Song Mei's tears flowed down, but she didn't dare to complain and could only agree reluctantly. But just when she was about to leave, Nanfeng said impatiently again, I said you don't understand what I'm saying or what? I said, until this matter is settled, no one of you can leave. Seeing that Nanfeng was so disrespectful, Chen Sihai suppressed his anger and forced an ugly smile towards Nanfeng. Little brother, if I was too harsh in speaking to you before, I apologize to you here. Also, regarding Mr. Sun, this whole thing was done by my daughter alone. I hope you can say a few good words to Mr. Sunday. After the matter is completed, our Chen family is willing to give you a big gift. Facing Chen Sihai's flattery, Nanfeng ignored her and said coldly, I have nothing to do with Sun Jihu, and I don't know her. As for her daughter, she mistook me for someone else, that's all. Yes, that's what you said, little brother. If Chen Sihai had not heard what Sun Jihu said, perhaps he would have believed Nanfeng's lies out of arrogance. But now he heard Sun Jihu admit it with his own mouth. Nanfeng is Tuanchuan's father. Although it is not clear why Nanfeng refused to recognize Sun Jihu, judging from Sun Jihu's attitude towards Nanfeng just now, the relationship between Sun Jihu and Nanfeng is definitely not simple. Seeing that the other party didn't believe him, Nanfeng simply didn't bother to explain. Then I wonder what explanation the little brother wants us to give. It's very simple. Nanfeng pointed at her wet dress, then pointed at Song Mei and said, First, make her apologize to me in public. Second, compensate me for this dress. Hearing the two requests made by Nanfeng, Chen Sihai breathed a sigh of relief. I thought Nanfeng would make some difficult demands, but it turned out that he just asked for an apology and compensation. This was too simple. No problem, I'll ask her to apologize to you now. When I heard that I had to apologize to Nanfeng, Song Mei said she would do nothing. No. This is absolutely not acceptable. You might as well kill me if you ask me to apologize to him. Seeing that Song Mei objected, Chen Sihai slapped her in the face again. You damn bitch, are you planning to watch our entire Chen family be destroyed? Facing Chen Sihai's anger, Song Mei covered her face with her hands in grievance and retorted, Isn't he just a poor student? Hearing this, Chen Sihai was furious. Poor student? Are you blind or deaf? Sun Jihu has shown it so obviously, and you are still here like a poor student? If it weren't for the fact that Song Mei was his wife, he really wanted to kick her away. Just as Chen Sihai was about to explain, a cold voice came from behind him again. Who said he was a poor student? When Chen Sihai heard the voice, he thought it was Sun Jihu coming back, so he quickly turned around and tried to apologize with a smile. As a result, after seeing the other party's appearance, not only Chen Sihai, but also everyone attending the banquet gasped. Jiang Siren. It turned out to be Jiang Siren. If only those who have access to the top circles in Hangzhou can know Sun Jihu. So I'm afraid that no one attending the banquet today doesn't know Jiang Siren. From a talented girl who shocked the world, to the beloved disciple and founding disciple of Xie Qinshan, an academician of S University, to the invitee of the investment dinner today. On ordinary days, they were lucky enough to meet Jiang Siren. If I could be invited to participate in her project. I'm afraid smoke is coming out of the ancestral graves. Because any project she handles will receive support from the country. This means that you have the world's greatest backer standing behind you, no doubt about it. They thought they could only catch a glimpse of Jiang Siren when the investment dinner officially started, but they didn't expect that they could see Jiang Siren enter in advance when the dinner officially started. For a moment, everyone's eyes became frenzied.
Everyone expected Jiang Siren to look at them more. Even just a glance holds infinite possibilities.
But it seemed as if there was no one in her eyes. Instead, she walked straight towards Nanfeng. Then, under everyone's unbelieving gaze, she stopped in front of Nanfeng and frowned her beautiful eyebrows.
What's wrong with your clothes? Seeing Jiang Siren arrive, Nanfeng pointed at Song Mei. She splashed it.
Upon hearing this, Jiang Siren turned around and his cold eyes fell on Song Mei.
Who are you?
Jiang Siren's voice is like the sound of a clear spring, tinkling like bells.
On ordinary days, even just hearing her voice would make people intoxicated.
But today, everyone could hear the uncontrollable anger in Jiang Siren's voice.
No, what's going on? Sun Jihu just left, and now Jiang Siren pops up?
And judging by Jiang Siren's attitude towards that boy, it seems like they have a very close relationship.
Isn't it? He asked about the boy's situation right away. There must be something complicated going on here.
It's Sun Jihu again, and Jiang Siren again.
Is this guy really an ordinary person? Isn't it?
Just now Chen Sihai said that they were liars, but now I think the Chen family is the liars, right?
Compared to the ridicule from people around me.
At this moment, Chen Sihai saw Jiang Siren frowning.
He almost fell over on the spot. Chapter 81, 1 million for a piece of clothing? No, it's 100 million.
Sun Jihu almost scared him to death, and now Jiang Siren popped up. Chen Sihai felt that his life had come to an end.
Song Mei's eyes turned red when she saw another peerless beauty standing next to Nanfeng. Who are you? Did I say something wrong?
He's clearly a poor student, yet he deceived my daughter's feelings and then extorted 300,000 yuan from my family.
Now he's publicly slapping us in the face. I can see that you are just like him, not a good person. As soon as Song Mei said this, everyone present's expression changed.
Even Nanfeng was shocked, and then silently gave Song Mei a thumbs up.
You are awesome. You are so awesome.
Even my teacher doesn't dare to scold my senior sister, how dare you?
You are the real awesome one. Originally, Nanfeng wanted to ask for an explanation. But now all I have left is pity for Song Mei.
After hearing that Song Mei dared to scold him, Jiang Siren's expression did not change at all.
He just said coldly, "You said I'm not a good person?" No. No.
Seeing that Song Mei was about to give up, Chen Sihai didn't care about his high blood pressure.
He covered Song Mei's mouth with one hand and kicked her hard on the knee. Song Mei was in so much pain that she knelt down in front of Jiang Siren. Teacher Jiang, you misunderstood.
My wife originally wanted to apologize to this young man, but she got drunk and doesn't recognize anyone now, so she started talking nonsense.
Teacher Jiang, please be magnanimous and don't blame her.
At this moment, Chen Sihai had long lost the arrogance he had in front of Nanfeng at the beginning. Now he looked like a stray dog begging for mercy.
After hearing Chen Sihai's explanation, Jiang Siren's cold brows did not relax at all. Do you know me? I know you. Of course I know you. You're my daughter's instructor.
My daughter said something wrong in your class before, and I came here this time specifically to bring my good-for-nothing daughter to apologize to you.
Daughter? Seeing Jiang Siren's confusion, Chen Sihai quickly signaled Chen Yao to come over and apologize. After seeing Chen Yao's face, Jiang Siren remembered Chen Sihai's identity. You are Chen Sihai, the boss of Hangzhou Chun Group, right? That's right, that's right.
Seeing that Jiang Siren actually remembered him, Chen Sihai burst into tears of joy.
I didn't expect Teacher Jiang still remembered me. Of course I remember you.
I spent millions to send your daughter to my class, but instead of attending class properly, she either skipped classes to drink or had her homework and project reports done for her. The reason I invited you here this time isn't because you're eligible to attend this investment dinner, but to specifically inform you that your daughter has been suspended from school.
What? Hearing Jiang Siren's words, Chen Sihai was completely stunned. Even the people around were confused. Although the Chen Group is not very famous in Hangzhou, it does have some reputation. I originally thought that Chen Sihai was invited because the strength of the Chen Group was recognized, but I didn't expect that Jiang Siren was invited to tell Chen Sihai that his daughter had been suspended from school. For a moment, everyone's eyes looking at Chen Sihai changed. Even the boss who had previously agreed to cooperate with Chen Sihai began to make new plans. The Chen family has offended Jiang Siren and Sun Jihu. Do they still dare to cooperate?
At this moment, Chen Sihai was at a loss. Teacher Jiang.
Misunderstanding. There must be some misunderstanding here. Shen Yao, standing by, turned even paler. She quickly explained, Teacher Jiang, don't scare me.
I did skip classes a few times and didn't pay attention, but I haven't violated any school rules.
How could you suspend my classes without my permission?
Seeing that Chen Yao was not giving up, Jiang Siren raised an eyebrow and said, Chen Yao, I can let you off the hook for skipping classes, but the internship report and final paper you submitted a while ago had a plagiarism rate of 92%. Also, during your time at school, you haven't achieved the required GPA in any of your courses. According to school regulations, you should be expelled for failing 3 consecutive courses. It's me who gave you a chance and suspended your studies temporarily. But now it seems that I have been too kind to you. Jiang Siren's tone was very soft, but it was like a huge rock, pressing down on Chen Yao so hard that she couldn't breathe. How could this be? Wu Shua clearly told me that he could help me graduate, so how could the duplication rate be as high as 92%?
Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. There must be some misunderstanding here.
Chen Yao still wanted to make a final struggle. But Jiang Siren ignored her directly, and then said to Song Mei coldly, just now you were the one who said he was a poor student, right?
From the reactions of Chen Sihai and Chen Yao,
Song Mei finally realized the seriousness of the matter and learned the identity of the woman in front of her.
Teacher Jiang, Jiang Siren. This is also the fundamental purpose of their attendance at this dinner.
Chen Sihai was furious because he was kicked out of the classroom by Jiang Siren, and he demanded that Chen Yao come to his house in person to apologize. But it was not until now that they realized that the reason their family was able to appear here was not because of how powerful Chen Sihai was.
But Jiang Siren wanted them to appear. What if Jiang Siren doesn't want to? After thinking about these consequences, Song Mei collapsed to the ground, not daring to move. Say.
Yes, I'm sorry.
Seeing Jiang Siren getting angry, Song Mei didn't even dare to raise her head and quickly began to apologize. Nanfeng also didn't expect this. The reason why Chen Yao's family was invited here was actually Jiang Siren's plan. But why did she do that? Could it be?
Nanfeng seemed to have thought of something, and there was a different emotion in his eyes when he looked at Jiang Siren. Sun Jihu, who was not far away, was holding Tuanchuan. She ignored the enthusiasm of the people around her to come up and talk to her, but stared at Jiang Siren, who was standing in front of Nanfeng, with a dangerous light flashing in her eyes.
Tuanchuan in her arms couldn't help but ask in a baby voice, Mom, who is that sister standing next to Dad? Is it because of her that Dad never comes home?
Hearing Tuanchuan's words, Sun Jihu smiled and rubbed her head.
Don't worry, Mommy won't let anyone take Daddy away from you again. Really? Upon hearing these words, a happy smile instantly appeared on Tuanchuan's face. Mom is the best. We must hurry up and take Dad home.
I've hidden so many delicious treats, and we're going to leave them all for Dad.
Good.
Sun Jihu pressed his daughter's face tightly against his and said seriously, we'll leave it all for Daddy to eat. You shouldn't apologize to me, you should apologize to him.
See Jiang Siren push Nanfeng out.
Although Song Mei was unwilling, she also knew that she had really offended someone she shouldn't have offended this time. After realizing the seriousness of the matter, she finally lowered her proud head like the south wind.
I'm sorry, it's my fault. I shouldn't have thrown wine on you in front of so many people. I'm sorry. Facing Song Mei's apology,
Nanfeng nodded and said, I accept your apology because it is what I deserve.
Now it's time to talk about another thing, that is compensation. Yes, compensation. Seeing that there was still room for recovery, Chen Sihai quickly said, we'll compensate you, no matter how much it costs. Yeah? Facing Chen Sihai's hopeful eyes, Nanfeng smiled and stretched out a finger.
Chen Sihai suddenly realized what was happening.
1 million? No problem. Just wait, little brother, I'll transfer it to you right now.
Just as Chen Sihai was about to take out his phone to transfer the money, he saw Nanfeng shaking his head and then said, it's 100 million.
Chapter 82, 100 million is not enough, 200 million. I will compensate you with 200 million. How many?
Hearing Nanfeng's words, Chen Sihai was so scared that the phone in his hand fell to the ground.
Chen Sihai seemed to think that he was hallucinating and asked again. Little brother, are you sure I wasn't hallucinating just now? I assure you, you are absolutely not hallucinating.
Nanfeng came in front of Chen Sihai with a very comfortable smile on his face.
That's 100 million. Nanfeng, are you crazy about money? 100 million? Do you know what 100 million means?
Even though Chen Yao was afraid of her father in Jiang Siren, she couldn't help but yell at Nanfeng, "You can't earn 100 million in your lifetime, 10 lifetimes, or even 100 lifetimes.
You just got a piece of clothing soiled, and you dare to ask for 100 million? Why don't you just rob someone?"
When he heard Chen Yao mocking him,
Nanfeng showed an aggrieved expression directly towards Jiang Siren. "Teacher Jiang, you've seen it too. They're not going to compensate me. Actually, it's okay with me. It's just a shame to lose this dress you specially customized for me."
"Hey, Teacher Jiang, I hate gossiping behind people's backs, but this time they're not bullying me, they're slapping you in the face. If they dare to throw wine on your custom-made clothes today, who knows if they will ride on your neck and show off their power tomorrow." Hearing Nanfeng's words, Jiang Siren's face turned slightly pale, and her already cold eyes now looked like a goddess from the Nine Heavens Fairy Palace, making people feel cold. The guests watching on the side couldn't help but whisper to each other at this moment.
"Oh my goodness, the clothes this kid is wearing were custom made by Jiang Siren? What is their relationship?"
Yeah, it looks like they are teacher and student, but teachers and students shouldn't be so intimate, right?
No wonder he's so confident. It turns out this dress was custom made for him by Jiang Siren. The Chen family is probably in big trouble now.
That's right. We thought they were just a small fry, but it turns out it's Sun Jihu and Jiang Siren.
The Chen family has hit a wall. "Hey, old Lu, I remember your family is cooperating with the Chen family, right?"
"Bah, stop talking nonsense, you old bastard.
When did I ever cooperate with the Chen family?
But the contract isn't. What a bullshit contract. It's just a piece of waste paper.
I'll burn it when I get back."
The whispers around him kept reaching Chen Sihai's ears. At this moment, Chen Sihai only felt that his whole body was glowing.
What does 100 million mean?
Most people may not know this, but he started from scratch and climbed up to his current position step by step.
He cherishes his current identity and status more than anyone else.
100 million is the profit of his entire company for half a year, and it is also the important cash funds to support the operation of his entire company in the second half of the year. It can be said that if he had to pay out 100 million yuan, the entire company would have to tighten its belt in the second half of the year. But this is not the most serious consequence. The most serious consequences came from Sun Jihu and Jiang Siren. The Sun family's demands and the power behind Jiang Siren, any word from them could take away the fruits of his life's hard work.
No. Absolutely not. He must not lose everything he has now. No one can.
Under the gazes of the crowd watching the show, Chen Sihai picked up the phone tremblingly, and then walked to Nanfeng trembling all over.
"Little brother, I said something wrong before.
I solemnly apologize to you here."
Nanfeng looked at Chen Sihai in front of him with a frown.
If the Chen Sihai just now gave him the impression of an arrogant and domineering upstart, then the Chen Sihai standing in front of him now exuded a restrained aura from head to toe. And this kind of momentum can only be seen in those big guys.
This Chen Sihai is very dangerous. At least Chen Sihai is in danger now. What do you want to say? Seeing Nanfeng asking the question, Chen Sihai took a deep breath and then gave Nanfeng an ugly smile.
"What I want to say is that it was her fault that you and Yao Yao were in a relationship before. As for the engagement, she and her mother made it without telling me.
I was not aware of this.
If this incident has caused you any trouble, little brother, I will apologize to you now.
Also, regarding the compensation for this dress." Chen Sihai directly extended 2 fingers towards Nanfeng. 100 million is not enough, 200 million, I will compensate you 200 million.
What?
Hearing Chen Sihai's words, Chen Yao and Song Mei were both stunned. 200 million? Is their company going to go bankrupt? No. Absolutely not. Dad, how could you give him 200 million? This is absolutely not possible. Husband, please don't be stupid. You can't give me this money. But Chen Sihai seemed not to hear it and just waited quietly for Nanfeng's answer.
After hearing Chen Sihai's words, the people around him looked at him with eyes that changed again.
Of course.
Old Chen is worthy of being a man who built his career from scratch. He is really decisive in his actions.
I really underestimated him before.
He was able to calm down so quickly and make the decision to split the interests.
This old Chen is really something. But Chen Sihai isn't ruthless enough.
If I were him, I would give him at least 300 million.
Stop bragging here. 300 million. I don't think you can even come up with 3 cents. You know shit.
If we can't handle that guy, let alone the 300 million, I'm afraid the entire company will collapse.
What's more important? Don't you have eyes? Well, having said that, isn't this a bit too extreme? Extreme?
Believe me, if Chen Sihai wants to keep his company, he will do something even more extreme.
Why? Because he's not some brainless idiot.
As everyone was discussing, Chen Sihai's reputation changed again.
Even Nanfeng felt a sinking feeling in his heart after hearing Chen Sihai's proposal. Chen Sihai's methods are indeed amazing.
He was able to calm down so quickly, make a deal of his own interests, and see at a glance that he was the key person in today's incident.
Chen Sihai's vision is indeed sharp. But how could a person like him give birth to such a stupid daughter like Chen Yao? But when I think of Song Mei's existence, Nanfeng quickly felt relieved. Mr. Chen, is 200 million too much? Not much, not much. Seeing that Nanfeng's tone had indeed softened, Chen Sihai was overjoyed. As long as you can calm down, little brother, let alone 200 million, even 300 million won't be a problem. Forget it, forget it. I always keep my word. 100 million is 100 million. I'll write off all the debts before that. That won't work.
Seeing Nanfeng so straightforward, Chen Sihai hurriedly said, I said 200 million, that's 200 million.
I'll write down your card number now.
I'll transfer 100 million to you first, and when I return to the company, I'll have the finance department transfer another 100 million to you.
Chen Sihai is determined to take down Nanfeng.
Chen Yao and her daughter were blinded by lard, but he could see it. Whether it was Sun Jihu or Jiang Siren, they all came forward for Nanfeng.
Although he couldn't figure out what was going on with Nanfeng.
But he knew that as long as he could make Nanfeng forgive him. Whether it is Sun Jihu or Jiang Siren, he can give the other party a satisfactory explanation. But no matter how clever he is, he can't compare to the sudden inspiration of a fool.
Chapter 83, A smart person racking his brains is not as good as a fool as sudden inspiration. That's enough.
Just when Chen Sihai thought that Nanfeng would forgive him soon, Chen Yao suddenly stood up, wiped away her tears, and walked up to Nanfeng with a determined look on her face.
Nanfeng, I really didn't expect you to be such a person.
Looking at Chen Yao, who was staring at him with anger,
Nanfeng felt confused. I'm sorry, I don't quite understand what you mean. What kind of person am I?
Chen Yao sniffed, looking aggrieved and a little helpless.
I admit that I'm sorry for breaking up with you and not telling you in advance, but do you have to retaliate against me like this?
If you're turning love into hate, then the worst that can happen is that I'll cancel my engagement with Wu Shuai and be with you again.
This is clearly a matter between the two of us. Why are you blaming my family?
Looking at Chen Yao with a serious face,
Nanfeng was confused. Chen Sihai was confused. Everyone was stunned.
Only Song Mei showed an expression of recognition when she saw her daughter bravely stand up.
That's right, Nanfeng must be holding a grudge because of the breakup, so he asked his family to pay 100 million yuan.
It was obvious that he was trying to make things difficult for them, and his purpose was to get back together with Chen Yao.
This time, he didn't wait for Nanfeng to speak.
Jiang Siren said directly, it seems that Mr. Chen does not intend to compensate, so let's forget about this matter. After Jiang Siren finished speaking, he took Nanfeng's hand.
If the wind doesn't blow, the water will blow. Mr. Chen, we'll see you another day.
When Chen Sihai heard Jiang Siren's words, he was scared to death on the spot.
See you another day? Where to meet? Is it a prison cell, a garbage dump, or the remote countryside that he had spent his whole life to escape from? No. He wouldn't accept it even if he was beaten to death.
At this moment, Chen Sihai wanted to step forward to explain, but was stopped on the spot by several bodyguards at the signal of Jiang Siren's eyes.
Sir, please go back. No. Absolutely not. Nanfeng, listen to my explanation. It's not like that. That's not what I meant. 300 million. I'll give you 300 million.
Seeing her father begging desperately, Chen Yao felt embarrassed.
Dad, can't you see it? He's clearly bullying our family. He doesn't want the 100 million at all. He just wants revenge on me.
Apology seems hopeless.
Chen Sihai laughed, and he laughed out of anger.
Looking at his daughter who still looked stupid, Chen Sihai laughed and coughed up blood.
Dad.
When Chen Yao saw this, she rushed forward to help him up, but was pushed away by Chen Sihai.
Because Chen Sihai was very strong, Chen Yao was thrown directly to the ground.
Chen Yao stumbled to her feet after a dizzy spell, looking at her father in disbelief. Dad, why did you leave me?
I'm doing this for our family. Home.
Chen Sihai laughed so hard that tears almost came out.
From now on, you have nothing. Hearing this, Chen Yao didn't react for a moment. Dad, what do you mean by this?
Of course, from now on, you and I will sever our father-daughter relationship.
I will have nothing to do with you anymore. What?
After hearing this, Chen Yao was completely dumbfounded.
Dad is kidding me, right? Are you kidding? At this point, do you still think I'm kidding you?
Chen Sihai stared at Chen Yao intently, his bloodshot eyes looking at her as if he was looking at an enemy. I raised you up, sent you to the best schools, and gave you millions of dollars in pocket money every month. I even spent so much money to send you to Jiang Siren's class. I just hope you can win some favor with Jiang Siren so that our family can seize more opportunities in the business world in the future.
But tell me, how did you do it?
I gave you so much money, but you didn't spend a single cent on anything worthwhile. I hoped you'd start a business, even if you failed, but you spent it all on a life of luxury. I hoped you could complete your studies smoothly so that you could inherit the family business in the future.
But you couldn't even complete the basics of school.
Not only did you offend Jiang Siren, you even failed 3 consecutive courses and were suspended from school.
Okay, I don't mind all this, but do you know who you offended today? Sun Jihu. Jiang Siren.
He practically roared out the last 2 names.
Chen Yao, tell me, what kind of harm do you want to cause me to be satisfied?
Seeing that his father was almost on the verge of collapse, Chen Yao was completely stunned. She didn't know what she had done wrong and why Chen Sihai reacted so strongly. It was obviously Nanfeng who was deliberately taking revenge on them, so why didn't Chen Sihai stand on her side and instead put all the blame on her? Song Mei, who was standing by, quickly stood up and protected Chen Yao behind her. She then shouted at Chen Sihai, I've been with you all my life and always followed your lead, but you actually dared to abandon my daughter today. I'm telling you, if you dare to leave Yao Yao, I'll divorce you today.
Divorce?
Looking at Song Mei with a silly look on her face, Chen Sihai laughed so hard that tears started streaming down his face.
Okay. You said it, there's no need for today. I'll take you to get a divorce soon. From today on, we'll go our separate ways. After saying that, Chen Sihai left the banquet without looking back. Looking at Chen Sihai's departing back, a sigh could not help but be heard all around. Chen Sihai is so miserable.
He had a chance to save everything, but ended up being ruined by his stupid daughter.
Isn't it?
Originally, 200 million could have settled all the troubles, but now the Chen family has reached the end of their rope.
They've offended both Sun Jihu and Jiang Siren. I don't know how the Chen family can survive. Hey, you never know.
This trick of Chen Sihai cutting off his tail might actually work. He should cut off all ties with those 2 idiots in advance. Then, when the Sun family and Jiang Siren come after him, they can only blame his daughter.
But the Chen family is definitely not going to escape this. So what if I can't hide?
As long as I can get rid of those 2 idiots, given Chen Sihai's personality, even if I have to start all over again, I'm sure he can do it all over again. I really don't know how a man as flexible as Chen Sihai could have such a stupid daughter.
Hey, I remember your daughter is also studying at S University? If you hadn't mentioned it, I almost forgot.
I have to remind her not to mess with this student named Nanfeng.
After Chen Sihai left,
all the discussions around her were like sharp thorns piercing Chen Yao's heart.
She couldn't understand why things had turned out like this.
She couldn't understand why Sun Jihu would speak up for Nanfeng, who was obviously an ordinary person, and why she would say that Nanfeng was Tuanchuan's father.
She couldn't understand why Jiang Siren was so nice to Nanfeng when both Nanfeng and she were students of S University. Not only did he customize a dress for him, but he also supported him in front of so many people?
She couldn't understand why she was clearly helping her father solve his problem, but he wanted to sever the father-daughter relationship with her and even divorced her mother.
Why? Why did things turn out like this? Nanfeng was pulled by Jiang Siren to the private room on the 2nd floor.
After sitting down, Jiang Siren leaned over and personally made a cup of hot tea for Nanfeng.
You've been running around outside every day lately, so you must be feeling a bit irritated. Drink some jasmine tea to soothe your throat.
Nanfeng ignored it and looked through the glass at Chun Yao and her daughter, who looked like clowns in the banquet hall.
Senior sister, the reason you invited them here was to help me vent my anger, right?
Chapter 84, First Meeting at Slender West Lake, but senior sister, everything is too late.
Hearing Nanfeng's words, Zhang Xiran smiled but didn't answer. Instead, he asked Nanfeng, what's wrong? Your ex-girlfriend was bullied, and you're unhappy? That's not the case.
Nanfeng shook his head, picked up the tea that Zhang Xiran had just brewed and took a sip.
It tastes slightly bitter at first but then sweet. I just feel that you are a little too nice to me, senior sister. I am worried that I will fall in love with you. Hearing Nanfeng's words, Zhang Xiran's hand holding the teapot trembled.
Fortunately, she reacted in time and prevented the teapot from falling to the ground. After putting the tea set away, Zhang Xiran gave Nanfeng a beautiful smile.
Will you suffer any loss if you like me? Won't. Isn't that good? Not good, not even a little bit.
When Zhang Xiran heard this, his eyes were blank for a moment when he looked at Nanfeng.
Why? Because this is too unfair to you, senior sister. Yes, it's so unfair. Zhang Xiran is a genius.
But geniuses all have drawbacks, such as being withdrawn, eccentric, or having low emotional intelligence. Zhang Xiran's only shortcoming is that she is too cold, so cold that people feel like she is a fairy in the sky, and ordinary people cannot reach her at all. So she has never had any bad love affairs around her.
But what about the south wind? Thinking back on everything I have done since I came into this world, he knew he was not a good person.
If you fall in love with Zhang Xiran, it will not be a good thing for Zhang Xiran at all. And once she falls deeply in love with him,
then the one who gets hurt in the end must be Zhang Xiran.
He would never allow such a situation. But when he learned that Zhang Xiran was going to be introduced to a boyfriend, he instinctively felt jealous. Nanfeng felt that he was both responsible and incompetent.
Even the system thinks so.
When all these troubles came together, Nanfeng felt extremely confused. Just as Nanfeng was staring at the tea in the cup, he didn't know how to treat Zhang Xiran. He suddenly felt as if his head was placed on something, accompanied by a faint fragrance.
Senior sister, you.
Shoo. Seeing that Nanfeng wanted to say something, Zhang Xiran stretched out a finger and placed it on his lips, signaling Nanfeng not to say anything. She sat at one end of the Chinese-style sofa, placed Nanfeng's head on her thighs, helped him find the most comfortable position, then stretched out her slender fingers and gently massaged his temple.
You must be very tired during this period, right? Feeling Zhang Xiran's body temperature, Nanfeng was silent for a moment, and finally nodded.
I'm not really tired, I just feel that there are some things I should do, otherwise I will definitely regret it when I'm old.
Isn't that great?
Zhang Xiran looked up at the floor-to-ceiling glass, and her perfect face and figure were reflected in the mirror.
Nanfeng, do you remember the first time we met? Hearing Zhang Xiran's words,
Nanfeng closed his eyes, and his thoughts seemed to return to the shores of Suzhou's West Lake that day. With the help of the system, Nanfeng avoided countless spies and murderous intentions hidden in the dark, and finally stood in front of Zhang Xiran. Faced with countless bodyguards rushing up and trying to pin him to the ground, Nanfeng confidently extended his hand to Zhang Xiran.
Hello beautiful lady, nice to meet you, my name is Nanfeng. Give me 3 minutes and I'll tell you a story you'll never regret for the rest of your life, how about that?
Looking at Nanfeng, whose face was childish but extremely confident, Zhang Xiran, who was as cold as apathy, cast a curious look at him for the first time. Not because of the stories he told. Instead, she was curious about how he came to her under such heavy protection. So she gave Nanfeng a chance.
3 days, Nanfeng's so-called 3-minute story finally became 3 days.
In the end, it took him 3 days to successfully persuade Zhang Xiran and also gained an opportunity for himself. The scenes of our first meeting are still clear in my memory.
It seems like all this happened yesterday. Remember senior sister, I always remember. After hearing Nanfeng's reply, Zhang Xiran smiled and pinched his face. Do you know why I gave you a chance? Because I'm handsome? You're right. There aren't many people in our circle who are as pretty as you.
Zhang Xiran was generous in praising Nanfeng. This made Nanfeng feel a little embarrassed. But what actually made me decide to give you a chance was your confidence.
Confident? Senior sister, are you saying I'm brave? Zhang Xiran shook his head. It's blind. Nanfeng coughed upon hearing this to hide his embarrassment. Jiang Siren seemed not to notice and continued, "When I first saw you, I was wondering where this kid got the courage to barge in, and how did you avoid the eyes of so many bodyguards? I thought you found me because you wanted to kidnap me or take some important project or data from me. But you only need 3 minutes, just to tell me a story." At that time, I suddenly felt that this kid was a little dumb and a little silly, but he was very confident, a kind of confidence that made me envy him. So I promised to give you a chance. After Jiang Siren finished speaking, he placed his fingers on Nanfeng's earlobe and gently stroked it. "Nanfeng, many things in this world cannot be undone, and the future is unpredictable, but we can only live in the present. I know you have a lot of secrets that you're hiding from me, but I'm telling you this because I want to tell you that you can actually be more confident, just like when we first met. Nothing in this world can defeat you, and I will always stand behind you and be your strongest support." As he spoke, Jiang Siren lowered his head and gently kissed Nanfeng between the eyebrows. Nanfeng's body stiffened instantly, and even his breathing almost stopped. "So Nanfeng, you just need to be yourself." Nanfeng remained there in a daze until Jiang Siren left the box. He touched his eyebrows and couldn't help but smile bitterly. In the past, he was the one who tricked little girls into kissing him. I never thought that one day a beautiful woman would kiss me on her own initiative, and it was the senior sister whom I was most reluctant to touch. At this time, the system's prompt sound was jumping wildly in Nanfeng's mind, asking Nanfeng to conquer Jiang Siren as soon as possible. Jiang Siren's favorability towards Nanfeng has reached an astonishing 99. A favorability level of 99 was a value Nanfeng had never seen before. It also means that Jiang Siren will now unconditionally agree to any request from Nanfeng, even including letting her die. Nanfeng didn't understand why Jiang Siren loved him so deeply when he hadn't done anything. It was obvious that he had been using his funny side to suppress his love for Jiang Siren. But her love for him was like the tide. It is increasing every day. It's enough to just do your best. "Senior sister, do you want me to follow my heart?" Nanfeng came to the window and watched the tragic end of the farce at the banquet. His eyes were calm and seemed to show no emotion. "But senior sister, do you know? It's too late. I'm already stuck in the quagmire and can't get out." System. Host, I'm here. May I ask if you have figured out how to complete the capture mission for Jiang Siren? No. Nanfeng turned around and said calmly, "Permanently cancel the mission to capture Jiang Siren." Chapter 85 System, do you want me to cultivate immortality? What? After hearing Nanfeng's request, even the system asked a question for the first time. Host, please calm down. Once this task is released, it cannot be cancelled. Please continue to complete the task with peace of mind. If you are not satisfied, you can postpone the task. Seeing that the system had made concessions, Nanfeng showed no intention of agreeing. I said, I demand that you cancel this mission permanently. Ding, replying to the host, there is no such option in the system. It seems that the system is still acting crazy. Nanfeng sat back down, then picked up the unfinished cup of tea and shook it gently. System, how many years have we known each other? You've been following me all these years, so you should be the one who knows me best, right? Yes, host. So you think I'm a fool? Nanfeng drank the warm tea in the cup and then put the cup back in its place. Don't think I know nothing. Although you always issue a lot of confusing tasks to confuse people, when important people appear, your reaction is always more intense than usual. Even if I'm stupid, I can see that there must be some secret here that I don't know. It's okay if you don't tell me the truth, but I also reserve the right to refuse. Seeing that the system continued to remain silent, Nanfeng spoke again, I will now give you two choices. 1. Agree to my request, and we will continue to live in peace from now on. 2nd, I'll start playing dirty right now. I can give up everything I have now. At worst, I can go back to my hometown and live a life of idleness. And you can find a new host. As for whether I'm serious or joking, you should know better than me, right? Facing the threat of south wind, the system remains silent. Nanfeng was not in a hurry, but just waited quietly for the system's reply. As Nanfeng's system, it naturally understood that Nanfeng was serious this time. He would rather lose his system than do anything to hurt Jiang Siren. But why did he do this? For ridiculous love? Or is it because of the so-called favor? Or because of something else? The system was confused and its code began to become disordered. Because of Nanfeng's sudden rebellious behavior, its entire operation was disrupted.
It was a long time before the system communicated with Nanfeng again.
Host, are you sure you want to cancel this mission and give up all rewards?
Sure. Ding, after the system code was rearranged, this task has been changed to a cancelable task.
However, as the price of the transaction, the host needs to complete another task.
Please decide whether to accept the new task.
Hearing the system's response, Nanfeng touched his chin.
Just now he was really determined to cancel this mission. Of course, there was also an element of testing the system. As expected, the system's so-called tasks and operations have their own rules.
So can I exploit this loophole and try to control the system? When Nanfeng was thinking about this problem,
the system's voice echoed in his mind again. Host, please temporarily cancel your desire to control the system.
The system has never cancelled a task before, including the one regarding Jiang Siren. This requires the host to complete a task of similar difficulty as a replacement. All transactions in the world are fair and equal.
And the system will also comply with this principle.
After hearing the system's explanation, Nanfeng couldn't help but complain, "You are a string of code, why do you have to follow such strange rules?"
Ding, the host does not have the authority to know the secret command.
Please make a choice now.
Seeing that his thoughts were seen through,
Nanfeng didn't say any more nonsense and nodded directly. "No problem, I accept the new task."
Okay, the host has signed the mission equivalence agreement by default.
The mission regarding Jiang Siren is now being modified.
At the same time, all data and panels related to Jiang Siren are being cancelled. In addition, all data collection and monitoring of Jiang Siren are cancelled. The system automatically generates a new task, the host has accepted it by default, and the system content update is complete. Ding, the system has issued a new task, and the host has accepted it by default. Ding, main quest, heading towards a higher dimension, young man. The evolution of all living things has no end, and this is also true for humans.
Young man, please create a new life system and move forward into the unknown. Reward, none, mission time limit, 3 years, mission penalty, permanently lose the system. See the latest tasks released by the system. Nanfeng was completely dumbfounded. No, buddy, do you want to see what nonsense you are talking about? Heading towards a higher dimension? Creating a new life system? Nanfeng could clearly understand these words, but why couldn't he understand them when they were put together? Is this something humans can understand? If the evolution of life has no end, Nanfeng admits this.
After all, archaeological discoveries show that life has existed for hundreds of millions of years, from the earliest elements to cells, the emergence of life, and the evolution of life, from fish crawling onto land to the first flame discovered by apes.
The evolution of life is happening every moment.
But you must know that it took tens of thousands of years for humans to start using tools and develop into the civilization we have today. But the system only gave Nanfeng 3 years.
3 years, requiring Nanfeng to create a new life form and at the same time set out into the unknown? Nanfeng couldn't help but complain, "System, you want me to cultivate immortality? Then you should also send me a manual in advance, right?"
Replying to the host, this task is the only one that the system has found to be capable of signing a peer-to-peer agreement with Jiang Siren's task after hundreds of thousands of calculations.
So what you're saying is that completing Senior Sister's mission was no less difficult than cultivating immortality?
Seeing the system pretending to be dead again,
Nanfeng simply covered his forehead and accepted his fate. Forget it, forget it. If you don't want to talk about it, forget it. Tonzi, cherish the last 3 years we have together.
It's not that Nanfeng is inferior, but the tasks issued by this system are simply a fantasy. Although he has a bionic human project. But completing this project is no less difficult than detonating the first nuclear bomb in the world.
And even if it is completed, along with this come various problems, including social problems, human problems, and ethical problems. If you want to be accepted by the world, you need to deal with at least hundreds of problems. Let alone research, it would be impossible to deal with these problems in 3 years. I want to complete this task within 3 years. It is no less than letting Nanfeng practice Taoism. And Tongzi, not only did you give me this incredible mission, but why is the reward for completing it still nothing? Damn, because this is the first time the host has actively requested to delete a task. As the cost of making this decision, the system has defaulted to reclaiming the reward for this task. Good, that is cruel enough. Just because I took the initiative to request to cancel Jiang Siren's task,
the system actually cancelled my reward directly. It seems that my decision this time really touched the bottom line of the system.
But Nanfeng did not regret it.
As long as this mission is cancelled, Jiang Siren will no longer be the so-called mission target, but a person. A living person with flesh and blood living in this world. It was no longer the cold data panel in front of him.
Host, do you want to give up this mission now and complete the mission to capture Jiang Siren again?
No, I agree to your request. Chapter 86, After so many years, your habit of lying remains unchanged.
Host, are you sure?
Sure.
Nanfeng rested his arms on the backrest, looked up at the ceiling, and smiled. And don't you think this kind of mission is more interesting?
Answer to the south wind. The system was speechless.
Host, you want to unbind from this system directly after 3 years, right?
Ahem.
Nanfeng quickly stood up upon hearing this, then said sternly, how could I be that kind of person?
Besides, there are still 3 years left.
Who can guarantee that a miracle won't happen in these 3 years? Isn't that right?
The system thinks the host is talking nonsense, but the system chooses to believe the host.
This is my good son. After deleting Jiang Siren from his task list, Nanfeng felt unprecedentedly relieved. Jiang Siren is too special to Nanfeng. Even during these 3 years, he had very little contact with Jiang Siren.
But she is special. After untying the biggest knot in his heart, Nanfeng was just about to drink another cup of tea when there was a sudden knock on the door of the box. Nanfeng thought it was Jiang Siren who had returned and was just about to smile. As soon as he opened the door, he saw Sun Jihu standing in front of it. Seeing this, Nanfeng immediately wanted to close the door, but Sun Jihu held the door open with one hand. Sir, I came here just to express my gratitude to you, nothing else.
Sun Jihu, when did you become so pretentious?
Seeing that Nanfeng simply stopped pretending,
Sun Jihu smiled and said, Sir, I don't understand what you mean.
Seeing that she was still playing dumb, Nanfeng said coldly, after all these years, you still haven't changed your habit of tapping your thumb when you lie. Seeing that Nanfeng had discovered his little thoughts, Sun Jihu then restrained his smile, and his eyes no longer had the previous calmness, but were instead filled with almost warm joy and grievance.
After all these years, you still remember my little habit? Nanfeng said directly, if there is nothing else, Mr. Sun, please go back. I have something to do later.
Something's happening.
Go ahead. Upon hearing this, Sun Jihu said to Nanfeng, are you sure we want to talk here? Hearing what Sun Jihu said,
Nanfeng was silent for a long time, but finally let her into the box. After Sun Jihu came to the box, he sat on the sofa very naturally, poured himself a cup of tea, took a sip, and then frowned. Your tea-making skills have deteriorated.
Really?
But I think it tastes pretty good. Seeing Nanfeng's indifference towards him, Sun Jihu didn't mind at all, but said gently, the tea you used to make was delicious, especially every time I got drunk, you would make it for me in advance.
Mr. Sun, I think what I said just now should be very clear.
Seeing that Sun Jihu was about to bring up the past, Nanfeng interrupted him and said, if you are here to reminisce about the past, then I am not welcome to do so. Upon hearing this, Sun Jihu looked at Nanfeng with a complicated expression. I haven't seen him for a long time, but he is still as handsome as before. But compared to his previous gentleness and consideration towards me, he now carries a sense of alienation, as if no matter how I try to catch him, he will always stand farther away from me.
You've lost weight. Maybe he's been staying up late working on a project lately. That must be very hard, right? Good. Have you ever considered graduating now and coming to work in my company directly? Sorry, not interested. Sun Jihu chatted with Nanfeng in a random manner. Nanfeng's patience was also running out bit by bit. Mr. Sun, my time is precious. Please be frank and honest. What exactly do you want to do? Seeing that Nanfeng was completely impatient,
Sun Jihu finally stopped and hesitated for a long time before she tentatively said to Nanfeng, Nanfeng, I hope you will come back to me and return to our old home.
Home? Hearing this word, Nanfeng felt inexplicably funny. Mr. Sun, what you said is really funny. When did we have a home?
Upon hearing this, Sun Jihu said urgently, of course we have a home.
Have you forgotten that even the villa we live in was chosen by you? If you hadn't told me, I would have almost forgotten. Seeing Nanfeng's sudden realization, Sun Jihu didn't have time to smile.
Then I heard Nanfeng say, I almost forgot that it was you who promised to take care of me for the rest of my life, it was you who kicked me out of the house, and now it is you who wants me to come home.
Boss son, do you think I'm a dog that can be summoned and dismissed at will? Looking at Nan Feng's playful eyes,
Sun Jihu felt as if his heart was being tightly grasped by something.
It hurts. It hurts. No, that's not what I meant. Sun Jihu took a deep breath, trying his best to suppress his emotions towards Nanfeng, and said in a trembling voice, Nanfeng, you should know that I didn't drive you out on purpose. I did all that for Tuanchuan. Tuanchuan needs a father and a complete family, so
That's why Mr. Sun kicked me out of the house and agreed to let Tuan Tuan's real father live in the villa I carefully selected, wear the clothes I chose, use the table where I picked, drink the red wine I bought, and sleep in our bed, right?
No, that's not the case. But Mr. Sun, that's what you did in the beginning, right?
Before Sun Jihu came to find Nanfeng, he deliberately sent Tuan Tuan away because he was afraid of the current situation. In the eyes of outsiders, she is the high and mighty eldest daughter of the Sun family, the future heir of the Sun family, and the most mysterious woman in the entire Hangzhou in terms of her body and status. But in front of Nanfeng, she was like an ugly monster. The past that she didn't want to remember or admit was laid out on the table by Nanfeng. She sent Tuanchuan away because she didn't want Tuanchuan to know that she was such a terrible mother. Mr. Sun, since everything has been done according to your wishes, why do you still appear in front of me? Nanfeng said as he walked straight to the opposite side of Sun Jihu, put his arms on the table, and gripped the corner of the table tightly with his palms. He stared at Sun Jihu with his eyes like a venomous snake, and said word by word, if I remember correctly, we agreed that after I leave, you will never disturb my life or inquire about my news, right?
No, Nanfeng, please. Don't look at me like that. I can explain this. I really can explain it.
When Nanfeng appeared in front of her at close range, this woman of extremely noble status in Hangzhou had already lost her composure. She stood up in a panic and explained quickly, I have kept my promise to you.
I really didn't try to find out anything about you. Otherwise, I would have come to you a long time ago.
Seeing that Nanfeng was silent, Sun Jihu continued, the reason I'm here is because the Sun family received an invitation to this investment party. You know I value many promising projects, so I came to attend this party.
I just didn't expect you to be here too.
Looking at Sun Jihu rubbing his thumb, Nanfeng couldn't help laughing out loud.
Sun Jihu, so many years have passed, why haven't you changed at all?
Seeing Nanfeng looking in the direction of his thumb, she realized that she was exposed again. Since Mr. Sun doesn't like to tell the truth, there's no need for us to continue chatting.
Mr. Sun, please go back. Seeing Nanfeng ordering him to leave on the spot, Sun Jihu was horrified and said quickly, it was Xiao Miao.
Xiao Miao called me and told me that she saw you at S University.
Chapter 87 Tuanchuan is your daughter, but not your bargaining chip. Little cat? Sun Xiao Miao.
Nanfeng then remembered that he had been focusing his attention on Sun Jihu. But he forgot about Sun Xiao Miao, who had always been by Tang Yuyu's side. Before, because Tang Yuyu wanted to pay him back, she took the initiative to find him. After class, Sun Xiaomao hurried over and protected Tang Yuyu behind him. It was probably at that time that Sun Xiaomao recognized him.
Thinking of this, Nanfeng covered his forehead. I was careless. How could I have overlooked such a simple thing?
Because Sun Xiaomiao and Tang Yuyu are both freshmen. So when Sun Xiaomao met Nanfeng for the first time at S University, he told Sun Jihu the news. Seeing Nanfeng's annoyed face, Sun Jihu hurriedly explained, actually, Xiao Miao was just admitted to S University this year.
I kept my promise and didn't take the initiative to look for you. After Xiao Miao met you at S University, she called me and told me. That's how I learned that you are studying there now. So that's why you came to see me?
No, I originally just wanted to cooperate with S University through the S University project, and then find an opportunity to get close to you. This way I would have a reasonable reason to appear in front of you and not make you angry.
But I didn't expect you to show up at this investment dinner.
This was truly a surprise. Looking at Sun Jihu's cautious expression, Nanfeng felt an unprecedented headache pain.
Obviously, everything is over. Whether it's Hui or Sun Xiaomao, why do they always appear in front of him one after another?
Fortunately, after taking a deep breath, Nanfeng calmed down again.
Okay, let's just say I believe what you said, Mr. Sun, but I don't think there's anything good to talk about between us. If you want me to go back, you should know that it's impossible.
If you choose to cooperate with S University for me, then there is no need for this.
Why? Sun Jihu's voice was full of unwillingness. Nanfeng, I know you're feeling resentful.
I can explain this to you slowly. If you're still angry, I can accept it, whether it's beating or scolding. But I only ask you to give me a chance to make it up to you. And you've seen Tuenchuan too. She can't live without you. You don't even know that during the days you were away, she cried every day saying she missed you and even secretly hid tons of delicious food from you. You used to love her the most, didn't you? See, Sun Jihu moved Tuan Tuan out. That cute little face also appeared in Nanfeng's mind. To be fair, Tuenchuan is really a very cute child. Even Nanfeng felt the urge to have a child for the first time because of her. She's cute, but... Nanfeng said coldly to Sun Jihu, don't let me look down on you. Tuenchuan is your daughter, but that's not an excuse for you to avoid problems, nor is it a bargaining chip for you to use. Is she just a child, or have you been using her as a shield from the beginning to do what you want? I don't. When Sun Jihu heard this, he became excited instantly. No, or are you afraid to admit it? Facing Nanfeng's eyes that seemed to be able to penetrate deep into his heart, Sun Jihu felt that there was no place for him to escape. Sun Jihu was suffering at a speed visible to the naked eye. Nanfeng hurriedly interrupted the conversation between the two. Mr. Sun, face the reality. We are over. From the day you took him back to the villa, we can no longer go back to the way we were before. Hearing Nanfeng's words, endless sadness filled Sun Jihu's heart. She moved her lips several times as if wanting to apologize to Nanfeng, but when the words came to her lips, she fell silent. She had no way to explain it. Because everything really happened, and only Nanfeng himself knows the pain of not being trusted. Even though Sun Jihu later learned the truth, he still couldn't empathize with the other person. She didn't even dare to think about it. How much grievance and distrust did Nanfeng endure at that time? Now she has no qualifications to seek Nanfeng's forgiveness. Tears were sliding down his cheeks, but Sun Jihu forced himself to show his strength and said to Nanfeng, "It's okay, Mr. Nanfeng. All the mistakes I made before were my fault, and I don't want to defend myself. But if you have time, could you please accompany Tuenchuan for a while? Don't worry, I will never make excessive demands, nor do I have any other intentions. But she really loves you too much. She can't sleep every night now. Even when she does fall asleep, she keeps thinking about when Daddy will come back to pick her up. I know it's ridiculous for me to say this, but if you have time to spend with her, I can promise you whatever you need. What do you think?" Faced with Sun Jihu's almost pleading request, Nanfeng still chose to shake his head. "I'm sorry, but I can't help you with this matter. I'm not her father, and I have nothing to do with her since the day I left the villa." It seemed that Sun Jihu wanted to say something. Nanfeng interrupted directly, "Mr. Sun, everyone has to pay something for their decisions, right? There is no regret medicine in this world. Since you've already made your choice, don't regret it. Just let go of yourself and me, okay?" Hearing Nanfeng's emotionless rejection, Sun Jihu finally lowered her proud head. She forced herself to stand up with her shaky body, then smiled apologetically at Nanfeng. "I'm sorry to bother you today. If I'm being rude, please forgive me." When Sun Jihu was sent to the door and ready to leave, Sun Jihu suddenly stopped, turned around and asked Nanfeng a question. "Before I go, can I ask you a question?" Upon hearing this, Nanfeng shook his head and said, "No." Sun Jihu seemed not to have heard Nanfeng's words and asked directly, "What is your relationship with Jiang Siren?" See, Sun Jihu mentioned Jiang Siren. Nanfeng's face suddenly turned ugly. "Sun Jihu, what on earth do you want to do?" "Nothing." After seeing Nanfeng's ugly expression, Sun Jihu seemed to understand something, and a bitter smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. "Don't worry, although the Sun family is very powerful, they are not yet to the point where they dare to hurt her." "Only." Sun Jihu looked back at Nanfeng with a sad smile. "I'm just a little envious of her." After Sun Jihu left, Nanfeng returned to the sofa and collapsed on it. He thought he had completely severed ties with Sun Jihu, and even if they met again, he would be able to remain calm. But he still seems to overestimate himself. Even though they met again after such a long time, he still felt a dull pain in his heart. "System, has Sun Jihu really never investigated me in all these years?" Replying to the host, "Based on the results of the investigations into your previous capture targets over the years, Sun Jihu did not investigate you during the time you disappeared. The system will not lie to me. It seems that Sun Jihu has indeed abided by the agreement. And the only loophole, unexpectedly, would be Sun Xiaomao.
Nanfeng didn't expect that Sun Xiaomyu would choose to apply to S University, and he didn't expect that she would stay by Tang Yuyu's side and then recognize him during an unexpected encounter. Chapter 88. After today, the world will know who the true genius is. But no matter what the reason was, she eventually reappeared in front of him. Sun Jihu was the only woman who almost made him fall in love with her. Fortunately, she was the one who pushed Nanfeng away in the end. After leaving the box and closing the door, Sun Jihu did not leave immediately. Instead, he leaned weakly against the wall. She didn't cry, but her eyes were indescribably distracted. She had thought of many ways and outcomes of meeting Nanfeng, but she never expected the situation to be so rigid. But can the south wind be blamed for this? Thinking back to the time they had spent together, and the harm he had brought to Nanfeng since he had tacitly acknowledged his appearance, Sun Jihu almost couldn't help but slap himself. A blush appeared at the corners of her pretty eyes, and she forced herself to return to her box. Tuan inside heard the noise and ran over quickly. Mom! Mom! Tuan has been good and obedient. Did Daddy promise to come home? Looking at his daughter's expectant eyes. All the words Sun Jihu wanted to say were stuck in his throat. After a long while, she spoke to Tuan in a trembling voice. Dad told me that he's very busy lately and might have to work overtime for a long time. No. No. I don't want it. When Tuan heard what Sun Jihu said, he immediately started crying. Mom, you clearly promised me that we would go take Dad home together. Why does Dad have to work overtime? I miss Dad. Mom, can we go together to take Dad home? When Sun Jihu heard these words, he felt as if something had pierced his heart. She squatted on the ground and hugged Tuan tightly in her arms. At this moment, she could not say anything except sorry. Tuan also felt his mother's sadness, so he stopped crying and began to comfort Sun Jihu instead. At the same time, Chen Yao and Song Mei did not leave. The end of this farce. It ended with Chen Sihai's departure, but Chen Yao was unwilling to accept it. She couldn't understand why things had turned out like this. So she must meet Nanfeng again and ask him for an explanation. She wanted to go up to the private room but was stopped. She then learned that only special guests or specially invited guests could go up to the second floor, and Chen Yao was not qualified to go up at all. She had already disgraced herself at the party. Facing the dazzling gazes around them, Chen Yao and Song Mei huddled in a corner, looking dusty and dirty. How could this happen? Yao, your father actually wants to divorce me and doesn't even want you anymore. Does he have another woman outside? It seemed that Song Mei was on the verge of collapse. Chen Yao suppressed her anger and said comfortingly, It's okay, Mom. This has nothing to do with you and Dad. Dad said that simply to piss us off. The key to the problem now is Nanfeng. I don't know what kind of drug he gave to Sun Jihu and Zhang Siren to make them treat him so well. But don't worry, Mom. When I see him again, I will definitely ask him to give me an explanation. When the time comes, I'll have him come and apologize to you and Dad in person. Looking at Chen Yao's confident expression, Song Mei wiped her tears, then nodded and said, Okay, my dear daughter. I'll do as you say. At this time, the two women had blamed all the problems on Nanfeng. Just as they were waiting for the south wind to appear. Amidst everyone's anticipation, the investment dinner finally officially began. As the lights gradually rise, everyone came to their seats one after another. This investment dinner was hosted by Xie Qinshan, an academician of S University, who is one of the most experienced senior scientists in the country. But unlike most scientists, he begins to retire when he gets older. But if Xie Qinshan's experience were released, it could be enough to write a novel in its own right. Even though he is old now, he is still at the forefront of scientific research. Although there is a downward trend in the middle. But after Zhang Siren appeared and accepted him as his last disciple, the inheritance of his lineage rises again. Over the years, he has handled dozens, if not hundreds or thousands, of key projects. And each one is a project that can bring breakthrough progress to the country. Therefore, it can be seen how much importance the country attaches to Xie Qinshan. Even Zhang Siren is also given special protection for this reason. Xie Qinshan is already old. And Zhang Siren is the only successor to his legacy. Therefore, in the eyes of the country, Zhang Siren's importance is even comparable to the strategic level. Just during the time that everyone was looking forward to waiting. In a private room on the third floor, several elderly people were chatting and laughing. The old man sitting in the front row was full of pride and excitement at this moment.
Jiang Siren sat beside him, glanced down at the time, and then whispered to the old man, "Teacher, it's almost time to start."
Okay, by the way, where is that kid Nanfeng? He's resting on the second floor now. Humph.
This brat has been here for so long, and he finally shows up.
This old man is Jiang Siren's teacher Xie Chenshan.
He is also Nanfeng's teacher. In response to Xie Chenshan's complaints, Jiang Siren smiled but said nothing. She knew her junior fellow apprentice too well. If he didn't have a request this time, it would be as difficult as climbing to the sky to get him to attend this kind of dinner.
But
Jiang Siren looked back at the now gloomy lobby, his eyes flashing with a strange light.
From today on, all of them will know the existence of their junior brother. They will also know who the real genius is. Just as the old man was about to get up and leave, an old man in a tang suit suddenly pushed the door open and said smugly, Sorry everyone, I'm a little late because of a breakthrough research at work." When the other old men saw him arrive, they stood up and said a few words of agreement with a smile. After all, in their circle, almost everyone is an old acquaintance who sees each other every day, so there is no need to give special compliments. But this old man seemed to have a special hostility towards Xie Chenshan. After seeing Xie Chenshan, he walked straight up to him and said with a smile, Old Xie, do you really need to make such a big fuss for a project? In the final analysis, isn't the reason your project can't move forward due to lack of funds? How about this? If you just apologize to me, I'll immediately allocate 3 million from our project funds to help you out first. If someone didn't know him, they would think that the old man was sincerely helping Xie Chenshan. But none of the old people sitting here know it. Take out 3 million for emergency? I'm afraid that 3 million will be wasted without even a sound. After hearing these words, Xie Chenshan yelled at him, Old Bai, don't think you can show off in front of me just because you got some money. You want me to apologize to you? Dream on. Also, last time during the meeting, I really enjoyed beating you up. If you dare to fart in front of me again, I'll beat you up again. Chapter 89, The Genius Jiang Siren and the Rival Su Shuyang. When Bai Qishan heard these words, his old face turned red with anger. The people present were no longer surprised by this scene. Xie Chenshan and Bai Qishan are old rivals. The two have been classmates since they were young. After graduation, they each went their own way and became leaders in their respective industries. Logically speaking, these two young and talented people should appreciate each other. But because of a woman, they eventually became rivals. After a 3-year-long game, Xie Chenshan finally married her home. She is now the master's wife of Nanfeng and Jiang Siren. After Bai Qishan lost in this relationship, he hated Xie Chenshan to the core. From then on, Bai Qishan would always be there wherever he could make trouble for Xie Chenshan. Just call me Xie. I wonder how long you can keep that up. Others may not understand, but do you think I don't? With the project you have on hand right now, you might not be able to complete it in 3 years, let alone 3 months. Do you think you can just hold an investment party and attract the funds you want and continue? To tell you the truth, the higher-ups are ready to abandon your project. Bai Qishan's words were full of pride. On the other hand, when Xie Chenshan heard these words, he should have been furious and started a fight with Bai Qishan. But Xie Chenshan didn't have that today, and there was even an ambiguous smile on his face. Bai Qishan, you think too highly of yourself. Who the hell do you think you are to shout in front of me? Just when the atmosphere between the two was tense, a man wearing a white research robe and gold-rimmed glasses walked out from behind Bai Qishan and pulled him aside. Teacher has told you countless times, try not to talk outside if you can. If you offend a few more people, our institute will be finished. Looking at his disciple complaining about him, Bai Qishan was not angry at all. Instead, he laughed heartily and said, What do you know, you little brat? I've been following him around all my life, and now it's finally my turn to be proud. As long as our project succeeds, who will dare to give us a hard time in the future? Looking at Bai Qishan's arrogant face, the man was obviously helpless. He turned around and looked at Xie Chenshan with an apologetic face and said, I'm sorry, Uncle Master. You know my teacher has always had this bad temper and it's hard to change it in a short time. But he doesn't have any bad intentions. Uncle Master, please don't bother with him. Looking at the man in front of him who spoke so appropriately, even Xie Chenshan's eyes flashed with admiration. Although he had been at odds with Bai Qishan for half his life. But in terms of accepting apprentices, he is on par with me. If Jiang Siren is a genius, then the man in front of him, Su Shuri, is a prodigy. Bai Qishan's research institute is different from Xie Chenshan's.
Xia Qinshan has been working at the forefront of scientific research in recent years, while Bai Qishan has not had any significant projects for several years until Su Shuri appeared. Not only did he help Bai Qishan solve many important problems, but he also brought many new topics and research directions to Bai Qishan's studio. Because of his appearance, Bai Qishan's research institute was able to have a second spring. If Jiang Siren hadn't been suppressing him all these years, Bai Qishan had already ridden on his neck and peed. It's just that because Jiang Siren has been concentrating on studying the project left by Nanfeng in recent years, Su Shuri's weight in the eyes of the big guys has become more and more important, and he is even only one step away from stepping into their circle.
If he hadn't taken in another evildoer, Nanfeng,
maybe Su Shuri will really be suppressed by Bai Qishan.
You're a sensible kid.
I won't bother with him about what happened today, but if it happens again, I'll break his legs.
Hey, you're still going strong. Come on. I want to see how you break my legs today.
The two old men were arguing with each other. Su Shuri showed a helpless smile, then walked straight towards Jiang Siren, his eyes gentle as he said, "I'm sorry for causing trouble for you and your uncle." Looking at the affectionate Su Shuri in front of him, Jiang Siren slowly said, "Since you know you've caused trouble, why don't you just take them away?
Are you staying here just to disgust us?"
Su thought that if he spoke in a gentler tone, Jiang Siren would speak to him more politely. I didn't expect her to still be so cold. But the more this happened, the more he appreciated the woman in front of him.
He has been called a genius since he was born.
He completed all his high school studies at the age of 12 and then began to participate in competitions around the world.
Finally, at the age of 13, he was specially recruited by S University.
He thought he would become the most dazzling rookie in S University, but then Jiang Siren appeared. He never thought that there was such a perfect woman in the world. He tried to challenge it again and again, but always ended in failure. Later, he became a disciple of Bai Qishan. With the capital to be on equal footing with Jiang Siren, he thought that maybe Jiang Siren would look at him more, but it turned out that she was like the moon in the sky, so high and unattainable.
But it's okay, only a woman like this is worthy of me.
Just when Su Shuri was about to chat with Jiang Siren for a few more words, Jiang Siren glanced at the time, then ignored him and walked to Xia Qinshan's side.
"Teacher, time's up." "Good. It seems that the time is almost up."
Xia Qinshan then let go of the few strands of Bai Qishan's hair, then snorted and tidied his clothes.
"Old Bai, do you think that just because you have the support of the country, you can ride on my neck and piss?"
Bai Qishan was in so much pain that tears were almost streaming down his face.
But after hearing what Xia Qinshan said,
he continued forcefully, "Mr. Xia, you're still playing dirty even after all this.
Let me tell you the truth.
I just learned firsthand that your project was abandoned in the past 2 days.
Don't you think about how much money you've spent on this project over the past 3 years? And yet you still haven't produced any results? Xia Qinshan, do you think everyone is stupid?"
Facing Bai Qishan's ridicule and questioning,
Xia Qinshan just gave him a cold look, then slowly said, "I'm afraid you'll be disappointed.
Old Bai, open your eyes and take a good look today. I'll let you know what the real gap is."
After saying that, Xia Qinshan took Jiang Siren and left the 3rd floor directly. Looking at Xia Qinshan's departing back,
Bai Qishan spat fiercely on the ground, "You're playing tricks on me, and you're still showing me your shortcomings. I think you should think about how you're going to get yourself a coffin after this party."
Seeing Bai Qishan's harsh words, Su Shuri said dissatisfiedly, "Teacher, please be more polite. How can I contact Jiang Siren if you are like this? You little brat, do you really think I don't know what you're thinking? Isn't it just that you like me but don't dare to say it?"
"When this project is over, I, the old man, will personally ask for instructions from the higher-ups.
Then I will do whatever it takes to help you get it done." Su Shuri interrupted immediately upon hearing this, "No need."
When Bai Qishan saw that his kindness was rejected, he was so angry that he blew his beard and glared.
"Don't you even listen to me?"
"It's not that I don't listen to you, teacher, but because this is a personal issue between her and me. Even without you, teacher, I have the confidence to take her down." Su Shuri's words were full of confidence. But he has the capital to be confident. He has observed Jiang Siren's daily life over the years. There has never been any suspicious opposite sex around her, and she has never had any deep contact with any man. He always believed that to deal with a woman like Jiang Siren, as long as he stayed with her for a long time, he would be able to win her heart sooner or later.
He is determined to get Jiang Siren. Chapter 90, Impossible Research, Quickly Seal Qingshan. Okay, you are worthy of being my disciple, Bai Qishan. You have great ambition. Regarding Su Shiri's remarks, not only was Bai Qishan not angry, but he was extremely happy.
In his eyes, Xia Qinshan had snatched away his goddess at that time, so if his disciple could marry Zhang Siren now, it would mean that he had won back a city.
Just as the master and disciple were discussing,
the lights in the banquet hall dimmed completely, and then a strong light shone on the stage.
In the eyes of everyone looking forward to it,
Zhang Siren slowly walked from behind the scenes to the front of the stage. At this time, she had changed into a bright red dress. Under the bright light, every inch of Zhang Siren's skin exudes an alluring luster, and she looks like she has walked out of a painting. It is obviously the most dazzling bright red, but when worn on her, it makes her look even more cool and charming.
She just stood there and moved everyone in the audience.
They had seen such beautiful women before. But the contrast of being both cool and bright in one person makes everyone deeply attracted to her.
Sun Jihu in the audience looked at Zhang Siren, with a glimmer of unwillingness in his eyes. On the third floor, Su Shuyan's eyes were full of admiration for his future woman.
Chen Yao in the corner looked at her with only resentment in her eyes. Although I already knew that Zhang Siren was peerless, no matter how many times I see her, I still think she's just as beautiful.
That's right. How can someone be so perfect? Not only is he good looking, but he's also so academically proficient. Well, the biggest problem is that she's too cold. She doesn't look human at all. Shu, shut up right now. If anyone hears you, your company will be finished.
Everyone started whispering the moment Zhang Siren appeared.
Regarding the discussion of the crowd, Zhang Siren was already used to it.
He gripped the microphone tightly with his slender fingers, and his clear and cold voice began to sound slowly.
First of all, I'm very happy that you all came to this dinner. However, I have some breaking news that I need to inform everyone in advance. Breaking news?
When they heard these 4 words, everyone noticed something strange.
What's going on? Was the project forced to be terminated? That shouldn't be the case. I remember this project was secretly carried out for 3 years. With so much money spent, how could it be stopped now? Then what's going on? Could it be that they have found investors? That's impossible. If they had already found it, why would they be holding this investment dinner today? While everyone was guessing what happened,
Zhang Siren continued, the news is that our project no longer requires investment.
What? When Zhang Siren said this, everyone was stunned. Did any of them actually guess correctly?
But before anyone could question him, Zhang Siren said directly, according to our original plan, this project will require more than 300 million in research funds, and it will take at least 3 months to take the first step in research. But today, we got the most crucial core, and the project is about to be completed.
Even someone as cold and aloof as Zhang Siren said this.
There was a slight tremor in his voice.
3 years. 3 years? How many 3 years can a person have in his life? What's more, Zhang Siren is a genius.
She can ignore what others say about her, but the repeated setbacks are undermining her confidence. But today, Nanfeng handed the most important thing to her. All the previous research was correct.
There is nothing wrong with their research direction, and there is nothing wrong with their research results.
All they need is a container that can handle such a large amount of computing power. And Nanfeng helped them solve this biggest problem.
3 years of hard work finally bore fruit today. Zhang Siren's eyes were filled with relief after being relaxed. For the investors in the audience, Zhang Siren's words only made them miss an investment opportunity. Although they felt regretful, they would not be too sad. After all, this is just an investment project for them. But for the old people on the 3rd floor at this moment, Zhang Siren's words were like a meteorite hitting the sea level, almost detonating the entire earth. All the old men stood up at this moment, their eyes filled with shock. Bai Qishan shouted directly, "Impossible! This is absolutely impossible! I know their project better than anyone else. Although the experiment went smoothly, it will take at least several years to get the results and complete the experimental subjects. There is no way they can research it."
Su Shiri, who was next to Bai Qishan, also showed a shocked expression when he heard Zhang Siren's words.
Impossible! How could she finish it so quickly? They're still worried about the project funding, how could she have finished it so quickly?
Not only the disciples of Bai Qishan, but others also broke out into an astonishing discussion.
Hasn't Mr. Xie's project funding been cut off by higher-ups? Where does he get so much money to continue his research? I'm not sure, but if his project is truly successful, doesn't that mean our country will no longer be restricted by any other country from now on? No. No matter what the situation is, I'm going to call right now and have someone surround this place. No one here can be let out today. Following Zhang Siren's simple words,
The whole Green Mountain was in chaos.
immediately afterwards, one phone call after another was made from Qingshan.
Without anyone's knowledge, vehicles and armored companies from the southern military region drove rapidly towards Qingshan. After receiving the call, the higher-ups immediately sent people to block the news and arranged for people to confiscate the mobile phones of everyone present.
What are you doing?
Chen was furious when her cell phone was snatched away by a bodyguard in black.
Anger at Chen Yao.
The black-clad bodyguard simply replied indifferently.
This is an order from above.
Miss, you are not authorized to know for the time being. Chen Yao was stunned when she heard this.
The command above? Could it be?
Thinking of this, Chen Yao suddenly turned her head to look at Zhang Siren. At this moment, she seemed to understand why Chen Sihai spent so much money and energy to arrange her to Zhang Siren's class.
Damn old Xie, he actually made such a big fuss without telling us.
But from what I heard from Zhang Yatu, it seems that this project was completed suddenly.
Impossible. This is absolutely impossible.
Not to mention by Qishan, even I know a little bit about his project. It will take at least 3 months just to get the first step of the results, let alone complete a complete super-intelligent brain.
Everyone present either holds great power or is a big shot among the big shots in the circle. They have all read and studied Xiaqinshan's projects. So they know very well.
Unless aliens come here, it would be impossible to complete it in a short period of time. But the facts were now before them, leaving them no room for doubt.
So what is going on? Chapter 91, Senior Sister, please stop messing around. A man should have some dignity.
Could it be that she said that on purpose? At this moment, all the big guys felt incredible.
Su Shuyang put forward a bold idea. What's the meaning?
Seeing everyone looking at him, Su Shuyang explained, My teacher just told my uncle that his project has been abandoned by the higher-ups. Although for us this is just a change in research direction, for my uncle's project team, it's like giving up 3 years of hard work. If they don't produce any more research results, their project team will be finished. That's why Zhang Siren publicly announced that he had come up with the results. This not only tells the higher-ups that their project hasn't failed, but it also helps stabilize the situation temporarily.
Hearing Su Shuyang's analysis, everyone had different expressions.
After all, no matter how powerful Su Shuyang is, he doesn't mean much in their eyes. But his analysis makes a lot of sense. If it was to stabilize the situation, what Zhang Siren said just now did achieve it. But what if she was found to be lying?
So can she really afford the consequences? Actually, I think this wasn't Zhang Siren's intention, but rather the arrangement of his uncle. If we delve deeper into this matter, I hope you can say a few good words for Siren. Just when Su Shuyang wanted to gain Zhang Siren's favor by helping behind the scenes. The lights in the entire banquet hall were completely dark at this moment. Just when everyone didn't understand what was happening. In the deep darkness, a human face full of mechanical sense suddenly appeared on the big screen.
Under the shocked gaze of everyone, this human face actually slowly opened its eyes, with green codes flashing in its pupils. When it began to blink, all the codes disappeared instantly, and were replaced by a pair of eyes as childish as a baby's.
Hello.
When everyone was shocked into silence, the robotic face suddenly spoke, instantly breaking everyone's cognition.
Was it the screen talking just now? No, isn't it just an ordinary avatar? But why do I feel so scared when I look at it? The investors in the audience were shocked by the appearance of this face.
All suspicions on the third floor disappeared instantly after this face appeared. Su Shuri stared at the face on the screen in front of him, his expression gradually becoming ferocious.
Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. They actually researched this thing.
Most people would think that this is just an ordinary virtual image, but only those who do research understand that this is actually a baby.
A baby that runs entirely on independent code and has the ability to think and evolve infinitely.
This kind of horrifying thing was actually developed by Xie Qinshan.
Isn't this the result that old Xie proposed in the beginning? Did he really come up with it?
Zhang Siren didn't lie, they really succeeded.
But why? It's obviously impossible for them to complete it. How did they do it? When all the doubts disappear, what remains is endless speculation and shock. Many people actually have no idea about this kind of thing.
To put it simply, once the intelligent brain in Xie Qinshan's hands grows up, it can monopolize all the data in the world. To put it another way, it's like when two countries are at war and an intelligent computer intervenes. All the defense maps, call records, tactical arrangements, and even the hiding place of the president of one side will be exposed to the side with the intelligent brain. It is a groundbreaking scientific research achievement. It is also the sword of Damocles that breaks the world hegemony. Bai Qishan's face looked the ugliest at this moment. Because it was only at this time that he realized the meaning of the word Xie Qinshan left for him before he left. It turns out that Xie Qinshan had already figured it out. And he was just jumping around in front of him like a clown.
Hey, why is everyone silent? Am I too ugly?
After becoming familiar with the data, the face began to try to communicate with the people present, but no one dared to answer its questions. At this moment, the lights in the banquet hall came on again.
Zhang Siren's fairy-like face appeared in everyone's sight again.
Okay, take a rest first, I'll call you out later.
Hearing Zhang Siren's words, the human face seemed very happy.
Okay, Sister Siren, I'm so sleepy, I'm going to rest first.
Wake me up when you need me.
After saying that, the human face actually showed an anthropomorphic yawning expression, and then disappeared from the screen in an instant.
After seeing this scene, everyone present swallowed unconsciously. Finally, someone reacted and asked Zhang Siren tremblingly, Ms. Jiang, did you research this? Everyone had this question in their mind at this moment.
Including the big guys on the third floor, everyone is looking forward to it, hoping to get an answer. After all, Zhang Siren gave them a huge shock today.
They were eager to know how Zhang Siren and Xie Qinshan did it. Face this problem. Zhang Siren shook his head. Although I really want to take the credit for this, the fact is not so.
It took our entire project team 3 years to come up with the data model. Logically, completing this project will require a significant amount of funding, time, and effort. This was also the original purpose of holding this investment dinner. But today, with the help of a gentleman, we broke through all the shackles that trapped us.
That's why it was born today.
When Zhang Siren said the last sentence, his face was full of unconcealable pride. This is the result of her 3 years of hard research. It was also with the help of Nanfeng that the child was successfully born. There will be countless possibilities in its future. It will subvert all common people's cognition and create a whole new world and even system. If it weren't for Nanfeng, perhaps she would have continued to study for a long time, until she was willing to sacrifice everything she had.
Then may I ask Ms. Zhang, what are you going to name it?
Hearing this, Zhang Siren's mouth curled up slightly, and his eyes unconsciously looked towards the second floor. His voice was cold but also contained some rare tenderness. After the birth of this child, after discussions between me, the teacher, and the entire project team, we unanimously decided to name the child after the man who ultimately helped us. At this time, Nanfeng, who was in the box on the second floor, was observing the situation in the entire banquet hall. I have to say that although Zhang Siren is cold and aloof, he is not tainted by the mundane world. But her ability to control the situation is first-rate. Just when Nanfeng thought that he was no longer needed and the investment dinner would end smoothly, Zhang Siren's words made him spit out the tea he had just drunk.
Senior sister, stop it. A man should have some dignity. When Nanfeng wanted to stop it, it's obviously too late.
He stood in front of the glass window and looked into Zhang Siren's eyes.
The two people's eyes seemed to cross time and space and finally met. Its name is South Wind AI. Chapter 92, Go, Nanfeng. Go tell the world who is the best man.
When Nanfeng heard this name, he just wanted to find a hole in the ground to crawl into.
Shame. It's so shameful. Who would name an intelligent computer after a real person?
This decision could definitely not have been thought up by my senior sister.
Damn it. It must be that stinky old man.
He must have come up with this bad idea in order to force himself to enter the research institute. Just when Nanfeng was about to go find the old man to settle the score. When the others heard the name of Jinao, they were all stunned.
South Wind AI? Why does this name sound weird? That's right, this name always sounds so low. I'm wondering if you're deaf. Didn't you hear that this AI was named Nanfeng AI because the person who ultimately helped them successfully develop it was named Nanfeng? Wait. Nanfeng? Why does this name sound familiar? I remember now. Wasn't the guy the Chen family offended just now called Nanfeng?
Damn, now that you mention it, I remember that it wasn't just Sun Jihu, the eldest daughter of the Sun family, but even Jiang Siren stood up for him and slapped Shinsihai in the face.
Isn't that guy called Nanfeng?
At this moment, everyone remembered Nanfeng's existence.
Even the people on the third floor fell into deep thought after hearing Jiang Siren's words. Jiang Siren and the others understand.
Although he has a cold personality, he never tells lies. As they expected, the project would have taken a long time to complete.
The reason it was completed so quickly was because someone intervened.
And this person is called Nanfeng. They also witnessed the farce in the banquet hall at that time. At that time, they just thought it was a grudge between young people.
They didn't expect that it was so deeply involved. After hearing Jiang Siren's words, Su Shuyan's face instantly turned ugly.
Because a man named Nanfeng appeared.
Is that why their project was completed so quickly? But why has he never heard that there is a person named Nanfeng beside Jiang Siren? Where did he come from?
At this moment, in the audience, when Sun Jihu heard Jiang Siren's words, shock was written in his slender fox eyes. What did she just hear?
Nanfeng AI. The south wind, it's actually the south wind.
At this moment, all the problems that she had been unable to figure out before were now clear to her. No wonder Nanfeng said that this project did not require her investment or help at all. It turned out that Nanfeng had already helped them complete this project. Thinking of this, Sun Jihu felt a dull pain in his heart again.
He's still as good as ever.
But this time, she was no longer by his side.
Tuan Tuan in Sun Jihu's arms sensed her mother's emotions.
Her little hands tightly grasped the hem of Sun Jihu's skirt and whispered, "Mom, the Nanfeng that the older sister mentioned is dad, right?"
Although Tuan Chuan is young. But I still remember my father's name. Hearing this, Sun Jihu forced himself to explain, "Yes, it's dad." Isn't Tuan Tuan's dad awesome?
Sharp. When Tuan Chuan found out that it was really his father, he clapped excitedly. Mom, dad is worthy of being Tuan Tuan's father.
He is still as awesome as ever.
Looking at Tuan Chuan's proud expression, Sun Jihu hugged her silently and said in a hoarse voice, "Yes, he is still as powerful as before. But now he seems to no longer belong to himself.
To say again the only one that is simply unacceptable. I'm afraid it's only Chen Yao."
She originally stayed to ask Nanfeng for an explanation. But she never expected that she would hear the fact that she was most unwilling and dared not to think about.
Jiang Siren's project was actually completed by Nanfeng with her help? Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Nanfeng is obviously just an ordinary student at S University like her. How could he help Jiang Siren complete such an amazing project? Who doesn't know that Jiang Siren is recognized as the youngest and most talented instructor at S University? How could Nanfeng be so worthy as to be able to complete the same project with Jiang Siren? Impossible. This is absolutely impossible.
Seeing that his daughter's eyes were bloodshot, he kept saying impossible.
Song Mei's voice trembled as she asked, "Could the Nanfeng she's talking about be the bastard who just harmed our family?" Absolutely impossible.
Chen Yao jumped up upon hearing this and yelled, "He can't possibly be that capable. He's just a poor student from a small town, and he goes to get out of class just like me.
How could he possibly help Jiang Siren complete such an important project?"
Chen Yao simply couldn't believe that this project was completed with the help of Nanfeng. But soon, Jiang Siren's words made her completely stunned. I know everyone is curious about what kind of person the Nanfeng I just mentioned is, and he happens to be here today. After Jiang Siren finished speaking, he walked towards the second floor under everyone's shocked gaze. At this moment, Nanfeng in the box secretly said that something was wrong and was about to escape through the window, but Jiang Siren had already pushed the door and walked in front of him. Seeing Nanfeng ready to run away, Jiang Siren stepped forward, grabbed his tie and pulled him in front of him. Then, while helping him tidy up his clothes, she whispered softly, "Are you scared?"
How is that possible? Senior sister, you are questioning my dignity. If you're not afraid, why are you running away? Facing Jiang Siren's teasing look, Nanfeng smiled bitterly.
Senior sister, this is different from what we agreed upon at the beginning. I clearly said that I would attend this investment dinner with you and the teacher, but I wasn't informed. You're asking me to take on so many things at once. Seeing Nanfeng's bitter expression, Jiang Siren stretched out his slender fingers to gently smooth out the wrinkles on his eyebrows.
Be good, this is what the teacher meant.
The teacher said that since you are his student and will inherit his legacy in the future, you must make sure everyone remembers your name.
So that's why this damn old man named this intelligent computer after me, and even asked you, senior sister, to drag me into this? Jiang Siren nodded. Nanfeng was immediately furious. How dare this damn old man hurt me like this? Where is he? I'm going to take care of him now.
Hearing this, Jiang Siren replied softly, the teacher had anticipated that you would cause trouble for him, so he hid in advance. Hearing this, Nanfeng felt a fire burning in his heart with nowhere to vent.
You're trying to hide after I've harmed you.
Don't wait until I catch him, or I'll pull out the last few strands of his hair.
Jiang Siren just stood quietly by Nanfeng's side, listening to his dissatisfaction and complaints. After Nanfeng calmed down, he looked at Jiang Siren pitifully, senior sister, do I really have to go today? Jiang Siren nodded, then his soft fingers fell on Nanfeng's face and gently stroked it. Nanfeng, although I don't know why you don't like to go on stage, I have kept my promise to you. But this time, it's the teacher who needs you. He needs you to support him.
In the past 3 years, you have seen how much injustice the teacher has suffered and how many people have ridiculed him. No matter how much injustice the teacher faces, he will always bear it with all his heart. No matter how unhappy he is, he will still respect your choice and never complain to you.
Now that he has succeeded, he didn't take the success for himself, but left it to you. Left it to his most valued student.
Jiang Siren said, leaning gently against Nanfeng's chest, and said softly, Nanfeng, go. Go and tell them on behalf of the teacher, tell Hangzhou, tell the whole world who was the best man in the world.
Okay? Chapter 93, If there is a next time, I will betray this sect with you. Looking at the expectation flashing in Jiang Siren's eyes, Nanfeng was finally defeated.
Okay, for your sake, senior sister, I will agree to the old man's request, but senior sister, you must tell him that if it happens again, don't blame me for betraying your master. Seeing that Nanfeng agreed to his request, Jiang Siren pursed her lips and chuckled, then took his hand.
Okay, I'll tell the teacher for you. If it happens again, I'll join you in betraying the sect.
When Jiang Siren was comforting Nanfeng. At this moment, everyone in the banquet hall and on the 3rd floor could no longer contain themselves.
It has been 4 or 5 minutes since Jiang Siren entered. None of them knew what had happened during this period. Su Shuri's expression was the ugliest at this moment. The woman he only liked actually went to the 2nd floor to invite another man in public, and stayed alone with him for such a long time? This is simply challenging his tolerance limit.
Bai Qishan, standing by, said in a cold voice, what a bullshit Nanfeng.
I think they just made up a random name because the entire research institute didn't work together properly. And this Jiang Siren is full of nonsense.
A woman like my disciple is not worthy of your love at all.
Su Shuri remained silent, just gritting his teeth. Don't worry, teacher, I know what I'm doing. Others gradually lost their patience during the long wait. Just when they were about to go down and see what was going on,
Jiang Siren came back to the spotlight from the stairs holding Nanfeng's hand. The moment the south wind appears, the scene instantly caused an uproar.
It's really him. It's really the kid who caused trouble just now. Oh my god, it turns out he really is Nanfeng. Was he the one who helped Jiang Siren complete their research institute's project? No wonder Jiang Siren supported him just now. Didn't they say he was attached to the Chen family and was Sun Jihu's husband? How is this related to Jiang Siren? No, my brain is about to burn out.
When Nanfeng stood on the podium. On the 3rd floor, Su Shuyang clenched his fists tightly and looked at Nanfeng and Jiang Siren with a fierce look in his eyes. Originally, he just treated this as a joke. Unexpectedly, Jiang Siren actually showed up with Nanfeng, and even held his hand, and seemed particularly intimate.
Why?
Jiang Siren obviously has a cold attitude towards everyone, so why does he show this kind of look only to Nanfeng?
Why would she get so close to a man? And the people on the 3rd floor also recognized Nanfeng's identity. Isn't this the kid who made such a commotion just now? Turns out he is Nanfeng.
From the beginning, I felt something was wrong. If he were an ordinary person, how could he be qualified to attend this dinner, and even be able to attract the Hangzhou Sun family and Miss Jiang to show up at the same time?
This little guy is really not simple. How on earth did he manage to push the entire project to the final stage in just one day? This kid must be no simple matter. Go down and help keep an eye on him. Yes, Chief. Not only the people on the 3rd floor were shocked by Nanfeng's appearance. The same is true for Sun Jihoo and Chen Yao. Sun Jihoo didn't expect that Nanfeng, who always disliked showing up in public, would take the initiative to step into the public eye. She didn't expect that Jiang Siren would stand next to him, and the two looked so well matched. Dad. It's Dad. Mom, look, it's Dad coming out. Compared to the excited Tuanchuan,
Sun Jihoo only felt indescribable fatigue in his heart. On the other hand, when Chen Yao saw Nanfeng appear, her eyes were instantly filled with bloodshot.
How could this be? How could it really be him? Not to mention Chen Yao, even Song Mei was dumbfounded.
In her eyes, Nanfeng has always been a country bumpkin who was not worthy of being seen in public.
Why does he stand on the podium and become the focus of everyone's attention? Yao Yao, what's going on? Didn't you say he was just an ordinary person you were playing with? Why is he there? I understand. I understand everything.
Faced with her mother's doubts, Chen Yao stared at Jiang Siren, as if she understood something.
Yao Yao, what do you understand? Song Mei was completely confused by Chen Yao's words and became delirious. But Chen Yao didn't explain.
Instead, she grinned at Song Mei and said, "Mom, wait here for me.
I'm going to ruin their reputation today." Yao Yao, what do you want to do? Song Mei sensed something was wrong from Chen Yao's words, but before she could react,
Chen Yao had already stood up and walked quickly towards Nanfeng.
Nanfeng stood under the spotlight, facing the gazes of people from all walks of life in Hangzhou.
His mood was inevitably fluctuating, but he soon calmed down. "Next, please let Mr. Nanfeng say a few words to everyone." Jiang Siren handed the initiative to Nanfeng. Facing the questioning, curious and puzzled looks of the crowd, Nanfeng was about to speak when Chen Yao's voice rang out first.
I understand. Nanfeng, I was wondering how you could dare to talk to me like that. It turns out you're clinging to Jiang Siren's thigh.
Looking at Chen Yao, who suddenly jumped out. Nanfeng's expression remained unchanged.
I'm sorry, I don't understand you. Humph, even now, you're still pretending to be stupid. In front of everyone from all walks of life in Hangzhou, Chen Yao walked directly onto the stage, snatched the microphone from Nanfeng, and shouted, "Everyone, don't be fooled by them. Especially Jiang Siren. This project was not completed by Nanfeng at all. They teamed up to deliberately deceive you."
Everyone was shocked when they heard Chen Yao's nonsense.
Even the people on the third floor frowned. What's going on? Where did this little girl come from? Isn't this the ex-girlfriend of that guy from before?
I didn't expect that she still hasn't left despite such a big commotion.
Not bad, a bit courageous, but has she forgotten where this is? Forget it, let her talk. I also want to hear what's going on here. While everyone was discussing,
Chen Yao pointed at Jiang Siren, who had a cold expression, and said to everyone, "Even when I was dating Nanfeng, I noticed that he ignored me every night. At first I thought I was being overly sensitive, but when I asked him later, he told me that he was with Jiang Siren after class every day. At first I thought Jiang Siren was our mentor, so I didn't think much of it.
But it wasn't until now that I realized it. I'm afraid that when he was dating me, Nanfeng and Jiang Siren were already together. And the reason why we called Nanfeng out for this project was also Jiang Siren's plan. Because Nanfeng is just a poor boy, in everyone's eyes he is not worthy of Jiang Siren. In order to avoid being laughed at in the future, Jiang Siren gave the credit for this project to Nanfeng and asked him to come out and accept everyone's compliments. Everyone, don't be fooled by them. They've actually been together for a long time." Chapter 94, What is the relationship between Nanfeng and Jiang Siren? Teacher and student or lovers? What?
When Chen Yao said this, everyone was stunned with shock. You should know that Jiang Siren is a distinguished professor at S University and also the youngest professor.
She is also known as a genius girl. The things Chen Yao described could never happen to her, and she couldn't even imagine it. The most outrageous thing is the relationship between her and Nanfeng. I thought they were in a relationship, lovers, or just friends. But I never expected that they were actually teacher and student. And according to Chen Yao, it seems that Jiang Siren was already with Nanfeng when Chen Yao and Nanfeng were dating. If this is really the case, then Jiang Siren.
After hearing what Chen Yao said, everyone on the third floor changed their expressions.
I was thinking I've heard the name Nanfeng somewhere before. Isn't he the one from S University who ranked first in his grade for 3 consecutive years? So he's not only a student of S University, but also a student of Jiang Siren? No wonder Jiang Siren helped Nanfeng before. It seems that the relationship between them is indeed not simple. That makes sense.
Otherwise, there would be no need for John Girl to make such a big fuss for an ordinary student.
What's so good about this kid that Sun Jihoo and Jung Siren would both follow him?
No matter what happened, once the relationship between Jung Siren and Nanfeng is confirmed, Jung Siren's life will be completely over. Su Shiri, who was standing by, slowly loosened his fists when he heard these words.
I see.
No wonder Jung Siren is so protective of Nanfeng, it's because of this reason. It seems that he had misjudged Jung Siren all along.
Thinking of this, Su Shiri's eyes looking at Jung Siren became ambiguous. Jung Siren. This is a flaw that you brought upon yourself, so you can't blame me.
At this moment, Sun Jihoo did not expect that Chen Yao would rush forward so bravely.
Not only that, he even made the relationship between Nanfeng and Jung Siran public. Just thinking about what might happen next.
Sun Jihoo's expression changed instantly. Just when she was about to go up to help Nanfeng out of trouble.
But I heard a laugh.
And this laughter did not come from anyone else, but from the south wind.
Under the influence of the microphone, Nanfeng's laughter spread throughout the entire banquet hall, and the originally noisy crowd now quieted down, all looking at Nanfeng in confusion, not understanding why he was laughing at this time. Shouldn't he be furious and angry at being exposed, or confront Chen Yao out of grief and anger? How can he be so calm?
It's not just the south wind. Even Jung Siren, who was standing next to him, was shocked by Chen Yao's words. His expression didn't change at all from beginning to end.
So what you're saying is that Teacher Jiang gave me the credit for this, and that there's something unspeakable between me and Teacher Jiang? What else?
Chen Yao stared at Nanfeng intently.
Nanfeng, don't think I don't know what kind of person you are. With your limited abilities, you still want to participate in such an important project? Stop flattering yourself.
Looking at Chen Yao's eyes, she seemed to want to bite herself to death. Nanfeng's eyes were as indifferent as water.
So Chen Yao, like I said before, do you really understand me? Do I need to know anything about you? Aren't you just some jerk who crawled out of a ditch and will do anything for money?
It seemed that Chen Yao showed no sign of remorse.
Nanfeng replied directly and coldly. Idiot. You. What did you scold me for? I called you a fool. What? Can't you hear me? Then I'll call you a fool again. Nanfeng roared the last sentence loudly.
Chen Yao was completely stunned. She also didn't expect that Nanfeng would swear in public. But the more this happened, the more she became convinced that she was right.
Nanfeng must have a special relationship with Jung Siren. Humph, keep on cursing me. Everyone already knows what kind of person you are. Just wait until today is over and you and Jung Siren will both be ruined.
Faced with Chen Yao's smug face, Nanfeng completely lost the idea of communicating with her. Nanfeng casually picked up the microphone and slowly spoke to the celebrities from all walks of life in Hangzhou. Someone just now was talking nonsense, saying that I was the one who took the credit for nothing, and that I had an unclear relationship with Teacher Jiang. I should have made some explanations on this matter.
But then I thought, if I explain it so easily, then wouldn't everyone's coming here tonight be in vain? Nanfeng's 2 words eased the tense atmosphere. One could even faintly hear 1 or 2 laughs. Of course, I'm thick-skinned. I don't care what people say about me. Even if you call me a gigolo, I'll happily accept it. After all, if I'm not handsome, I can't be a gigolo, right? Nanfeng stirred up everyone's emotions with just a few words. And also gathered their attraction on himself. Ha ha ha. A burst of laughter rang out in the venue.
Nanfeng then continued, "Thank you all for your support just now, but there are some things I need to say. Otherwise, if you spread rumors today that I have an ambiguous relationship with Teacher Jiang, you might spread rumors that I'm incompetent tomorrow." Nanfeng paused for a moment, then continued, "First of all, there's no need to guess about the relationship between me and Teacher Jiang.
Even if you rack your brains, you won't be able to figure it out.
But just don't bring it up with the feuds of wealthy families, because just like what that crazy woman said, I'm just an ordinary person from a small county town.
I can't marry into any wealthy family, nor can I play palace intrigues."
Hearing this, Chen Yao was so angry that her whole body was shaking.
Nanfeng, who are you calling a lunatic? The laughter of the crowd at this moment drowned out Chen Yao's angry questioning.
Nanfeng ignored Chen Yao and continued, "But since we're talking about this project, to be honest, I do have the right to say a few words. Because this plan to research superintelligence and create intelligent brains was proposed by me from the very beginning.
What?
After hearing Nanfeng's words, not only Chen Yao and the people from all walks of life in Hangzhou below, but even the people on the third floor were stunned. What did he just say? Was it him who proposed this project? How is this possible? I clearly remember that it was old Siat who took this project proposal to the higher-ups and asked for funding for research and development.
Yeah, and I don't remember seeing this guy in Lao Xia's research institute. Where did he come from? Isn't he just making up nonsense to save face? I don't think so. Keep listening and see. When everyone was speculating, Nanfeng continued, then someone asked, since you were the one who proposed this project, why haven't we seen you in the institute before, and why doesn't anyone know of your existence? Nanfeng paused for a moment, then smiled and said, that's because I won't let you. Chapter 95 Master, please give me your orders.
As soon as Nanfeng finished speaking, the whole place burst into laughter.
Oh my god, did I hear that correctly? He actually said that he didn't allow it? Does he know who is in charge of this project? Exactly. He really thought he could say whatever he wanted just because he was favored by Zhang Siren? He probably doesn't even know that the person in charge of this project is actually Mr. Xie. Just wait and see.
Once Mr. Xie finds out about this, his life will be over. This time, it wasn't just the people in the audience who started laughing at Nanfeng.
Even Chen Yao couldn't help laughing out loud. Nanfeng, do you really think that just because you're with Zhang Siren, you can say whatever you want? Who do you think you are? How much face do you have to prevent others from revealing your identity?
The people on the third floor all frowned when they heard this. They thought Nanfeng was a genius, but they never expected that Nanfeng would be so arrogant.
Forget it, let this farce end. Apparently, someone on the third floor couldn't stand it anymore. I was just about to send someone to end this farce.
At this moment, Nanfeng suddenly snapped his fingers. As the crisp sound of snapping fingers echoed throughout the venue, the entire banquet hall was plunged into darkness in an instant. This time, not only everyone was confused, but even the staff were panicked.
Because this time the lighting is not under their control at all.
At this moment, the backstage was in chaos.
What the hell is going on? I remember there wasn't an extra light-off segment during the rehearsal? Boss, it really wasn't us who turned off the lights this time. Just look if you don't believe me.
At this time, the person in charge of the backstage rushed directly to the computer, only to see that the entire screen was black and only a face appeared. And this face was exactly the one that Zhang Siren had previously projected onto the big screen.
What is this?
Just when the person in charge was confused, Nanfeng's voice rang out in the darkness, "Good boy, show them something good."
Yes, master. When the mechanical sound echoed in the darkness, everyone was confused. What was that talking just now? I think I heard something calling for its master? Brother, there should be limits to how much you can do. Who dares to mess around in this kind of situation? No, I really heard someone calling the master.
At this moment, when everyone was nervous, the face that had just disappeared appeared on the big screen again, but it was very different from what it was not long ago. Its face was no longer a basic outline, but the face of an extremely cute little girl. When she slowly opened her eyes, her body gradually began to appear on the screen.
When her body fully appeared, she actually bowed directly to Nanfeng?
And everyone at this time saw this scene. For a moment, they were all stunned.
Am I seeing things? This ghost thing is actually saluting Nanfeng? Is this also part of the arrangement? I wasn't hallucinating just now.
This thing really was calling out for its master.
Oh my god, this thing is so scary.
Just after it saluted Nanfeng, she suddenly stretched, then shrank her body and jumped to the corner of the screen. Then she suddenly pulled out a pair of cute glasses from somewhere. But when she put on the glasses, the screen began to jump wildly, and soon all the records of Nanfeng's participation in this scientific research appeared on the big screen.
It even includes the signature on the original project book. Planner, Nanfeng.
When everyone saw these 5 words, they were all shocked.
Was this project actually proposed by Nanfeng?
Master, this is all the data related to your participation in the research, including video recordings, surveillance, file backups, and all call logs and records of your events. I still have the underlying code from your research in my body.
Master, do you want to show it to them? As the lovely mechanical sound echoed in the darkness,
the huge banquet hall was now completely silent. At this moment, the big guys on the third floor were so shocked after seeing this scene. The reason they didn't believe in Nanfeng was, firstly, that they had never seen Nanfeng, and secondly, that he was too young. To complete such a project, not only ordinary students, but even PhDs may not be qualified. But when the truth was revealed, they were all dumbfounded. This epoch-making project was actually initiated and completed by Nanfeng? And judging from the scientific research records on the big screen, even more than 70% of the core parts were completed independently by Nanfeng? What kind of monster is this? Even Sushiri, who was originally full of jealousy and resentment towards Nanfeng, showed a shocked expression for the first time after seeing the scientific research records on the screen. No one knows better than geniuses like them what the content on the screen means. How can this be called a scientific research record? This is simply the birth of a monster. At this time, Bai Qishan, who was standing next to Su Shuyang, suddenly thought of the words Xie Chenshan left before he left. Old Bai, open your eyes and take a good look today. I will let you know what the real difference is. At this moment, the last words left by Xie Chenshan gradually overlapped with the figure of Nanfeng. He stared intently at the high-spirited Nanfeng on the stage, muttering to himself, Xie Chenshan, so this is the gap you were talking about? After seeing the little girl's cute expression, Nanfeng smiled and waved his hand. That's a good thing I left for you, you can't show it to them. I understand, master. Is there anything else I can help you with? It's okay. Go down and have a good rest. But you have to remember to eat what you should eat and not eat what you shouldn't eat. Otherwise, if you get diarrhea, no one will take care of you. No problem, don't worry, master, I won't let you down. After saying that, the little girl on the screen suddenly picked up a school bag, waved to Nanfeng, and disappeared from the screen with a jump. As the little girl disappeared, the lights in the entire banquet hall returned to normal. Facing the shocked people in the banquet hall at this moment, Nanfeng smiled and said, Everyone, these are the data I specially prepared. I wonder if you are satisfied. Everyone was so shocked by Nanfeng's miraculous skills that they were speechless. They never dreamed of it. One day, you only need to snap your fingers to summon a little person who can think and communicate on her own, and she can also meet any of your requests. Is this thing really something that can appear in this era? What made them even more unbelievable was that this project was actually initiated and led by Nanfeng. What about Xie Chenshan, Mr. Xie? What role does he play in this? Just as everyone was speculating, Chen Yao had already been frightened by the scene just now. When the little girl appeared, she thought she saw a ghost. After she calmed down and looked at the experimental data and attendance records on the screen, and even the schedule of Nanfeng's participation in this project, Chen Yao was completely stunned. How is this possible? This project was actually proposed by Nanfeng and helped to complete it? Impossible. This is impossible. How could it call you master? Wasn't this project completed by Mr. Xie? Chapter 96, Unfilial Disciple, Deceitful Master, and Love-Hate Relationship between Master and Disciple. At this time, Chen Yao's defense had been completely broken. But this time, Nanfeng didn't even need to explain. Jiang Xiran said coldly, Who told you that this project was led by my teacher? Chen Yao was stunned when she heard Jiang Xiran's words. Yes, who said that this mission was led by Xie Chenshan? It seems like no one has ever said that? They just knew that this project existed, and it was always Xie Chenshan who asked for research funds, so they all subconsciously thought that Xie Chenshan was leading this project. Seeing Chen Yao speechless, Jiang Xiran snatched the microphone from her hand and then explained to everyone, maybe many people here think that this project was completed by me and my teacher together, but in fact, it's not just me and my teacher. In fact, everyone in the institute is helping Nanfeng. You may be wondering why the intelligent computer is in completely different states with me and with Nanfeng? Actually, this is because the underlying code and operating logic of this intelligent brain were all completed independently by Nanfeng. This is also why the intelligent brain recognizes Nanfeng as its master. This project originally needed 3 months to produce preliminary results, and it did require a lot of funding. However, with Nanfeng's help, the intelligent brain was able to appear before everyone in such a short time. After Jiang Xiran finished speaking, he turned around and looked at Chen Yao, saying indifferently, Chen Yao, as a student of S University, it's okay if you don't focus on your studies. And you're spreading rumors without knowing the truth. I will hold you fully accountable for your behavior today and will report the situation truthfully to the school. Students like you are not suitable to be my students. What? Hearing Jiang Xiran's words, Chen Yao felt like she was struck by lightning. No. No.
How could things turn out like this?
After she rushed over, she should have ruined the reputation of Nanfeng and Jiang Siren, so why did she have to bear the consequences in the end? Originally, Jiang Siren's punishment for her was just suspension from school. But once she is fired, her life will be over. Chen Yao was completely panicked at this time, but she also understood that it was impossible to change Jiang Siren's mind now. In this case, she can only go down this path until the end.
Okay, even if this thing was researched by Nanfeng, how do you explain the relationship between you and Nanfeng? Chen Yao has now given up.
When everyone heard Chen Yao's words, their expressions changed subtly. Indeed, although these things can prove Nanfeng's strength. But morally and logically speaking, Jiang Siren is Nanfeng's teacher. If they really have the kind of relationship that Chen Yao said, then even if Nanfeng can extricate himself from this turmoil, Jiang Siren's life will be completely ruined.
Seeing Chen Yao pointing the finger at Jiang Siren again, Nanfeng was about to speak.
Suddenly a loud voice sounded from the direction of the stairs. I just left for a while to avoid that brat, but I didn't expect someone would dare to spread rumors about my apprentice.
If I didn't come back, would you think I was dead?
As this voice sounded, everyone who was still sitting in the banquet hall stood up instantly.
Thank you, mister. Thank you, mister. Thank you, mister.
Even Sun Jihu stood up from his seat holding Tuanshuan when he saw the old man appear.
It's not because she's not noble enough.
But it was because Xia Qinshan deserved her respect. Xia Qinshan, if this country was bullied by various countries decades ago, then Xia Qinshan and others are heroes who rush to the front line to protect the country's bottom line and dignity. It is precisely because of their research and dedication that the country has escaped from the situation of being bullied. Over the years, he did not retreat behind the scenes because of his age. Instead, he led the team time and time again to break through the restrictions imposed by foreign countries on the country. Moreover, he was invited to the Red Hall, which symbolizes the pinnacle of power, and was praised by the highest leader himself as a hero who was the pillar of the country's honor.
Briefly describe Xia Qinshan's status.
That is, if he is invited to appear at any dinner table in Hangzhou, as long as he is not there and does not pick up his chopsticks, no one dares to take the first bite.
Chen Yao turned around.
When she saw the old man, flanked by 2 bodyguards and walking with great vigor, she was so frightened that her legs went weak on the spot. She originally thought that Xia Qinshan would not show up despite such a big farce.
Because this is equivalent to abandoning his people. The result was totally unexpected. This big guy actually shows up. If she could still throw everything into chaos when challenging Jiang Siren, then in front of Xia Qinshan, she didn't even have the courage to say a word. Do you really think anyone can be worthy of the title pillar of the country?
I'm afraid that the moment Xia Qinshan appeared, many guns were already pointed at Chen Yao's head.
Teacher.
When Jiang Siren saw Xia Qinshan coming, he quickly stepped forward to support him. Only Nanfeng looked unhappy when he saw him appear. The old man seemed to have sensed Nanfeng's anger and coughed lightly. When Xia Qinshan came to Nanfeng's side, Nanfeng slowly said, "Sure, it's fun to play me around, right?"
No, how could you misunderstand me like this? Hear the south wind's complaints. Xia Qinshan was so angry that he blew his beard and glared, "You've been with me for 3 years. You don't participate in any activities. I didn't know that I would think you weren't my student at all. So you're using my senior sister's blind date to threaten me? You should know that I hate being threatened the most, right?"
It seemed that Nanfeng was on the verge of getting angry. Xia Qinshan's wrinkled old face actually forced a flattering smile.
"Xiaofeng, you can't say that.
After all, we agreed on the phone that if you come to this dinner, I'll agree to your terms.
That's called a deal. Do you understand what a deal is?" See the old man trying desperately to explain.
Nanfeng's anger slowly dissipated.
"Okay, let's just consider this a deal.
But if you dare force me to go on a blind date again, I'll pluck out the last few hairs on your head."
No. No. This is absolutely not allowed.
If your mistress saw this, she would probably laugh to death.
None of my business. You unfilial disciple. You liar Lao Dang.
Everyone originally thought that when Xia Qinshan arrived, he would be furious, and then quickly take control of the situation and start settling accounts.
As a result, they never dreamed that after Xia Qinshan appeared, instead of getting angry, he started arguing with Nanfeng? And if they weren't dazzled just now, it seemed that Xia Qinshan was trying to please Nanfeng? Chapter 97, To succeed in academia, it's not your ability that counts, it's your background. Friend, am I dreaming? Mr. Xia is actually trying to curry favor with that guy called Nanfeng? Damn it! I must be dazzled. How could Mr. Xia, who is so powerful, be so kind to a young man? Is there a possibility that Nanfeng is actually the illegitimate son of a certain big boss in Tianjin who is hiding his identity? Hurry up and uninstall that crappy novel software of yours. Everyone was shocked by Xie Qinshan's attitude towards Nanfeng. Even the big boss on the third floor almost dropped his jaw when he saw this scene. I originally thought he was a young man who didn't know his place, but I didn't expect him to be so successful at such a young age. Isn't it? He single-handedly carried the entire project team for this national-level project. Even Jiang Siren is probably inferior to him, right? I really don't know where old Xia picked up this treasure. If he were my disciple, I'd probably wake up laughing in my dreams. Old Bai, you've been fighting with old Xia for most of your life. I never thought that even though we both have one foot in the grave, old Xia is still the most powerful. I really can't accept it. Facing the ridicule and sighs of colleagues, Bai Qishan was so angry that his beard stood up, and he wanted to open his mouth to refute. But the facts are there. Nanfeng's scientific research record on the big screen was his invincible resume, which made Bai Qishan unable to speak at all. Even his most proud disciple Su Shiri, who had done countless projects, was like child's play compared to Nanfeng's project. Although he was extremely reluctant, he had to admit it. Nanfeng is a monster. A genius who will definitely cause a huge sensation once he is exposed. Only then did he understand. The reason why Nanfeng said that at the beginning was because he didn't want to expose his existence. If I had known from the beginning that Nanfeng was such a monster, even if it costs him his reputation, he must poach Nanfeng. Unfortunately, it's too late to say anything now. Xia Qinshan and Nanfeng on the stage were cursing at each other, and from outsiders' perspective, it looked like a quarrel between grandfather and grandson. At first, Su Shiri didn't take Nanfeng seriously. Because even if he is a genius, he doesn't have much backing. For their circle, personal ability is important, but having someone to support them is more important. Just like Jiang Siren, the reason why he has the opportunity to have an equal dialogue with Jiang Siren is not because he is more capable than Jiang Siren, but because his teacher is Bai Qishan. In the academic circle, backing is always more important than personal strength. This is the truth that Su Shiri came to after years of working in this circle. So what if Jiang Siren favors him? No matter how evil Nanfeng is without any backing, he has 100 ways to strangle Nanfeng in the cradle. But he never dreamed that Nanfeng's real backer was not Jiang Siren at all. But it's Xia Qinshan. This is one of the few mountains in the academic world, and it is the highest mountain in terms of status that his teacher has never defeated in his entire life. At this time, Su Shuyan took off his gold-rimmed glasses and rubbed his eyebrows fiercely. I thought Jiang Siren was destined to be mine. I never expected that a Chang Yaojin would suddenly appear in the middle. But it's better this way. He wants to see how big a wave this so-called monster can make. I saw an old man and a young boy arguing non-stop. Jiang Siren said at the right moment, "Teacher, everyone is waiting for you to speak now." Ha? Oh. Yes, I almost forgot. Xia Qinshan glared at Nanfeng fiercely. "Boy, I'll settle the score with you after this is over." Come if you want, who's afraid of who? Nanfeng also knew that as long as Xia Qinshan stepped forward, he would no longer be needed for the rest. But he can't leave just yet. Because he still needs a chance. Seeing that everyone's eyes were focused on him, Xia Qinshan's face returned to its usual seriousness. "Everyone, please sit down first. Although I am old, you don't have to be so reserved. We are guests. Just pretend I don't exist and be casual." "Thank you, you're so polite." "Thank you, you're so polite." Despite Xia Qinshan's polite words, everyone still didn't dare to breathe. If you offend Jiang Siren, you can go to Xia Qinshan to plead for mercy. If you offend Xia Qinshan, your life will be over. Wait until everyone is seated. Only then did Xia Qinshan turn his gaze to Chen Yao, who was trembling all over. "You are Chen Yao, right?" Hearing that Xia Qinshan actually knew her, Chen Yao was immediately ecstatic. "Thank you, Mr. Xia, you know me?" "I know you, more than just know you. I've had countless fights with that brat because of you. How could I not recognize you?" Xia Qinshan said that he knew him. But the anger in his next words made Chen Yao feel like she was falling into an icy cave. "Back then, I said I wouldn't allow you to date him no matter what. I could tell right away that you weren't a good person. But this bastard insisted on dating you no matter what. He even skipped the lab for a month because of you. If it weren't for you,
our project could have been moved forward at least another month.
1 month.
At this time, Xia Qinshan was heartbroken.
Obviously, Nanfeng is still upset about wasting a month.
Chen Yao originally thought that she would leave a good impression on Xia Qinshan, but she never dreamed that the reason Xia Qinshan knew her was because of Nanfeng, and because of her, the progress of their project was delayed for a month. Even if Xia Qinshan didn't say it, Chen Yao could feel the other party's hatred for her. At this moment, there were only 2 words in Chen Yao's mind. That is, it's over. It was she who pursued Nanfeng in the beginning. It all started from a simple adventure, and she happened to fall in love with the extremely handsome Nanfeng. They dated for a month afterwards, and during that time Nanfeng was almost always by her side, so much so that she had no idea that so many things had happened in that month. As an elder, I shouldn't have made things difficult for a junior like you, but you've really gone too far. It would have been fine if you'd found a fiancé outside without telling Nanfeng and then proposed a breakup, but I didn't expect that you'd have to let your mother do the breaking up on your behalf.
Chen Yao, you look down on me too much. Xia Qinshan did not hesitate to teach Chen Yao a lesson.
But he didn't mention the rumor mongering in his words.
Instead, he sounded like an elder who wanted to seek justice for Nanfeng because of his breakup with Chen Yao. After hearing what Xia Qinshan said, Nanfeng came to Zhang Siren and asked in a low voice, "Senior sister, how did the teacher know all this?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Siren looked straight ahead and remained silent. Nanfeng suddenly understood what was going on when he saw this. "Okay, senior sister, so it was you who secretly told this old man." Seeing that Nanfeng had discovered that he had informed on her, Zhang Siren took advantage of the fact that everyone's attention was on Xia Qinshan and Chen Yao and quickly leaned over to Nanfeng Zir and whispered, "Okay, didn't I call them over specifically to help you vent your anger? Besides, the teacher is doing this for your own good. Just let senior sister and the teacher help you vent your anger, okay?" Hearing Zhang Siren's coquettish tone, Nanfeng felt like his bones were going to be soft. "But when I think about my own position..." He coughed lightly and said sternly, "Senior sister, this is the last time. If you tell on me again, I won't talk to you anymore." "Okay, I'll listen to you from now on." While Zhang Siren was coaxing Nanfeng, Chen Yao's face had turned blue and purple. Chapter 98, The Past is a Boomerang, Always Hitting the Present Hard.
Although she thought that Xia Qinshan would not let her go easily, she still did not expect that Xia Qinshan would tell the private affairs between her and Nanfeng in public. When everyone who had just participated in the farce heard Xia Qinshan's words, they were all stunned.
No, didn't Chen Sihai say that Nanfeng was trying to get close to the Chen family? Why does it sound like Chen Yao was the one who cheated first, according to Elder Xie? Hiss, you're really not saying that. While you were dating your boyfriend, you got engaged to someone else, and then you broke up with your boyfriend without personally intervening. Isn't that a complete scumbag?
I still thought it was Nanfeng's fault, but I didn't expect it was the Chen family who complained first. When Xia Qinshan told the truth, those who had previously held prejudices against Nanfeng suddenly changed their tune. They now turned all their attacks towards Chen Yao. I originally thought Chen Yao was innocent. Unexpectedly, she was the worst one. She cheated on her husband and got engaged while they were in a relationship.
Is this something a human being could do? Not only did he let his mother break up for him and compensate the other party with a breakup fee, but he even accused Nanfeng of blackmailing him? No way.
If Xia Qinshan hadn't been there, they would probably have been unable to restrain themselves and started fighting. Song Mei in the audience originally wanted to refute when she heard these words, but after seeing Xia Qinshan, she completely became timid.
She might be able to be a little tougher in front of Nanfeng. But who is Xia Qinshan?
That was the big boss she could never afford to offend in her life. On the other side, after hearing Xia Qinshan's words, Sun Jihu's originally tired eyes flashed with a sinister light. She originally thought that Nanfeng was deceived. I didn't expect that he was actually the one being scumbag. This damn Chen Yao actually dared to play tricks on Nanfeng like this.
Even if Nanfeng could swallow this, she couldn't.
She was ready to wait until the party was over. She will definitely make the Chen family give Nanfeng a satisfactory explanation. Mr. Xia, no matter what happened between Nanfeng and me, these are private matters between him and me.
As an elder, you should have no right to ask about it, right?
Chen Yao knew that she had completely lost face this time. She simply didn't refute it and admitted it.
Since Xia Qinshan scolded him in the tone of an elder, he couldn't bully the young, right?
Just when Chen Yao was rejoicing that she had found the loophole,
Xia Qinshan's tone also turned cold. Okay, I can do as you say.
I won't get involved in the affairs between you young people, but you must give me an explanation for slandering my apprentice. Otherwise, in the future, any cat or dog will dare to step on my apprentice when they see him.
Where can I put my old face?
Seeing Xie Qinshan getting angry about this matter, Chen Yao quickly said, Mr. Xie, I absolutely did not slander you. Everyone knows that teacher Jiang is your apprentice, but she and Nanfeng are, after all, a teacher-student relationship.
Don't you think that this is the biggest impact on your reputation?
Bullshit. As soon as Chen Yao finished speaking, she wanted to applaud her own speech. She never expected the result.
Xie Qinshan actually swore in public. Who the hell told you that Ran is the only one who is my student? What?
Hearing Xie Qinshan's words, Chen Yao was stunned at first, and then a possibility suddenly popped up in her mind. But she quickly suppressed the thought.
Impossible. This alone is absolutely impossible. How could Nanfeng be? Even now, Chen Yao is still slandering the relationship between Zhang Siren and Nanfeng.
Xie Qinshan walked directly in front of Nanfeng and patted him on the back with his big hand. Then he turned around and looked at everyone in the banquet hall at the moment, and said solemnly, now that this farce has come to this, some things must be brought to the table and explained clearly. Now I am here to formally introduce to you my second close disciple, who is also Ran's only junior fellow disciple, Nanfeng.
What?
As soon as Xie Qinshan finished speaking, the entire banquet hall was instantly in an uproar.
No, did I hear correctly? This Nanfeng is actually Mr. Xie's second close disciple? Oh my god. Am I hallucinating? Master Xie actually accepted another disciple during his lifetime?
I originally thought that Zhang Siren was partial to Nanfeng because he liked him, but I didn't expect that Nanfeng would actually be Mr. Xie's last disciple. No wonder Zhang Siren took such good care of him. Wait, if Nanfeng is Master Xie's last disciple, doesn't that mean the Chen family gave up Master Xie, the pillar of the country, for a small family that popped up out of nowhere? I can't take it anymore. I'm going crazy laughing just thinking about this. The Chen family is truly amazing. Before, they were saying that Nanfeng was trying to curry favor with the Chen family, but in the end, the Chen family isn't even worthy of carrying someone else's shoes.
I guess after tonight, the Chen family will hide under the quilt and cry. Quilt? Do you think the Chen family will still have quilts after tonight? After learning about Nanfeng's identity. In addition to being shocked by Nanfeng's identity, everyone present was more concerned about kicking Chen Yao and the Chen family when they were down.
For the sake of profit, Chen Yao dumped Nanfeng. It wasn't until now that I realized that Nanfeng was the real big shot. Now everyone is waiting to see the Chen family make a fool of themselves. Only Sun Jihu trembled when she learned Nanfeng's current identity. She stared blankly at Nanfeng, who was standing on the stage, illuminated by countless spotlights, like the brightest new star. At this moment, her heart was once again in turmoil. All the things that happened between him and Nanfeng, and how they ended up having a quarrel that couldn't be resolved.
Nanfeng, you're a useless piece of shit. What else can you do besides coaxing Tuanchuan? Can you give her a bright future? Can you support a family?
The most vicious sarcasm in the past was like a boomerang, hitting Sun Jihu in the present hard from the past.
So, I was the one who was wrong all along? Tuanchuan, who was in Sun Jihu's arms, couldn't help but whisper when he heard his mother's words, Mom, is that old man standing next to Dad very powerful? I heard Tuanchuan's childish voice. Sun Jihu forced a smile and nodded. Yeah, that's impressive. Is he more powerful than my grandfather? Yes. That's great. Dad will never be bullied by bad guys again.
Mom, you don't know, when you're not at home, that bad uncle always secretly bullies Dad. I want to complain to you, but Dad never lets me.
Dad said that even if I told Mom, she wouldn't believe it and wouldn't protect him. But from now on, as long as we have that grandpa, no one will bully Dad anymore.
Tuanchuan's words were like a sharp knife that pierced through all of Sun Jihu's disguises. Her tears rolled down like water.
It turned out that even Tuanchuan knew that Nanfeng was always bullied when she was with him. But I just didn't believe him. Chapter 99, Love is never a one-person affair.
It turns out she was the one who was wrong from the beginning. When the people on the third floor heard Xie Qinshan's words, they were a little surprised, but not many. After all, it can be seen from Xie Qinshan's attitude towards Nanfeng just now.
If the two were not master and disciple, who would dare to act so rudely in front of Xie Qinshan? Commander, do we need to arrange some bodyguards for this young man?
The bodyguard in black on the third floor stood behind an old man in a Zhongshan suit and asked. The old man narrowed his eyes and looked at Nanfeng, unable to suppress the smile on his lips. Great, great. I thought Hangzhou already had enough talented people, but I didn't expect such a young man to appear.
Let's make the arrangements.
First, arrange for 2 people to protect him in secret. After the banquet, I will have a good chat with him and see if he is worth training.
Yes, Chief.
The only ones who were unhappy were probably Master Bai Qishan and his disciples, as well as Chen Yao.
Bai Qishan finally seized the opportunity and got a project that was key supported by the state.
As a result, all the pride and confidence were shattered at this dinner. Su Shuri was angry about the relationship between Zhang Siren and Nanfeng. At the same time, he was also jealous that Nanfeng could climb up Xia Qinshan, the highest mountain in the academic world. Once Xia Qinshan supports him, then it would be difficult for me to get in touch with Zhang Siren again. The person who was most reluctant to believe this fact was naturally Chen Yao, although she had already guessed this possibility. But when Xia Qinshan publicly stated that Nanfeng was his apprentice, she felt like her whole world was about to collapse.
Impossible. Impossible. How could you be Mr. Xia's apprentice? Chen Yao covered her head, on the verge of collapse.
She stared at Nanfeng intently, her eyes red as she said, Nanfeng, tell me.
This isn't true. In response to Chen Yao's questioning, Nanfeng just gave her a cold look, then said calmly, that's why I said, do you really understand me?
Hearing this, Chen Yao recalled all the time she had been with Nanfeng. Because their relationship started as a joke, Chen Yao didn't pay much attention to Nanfeng. She only let Nanfeng accompany her when she needed him. Later, her childhood sweetheart came back from abroad, and her family immediately asked them to get engaged.
Not just because I like it. It is more about the binding of interests.
Although Chen Yao was somewhat touched by the breakup with Nanfeng, it wasn't much. After all, Nanfeng was just a pastime for her during school. But she never dreamed that it was precisely because of her simple idea that she did not have a deep understanding of Nanfeng.
Participating in national-level projects, Xia Qinshan's direct disciple. Has he always been this powerful? But why? If you're so powerful, why do you still hide your identity? You only need to tell me once, and I will never break up with you. Nanfeng.
Looking at Chen Yao, who was hysterical and had completely collapsed. There was no trace of emotion in Nanfeng's eyes.
Chen Yao, I've told you many times that love is never something you talk about alone. I remember what you like to eat, I remember your habit of rinsing your mouth with grapes after drinking, and I remember that you only drink hot cocoa when you have a stomachache, but do you remember what I like to eat? Hearing Nanfeng's words, Chen Yao was stunned. Because she doesn't know. No one can keep giving alone all the time. If you want me to tell you, at least I want to see that you value me. If you're with me because of my identity, do you think our relationship can still be called love? Chen Yao, stop making excuses for yourself.
Nanfeng picked up the microphone, ignoring the completely collapsed Chen Yao, and turned to the celebrities in Hangzhou. I'm sure you're all curious.
Since I'm your student, why do you keep hiding your identity?
Aside from not wanting to be disturbed, another reason is that besides the intelligent brain project you just saw, I'm also researching some other interesting topics. If these issues were known to everyone in advance, I would probably not have time to enjoy life.
Hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up.
Except for this national project.
Nanfeng actually has other project topics on hand? Are they dreaming?
At this time, Xia Qinshan did not expect that Nanfeng would actually speak about this matter in public. He hurriedly grabbed the microphone and covered Nanfeng's mouth.
What are you talking about here, you little brat? Nanfeng could feel Xia Qinshan's nervousness.
But he just smiled indifferently and looked straight towards the 3rd floor.
Teacher, since you're going to do it, you should always try to gain some bargaining chips for yourself in advance, right? You little lunatic.
At this time, Xia Qinshan was so angry that he was about to explode.
It's easy for you to say that, but do you know how many people will be watching you after tonight? If you take some things out now, have you considered your own safety? Teacher, don't worry, I know my limits.
While the two were discussing secretly.
When everyone saw Xia Qinshan's reaction, they couldn't help but think of one thing.
That is, Nanfeng may be hiding more and more mysterious secrets. An intelligent brain project is enough to change the situation between countries. What if he has other projects? At this moment, everyone's eyes looking at Nanfeng became extremely fiery.
Mr. Nanfeng, does your project need investment now? That's right, Mr. Nanfeng. If it's convenient, could you please add my contact information? If you need any financial assistance, our company will fully support you. That's right, Mr. Nanfeng.
If you have a suitable project, please feel free to contact us.
We guarantee that your funding will not be affected in any way.
Except for Chen Yao and her daughter, no one who can attend this dinner is a fool. They knew too well the value of being Xie Qinshan's apprentice and leading the completion of a national-level project. It is already difficult for them to hug the huge mountain of Xiechun Mountain. But the south wind is different.
He represents a new mountain in the future.
And now is the best time to invest in him. Even if they can just work together with him on a project, it will bring huge benefits to their companies in the future.
Seeing that everyone's emotions began to boil,
Xie Qinshan snatched the microphone from him, coughed lightly, and then said, "My student is very disrespectful."
He just said it casually.
Please don't take it to heart. Seeing Xie Qinshan speak, everyone understood that Xie Qinshan was planning to protect his disciple.
Chapter 100, Head of the Southern Military Region, Nanfeng, what do you want? But many of them are still eager to try this opportunity.
After all, there are very few opportunities to choose in life. And the chance to get close to someone and meet a noble person only comes once or twice.
Obviously, Nanfeng is such an opportunity for them. Although they did not dare to disobey Xie Qinshan openly.
I have secretly started planning how to build a good relationship with Nanfeng.
Thank you all for coming to this dinner, but I don't want you to hear rumors about my 2 apprentices from somewhere after you leave. Everyone, should everything be alright? Don't worry, Mr. Xia, we won't say anything nonsense. That's right, Mr. Xia. We were also deceived by the Chen family.
Don't worry, Mr. Xia, I will sever all cooperation with the Chen family when I return.
If anyone dares to spread rumors, I will be the first one to not let him off. Everyone spoke up to make promises.
After all, they really couldn't afford the consequences of offending Xie Qinshan.
Then I would like to thank you all here. Please enjoy the dinner. After the dinner, we will arrange a special car to take you home.
After Xie Qinshan finished speaking, he prepared to take Nanfeng and Jiang Siren away. After all, Nanfeng's last sentence might bring a lot of unnecessary trouble. Xie Qinshan had to ask clearly and then find a way to help him deal with it. Just as the dinner was about to come to an end, a cheerful voice suddenly rang out from the stairs.
Wait a moment. As the voice rang out, dozens of fully armed soldiers rushed into the banquet hall.
Everyone who was originally planning how to build a good relationship with Nanfeng was trembling with fear after seeing this scene.
No, what's going on? They just came to attend an investment dinner. Why are there fully armed soldiers now? Could it be that they heard something they shouldn't have heard, and they were going to be silenced?
Nanfeng saw the situation suddenly change. His eyes also looked towards the stairs. I saw a man in a Zhongshan suit slowly walking down the stairs. He was tall, and although he walked slowly, he was very vigorous. His hair was a mixture of black and white, and he was obviously old, but his eyes and eyebrows were full of heroic spirit. Beside him, 2 ordinary-looking men were guarding him.
Most people might think that they are just ordinary people.
But Nanfeng was a man who came out of the Tianjing boxing gym, and he could see the horror of these 2 people at a glance.
Each step has its own method.
They seem expressionless, but their eyes are always looking at the surrounding environment. When they walk out, only one hand is exposed. As for where the other hand is placed and what it is holding, it is unclear. At this time, Nanfeng noticed that even his teacher's expression became serious after seeing the man appear.
Seeing this, Nanfeng couldn't help but whisper to Jiang Siren, "Senior sister, who is he?"
Upon hearing this, Jiang Siren said in a serious tone, "Head of the Southern Military Region, Wei Jianglong."
What?
After hearing Jiang Siren's words, even Nanfeng was unable to react for a while.
There are many military regions in the country.
But the most powerful ones are the military regions stationed on the border. In the mainland, the most powerful military region is undoubtedly the Southern Military Region, which is known for its ability to send soldiers all over the place if a war breaks out. Even in the military districts stationed on the border, many talents were sent there from the Southern Military District.
The position of the head of the Southern Military Region is second only to the top leader in the country.
Normally, a big shot like him would never show up, but today Nanfeng actually saw him here. When everyone in the banquet hall saw Wei Jianglong appear, they were all shocked and speechless, and then quickly stood up and saluted.
Even Sun Jihu quickly stood up holding to Wenchuan when he saw Wei Jianglong. "Hello, Chief." "Hello, Chief." Even though they have no contact with Wei Jianglong on weekdays,
Wei Jianglong's figure has appeared on TV and in the news countless times. They never dreamed that the head of the southern military region would unexpectedly show up at this investment dinner. Wei Jianglong looked at the people who saluted him and waved with a smile.
Everyone, sit down.
Even when Wei Jianglong spoke, no one dared to sit down. Seeing this, Wei Jianglong didn't say anything more, but walked straight towards Nanfeng and Xie Qinshan.
Commander Wei, why did you come down?
Hearing Xie Qinshan's words, Wei Jianglong laughed and patted him on the shoulder.
Wake up, old Xie. What's the relationship between us? Why are you being so polite to me? Rules are rules.
Seeing Xie Qinshan insisting on admitting his mistake, Wei Jianglong's eyes flashed with helplessness. He and Xie Qinshan have known each other for more than 40 years, but he still hasn't changed his bad habits.
Okay, I'm here to see your newest apprentice.
After Wei Jianglong finished speaking, he shifted his gaze to Nanfeng.
The moment Wei Jianglong looked at Nanfeng,
the two men standing beside him glanced at Nanfeng and quickly protected Wei Jianglong behind them. Commander, please step back. Seeing the reactions of his two bodyguards, Wei Jianglong was stunned.
Even Xie Qinshan was stunned.
Others don't know the identities of these two people, but Xie Qinshan and Wei Jianglong know them very clearly. The two of them are martial arts champions who have stood out from various competitions. He is always responsible for Wei Jianglong's safety on weekdays. Their perception of danger is far greater than that of ordinary people, but they don't react too much on weekdays. After all, there are probably not many people in this world who can walk in front of Wei Jianglong.
But today, after seeing Nanfeng, they actually showed a fighting attitude?
Seeing this, Wei Jianglong couldn't help but look at Nanfeng deeply.
Old Xie, the disciple you accepted is no ordinary one. Hearing Wei Jianglong's words, Xie Qinshan's body suddenly stiffened, and he was about to speak.
Wei Jianglong had already pushed the two bodyguards away with a smile. All right, since he's Lao Xie's apprentice, he'll be fine.
You're all so nervous, making everyone else nervous too. How shameful.
The two bodyguards quickly returned to normal after being scolded by Wei Jianglong. But the look he gave Nanfeng was even more fierce.
Wei Jianglong walked to Nanfeng and patted Nanfeng's shoulder from behind.
Good boy, I didn't expect old Xie to hide you so well. He managed to do such a big thing without telling us.
Yes, you are very good.
Facing Wei Jianglong's admiring eyes,
Nanfeng smiled awkwardly. You're joking, Chief. Actually, it's mainly the teacher's credit.
Don't worry, I'm not here to embarrass you today, but I have something to ask you.
Sir, please speak.
Wei Jianglong saw that Nanfeng was neither humble nor arrogant, and his eyes were full of admiration. He had some opinions about Nanfeng before, but as the misunderstandings were resolved one by one, Nanfeng also proved his strength. Wei Jianglong discovered that this boy was not only very cunning, but he could also remain calm even when facing him. No wonder Xie Qinshan hid this kid.
If I had discovered it earlier, I would probably have wanted to snatch her away. Nanfeng, what do you want?
Chapter 101. From the very beginning, he was planning a retreat and was loyal to freedom.
At this time, at Wei Jianglong's signal, the podium was quickly separated, and even Chen Yao was taken away.
The entire stage was in a state of isolation. Facing Wei Jianglong's question, Nanfeng pretended to be confused and said, Commander, I don't quite understand what you mean.
Nanfeng looked like a little fox.
Wei Jianglong chuckled, then said slowly, in front of so many people, you revealed that you have other projects on hand, and then you deliberately looked towards the third floor.
Young man, you have a big heart.
It seemed that Wei Jianglong had indeed noticed his little plan.
Nanfeng chuckled. Sure enough, I can't hide it from your eyes, Chief. Seeing Nanfeng's cunning look, Wei Jianglong suddenly burst into laughter.
Then he turned to look at Xie Qinshan and teased, Old Xie, you've been honest all your life and in the end you took in such a little fox.
It's really interesting.
Hearing Wei Jianglong's words, Xie Qinshan snorted and said unhappily, anyway, he is my disciple. As for the other things, they are not important. Seeing Xie Qinshan protecting him so much,
Wei Jianglong also understood the importance of Nanfeng in Xie Qinshan's mind. So after a simple joke, Wei Jianglong directly stated his purpose. Nanfeng, I've met many people in my life.
Whether they came to me or I came to them, everyone has a certain purpose when doing things. Some people do it for money, some for power, and some for beauty.
So, what do you want? Xie Qinshan saw Nanfeng's recklessness, but Wei Jianglong saw Nanfeng's purpose.
He did this to attract his own attention, or rather to attract the attention of the people on the third floor.
But no matter what the process is, Wei Jianlong had to admit that Nanfeng had successfully caught his attention.
The success of Zhino has proved his strength. If he has other projects of the same value, then the bargaining chips he can hold will be too great. The people on the third floor alone couldn't come up with such a big idea. So Wei Jianlong took action himself. He must figure out what Nanfeng really wants and what kind of person he is. Wei Jianlong's eyes seemed to be able to see through a person's heart. Seeing this, Nanfeng knew that it was pointless to continue hiding it. Nanfeng took a deep breath, his eyes as clear and tranquil as the lake water. I want freedom.
What? Wei Jianlong was stunned when he heard Nanfeng's request. Xia Qinshan on the side was also confused.
Only Jiang Siren seemed to have known that this situation would happen and did not look surprised at all.
I may not have heard you clearly just now. What did you say you wanted? Chief, I said I want freedom.
Seeing Wei Jianlong staring at him with a strange expression, Nanfeng sighed and said, "This is the first time we meet, Chief. Although it may not be polite to say this, I really don't want to get involved in too many things. Today's investment dinner was arranged by my teacher, so I have to come. But I really don't like being constrained." Nanfeng said distressfully, "I'm only in my early 20s. I still have plenty of time to enjoy. I still have my own life. I want to see the sunrise over the Golden Mountain, see the northern lights, take a walk under the Eiffel Tower, see penguins in Antarctica, and take my parents to see the world. I know very well that once my identity is exposed today, my life will be completely disrupted. So I can only use some tricks to attract your attention." Hear Nanfeng's answer. Wei Jianlong was speechless for a long time. Xia Qinshan's face standing aside was so dark that it looked as dark as a grandmother's. This little bastard is still trying to evade responsibility. A long time passed. Wei Jianlong said in a cold tone, "So what you mean is that you don't want to do anything for the country, but only want to satisfy your own selfish desires?"
No.
Nanfeng said seriously, "I will arrange people to do these projects, and I will also hand them all over to the country. Of course, I will also personally participate in these projects. But I don't want anyone to know I was involved in this." After hearing this, Wei Jianlong finally understood what Nanfeng meant. Are you trying to hide your identity? Yes. Seeing that Nanfeng had no intention of escaping, Wei Jianlong's expression relaxed a little. If it's just a simple request like this, why not just tell your teacher directly? Why make such a fuss? Because the teacher can't make the decision. What are you talking about, you little bastard? Why can't I make the decision? Seeing Xie Qinshan was furious. Nanfeng directly retorted, "Then let me ask you, after today's investment dinner is over, do you think I can still live my life in peace and quiet?" After hearing Nanfeng's words, Xia Qinshan fell silent on the spot. He just wanted to let his disciple come to the front and let everyone know how outstanding Nanfeng was. But he almost forgot. Behind excellence there are risks. Once the birth of the intelligent brain is made public, it will inevitably arouse the fear of other countries. After all, no one can guarantee how terrifying a weapon an intelligent brain that can evolve and learn infinitely will become in the future. Moreover, the person who completed this project was Xie Qinshan's direct disciple. Once Nanfeng's identity is exposed today, unless Nanfeng hides in the research institute, no one knows how many countries will come to harass him. Even in the country, there may be a huge uproar because of him. "Commander, my teacher is a hero who dedicated his entire life to the country. I have the utmost respect for him. But I can't. I'm still young and can't handle so much pressure. I can contribute to the country, but I also make sure my life is not disturbed." Looking at Nanfeng's determined eyes, Wei Jianlong was silent for a long time before he spoke. "I understand what you mean. I can promise you this. Even after tonight's investment dinner, your life will not be disturbed. But as the price of the deal, you need to hand over all the projects you have." Seeing Wei Jianlong agreed, Nanfeng finally felt relieved. In fact, from the beginning of this project, Nanfeng was very clear that once the intelligent brain was successfully launched, it would be impossible for him to remain anonymous. It's not because Xie Qinshan has always wanted him to step to the front. This is because the underlying code and logic of the intelligent brain all come from the system. The intelligent brain born under the system program will only obey the orders of Nanfeng alone. This is the deepest underlying logic of the intelligent brain. To put it simply, Jiang Siren, Xia Qinshan and others are all users of intelligent brains. And Nanfeng is the owner of the intelligent brain. Once the country begins to interfere in the research of intelligent brains, it is only a matter of time before it is exposed. That's why he came to the investment dinner today and didn't hesitate to expose his identity, not only for Jiang Siren, but also to pave a way out for himself in advance.
Chapter 102, Nanfeng's Little Calculation, the Pleased Military Commander. Xia Chenshan is indeed very powerful and influential.
But in the face of national interests, his personal weight is far from enough.
That's why Nanfeng chose to expose himself today.
Even if it wasn't Wei Jianglong today, someone else would find him soon, and only in this way could he gain peace.
No problem.
But, Commander, I have so many projects on hand.
Even if I hand them all over, I'm afraid you won't be able to find enough people to study them all at once.
Wei Jianglong looked at Nanfeng and showed a fox-like expression again. He knew that Nanfeng must have other plans in mind.
What do you want to say, kid?
Seeing Wei Jianglong relent, Nanfeng coughed lightly, then explained in a low voice, "To be honest, Commander, I have already arranged for my roommates to start working on the projects I have.
If you trust me, why don't you let them lead these projects? What do you think?"
Upon learning that Nanfeng had actually entrusted such an important project to his roommate, Wei Jianglong was immediately furious.
Ridiculous. Nanfeng, do you understand the seriousness of this matter? If the project you're handling is national level, the slightest mistake would bring huge losses to the entire country.
How dare you make such a decision on your own? You can rest assured about this matter, Chief. My roommates are also top students at S University, and their family backgrounds are all clean. If the chief doesn't believe me, my senior sister can also testify for me on this matter.
Hear what Nanfeng said. Wei Jianglong shifted his gaze to Jiang Siren.
Seeing this, Jiang Siren also nodded.
Uncle Wei, Nanfeng's roommates are indeed trustworthy. Hearing Jiang Siren's words,
Wei Jianglong's frown slowly relaxed.
Humph, I knew you, little fox, had no good intentions. You said you were going to hand over the project, but you're actually keeping it for your own people.
Seeing that Wei Jianglong's tone was not so sharp, Nanfeng chuckled.
What Chief Wei said is true.
No matter who leads these projects, in the end, they will all end up in one place, and that is our country.
After hearing these words, Wei Jianglong's anger completely dissipated. I can't agree to this for now because I need to see the content of your project first.
If it involves national security, I will make a judgment based on the actual situation and decide whether to let them continue to lead the research.
Don't even think about bargaining anymore, kid. I'm already making the biggest concession for old Xia and Miss Jiang. Otherwise, just stay in the institute and I can still protect your safety.
Upon hearing this, Nanfeng quickly agreed, everything is subject to Chief Wei's orders.
In fact, Wei Jianglong didn't need to remind me specifically.
Nanfeng could also see that Wei Jianglong had already made great concessions in this matter. If he continued to bargain, he would really have to hide in the research institute for the rest of his life, or like Jiang Siren, have a dozen bodyguards and snipers hidden around him at all times. When Wei Jianglong saw Nanfeng agreed readily, a satisfied smile appeared on his face. Although I agree to your conditions, there are two things you must remember. First, everything you do must not touch the bottom line of the country, otherwise I will be the first one not to forgive you. Secondly, the reason I agreed to your conditions today isn't because of the importance of your project, but because of your teacher's face. I agreed to give you a chance. But if I find out later that you've done anything to let old Xia down, you should be aware of the consequences. Hear Wei Jianglong's warning. Nanfeng's expression became extremely serious. Please rest assured, Commander Wei. If I, Nanfeng, ever do anything to hurt or betray my teacher in this lifetime, I will be struck by lightning and never be reborn. Nanfeng's words came from the bottom of his heart. Don't be fooled by his quarrel with Xia Chenshan. But Nanfeng knew very well that he could get to where he is today because of the help and support of Xia Chenshan. When Jiang Siren specially recruited him to S University, it was Xia Chenshan who took him in as his disciple, allowing him to complete his studies in peace. Later, when conducting research on intelligent brains, facing doubts from others, Xia Chenshan insisted on letting Nanfeng take the lead. Whenever problems arose, he was the first to rush to help solve them. Even the final successful research results of the intelligent computer were not retained at all and were all left to Nanfeng. Even the trouble he had just gotten into was settled with the help of Xia Chenshan. During the 3 years of master-disciple relationship, Xia Chenshan taught Nanfeng almost everything except being a little stubborn. Nanfeng will always remember Xia Chenshan's kindness. When Xia Chenshan saw Nanfeng's serious look and the oath he made, his eyes couldn't help but turn red. This bastard boy still has some conscience.
Wei Jianlong was also very satisfied with Nanfeng's guarantee.
He turned and came to Xie Qinshan, congratulating him. Old Xie, it seems you have a good student.
Humph, when has my, Xie Qinshan's, vision ever been bad? After a simple joke, Wei Jianlong turned around and went back to the third floor.
After Nanfeng finished negotiating with Wei Jianlong, he was about to slip away, but Xie Qinshan pulled him and insisted on walking around the third floor. After Wei Jianlong left, the soldiers did not leave, but waited quietly for the next order.
Just when people from all walks of life in Hangzhou were feeling uneasy,
an order was issued, the dinner continued, and everyone would be arranged to leave in a special car.
Everyone breathed a sigh of relief after hearing the news.
But when I think back on the scene just now, it still feels thrilling. The head of the southern military region actually came out for Nanfeng.
Although it is unclear what they discussed in the end.
But from the way Wei Jianlong left with a smile, they could vaguely guess that he seemed extremely satisfied with Nanfeng. At this moment, everyone present remembered the name Nanfeng deeply. A man who led and successfully completed a national project in his early 20s, the second close disciple of academic master Xie Qinshan, and a peerless genius favored by the top leader of the southern military region. At this time, no one had the heart to eat anymore, but instead started thinking about how to get along well with Nanfeng. Sun Jihu looked at Nanfeng, who was being dragged to the third floor by Xie Qinshan, his eyes full of dejection and regret. If she hadn't made that stupid decision.
Is she qualified to continue standing by Nanfeng's side now?
Mom, Dad went up with that grandpa.
Can we go up and look for Dad too?
I heard the expectant voices.
Sun Jihu didn't know how to answer for a moment.
In the end, she didn't say a word, but just picked up Tuan Tuan and walked straight out of the banquet hall.
For her, the dinner party was over from the moment Nanfeng was led to the stage by Zheng's siren.
Chapter 103, The Stolen Wine, Nanfeng and Sun Jihu has passed. When they arrived at the door, the soldiers did not let Sun Jihu go. Finally, after asking for instructions, they sent her away in a special car and returned her cell phone to her.
Miss Sun, according to the commander's instructions, please keep everything that happened at tonight's dinner confidential.
We will also be monitoring your call logs and itineraries for a short period of time.
Thank you for your understanding. Clear.
Sun Jihu did not resist, but just quietly got into the car with Tuanchuan in his arms.
After getting in the car,
Tuanchuan pouted in grievance.
Mom, why don't you take me to find Dad?
Looking at his daughter's aggrieved expression, Sun Jihu could only force himself to comfort her. Dad is busy with work and has no time to accompany Tuanchuan.
But Tuanchuan really misses Dad. I've hidden a lot of delicious food for him at home. As long as Dad comes home, Mom won't scold me for food anymore.
Tuanchuan's innocent words were like a sharp sword, piercing Sun Jihu again.
This time, she finally couldn't bear it anymore. After closing my eyes, 2 lines of tears slid down from the corners of my eyes.
After returning to the villa, Sun Jihu began to coax Tuanchuan to sleep, and repeatedly promised that he would take her to find her father again.
Only then did Tuanchuan fall asleep peacefully.
After Sun Jihu left the room, he rushed to the refrigerator and opened it as usual, trying to use alcohol to numb his nerves. But this time when she opened the refrigerator, she found it was empty. At this moment, Sun Jihu could no longer hold on and screamed heart-wrenchingly in the living room.
Where's the wine? Where's my wine? At this time, the villa's housekeeper was awakened by Sun Jihu and hurried over.
When she saw Sun Jihu with bloodshot eyes and murderous aura, she was immediately frightened and broke out in a cold sweat.
Miss, what happened? See the butler appear. Sun Jihu's slender fingers tightly grasped the refrigerator door, and his knuckles turned pale from excessive force. Where's the wine in my fridge?
After hearing what Sun Jihu said, the housekeeper came to the refrigerator and was stunned when he saw that it was empty.
All the servants in the villa knew that they could move anything in the house. The only thing you can't do is move the wine in the refrigerator. Because that is the only medicine that can suppress Sun Jihu's violence.
Ever since the gentleman moved out of the villa, Sun Jihu's emotions began to get out of control. Later, in order to stabilize her emotions, she had to drink chilled wine to regain her sanity. But today, the wine in the refrigerator disappeared.
It's over now.
If Sun Jihu goes crazy, they will all be doomed. The housekeeper seemed to have remembered something and quickly explained to Sun Jihu, Miss, today Mr. Wang came back, and because you were not at home, he didn't stay long and left.
I remember he was holding something in his hand when he left.
Hearing the housekeeper's words, Sun Jihu shouted directly, turn up the surveillance for me.
Yes, miss.
The housekeeper didn't dare to stop for a moment and turned on the surveillance footage. Sun Jihu saw that the person who took his wine was indeed Wang Jiwen, Tuan Tuan's biological father. At this moment, Sun Jihu felt as if his head was about to split apart.
Call me and get him back. But miss. Hit me. The housekeeper did not dare to disobey Sun Jihu's order and could only bite the bullet and call Wang Jiwen.
Soon, the other end of the phone was filled with loud music and the voices of a large group of men and women yelling and shouting. After the call was connected, an impatient male voice came over.
Didn't I tell you guys not to call me when I'm out having fun? Is it because I've been in a good mood lately that I didn't deal with you and you forgot even this little thing?
Hearing Wang Jiwen's scolding, the housekeeper was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. Sun Jihu also did not expect this.
He actually spoke to the butler in such a tone.
Because Sun Jihu was right beside him, even though he was afraid that Wang Jiwen would get angry, the housekeeper still said, "Mr. Wang, it was the young lady who came back this time and asked me to call you."
The young lady told you to go home now. She can come back if she wants. Tell her that I'm out negotiating a contract and will be back later. Sun Jihu couldn't bear to listen any longer and snatched the phone away. He then said in a cold tone, "What you call negotiating a contract is taking my wine to the bar and having fun? Jihu?"
When Wang Jiwen heard Sun Jihu's voice, he panicked.
"You, how come you have time to call me? Stop talking nonsense and get back here right now. Also, bring me my wine." "Wine? What kind of wine?" Even at this point, Wang Jiwen is still pretending to be stupid.
Sun Jihu shouted directly, "It's the medicinal wine I put in the refrigerator."
"Bring it back to me right now." "Medicinal wine in the refrigerator? Jihu, why don't I understand what you are saying?" "Oh, I'm not going to talk to you anymore. The boss over there is already back. I'm going to hang up first. I'll go home after I sign this contract."
After saying that, Wang Jiwen didn't even give Sun Jihu a chance to speak and just hung up the phone. I heard the beeping sound coming from the phone. Sun Jihu was so angry that he smashed the phone to pieces on the spot. The housekeeper beside him was afraid that Sun Jihu would lose control, so he quickly said, "Miss, please bear with it for a moment.
There is still a bottle in the cellar. I will go get it for you now."
After saying that, the butler quickly fled the living room. After venting her anger, Sun Jihu collapsed to the ground. When she leaned against the refrigerator door with her remaining strength, her tears flowed out like a bursting dam.
Why? Why did things turn out like this? When Wang Jiwen came back, he behaved very politely.
Not only was he particularly caring towards Tuanchuan, he was also extremely gentle to the servants in the house.
But since Nanfeng left, he seemed like a different person overnight. He started to ignore Tuanchuan, threw his work aside, and even spent all day hanging out in bars. If Tuanchuan had not been sent to the hospital due to a high fever, she would have become suspicious and checked the surveillance footage at home. I'm afraid she is still kept in the dark. When Tuanchuan cried and said that her uncle bullied her and she missed her father, Sun Jihu then discovered that Wang Jiwen had been bullying Nanfeng without his knowledge. He was framed by Wang Jiwen, bullied by his friends, and even the servants in his house listened to Wang Jiwen and stepped on him. At that time, Sun Jihu couldn't understand why Nanfeng didn't tell him when he was obviously being bullied. But she soon realized it. It's not that Nanfeng hasn't told her before, nor has she resisted, and she even beat Wang Jiwen until his head was bleeding. But every time he dealt with these problems, Wang Jiwen would feel aggrieved and put the blame on Nanfeng. Sun Jihu always betrayed Wang Jiwen and always blamed all the problems on Nanfeng. Over time, the south wind learned to be silent.
Perhaps it was from that moment that Nanfeng had decided to leave.
Chapter 104, The Deceased Heir of the Sun Family. Sister, are you crazy? She was always the one who was wrong.
But when she realized what had happened and wanted to make amends, it was already too late.
Now Tuanchuan cries for his dad every day. My family also has a lot of opinions about me.
Although she is now in complete control of the Sun family's business, she feels even more helpless than when Nanfeng was around.
Why? Everything should be going in a good direction, right?
Soon the butler came back with a bottle of wine. Although it was not frozen, fortunately there was always ice cubes at home. Sun Jihu propped himself up and sat at the table. Looking at the ice and wine gradually melting in the glass, I gradually made up my mind. After drinking a glass of ice wine, her eyes regained their calmness and determination. She took out her cell phone and made a call.
Miss, what are your plans? Starting today, cut off all sources of Wang Jiwen's funding.
At the same time, compile all the evidence of his taking kickbacks, transferring funds behind the scenes, and stealing company intelligence over the years.
I want to see it when I return to the company tomorrow.
After hearing Sun Jihu's arrangement, the other party was unable to react for a while.
Mr. Sun, are you sure you want to cut off all of Mr. Wang's sources of funding? Do I need to say it a second time? No.
The other side feels denial, yet it feels unbelievable. Everyone knows that the eldest daughter of the Sun family dotes on her daughter to death, and Wang Jiwen, as the father of Miss Tuanchuan, is even more favored by Sun Jihu. Not only was 3 million transferred to his card regularly every month, but when he joined the company, he was directly parachuted into the position of general manager. Even though he did nothing after work, and even embezzled the company's assets without Sun Jihu's knowledge and sold out the company's business plans, Sun Jihu always turned a blind eye.
Why did she suddenly want to cut off Wang Jiwen's card today and even compile all the evidence? The other party seemed to have suddenly thought of something.
It seems that Mr. Sun is tired of playing and is ready to replace him with a new person. Thinking of this, the other party immediately assured Sun Jihu, "Don't worry, Mr. Sun, I will take care of this matter right away."
After hanging up the phone,
Sun Jihu made another call and the call was quickly connected.
"Sister? Well, I saw Nanfeng today."
"What?" After hearing Sun Jihu's words, Sun Xiaomao, who was about to go to bed on the other end of the phone, stood up.
"Sister, when did you meet him?"
Sun Jihu rubbed his aching brow and said in a hoarse voice, "I went to the University investment dinner today and met Nanfeng." After hearing the news, Sun Xiaomao took a long time to react, then hurriedly asked, "Does your family know about this?"
"Whatever I do, when will it be my turn to report to them?"
Sun Xiaomao could tell that Sun Jihu was in a bad mood.
She was silent for a while before she spoke. "Sister, do you want to be with him again?" Sun Jihu didn't say anything, but his heart was beating wildly when he heard this.
Sun Xiaomao knows her sister too well. When she doesn't speak, it means she agrees. "Sister, you should understand that it was you who asked him to leave in the first place.
Now that you want him to come back, have you considered what Tuan's father and your family will think? Sister, listen to my advice. He's just an ordinary person. If he gets involved in our family's affairs, he'll probably be eaten alive. So it's not just for your own good, it's also for his own good. Sis, you'd better give up on this idea."
Sun Xiaomao directly told Sun Jihu the crux of the problem, trying to persuade her to sober up. After all, that was the reason why Nanfeng was asked to leave. It was not only because Sun Jihu distrusted him, but also because of the pressure that the Sun family put on Sun Jihu at that time. In fact, apart from old established families like the Sun family in Hangzhou, few people know that in addition to Sun Jihu and Sun Xiaomao, the Sun family also had an older sister. Originally, their elder sister was the family's designated heir. She can almost be considered a perfect woman, very beautiful and extremely capable.
Even a family like the Sun family, which places great emphasis on inheritance, recognized their sister's status as the heir. Their sister is very kind to them.
That period was also the happiest time in Sun Jihu's life. But the good times did not last long.
2 or 3 years after Sun Jihu's sister got married, she suddenly died in an accident. For a time, only 2 girls, Sun Jihu and Sun Xiaomao, were left at home. With the death of Sun Jihu's sister,
the Sun family was in chaos. Under such circumstances, Sun Jihu forced himself to stand up. She began to imitate her sister, gradually gathering power and eliminating dissidents. Facing difficulties from family elders, she always found the most appropriate solution and gradually put on a cold mask. But no matter how hard she tried, there were still voices of opposition within the Sun family. The loudest voice of opposition came from their fathers. When Nanfeng appeared beside Sun Jihu gave all the pressure and tenderness to Nanfeng. He was like a harbor for Sun Jihu to dock and could accommodate everything about her.
But after the Sun family learned of Nanfeng's existence, they gave Sun Jihu 2 choices. Either choose Nanfeng and leave the Sun family's power circle. Either choose the Sun family and leave Nanfeng. Choose. Oh.
Sun Jihu poured himself another glass of wine, his pupils as red as the wine in the glass.
Does she have a choice?
When she was in a dilemma, Tuanchuan's biological father, who had disappeared for a long time, suddenly came back from abroad, giving Sun Jihu a chance to catch her breath. So she began to divert her attention.
She began to be nice to Wang Jiwen and favor him.
She felt that only in this way could she appease the Sun family, allow Nanfeng to stay, and give Tuanchuan a complete home. But in the end, she messed it all up. Another glass of cold wine was drunk. Sun Jihu continued, he's not an ordinary person. He was the one who led and completed this intelligent brain project.
He's also Jiang Siren's junior apprentice and Xie Qinshan's direct disciple.
He also reached some kind of agreement with the head of the southern military region.
What? Impossible. This is absolutely impossible.
Hearing Sun Jihu's words, Sun Xiaomao on the other end cried out in disbelief, Sister, are you going crazy because you miss him too much? After I talked to you on the phone, I did some research on him. Aside from being the most handsome guy on campus, dating the most beautiful girl in the department, and even being involved in a cheating scandal, there's nothing else about him that stands out.
Devilish? Sun Jihu couldn't help but smile bitterly. I actually hope I'm crazy, but the funny thing is, I saw all of this with my own eyes. Do you still think I'm crazy? Chapter 105, The Truth Behind What Happened Back Then, and Sun Xiaomao's Reaction.
Sun Xiaomao knew that her sister would never lie.
But she just didn't want to believe this fact. You know, that Xie Qinshan.
Even the old man who entrusted Tang Yuyu to his care was inferior to Xie Qinshan. The pillar of the country, the academician of S University, the pinnacle of the entire academic community.
And Nanfeng turned out to be his student?
If this is true, then the decision that the Sun family forced Sun Jihu to make. However, Sun Xiaomiao quickly calmed down and said, Sister, I will confirm this matter as soon as possible, but if you want to get back together with him, you'd better calm down first.
Let's not talk about whether Tuan can accept it or not.
Now you have Wang Jiwen by your side.
No matter what, he is Tuan's biological father after all. Hearing Sun Xiaomao's words, Sun Jihu's eyes were instantly filled with danger. Xiaomiao, do you still remember why I agreed to let Wang Jiwen come back?
Sun Xiaomao was stunned for a moment, and his thoughts went back to several years ago.
After a long while, she said in a dejected tone, for my sister and Tuan.
Yes, after my sister died, I agreed to let Wang Jiwen come back in order to prevent her from being too sad and to give her a legitimate identity. But you should still remember that when Tuanchuan had a fever, he was out drinking and didn't come home.
He didn't even go to the hospital.
He definitely can't take good care of Tuanchuan, and he's not a competent father. After hearing this, Sun Xiaomao fell silent. Sun Jihu's eyes were red at this time, and his voice was filled with endless fatigue.
And I've already found out some things about my sister's death. Really?
Hearing this, Sun Xiaomao became excited instantly.
Who was it that killed our sister?
Sun Jihu didn't answer, but just closed his eyes silently. Don't worry, you will know soon.
I called you this time mainly to confirm with you. Do you understand the relationship between Nanfeng and Jiang Siren? Jiang Siren? Teacher Jiang?
Sun Xiaomiao thought for a moment, then replied, I don't know much about Teacher Jiang, but I seem to have heard that she suddenly started teaching 3 years ago. As for the relationship between her and Nanfeng, I'm not very clear either.
After all, I just started school there. Understood. Hearing Sun Xiaomiao's answer, Sun Jihu breathed a sigh of relief. You should have a good rest. Remember what I told you today. Don't tell anyone at home, okay? Don't worry, sister.
As long as you find the murderer who killed your sister, I will do anything you ask. In that case, I'd like to trouble you to help me keep an eye on Jiang Siren and Nanfeng at school.
It would be best if you could confirm whether there is any special relationship between them. At this time, Sun Xiaomao finally understood.
Sun Jihu was worried that Jiang Siren and Nanfeng are together.
Sister, you're definitely overthinking this.
After all, Jiang Siren is a teacher at our school, and Nanfeng is her student.
How could there be any relationship between them? Sun Jihu did not respond to Sun Xiaomao's rebuttal.
She is not a simple child like Sun Xiaomao. At tonight's dinner, although Jiang Siren was trying her best to hide her reaction to Nanfeng, but her subtle expressions and movements could not escape her eyes at all.
Jiang Siren definitely likes Nanfeng.
I just don't know what their relationship is like now, and whether they have broken through that layer of paper. Sister, I know you still can't forget Nanfeng, but if what you said is true, this matter has exceeded the tolerance of our Sun family. You also know the Sun family's attitude towards him in the past. If I were Nanfeng, after going through so much, I'd already done my best by not taking revenge on the Sun family.
Are you really sure you want to get back together with him?
Sun Xiaomao's words were like reopening the most painful scar in her heart. Sun Jihu leaned weakly against the chair, his voice hollow as he said, "We have to give it a try, right? Otherwise, I'll never feel at ease in my life." Seeing that Sun Jihu had said this, Sun Xiaomao didn't know what to say anymore, so he could only reply, "Okay, I'll help you find out about the school. I'll let you know as soon as I have any news." After hanging up the phone, Sun Jihu was barefoot, with his legs placed on the chair and his arms curled up helplessly. When there is no one around, she was finally able to reveal her helpless side. "Nanfeng, I'm sorry, I'm really sorry. It was all my fault before, but I will never let you go so easily this time. I will find a chance to apologize to you. I will make everyone who bullied you pay the price. Nanfeng, please wait for me, just wait for a little longer." After Sun Xiaomao hung up the phone, he felt his head was in a mess. Tang Yuyu, who was sleeping opposite her, seemed to sense something. She stood up and walked to Sun Xiaomiao, gently holding her in her arms. "Meow meow, did something unhappy happen to you?" Feeling Tang Yuyu's comfort, only then did Sun Xiaomao feel much more at ease. "Yuyu, has the teacher ever told you about academician Xie or Nanfeng?" "Academician Xie? Nanfeng? Right." Hearing this, Tang Yuyu closed her eyes and fell into deep thought. After a long time, she shook her head. "Sorry, meow meow, Nanfeng and I just met, you know about this. As for academician Xia, I'm not very clear about him, but if you mean Grandpa Xia, I've heard the teacher complain a few times." Hearing Tang Yuyu's words, Sun Xiaomiao quickly said, "What did the teacher say?" Tang Yuyu pinched her throat and imitated her teacher's tone, saying unhappily, "Is this old man Xia never going to stop? Didn't he just secretly accept another apprentice? Is it necessary for him to show off in the group every day?" When Sun Xiaomiao heard Tang Yuyu's words, she thought about what Sun Jihu had just said. Nanfeng's identity was finally confirmed at this moment. He turned out to be Xie Qinshan's new disciple. If that was the case, then what about the Sun family's decision and my sister's attitude towards Nanfeng? Thinking of this, Sun Xiaomao suddenly felt his scalp tingling. At this time, Tang Yuyu also noticed that Sun Xiaomiao was in a bad mood, and hurriedly comforted her. "Xiaomiao, is it Nanfeng or Grandpa Xia who made you unhappy?" "No, I just thought about a lot of things in the past." "I see." Tang Yuyu nuzzled Sun Xiaomiao's face, then whispered comfortingly, it's okay, meow meow, it will all pass." Looking at Tang Yuyu's cute expression, Sun Xiaomao felt a lot better. But she knew very well that this matter was by no means that simple. She had to do something too. Chapter 106 Mingyue, can you drink with me? Compared to the Sun family's reaction, Chen Yao was completely confused after being brought out. It started from the moment Nanfeng called out the intelligent brain. She realized that everything seemed different from what she had imagined. But why? Why didn't Nanfeng tell her anything when they were in love? Song Mei was also brought out like Chen Yao. They were specially invited by Jiang Siren to help Nanfeng vent his anger. So after it was over, they naturally had no right to stay and continue attending the dinner. The soldier who brought them out returned the phone to Chen Yao and warned, "We've formatted your phones. Also, the commander specifically instructed you both to keep everything that happened today confidential before he left." Why? Without the pressure from Xie Qinshan and Jiang Siren, Chen Yao shouted directly, "What qualifications do you have to touch my phone?" It seemed that Chen Yao was about to make a scene. The soldiers didn't tolerate her and put their guns to her head. Tonight's events involve state secrets. The leader has specifically instructed that no one attending the banquet today is allowed to disclose what happened today. We will also monitor all of your itineraries and call records at all times to ensure the security of state secrets. Of course, you can choose not to comply, but according to the chief's highest order, anyone who leaks secrets will be shot on the spot. I saw the surrounding soldiers surrounding me and raising their guns. Song Mei was immediately frightened. Although they are used to showing off their power on a daily basis, they have actually never experienced such a big scene. Especially in the face of death. All the pride and willfulness turned into fear. I'm sorry. My daughter is young and naive. Please don't argue with her. I will warn her about this matter and will absolutely ensure that what happened today will not be leaked." Seeing Song Mei pleading for Chen Yao, the soldiers did not give in. They just stared at Chen Yao, waiting for her answer. And now Chen Yao no longer dared to say no. Even when the gun was pointed at her, she was so scared that she couldn't move. I also promise that what happened today will never be leaked." Seeing Chen Yao speak, The soldier then put away his gun and said in a cold tone, "Also, the commander has specifically instructed that the two of you should not leave Hangzhou during this period.
There will be someone specifically responsible for your safety and communication. For your safety, it's best to be honest during this period." "No problem. No problem." Faced with the soldier's warning, Song Mei quickly agreed.
When Chen Yao heard this, her face turned pale. They say they are responsible for their own safety and communication, but in reality they are monitoring themselves.
What on earth did Nanfeng have to be so worthy that the top leader of the southern military region could stand up and support him? "Please get in the car."
Under the threat of the soldiers, Chen Yao and Song Mei finally got into a car.
"Wait until the two of them get in the car."
The soldiers standing by couldn't help but sneer. "I really don't know where they got the courage to challenge such an important figure in public."
"Isn't it?
Although I haven't heard of that Nanfeng, Jiang Siren is a key protected person in our military region. They even dare to offend her.
Do they really not know how to spell the word death?
If it weren't for the fact that we are in peacetime, they would have been killed long ago."
"Hey, if you ask me, the commander is too kind. They shouldn't be kept."
The voices of the soldiers' discussion were not loud, but they could be clearly heard inside the car. After hearing these words, Chen Yao and Song Mei's faces turned pale. At that time, Chen Yao rushed forward with a surge of blood. Now that it happened, she realized the seriousness of the matter.
But it's too late to say anything now. Embarrassing Jiang Siren in public has already made him a huge enemy.
In addition, with Xie Qinshan personally taking action, his career at S University is definitely coming to an end.
"Yao Yao, what should we do next?"
At this time, Song Mei was already frightened out of her wits. They thought they were just bullying a country bumpkin, but they never expected that they actually kicked a steel plate. Now, not only has she offended Jiang Siren and Xie Qinshan, but even Chen Sihai wants to divorce her.
Once he left Chen Sihai, they have nothing left. Faced with her mother's panicked expression, Shen Yao didn't know what to do. Wait until they are sent away from Qingshan. Shen Yao only felt that there was no color in the whole world. Could it be that she was really wrong? "Mom, you should go back today. I'm not in a good mood, so I'm going to have a drink." "But Yao Yao, what should I do about your dad?"
"Don't worry, Dad just said that in a fit of rage.
Go back and comfort him and the matter will be over. Besides, the Sun family is such a big family, how could they look down on a small fish like our Chen family? Just put your heart at ease and rest well."
After hearing her daughter's comfort, Song Mei's nervous mood finally eased a lot. "Then remember to go home early."
"I'll go back and take a look first."
After Song Mei left, Chen Yao squatted helplessly on the side of the road. She took out her cell phone and wanted to call Wu Shua, but she found that her phone had been formatted long ago and she didn't even remember Wu Shua's contact information. So she subconsciously pressed a number, only to find out that it was Nanfeng's phone number. At this time, Chen Yao couldn't bear it anymore and squatted on the side of the road and cried loudly. People passing by saw such a beautiful woman crying in the street, and couldn't help pointing at her as they passed by. It took a long time for Chen Yao to recover. I downloaded the social software and sent a message to Wu Shua, but he seemed to have disappeared from the face of the earth and didn't reply at all. In the end, she had no choice but to call Song Mingyue.
"Mingyue, can you have a drink with me? As for what you want to say, what is the south wind doing now?"
I can only say that he now wishes he could find a hole in the ground to crawl into, not because he is shy, but because these old people in front of him are so enthusiastic.
After the investment meeting, others started attending the dinner. Nanfeng was taken to the third floor by Xie Qinshan and Jiang Siren.
Many people actually don't know the value of the third floor of Qingshan Manor.
But let's put it this way.
The lowest ranking person who can appear here is a big shot who has completed national projects alone and made countless contributions to the country. But now, these big guys, who others have to spend a lot of effort to meet, are all gathered in front of Nanfeng. Not only did she ask him about his well-being, but her face was also filled with flattering smiles. "Xiaofeng, you mentioned earlier that you have other projects on hand.
Can you tell us old guys about them?" Chapter 107, Will Nanfeng continue to lead national strategic projects? Deeply favored.
Yes, old Xia is really a big shot in the face of such a precious treasure like you, yet he kept silent.
If I had known earlier, my uncle would have prepared a big gift for you in advance.
Xiaofeng, your teacher and I have a lifelong friendship. If you encounter any scientific research problems, you can come to me at any time and I will definitely help you solve them.
Come on, forget it.
I don't think you're going to help me solve the problem, but rather try to get something for nothing.
Xiaofeng, look at me. I'm different. I don't have anything else but money. If you need money for your project, feel free to contact me.
Nanfeng felt his scalp tingling as he looked at the overly enthusiastic old men and old ladies in front of him. If you were just an ordinary old man or old woman, it would be fine. But we can't afford to offend these people easily. However, when he thought of his next plan, Nanfeng calmed down instantly with a kind smile on his face.
First of all, thank you all for your kindness.
Also, I am not very talented. I do have quite a few projects on hand, but I have already reached an agreement with Chief Wei that all of these projects must be handed over.
Hearing Nanfeng's words, everyone sighed.
When they saw that the Intelligent Brain project was proposed by Nanfeng and led to its completion, they saw Nanfeng's talent and future. With Xie Qinshan as their backup, as long as they can establish a good relationship with Nanfeng, they will not lose out. But he didn't expect that all the projects he had were handed in.
Now they even found it difficult to drink soup.
Seeing the disappointment on everyone's faces, Nanfeng smiled and continued, but there's no need to be so disappointed, seniors. Although these projects have been handed over to the country, I have already reached an agreement with Chief Wei that I can lead and complete these projects.
And I'm also planning to set up my own studio to facilitate subsequent research. If you are interested, we can exchange contact information and have a deeper discussion when there is a suitable project. Hearing Nanfeng's words, everyone was shocked.
It's not because Nanfeng wants to set up his own studio.
But it was because Wei Jianlong actually agreed that these submitted projects would still be led by Nanfeng?
You must know that the projects that can be submitted must be national strategic level projects. Once such serious issues are involved, only the veterans are qualified to take over these projects.
Nanfeng is so young and can still lead these projects. Otherwise, if something goes wrong, the consequences will be unimaginable. Obviously, this is no longer partiality, it is pure bias.
Well, you really are worthy of being old Xie's second disciple.
Compared to old Xie, you are still the more sensible one. Go! 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 Stop putting on airs here, Xiaofeng.
Come here, let me add you first. If you need anything for your project, just come to me and I'll definitely help you.
Me too, me too.
It just so happens that my stupid apprentices have nothing to do recently. If you need anyone, Xiaofeng, feel free to tell me and I'll send them over to help you. These people are all top-notch experts, and they instantly understood the value of Nanfeng's words just now.
When everyone added Nanfeng's contact information. A dark corner location.
Xie Qinshan and Wei Jianlong were sitting together drinking tea.
Old Xie, I never thought you had taken such a little fox in your later years. Aren't you afraid of losing your integrity? Hearing Wei Jianlong's teasing, Xie Qinshan snorted. You can't keep your integrity in your later years? Don't you even look at who accepted you as your disciple?
I'm telling you, even though he's young now, if you give him 2 years, no, 3 years. Just 3 years, he'll definitely impress all of you.
Looking at Xie Qinshan's proud expression,
Wei Jianlong felt relieved from the bottom of his heart.
The fact that Xie Qinshan could say this means that he has successors. This is a great thing for both Xie Qinshan and the entire country.
But are you sure you want to agree to let that guy lead these projects?
That's all I have to say.
But Xie Qinshan was also very clear about the seriousness behind this matter.
Because national strategic projects have never been decided by one person.
If something goes wrong in the process, the consequences are unbelievable.
Although Nanfeng is Xie Qinshan's student, he has little experience.
If these projects are really left in Nanfeng's hands, if they go wrong, Wei Jianlong, who is primarily responsible, will inevitably be implicated.
Wei Jianlong just laughed at Xie Qinshan's worries.
He stared straight at Nanfeng, his eyes filled with relief and loneliness.
Thank you, old man. I've known you for so many years. I know you too well. How bad can a student who is valued so much by you be?
Besides, you and I will both grow old one day, but this country will continue to develop.
We should always give young people some opportunities in advance so that this country can become a better place, right?
After hearing Wei Jianlong's words, Xie Qinshan was silent for a long time.
Let him do it without worry.
As long as it doesn't touch the bottom line of the country, I will cover everything else for him. Although I don't understand the twists and turns in your academic circles, I do have the ability to protect this kid from the wind and rain.
For the kindness of this old friend of mine. Xie Qinshan nodded. Thank you very much.
No one knows better than Xia Chenshan the significance of Wei Jianglong's words that he would shelter him from the wind and rain. With this sentence, as long as Nanfeng doesn't commit murder or arson, Wei Jianglong can save his life. Xia Chenshan looked at Nanfeng, who was chatting happily with those old guys, and said, Xiaofeng, the road has been paved for you.
So next, you must not let us down. Only after Xia Chenshan left did Wei Jianglong call the two bodyguards over.
Wei Jianglong, who was originally full of smiles, now had an expression of no emotion in his eyes.
Tell me, what happened just now?
Seeing Wei Jianglong asking the question, the two bodyguards also understood that the leader was asking why they suddenly became alert against Nanfeng just now.
Report to the commander, that kid is very dangerous. Hearing his bodyguard's words, Wei Jianglong frowned. Are you sure? Sure. The two bodyguards confirmed it. If it's just one person, then it might be a misperception. But if two people confirm it at the same time, then there will definitely be no mistake. You have to know that the two bodyguards beside him have survived life and death crises and hail of bullets. Their ability to perceive danger is far beyond that of ordinary people. Being able to make them sense danger at the same time, this Nanfeng is obviously not as simple as it seems. Can you tell where his master came from? No, but we can confirm that he is not a foreign spy or mercenary, nor is he from the military. Wei Jianglong could see it without them having to tell him. If a man had been in the army for a long time, or was a mercenary abroad, his palms would be covered with calluses, but Nanfeng's hands were obviously not of that type. Furthermore, the way he walked and his posture did not seem to be one of systematic training. But even so, his two bodyguards still felt dangerous. Wei Jianglong, who had originally had a serious face, couldn't help laughing at this moment. Old Xia, you really found an interesting apprentice. Chapter 108, The Old Fox Sees Through the Little Fox. Some roads can only be walked alone. Commander, do you want us to follow him? Forget it. Since you sense danger, do you think he will find you following him? After hearing this, the two bodyguards thought calmly. Finally came to a conclusion. It's difficult. Wei Jianglong chuckled when he heard his bodyguard's evaluation of Nanfeng, and then forget about following him. Arrange someone to investigate this guy's life. He probably has a lot of secrets. Dig them out for me. Yes, Chief. After receiving Wei Jianglong's order, one of the bodyguards went down directly to start the investigation. The other one continued to stay with Wei Jianglong. Commander, I have a question I'm not sure if I should ask. Tell me about it. Commander, are you satisfied with this young man? In fact, there is a reason why the bodyguard asked this question. First of all, Nanfeng has been dormant for so many years. Why did he suddenly appear so high profile in the presence of Wei Jianglong? In addition, a person who has not received systematic training and is so young can bring a sense of crisis to people like them who have been baptized by war for many years. Obviously, there must be something more than just the south wind. But even though Wei Jianglong knew all this, he still gave Nanfeng enough privileges. This was something he couldn't understand. You should have heard everything when that guy was negotiating with me, right? The bodyguard nodded. What kind of person do you think this guy is? After hearing Wei Jianglong's question, the bodyguard thought about it seriously and then gave his own answer. Slick, selfish, and unambitious. I don't like them. Ha ha ha. Wei Jianglong laughed heartily when he heard his bodyguard's answer. That's why I asked you to stay with me. You're too straightforward. You only see the surface of the problem, not its essence. Wei Jianglong took a sip from his teacup, then said slowly, this guy may seem smooth, but he's been trying to attract my attention from the very beginning. His purpose is very clear. I originally thought he had some ulterior motive, so I took the initiative to reveal my chips. Do you remember what he said he wanted? When the bodyguard heard this question, he couldn't help but snort coldly. Free. This is also the reason why the bodyguard doesn't like Nanfeng. If a person with ability and skills does not think about contributing to the country or making achievements in the field in which he is good at, what kind of freedom does he want? This is not freedom at all, this is clearly a waste of one's talent. Yes, freedom. Everyone wants to hear the story of a young man who became famous. If he wants, his name can even be heard around the world after tonight. But he refused such an opportunity. Why do you think that is? Hearing this question raised by Wei Jianglong, the bodyguard was stunned. Yeah, why didn't he think of this at the time? The intelligent brain that Nanfeng just demonstrated is a product that has surpassed this era,
and he has publicly revealed that he is a disciple of Xie Qinshan. He can definitely make his name remembered by the whole world through this investment dinner tonight. But he chose to make a deal with Wei Jianlong, handing over all the projects in his hands in exchange for Wei Jianlong helping him suppress all the news today. Why did he do this? Was it really for freedom? I'm sorry, Chief. I don't understand. You. Seeing his bodyguard's distressed face, Wei Jianlong smiled and pointed at him, then sighed, because he's much more cunning than you think. Everyone wants to hear stories about young geniuses, but they forget that only geniuses who grow up are true geniuses. He knew very well that becoming famous at a young age might not be a good thing, so he proposed this deal to me. Upon hearing this, the bodyguard directly retorted, "That's not right, Chief. If that's the case, there's absolutely no need for him to attend this investment dinner. As long as he stays hidden, who would be able to spot him?" Facing the bodyguard's confusion, Wei Jianlong chuckled. Then how will he complete the projects he has on hand? A national-level strategist's project investment must be at least tens of billions. Apart from the government's support, where does a young man like him get so much money? Although it's true that Xie Qinshan is his teacher, he can only temporarily pave the way for him. Old Xie is old after all. How long can he hold the umbrella for that kid? He understood very well that there are some roads that one can only walk on his own from the very beginning. Hearing this, the bodyguard suddenly understood. So, Chief, that guy was planning to use you from the beginning. Wei Jianlong burst into laughter when he heard this. Wow, you reacted so quickly this time? Not bad, you've made progress. Everything happened just as Wei Jianlong had guessed. Nanfeng's purpose from the beginning, in addition to helping Jiang Sai run out of trouble, was also to pave the way for himself. The project proposals that Nanfeng gave to his roommate were very exaggerated, and any one of them was enough to change the situation on the world battlefield. But the corresponding cost is tens of billions of research funds. Although the South Wind has system help. But it is still unrealistic to make tens of billions in a short period of time. Unless there is a sucker to invest, you can only find a backer with strong financial resources. And this backer is undoubtedly the country. Anyway, these projects have to be submitted sooner or later, so it's better to submit them from the beginning. This will not only gain goodwill, but also national protection and a large amount of research funding. Even if it's not Wei Jianlong today, there will be Wang Jianlong or Zhao Jianlong. This was a plan that Nanfeng had prepared from the very beginning. In addition, all the old men and women who were vying to add Nanfeng's contact information were leaders in various academic circles. By then, even if Nanfeng's project encountered problems, with these big guys around, he can solve them easily. It can be said that Nanfeng had been planning from the very beginning, and everything was going smoothly according to his plan. He even wanted to thank Xinyao. If it weren't for her, just based on the identity of Xie Qinshan's close disciple, although they would remember Nanfeng, it would be difficult for them to recognize him. Thanks to Qinyao provocation on stage, Nanfeng was able to demonstrate the horror of the intelligent computer and his own abilities on stage. This made these big names from all walks of life recognize Nanfeng's identity and ability. After hearing Wei Jianlong's analysis, the bodyguard was completely paralyzed. Commander, if everything is as you said, then this guy is too scary, isn't he? That's why I said that I don't know whether it's good or bad for old Xie to accept such a disciple in his later years. Wei Jianlong saw through Nanfeng's thoughts, but was willing to give him a chance. It's not just for Xie Qinshan's sake, but also because Nanfeng has proved his worth to him. Please give me instructions, Chief. What should I do next? When the bodyguard realized the danger of Nanfeng, his attitude became cautious. Wei Jianlong stood up and took one last look at Nanfeng, then walked towards the darkroom. According to his request, block all news from Qinshan Manor today and monitor everyone present. The matter regarding the intelligent computer must not be leaked for the time being. Also, arrange for someone to contact Nanfeng. Once he sends us the project, we will immediately arrange for a team of experts to study it and set up a special research group. Finally, investigate those roommates Nanfeng mentioned today. I want to see their most detailed information soon. Yes, Chief. Chapter 109. I understand you are here to cause trouble, senior sister. He wants to seduce me. At this time, Nanfeng didn't know what Wei Jianlong had arranged for him, and even if he knew, he wouldn't care much. After all, that was how he arranged it from the beginning. And Wei Jianlong could not refuse the conditions he proposed. No one knew the importance of national strategic projects better than him.
Nanfeng is happily adding contact information to bigwigs from all walks of life.
In Nanfeng's eyes, these are all fat sheep with plump flesh, and he can slaughter them any time he finds an opportunity.
Is that enough? Not yet, not yet.
Nanfeng was chatting excitedly on his phone when he looked up and suddenly saw Zhang Siren's pretty face that looked like a fairy. His face was instantly filled with smiles.
Sister, why are you here?
Zhang Siren pointed at the man with gold-rimmed glasses beside him and said indifferently, he wants to see you.
Nanfeng looked at Sushiri, who was standing in front of him with a smile on his face, and subconsciously asked, do you want to add my contact information too?
No, I came here mainly to see what kind of projects you were talking about.
What do you mean?
When Nanfeng heard what Sushiri said, he also felt that the other parties seemed to have bad intentions.
My meaning is very simple.
When everyone's eyes were focused on this place, Sushiri suddenly raised his voice and said, I'm mainly worried that besides this intelligent computer, you don't have any so-called key projects. If these seniors and teachers are deceived by you, it will be too late to regret it then.
Hearing Sushiri's words, Nanfeng gradually restrained his smile and turned to look at Zhang Siren. Is he here to cause trouble? Have I ever offended him? No. Then why did he bother me?
His teacher and our teacher are sworn enemies.
So he's trying to prove himself by stepping on me? He wants to pick me up. What? Senior sister, he's actually still your bootlicker?
Seeing that Nanfeng and Zhang Siren were chatting among themselves and didn't take him seriously at all, Sushiri's eyes became bulging with veins.
Although it is true that he has such thoughts, is it necessary to say it in public and embarrass him now?
When Xie Qinshan, who was standing by, saw this scene, his old face instantly turned dark. He stepped forward, grabbed Bai Qishan's collar, and yelled, Bai Qishan, you're determined to make me unhappy on a day like this, right?
Bai Qishan looked at the furious Xie Qinshan and said indifferently, Old Xie, what you said is wrong. This is a matter between young people. What does it have to do with us? Besides, my apprentice isn't doing this for everyone's sake. After all, isn't it common for people to get something for nothing? My apprentice stepped forward at the risk of his life in order to reduce everyone's losses. Old Xie, you're so excited. Could it be that my apprentice is right?
Bai Qishan's voice was not loud, but it was clearly heard by everyone present. For a moment, everyone looked at Nanfeng with eyes full of scrutiny and questioning.
Indeed, it is true that Nanfeng is Xie Qinshan's last disciple.
But so far they have only heard Nanfeng himself talking about strategic-level projects, and they have not seen anything at all.
Besides, Xie Qinshan is so angry now, could it be that Nanfeng really has nothing in his hands?
But they are not fence-sitters. So no one spoke up to blame, but just waited quietly for things to develop. Although Nanfeng heard what Bai Qishan said, he chose to ignore it. He put away his phone and stared at Sushiri in confusion. First of all, what does my project have to do with you? Are you qualified to take over these projects, or are you prepared to invest tens of billions in me? Facing Nanfeng's words, Sushiri said calmly, I have nothing. I just don't want you seniors to be deceived by you.
Is that so? Then I don't understand, what is your purpose in doing this? If I really don't have it, do you intend to embarrass me in front of you and bring shame upon my teacher? Or do you think that by belittling me, you can elevate your status in my senior sister's eyes? Nanfeng spoke very directly, leaving Sushiri no way out.
Even Susu the Japanese did not expect that Nanfeng would speak so directly.
He took a deep breath, trying not to let his emotions show. I don't understand what you're saying.
I said, I'm just worried that you seniors will be deceived.
It seems that Sushiri is still pretending. Nanfeng shrugged.
Well, since you're worried about the seniors being deceived, why don't you go and persuade them, but instead take the initiative to provoke me?
Is it because you think I'm easy to bully?
Sushiri subconsciously retorted, I didn't.
Oh, I get it.
You just can't stand the fact that I'm liked by so many seniors, and you're jealous.
Nanfeng used his full attack power, not giving Sushiri any face at all.
Sushiri's face turned dark blue at this time. He knew that if he let Nanfeng continue, he would lose all face today, so he quickly interrupted, that's not what I meant, and you shouldn't continue to confuse people here.
Since you said you have a project, then show it to everyone. Otherwise, even if you are Uncle Xie's apprentice, I will not let you go. Oh? So you're pretty awesome?
Facing Sushiri's provocation, Nanfeng raised his eyebrows and said, I wonder if you have completed any national-level projects independently, or if you are even more awesome than my senior sister?
Su Shiri's face turned dark, and he couldn't say anything to refute for a moment.
Even though he, Nanfeng, and Jiang Siren are all close disciples of academicians, their treatment is completely different.
Xia Chunshan will pass the results to his apprentice.
And Bai Qishan would only let Su Shiri work for him. No matter how many projects Su Shiri proposed, he could only help out on the sidelines and could never take the stage. This is why he always thought that he could not surpass Jiang Siren. Okay, Nanfeng, he's already incompetent enough, so don't poke his weak spots anymore. Jiang Siren's cold assist from the side completely broke Su Shiri's defense.
Just a south wind. Now even Jiang Siren was making sarcastic remarks.
This was too much for his self-esteem to bear. Alright, since you said so, senior sister, I will show mercy and forgive him this time. After Nanfeng finished speaking, he turned to Su Shiri and said with a pout, remember, I'm letting you go today because of senior sister.
Wait a moment.
Su Shiri's eyes were red and his breathing became rapid.
Stop playing tricks here. I don't need you to let me off the hook. You just need to show everyone the project you have. Otherwise, it means you're a liar. Seeing that Su Shiri was holding on tightly, Nanfeng didn't respond immediately, but muttered, Tongzi, now that they've provoked me like this, are you really not going to give them some tasks or something? Chapter 110, Brother, you are a spy, and you dare to jump out?
Replying to the host, the system's original intention is to help the male protagonist grow by breaking up.
Provocations from small people cannot trigger the system's tasks. Nanfeng was a little surprised by the system's reminder. The students of one's teacher's opponent are just small fry to the system? Originally, he planned to provoke Su Shiri and then let the system issue a task to get some rewards. After all, he is really short of money now. Unexpectedly, the system looked down on Su Shiri. Okay, it seems we have to get rid of this annoying fly as soon as possible. Although the system cannot issue tasks, the panel regarding Su Shiri can be temporarily opened to the host. Oh? Hearing this, Nanfeng was a little surprised. I didn't expect that the system could open a backdoor for itself. Nanfeng opened Su Shiri's panel and was stunned instantly. No, buddy, are you serious? Name, Su Shiri. Age, 26. Height, 178 centimeters. Personality, competitive, dark. Identity, Bai Qishan's last disciple, foreign spy. Favorite food, apples, bananas.
Psychological weaknesses, big stick, pliers, Nigu, Jiang Siran.
Nanfeng stared at the column of Su Shiri's identity.
The words foreign spies are particularly obvious.
System, are you sure he's a foreign spy? Please do not doubt the system's omnipotence.
Su Shiri became a foreign spy at the age of 23 and was assigned the task of approaching Jiang Siren and finding a way to bring her abroad.
Good. 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 Hear the system's answer. Nanfeng was completely delighted.
No wonder he would take the initiative to cause trouble for himself. It turns out that he not only has his eyes on his senior sister, but also wants to step on her to get to the top and become a running dog of foreigners.
Su Shiri, Su Shiri.
There is no grudge between you and me, but you insist on bringing it to my door.
You want to know about the project I'm working on, right? That's right. Seeing that Nanfeng's tone suddenly relaxed, Su Shiri thought that Nanfeng was scared, so his tone also became much louder.
If you really have a project, show it to everyone.
Sure, no problem. What?
Su thought that Nanfeng would be angry and embarrassed by his words, or would continue to pester him, so he could take this opportunity to slander Nanfeng. Unexpectedly, he agreed so readily.
Are you serious? Nonsense. Haven't you always accused me of lying? Since you want to see it, I'll show it to you. But let me be frank. I'm not someone who would do anything without profit. Since you want me to prove myself, you should at least show some sincerity, right?
Seeing Nanfeng being so materialistic, Su Shiri frowned.
What do you mean? Nanfeng chuckled, of course it's for money. Su Shiri never dreamed that Nanfeng would ask him for money in front of so many people. Nanfeng, you are Uncle Xie's last disciple, how can you be so mercenary? Nanfeng curled his lips when he heard this and said, what are you talking about? My teacher is my teacher, not me.
You want to see my research projects, fine, but I spent countless hours researching them.
Do you think you can get them for free? If I show it to the public now and someone copies it, who will I cry to? Hearing Nanfeng's words, Su Shiri's teeth were about to break. So I'm waiting for him here.
Although Nanfeng said he agreed, he also used his own hard work to justify it.
Although Su Shiri was unhappy, he couldn't say anything to refute it. Okay, how much do you want? Seeing Su Shiri taking the bait, Nanfeng extended 3 fingers. 300,000? Seeing Nanfeng's conditions, Su Shiri's heart suddenly tightened.
Although he had been following Bai Qishan in research, he only earned a little over 10,000 yuan a month. Together with what those people gave him, the total he had was only about 1 million yuan. Now Nanfeng asked for 300,000 yuan, which directly cost him 1/3 of his life. But when he thought about it, as long as he made Nanfeng look bad in public, he would leave a bad impression in Jiang Siren's mind.
Then I will sell the information about Nanfeng in Jinao.
This money can be earned back from Nanfeng sooner or later.
After figuring it out, Su Shiri took a deep breath and nodded, no problem, I promise. 300,000 is 300,000. 300,000? What 300,000?
Seeing Su Shiri talking to himself, Nanfeng mocked him directly, I said 30 million.
How many? Hearing Nanfeng's offer, Su Shiri shouted directly, are you crazy? You're crazy. Your whole family is crazy.
Nanfeng cursed back at Su Shiri, the projects I have are all national strategic projects, each worth billions.
And you want to see my projects for 300,000? I think you're the one with a mental illness. Facing Nanfeng's barrage of scolding, Su Shiri was about to speak.
The big guys on the side have already started discussing. Although old Xie's new disciple is a bit greedy, what he said makes sense. If he really has a strategic level project, 300,000 yuan probably wouldn't even qualify him to take a look at it, right? Indeed, a while ago a studio came up with a great project.
I spent 3 million just to visit and learn from it. 300,000 is indeed too little.
I heard that Su Shiri is a disciple of Bai Qishan.
How could he not even know this little bit of common sense?
If you ask me, Bai Qishan probably doesn't even consider him as his personal disciple, otherwise why would he say something like 300,000 in public? I heard the discussions around me. This time, not only Su Shiri, but even Bai Qishan's face turned pale and blue. Now they are not only talking about Su Shiri, even his teacher has been involved. The situation is still continuing to ferment. Su Shiri took a deep breath and gritted his teeth, if you think 300,000 is too little, we can discuss it, but I can't come up with 30 million.
It doesn't matter if you can't take it out. Isn't there someone behind you? What do you mean?
Hearing Nanfeng's words, Su Shiri's heartbeat suddenly accelerated and his face turned ugly.
Could it be that the south wind knew something? No, impossible. Even Bai Qishan doesn't know the secret about himself. He is just a student, how could he know about your own affairs?
Of course I mean it literally.
If you don't have money, you can borrow it from the people behind you. Anyway, if you want to see the project I have, that's fine, but you have to come up with 30 million. Faced with Nanfeng's difficulties, Su Shiri was almost gritting his teeth. 30 million. If he had 30 million, why would he stay in Baikishan to work? He has already gone abroad to enjoy himself. Just when Su Shiri was feeling awkward, Bai Qishan suddenly walked over and said, okay, 30 million is 30 million. But in front of so many colleagues, everyone should speak up. If you really have a national strategic project, consider this 30 million as research funding. But if you don't have it, how are you going to compensate? Chapter 111, Nanfeng is plotting against people again, the terrifying intelligent brain. I just said there's someone behind you. When Su Shiri saw Bai Qishan come out to support him, he instantly felt confident. At the same time, I secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Judging from what Nanfeng said, it seemed that he just thought that Bai Qishan was his backer, and he was just overthinking it. Teacher, why did you come out? Su Shiri immediately stepped forward to compliment him. Bai Qishan snorted, then said unhappily, of course it's because I'm also annoyed with this guy. If you think you have something, then take it out and stop hiding it. You're pushing and shoving like a woman. Bai Qishan was obviously targeting Nanfeng. However, everyone understood at a glance that Bai Qishan's real target was probably Nanfeng. Kid, didn't you just ask for 30 million? I'll give you 30 million. But if you can't produce the goods, you should understand the consequences, right? That's not good. Seeing Bai Qishan coming out, Nanfeng showed a troubled expression.
Seeing him like this, Bai Qishan felt that Nanfeng was a liar, so he sneered and said, "Don't accuse me of bullying the younger generation in front of all my colleagues.
I'll give you 30 million.
If you don't have any projects, return the money to me and admit that you are a liar in front of everyone." To outsiders, Bai Qishan's request was very simple, nothing more than admitting that he was a liar. But in their circle, once you admit that you are a liar, your life will be completely ruined. What's more, Nanfeng is a newcomer who has just joined this circle and is also a disciple of Xie Chenshan. If it is not taken out, it will not only be Nanfeng's future that will be ruined,
and Xie Chenshan's face.
At this time, everyone's eyes fell on Xie Chenshan. Just now, Xie Chenshan almost fought with Bai Qishan. Now that Bai Qishan made such a request, it was equivalent to destroying the subsequent inheritance of his lineage.
Everyone thought that Xie Chenshan would directly attack Bai Qishan.
Unexpectedly, Xie Chenshan just glared at Nanfeng fiercely, then snorted and turned his head away. Seeing this scene, everyone was dumbfounded.
What is going on? Just now Xie Chenshan was still feeling proud of his new disciple, but now he was planning to give up on him?
Just when everyone turned their sympathetic eyes to Nanfeng, Nanfeng, with an embarrassed look on his face, was forced to agree. "Well then, since you said this, it would be disrespectful for me to refuse. Senior, my card number is 621x times x times x times x, please transfer the money."
Okay. Bai Qishan didn't waste any time and directly had someone transfer the money to Nanfeng's account.
Although 30 million is not a small amount of money for him, it is worth it as long as he can save face in front of Xie Chenshan and his disciples. What's more, it is impossible for him to have a second national strategic project. Just when Bai Qishan was certain that there was no south wind,
Nanfeng also confirmed the information that the money had arrived.
Nanfeng now looked embarrassed, but he was already very happy in his heart. "I thought these fat sheep waiting to be slaughtered were fat enough, but I didn't expect that there would be 2 more fat sheep coming to my door on their own initiative."
Want to embarrass yourself?
Sorry, that's simply impossible.
Jiang Siren saw Nanfeng's expression and exchanged glances with Xie Chenshan.
Sure enough, this kid Nanfeng has bad intentions again.
"Okay kid, now get your project out."
"No problem." Nanfeng shouted directly into the phone, "Smart brain, wake up. Someone is here to cause trouble."
"Who?
Who dares to cause trouble for the master?" Following Nanfeng's call, the intelligent computer was awakened again by Nanfeng, and then a childish and angry voice was heard. "Not yet, but I need to punch them in the face now."
"Don't worry, master. I guarantee everything will be fine. What can I do for you?"
"Give everyone present a copy of the Exo Armor Skeleton project plan. Also, give everyone a copy of the simplified versions of the weapon module and the magnetic levitation module."
"No problem, master."
Ding, confirming the personnel present.
Ding, the people present have been confirmed.
Ding, following the master's instructions, the core data has been overwritten.
At the same time, the simple template has been compiled and sent to the email addresses of all personnel present.
As the intelligent computer's voice sounded, everyone present's mobile phones began to beep at the same time. At this moment, everyone was once again shocked by the terrifying power of the intelligent computer.
In such a short time, not only did he confirm the information of everyone present, but he even found their private email addresses?
You know, their private email addresses are usually the most confidential.
Because many times, their projects are more important than their lives, so their private email addresses are generally kept confidential at the national level. But now the intelligent computer in Nanfeng's hands can easily hack into their private mailboxes?
Su Shuri was even more shocked by the horror of the intelligent computer. But inside I became more and more enthusiastic and delighted. Originally, the higher-ups only wanted Jiang Siren, but now there is an intelligent computer in Nanfeng. If he tells the higher-ups today's news, he can't even imagine how he will be valued. When they took out their cell phones and checked their emails, everyone present was shocked beyond words by the contents of their emails.
"Isn't this an Exo Armor Skeleton? Lao Lu, isn't this your project?
Oh my god, it really is an Exo Armor Skeleton, but this project seems to be different from Lao Lu's.
And judging by the information we have now, it seems to be more complete than the information Lao Lu has been researching for 6 years? No, didn't you notice the additional weapon modules? Being able to research to this point, doesn't it mean that Nanfeng has completed its research on the outer armor skeleton? Is this true? If it's truly completed, once this thing is deployed on the battlefield, wouldn't it be?"
After seeing the contents of the mailbox,
Everyone couldn't help but gasp.
The white-bearded old man, who was called Lao Lu by everyone, was so excited that his whole body was shaking when he looked at the content on his mobile phone.
Because the project that Nanfeng sent is the project he is currently researching.
And this project has lasted for a full 6 years since its inception. In the past 6 years, he thought his progress was enough to amaze the world, but when he saw the content sent by Nanfeng, he realized how ridiculous his research was. At this time, Bai Qishan also saw the content on the mobile phone and frowned instantly.
Because Lao Lu is one of his few friends.
So he also knows about this project, and it is true that this project is indeed a national strategic project.
But by doing this, isn't Nanfeng offending Lao Lu?
Thinking of this, Bai Qishan's mood suddenly improved. He put away his phone and sneered at Nanfeng. Nanfeng, I thought your so-called project was so amazing, but it turned out to be an exo-armored skeleton.
Didn't you hear your teacher say that this project has always been worked on by your Uncle Lu? Chapter 112, Bullying the Weak?
You might as well just find a well and jump in. After Bai Qishan finished speaking, he seemed not to be satisfied yet and turned to Lao Lu and said, Lao Lu actually stole your project.
Can you tolerate this?
Bullshit.
Bai Qishan originally wanted to call Lao Lu over to stand on the same front with him, but he didn't expect that as soon as he finished speaking, Lao Lu actually cursed at him.
Old Lu, are you crazy?
I'm speaking for you.
Bai Qishan was about to get furious when he realized what was happening, but Lao Lu ignored him and rushed straight to Nanfeng.
Nanfeng, oh, no, my friend, is the content of your project true?
Seeing the old man suddenly rushing in front of him with an excited face, Nanfeng was unable to react for a moment. But from what Bai Qishan said just now, he seemed to have heard it.
The project given to me by the system seems to overlap with the project that the big guy in front of me is researching?
But looking at the other party's excited expression,
Nanfeng quickly calmed down.
It seemed that the project proposal given to him by the system was more comprehensive.
Of course it's true. Not only is it true, but if you need it, I can send some of the data to your email.
If you have any questions later, you can also send them to me and we can discuss it together.
When Lao Lu heard Nanfeng's words, tears suddenly flowed down his face.
His voice trembled.
Really? Are you really willing to share the data with me?
Of course. Nanfeng said seriously, Senior, you are doing this kind of project for the sake of national security.
Our starting point is the same, so if you have any questions about this project, you can come to me.
Of course, I may set up a studio later to shift the focus of the project, but if you need it, you can also join our studio to study together.
Good. Good. Good.
Hearing Nanfeng's words, Lu Chao was so excited that tears filled his eyes. In fact, only a few people present knew that Lu Chao's son was a soldier. He not only made great military achievements for the country, but also defended the country as territory. But during a battle to protect the country, he was hit in the spine. From then on, I was paralyzed in bed, living a life worse than death. If his parents were not alive, he would have wanted to commit suicide long ago. It is precisely for this reason that Lu Chao tried so hard to develop the external armor skeleton. As long as he has this thing, not only can his son stand up again, but it can also reduce the casualties of the soldiers on the front line by at least 70%. So after seeing the project book and some data released by Nanfeng, he was very sure that this was the hope he saw.
Old Lu, what are you doing? Don't let that guy fool you. He might have copied this project proposal from you.
When Bai Qishan saw that Lu Chao was persuaded by Nanfeng, he was completely panicked. But the south wind just said it lightly. If you want to see the real thing, I have a set of assembled exo armor skeletons here.
You can come and see it any time. Really? Certainly. Okay. 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 Good boy, don't call me senior. From now on, just call me Grandpa Lu. Lu Chao held Nanfeng's hand tightly and refused to let go. Well done, Xiaofeng. You did a great job.
If anyone dares to bully you in the future, tell me and I will be the first one to not let him off. Watching the two of them having fun together,
Bai Qishan couldn't believe his eyes. Logically speaking, Nanfeng plagiarized Lu Chao's project, so shouldn't Lu Chao be furious or angry? Why does he have such an attitude towards Nanfeng? Okay, Grandpa Lu. I'll probably have to trouble you with the follow-up research in the future. No trouble, no trouble. Old Lu. Bai Qishan couldn't help but want to go up and pull Lu Chao over to wake him up.
As a result, After Lu Chao's conversation with Nanfeng was interrupted, he immediately flew into a rage. Go to hell with Bai Qishan. I'm warning you, if you dare to bully my grandson again, I'll make you pay even if it costs me my life.
Seeing that my old friend suddenly turned against me,
Bai Qishan was completely dumbfounded.
If you don't cause trouble for Nanfeng, why are you causing trouble for me? Also, when did Nanfeng become your grandson?
Because the project that Bai Qishan is researching is not a military topic.
So he didn't understand the importance of the project provided by Nanfeng.
But other bigwigs in this field looked at Nanfeng with enthusiasm after seeing this project.
Genius. A true genius. This kind of person is simply a waste of talent in Xie Qinshan's hands. Never mind. Never mind. No matter how great the cost, they must dig Nanfeng to their side, even at the cost of offending Xie Qinshan. At this moment, they all seemed to have noticed the little thoughts of others. So after Lu Chao rushed to Nanfeng, the others also came to Nanfeng, hoping that Nanfeng could come to their side to conduct research. If that didn't work, they could give them a chance to join Nanfeng's research topic.
Looking at the south wind that was surrounded by a circle. No matter how stupid Bai Qishan was, he only realized at this moment that he had been deceived.
Nanfeng pretended to be hesitant just now, just to lure him into the trap.
He truly had a national strategic project in his hands. Even Lu Chao, who originally specialized in this subject, wasn't as fast as Nanfeng in his research.
Su Shiri, who was standing by, was so shocked that he was speechless after seeing the items in the mailbox. Although he doesn't understand the research progress of this topic. But I could see the importance of this project at a glance.
If this project plan is true, then once this thing is mass-produced and paired with that weapon module, the battlefield pattern of the entire world will be completely changed. Nanfeng really has national strategic projects in his hands.
This time, both the master and the disciple were fooled.
Seeing that his 30 million research funds had gone to waste, Bai Qishan couldn't swallow this breath and yelled directly at Xie Qinshan. Xie Qinshan, you deliberately brought up this project to disgust me, right? Xie Qinshan, who was originally watching the show, was surprised to see that Bai Qishan actually dared to take the initiative to cause trouble for him. He was already unhappy and finally found an outlet to vent his anger.
He cursed loudly, "Fuck you.
You've been making things difficult for my disciple since just now.
Do you really think I can't see it? Bai Qishan, do you know why I didn't speak up for him just now?
Because he's my disciple, and no one knows better than me how incredible his talent is.
I'm the one who did this project. When have you ever seen me research a military project?
As an elder, it's bad enough that you didn't help the younger one, but after being slapped in the face by the younger one, you were so shameless that you refused to admit it.
I think you have no dignity left. If I were you, I'd just find a well and jump in." Chapter 113, If you can handle the younger ones, the older ones will naturally understand. You.
Bai Qishan was so angry at Xie Qinshan that he trembled all over. Seeing this, the people around him said to Bai Qishan, "Old Bai, you are so old, why are you still bullying the younger generation? That's right, when you go back, focus on your scientific research and stop acting like a child every day."
I never thought that old Xie would actually accept such a monstrous disciple. How great it would be if this disciple were mine. Old Xie, can you lend me your apprentice for a few days? I'll return it to you when I come back. Faced with the ridicule from everyone, Bai Qishan's old face turned pale with anger. Xie Qinshan walked up to Nanfeng in front of everyone, took his hand, and proudly said to them, "See? This is my last disciple. If any one of you refuses to obey me again, you'll have to get past me first. And if anyone dares to bully the weak again, don't blame me for carrying my family's plaque and smashing your door." Everyone was shocked when they heard Xie Qinshan's words. You know, the plaque in Xie Qinshan's house is engraved with the words "Pillar of the Country." If he really comes to my door with this thing, then they have basically seen the end. Seeing Xie Qinshan directly poking his spine, Bai Qishan wanted to say a few harsh words, but Su Shiri simply grabbed his arm. "Teacher, if we lose, we lose. Today's mistake is my fault. I didn't expect him to be so capable. But the most urgent thing right now is not to fight here, but to get our project done as soon as possible." After hearing what Su Shiri said, Bai Qishan calmed down and snorted heavily through his nose. After leaving his sentence "You're lucky," he took Su Shiri and left the third floor directly. Before leaving, Su Shiri took a deep look at the complacent Nanfeng, with a sinister look in the corner of his eyes. "Boy, you can be as arrogant as you want, but once I spread the news, I'll see how long you can be so arrogant."
However, what Su Shuri didn't know was that while he was glaring at Nanfeng, Nanfeng was also staring at him.
Su Shuri, seeing so many good things, I'm afraid you can't help yourself today, right? Since you came to me on your own initiative, you can't blame me. Wait until Bai Qishan takes Su Shuri away. Nanfeng leaned over to Xia Qinshan and whispered a few words.
After hearing what Nanfeng said, Xia Qinshan nodded, and then said solemnly, "Everyone, I have some things to do at the research institute, so I will go back first.
Please enjoy the dinner from now on." Hey, come on. Old Xia, we haven't even had a chance to chat with your apprentice yet.
That's right, you probably can't keep a treasure like old Xia's for yourself. If you really can't, you can let him study with me for a few days.
Thank you, don't leave.
Faced with everyone's attempts to keep him, Xia Qinshan simply said sorry, then left the third floor with Nanfeng and Zhang Siren.
Soon, under the guidance of Xia Qinshan's special car,
they came to a small courtyard in Qingshan. This was the first time Zhang Siren saw Xia Qinshan with such a serious expression.
She couldn't help but ask Nanfeng, "What did you say to the teacher?" "Senior sister, you will know soon."
After the three people got out of the car, Xia Qinshan opened the gate, pulled 3 chairs and placed them directly in the yard.
"Sit down and talk." Nanfeng nodded, looked around, and then said, "Teacher, is it safe here?"
"Don't worry, this is a place specially arranged for people like us to retire.
Apart from special satellite signals, even satellites can't lock onto this place." After hearing what Xia Qinshan said, Nanfeng suddenly felt that the apartment he bought was not so attractive anymore. Xia Qinshan seemed to see what Nanfeng was thinking and rolled his eyes. "Alright, stop looking at me like that, kid. Your master's wife and I don't have any children. After 100 years, this courtyard will be left to you and your master's sister. Whether you live in it or sell it is up to you to decide." "Teacher, what are you saying? Am I that kind of person?"
Looking at Nanfeng, whose mouth was almost blooming with smile, Zhang Siren pinched him helplessly.
"The teacher is still here, don't smile so obviously."
"Oh, then I'll go back and laugh secretly in bed." Looking at the 2 precious disciples in front of him,
Xia Qinshan really wanted to tell them that he was still here. Even if they wanted to discuss something, could they wait until he left?
"Okay, enough small talk, kid, are you sure what you just said is true?"
Xia Qinshan mentioned the main reason for coming here.
Nanfeng nodded, and then told Xia Qinshan and Zhang Siren his guess about Su Shuri's identity. After hearing this, the 2 of them had different expressions. Zhang Siren was still as pure as the fairy in the Moon Palace, and her expression did not change at all.
Xia Qinshan frowned, because the truth that Nanfeng told was a little too shocking.
The only disciple Bai Qishan accepted was actually a foreign spy, and his purpose was to appear next to Zhang Siren and find an opportunity to take Zhang Siren abroad.
Once this news is confirmed, the consequences will be unimaginable.
After all, Bai Qishan had taken Su Shuri to many important research meetings. If he is really a foreign spy, this means that many of their important research results in recent years have already been transmitted abroad.
"Nanfeng, are you sure?"
"Pretty close." Nanfeng said, "When I asked the AI to send the email just now, I specifically asked it to look up information about Su Shuri. It turned out that when he was 23, he lost contact abroad for a period of time. Since then, he has frequently changed his SIM card and maintained long-term contact with a phone number abroad. Plus, when I told him to ask the people behind him for help, he seemed very nervous and panicked.
He didn't relax until his teacher stepped forward. "Teacher, don't you think this is abnormal?"
Nanfeng said this, and even if Xia Qinshan wanted to believe it, it would be impossible. But he still held on to one last glimmer of hope.
"Old White, too?"
Although Bai Qishan and Xia Qinshan do not get along.
But if Bai Qishan is also involved, the problem will not be as simple as Su Shuri.
Nanfeng shook his head when he heard this. "I don't know about that either, but as long as we can deal with the younger one, we'll know whether the older one is clean or not." Looking at Nanfeng's bright eyes, Xia Qinshan was silent for a long time before he sighed and said, "Ever since I met you, I felt you were a bit mischievous.
I didn't expect you knew such a thing."
"Well, since you said it, I have to make this call for you even if it means risking my reputation. Thank you for your hard work, teacher." "Humph, if you knew how hard I work, you wouldn't have left me with such a heavy burden." Although Xia Qinshan complained, but his eyes were full of appreciation and satisfaction for Nanfeng.
Xia Qinshan quickly made a phone call. About 10 minutes later, Xia Qinshan hung up the phone.
Old Wei already knows about this matter and has sent people over.
I believe there will be a conclusion soon. Chapter 114, Swearing Under the Moon, How do you know his name? Excuse me, teacher. It's not really a problem this time. If it's really as you said, well. Xie Qinshan acted emo for a while, then turned to Nanfeng and asked, let's not talk about this for now. Lao Wei will have a conclusion soon. But are you sure you want to set up your own studio? Nanfeng nodded.
Teacher, I know you do many things for my own good, but I really feel that I am still very young and don't want to lose my freedom so soon.
You were present when I reached an agreement with Chief Wei.
Only in this way can I continue to do what I want without being constrained.
Hearing Nanfeng's plan, Xie Qinshan said unhappily, even if you follow me, who would dare to deprive you of your freedom? What do you think? After hearing this, Xie Qinshan glanced at Jiang Siren and then fell silent.
In fact, if we talk about the luckiest things in Xie Qinshan's life, one is marrying his current wife, and the other is accepting Jiang Siren and Nanfeng as his close disciples.
He and his wife never had children in their entire lives.
Now in their old age, Jiang Siren has always stayed by their side to take care of them. The biggest regret in Xie Qinshan's life was that he did not accept Jiang Siren as his disciple before her reputation as a talented girl spread. Back then, Jiang Siren's name as a talented girl was known throughout the world, and foreign forces had always wanted to take her away. In the end, she chose to stay and became Xie Qinshan's student.
But because of this, I lost my freedom.
She cannot go abroad, cannot go shopping like ordinary people, and even when she goes out, she is protected by more than a dozen bodyguards in secret. Jiang Siren has never lived like an ordinary girl, dating, singing, and having dinner together. She has always been a cold and aloof person. Thinking of this, he finally agreed with Nanfeng's decision.
Okay, I can pretend I don't know about this, but there's one thing you have to promise me. Teacher, you say. Help me take good care of your senior sister. Hearing Xie Qinshan's words, Nanfeng was stunned for a moment, and even Jiang Siren looked at Xie Qinshan in confusion.
Facing the gazes of his two beloved disciples, Xie Qinshan said dejectedly, the thing I regret most in my life is not accepting your senior sister as my disciple earlier. Over the years, your senior sister has always stayed with your master's wife and me to take care of us. It's not an exaggeration to say that we treat her as our own daughter. You think we're using your senior sister's blind date to pressure you, but in reality, your senior sister and I both hope she'll find a good home. Since you object, you must take responsibility for this matter like a man. If you agree to this, I will allow you to start your own studio outside, and I will also try to get you some investment. If you can't do it, then come back and work at the institute. Hearing Xie Qinshan's request, Nanfeng turned his head and looked at Jiang Siren, then under Xie Qinshan's gaze, he took Jiang Siren's hand. Teacher, I promise you, no matter what happens in the future, I will protect my senior sister and will never let anyone bully her. If I can't do it, then I will be struck by 5 thunderbolts and die a miserable death. See the south wind swearing solemnly. Xie Qinshan finally showed a satisfied smile. Jiang Siren, on the other hand, remained calm. However, after feeling the warmth of Nanfeng's palm, the tips of her ears became faintly pink. Good. 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 I feel relieved with your words. After Xie Qinshan finished laughing, he briefly talked to Nanfeng about his subsequent arrangements, and planned to arrange for someone to come and specifically train Nanfeng's roommates. He received another call. After the connection, Xie Qinshan's expression gradually became solemn, and then his frown slowly relaxed. Okay, I'll be there right away. After hanging up the phone, Xie Qinshan looked at Nanfeng and said, you guessed it right. We caught the criminal red-handed. The good news was cut off before it could even get out. And Lao Bai is innocent. Bad news, Walter White jumped into the lake out of frustration. After hearing what Xie Qinshan said, although Nanfeng was mentally prepared, he couldn't help but be shocked. I didn't expect that Bai Qishan would jump into the lake because of his own disciples. It seems that he really values Su Shuri. Okay, everything is almost done. You stay and talk to your senior sister for a while. I'm going to the hospital now. Siran, you and Nanfeng will go down the mountain together later. Good. After Xie Qinshan left quickly, Jiang Siren's eyes, as cold and clear as the moon, were staring at Nanfeng. No matter how thick-skinned Nanfeng was, he still felt a little embarrassed when Jiang Siren stared at him like that. Sister, I know I'm quite handsome, but if you keep looking at me like that, I'll be shy. Seeing the south wind, she pretended to be shy. Jiang Siren just spoke, his voice was calm but with a hint of softness.
The teacher has left. Yeah, I see. Can you let go of my hand, then? That won't work. Why? Because I promised the teacher that I would take care of you, senior sister. By caring, do you mean touching my fingers all the time? Ahem.
Seeing that his thoughts were discovered, Nanfong coughed lightly a few times to cover up his embarrassment.
Senior sister, you misunderstood.
I was mainly worried that you were too tired from doing the experiment, so I wanted to help you relax.
Really? Then could you please take your other hand off my leg? Oh, sorry. The cicadas are chirping in the summer, but the night wind is particularly cool. The two sat in the yard. After Nanfong took his hand away, Jiang Xiran tucked up a few strands of black hair beside his ear and said, "You lied to the teacher." "Ha? Senior sister, I've been wronged so badly, how dare I lie to the teacher?" Upon hearing this, Nanfong immediately revealed an aggrieved expression. Jiang Xiran really fell for his tricks. But he still said, "Do you remember how you discovered Su Shiri's identity as a spy?" "Of course I asked the intelligent computer to check it for me. But I never told you his name." "How did you know his name was Su Shiri?" Hearing Jiang Xiran's words, Nanfong was suddenly dumbfounded. Broken. How could he have overlooked this?
From the time Jiang Xiran brought Su Shiri to see him, to the time he asked Xie Chenshan to investigate Su Shiri, Jiang Xiran never told Nanfong his name from beginning to end.
Since Nanfong didn't know Su Shiri's name, how did he get the intelligent computer to look up information about Su Shiri? Senior sister, actually. Nanfong, I hate lying. After hearing Jiang Xiran's words, Nanfong fell silent. Jiang Xiran is cold but not stupid. On the contrary, she is extremely smart, otherwise she would not have become Xie Qinshan's first close disciple. Should I tell Jiang Xiran that I have a system? Chapter 115, Reaching 100 Favorability for the First Time. Nanfong, I'll be waiting for you here. Nanfong thought about it for a long time and finally chose to hide it from Jiang Xiran. I'm sorry, senior sister, I lied to you, but there are some things I can't tell you right now. I hope you can understand. Looking at the struggle in Nanfeng's eyes, Jiang Xiran did not respond. After a long time, she looked up at the moon in the sky and shook her feet like a little girl. Nanfeng, do you remember I told you that I could marry you anytime if you wanted? Remember. I'm not lying to you. Hearing Jiang Xiran's words, Nanfeng's body stiffened. From the first time we met, when you were able to bypass more than a dozen professional bodyguards, I knew you were hiding a lot of secrets. I don't hate you for having secrets, but I hate you for lying to me. Jiang Xiran said this and turned to look at Nanfeng. I won't force you to tell me everything, just like I don't mind how many women you have outside or how many exes you have. But you have to promise me that you will never lie to me from now on. A breeze blew away the dark clouds in the night sky, and the white moonlight shone on Jiang Xiran's face, making her already cold face appear divinity. She was so out of reach. But it made Nanfeng feel the urge to drag her into the mortal world for the first time. Senior sister, Under the moonlight, Jiang Xiran stood up, bent down and kissed Nanfeng on the lips, blocking what he wanted to say next. Nanfeng's mind went blank in an instant, and time became unusually slow at this moment. Nanfeng could clearly hear his own heartbeat. The heart that he had long told himself would never be allowed to be touched by anyone again, began beating again at this moment. At this moment, the chirping of cicadas and the sound of the wind all disappeared. Only two frantically beating hearts thumped. After a long time, Jiang Xiran let go of Nanfeng, and then his slender fingers fell on Nanfeng's face and gently stroked it. I don't expect you to give me a satisfactory answer. But Nanfeng, you must remember that if you are tired, you can always come back to me. I will always be here waiting for you. Under the moonlight, Nanfeng stared at Jiang Xiran's goddess-like face. After a long while, he finally spoke. There is no promise of everlasting love, nor any promise of lasting forever. There is only one sentence, I will always be here waiting for you. Just this simple sentence can give your homeless heart, Nanfeng, a place to rest. Beep, the system detects that Jiang Xiran's mind is agitated, and his favorability towards the host is +1. Ding, congratulations to the host for unlocking 100 favorability points for the first time. Now issuing limited mission rewards, 10 lucky draws, 1 billion cash subsidies, 1 CBD office building in the center of Hangzhou, 5,000 heart points. Ding, congratulations to the host for unlocking 100 favorability points for the first time, and unlocking a new function, telepathy. Function 1, telepathy.
The host can check what the other party is thinking at any time.
Function 2. Share the ancient moon with you.
You can teleport to a woman with 100 favorability at any time.
This can be used once a month. This month, the number of times you can use it is 1. Function 3. Same lifelock.
If the host in any party with 100% favorability encounter danger, they will be immune to fatal injuries once, and this effect will only take effect once in their lifetime.
Hearing the prompt sound echoing in his mind, Nanfeng took a deep breath and tried to keep himself calm. System, didn't I tell you to delete senior sister from the mission targets? What's going on?
Facing the wrath of the south wind. The system calmly replied, replying to the host, in accordance with the agreement, the mission regarding Jiang Siren has been completely deleted from the mission list.
She now has an independent personality with absolute freedom. If that's the case, then why are you giving me a reward?
Replying to the host, this reward is not a mission reward, but an achievement reward for the host.
Achievement reward?
Yes, because Jiang Siren is the first woman to have a 100% favorable impression of you, the host. This is an additional reward from the system, not a reward for completing Jiang Siren's mission.
After hearing the system's explanation, Nanfeng regained his composure.
He originally thought that the system had violated the agreement, but he didn't expect that this time it was actually an achievement reward.
At the same time, Nanfeng didn't expect that Jiang Siren's favorability towards him had reached 100. Before Nanfeng cancelled Jiang Siren's mission,
Jiang Siren's favorability towards Nanfeng has reached 99, and she is also the girl who has the highest favorability towards Nanfeng since he came to this world. Nanfeng thought that he would never see someone who had a 100% favorable impression of him in his lifetime.
But he never expected it. A kiss under the moonlight made Jiang Siren give up her last bit of defense against him.
Perhaps it was because Nanfeng had vowed to protect her in front of Xie Qinshan. Or maybe she gave her true heart to Nanfeng. Jiang Siren became the first girl to have a 100% favorability towards Nanfeng.
Nanfeng turned his head to look at Jiang Siren, then took her hand and solemnly promised, "Senior sister, I will never leave you." "I promise." Looking at Nanfeng with a serious face, Jiang Siren nodded and replied seriously, "Yes, I believe you." Different from the heart-to-heart talk between Jiang Siren and Nanfeng under the moonlight,
Su Shuri was filled with disbelief and despair at this moment. After coming out of Qingshan Manor, the soldiers returned the mobile phones to Bai Qishan and Su Shuri. Originally, Bai Qishan wanted to help Su Shuri vent his anger. But because Su Shuri was anxious to tell his superiors what happened today, he finally persuaded Bai Qishan to come back. He knew very well that since something like this happened today, their phones must have been monitored. So when he was about to reach the city, he got off the car and went to the bathroom on the pretext of having a stomachache, went into a public restroom, and took out a satellite phone in a waterproof bag from the sink of one of the toilets. Because of his cautious character, he had prepared a backup plan long before entering Qingshan Manor. This is also the fundamental reason why he has been a spy for so many years without being discovered. Only by being careful can you ensure a safe journey. But just after he dialed the familiar phone number, what came out was not the familiar London accent, but a crackling electronic sound. At first, Su Shuri thought that the signal was blocked because he was too close to Qingshan. He was just about to throw away the satellite phone and contact the other party at another time. A dark shadow suddenly rushed over from the direction of the entrance. Before Su Shuri could react, he was pressed to the ground by the other party. "Don't move. Hand over what's in your hand." Su Shuri finally realized that something was wrong. He tried to struggle, but when he looked up, he saw 4 or 5 fully armed soldiers pointing their guns at his head. And more than a dozen sniper rifle aiming lasers appeared on the bathroom glass. "Su Shuri, you are under arrest." Chapter 116, The Righteous Ultraman Cannot Kill the Heartless Little Monster. Until the moment he was forcibly taken away, he still couldn't believe the fact that he was arrested. Why is this happening? He was clearly hiding it well, and he clearly had something on Jiang Siren. In Su Shuri's plan, he would first call the people above to inform them to deal with Nanfeng as soon as possible and take control of the intelligent computer from him. Then he returned to school and spread the news that Jiang Siren and Nanfeng were together. With this handle, Jiang Siren will no longer be able to be a teacher and will be ostracized by everyone. At this time, he happens to appear and takes Jiang Siren away to another country. By then, I will be able to retire successfully, lie on the beach in Hawaii, look at the bikini beauties, and bask in the sun leisurely. Instead of having a gun pointed at your head. You must be mistaken. He is my student, there is no way he can be a spy. At this point, Bai Qishan still wants to save his students. But when the satellite phone, the recording of him in the bathroom, and the previous call signals were taken out, Bai Qishan was completely dumbfounded. He once looked down on Xie Qinshan's disciples, but he never dreamed that his own disciple was actually a spy. Even Wei Jianlong was alarmed by this incident. The second in command of Hangzhou even flew here to handle the matter personally. Bai Qishan came to Su Shuri and asked him over and over again why he did this. But Su Shuri didn't answer. He just stared at the second in command who appeared last and asked, "When did you discover me?" The second in command naturally had no need to hide anything from a dying man. It was Mr. Xie who called to inform us. Mr. Xie? Xie Qinshan? When Su Shuri heard this name, the first person he thought of was not Xie Qinshan. But it was the south wind that I saw for the first time today. You can ask the person behind you to lend it to you. This sentence, which he almost ignored, now popped up in his mind again. It turned out to be him. Su Shuri couldn't hold back his laughter any longer at this point. He thought he was talking about Bai Qishan. It turned out that he knew from the very beginning that there was someone else behind him. Su Shuri was finally taken away directly and sent to court for trial. The consequences are self-evident. As for Baiqi Mountain, before his death, Su Shuri confessed that Bai Qishan was unaware of the incident and that he was the only one involved. It also ended the relationship between him and Bai Qishan as master and disciple. But Bai Qishan couldn't withstand the blow and jumped into the lake. Fortunately, he was discovered and rescued in time. Xie Qinshan learned about the situation and rushed over to find out. Wait until the situation has completely calmed down. Nanfeng has returned to Honghu No. 1 courtyard. When Jiang Siren's favorability towards him reached 100, Nanfeng felt that the whole world was bright. But he did not face Jiang Siren's feelings directly. Because he was not prepared. Jiang Siren said that he didn't care how many exes he had or how many women he had now. But Nanfeng knew that this was unfair to Jiang Siren. Even though Jiang Siren said it, he hopes he can be more confident. But when people who are stuck in the quagmire see the light again, they don't feel saved, but feel inferior. Nanfeng lay on the bed, his heart pounding. Until the moment of separation, Jiang Siren said, "Nanfeng, there is no need to think so much, because you are not the only one with flaws, so am I. We are all little monsters struggling in the mud, so you just need to be yourself. Just like you will never leave me, no matter what happens to you, I will never leave you either." Nanfeng's restless heart finally calmed down. Just be yourself? Senior sister, can I really do this? Intelligent brain. Master, I am here. From now on, Jiang Siren and I will share the right to exercise your highest authority. Master, this is illogical. From now on, I am logic. Understood, Master. The highest authority of this intelligent computer has been updated. Correction by core authority user. The current intelligent brain's underlying logic has been updated to Nanfeng, Jiang Siren. Hear the answer from the intelligent brain. Nanfeng took out his cell phone and quickly sent a message to Jiang Siren. Senior sister, are you asleep? Nanfeng thought he would have to wait a long time to receive a reply, but Jiang Siren replied immediately. Not yet. Nanfeng chuckled when he saw the message sent by Jiang Siren. Senior sister, try calling the intelligent brain now. Jiang Siren, now? Right. After Nanfeng sent this message, it was a long time before Jiang Siren sent another message. You gave me the highest authority? Well, do you like it? Jiang Siren, aren't you worried that I'll take possession of the intelligent brain? Nanfeng, don't be afraid, because this is originally a gift from me to you, senior sister. Do you like it? Jiang Siren, I like it very much. When Nanfeng saw the message from Jiang Siren, he felt his heart pounding again. As long as you like it, senior sister, then you should go to bed early. Well, good night. Jiang Siren has always been like this, cold. But Nanfeng was very happy. At this moment, Jiang Siren was lying on the bed, looking at the message from Nanfeng on the screen, and said calmly, "Intelligent brain, Nanfeng likes me, right?" Replying to the master, based on the analysis of the existing data, it is concluded that it is. Get the reply from the intelligent brain. Jiang Siren placed his phone against his chest, staring at the ceiling with empty eyes. But why can't I feel it? Just as Nanfeng concealed the existence of the system, Jiang Siren also concealed something from Nanfeng.
She is not usually cold because of her personality.
But it's because she suffers from affective cognitive disorder syndrome.
It is because of this condition that she is unable to express her emotions properly.
Later, when Jiang Siren discovered that he could no longer leave Nanfeng, she began to try to learn how to express herself, learn how to express her ideas through perfect body language and expressions. Even though she couldn't feel his love, she still wanted to show him her love completely.
But when did she start to like Nanfeng?
It was the breakfast that Nanfeng insisted on bringing her every day over the course of time, or the time he stayed up all night with her at the research institute to work on a project, or the hot ginger tea that he brought her just in time when she had a stomachache. Jiang Siren suddenly remembered the first time they met at Suzhou's West Lake.
Nanfeng told himself a very short story.
Jiang Siren closed his eyes and murmured softly, "In a distant galaxy, there are two monsters with mutilated bodies. They both have no hearts.
Although they are both aliens in the eyes of other monsters, they don't care about their gazes.
They live happily every day because they know that they are all monsters and will be killed by the righteous little Ultraman sooner or later." As Jiang Siren was reciting, he fell into a deep sleep. And suddenly a childish voice was heard from the quiet phone.
"Master, this story is not the end.
When justice came, all the monsters died, but these two heartless little monsters survived heartlessly. Because the righteous little Ultraman discovered that these two little monsters had no hearts, but they had each other. They would not hurt others because they only lived for each other. The righteous little Ultraman let the two little monsters go, and they continued to live happily together forever."
Chapter 117. Song Mingyue called in the middle of the night. Am I part of the play? After chatting with Jiang Siren, Nanfeng lay on the big bed, and his restless heart gradually calmed down.
Although he knew clearly that Jiang Siren had feelings for him. But it is difficult for him and Jiang Siren to be together openly.
Because I am already rotten. Many people are very curious.
Both Huihe and Sun Jihu are extremely beautiful, and they are even obsessed with Nanfeng.
But why did Nanfeng pretend not to know him?
The key point is that they hurt Nanfeng too badly. At first, Nanfeng approached them with the mentality of completing a task, but at that time Nanfeng still had a longing for love. But after he gave again and again, what he got in return was that they made the most painful choice for Nanfeng.
After going through breakups again and again,
Nanfeng's beating heart gradually became silent. He began to give up and chose to forget everything in the past, not to be troubled by them, and to lock his heart in love.
Later on,
he only sees the mission objectives as goals. So when Jiang Siren showed him her unconditional love, Nanfeng would rather risk losing the system than erase Jiang Siren from the system's arrangement.
Jiang Siren is not the target of the mission.
She is his senior sister.
Is a living person.
It's a pity that two sick souls cannot reach a resonance.
One is stuck in the past, unable to extricate himself.
One loves the other deeply, but cannot feel the love. Senior sister, I promise not to leave you, but...
Nanfeng took a deep breath and his eyes gradually regained calm. We all have our own things to accomplish, so sister, get some good sleep. Everything will be back to normal when you wake up tomorrow, right? Even if it means running away and being called a coward. Nanfeng still chose not to hurt Jiang Siren.
After sorting out his thoughts, Nanfeng couldn't fall asleep for a long time.
He was thinking about what he should do next. The cell phone suddenly rang.
Just when he thought the call was from Jiang Siren and was about to reveal his thoughts,
it turned out that the call was from Song Mingyue. Nanfeng was not in the mood to answer Song Mingyue's call.
But the other party kept attacking, which made Nanfeng very upset.
Just when Nanfeng was about to block her, he suddenly calmed down.
Since he has decided not to hurt Jiang Siren, perhaps as Jiang Siren said, he just needs to continue to be himself.
After figuring it out, Nanfeng's mood improved a lot. After the call is connected.
Just as Nanfeng was about to speak, a strange and anxious male voice came from inside.
Hello, are you Mr. Nanfeng? It's me, who are you? Nanfeng thought the call was from Song Mingyue, but it turned out to be a man? Am I just a part of their play? Hello, I'm Meng Lang, the manager of the Blue CUIB bar.
I'm bothering you in the middle of the night because your girlfriend is in a fight, and things are getting pretty serious.
Would it be convenient for you to come over? After hearing Meng Lang's words, Nanfeng was completely confused. Dude, do you want to listen to what you're saying?
Let us not talk about how you opened Song Mingyue's phone.
The most important thing is, when did Song Mingyue become your girlfriend? And Song Mingyue actually got into a fight with someone in a bar in the middle of the night? Did you call the wrong number?
I'm not her boyfriend, and her fight is none of my business. Sir, I don't know what the misunderstanding is, but it seems they started fighting because of you.
If it's convenient for you, would you please come over?
If they continue to make such a fuss, our business tonight will be ruined. I could see that the other person's voice was filled with tears.
Nanfeng sat up from the bed helplessly.
Okay, I get it.
The address is the Blue CUIB bar, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'll be right there. Hang up the phone.
Nanfeng got up and changed his clothes. Although he didn't understand why she called him in the middle of the night and why Song Mingyue was fighting with someone in the bar, curiosity still prompted him to go over and take a look.
The night in Hangzhou was even more prosperous than the day. All souls imprisoned by the flesh can find a place of release in the night of Hangzhou. The Blue CUIB bar is one of them.
But half of the people who can come here to consume are not ordinary people, because the minimum consumption for an ordinary private room here is tens of thousands of yuan.
Nanfeng asked a servant to drive him over.
As soon as I got off the car, I saw a man in uniform waiting anxiously at the door. When he saw Nanfeng, his eyes suddenly lit up and he hurried over.
You are Mr. Nanfeng, right?
I am the manager Meng Lang who just contacted you. Seeing Meng Lang recognized him directly.
Nanfeng asked doubtfully, do you know me?
I don't know you, but you are the screensaver of this lady, so I can recognize you at a glance.
Nanfeng took Song Mingyue's phone from Meng Lang, opened it and saw that the screensaver was actually himself. Nanfeng was speechless. What the hell is Song Mingyue doing?
She ignored me when I gave her a dress worth hundreds of thousands of dollars.
Now that I'm unhappy with her, she's playing this trick on me? Where is she?
Sir, please follow me.
I will take you there now. Following Meng Lang, Nanfeng entered the bar.
When he approached the private room, he realized how fierce the battle was.
The entire corridor was filled with broken wine bottles, the luxuriously decorated walls were smashed to pieces, and the extremely expensive-looking carpet was covered with all kinds of fruits, sieves, wine glasses, and even a microphone? I've caused so much trouble to your store, and you guys didn't try to stop it?
We tried to stop them, but they all seemed drunk and couldn't be stopped. Plus, some of the people in the room had troublesome identities, and our bar was worried about getting into unnecessary trouble, so we had to contact you.
Meng Lang's voice was full of helplessness.
When Nanfeng followed Meng Lang into the box, his face suddenly darkened.
No wonder the manager is worried about getting in trouble.
Because there was not only Song Mingyue sitting in the box at this moment. There is also Chun Yao, who had just separated from Nanfeng, her fiancé Wu Shua, and her friends.
The box was now divided into two groups, and Song Mingyue was huddled alone in the corner.
Chun Yao and her group of friends gathered together and pointed fingers at Song Mingyue.
Especially after Nanfeng showed up, they couldn't help but taunt him, "Hey Song Mingyue, I thought you were calling some incredible guy, but it turned out to be Yao Yao's ex-boyfriend? I thought you were some kind of pure person, but I didn't expect you to like unwanted sluts? Song Mingyue, do you still have any shame? The person you contacted in the middle of the night turned out to be someone else's ex-girlfriend?" Faced with Chun Yao's gang of bad friends, Nanfeng simply chose to ignore them. He walked straight into the box and came in front of Song Mingyue. Song Mingyue, who was once full of energy, now had almost all her clothes soaked.
Fortunately, she still had a coat that barely covered her current miserable appearance.
Chapter 118, Song Mingyue was bullied in the middle of the night, and Wu Shua confused right and wrong.
There was a very obvious slap mark on Song Mingyue's delicate face, and there was blood at the corner of her mouth. Her eyes were red and swollen, obviously she had just cried. When Song Mingyue saw Nanfeng appear, tears started to flow again. "Nanfeng, I'm sorry for causing you trouble." When Chen Yao saw Nanfeng appear, anger flashed in her already violent eyes.
"Nanfeng! How dare you come here?" Nanfeng ignored Chen Yao's anger, came to Song Mingyue, and asked in a cold voice, "What's going on?" Seeing this, Meng Lang quickly explained, "Sir, this is what happened. Just now." "Shut up. Let her talk."
Meng Lang originally thought that Nanfeng was an easygoing person, but unexpectedly, the hostility in him was even more terrifying than he had imagined. He was so scared that he quickly shut his mouth. After seeing Nanfeng's cold eyes, Song Mingyue told him what had happened in a trembling voice. It turned out that after Chen Yao was sent away from Qingshan Manor, he was in a depressed mood, so he called Chen Yao and her group of friends and asked them to come over for a drink. When she was drunk, Chen Yao started to curse Nanfeng. Song Mingyue couldn't stand it anymore and said that Nanfeng was not that kind of person, which immediately caused Chen Yao to scold her. Song Mingyue was already feeling aggrieved because Nanfeng ignored her. Now he was being scolded in front of so many people. Then he got so angry that he told everything about Chen Yao cheating on Nanfeng during their relationship. She hadn't broken up with Nanfeng yet, but she was engaged to another man. It was clearly Chen Yao's fault. As soon as Song Mingyue finished speaking, Chen Yao exploded instantly. She picked up a bottle and started smashing it in the box. Just when the situation seemed to be getting out of control, Wu Shua suddenly pushed the door open and walked in. Only with the presence of her fiancé did Chen Yao calm down. Seeing this, Song Mingyue wanted to leave immediately. But he was stopped by Wu Shua. He first apologized to Song Mingyue on behalf of Chen Yao, and then took the opportunity to treat Song Mingyue to a drink. Song Mingyue refused again and again. I thought that was the end of the matter. Unexpectedly, Wu Shua took advantage of the time when Chen Yao and the others were drinking and put his hand on Song Mingyue's leg. Song Mingyue screamed and raised her hand to slap Wu Shua. After Chen Yao and others looked over. Before Song Mingyue could explain, Wu Shua turned the tables and said that it was Song Mingyue who seduced him and put his hand on her leg. Song Mingyue quickly explained that she did not do it and wanted to call the police to prove her innocence. As a result, she just turned on the screen of her phone. Chen Yao saw Nanfeng, which she had set as her screensaver. Now, Chen Yao, who was already very angry because of Nanfeng, was completely furious. She went up and slapped Song Mingyue. Not only did he smash everything that could be smashed in the box and throw it into the corridor, he even poured all the remaining wine on Song Mingyue. If Song Mingyue hadn't had the habit of bringing a coat when going out at night, she would have been seen naked by now. The manager was attracted by the noise in the box. But after seeing that it was Chen Yao and others, he also felt embarrassed. After all, Chen Yao is an old customer of theirs, so they naturally know that her identity is not simple. What's more, she is a big customer who recharges hundreds of thousands of yuan at a time. Song Mingyue wanted to call the police. But Song Mingyue threatened her that if she dared to call the police, she would disfigure her face. Finally, under the pressure of Chen Yao, Song Mingyue turned on her cell phone and asked her manager to contact Nanfeng and call him over. I'm sorry, Nanfeng. It's all my fault. If I hadn't come over tonight, I wouldn't have caused you so much trouble. Looking at Song Mingyue, who was crying inconsolably at this moment, Nanfeng's face was gloomy. He came up to Meng Lang and said coldly, "Take off your coat." "But sir, I'll give you 20,000. "No problem, sir, I'll take it off right away." "Please wait a moment, I'll get you a new set right away." After all, the manager knows how to handle things. As soon as he saw that the atmosphere in the box was not right, he quickly took the money and ran away, praying in his heart that the boss would come over as soon as possible. Nanfeng took the manager's coat and put it on Song Mingyue. "It's okay. I don't blame you. Leave the rest to me." "Don't want." Hearing Nanfeng's words, Song Mingyue grabbed Nanfeng's sleeve tightly. "Nanfeng, let's go. I don't want to stay here anymore." As soon as I heard Nanfeng was leaving, Chen Yao said heartbreakingly, "Nanfeng, stop right there. Now that you've entered this door, don't even think about leaving." As Chen Yao's voice fell, her group of friends blocked the door of the box, blocking the only exit. Nanfeng saw this and said helplessly to Song Mingyue, "You can see it too. It's not that I don't want to take you away, but someone doesn't want us to leave." Seeing this scene, Song Mingyue was also panicked. She yelled at Chen Yao, "Chen Yao, how many times have I told you that Nanfeng and I are not in the relationship you imagine? And it was clearly your fiancé who wanted to touch my legs just now. Why are you so distorting the truth? Confusing right and wrong?" Chen Yao gritted her teeth and walked towards Nanfeng and Song Mingyue, holding a beer bottle in her hand. "Nanfeng, since you accepted the money and agreed to break up, we should have ended things in a dignified manner. But why do you always cling to me? You embarrassed me in front of so many people and made me a laughingstock in Hangzhou. Now you actually dare to get together with Song Mingyue behind my back. Nanfeng, you're a fucking bastard." After Chen Yao finished yelling, she picked up the beer bottle and was about to smash it towards Nanfeng's head. Bang! But before she touched Nanfeng, a loud slap echoed throughout the box. When everyone saw the slap marks on Chen Yao's face swelling up at a speed visible to the naked eye, they were all shocked. No, is Nanfeng crazy? How dare he fight with Chen Yao? You have to know that they are not qualified to attend the investment dinner of Qingshan Manor, so in the eyes of Chen Yao's friends, Nanfeng is just a toy that Chen Yao finds when she is bored. Ordinary people like him can be found in abundance on the street. Being favored by Chen Yao was a blessing he had earned in several lifetimes. What no one expected was that Nanfeng would actually fight with Chen Yao. Chen Yao covered her face, staring at Nanfeng in disbelief, gritting her teeth and saying, "Nanfeng, you actually dare to hit me?" Chapter 119, The Devil's Whisper, Chen Yao's Dark Psychology. Seeing Chen Yao being beaten, Wu Shua also rushed over and yelled at Nanfeng, "Are you still a man? How dare you hit a woman?" Seeing Wu Shua's eager look to protect his wife, Nanfeng shook his hands and said indifferently, "Are you blind? Didn't you see that she was the one who tried to hit me with the bottle first? So what if she hits you? What did you say?" Nanfeng's eyes widened when he heard Wu Shua's outrageous statement. "Say what you just said again. What's wrong? Did I say something wrong?" Wu Shua looked at Nanfeng with disdain and said sarcastically, "How strong is Yao Yao? Even if she hits you, what's the big deal? That's right, it's a blessing for you that Yao Yao hit you. Besides, if it weren't for you, would Yao Yao be so angry? If I were you, I would just beat Yao Yao up and vent my anger. Maybe Yao Yao would forgive you. Bah, I really don't know why Yao Yao was so blind to choose a man like you." With the support of Chen Yao's friends, Wu Shua seemed to have the confidence, and his eyes were full of confidence. After hearing these outrageous remarks, Nanfeng said to Song Mingyue without a word of nonsense, "Can you stand up?" Seeing Nanfeng talking to her, Song Mingyue nodded. "Okay, pick up the bottle on the ground." "What? I told you to pick up the bottle." Hearing the suppressed anger in Nanfeng's voice, Song Mingyue hurriedly picked up a wine bottle from the ground and came to Nanfeng's side. "Nanfeng, I picked it up." Nanfeng nodded, then pointed at Wu Shua's head and said, "Hit it there." "What?" Hearing Nanfeng's words, Wu Shua was completely dumbfounded. "Are you crazy? How can you order others to fight?" Wu Shua was visibly getting nervous. Nanfeng sneered, "Didn't you just say that Chen Yao was weak? But judging from the situation in the box just now, Song Mingyue's strength should be even weaker, right? Since you keep saying that it's okay to get beaten, then just stand there straight. If you dare to move a step, you'll be my grandson." After Nanfeng finished speaking, he turned to Song Mingyue and said, "Smash it. I'll take responsibility for anything that happens. Song Mingyue, think about how they bullied you just now. Now I have your back. Everyone here today can do whatever you want." Song Mingyue, who was still hesitating, instantly turned red with her rabbit-like eyes after hearing Nanfeng's words. She just wanted to say something fair for Nanfeng. The result was a slap in the face and public humiliation. Why? Is it because Chen Yao was born into a wealthy family that she is surrounded by people wherever she goes, and that is why she can trample on her dignity without restraint? I have obviously tried my best to get closer to her, but why is she still a punching bag? Mingyue, calm down and don't listen to him. He's lying to you. When Wu Shua saw the change in Song Mingyue's eyes, he was panicked for a moment. But it would be better if Wu Shua didn't say anything. As soon as she heard him speak, Song Mingyue was like an ignited bomb. She picked up the wine bottle and smashed it directly on his head. If he hadn't touched her legs, how could she have been doused with wine? It's all his fault. It's his and Chen Yao's fault. Seeing that Song Mingyue actually waved the wine bottle at him, Wu Shua cursed her as a lunatic and quickly hid behind her. "Crazy. You're fucking crazy. Do you know who I am?" Wu Shua was in a state of embarrassment in front of so many people. For a moment, I was furious. Just as Wu Shua raised his arm to slap Song Mingyue in the face, Nanfeng kicked him directly, knocking him to the ground. "Didn't you just say how strong a girl could be? Why don't you just stand there and get hit? You!" Wu Shua fell to the ground, his body covered in sticky wine. When he got up, he felt nauseous. You! He pointed at Nanfeng and trembled with anger. He never expected that Nanfeng would actually retort him with the same words he said. "And you too." Nanfeng stood behind Song Mingyue, then leaned over and whispered in her ear, "Song Mingyue, bully them back the way they bullied you. You should know that I can help you get rid of all your troubles, right?" Nanfeng's words were like the whispers of a devil, which directly bewitched Song Mingyue's will. Her eyes, which were originally full of spirit, were now bloodshot. She stared at Chen Yao intently, gritted her teeth and said, "Chen Yao, why did you hit me?
Let's not talk about the fact that when you were with Nanfom, you were engaged to someone else first. Since you and Nanfom have broken up, no matter who he is with, what does it have to do with you? Do you think you can bully me just because I have no backers and I'm poor? Song Mingyue staggered towards Chen Yao, holding the bottle of wine. Seeing this, Chen Yao's face turned dark blue. First, he was slapped by Nanfong in front of so many people, and now even the usually obedient Song Mingyue dared to resist him. They used to be best friends, but now they have become enemies. But after seeing Song Mingyue's crazy look, Chen Yao took a deep breath and said coldly, "What do you mean I can bully you? Even if I broke up with Nanfong, he is still my ex-boyfriend. You are my friend, how can you be with him?" "No. You never considered me a friend." Chen Yao originally wanted to appease Song Mingyue by reasoning with her. But Song Mingyue directly retorted, "The reason you are with me is not because you think I am your friend, but because you want to find a sense of existence from me. Because I'm prettier than you take me to places I'll never be able to visit in my lifetime, and you get pleasure from making me feel inferior." "Chen Yao, do you think I really don't know anything?" Song Mingyue choked and tears fell down her delicate face to the ground. "It's true that I come from an ordinary family, but that's no reason for you to bully me like this." Hearing Song Mingyue's last words, Chen Yao's originally cold eyes also became sinister. She originally thought she had hidden it well, but unexpectedly, Song Mingyue had seen through her thoughts long ago. From the first day they entered school, Chen Yao felt jealous when she saw Song Mingyue. Because she is so beautiful. When she was in high school, Chen Yao was considered the school belle. But after arriving at S University, although she was secretly called the campus belle, in fact everyone only recognized her as the department belle. This psychological gap made it impossible for her to accept it for a while. So she tried to get rid of this gap. She set her sights on Chen Yao. Chapter 120. If I offend her, you will support me, right? She approached Song Mingyue, making her think she was her friend, and then began to take her to various high-end places. As someone from an ordinary family, when had Song Mingyue ever seen such a world? So she became Chen Yao's best friend. Or rather, her lackey. Looking at Song Mingyue's shocked eyes again and again, and her compliments to herself, Chen Yao found the pleasure of being a superior. Including arranging a sales job for her at Honghu No. 1 Courtyard. More than 10,000 a month seems like a lot. But for Chen Yao, the money was not even enough for a drink. She just wanted to see the campus belle of S University and see how hard she worked for such a small amount of money. Only in this way will she feel good. I originally thought that she had hidden her dark thoughts very well. Unexpectedly, Song Mingyue had already seen through it. "Okay, so what if you see through me?" "Song Mingyue, I'm just bullying you." Seeing that her true identity had been exposed, Chen Yao simply stopped pretending. "You just have a prettier face than mine, why do so many people like you? In my eyes, you're just a bumpkin. I can bully you however I want. Don't you want to hit me? Fine, I'll stand right here, and you can hit me." Chen Yao was certain that Song Mingyue wouldn't dare to hit her. Because she is poor. Also because she is smart. Poverty only brings inferiority. A smart person would tell her that if she hits him, she won't even be able to pay for it. In Chen Yao's eyes, Song Mingyue is simply a coward who is relying on the power of others to bully others. It seemed that Chen Yao had no regrets at all. Instead, it provoked myself. Song Mingyue's hands were shaking as she held the wine bottle. Why? It's obviously not her who decides her birth, so why do they bully her like this? Song Mingyue was unwilling. But she didn't dare to really fight with Chen Yao. She was scared. She was afraid that the Chen family would retaliate against her, that she would be expelled from school because of this incident, and that she would not be able to afford the compensation in the end. Just when she didn't know what to do, a strong hand grasped hers. "Don't worry, I'm here. Fight. Fight with confidence. You may not trust yourself, but you can always trust me, right?" When the voice of the south wind sounded in her ears again, something deep in her heart seemed to be awakened by the south wind. Her originally hesitant look became firm. She took a deep breath and said to Nanfong, "Nanfong, if I hit her, you will help me get rid of the trouble, right?" "Right. Good." Nanfeng's affirmation gave her courage. Under Chen Yao's arrogant gaze, Chen Yao smashed a wine bottle directly on her arm. When the severe pain came, Chen Yao suddenly widened her eyes and looked at Song Mingyue in disbelief. She was about to speak when Song Mingyue's slap came. Loud slaps echoed in the box.
For a moment, everyone in the box except Nanfeng was stunned.
Is Song Mingyue crazy? How dare she fight with Chen Yao? Everyone knew that without Chen Yao, Song Mingyue wouldn't even be qualified to drink with them. But now, Song Mingyue dared to fight with Chen Yao just because of Nanfeng's words? Where does she get the courage from? Song Mingyue, you owe me this slap.
Chen Yao covered her face with her hands, her pupils filled with disbelief. She thought of many possibilities, but she never expected that Song Mingyue would actually hit her. She looked up at Song Mingyue. Under the brilliant lights, Song Mingyue's eyes were no longer filled with fear and confusion, but were full of confidence and calmness.
Why? Why does she dare to attack me? Did she forget that without me, she wouldn't even be able to keep her current job? Just because of Nanfeng's words, she actually dared to attack herself? Song Mingyue.
Chen Yao's eyes were bloodshot at this time.
Have you forgotten that I arranged your current job? It's me who brings you to these kinds of events time and time again. Without me, would you have been able to afford such expensive alcohol in your life? How dare you hit me?
Well, just wait for me. Chen Yao made a harsh statement that she would definitely make Song Mingyue pay.
Song Mingyue faces Chen Yao's threat.
I was a little scared at first, but after turning my head to look at Nanfeng's calm expression, I instantly calmed down.
Okay, I'll wait.
After Song Mingyue finished speaking, she came to Nanfeng and took his arm in front of everyone.
Nanfeng, you heard it too.
She wants me to look good.
If I lose my job in the future, you have to support me. No problem. After hearing Nanfeng's reply, Song Mingyue's grievances disappeared instantly. Chen Yao is not clear about Nanfeng's identity. But Song Mingyue knew it clearly.
The most expensive mansion in Hanghu No. 1 courtyard was bought by Nanfeng. And every time he makes a move, he gives away bags worth tens of millions. As long as Nanfeng agrees to support me. Even if she offended Chen Yao, she was not that scared anymore.
You guys.
When Chen Yao saw Song Mingyue holding Nanfeng's arm, she felt like her chest was about to explode with anger. She made a fool of herself at Qingshan Manor because of Nanfeng. That's why she wanted to call Nanfeng over and teach him a lesson.
But she never expected that not only did Nanfeng show no mercy to her, but even Song Mingyue dared to resist her and even took Nanfeng's arm in front of her?
That position clearly once belonged to her. How dare that bitch Song Mingyue do that?
Nanfeng, let's go. Have you let out your anger? Song Mingyue nodded. She was feeling extremely aggrieved today and almost lost her mind. But after the south wind appeared, she was completely cured. Okay, let's go. Wait a moment.
Seeing that Nanfeng was about to take Song Mingyue away, Chen Yao wanted to stop them, but suddenly several strong men in black appeared and blocked the door to the box. Then, a flashy middle-aged man with a cigar in his mouth, wearing a golden suit and sunglasses, came staggering from behind.
Where is this friend going?
When Chen Yao saw him, her eyes lit up.
Boss Wu. You're here, quick. Help me teach them a lesson.
This middle-aged man who looks flamboyant is the owner of this bar, Wu Bo, and also a friend of Chen Yao's father. It is precisely because of this relationship. So when Chen Yao came over on weekdays, he would ask the waiter to send an extra bottle of wine to Chen Yao's box as a favor. When Wu Bo arrived, he had already heard that among those causing trouble was Chen Sihai's daughter Chen Yao. But when he saw Chen Yao's face, he was also shocked. Chen Yao's originally delicate face was now half swollen like a pig's head, and she looked even more miserable.
Oh my god, who did she offend? Why was she beaten like this? Chapter 121. So, you are competing with me for support?
You know, Chen Sihai is a well-known figure in Hangzhou, and I have a good relationship with him. If he knew that his daughter was beaten on his own territory, the consequences might be a bit troublesome. Otherwise, he would not have left his distinguished guest aside and rushed over to solve the problem personally.
Hey, isn't this Nishchen? Who beat you up like this? Wu Bo stepped forward to check Chen Yao's injuries.
Faced with Wu Bo's concern, Chen Yao seemed to have finally found a backer, and tears flowed down her face. She pointed at Nanfeng and Song Mingyue and said, "That's them."
Oh?
Wu Bo turned his head to look at Nanfeng and Song Mingyue, with a dangerous glint in his eyes. When he came here just now, he noticed Nanfeng and Song Mingyue because they were so eye-catching. Not to mention that Song Mingyue was soaked because someone splashed her with wine, and her simple coat could not hide her graceful beauty at all. The south wind alone gave him a different feeling. When he looked into Nanfeng's eyes, he had a feeling that he was seen through. This left him somewhat baffled. He looks like a young man, how could he give me such a feeling? But right now, the most important thing is to deal with Chen Yao first.
You two were the ones who beat up my niece?
Seeing so many strong men around, and each of them had bad intentions, Song Mingyue was so scared that her legs were shaking. After all, the most outrageous thing a good girl like her had ever done was to come to the bar for a drink.
If it weren't for Nan Feng's support today, she wouldn't even dare to hit anyone.
Now facing this situation,
she didn't even dare to speak. Nan Feng did not respond to Wu Bo's questioning, but instead asked, "Are you the owner of this bar?"
"You kid, our boss is asking you, just answer honestly."
"When will it be your turn to ask my boss back?"
Before Wu Bo could speak, his younger brother stepped forward and wanted to teach Nan Feng a lesson.
But before he could do anything, Wu Bo yelled, "Get out of here! You have no right to speak here."
"Yes, boss." After Wu Bo scolded his men harshly, he looked at Nan Feng and narrowed his eyes.
"Ha, you're worthy of being the little brat who dares to take action on my territory. You really have a bit of a temper." "Yes, I'm Wu Bo, the owner of this bar."
"Okay, as long as you're the owner of this bar."
See, Wu Bo admit it.
Nan Feng said directly, "My friend was drinking at your place and was not only beaten but also splashed with wine."
"How do you plan to solve this matter?"
"What?" Hearing Nan Feng's words, Wu Bo was dumbfounded.
"Nobody, did I hear that right? I haven't bothered you yet, but you're bothering me first?"
At this moment, he was on the verge of a rage, but he still forced himself to speak. "Little brother, I don't understand what you are saying. It was you who caused trouble in my place and smashed my box in the bar."
"How dare you ask me for an explanation?"
Facing Wu Bo's gloomy eyes, Nan Feng said coldly, "They are the ones who caused the trouble. They were the ones who smashed your box in the bar. If you don't believe me, you can check the surveillance yourself." Hearing Nan Feng's words, the younger brothers who came with Wu Bo looked at each other and burst into laughter. "This guy looks good, but he turns out to be a fool.
What kind of society is this?
Are we still adjusting surveillance?" Of course they knew that the person causing the trouble was Chen Yao, but Chen Yao had a background.
Moreover, if Wu Bo wants to delete the so-called surveillance, it is just a matter of a word. If monitoring is useful,
there wouldn't be so many people with no way to appeal their grievances. Originally, Wu Bo was still afraid of Nan Feng, but after hearing what Nan Feng said, Wu Bo completely let down his guard against Nan Feng. "I originally thought that he dared to talk to me because he had some backing, but I didn't expect him to be so stupid." At this moment, Wu Bo finally showed a grim smile on his face. "Sorry, the surveillance camera in our bar happened to be broken these 2 days, and we are looking for someone to repair it."
Hearing Wu Bo's words, Nan Feng also understood. "I see, you're looking for trouble on purpose. Congratulations, you got it right."
Wu Bo took a puff of his cigar and then said to Nan Feng, "The corridor and decoration of my bar cost over 20 million.
This blanket alone was custom made overseas by me. Each one is worth 2 million. As for the private room you destroyed, the sofas, tables, and equipment inside add up to about 100,000 yuan. As for the decoration inside the room, I'll round off the remainder and charge you a total of 300,000 yuan. Isn't that too much?" Hearing Wu Bo's words, Chen Yao became very excited. Wu Bo is indeed his father's friend, he is so loyal. What else can they do now? After hearing Wu Bo's offer, Song Mingyue was completely dumbfounded. The decoration cost more than 20 million, the blanket cost 2 million, and the box cost 300,000? Does he want both Nan Feng and I to pay so much money in compensation? Nan Feng didn't react much after hearing Wu Bo's offer. He just said coldly, "What about them? Do you want me to pay all this money alone?" "You idiot, I can't bear to hear this anymore. Miss Chen Yao is the daughter of our boss's friend, do you understand? You unsophisticated idiot. As expected of a college student, you're so innocent. If I were you, I would kneel down right now and kowtow to Miss Chen Yao to apologize. Maybe Miss Chen Yao can put in a few good words for you in front of the boss." Looking at the younger brothers behind Wu Bo who were talking incessantly, Nan Feng smiled. "So, you're trying to compete with me for support?" Hearing Nan Feng's words, Chen Yao suddenly felt something was wrong. To prevent the situation from getting out of her control, she quickly said to Wu Bo, "Boss Wu, if my dad knew I was beaten here, he would definitely be furious. So you must give me an explanation today." She knew very well that Wu Bo helped her vent her anger because of his father's face.
But let us really talk about the background. After Wu Bo knew Nan Feng's identity, no one knew whether he would still help him. When Wu Bo heard Chen Yao's tone, which sounded like an order, a hint of displeasure flashed in his eyes.
He was able to handle it personally only out of Chen Sihai's favor.
But this does not mean that Chen Yao is qualified to order him around. But now there is a distinguished guest waiting for him in another box, and he just wants to solve the trouble here as soon as possible.
That's enough. I'm not in the mood to keep talking nonsense with you. Since you guys destroyed this place, then pay me back.
All these things add up to 22.3 million.
If you can't come up with it, you won't be leaving today.
Chapter 122, it depends on whether you dare to accept it, the mysterious trio.
Wu Bo took a puff of his cigar and didn't give Nan Feng and Song Mingyue any chance. After hearing the offer of 22.3 million, Song Mingyue was shaking like a sieve.
The biggest sum of money she had ever earned in her life was the commission she earned from Nan Feng buying the best building, which only added up to more than 800,000 yuan. Now Wu Bo asked them to take out more than 20 million yuan.
Where did she get so much money?
On the other hand, Nan Feng suddenly laughed after hearing Wu Bo's words.
22.3 million, right? Can.
Seeing Nan Feng agreed, Wu Bo narrowed his eyes. He originally offered such a high price just to extort money from Nan Feng.
Students like them definitely couldn't afford so much money.
But his real target was actually Song Mingyue. Wu Bo thought that he had been in the world for decades and had seen many women, some coquettish, some pure, and some foreign.
But none of them look as good as Song Mingyue.
The fact that the system gave Song Mingyue a score of 95 already shows how exaggerated her appearance is. From the first moment Wu Bo saw her, he had his eyes set on Song Mingyue.
As long as they can't catch up.
Then I could just take the opportunity to ask them to stay here and work to pay off their debts, and then use some means to get Song Mingyue into bed. When he thought about being able to have sex with such a beautiful woman, Wu Bo felt a long-lost surge of warmth rushing through his body.
But he didn't expect that Nan Feng actually agreed?
Boy, did you hear me clearly? I just said 22.3 million, not 22.3 million.
I know. Isn't it just 22.3 million? I can give it to you. Hearing Nan Feng's words,
Chen Yao said directly, Nan Feng, stop bragging here.
Do you think you're amazing just because you have a great teacher? That is 22.3 million. After Chen Yao finished speaking, her other friends murmured, is Nan Feng crazy? Does he really think he can come up with 22.3 million? I think Yao Yao spoiled him too much back then, and he has no idea what 20 million yuan means. Hey, he must have been scared out of his wits. He's starting to talk nonsense now. Because in their eyes, Nan Feng was a toy that Chen Yao found when she was bored before. How could such a person come up with more than 20 million? When Wu Bo heard that Nan Feng was really going to take out 22.3 million, he did not respond directly, but noticed the reaction of Song Mingyue beside him. When Nan Feng said that he would take out 22.3 million, Song Mingyue did not show any surprise, nor did she try to stop him. Instead, she looked relieved. Why didn't she struggle or object? Could Nan Feng really come up with so much? Only then did Wu Bo realize that things were not as simple as he had imagined. First of all, he knew Chen Yao, which meant that they were of similar status. Secondly, Nan Feng seemed to be in his early 20s. A young man of this age could casually say that he could come up with 22.3 million. If there is no background behind this, he would never believe it. At this time, Wu Bo was already confused. But he pretended to be calm and took a puff of his cigar, then said to Nan Feng, little brother, I may have been a little too harsh just now, but I still have to remind you that 22.3 million is not a small amount. Don't worry, I don't care about this little money. After saying that, Nan Feng took out a bank card and threw it on the ground. But it depends on whether you dare to ask for it. Nan Feng's words made Wu Bo's hand holding the cigar tremble. At this moment, he no longer had his previous calmness, but was looking carefully at Nan Feng in front of him. Because he is too confident. So confident that even I feel a little scary. And from beginning to end, he didn't show any fear or terror. Did he really get his eyes pecked this time? Just as Wu Bo was wavering, an impatient voice suddenly came from a distance. Oh, I was planning to come here for a drink, but I didn't expect to encounter such a happy occasion. Boss Wu, it's really disloyal of you not to invite us for such a good opportunity. Hear a sound coming from far away. Wu Bo, who was originally arrogant, was suddenly scared and broke out in a cold sweat. Young masters, why are you here? Have you run out of wine in the private room? I'll have someone bring you the most expensive wine right now. Hey, Boss Wu, what you said is true. You can drink wine anytime, but if you can't see the fun, it would be so boring. When everyone saw that Wu Bo seemed to have suddenly become a different person, they were confused for a moment. Why did he suddenly react so strongly? Just when everyone was puzzled, 3 young men were seen slowly walking towards them from the end of the corridor. One of them wore gold-rimmed glasses, a suit, and had his hair combed back. He looked gentle and refined, just like the domineering president in a TV drama. The other one had dyed yellow hair and dressed sloppily, but he was very handsome and full of ruffian spirit. The last one, and also the one walking in front. He has a crew cut, wears a white shirt, and suit pants. His eyebrows seem to have been cut off by something, but his eyes and brows are full of heroic spirit. He is very tall and has an exceptionally good figure, which makes the white shirt look fuller. The narrow eyes swept over, as if being stared at by a poisonous snake, making people instinctively feel a sense of fear. When Shen Yao saw these 3 people, she also felt confused. Even if she hadn't met all the people in Hangzhou's upper class, she had at least met about 70% of them, but she had never met them. Obviously they are not from Hangzhou. If that is the case, why is Wu Bo so afraid of them? Boss Wu, who are they? Without waiting for Wu Bo to answer, the yellow-haired man put his arm around Wu Bo's shoulders with a sly smile on his face. Don't mind us, we're just here to have fun, you guys carry on. I heard that these 3 people were not here to cause trouble. Shen Yao finally breathed a sigh of relief. After all, the person who could scare Wu Bo so much must be someone extraordinary. If they interfered in today's affairs, I don't know what the final outcome would be. Just when she was about to let Wu Bo continue to cause trouble for Nanfeng, the man with a crew cut who was leading the group suddenly looked at Nanfeng, and then, in everyone's puzzled gaze, he walked straight to the opposite side of Nanfeng. Nanfeng is very tall, and the man with a crew cut is about the same height. The two stood facing each other, and the atmosphere in the entire box instantly dropped to freezing point, and even the air pressure dropped. After seeing this scene, the yellow-haired man and the man with glasses also noticed Nanfeng. When they saw Nanfeng's face clearly, they were so scared as if they had seen a ghost that they almost fell to the ground. Leopard, leopard. Why are you here? Chapter 123. You've got the wrong person. Who said Nanfeng has no money? Nanfeng ignored the yellow-haired man and looked at the man with a crew cut. Why are you here? I'm sorry, I don't know you. Seeing Nanfeng's denial, Huang Mao quickly said, how could you not recognize us? We came all the way from Tianjin just for you. Leopard, you. Before the yellow-haired man could finish his words, the man with glasses next to him covered his mouth. Mum. The man with glasses ignored the yellow-haired man who was resisting and bowed to Nanfeng to apologize. Sorry, we recognized the wrong person. Seeing this, the man with a crew cut didn't say much, but just walked to the sofa and sat down. I'll wait until you finish dealing with things here. At this moment, everyone in the box felt that something seemed to be wrong. Song Mingyue even asked in a low voice, are they your friends? Friend? Nanfeng shook his head. No, it's the enemy. Hearing these words, Song Mingyue felt like the sky was falling. Wu Bo was already having a hard time dealing with just one person, but now 3 more people showed up, and it looked like even Wu Bo was afraid of them. I thought he was Nanfeng's friend, but unexpectedly he was his enemy. It's over. It's all over now. Mr. Chi, this place is too dirty for you to stay here. How about I invite you to the clean box next door? Wu Bo now feels like he is about to die. Others may not understand the importance of these 3 people, but he knows it very well. If something goes wrong with these 3 people here today, he will appear in the high seas tomorrow and be fed to sharks. Need not. The man with the crew cut who was called Mr. Chi picked up an unfinished bottle of wine from the ground and drank it all in one gulp. It's fine here, you guys go on. Seeing that things have come to this, Wu Bo didn't dare to say anything more. He turned around and looked at Nanfeng, his face uglier than if he had eaten shit. Although Huang Mao only said half a sentence just now. But the words that they came here specifically for Nanfeng made Wu Bo understand that the person standing in front of him might be the hottest potato he had ever taken on in his life. At this time, he finally understood what Nanfeng meant by it depends on whether you dare to accept it. Wu Bo glanced at the bank card on the ground, and his back was already soaked with cold sweat. Seeing that he hadn't moved, Chen Yao couldn't help but urge him, Boss Wu, what are you hesitating about? He's just a country bumpkin from a small town.
There's no way he can come up with over 20 million. He's just trying to scam you. Seeing that Chen Yao was still slandering Nanfeng, Song Mingyue couldn't help but stand up and refute, who said Nanfeng didn't have it. The most expensive apartment in our Hanghu number 1 courtyard was bought by Nanfeng. What did you say? Chen Yao took a long time to recover after hearing Song Mingyue's words. When Wu Bo heard this, his whole body trembled. Almost everyone in Hangzhou knows about the king of buildings in Hanghu number 1 courtyard. In order to create a high-end residential positioning, advertisements appear in almost every corner of the streets and alleys in Hangzhou. Among them, the most expensive building is worth hundreds of millions. It's just that because the real estate market has been sluggish in recent years, no one has taken over yet. However, it was recently reported that someone had bought the top-tier apartment. I thought it was just a rumor. Who would have thought that the person who bought the best building was Nanfeng, who was standing in front of him? Impossible. How is this possible? I know the best-selling apartment in your building, and it costs 420 million. How could he possibly have that much money? That's right, he's just a gigolo that Chen Yao kept for a while. There's no way he could have bought such an expensive villa. She must be lying. Yao Yao, don't believe her. Everyone was talking at once, and no one believed that Nanfeng could buy such an expensive villa. Faced with everyone's doubts, Nanfeng did not explain. Instead, Chen Yao thought of the time not long ago when Song Mingyue excitedly said that she had sold the most expensive house. She originally thought Song Mingyue was joking with her. I didn't expect it to be true? And she seemed to have mentioned Nanfeng at that time, but it was Wu Shua who said that Nanfeng was just deceiving Song Mingyue in her name. Even Song Mingyue said that she just met Nanfeng by chance. She didn't think much about it at the time. But now that I think about it, the more I think about it, the more wrong it seems. At that time, Song Mingyue was too contradictory. She stared straight at Song Mingyue and asked, "So you knew from the beginning that Nanfeng bought the best apartment in the building?" That's right. Song Mingyue knew that since she had chosen Nanfeng, she had to be steadfast. So she didn't retreat at all. It was Nanfeng who bought the best apartment in the building, and I personally helped him with the deal. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. You clearly said. I didn't say anything. It was your fiancé who was instigating you, and I was just going along with it. After hearing these words, Chen Yao suddenly realized. It turned out that what Song Mingyue said at that time was the truth, but because of Wu Shua's misleading, she thought Nanfeng was a liar. She looked at Wu Shua fiercely and said through gritted teeth, "Why are you doing this?" What do you mean, why am I doing this? Wu Shua was so scared that he dared not say a word, but when he saw that Chen Yao actually wanted to cause trouble for him, he growled directly, "You told me he was just a scumbag. How could I have known he was so rich that he could actually buy such an expensive villa?" Chen Yao had no way to refute Wu Shua's rebuttal. After all, let alone him, even I thought Nanfeng was just an ordinary student. If it weren't for me, he wouldn't even be qualified to come into contact with high society. But until after the breakup. She then realized that Nanfeng was never as simple as she had imagined. If he really spent 420 million to buy this apartment, then the card he threw on the ground must contain more than 20 million. Pick up the card. It was not until Nanfeng spoke up to break the current situation that Wu Bo picked up the card on the ground tremblingly. Okay, since you want 22.3 million, just pay by credit card. Remember, it's 22.3 million. Not a cent less. At this time, the look in Wu Bo's eyes when he looked at Nanfeng no longer had the previous arrogance and pride. He turned his head and looked at the man with a crew cut, holding the card, trembling, trying to see something from his eyes or expression. But he just fiddled with the bottle in his hand without saying a word. Boss Wu. Shut up. Seeing that Chen Yao wanted to say something, Wu Bo roared angrily, then took a deep breath and came to Nanfeng with a flattering look. Hey little brother, there must be some misunderstanding about this matter. In fact, the surveillance camera has been repaired this afternoon. You don't need to pay for this money. I will check the surveillance camera later. Whoever is responsible for compensation will pay it then. What do you think? Chapter 124. Since you don't want the money, let us talk about our compensation. Chen Yao was stunned when she heard Wu Bo's words. Although she didn't expect Nanfeng to be so rich in secret, Wu Bo wouldn't change his face so quickly, right? Besides, her father and Wu Bo are old friends after all. Although the three people who just came seemed very powerful, they did not interfere in this matter.
Why should Wu Bo be so humble to Nan Feng?
Just when Chen Yao was angry, she heard Nan Feng say calmly, "It's nothing." Wu Bo's smile froze on his face.
You thought Chen Yao had some connections, so you bullied me unscrupulously at first. Now that you realize things are not going well, you're ready to become a coward. How come you're the one who got all the good stuff? After hearing Nanfeng's words, Wu Bo finally understood. This Nanfeng really has a background. When the three people who came from Tianjing saw Nanfeng terrified, and then Nanfeng took out tens of millions without blinking an eye, Wu Bo realized that he had hit a wall this time. Young master, how would you like to handle today's matter? At this time, Wu Bo had a very humble attitude. After all, he also understood that if he offended Nanfeng today, he would most likely be finished. It's very simple. Facing Wu Bo's show of weakness, Nanfeng pointed at the bank card in Wu Bo's hand and said, "Swipe it." 22.3 million. Like I said, not a cent less. Seeing Nanfeng closing in on him, Wu Bo was completely drenched in sweat. It was as if what he was holding in his hand was not a bank card, but a death warrant. He was very clear about the situation here today. The person who started the trouble was Chen Yao, and it was Chen Yao who destroyed these things. But because of Chen Sihai's face and his bad intentions towards Song Mingyue, the situation became unsolvable. I thought Nanfeng was an ordinary college student, but who knew he would pretend to be a pig and eat the tiger? He can take the 22.3 million. But after asking for it, he has to think about how to live the rest of his life, or whether he can live at all. Facing Nanfeng's emotionless eyes, Wu Bo turned his head to look at the man with a crew cut, his eyes full of pleading. Now he can only place his hopes on Tianjing. After all, he seemed to have known Nanfeng since they came in. When the man with the crew cut saw Wu Bo looking at him, he said calmly, "Don't look at me. I don't know him and I can't afford to offend him." When Wu Bo heard this, his body went limp and he collapsed to the ground. If I had only guessed before. Then his words were tantamount to sentencing himself to death. He no longer dared to think about Nanfeng's identity, as he was able to make the young master of Tianjing say that he could not afford to offend him. Under the puzzled gazes of the crowd, Wu Bo, the owner of the bar, actually crawled in front of Nanfeng and kowtowed 3 times. "Master, I've been blind and have offended you. Please be magnanimous and let me live." Looking at Wu Bo, who suddenly kowtowed to Chao Nanfeng, Song Mingyue was startled. Not long ago, he was still arrogant and said that he would cause trouble for Nanfeng and himself, but now, after just a few words, he knelt down on the spot. Only then did Song Mingyue realize what Jiang Yuyan had said to her at that time. Nanfeng is definitely not just seeing it himself. When Chen Yao and others saw this scene, they almost dropped their jaws in shock. No, are you kidding me? As the owner of this bar and also a friend of Chen Sihai, not only did he not help Chen Yao vent her anger, but he actually knelt down in front of Nanfeng like a wimp? What is going on? The entire box fell completely silent at this moment. The younger brother who followed Wu Bo saw this scene and was about to help his boss up when he heard Huang Mao suddenly say, "If you want him to live, then stay aside." After hearing Huang Mao's words, everyone was so frightened that they dared not move for a moment. Why, you don't want money anymore? Facing the ridicule of the south wind, Wu Bo shook his head desperately. No. No. Not a penny. Well, since you don't want the money, how about I settle the debt with you? No problem. Now Wu Bo would agree unconditionally no matter what Nanfeng said. My friend was injured here, and you're asking for 200,000 yuan in medical expenses. I bought her dress, a high-end custom-made piece, for 420,000 yuan. I'll round it off and give you 500,000 yuan. Plus, there's compensation for lost work, mental damage, and upset. All in all, the compensation is 1 million yuan. Any problem with that? No problem. Absolutely no problem. When Wu Bo heard that Nanfeng only wanted 1 million in compensation, he almost did a striptease on the spot for joy. He originally thought he was dead. Unexpectedly, the situation turned around. Not to mention 1 million, even if he was given 10 million, he would have no problem. Okay, give him your bank card number. Mine? Song Mingyue thought Nanfeng was taking this opportunity to ask Wu Bo for compensation, but she didn't expect Nanfeng to ask her to give her bank card number to Wu Bo. What else? Nanfeng pinched Song Mingyue's face and said helplessly, "You are the one who was bullied here today, not me. What do I need this money for? Besides, 1 million isn't a lot. Just think of it as a dog bite today and forget about it when you get home." After hearing Nanfeng's words, Song Mingyue almost burst into tears again. Please, what do you mean 1 million is not too much? 1 million is already a lot, okay?
According to her current working status, she may not be able to save up 1 million in 20 years, let alone 10 years. Plus the commission that Nanfeng had earned for her before. With Nanfeng by her side, she made nearly 2 million without doing almost anything. Now Song Mingyue was completely stunned by the surprise. Wu Bo, who was standing by, heard Nanfeng's words and quickly said, that's right, that's right. Just treat me like a dog and don't bother with me. Woof woof woof. It has to be said that there is a reason why Wu Bo has been able to get to where he is today. When it comes to being able to bend and stretch, even someone as thick-skinned as Huang Ma would feel ashamed of himself.
Soon, Song Mingyue's phone rang. 1.2 million yuan has been transferred to bank account number 456XXXXXXXX. Song Mingyue was stunned when she heard the prompt tone. Didn't it say 1 million? How did it become 1.2 million? Did you transfer it in the wrong way? That's right, that's right. I was wrong about everything that happened today, and there's nothing valuable in the bar to compensate you too, so I took it upon myself to give you an extra 200,000 as an apology. Looking at Wu Bo's ingratiating smile, Song Mingyue held her cell phone tightly, as if she was holding her own future. Since we're done talking, we'll leave first. Okay, take care, both of you. Just when Nanfeng was about to take Song Mingyue away, Song Mingyue's cell phone suddenly rang. Chapter 125, I gave you a chance, but you pushed it away yourself. What? No, wait. Okay, I get it, I'll find a way now. Just when Nanfeng was about to leave with Song Mingyue, Chen Yao stood in front of Nanfeng like a madman. Nanfeng, what on earth did you do? Nanfeng looked at the almost insane Chen Yao and frowned. What do you mean? What do you mean? Did you instruct the Sun family, Xia Qinshan and Jiang Siren to jointly seal off my family's property? Just now, Chen Yao received a call from Song Mei. On the phone, Song Mei told Chen Yao in tears that Chen Sihai was determined to divorce her and didn't even mind giving her half of his property. Of course Song Mei didn't want to get divorced, so she tried to fight for it. As a result, Chen Sihai told her at this time that all the industries under the Chen family had been sealed off by the higher authorities. Not only that, the manufacturers that had previously cooperated with the Chen family were determined to sever cooperation even at the risk of breach of contract. In less than one night, the Chen family's losses have exceeded 200 million yuan, and the losses are still rising. Chen Sihai almost knelt down to beg for information. It was only later that we learned that it was a joint effort by the Sun family and the Research Institute. The Sun family warned all businesses not to cooperate with the Chen group anymore, otherwise they would launch a full-scale crackdown on them. The Research Institute then issued a statement saying that Chen's products had quality defects and were temporarily suspended for investigation, with the duration of the suspension to be determined. Now even the blindest person can see that this matter was entirely caused by tonight's dinner. If they hadn't offended Nanfeng, Sun Jihu and Jiang Siren wouldn't be so angry either. Nanfeng, I admit that I wanted to teach you a lesson today, but is it necessary for you to be so ruthless? Facing Chen Yao's questioning, Nanfeng took a deep breath, turned around and stood opposite Chen Yao, pinching her chin tightly with his big hands. No matter how she struggled, it was useless. Chen Yao, listen to me. The reason things have developed to this point is not because I want to take revenge on you, but because of your own choice. Isn't it because I don't like you? Doesn't that mean I have no right to love others? At this point, Chen Yao was still struggling with love. Nanfeng resisted the urge to slap her and said coldly, this has nothing to do with love. You and your mother looked down on me back then, and I gave you a chance. If you had just stood down, nothing would have happened. But you guys are rushing to slap me in the face. Later, my senior sister taught you a lesson, also to warn your father not to go too far. Your father listened, but you didn't. Looking at Chen Yao, who was unwilling to give up, Nanfeng suddenly felt very bored. Do you think I asked for 100 million for a piece of clothing because I was short of it? No, that was a way for your father to step up. Your father only needs 100 million to settle the anger of the Sun family and my senior sister at the same time. Your father heard it, so he insisted on giving me 200 million. But how did you do it? When Chen Yao heard Nanfeng's words, she remembered the scene of Chen Sihai leaving with a look of despair today. At that time, she thought Nanfeng was angry because she had gotten engaged secretly. That's why he stood up and hoped that Nanfeng would not make things difficult for Chen Sihai for his sake, but he also didn't want the 100 million. She never thought that the 100 million was the escape route Nanfeng left for the Chen family. If that's the case, why didn't you say it then?
Why should I say that? Nanfeng shoved Chen Yao's face away and said coldly, "You are the ones who are wrong, not me. That dress was custom made for me by my senior sister.
100 million is already a bargain for me.
Besides, your father saw that the opportunity one gave you was you." Nanfeng pointed at Chen Yao and sneered, "You pushed this opportunity away with your own hands."
What?
Nanfeng's words were like a thunderbolt, which made Chen Yao unable to recover for a long time.
How so? She just meant well, but how did it end up like this?
It turned out that Nanfeng had given her a chance, but she chose the dumbest way, angering Jiang Siren and the Sun family.
Let's go.
After Nanfeng finished speaking, he no longer paid attention to Chen Yao, but left with Song Mingyue. When the three people from Tianjing saw this scene, they also stood up and followed. When only Chen Yao and the others were left in the box,
Wu Shua then stepped forward and said, "Yao Yao, did you call just now because something happened at home?" "No, nothing."
Chen Yao knew that now that something was wrong with the Chen family, she had to calm Wu Shua down.
Wu Shua is not from the business circle.
His father is a government official. If she could capture the Wu family, there might still be hope of a comeback, so now she must not let Wu Shua know about the changes in the Chen family. But she seemed to have forgotten.
Since Wu Shua's family is in the government, how could he not know about such a big commotion? After receiving a phone call, Wu Shua's expression changed instantly, and then he left in a hurry.
Watching her childhood sweetheart leave, Chen Yao tried to keep him, but Wu Shua just said he had something urgent to do and didn't give Chen Yao a chance to plead.
"Wait until only you and your friends are left." She couldn't help but burst into tears.
Everyone looked at each other in confusion, not knowing what was going on.
So after a brief inquiry, everyone was dumbfounded. "What? Are you saying that the unremarkable boy just now is actually a disciple of academician Xie? And a closed disciple? No, if that's the case, why didn't he say it earlier?"
"That's right, if you knew he was academician Xie's last disciple, you would never break up with him.
Ultimately, this is his problem."
Okay, now is not the time to delve into who is to blame for this, but how to resolve the current situation. At this point, everyone fell silent.
At the same time, I was secretly worried. It was okay because I didn't know Nanfeng's identity before. Now that they know, they can't help but start to worry. Nanfeng didn't remember himself.
If his family was also implicated, they would have no place to cry, so many people secretly went outside to make phone calls. Only 3 or 4 people from ordinary families were left to stay with Chen Yao and comfort her.
"Yao Yao, don't cry. If you ask me, since this matter is caused by Nanfeng, why don't you just solve it from him?" "That's right. Why didn't I think of that just now? No matter who he is, at least you two were in a relationship before. If you're willing to lower your head and find him, apologize to him, and let him come forward to help you solve the problem, wouldn't that be fine?" "Oh my god, why didn't I think of that? Yao Yao, maybe this really can work." Chapter 126. No, is it really 22.3 million?
After hearing this, Chen Yao finally perked up a little.
"If I apologize, will he agree?" "Of course I will." "Yeah, don't you think about it? Even if you broke up, when you were in love, weren't you always giving to him? How could he not help you with such a small thing?" That's right, you're just too arrogant. As long as you lower your head, everything will be fine." Regarding these words from my friend,
Chen Yao moved her lips, but no sound came out. Because she really couldn't put it into words. When she was in love with Nanfeng, she didn't actually give much. If we talk about care, it was Nanfeng who gave more to her. But there is one thing that is very true, she seems to have never bowed her head to Nanfeng. Maybe if I apologize this time, he will really help me get through this difficult time.
After figuring it out, Chen Yao's face finally regained some vitality.
She sniffed and said with a firm look in her eyes, "Okay, I'll go apologize to him now. You guys wait here for me." But just when Chen Yao was about to leave, she was stopped by Wu Bo.
"Chen Yao, where are you planning to go?"
Seeing that Wu Bo dared to stop her, Chen Yao suddenly became angry again, but when she thought that Nanfeng was about to take Song Mingyue away, she suppressed her emotions and then said, "Boss Wu, let's talk about our business later.
I have to go find Nanfeng now." "Sorry, I'm afraid not."
Before, Wu Bo was polite to Chen Yao because of Chen Sihai's relationship, and even had some bad intentions towards her. Now he knew that Nanfeng was not someone to be trifled with.
Someone has to bear the bar's losses. Since I can't afford to offend Nanfeng, then we can only let Chen Yao come.
According to our surveillance footage, the damage to the room and the corridor was caused by Miss Chen and your friends. Therefore, I cannot let you go until you have made compensation. Of course, if you insist on not paying compensation, I will have no choice but to call the police.
Wait a moment. Seeing Wu Bo was about to call the police, Chen Yao shouted, "Isn't it just compensation? Fine, I'll pay you now. How much do you want?" 22.3 million. How many?
When Chen Yao heard Wu Bo's offer, she was stunned.
Boss Wu, do you think I'm a fool? You just scared others, but you even dared to blackmail me? False?
When Wu Bo heard this, his face suddenly turned ugly.
Chen Yao, you didn't think I was asking for an exorbitant price just now, did you?
We spent tens of millions on renovating this bar, and this blanket alone is worth 2 million.
You didn't think I was joking, did you?
We have all the money for the renovations, including the invoice for this blanket and the money for the box renovations.
It's clearly marked at 22.3 million. Even if the police come, I'm still right.
Chen Yao's teeth were about to break at this moment.
I thought Wu Bo was just trying to scare Nanfeng, but I didn't expect he would actually ask for so much money.
Although more than 20 million was a lot for her before, it was not something she couldn't afford. At that time, Chen Sihai gave her 3 million yuan in pocket money a month, but she always spent money lavishly and never saved much. It is impossible for her to come up with 22.3 million in one go like Nanfeng.
Boss Wu, you also know that my dad is your friend. It is because of this relationship that I give you enough face. Wu Bo picked up the cigar and took a shaky puff. Because of you, I offended a young man from nowhere.
Even the 3 people from Tianjin came for him.
Now I'm being roasted on the grill.
So I hope you won't make it difficult for me, or I'll have to make it difficult for you.
You.
Seeing Wu Bo's words reaching this point, Chen Yao knew that there was no way to continue the discussion. But it was impossible for her to come up with so much money at once. Helpless, she could only bite the bullet and say, "Sorry, I can't come up with so much money at once."
It doesn't matter if you can't take it out, but the people around you can always take it out, right? Wu Bo looked at the people in the box. Your friends, your parents, if all else fails, you can even have Chen Sihai personally deliver the money. Hearing this, Chen Yao became anxious.
This matter is my business, it has nothing to do with them. At this time, everyone in the box was also anxious.
Yeah, we came here today because Chen Yao invited us to drink. This matter has nothing to do with us. If you want money, just ask her. We don't have any. Yao Yao, aren't you very rich? Wouldn't it be better to just take out this money? Under Wu Bo's threat, everyone began to distance themselves from Chen Yao.
Seeing that these people who had been complimenting her before were now trying to cut off ties with her, Chen Yao felt her heart chilled. This is not my business, but yours.
Wu Bo exhaled a puff of smoke and pointed at Chen Yao.
I don't care what methods you use today.
If you can't come up with this money, none of you will be able to escape.
Under Wu Bo's relentless pressure, Chen Yao gritted her teeth and called Chen Sihai, but no one answered the call. At this time, Song Mei's phone calls kept coming. After learning that the Chen Group's losses had reached 500 million yuan, Chen Sihai was sent directly to the hospital. Chen Yao completely collapsed and squatted on the ground crying loudly. At the same time, Nanfeng took Song Mingyue away and wanted to leave directly. But there were always 3 people following behind him. Helplessly, Nanfeng could only let Song Mingyue get into the car first, then closed the car door and turned to look at the man with a crew cut, the yellow-haired man and the man with glasses.
What do you want? Leopard, you are not.
The yellow-haired man was the first to react. He opened his mouth to say something, but was covered by the glasses man again.
What, isn't he?
The yellow-haired man struggled to say something, but was stopped by the sharp eyes of the man with glasses. He then apologized to Nanfeng. I'm sorry, sir, my friend's eyesight isn't very good and he may have recognized the wrong person.
But you look a lot like a friend we met before. If it's convenient, could you sit down and have a drink together? Inconvenient. Faced with the invitation from the man with glasses, Nanfeng directly refused.
The man with glasses seemed to have known Nanfeng's answer for a long time, so he stopped talking.
Just when Nanfeng was about to leave,
the crew cut man finally spoke again. Don't worry, even if you come with us, she won't be able to find you.
We haven't exposed your identity.
Only after hearing his words did Nanfeng stop.
Where are you going? The boxing gym has a secret base in Hangzhou. Then she wouldn't know?
I'm in charge of this stronghold.
Even the person in charge of the boxing gym doesn't know its exact location. Chapter 127 Buddy, where's your car?
Seeing that the man with a crew cut had said this,
Nanfeng no longer refused. Wait me a moment.
After talking to the crew-haired man, Nanfeng returned to the car and instructed the servant, send this young lady home later, and then you can go back to the villa first.
Yes, master. Wait a moment.
Seeing that Nanfeng was about to send her home, Song Mingyue suddenly became anxious. She grabbed Nanfeng's sleeve tightly and said nervously, Nanfeng, I don't want to go home today.
Hearing Song Mingyue's words, Nanfeng looked at her meaningfully. So where do you want to go?
Song Mingyue hesitated for a long time, and when she saw that Nanfeng's patience was about to run out, she hurriedly said, I'm scared, so can I sleep at your house tonight?
Hearing Song Mingyue's words, Nanfeng paused for a moment, then said with a smile, then can you drink something cold today? I can.
Looking at Song Mingyue's nervous expression, Nanfeng reached out and pinched her butt. At first, Song Mingyue was a little nervous, even her body was stiff, but when she thought of her purpose, her body gradually softened, and even an unnatural blush appeared on her face.
Feel the changes in Song Mingyue.
Nanfeng then instructed the servant, in that case, take this young lady back to my villa first, and arrange for a doctor to send some medicine.
Yes, master.
Song Mingyue breathed a sigh of relief when she saw that Nanfeng did not drive her away.
But then she asked curiously, won't Nanfeng go back with us? I still have things to do. Have a good rest when you get back. I'll talk about the rest when I get back. Good.
Although Song Mingyue was reluctant to give up this opportunity, when she saw the three men standing outside the car, she knew that what happened next was not something she should know.
So she agreed obediently. After arranging someone to send Song Mingyue away, Nanfeng got off the car. Where's the car? Hearing this, the three looked at each other and then asked in confusion, Car? What car?
At this time, Nanfeng had begun to feel that something was wrong.
You're not going to tell me that you want to take me away, but you don't have a car? Just when the atmosphere was becoming awkward,
the man with glasses coughed and explained, Leopard, oh, no, this gentleman.
Okay, everyone's gone, why are you still pretending? Nanfeng interrupted impatiently, how grown up are you three? What did I tell you before I left? When you're out and about, at least you should use your brains, right? You called me in front of so many people, afraid she couldn't find me, right?
Also, you guys came all the way from Tianjin for no reason.
Doesn't this clearly show that I'm in Hangzhou?
Facing the wrath of the south wind, the man with glasses and the yellow-haired man lowered their heads and dared not speak. The man with glasses muttered quietly, I tried to persuade them, but they insisted on coming to you. I thought it would be troublesome, but I didn't expect it to be so easy.
That's enough. Nanfeng rubbed his eyebrows irritably. Let's take a taxi. But wasn't that your car that just drove away? Why? My gas money isn't money? Please understand, you asked me to go drinking with you, do you want me to spend money? What should we do then? Take a taxi. Don't you know how to take a taxi?
Facing Nanfeng's rage, the three of them looked at each other, and finally it was the man with the crew cut who spoke up, when we were in Tianjin, our family always had a special car to pick us up and drop us off.
We never took a taxi. Hearing this, Nanfeng was completely speechless. Okay, you are all the young masters of Tianjin, I can't afford to offend you.
In the end, the four people spent 10 yuan each, called a shared car, and drove towards the boxing gym. Soon, Nanfeng, led by the three people, came to a dilapidated factory.
Is this the branch of Hangzhou boxing gym? The crew-haired man nodded and explained, the gym nominally only has a headquarters in Tianjin.
However, to ensure missions can be dispatched across the country as quickly as possible, they have branches in every location. However, since these branches have no practical use and only serve as information relay stations, almost no one cares about their existence. Besides, since I've been managing this branch, even the gym manager doesn't know the situation here. Regarding the remarks made by the man with a crew cut, Nanfeng said that he was awesome. On the surface, a boxing gym is a place for practicing boxing or learning fighting skills.
But the boxing gym in Tianjin is different.
The boxing gym in Tianjin is a combination of task distribution, underground fighting and gray industry.
It does not have a clear definition.
But here, you can choose to hide your identity and expose your true self in the darkness.
Later, after the official intervention and the entry of young masters from various families,
the boxing gym gradually began to get on track. If you hadn't taken down all those guys in the gym, we wouldn't have been able to take over the gym so quickly.
At this time, Nanfeng accompanied the three of them to the interior of the Hangzhou boxing gym.
Under the dim light, a fighting stage was exposed to everyone's sight, and two shirtless men were fighting each other desperately on the stage. There were all kinds of screams and cheers from the audience.
Women's underwear was thrown onto the stage recklessly. The whole venue was filled with a hormonal atmosphere.
The man with a crew cut was holding a bottle of wine and standing beside Nanfeng, reminiscing about the past.
Nanfeng leaned on the railing, looking at the screaming boys and girls with tired eyes. It's all in the past, don't mention it anymore. The man with the crew cut was very understanding of Nanfeng's reaction.
You called me here today not just to buy me a drink, but to tell me what happened. As soon as Nanfeng came up, he got down to business.
The three of them exchanged a glance, and then the man with glasses stepped forward and said, "Leopard, are you really not considering returning to Tianjin?
The little princess has gone completely crazy because of you.
You know the rules of the boxing gym.
Although many people are sent to the hospital on weekdays, the gym has been almost unable to operate since the little princess went crazy. Now no one dares to come to the gym, and now the entire Tianjin underground world is looking for you."
Why?
Because the little princess is planning to wipe out all the underground forces that have had contact with you. Hearing this, the wine glass in Nanfeng's hand was instantly crushed into pieces.
Is she crazy? Haven't we been saying that all along?
Looking at the solemn expressions of the three people, Nanfeng finally realized the seriousness of the matter. Nanfeng could no longer remember how far back in time the story between him, the boxing gym, and the little princess of Tianjin began.
Because that's when he decided to leave. The forced system helped him delete part of his memory. Chapter 128, Crazy Little Princess, are you saying she put a bomb in her heart? Because of some memories, Nanfeng cannot start a new life at all.
At first, he just thought that the messages sent in the group were all jokes. After all, her status was too noble, so noble that the entire city of Hangzhou was not as important as her. What's more, her family has strict restrictions on her, so it is usually impossible for her to make too much noise. I didn't expect that she would really go crazy to this extent this time.
What's going on? Tell me in detail.
The three of them looked at each other. Finally, it was the man with the crew cut who spoke slowly and briefly told him what happened after Nanfeng left. To sum up, after Nanfeng disappeared, the little princess was at peace for a few days at first, and she took her so-called adopted brother with her every day, and her attitude was pretty good. But after not seeing Nanfeng for a few days, the adopted brother by her side never appeared again.
The little princess also came to the boxing gym many times to inquire about Nanfeng's whereabouts.
No one knew what happened in between, and the little princess didn't make much noise. But just 3 months later, the little princess suddenly came to the boxing gym with blood on her hands, and went on the ring herself. Think about it, when someone like the little princess comes on the ring, who would dare to touch her?
The result is that anyone who goes up there will be beaten and sent to the hospital.
Finally, someone plucked up the courage to take action against the little princess, and she ended up lying in the hospital for half a year.
Hearing this, Nanfeng couldn't help but frown and said, "Since she has made such a fuss, the person in charge of the boxing gym will not do anything about it?"
Although the little princess is of noble status. But the person in charge of the boxing gym is no pushover.
Hearing this, the crew cut man couldn't help but smile bitterly.
Of course we have to control it, but how can we control it? The little princess directly sent people to seal off all the exits of the boxing gym.
Anyone who dares to go out will be beaten. Those who don't leave will be paid 100,000 yuan a day in the boxing gym.
If anyone is beaten by her and sent to the hospital, they will be fined 1 million.
Hearing this, Nanfeng's mouth twitched slightly. Wow, so this is using the power of money?
So after the gym manager intervened, he discovered that even though the little princess had promised him not to act recklessly, the guys in the gym were like crazy, constantly rushing to the ring. Even the gym manager can't do anything about her now, because she's really not causing trouble.
Then what?
Then the man with the crew cut continued to talk about the follow-up. The boxing gym where the little princess fought was almost closed down.
Of course, the little princess herself was also seriously injured and couldn't even hold chopsticks with her hands. But even so, she still insisted on going to the ring? Why?
Because she wants to knock everyone down, and then you'll show up.
Hearing this, Nanfeng fell silent. Do you remember how you first met? Nanfeng was silent for a long time, and finally said in a hoarse voice, remember. At that time, Nanfeng had just completed the previous goal and was ready to spend some time comfortably with the reward, but the system issued a mandatory task for the first time, to capture the little princess of Tianjing. According to the system, the little princess is a key figure in the main storyline of the world. But the problem is, he is not a good guy, but a villain. Because of the oppression she has experienced since childhood, coupled with childhood trauma and family violence, the little princess's personality is becoming extreme. She needs Nanfeng to save her as soon as possible to prevent her from destroying the world in the future. Nanfeng was exaggerating at first. After all, things like destroying the world only appear in Japanese anime. Until the system showed him the future, in which the little princess killed her own relatives with her own hands, reached the pinnacle of power, and pressed the launch button of a weapon that was banned by the whole world. Then, the end came. After the scene ended, Nanfeng realized that this was not a little princess at all, but a complete Yandere villain. To ensure that I can enjoy the huge amount of money rewarded by the system with peace of mind, he could only be forced to accept this task. And his first meeting with the little princess was in the boxing gym. To be qualified to see her, Nanfeng stayed in the ring for 7 consecutive days and 7 nights. During these 7 days, he practiced the basic fighting skills rewarded by the system to the maximum level. When he defended the ring for 7 days and beat everyone in the gym so hard that no one dared to enter the ring, he would be qualified to be called to the box by the little princess. That was also his first meeting with the little princess. After the discussion is over, Nanfeng scratched his hair a little irritably. So she went into the ring thinking that as long as she beat everyone, she could meet me? Well, just like you were entitled to see her in the first place. After hearing this, Nanfeng didn't know what to say. Is she stupid? I have disappeared and I am not in the box. Even if she demolishes the boxing gym, I can't show up, right? Then what's the matter with her wanting to wipe out the underground forces? Back then, the little princess valued you and kept you by her side. But later, didn't many people secretly retaliate against you or harm you? So the little princess led her men and wiped out these people's lairs one by one. What? Hearing this, even a weathered man like Nanfeng widened his eyes. No, how did she do it? This is not to question the little princess's ability, but because of her identity and family environment, it is impossible for anyone to agree or support her to do so. She would do this 1 second and be locked up and punished the next. If I hadn't shown up at that time, she would have been tortured to death. He clearly remembered that when he left, the little princess was no different from an ordinary person except for her 98-point beauty like Tang Yuyu. I heard Nanfeng's words and wondered. The man with a crew cut, the blonde hair, and the man with glasses all fell silent at the same time. Explain. Finally, under the pressure of the south wind, the man with glasses said in a trembling voice, she kidnapped her grandfather. What? The beer bottle in Nanfeng's hand fell directly to the ground and shattered into pieces of glass. The beer flowed down the floor, causing people downstairs to curse at him, but he just pretended not to hear it. Are you saying that the old man, who is highly respected and still holds great power even in his old age, was kidnapped by her? That's right. How did she do that? It's simple. Show weakness and invite him to dinner. Then put drugs in the food. When he wakes up, the little princess has already implanted a nanobomb in his heart. Oh my god. Chapter 129, Completely Crazy. Huang Mao's aunt. Hearing this, Nanfeng was really about to burst the fire. Are these people idiots? How could such an important person be tricked by such a simple method? No. Even if she implanted a nanobomb in that person's body, it should be able to be removed with current medical technology. That's true, but what if the person on the other end of the nanobomb is the little princess's grandfather? What the hell? Nanfeng felt that his brain was no longer enough. She also planted a nanobomb in her grandfather's heart? That's right. After seeing the affirmative looks from the 3 people, Nanfeng didn't know what to say. Nanobomb, this was the toy he gave to the little princess to make her happy. Once this so-called nanobomb is implanted in the body of one person, the other person will be holding the other person's lifeline. Because the principle of the nanobomb is to place a bomb about the size of a berry at the position of the heart through surgery, and then it will automatically transform into nanomaterials and attach to the heart.
It has no impact on daily life and can even increase the efficiency of the heart, allowing an elderly person to have the same vitality as a middle-aged person. But the price is that the other person holding the nanobomb is holding the switch of life and death of this person.
Nanobomb is a bomb and also a switch.
According to common sense and current medical technology, it is indeed possible to remove the nanobomb in the old man's heart without telling the little princess.
But what if another nanobomb is also transplanted into the human body? Then a special mechanism will be triggered. The two people are in a dead end.
If the bomb leaves the body of one party or the heart stops beating, the other party will trigger the explosion mechanism. Originally, he gave this nanobomb to the little princess to surrender.
He even told the little princess about this special mechanism.
The original intention was that if the little princess did not believe him, she could transplant the bomb into Nanfeng's heart. In this way, his life and death depend entirely on the little princess's decision. Of course, Nanfeng doesn't care, because the system has a way to eliminate the bomb without anyone noticing. After all, this thing was originally produced by the system. But the little princess didn't do that at the time, instead she put them away. Originally, Nanfeng thought that the little princess had forgotten about this thing. Unexpectedly, she actually used this thing on her own grandfather and grandfather. You know, that's why she was called the little princess in Tianjing. It's because of these two backers of hers. And now, the little princess has become so cruel as to transplant nanobombs into their hearts. No wonder she, who had always been unpopular, suddenly had the ability and qualifications to eradicate these forces.
It's over.
I thought the redemption mission was successfully completed, but I didn't expect that her crazy attribute would be triggered again. Nanfeng has now started to frantically summon the system and ask about the little princess's situation. But the system seemed to be dead and there was no response.
Nanfeng took a deep breath and then said calmly, "So she has completely taken control of those two families now?" After all, the two gods were controlled by the little princess. Who else would dare not listen to her? The little princess has almost turned Tianjing upside down.
The small families have not been affected much, but people like us are in big trouble.
Every family in Tianjing is feeling threatened, fearing that the little princess will be the next to come knocking on their door.
Leopard, I know you were driven away by that adopted son of the little princess.
Oh no, that scum. But now this problem isn't just between you and the little princess, it's a problem for the entire Tianjing.
Yes, Leopard, if you don't come back, the brothers will really die at the hands of the little princess.
Nanfeng remained silent upon hearing this and just looked at Huang Mao. You think so too?
Bullshit, I'm not. Among the three, only Huang Mao finally found the opportunity to speak when he saw Nanfeng talking to him.
Leopard, I'm not a coward like them.
I came to you simply to seek refuge with you.
Looking at Huang Mao's expectant eyes, Nanfeng pointed at himself. Recruit me? Are you sure?
Of course. The way Huang Mao looked at Nanfeng at this moment was as if he was looking at a big treasure. You know, back when I was in Tianjing, everyone looked down on me.
It was you who found me and took me with you. That was the first time my family started to take me seriously. But since you left, everyone seems to have changed. They all started looking down on me again.
Looking at the yellow-haired man's angry eyes,
Nanfeng slapped him on the head. So? I left you such a big company, and you threw it all away?
No, I just gave it to my aunt to take care of. I heard Huang Mao mention his aunt. Nanfeng's mind suddenly emerged with the delicate face of a woman crying like a pear blossom in the rain.
Little Leopard, why do you have to stay by her side? Why won't you look at me? Why won't you even look at me? I beg you, can you just look at me?
When fragments of past memories begin to emerge in my mind. Nanfeng felt as if his entire brain was stabbed by something, and his head hurt so much that it felt like it was about to explode. Beep, the host has been detected trying to recall deleted memory fragments, and the protection mechanism has taken effect.
Ding, the system has tried to delete the memory fragments again. Ding, deletion successful. Ding, the host's pain has been relieved. The system has resumed updating by 2%.
In severe pain, Nanfeng did not notice the sound of the system. He just felt that after a burst of severe pain, he suddenly stopped feeling pain.
Leopard, what's wrong with you?
Although the time was short, the three of them still noticed that something was wrong with Nanfeng. Nanfeng rubbed his temples and said in a hoarse voice, "Nothing, just a slight headache."
By the way, where were you talking about just now? Speaking of which, the company you gave me is now managed by my aunt. Aunt, when did you get an aunt? After hearing Nanfeng's words, Huang Mao's eyes suddenly widened. Even the man with a crew cut and the man with glasses next to him looked incredulous. Leopard, don't scare us. Is there something wrong with your brain? If you are sick, tell us right away. Don't bear it on your own. That's right, I'll call a helicopter over right now and take you to the best hospital right away. Wait for me. It seemed that the three of them were talking more and more outrageous. Nanfeng was speechless and said, You are the ones who are sick. I just don't remember when you had an aunt. Huang Mao confirmed with Nanfeng again and again that he really didn't remember having an aunt. Huang Mao was completely dumbfounded. How could this happen? How could you not remember my aunt? Chapter 130, Like to act cool? I'll send you to the mountains to eat cabbage for 3 months. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. She is clearly with you. Alright, if you can't remember it, then forget it. The most urgent thing right now is that leopard, you must return to Tianjin. In the end, it was the man with the crew cut who interrupted the yellow-haired man. Everyone is waiting for you to come back and save them. If you don't go back, leopard, the little princess is really going to turn the world upside down. When Nanfeng heard the buzzcut man's words, he said directly, No. Rejection of the south wind. The man with the crew cut looked embarrassed. Leopard, I'm not kidding you this time. I know. Nanfeng returned to his seat and took out another bottle of wine. He opened it and drank it all in one gulp. Then he said coldly, But I still don't plan to go back. Why? Are you stupid? Since you all know to come to Hangzhou to find me, do you think she won't come? Hear this. The man with the crew cut then remembered that the little princess seemed to have not come to the boxing gym for 3 days. The man with glasses couldn't help but push his glasses up and started to complain, That's why I advised you not to come from the beginning, but you just didn't listen. If the little princess comes to Hangzhou, there be peace in Tianjin? Also, you haven't told anyone my true identity, right? When Nanfeng said this, there was an incomprehensible light in his eyes. Huang Mao was the first to notice something was wrong and broke out in a cold sweat. No. Of course not. Sure. In fact, many people in Tianjin know Leopard, but almost no one has seen his true face. Even the little princess saw the mask that the system helped him to disguise. Only the 3 people in front of him had seen Nanfeng's true appearance. It's not that Nanfeng did it on purpose. Instead, it was to allow himself to stay with the little princess and get official support. Nanfeng agreed to the little princess's almost impossible request. Challenge the entire boxing gym and take down everyone inside. You have to know that the boxing gym at that time was still a gray place, full of a bunch of lunatics or desperate criminals. How difficult was it to take over the boxing gym? But in the end, Nanfeng succeeded. After the finishing work began, the first 3 people who rushed in were the 3 in front of us. The man with the crew cut, from the Qi family in Tianjin, Qi Tianguang. Huang Mao, Huang family in Tianjin, Huang Xiaobai. The man with glasses, Zhuge family in Tianjin, Zhuge Yu. When they broke in, what caught their eyes was not only the mess on the ground and the bastard who didn't know whether he was dead or alive, but also an unconscious Nanfeng standing there, and a woman squatting beside him crying. At that time, Nanfeng overdrew the system's support in order to complete this task. Finally, after he fell into a coma, Nanfeng's disguise failed and they saw Nanfeng's true appearance. From the woman's mouth, they also knew that the Nanfeng in front of them was a leopard. Finally, they rushed him to their own private hospital for treatment. When he woke up, he changed from the south wind into a leopard again. However, through the system, Nanfeng knew that the 3 of them knew about his disguise. Originally, Nanfeng wanted to kill the witness to silence him. But then I thought that I couldn't kill someone just because he looked at me. After all, I am a good young man of the new era. In the end, he did not take action, but chose to drag them into the water and stand on the same front with him. As a bargaining chip, Nanfeng helped them accomplish what they wanted to do. Qi Tianguang wanted to challenge a strong man, so Nanfeng beat him for a month and finally defeated him. Huang Xiaobai wanted to gain recognition from the family, so Nanfeng helped him set up a company, which became one of the most famous companies in Tianjin. He became the most promising successor of the Huang family. But Zhuge Yu pretended to be profound and said that he wanted nothing. So Nanfeng sent him directly to the mountains to practice Taoism. Finally, after eating cabbage for 3 consecutive months, he called Nanfeng crying and said that he wanted to eat meat.
Only then did Nanfeng take him out of the 10,000 mountains. Since then, they have helped Nanfeng keep the secret.
I thought everything would be fine after I left.
I didn't expect that just issuing a finishing task at the boxing gym would cause such a big trouble.
But he wasn't too worried if the little princess came to Hangzhou. After all, the little princess doesn't even know what he looks like now.
But the three people in front of him were very clear. So at that time in Wubo's bar, they recognized Nanfeng at a glance. Sometimes fate is just so coincidental.
In a city of millions of people, you may meet a stranger several times in a row. And the person you want to see, even if it is just in a county town with tens of thousands of people, you may not be able to see her again in your life. If they were allowed to return to Tianjin, or if the little princess discovered their whereabouts, captured them, and forced him to reveal his location, all his previous disguises would be in vain. Or, should we just stop them from speaking forever?
At this moment, the three of them suddenly felt a chill for some reason, as if they were being stared at by something.
Leopard, what are you thinking about?
Ah, nothing, I was just thinking about how to make you speechless for the rest of your lives.
Oh my god. Huang Ma was shocked when he heard Nanfeng's words. Leopard, I treat you as a brother, but you want to kill me? How can you be so excessive?
Qi Tianguang and Zhu Beiyu, who had experienced Nanfeng's tactics, also hurriedly said, Leopard, calm down.
We really haven't told anyone. Even this time when we came to see you, we did it secretly. No one else knew anything about it. Really? Really? Really?
If I lied to you, I'd never give birth to a child without an asshole.
Seeing the three of them talking to this point,
only then did Nanfeng give up the plan in his mind. In fact, even if they were all killed, it would be of no use. After all, the news about his presence in Hangzhou has been exposed.
And even if he is not exposed, according to the little princess's current level of madness, the system will definitely issue another mandatory task. By that time, it would be difficult for me not to go back even if I wanted to. Why? Thinking of this, Nanfeng felt a headache.
Everything was arranged well when I left, so how could he be such a jerk and so incompetent?
He can't even do such a small thing. Since you can't handle the little princess, then don't pretend to be cool in front of me from the beginning.
When I think of the little princess's pathological desire for control,
Nanfeng felt suffocated. Oh, forget it, forget it. Just think of it as the little money you have worked so hard to earn.
This world cannot be destroyed for the time being.
Okay, I'll trust you this time. But since you're here, my itinerary is likely exposed. The little princess will definitely find you. You don't have to hide anything from me then. Just tell her you saw me. But don't tell her what I look like now, understand? Chapter 131. Xiaobao said he can send you to see the grandfather. No problem. After the three agreed,
Qi Tianguang shook the beer in his hand, looking a little lonely.
But Leopard, are you really not going back? Without you, Tianjin feels so boring. After hearing this, Nanfeng was silent for a moment.
He picked up his beer and clinked glasses with Qi Tianguang.
Maybe, but definitely not now. This brief reunion soon ended. Nanfeng called a car and left. Just as he left, a Rolls-Royce stopped in front of the door of the dilapidated factory. Is this the last place the three of them came to?
In the back seat of the car,
a girl with a delicate appearance like a porcelain doll stared at the factory gate. Yes. Send me in. But miss, this is the Hangzhou branch of the boxing gym.
If we rush in, we'll probably alert them.
So what?
The girl sitting in the car at this time had a look in her eyes that was more than just stubborn and sick. As long as I can find him, I don't care even if it means destroying the boxing gym or even the entire world. The driver knew that if he continued talking, he would be the one in trouble. So he quickly shut up and took the girl to the boxing gym.
The moment the girl appeared,
the originally noisy boxing gym suddenly became quiet. Everyone followed the noise and saw the girl who appeared in front of the door. Beautiful, so beautiful. Her face seemed to be a gift from the Creator, with virtues not found in ordinary things. Her skin was a sickly white, yet as smooth as porcelain. However, her eyebrows were filled with hostility, and even her eyes were bloodshot. But even so, this contrast made all the men present feel a desire to conquer.
Beauty, are you alone? Almost everyone who can come to the boxing gym is not mentally normal.
So they simply ignored the bodyguards following the girl and tried to strike up a conversation with her, but before they even reached the girl, they were beaten unconscious on the spot. There was a cry of surprise at the scene. Qi Tianguang and the other two upstairs naturally noticed the girl's arrival. Holy crap, does Leopard have special abilities? He actually guessed that the little princess could find this place? Nonsense. Don't you think that the little princess is going crazy for the leopard? Even if there is only a glimmer of hope now, she will never give up. Brother Qi, what should we do now? Escape? Hearing Huang Xiaobai's words, Qi Tianguang drank the beer in his hand, and then said helplessly, "It's too late." What's the meaning? Just when Huang Xiaobai didn't understand what was going on, two bodyguards in black came up to them for some unknown reason. "Three of you, my eldest daughter wants to talk to you three." "Understood, we'll go down now." Soon the three men stood in front of the girl and told her everything they knew, just as Nanfeng had instructed before leaving, except for the fact that Nanfeng had disguised himself. "So, Xiaobao went to the bar and happened to run into you guys?" "Yes." "If that's the case, why didn't you contact me when you saw him?" The girl's eyes gradually began to turn red. Zhuge Yu quickly explained, "Little princess, please don't be angry. When we first met him, we couldn't be sure. You should know that too much time has passed, and no one can guarantee whether he has changed over the years." "So what?" "So we brought him here, and even though he didn't admit it, we can pretty much confirm that he's the leopard." When she heard these words, the redness in the girl's eyes subsided, and a smile appeared on her face that almost made Zhuge Yu and the other two lose their minds. "That's great, little leopard, I finally heard from you. As early as when I was in the hospital." She found out about Pei Xian's ex-husband and mother-in-law, because the task Nanfeng issued at that time was related to them. But after investigation, she found that the information in her hand did not match Nanfeng at all. "He's not a little leopard. He's not a little leopard." The crazy girl almost drove her car into the sea that day. Fortunately, the driver discovered it in time and was finally rescued with the joint rescue of air police and police. Now, not to mention the bodyguards around the girl, even her driver is worried every day. I was afraid that the girl would do something shocking in the next second. Now they finally saw the girl smile. After such a long time, everyone felt a sense of relief. Where is he now? He just left a while ago. Just left? The girl was stunned for a moment, then immediately ordered, no matter what the cost, immediately check all nearby surveillance cameras and all vehicle driving records. We must find Xiaobao's whereabouts no matter what. Yes, miss. Some of the bodyguards began to investigate. At this moment, the girl's hostility finally dissipated. Like an ordinary girl, she walked to a seat and sat down happily, then motioned Qi Tianguang to come over. "Bring me a bottle of wine. Little princess, Leopard told us not to drink." After hearing what Qi Tianguang said, Huang Xiaobai and Zhuge Yu thought the girl would get angry, but unexpectedly, an unnatural blush appeared on her face. "Oh, yeah, Xiaobao said I can't drink, otherwise he wouldn't want me. He, okay, I'll listen to you and not drink today. Bring me a bottle of juice." "No problem." Instead of getting angry, the girl looked shy. The three of them were almost in tears. "Leopard. Leopard. You'd better come back soon. No one else can control this old lady except you." Although the three of them were already cautious. But in the end, some people are blind. "Hey, are you still a baby who hasn't been weaned? You don't drink alcohol here, but drink juice? Little beauty, do you want me to teach you how to drink?" Looking at the trash who came here to seek death. The bodyguard was about to take action but was stopped by the girl. Little Leopard said that when dealing with inferior people, you can't use violence, but you have to use your heart. The girl repeated what Nanfeng had taught her. Then she raised her head and smiled at the few people. "So today I'm in a good mood, so I'll give you a chance. Go up to the ring and fight each other until there's only one person left standing, and then I'll let you go." "Ha!" Hearing the girl's words, several people burst into laughter. "Little girl, don't you understand the situation? That's right, why should we listen to you, ah?" Before the man could finish his words, a stream of blood suddenly splattered onto the girl's face. But the girl was not scared by this, instead she showed a sick smile. "Xiaobao said that if we can't persuade them with our sincerity, we can send them to see the grandfather. Are you ready to meet your great master?" Chapter 132, I found you this time and I'll never let you go. Looking at the smile on the girl's face and the incredible words she said, they were all dumbfounded. "No,
Who the hell would teach such a cute girl such nonsense? And if they saw it correctly, their friend's arm should be broken, right? We have something to do, so we'll leave first. Several people wanted to escape, but his retreat was blocked by the bodyguards. Seeing that several people were about to be in great trouble, Qi Tianguang, who had returned with the juice, quickly said, "Little princess, Leopard specifically told us before he left that he didn't want to smell blood on you before we see him again." Really? When the girl heard Qi Tianguang's words, the smile on her face turned into fear. Did Little Leopard really tell you that? Real. Upon hearing this, the girl frantically searched for a tissue and wiped the blood off her face. No. No. I absolutely cannot let Little Leopard dislike me, otherwise he will want me again. I must not smell of blood. Take a shower. Yes, take a shower. The girl suddenly stood up and ran out of the boxing gym without even drinking the juice. Until the girl disappeared. Qi Tianguan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Damn it, luckily there was a leopard to act as a shield, otherwise there would have been bloodshed here today, and it would have been a mess that I wouldn't have been able to clean up. At this moment, everyone thought they were saved after seeing Qi Tianguang help them out, so they quickly said, "Thank you, brother." "Where are you from?" Qi Tianguang ignored them and turned to look at Zhuge Yu, with a sinister and cold light flashing in his eyes. "Be gentle and make sure each of them stays in bed for 3 months. Understood." Zhuge Yu took off his glasses and tied up his bangs. He originally looked very gentle, but now the smile on his face was even more creepy than that of a wild beast. "Don't worry, I will be gentle." "You, what are you doing?" When Zhuge Yu dragged several people and beat them to death. Huang Xiaobai walked up to Qi Tianguang and said fearfully, "Brother Qi, aren't you afraid that the little princess will find out you lied to her and come after you? What are you afraid of? At worst, I can just reveal the leopard's true appearance, right? Fuck, Brother Qi, aren't you afraid of giving birth to a child without an anus? What are you afraid of?" It was Zhuge Yufa who swore it was him, not me. "Hiss, Brother Qi, you are so shameless." Seeing the cunning smile on Qi Tianguang's face, Huang Xiaobai couldn't help but roll his eyes. As expected, no one in their circle can be trusted. I just don't know if the leopard can escape the little princess's worldwide search next. At this time, the girl returned to the most luxurious hotel in Hangzhou. As soon as she entered the room, she rushed to the bathroom. Without even taking off her clothes, she hurriedly turned on the shower. Regardless of the temperature, she rushed directly to her face and wiped it desperately. She didn't even notice that it had started to bleed. Little Leopard said he didn't want to smell blood on me before he saw him again, so I won't hit him. Hey, Little Leopard. I finally found you. This time they can't take you away from me anymore. Little Leopard. The girl was soaked, with blood running down her face, but she was still giggling foolishly. You didn't disappear after all. I finally found you. Even if you hate me this time, I will never allow you to leave again. I have already cleaned up the basement for you. When the time comes, I will definitely lock you up and love you well. The girl said this, then squatted on the ground and hugged herself tightly. Xiaobao, don't hate me, and don't leave me again. I'm sorry, I was wrong. I shouldn't have listened to him. I was wrong, I was really wrong. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. The sound of the shower drowned out the girl's cries. This night is destined to be a sleepless night for many people. Of course, the south wind is definitely not included. Although the incident happened suddenly, he at least understood the situation in Tianjing, which seemed to be much more complicated than he had imagined. I thought that after I left, the bastard who had sworn to me that the little princess only liked him and didn't like me at all would be able to stabilize the situation. As a result, he disappeared after I had been gone for only a few days. It's really useless. But what to do next? Regardless of the little princess? That's definitely not possible. According to the system's deduction, if the little princess is allowed to go down, the world will be doomed. But if she finds me, it will be a matter of whether I can see the sun in the future. Hey, why think so much? No matter where she goes, if the day comes when she finds me, I'll just have a showdown. Anyway, if you want to imprison yourself again, it will definitely be impossible. After figuring it out, Nanfeng was in a good mood and prepared to go home to sleep. Ordinary people cannot enter the #1 courtyard of Hangzhou Lake, but who is Nanfeng? Noble building owner.
When the temporary driver saw that he had actually driven into Hanghu number 1 courtyard, he excitedly called his wife several times and became more respectful to Nanfeng in the back seat. When getting off the car, he even hurried to open the door himself, giving it a full sense of ceremony. Since the driver is so good at handling things,
Nanfeng will naturally not do anything wrong. The driver immediately earned an extra 200 yuan. Don't ask, the answer is that I am rich and willful.
After returning to the villa, the servants did not rest. In order to give Nanfeng a better experience, Pei Xian specially arranged 2 shifts of people to serve Nanfeng during the day and at night. When the servant who was cleaning the living room saw Nanfeng coming back, he immediately shouted respectfully, "Welcome home, young master. Listen to this, how nice it sounds. Reward. Huge rewards. This month, all of your bonuses will be increased by 2,000. When the servant heard this, he was so excited that he almost jumped up on the spot.
Thank you, master.
They thought he was a difficult person to serve, but unexpectedly, Nanfeng was not only handsome but also rich. They must have done so many good deeds in their previous life to enjoy such a blessing in this life. Just after Nanfeng had a taste of what it was like to be a wealthy man in ancient times, then I heard a weak voice.
Nanfeng, you're back?
Nanfeng was so happy just now that he didn't notice that Song Mingyue was not resting but sitting on the sofa in the living room.
Why aren't you sleeping?
When Song Mingyue heard Nanfeng speak, she quickly stood up and stammered, I'm waiting for you to come back.
Really? But why is the campus beauty Song stuttering now? Wasn't she quite cheerful before?
If it were in the past, facing the teasing of Nanfeng,
maybe Song Mingyue could argue with him with a smile.
But since her internship, she has experienced so many things and finally sees it clearly. She took a deep breath, as if mustering up all her courage.
Nanfeng, please support me. Chapter 133. Can I choose one and then choose 2? Nanfeng was not surprised that Song Mingyue came up with this idea. He just walked to Song Mingyue's side and looked at her face. Does it still hurt? Song Mingyue shook her head and whispered, the doctor just sent me some medicine, and it doesn't hurt anymore. That's good. By the way, can you drink? A little bit, what's wrong? Nothing, I just suddenly wanted a drink.
Nanfeng sat on the balcony and then signaled the servant to bring a bottle of wine.
Song Mingyue didn't understand what Nanfeng meant.
She finally mustered up the courage to say these shameful words, but he didn't respond.
Is it possible that I am not even worthy of his attention?
But in the end she obeyed and sat opposite Nanfeng.
The servant quickly brought the wine.
But she was not as skilled as Pei Xian.
While sobering up, Nanfeng turned her head to look at the night view of Hangzhou Lake. Hangzhou, a city famous for its never-sleeping nights. Even at night, the lights are still on. And in a city like this,
some people work hard at night to make money to support their families, and of course there are people like Nanfeng who leisurely enjoy every minute of free time.
Look, isn't it beautiful over there? Following Nanfeng's words, Song Mingyue noticed that Hangzhou was so beautiful at night.
She had never stopped to notice this before.
It's so beautiful. Yes, you are as beautiful as the campus beauty of Song University.
After hearing Nanfeng's cheesy love words, if it was the old Song Mingyue, she might have smiled and said she hated it, but now she was left with only silence and loneliness. Nanfeng noticed her change but said nothing. He just waited for the servant to pour the wine and signaled them that they could rest.
Wait until the servant leaves. Nanfeng raised the wineglass and shook it gently.
Under the warm light, the scarlet wine took on an enchanting luster.
Song Mingyue followed suit.
It was not until Nanfeng explained to her the value of the glass of wine in her hand that Song Mingyue lost her grip and almost dropped the glass on the ground. The average market price of a bottle of Romanée Conti Grand Cru red wine is about 140,000 yuan, and the one in your hand is the 1986 Special Cuvée, which currently has a market price of around 240,000 US dollars.
240,000 US dollars? That converts to about 2 million per bottle? Then wouldn't the cup in her hand be worth tens of thousands of dollars?
Now Song Mingyue was so careful not to drink it, and even put it on the table.
What's wrong? Isn't the campus beauty of Song University the one who loves taking photos? Why don't you take some and share it?
Looking at Nanfeng's curious eyes,
Song Mingyue's eyes were dazed for a moment. Her gaze fell on the wineglass in front of her, and she said bitterly, Nanfeng, do you think this world is ridiculous? Oh? How do you mean?
Song Mingyue stroked the wineglass with her slender fingers and said softly, actually, I didn't like taking photos at first, or even sharing them, because I think good things are meant to be enjoyed. But after becoming friends with Chen Yao, I realized that the things I used to think were good were actually worthless in their eyes. To be recognized, or to be like Chen Yao and receive those envious looks. That's why I slowly started taking photos and checking in, trying to share things that I never dared to think about before, to prove my own value. Song Mingyue's voice was mixed with loneliness and a hint of sob.
Actually, I often wonder, is this world really fair? Why is it that I, born in an ordinary family, have worked hard all my life to obtain something worthless in the eyes of Chen Yao and the others? Why are they born to enjoy the envy of others, while I have to look down on others every day for a monthly salary of 10,000 yuan? At this moment, Song Mingyue seemed to have found an outlet to vent her anger, and she unscrupulously complained about the injustice in the world. Why? Nanfeng, why on earth? By the end, Song Mingyue was almost crying.
Nanfeng did not answer, but turned back to look at Hangzhou Lake in the distance again.
Song Mingyue, you are right, this world is indeed unfair.
Some people are so lucky that even a pig can take off, while others will never make it out of the mountains in their entire lives. But this is not determined by fairness or injustice.
The world is inherently diverse.
Everyone thinks how happy they would be if they were born into a wealthy family, while children from wealthy families think how wonderful it would be if they were an only child. In this world, being rich doesn't guarantee happiness.
Song Mingyue sniffed and said with a firm look in her eyes, but without money, you won't be happy, right? Nanfeng was stunned when he heard this.
Then he smiled and said, that's true, but that's not what I'm telling you.
It's to give you another chance to choose.
Nanfeng said this and placed the wineglass in his hand on the table. You envy Chen Yao's family background, but you ignore how much effort her father, Chen Sihai, put in to allow her to be born in Hangzhou.
While his father was checking people's faces, what was your father doing? You can only gain something if you put in the effort, but if you ask why some people don't put in the effort, how can they live so well? Nanfeng looked at Song Mingyue seriously and said, so, I'm giving you two choices now.
First, become my temporary girlfriend. You can think of this as your so-called support for a period of 1 month.
During this 1 month, I will give you 5 million. After 1 month, I will give you freedom. Second, I will take over 2 companies in total, 1 entertainment company and 1 science and technology company.
Both companies have good future prospects, but given your university education and academic performance, I recommend you choose Sichuan Company. As one of the earliest employees, you should have more room for development in the future.
After hearing Nanfeng's words, Song Mingyue didn't react for a moment.
Finally, it was Nanfeng who said, back then, the school beauty Song thought I was applying for a security guard position.
Now it's my turn to pave the way for you, the school beauty Song. What do you think? I'm loyal, right?
Song Mingyue suddenly thought of the day when Nanfeng came to buy a house and she mistook him for an application for a security guard position.
She was originally feeling sentimental, but she couldn't help but burst out laughing. I hate you so much. You didn't even tell me in advance. Who would have thought you were here to buy a house? If I had known, I would have been more respectful to you.
Seeing that Song Mingyue had regained some spirit,
Nanfeng smiled knowingly. The biggest plus point of Song Mingyue is not her good looks or appearance, but her vitality. Without this vitality, there would not be much difference between her and ordinary beauties, and she might even be inferior to Pei Xian. So, what's your choice? See the choice Nanfeng puts before him. Song Mingyue hesitated for a long time, then whispered, can I choose 1 and then 2? Chapter 134 Song Mingyue, I choose 1, I pay my respects to the man below. Hearing Song Mingyue's words, Nanfeng couldn't help but burst into laughter.
Song Mingyue nervously pinched the corner of her clothes, and her eyes turned red.
Am I asking too much? That's not the case.
I just suddenly thought that this greedy Song University beauty is quite cute.
Nanfeng looked at Song Mingyue and asked another question. If I only gave you 1 choice, which would you choose? Hear this question. Song Mingyue suddenly fell silent.
She thought for a long time, and finally looked up at Nanfeng and was about to speak, but she heard Nanfeng say something.
Song University campus bell, you have to tell me the truth, otherwise I will be unhappy and you will have no choice.
Hearing this, the answer Song Mingyue had originally thought of was instantly stuck in her throat.
Finally she lowered her head. I'll choose 1. Yes, Song Mingyue will choose 1. Are you saying that the second one has no attraction to her? Of course not.
As a student of S University, she was naturally well aware of the 2 jobs that Nanfeng told her about, and both of them would have good prospects. If she could join a science and technology company and become a veteran there, her future status would be unimaginable. But the premise of all this is that she has never been exposed to the other side of this world. Once you get used to earning tens of millions at a time, will you go back to a job that only pays you 10,000 or 20,000 a month? With just 2 sentences, Nanfeng got her a commission of 840,000 yuan and a compensation of 1.2 million yuan. This does not include the dress worth more than 400,000 yuan that was given to her. Although she was originally jealous that Nanfeng would give Jiang Yuyan a bag worth tens of millions. But the following night, she thought a lot and finally figured it out. Just like Jiang Yuyan said, if you want to get something, you must pay for it. She didn't do anything, so why is she so greedy? She has always tried to deny this idea. But the facts were before her, and she couldn't refute them at all. In the end, she accepted her fate. She had to admit, she loved the feeling. Nanfeng also saw the wild greed in her eyes. It was this greed that allowed her to face her own heart. I used to think that spending 200 yuan on a meal was expensive, but when I learned that a meal could cost hundreds of thousands of yuan, I realized that life could be this way. Song Mingyue faced her inner self and no longer concealed her thoughts. She looked up at Nanfeng again, and this time she told Nanfeng all her inner thoughts. I used to think you were rich, so I wanted to find an opportunity to keep you company and then take things step by step, but then that woman reminded me. People must demonstrate their own value before they are qualified to stay with better people. But I don't have any. I can't cook, I can't wash dishes, I can't make money. Apart from my good looks, I only have good grades in school, but those grades can't buy me a few thousand more yuan in salary. So the only value I can think of is myself. So, Nanfeng, if you only give me one choice, I will still choose one. Although it sounds ridiculous, this is my truest thought. I want 5 million. Seeing Song Mingyue finally reveal her true feelings, Nanfeng nodded and said, okay, but Song University campus bell must be prepared. Although I'm not a pervert, 5 million a month is not that easy to earn. Humph, what am I afraid of? After seeing that Nanfeng did not dislike her, Song Mingyue gradually regained her spirits. Instead of not knowing where I'll end up and who I'll marry in the future, I might as well give myself to you. Besides, you're so handsome, maybe I'll win. Seeing that Song Mingyue dared to challenge him, amid her exclamation, Nanfeng picked her up directly. Then the campus beauty of Song University must be prepared. Although I want to omit the subsequent plot. But Song Mingyue was only good at talking. She turned out to be a wimp in bed, and even had difficulty having sex for the first time. Because before, Song Mingyue had never had a boyfriend, let alone slept with one. So I don't know what to do at all. Even if Nanfeng took the initiative, she would instinctively push him away, not because she couldn't accept it, but because she was afraid. It looked like there was no way it could go on smoothly. Song Mingyue was a little scared. She explained to Nanfeng, yes, I'm sorry, Nanfeng, I didn't mean it. I have never done that before, so. It doesn't matter if you don't know how to do it. Someone will teach you soon. Ah? Song Mingyue was still confused, but Nanfeng had already whispered a few words in her ear. Song Mingyue's face suddenly turned as red as a boiled shrimp. Is this not a good idea? This is my first time after all. Then can you bear to see me like this? Looking at Nanfeng's pitiful eyes, Song Mingyue hid herself under the quilt and whispered, well, okay, but you can't laugh at me then. Nanfeng originally thought that Song Mingyue would resist his proposal, but he didn't expect that she would actually agree to it. For a moment, Nanfeng also felt a little hot. Don't worry, I'll teach you what Kung Fu is later. At this time, in a coffee shop in Hangzhou, Wu Siyu was drinking coffee boredly while the man sitting opposite her was talking non-stop. This man was her blind date this time. Logically speaking, it's impossible for someone like her to go on a blind date. But my family kept forcing me to meet them. To cope with the family, she was forced to come out and meet him. Theoretically speaking, the conditions of the man in front of me are already quite good. Our family is considered well off and the husband has a stable job. The only problem was that the house she bought still had a mortgage of 500,000 yuan, the car was just an ordinary car, and his eyes were always on her breasts and buttocks. He even suggested going to a hotel to get to know her better. Although Wu Siyu's initial purpose of fitness was indeed to make her body look better, she was also a woman that anyone could have sex with in their eyes. If my mother hadn't been anxious, I would never have gone out for a blind date in the middle of the night. For some reason, when Wu Siyu looked at her blind date opposite her, Nanfeng's face always appeared in her mind.
Although she had only met Nanfeng once.
But Nanfeng's might and generosity still haunt her to this day.
Handsome, rich, and doing well.
Although it is impossible for me to become his girlfriend or woman.
But it would be nice if we could see each other again.
Just when Wu Siyu was absent-minded, her cell phone suddenly rang. Just when she was wondering who would call her so late at night, she saw the word sponsor boss on it, and she suddenly became alert.
What I thought about really came true.
I didn't expect that the boss would call me late at night. Seeing that my blind date was still talking, Wu Siyu interrupted directly. Sorry, let's stop here today.
Yeah?
The man opposite immediately perked up when he saw Wu Siyu finally talking to him.
Are you satisfied with my conditions?
Satisfy.
Then let's go to the hotel and get to know each other more deeply?
No. Wu Siyu smiled and shook the phone in her hand.
If you are really sexually hungry, you can go find a streetwalker. I am busy looking for my sponsor now.
Bye. Chapter 135, Watch and Learn Carefully, an astonishing 5,400 heart rate points. Looking at Wu Siyu's back as she left, the blind date guy broke down and started swearing. As for what rumors he would spread about her behind her back, Wu Siyu didn't care. She didn't want to go back to her hometown where the earth was covered with yellow dust.
Even if the gossip spread to her family, she didn't care.
At worst, she would just bring her parents to Hangzhou. After all, she has saved a lot over the years, enough to buy them a house for their retirement. Compared to these confident and high-quality men, Wu Siyu still likes the rich and frank Nanfeng.
After all, at least he is willing to spend money, right?
Hey boss, no rush, what's going on?
Okay, I'll be right there.
Wu Siyu hummed a little tune and called a car over.
I received a call from my mother on the way.
After being scolded on the phone, she finally learned that Wu Siyu wanted to get to know Wu Siyu in depth when they met for the first time. Wu Siyu's mother hung up the phone directly and turned around to scold the matchmaker. Wu Siyu hung up the phone comfortably, but when she arrived at the villa and saw Song Mingyue on the bed, she was dumbfounded.
Boss, who is this? My girlfriend. Ah. Now Wu Siyu's little brain is almost not enough.
However, adhering to the principle of boss first, she put on a smile again.
What do you need me to do, boss?
It's very simple, just teach her.
When Wu Siyu heard Nanfeng's request, she was stunned.
But when she heard that Nanfeng wanted a salary increase, she was immediately happy.
There is such a good job in the world?
Song Mingyue, who was standing by, had already crawled into the bed, too embarrassed to come out. But when she saw Wu Siyu's perfect body after fitness, she felt jealous, and at the same time, an inexplicable feeling began to nourish her heart.
It turns out that a woman's figure can be so good?
Although because of Song Mingyue's existence. When Song Mingyue saw the scene in front of her, she slowly poked her little head out from under the quilt with her mouth wide open.
Is this posture still possible?
But soon, she would regret not being able to close her mouth.
This night, when I woke up the next day, as if he was savoring something, Nanfeng almost couldn't help laughing when he got up and saw this scene. Nanfeng lay beside Song Mingyue and started looking at his cell phone.
I didn't touch my phone all night, but quite a few people sent me messages. First, his roommates started arguing in the small group, just because after Nanfeng handed them over to Liu Yusher, they directly opened the door to a new world, and tagged Nanfeng one after another, expressing their desire to recognize him as their godfather.
Nanfeng smiled without saying anything, and just replied, "It's fun." As for the rest,
most of them are the big names in the academic circle who added me yesterday, coming to inquire about the projects Nanfeng is working on.
Nanfeng mostly responded politely.
Only Lu Chao, the old professor who was researching the same topic as Nanfeng, strongly expressed his desire to take a look at the finished product of the outer armor skeleton in Nanfeng's hand. From the message he sent, Nanfeng also learned about his son's situation. Finally, Nanfeng told him that when his science and technology company debuts, it will be publicly exhibited, and his son can be the first experimental subject on stage. Upon hearing the news, Lu Chao on the other end of the phone almost burst into tears. He had persisted for 6 years for this day. 6 whole years. I thought it would be enough to see my son stand up again in my lifetime, but I didn't expect that there would be a genius like Nanfeng in this world.
Okay, Xiaofeng, just tell me what you need. I'll give it to you no matter what you want. Even if Nanfeng wanted his research institute now, he probably wouldn't hesitate at all.
At this moment, his wife saw Lu Chao's expression of crying and laughing, and couldn't help but say with disgust, "How old are you? Why are you still acting like a child?
Isn't it shameful? What do you know? Oh, look. What is this? I don't want to see it. If you don't read it, you will regret it for the rest of your life."
When Lu Chao's wife heard that it was so important, she put down the work in her hands. When she saw the message sent by Nanfeng, and when Lu Chao came back last night and told her that the external armor skeleton had been developed, her tears suddenly flowed down. She picked up the phone in one hand, grabbed Lu Chao with the other, and rushed to a room upstairs. Then a burst of crying broke out in the room. But this cry is not of sadness, but of sweetness after bitterness. Apart from Lu Chao, the only ones left in the academic circle are his teacher Xie Chenshan and senior sister Jiang Siren. Jiang Siren's message was very simple, just good morning.
This has become routine.
When Nanfeng recalled what Jiang Siren said to him when they parted last night, he felt his heartbeat start to accelerate again.
Fortunately, he opened Xie Chenshan's chat box in time.
There are roughly 2 points in the message sent by Xie Chenshan. One is that Su Shuri has admitted his identity as a spy and confessed everything, but he proved Bai Qishan's innocence. Bai Qishan didn't believe that his disciple was a spy, so he fell ill after jumping into the lake. Although it's nothing serious. But he guessed that this time it was completely broken. The second one was that Nanfeng decided to go out on his own, so he had found a few good places for Nanfeng in advance. The prices and locations were very good, and he could go and have a look today. First of all, it doesn't actually have much impact on the south wind. After all, he only met Su Shuri once, and it was the last time, so even if he was shot directly, Nanfeng would not feel anything. It was the second point that Xie Qinshan reminded Nanfeng. Last night, Jiang Siren's favorability towards him reached an astonishing 100, and he thus completed the system's limited achievement reward. Now he has an extra 1 billion in cash in his account. You will also own a CBD office building in the center of Hangzhou, 10 chances to win a lottery, and 5,000 heart points.
Nanfeng opened the system interface and first took a look at the heartbeat value.
Taking into account the previous accumulation, plus the money Nanfeng spent on buying tonic pills, Nanfeng's heartbeat value has now accumulated to an astonishing 5,400.
Don't underestimate the heart-thrilling value of 5,400.
You should know that the magnetic cannon technology blueprint in the system mall is only 10,000 heart points, and it also comes with a subsidy of 10 billion.
Chapter 136, I'm sleepy and I'm giving you a pillow. Boss, do you want me to work for you?
With these 5,400 points of excitement, Nanfeng can even exchange them for a brand new aircraft carrier blueprint and equip it with epic-making weapons and equipment. And Nanfeng's number of lottery draws has accumulated to 22 times.
Without realizing it, he had saved so many lottery tickets.
With 22 draws, you can trigger at least 2 small guarantees, and there are also scattered small rewards, which can also make Nanfeng make a lot of money.
However, what Nanfeng cares most about right now is the CBD office building in the center of Hangzhou that was rewarded by the system.
Now he is considered the new boss of Candy Media. At the same time, he is also preparing to set up his own science and technology company.
This CBD office building in the center of Hangzhou is simply tailor-made for me.
Not only can Lu Yushir avoid paying millions of yuan in annual rent for his villa, but the two companies can also be merged into one building, making management more convenient.
Nanfeng opened the system backpack and took out the property certificate of the CBD building. After seeing the location of this building, Nanfeng's mouth was almost blooming with smiles. This CBD building is located in none other than the most expensive area in Hangzhou, the Tianchuan CBD office building next to the Hangzhou Lake Scenic Area. Nanfeng once knew the price of this office building. The annual rent is almost 20 million.
The Tianchuan office building has a prime location, and the rent for the first floor has been driven up to 50 million. In addition, there is a subway station 3 steps down the stairs, a shopping mall and a shopping center on the left, a snack street on the right, and Hang Lake across the street.
Opposite Hang Lake is the villa where Nanfeng is currently living.
Even now, when Nanfeng walks to the balcony, he can see this office building at a glance.
Qingshan is no more than 20 miles away from this office building.
In other words, it would be extremely easy for Wei Jianglong to protect this place.
Whether it is location, environment, or safety.
It can be said that this office building perfectly meets Nanfeng's needs. Very good, in that case, let us go and see my office building today, which is also the beginning of my future.
After quickly washing up, Song Mingyue had not yet gotten up. After all, she is different from Wu Xiyu.
Wu Siyu is not only fit but also experienced, so she has a slight advantage in terms of physical strength. But not only was it Song Mingyue's first time, but she also lacked physical strength. After being tormented by the south wind for 2 hours, her bones were almost broken. If Wu Siyu hadn't been there to relieve her stress, she probably would have died in bed today.
Boss. Nanfeng came to the restaurant and sat down.
The chef brought over an electronic menu and stood respectfully by the side. Nanfeng ordered a plate of grilled foie gras with black truffle, a bacon sandwich, and finally a cup of hot milk with a hint of sugar. After he finished ordering, Wu Siyu changed her clothes and came out. After all, Wu Siyu is a professional coach, so she usually brings yoga clothes with her when she goes out, even though Wu Siyu's appearance score is less than 90 points. But her perfect fitness curves still made Nanfeng feel very strong.
Boss, I'm leaving first. Wu Siyu was very clear about her position, and with Song Mingyue's stimulation last night, she almost went too far.
Now she felt light and just wanted to go back and have a good rest. But Nanfeng said at this time, "Sit down and have something to eat.
You can go somewhere with me later." Can I?
Hearing Nanfeng's words, Wu Siyu was stunned for a moment and looked very embarrassed.
It's okay, it's just a meal, and I happen to have a different job on hand. Would you like to consider it?
Wu Siyu was a little nervous at first. But when she heard that Nanfeng was actually going to introduce her to a job, her eyes lit up.
What's your job, boss?
Since graduation, she has been invited to work as a yoga instructor in a gym because of her good figure and regular body management. Although the salary is not bad, it is still not enough in a place like Hangzhou where every inch of land is valuable. So, with the introduction of a colleague, I met Nanfeng.
I have to say, she is a lucky person.
She had saved a considerable amount of money over the years as a yoga instructor, and with Nanfeng's generous spending, she was finally able to buy a small 2-bedroom house in Hangzhou.
However, with the overall economic downturn, fewer and fewer people come to them to sign up for yoga classes.
The manager even met with her specifically, wanting her to try taking private lessons with some male clients. Wu Siyu is still quite resistant to this. It's not that she is both a role model and a position holder. But she prefers serving a single target group to unstable choices. Moreover, those male customers all came with other intentions. Wu Siyu didn't want to develop herself into a fast food customer, because if she did, her life would be really over. So during this period of time, she has been struggling with whether to change jobs or concentrate on serving Nanfeng as a client. Unexpectedly, Nanfeng actually took the initiative to mention introducing a new job to her. This was exactly what she wanted.
Eat something and talk while you eat.
Good. At the table, when the chef served the meal, Nanfeng briefly told Wu Siyu about his idea. Wu Siyu was shocked to learn that Nanfeng not only had 2 companies under his name, but also planned to invite her to teach a female anchor at one of the media companies.
Boss, are you sure you want me to work in your company and teach them?
That's right. Nanfeng took a sip of the lightly sugared milk that the chef had just brought over, and then asked, "Why, you don't want to?"
Chapter 137, 20,000 a month?
I didn't know, and I thought I couldn't afford to pay the salary.
No, I'm worried that I won't be able to do it well, and then.
Wu Siyu has a very clear understanding of herself. If you want to know about sex or fitness skills, she does have them, but these are not things that can be taught to others.
You can't meet someone like Song Mingyue every day and teach her by example, right?
Nanfeng heard Wu Siyu's concerns and said, "Don't worry about this.
I will sign you according to the contract standards for anchors at the beginning.
After you go in, help me keep an eye on the internal situation. If I feel that their business capabilities are not strong enough, I will promote you and help me train them. After all, I am very satisfied with your business capabilities."
Wu Siyu finally breathed a sigh of relief after hearing Nanfeng's suggestion.
I have to say that Nanfeng's proposal this time is indeed quite tempting. First of all, it is good to lean against a big tree for shade, and secondly, she is now worrying about how to make the next transformation, and Nanfeng has provided her with a good direction.
Boss, if I work for you, can I get 20,000 a month? 20,000? Nanfeng looked at Wu Siyu with a strange look.
You're my personal trainer and contracted anchor after all.
Wouldn't it be embarrassing for me if you told others you were making 20,000 a month? 50,000 a month.
And as soon as you start working, I'll give you a year's bonus in advance.
Wu Siyu, who was still hesitant, stood up immediately after hearing Nanfeng's words and asked excitedly, "Boss, are you telling the truth?"
The South did not respond, but instead used practical actions to break the doubts.
Ding, VX reminder, received a transfer of 200,000 yuan, please check it. How many?
Wu Siyu picked up the phone, her hands shaking uncontrollably.
200,000. It's actually 200,000.
She used to work in a gym, earning just over 10,000 yuan a month. Later, she was introduced to Nanfeng as a personal trainer, earning only 30,000 yuan a month.
Now Nanfeng transferred 200,000 yuan to her without even signing a contract with her? Consider this 200,000 yuan as your bonus in advance. You can record the video. This is a voluntary gift from me.
In addition, the subsequent contract will be signed with you for 50,000 yuan per month. As for other income from the platform, I can also give you a 73% share, which is the highest in the industry. But there is a condition: the contract must be for at least 3 years. At this time, the chef had already brought out the black truffle grilled foie gras and bacon sandwich that Nanfeng ordered.
You might consider it. Don't think about it, boss, I'll sign it. As one of those who graduated early and entered the society, Wu Siyu knows the environment of Hangzhou very well.
Hangzhou is a city full of opportunities, but young people rarely find ways to get there. If you encounter the right opportunity or a noble person, even a pig can take off. And if you don't meet the right person, you may end up like Wu Siyu for the rest of your life, worrying every day about whether you will be fired next month. And the request made by Nanfeng seemed to be binding her for 3 years. But only Wu Siyu herself knew that this 3-year contract completely saved her life and cured her anxiety. As long as you follow Nanfeng and work hard without messing around, your guaranteed salary for 3 years will be 1.8 million. This does not include bonuses and dividends from various other platforms. Now the Nanfeng in front of her is no longer her boss, but her adoptive parent. Wu Siyu put away her phone with red eyes, then a bright smile appeared on her face. Please rest assured, boss, I will complete the task. Nanfeng nodded, then said, you should order something to eat as well. I guess we'll be busy later. Good. Wu Siyu did not refuse this time, but she did not order immediately. Instead, she came to sit next to Nanfeng, picked up the sandwich and handed it to Nanfeng, saying in a soft voice, Dad, let me feed you breakfast. Looking at Wu Siyu, whose eyes were about to overflow with charm, Nanfeng said, don't do it, it's not easy to save some heartbeat points. Unfortunately, Nanfeng finally gritted his teeth and exchanged for a tiger waste tonic pill, which made Wu Siyu's legs tremble. Only then did the new day officially begin. When Nanfeng and Wu Siyu were fighting, Song Mingyue also woke up. When Wu Siyu couldn't hold on any longer, Nanfeng originally wanted to drag her to the battlefield, but considering that Song Mingyue had already died, Nanfeng finally spared her temporarily. Seeing that they had started to make a fuss early in the morning, Song Mingyue's originally confused little head instantly became clear. When she thought of the scene last night, she wished she could find a hole in the ground to crawl into. She originally wanted to sneak away from the battlefield. But he couldn't resist Wu Siyu's charm and was finally forced to stay and start learning on the spot. Wait until all 3 of them have finished their meal. Nanfeng took the 2 women into the car. After getting in the car, Song Mingyue blushed and mustered up the courage to speak to Nanfeng. Nanfeng, you're in such good health, aren't you? After tossing and turning for so long last night, you're still so energetic this morning? So the campus beauty Song University followed me, and she followed the right person, right? You're so bad. Song Mingyue murmured softly. But Wu Siyu had no energy to flirt. Her voice was hoarse and her bones felt like they were about to fall apart. Sometimes she thought that she was already exercising every day. What if I wasn't there? Can a novice like Song Mingyue withstand Nanfeng's attack? Forget it, never mind. After being tossed around all morning, she just wanted to have a good sleep in the car. After getting in the car, Nanfeng briefly told Song Mingyue about his itinerary for today. When Song Mingyue learned that Nanfeng actually owned a CBD office building in the center of Hangzhou, she almost dropped her jaw in shock. Nanfeng, you are kidding me, right? Are you saying that the Tianchuan CBD building next to Hanghu Lake is yours? Now even Wu Siyu, who was already too sleepy to opened her eyes wide with an expression of disbelief. No wonder my boss, at such a young age, can afford the best apartment in Hangzhou No. 1 courtyard. It turns out that even the Tianchuan CBD building belongs to the South Wind. First of all, Tianchuan CBD building is one of the landmark buildings in Hangzhou. Because it is located on the shore of Hangzhou Lake, the land price here is staggeringly high. It is said that the rent for the first floor here reached an astonishing 52 million last year, and this is just one floor. If the entire CBD building is blown by the south wind.
They didn't even dare to imagine how much money Nanfong could make in a year without doing anything. Nanfong, do you still mean what you said before?
At this time, Song Mingyue was stuttering when she spoke.
What do you mean? I want to choose one first, then two. Of course, I'm telling you that. If you don't believe me, I'll transfer the money to you right now. No, that's not what I meant. Song Mingyue waved her hands quickly, then hesitated for a long time before whispering, what I mean is, can I follow you? Chapter 138 Master, I agree to your deal. Song Mingyue initially thought that Nanfong was only investing in a small company, but what if the entire Tianchuan CBD office building belonged to Nanfong?
That means the future prospects of Nanfong are simply unpredictable. Although getting 5 million in one go did make her feel at ease. She also has to consider the future. She can only be Nanfeng's girlfriend for a month, and she will eventually leave Nanfeng. But if I could join Nanfeng's company, then she would probably wake up laughing in her dreams.
Of course, no problem.
If the beautiful girl from Seoul University wants to work with me, I'd love to have her. Nanfeng's words were not just a polite remark, but came from the heart.
You have to know that anyone who can get into S University is a genius.
Song Mingyue's grades were usually among the best, but she was doing her internship to make money, so she came to Hanghu No. 1 Courtyard to sell houses through Chen Yao's introduction. If she continues to pursue graduate studies, it will probably not be a problem for her to be admitted. In the eyes of outsiders, Song Mingyue is just a pretty vase now, but Nanfeng knows that she still has hidden potential that has not been tapped.
As for her greed, Nanfeng didn't dislike it.
Because she is not greedy, she is difficult to control herself.
Really?
Seeing Nanfeng agreed, Song Mingyue happily hugged Nanfeng and kissed him several times.
That's awesome. Love you so much. Hey, is the campus beauty Song so proactive now?
Humph, even if she's just your temporary girlfriend for a month, she's still your real girlfriend.
What's wrong with me kissing my boyfriend? Seeing that Song Mingyue quickly put herself into his own identity, Nanfeng couldn't help laughing. Nanfeng originally wanted to send Song Mingyue to the sales office. But Song Mingyue directly refused. I've decided to follow you forever. Who's still going to be bullied here? I'm the temporary boss lady of the CBD building now. I'm going to resign now and then go inspect my territory. Xiao Fengzi, go for it.
Looking at Song Mingyue, who has regained her vitality and is full of fighting spirit, Nanfeng stepped on the accelerator and increased the speed to 60. Don't ask why you are driving at only 60 miles per hour.
The speed limit is in the city, so go ahead if you can.
After driving for a while, Nanfeng felt that the matter of hiring a full-time driver must be arranged as soon as possible.
So when Song Mingyue was sent to the sales department to resign, Nanfeng called Pei Xian. The call was connected quickly. Master, are you awake? Well, she's been awake for a long time. How is your daughter doing recently? Thank you for your concern, Master. My baby is much better now. Thank you for the medical expenses you left me. If it weren't for you, I really don't know what I would do. It's okay, as long as the child is okay. After that, there was a brief silence on the phone, and then Pei Xian said, Master, you were looking for me this time for the deal you mentioned before, right? That's not the case. I just want you to come back as soon as possible to arrange a full-time driver for me. Sister Pei, I really can't leave you now. I've only been driving for a while, but I feel like I'm almost dead from exhaustion. I heard Nanfeng complaining like a child on the phone. At this moment, Pei Xian in the ward suddenly burst into laughter. Understood, Master. I'll be back as soon as I'm done with my work these next 2 days, and I'll arrange a dedicated driver for you right away. Okay, Sister Pei, you have to come back soon. I miss you so much. When Pei Xian heard this, her heartbeat began to accelerate for no reason. But when I think of the situation of my daughter next to me, her eyes became somewhat painful again. Don't worry, Master, I will definitely go back as soon as possible. After hanging up the phone, Pei Xian picked up the report in her hand and walked to the doctor's office with unsteady steps. Doctor, is it true that our hospital can't cure my daughter? These days, in order to take care of her cubs, she only sleeps 2 or 3 hours a day. Although there is help from the south wind, she no longer had to worry about Li Bo and his mother causing trouble, nor did she have to worry about medical expenses.
But Zizi's illness was like a sword hanging over her head. After such a long period of treatment, the hospital was already on the verge of collapse and could become the last straw that broke Pei Xian's back at any time. The doctor sighed after reading the report sent by Pei Xian. "I'm sorry, Ms. Pei, your daughter was sent here too late. Based on our hospital's current treatment conditions, we can stabilize her condition in the short term, but we don't have the ability to completely cure her. And there's something I must tell you in advance. Your daughter's current condition is unlikely to be cured even in a Class A hospital, unless..." "Unless what?" "Doctor, tell me quickly. There is still hope when I hear it." Pei Xian became very excited. "Unless they can send her to Tianjin, or to a military hospital. But as far as I know, your daughter usually won't get a number in those places." Hearing this, Pei Xian slumped weakly in the chair. It wasn't that the doctor was lying to her. The medical skills of Tianjin's hospital are indeed excellent, but treatment must be provided in a certain order. This is not a privilege, but to ensure that every patient can receive reasonable treatment. It is true that your illness is very urgent, but there are more urgent things ahead of you. Sometimes the hospital can't do anything. There are only one or two great doctors, and they can't save everyone. So, Ms. Pei, please try your best to arrange follow-up treatment. If you plan to continue treatment in our hospital, we will do our best to help you stabilize your daughter's condition. But if you want a cure, you just have to take your chances and see when the top specialists are available." "Okay, I understand. Thank you, doctor." Coming out of the doctor's office, Pei Xian sat in the corridor and broke down crying. The patients and their families around her just glanced at her and passed by. After all, this is a hospital, and separation and death are commonplace. It was a long time before she returned to the ward. Looking at the baby being cared for by various sophisticated instruments, she sat down on the ground weakly, leaning against the wall. Why? Why would God torture his own daughter like this? I have never done anything bad in my life, so why should the retribution fall on my daughter? Mother! Just when Pei Xian was about to collapse, Zizi's weak voice brought her back to her senses. Pei Xian quickly stood up, walked to Tuanchuan, and held her hand. "Don't be afraid, baby. Mommy is here." Feeling the warmth of Pei Xian's palm, the little girl giggled foolishly. "Mom, my brother who came to protect me that day was so handsome. And the way he protected me that day was just like a big hero in a cartoon. Yes, he is a great hero. Mom, do you think that Zizi will get better and go play with his brother? I want to see him again. I have a lot to say to him. I want him to always protect me. Even if my baby is not by my side, I will have someone to protect me. Mother. Drop. Drop. Drop." The little girl's voice became smaller and smaller. At this moment, the machine suddenly issued a shrill alarm. "Doctor! Doctor! Nurse! Someone come quickly! Someone come quickly!" The little girl was quickly sent to the operating room. Pei Xian, who was sitting outside, looked at the glaring words "under operation" and finally made up her mind. "Don't worry, baby, Mom will definitely heal you." After saying that, Pei Xian wiped away her tears, then took out her cell phone and sent a message to Nanfeng. "Master, I agree to your deal." Chapter 139. It turns out that curing her illness only takes a week? After talking to Pei Xian about the full-time driver, Nanfeng contacted Jiang Yuyan. "We agreed to buy their company, so it's time to sign the contract quickly." "Hello, Sister Yuyan." "Yes, after you finish your work, have someone bring the contract to Tianchuan CBD building today. I'll be waiting for you here." "Okay, no problem." He hung up the phone with Jiang Yuyan. Nanfeng suddenly received a message from Pei Xian. See above. Nanfeng made the call. "Sister Pei, what happened?" Pei Xian agreed to it so quickly, something must have happened to her daughter. Pei Xian on the other end of the phone held back her tears in front of Nanfeng, pretending to be calm and telling Nanfeng the truth about Zizi's situation. "Master, can the hospital you mentioned before really cure my son?" "Well, but Sister Pei, you have to think carefully. Once you agree to my request, it will be equivalent to selling yourself to me completely." "Don't worry, Master. I've figured it out." Pei Xian sniffed. "If it weren't for you, I might still be hiding from them every day, and my son and I wouldn't have a single day of peace. Besides, my son's condition can no longer wait, so I agree to your deal, young master." "Okay, I understand.
After hanging up the phone, Nanfong directly opened Pei Xian's system panel. Name, Pei Xian. Age, 31. Height, 176 centimeters. Weight, 61 kilograms. Measurements, 98-66-100. Appearance, 93 points. Personality, docile, strong-willed, maternal. Hobbies, flower arranging, taking care of my daughter. Favorite food, vanilla ice cream, stir-fried beef, seafood porridge. Psychological weakness, daughter. Favorability, 92. The host will not resist any request made by the host. After not seeing each other for a few days, Pei Xian's favorability increased by another 2 points. It seems that she is really desperate and regards herself as her last straw. Close the panel. Nanfong made another call. Teacher, yes, it's me. I have a friend whose daughter has a congenital heart disease and needs to be rushed to the military hospital. Yes, she is useful to me. Okay, thank you for your help, teacher. After hanging up the phone, Nanfong sent a message to Pei Xian. Someone will pick you up soon. Just follow them. Pei Xian didn't expect Nanfong to act so quickly, and quickly expressed her gratitude. But another hour passed. The hospital's surgery is still not over. Pei Xian had already sensed something was wrong outside, and just when she was about to despair, suddenly, a cry of surprise was heard in the hospital corridor. Come on, look what that is. A military helicopter. Oh my God, it's a military helicopter. That's not right. Why would a military helicopter come to the hospital? Is there a special patient who needs to be transferred? Just as everyone was speculating, I saw an old man in a white coat, led by several fully armed soldiers, coming to the operating room. The arrival of the military helicopter caused such a big commotion that even the hospital director was alarmed and hurried over to greet him in person. But the old man ignored him. Just as the dean was about to get closer, he was stopped by soldiers on the spot. According to the highest directive from the Southern Military Region, the hospital's operating room will now be temporarily taken over by our military region hospital. What? The dean was stunned when he heard this. In all his years in the industry, this was the first time he heard of a military hospital taking over the operating room of a small hospital like theirs. What was the difference between this and using a sledgehammer to crack a walnut? However, he still agreed obediently and quickly arranged for someone to investigate who was performing the operation. Pei Xian saw several soldiers walking towards her. He was so frightened that he dared not move. Until the old man walked up to her and asked, "Is it your daughter who suffers from congenital heart disease?" After hearing the old man's words, Pei Xian realized that the old man in front of her was probably the reinforcements Nanfong called for her. She could no longer control her tears and they fell directly to the floor. It's my daughter. Doctor, please. You must cure her. Don't worry. The old man felt her motherly sorrow and gave her a rare smile. Now that I'm here, there's no way she'll be in trouble. After saying that, the old man pushed the door open and entered the operating room. When all the doctors looked confused, the old man said directly, "From now on, I will take charge of this place." After saying that, the military doctor accompanying him brought over the professional tools that had been prepared in advance. The old man was in there for less than 10 minutes. The light in the operating room changed from red to green. Immediately afterwards, the old man walked out leisurely and threw the bloody gloves directly into the medical box. She's fine for now. I'll arrange for someone to transfer her to the military hospital. You're her mother, right? Yes. When she heard that her daughter was fine, Pei Xian almost knelt down and kowtowed in front of the old man. Thank you, doctor. Thank you for saving my daughter's life. It's okay. I owe you a favor, but I have to be frank. Your daughter can be taken away for treatment, but you can't go to the hospital. If you agree, I will take her away right now. If you don't agree, you can continue to stay here for treatment. I promise. I promise. Pei Xian didn't care about these things at this moment. As long as she could cure the baby, she was willing to do anything. Good. Seeing Pei Xian agreed, the old man immediately asked the military doctor behind him to arrange a stretcher and transfer equipment. Doctor, how long will it take before I can see my daughter? If fast, it will be a week, but considering her subsequent observation and recovery, I suggest sending her back in a month. Of course, this depends on your choice as a mother. We can only give you a suggestion.
Hearing the old man's words, Pei Xian covered her mouth and tried not to cry too loudly.
1 week, just 1 week is enough. This disease that has troubled her for more than 10 years can be cured in just 1 week? Her daughter was finally saved. It's okay, doctor. 1 month is enough.
As long as she's safe, I'm willing to wait any longer.
Okay, I'll be leaving first then.
Soon, the military doctor carried the little girl out of the operating room using professional transfer equipment. Pei Xian took one last look at her and whispered softly, "Zizi, wait another month, and you can go to school like other children." Pei Xian watched her daughter being safely taken to the military helicopter. She finally let go of the knot that had troubled her for years. At this moment, she just wanted to have a good cry and then have a good sleep.
Although she was exhausted, she still did not forget to call Nanfeng. "Thank you, master.
I will serve you wholeheartedly for the rest of my life." Chapter 140. Even if Pei Xian comes back, you still have to pamper me a little more.
Okay, thank you for your hard work, Sister Pei. Hang up the phone with Pei Xian. Nanfeng was also a little surprised.
I originally thought it would take at least several hours to get there, but I didn't expect it to take less than an hour to pick up Pei Xian's daughter. It turns out that my teacher still has face. In this world, having money is not as good as having power. Things that ordinary people would never get in their entire lives can be achieved with just one phone call from Xie Qinshan.
Sometimes, the world is just so realistic. Nanfeng, who are you talking to on the phone?
Song Mingyue, who had just resigned from her job, was in a good mood. When she met an ice cream truck on the road, she got out and treated Nanfeng and Wu Siyu to an ice cream each. Nanfeng put down his phone, reached out to help Song Mingyue wipe the ice cream off the corner of her mouth, and said with a smile, "My personal butler." When Song Mingyue heard this, her face instantly became nervous.
Is that the one called Pei Xian? Nanfeng nodded, and then told Song Mingyue about her situation in general.
When Song Mingyue learned that Pei Xian's life experience was so tragic, her eyes turned red.
Nanfeng, isn't she too pitiful?
Not only is her daughter sick, but she also has to deal with a family like this. If I were her, I would have collapsed long ago.
Girls who have never left the ivory tower are easily overly compassionate.
What's more, I learned that Pei Xian had a seriously ill daughter.
It's okay.
I've arranged for a doctor to treat her daughter. She'll be discharged in about a month.
I see. After learning that Pei Xian's daughter was safe and sound, Song Mingyue patted her chest. Then, as if she had thought of something, she pouted at Nanfeng and said, "Are you attracted to her?"
Nanfeng said bluntly, "As a housekeeper, Pei Xian's overall ability is impeccable, and don't you think she is actually quite good looking?"
Nanfeng, you big rascal.
Seeing that Nanfeng did not hide his admiration for Pei Xian, Song Mingyue punched him angrily, but did not use much strength.
Seeing Song Mingyue jealous, Nanfeng couldn't help but teased, "Is the campus beauty Song jealous?" That's right.
Song Mingyue crossed her arms and said angrily, "Even if I can only be your girlfriend for a month, she is still your official girlfriend.
If she comes, you must pamper me a little more." Song Mingyue was full of noise, but in fact she had a clear understanding of her own identity.
So she won't cause much trouble to Nanfeng. This made Nanfeng quite satisfied with Song Mingyue. "Don't worry, even if she comes back, I will definitely spoil you more."
That's more like it.
Wu Siyu huddled in the back and heard the two flirting. She couldn't help but say, "Boss, although I don't want to disturb your little romance, but we've been in the car for more than 10 minutes.
Can we get out and take a breath?" "No problem, come on, I'll take you to see my territory."
When Song Mingyue heard that they were going to enter the Tianchuan CBD building, she felt extremely excited, and even Wu Siyu became excited.
After all, this is the Tianchuan CBD building, a landmark building in Hangzhou, a place where many white-collar workers dream of working. After leaving the garage,
soon Nanfeng brought the two women to the lobby. When the receptionist saw the appearance of Wu Siyu and Song Mingyue, her eyes lit up.
"Wow, aren't these two beauties so beautiful?" Song Mingyue was wearing a light yellow fluffy long dress today.
She was full of energy, and the blow from yesterday did not affect her mood today.
She gave people a feeling of high dopamine.
On the other hand, Wu Siyu was still wearing the yoga clothes she wore when working out. This kind of dress may seem coquettish to girls, but for men, it is simply a magic weapon to attract men. All the men passing by would unconsciously cast their eyes on the two women. Even Nanfeng, who was standing among them, was subconsciously ignored by them.
Feel the attention around you. Nan Fong couldn't help but grumble in a low voice, "Am I not handsome?"
Handsome, of course he's handsome, my boyfriend is the most handsome in the world.
Nan Fong was very grateful for the emotional value that Song Mingyue provided in a timely manner. But jokes aside, serious business still needs to be done.
Nan Fong came to the front desk and said to the young lady, "Hello, I would like to see the person in charge here."
"Could you please ask him to come down and see me?"
"Yes, sir, do you have an appointment in advance?"
"No."
After learning that Nan Fong didn't have an appointment, the front desk checked the information and then apologized to Nan Fong. "I'm really sorry, sir. If you didn't make an appointment in advance, you may have to come back in 7 days.
7 days?
Yes, the person in charge here has a schedule for a week later.
If you want to see him, you usually need to make an appointment in advance. Nan Fong was very dissatisfied with this result.
But when I thought about the fact that I had just taken over this building, I couldn't contact the person in charge even if I wanted to. But he soon thought of another way. Then please call your person in charge right now and tell him that I want to rent an office floor here and ask him to come down to see me right away." After hearing that Nan Fong was planning to rent an office building, the young lady was not surprised, but instead showed a professional smile.
"No problem, sir. However, if you want to rent a building here, we usually need to verify your capital in advance. I wonder if it's convenient for you now."
When Nan Fong heard this, he felt speechless.
"Why is it that no matter where I go to buy something, I always have to verify my capital?"
But when he thought that it was to set a threshold, Nan Fong felt relieved.
He took out his bank card and put it on the front desk. "Test it."
"Yes, sir." When the receptionist saw Nan Fong take out his card to verify the funds so straightforwardly, he couldn't help but look at him again for a moment.
Just as Nan Fong was waiting for the capital verification results,
an excited voice came from the entrance of the building.
"Hee, you finally agreed to help me start a business. I've already made inquiries in advance. There's an office floor here that hasn't been rented out.
And because I know the manager, he promised that if we sign a 3-year contract today, he can waive our property management fees for 3 years.
Well, let's take a look first." Hearing this familiar and annoying voice, Nan Feng's body stiffened slightly, then he pulled Song Mingyue and Wu Siyu and walked straight to the corner. "What's wrong with Nan Feng? Aren't we waiting here for capital verification?" Song Mingyue didn't understand why Nan Feng suddenly dragged them to the corner, and couldn't help but ask. "Nothing, I just don't want to see garbage."
"Huh? What kind of garbage is this?" Although Song Mingyue didn't understand what Nan Feng meant, she still obeyed him obediently.
But when Nan Feng wanted to leave, someone with sharp eyes recognized him immediately. "Nan Yi? Is that you, Nan Yi?" Chapter 141, Meeting a Love Rival?
Song Mingyue's combat strength maximized. The person who walked into the building and discovered Nan Feng was not someone else, but Hua He. She was still distracted. But when she saw Nan Feng's back, she was completely dazed.
"Nan Yi, it's actually Nan Yi."
The man following Hua He's side instantly froze his smile on his face after hearing Hua He's words. At the same time, he also noticed Nan Feng, whose back looked 80% like Nan Yi. Then he was completely stunned. "I originally thought Hua He was just calling out casually, but I didn't expect to actually meet him here. But it shouldn't be like that. He had clearly disappeared completely, so why was he still here?"
When Song Mingyue heard the voice behind her, she couldn't help but whispered, "Nan Feng, is that woman calling you?"
Hearing this, Nan Feng said coldly, "She was calling Nan Yi. I am Nan Feng." She recognized the wrong person.
"I see." After hearing Nan Feng's words, Song Mingyue's nervous mood eased a lot.
From the moment she opened her mouth, Song Mingyue couldn't help but look back at her, and was attracted to her at first sight. Different from the youthfulness she saw in school, or the worldliness among her colleagues.
An invisible aura of pressure emanated from Hua He. That was the feeling of a superior that Song Mingyue had only seen in her former boss.
Hua He equals superior equals danger. If the person she called was Nan Feng, she would have started to worry in her heart whether she had become a mistress again.
"Wait, why use? Obviously, you are also upright, okay?"
Thinking of this, Song Mingyue also raised his head, looking cool. Seeing that Nan Feng ignored him and the man standing next to him, he hurriedly ran towards Nan Feng.
"Wait a minute, don't leave yet. Nan Yi, you."
When Hua He came to Nan Feng, what he faced was not the gentle eyes he had imagined, but a pair of emotionless eyes.
"Miss Hua meets again." Seeing Nan Feng's attitude towards him, the smile on Hua He's face froze. Song Mingyue glanced at Nanfeng, then looked at him again and asked in a low voice, "Do you know each other?" "No. I don't know him."
He said he knew him, but Nanfeng said he didn't. Seeing that Nanfeng was eager to distance himself from him, he hurriedly said, "Nanny, how could you not recognize me?"
"I am Hui He."
"Ms. Hua, how many times do you want me to tell you that my name is Nanfeng?"
"Nanfeng. Not the Nani you mentioned." Nanfeng didn't understand either.
"I clearly came here to visit my own territory today, so how come I met Hui He here?"
"Hangzhou has a population of millions, how could it be such a coincidence? And Miss Hua, we've only met once at S University. I'm not familiar with you."
"If you have nothing else to do, please don't disturb me and my girlfriend."
"Thank you." "What did you say just now, you have a girlfriend?"
After hearing Nanfeng's words, he noticed Song Mingyue beside Nanfeng.
For a moment, she felt unhappy, jealous, and hateful. How is that possible? How could Nan Yi have a new girlfriend? He clearly promised to love only me.
But when she saw Song Mingyue's appearance, she had to admit that she looked really good standing next to Nanfeng.
Song Mingyue is full of energy, and the dopamine-rich outfit standing next to Nanfeng complements his outfit today.
The two of them standing together look like a perfect match. But as a result, he felt his breathing becoming increasingly hot.
"Impossible, Nan Yi, how could you possibly find a new girlfriend? You clearly said you only love me."
It seemed that He was still ready to pester him.
Nanfeng was ready to call the police.
As a result, at this moment, Song Mingyue actually put her arm around Nanfeng's shoulders, and then showed a well-behaved but somewhat puzzled expression on her face.
"Who is this Aunt Nanfeng? Why does she keep calling you Nani? Could it be that she has a mental problem and forgot to bring her medicine when she went out today?"
Song Mingyue's words instantly blew up the entire awkward atmosphere.
"What did you say?"
He stared at Song Mingyue fiercely, gritting his teeth and saying, "Who did you call auntie just now, and who did you say didn't take the medicine?
Besides you, is there anyone else here?"
Facing Hui's hatred, Song Mingyue refused to back down and said, "We've already told you clearly just now that my boyfriend's name is Nanfeng, and he's always been called Nanfeng. Yet you rushed over like a madman and called me Nani.
Big sister, if you have face blindness, go to the hospital and get it treated. Don't just pick up anyone on the street and yell their name and chat them up, okay? My real girlfriend is still here."
"You." He stared at Song Mingyue with annoyance. She didn't expect that the little girl next to Nanfeng would be so sharp-tongued.
Nanfeng also didn't expect this. Song Mingyue actually dared to stand up and help him, although it looked quite funny.
But Nanfeng felt warm in his heart.
"Little girl, do you know who I am?"
In the end, he was still a veteran in the battlefield after all, so he quickly calmed down and started to speak, trying to use his identity to pressure others.
As a result, Song Mingyue didn't buy her trick at all. "Auntie, I don't know who you are, and I don't want to know. Do you want to arrest me in public? But you can give it a try. I also want to see who you are and how powerful you are, arresting people in the street."
He clearly never loses out in the business world.
But for some reason, she couldn't get any benefit from Song Mingyue.
The situation is becoming increasingly serious. The man who came with Hui He also ran over hurriedly.
He, why are you in such a hurry to leave? Did you see some hallucination again?"
As the man spoke, he looked at Nanfeng seriously. Then he came to a startling conclusion.
"That is, he and Nanny look exactly the same, even the position of the teardrop mole is exactly the same. Oh my god, could he really be Nanny?
But he should have disappeared, why is he still here?"
"Hey, that's quite intimate. It seems like this is your boyfriend?" "He's not." He subconsciously wanted to refute.
But as soon as she opened her mouth, the man standing next to her instantly had red eyes.
What did you just say? When did I stop being your boyfriend?"
It wasn't until he saw the man's red eyes that Hui He realized that he had spoken without thinking, so he quickly added, "That's not what I meant. I was just angry at her, and then, I just said it casually." But when Hui He wanted to explain, Song Mingyue insisted on finishing him off.
"Really? Are you mad at me? Or is this what you always thought, Auntie? Chapter 142 Anyone can come here? I didn't."
He wanted to refute, but for some reason, when she saw Nanfeng's indifferent eyes, she actually felt guilty.
"Didn't he say that he just looks like Nanny? Why did his eyes seem to see right through my heart? Don't want." Don't look at me like that.
Although Hua He wanted to say a few more words to Nanfeng, he wanted to confirm that Nanfeng was Nani. But when Fu Longji was present, she felt that all her words became weak excuses. No, that's not the case.
Let me explain.
Just when Hua He was about to explain this, he saw a middle-aged man in a suit with a mustache hurriedly walking out of the elevator. When he saw Hua He and Fu Longji, he immediately came up to them with a smile on his face.
Boss Hua, Master Fu, are you here?
When he saw Zhao Dongchun, the person in charge of Tianchuang building, appear, Fu Longji snorted and stopped making trouble with Hua He for the time being. However, Hua He's mind was not on him at the moment, but was observing Nanfeng's reaction.
Ron.
I was clearly trying to coax Fu Longji, so why didn't he show any jealousy or anger?
This happened every time before. He would come to me angrily and ask for an explanation.
But the look in Nanfeng's eyes didn't change at all from beginning to end.
Could it be that he really is not Nani?
At this moment, Hua He felt as if something had stabbed him in the heart, and even breathing was a little difficult.
When you two arrived, I received a notification from my subordinates, so I rushed over. The contract is ready. Shall we go up and take a look now? Signing the contract is no problem, but Manager Zhao, since when did even nameless people like Tom and Jerry become allowed into Tianchuang building?
When Zhao Dongchun heard Fu Longji's words, he didn't react at first. But when he saw Nanfeng and the other two standing beside him, and Fu Longji's look of disdain, he instantly understood what Fu Longji meant.
3 of you, we are not welcome in Tianchuang building. If you have nothing else to do, please go back today.
When Zhao Lichuan looked at Nanfeng, his tone had changed.
Seeing that Zhao Lichuan dared to speak to Nanfeng like that, Song Mingyue said directly, "Isn't this Tianchuang building yours? You said you don't welcome us, so you don't welcome us?"
Zhao Lichuan has been managing Tianchuang building for many years. Because of its location and the connections he has built up in Tianchuang building over the years, he has long been accustomed to being flattered by others. Now he was being questioned by a young girl in front of so many people. Zhao Lichuan's face suddenly turned ugly.
Security. Where are the security? Get them out.
He didn't even bother to say a word to Song Mingyue and just wanted to kick Nanfeng and the others out. After all, in his eyes, only clients like Hua He and Fu Longji are the most important. Just as the security guards heard what Zhao Lichuan said, they all gathered around. Nanfeng finally said, "You can let us go, but you have to return my card to me first."
Card? What card?
Fu Longji mocked from the side. What other card could it be?
You're probably here to apply for a credit card. To be honest, I've seen scammers like you before. Manager Zhao, please send them away quickly. I'm in a bad mood right now.
If they continue to stay here and get in my way, I won't be in the mood to sign any contracts today. Hearing Fu Longji's words, Zhao Lichuan hurriedly said, "Stop, Mr. Fu, I'll kick them out now." Just when Zhao Lichuan was about to give another order, the receptionist who had previously taken Nanfeng's card to verify the funds came to Nanfeng respectfully with the card. "Sir, your capital verification has been passed.
You are now eligible to rent our Tianchuan building. Do you need me to contact our person in charge? Do you still need to contact me? Isn't he right here?" The receptionist didn't notice Zhao Lichuan.
When she saw Zhao Lichuan, she was so scared that she trembled all over.
"Zhao, Manager Zhao." Zhao Lichuan nodded, then frowned at the receptionist and asked, "What did you just say? What is he here for?" See Zhao Lichuan asking questions.
The receptionist quickly explained, "Manager Zhao, this gentleman wants to rent an office space on the Tianchuan building, and has already successfully passed our building's capital verification."
What?
When Zhao Lichuan heard the words from the front desk, he was stunned. You should know that the annual rent for the first floor of Tianchuang CBD office building is as high as more than 50 million. In order not to waste time, if you want to rent an office building here, you must have at least 1 billion in working capital.
The front desk clerk just said that Nanfeng's capital verification was passed. Does this mean that the person they were about to kick out was actually a distinguished guest with more than 1 billion in liquid funds? Sir, are you also planning to rent an office space in our Tianchuan building?
Zhao Lichuan changed his previous arrogance and gave Nanfeng a decent smile. It is true that Zhao Lichuan is greedy for money, but he is not stupid.
How could I possibly afford to offend a young boss who has over 1 billion in liquid funds?
Fu Longji, who was standing by, became unhappy when he saw Zhao Lichuan suddenly change his attitude towards Nanfeng.
Manager Zhao, what's wrong with you? How can you not even do something as trivial as kicking someone out? Believe it or not, I really won't sign the contract today?
Facing the threat from Longji, Zhao Lichuan was sweating profusely, and now he was in a dilemma. On one side is Fu Longji, with whom the contract had already been negotiated, and on the other side is this young man who appeared out of nowhere.
He can't afford to offend either of them. Just when Zhao Lichuan didn't know what to do, Nanfeng looked at Fu Longji and said, "You came here to rent the office building here, right?"
That's right. Seeing Nanfeng talking to him, Fu Longji deliberately came to Huihe and wanted to hold her arm. My girlfriend said she wants to help me start a business and is ready to sign me to a 3-year contract here.
What do you think? Are you envious?
Fu Longji's words were full of boasting. Nanfeng just sneered at this. You're a useless loser who only knows how to live off others.
I don't know what you're so proud of. What did you say?
Fu Longji originally wanted to show off how good Huihe was to him, and at the same time wanted to attack this man who looked exactly like Nanny. Unexpectedly, as soon as he finished showing off, he was slapped in the face by Nanfeng in public.
I said you are a loser who only knows how to live off others. When it comes to scolding people, Nanfeng never shows any mercy. After cursing, Nanfeng turned to look at Huihe and sneered, "You're planning to help him rent here for 3 years, right?"
That's not what I meant. Huihe wanted to explain, but Nanfeng interrupted him, saying, "That's perfect.
I'm also planning to rent an office building here. Let's see who can get it in the end."
What?
Chapter 143, Why do you compete with me?
What is the budget?
Hearing Nanfeng's words, Fu Longji instantly got furious.
Without your status, you have the audacity to say you're planning to rent an office here.
Do you know how much the annual rent is? Hearing this, Nanfeng pointed at Zhao Lichuan and said, "You tell him, am I qualified to rent an office building here?"
At this time, Zhao Lichuan was already sweating profusely. His previous arrogance had disappeared at this moment. He carefully explained to Fu Longji, "Mr. Fu, this gentleman's capital verification meets the requirements of our Tianchuang building, so according to the regulations, he is also eligible to rent a floor here."
Doesn't just anybody have the right to compete with me?
Why, are you scared? Seeing Fu Longji getting angry, Nanfeng sneered and said, "If you're afraid, get out of here right away. Don't stay here and continue to embarrass yourself."
Who said I was afraid? Let's fight, who's afraid of who? Just when the atmosphere was tense, Song Mingyue leaned close to Nanfeng's ear and whispered, "Nanfeng, isn't this originally yours? Why are you still fighting with them?" Looking at Song Mingyue's puzzled eyes,
Nanfeng smiled and pinched her face, "Just watch my performance carefully." Although she didn't know what Nanfeng was planning, Song Mingyue maintained 100% trust in Nanfeng. As for Wu Xiyu, she saw that the situation was not right and knew that what was going to happen next was not something she could handle, so she took the initiative to say, "Boss, I won't go up with you."
Nanfeng nodded and then handed her a contact number.
"Contact this person later and tell her I'm going to take care of some personal matters first. Ask her to meet you when she arrives and then wait for me downstairs."
"Okay, boss." Wu Xiyu agreed obediently.
Then, under the leadership of Zhao Lichuan, the 4 of them quickly got into the same elevator. In the elevator, Huihe's eyes were always on Nanfeng, and Song Mingyue naturally noticed this, so she deliberately hugged Nanfeng's arm and then clung to him tightly, her face full of showing off and mockery. When Huihe saw this scene, his face turned dark. Although she couldn't be completely sure that Nanfeng was Nani, the fact that even someone who looked very similar to Nani was so intimate with another woman made her feel an inexplicable anger. Fu Longji also noticed Huihe's eyes. At this moment, he could no longer hold back and asked, "Huihe, what's wrong with you today?
Doesn't he just look a bit like Nani? Or did you never like me in the first place?"
I heard Fu Longji's aggrieved voice. Huihe quickly said, "No, I didn't mean that."
"Then why do you keep staring at him?"
When Huihe heard this, he was stunned for a moment and then lowered his head. "Nothing, I just thought he looked a bit like Nani, so I was a little surprised."
That's best."
Fu Longji crossed his arms and said in a bad tone, "Huihe, you'd better not forget that it was you who drove Nani away and asked me to be your boyfriend.
If you are not happy with this, I will go to the Hua family and complain now."
"Don't." Hearing that Fu Longji was going to cause trouble at the Hua family again, Huihe stopped him and said, "I really didn't mean that. Don't bring such trivial matters to the Hua family again."
If you want me to stop causing trouble, then I must find a way to severely humiliate him and then take over this office building." He answered absent-mindedly.
Her head was in a mess right now, though she had a lot of questions she wanted answers to. However, the Hua family has warned her that she must deal with Fu Longji as soon as possible and never let him cause trouble in the Hua family again, otherwise she will be removed from her position as president. You know, she paid too much to get to this point.
She must not give up everything she has now.
Song Mingyue, who was standing by, heard the conversation between the two and couldn't help but complain, Nanfeng, this guy is really mean. Just because his girlfriend said a few more words to you, it's like you're stealing his girlfriend.
It was you who asked me to be your boyfriend. Song Mingyue was deliberately being sarcastic and had no intention of suppressing her voice. Everyone in the elevator could hear it clearly. You. Fu Longji was so angry that his face turned blue and purple. Nanfeng took the opportunity to add insult to injury and said, it's okay. Living off someone who's willing to help you is a skill. Maybe he's the one who's doing well.
Humph, no matter how powerful he is, he's not as powerful as you.
That's right. Faced with the ridicule from the two, Fu Longji almost fought with Nanfeng. Fortunately, the elevator opened in time.
To ease the atmosphere, Zhao Lichuan bowed and said respectfully, dear guests, please stop arguing. We in Tianchuan building still have some rules. If you cause trouble here, the police will come immediately. If you don't want things to get too ugly, please go into the conference room and talk. After hearing what Zhao Lichuan said, Fu Longji snorted and walked out of the elevator first.
When leaving, he didn't forget to turn around and threaten Song Mingyue and Nanfeng, you guys are lucky today, but you'd better wait for me, I will make you pay sooner or later.
Looking at Fu Longji's helpless and furious look, Song Mingyue couldn't help but lean over to Nanfeng's ear and whispered, Nanfeng is like that useless husband in a porn movie, watching his wife do that but can only rage helplessly.
Song Mingyue's voice was already very low.
But there were only 5 people here, so her words were clearly heard by everyone.
Nanfeng couldn't help but burst out laughing. He looked very unhappy.
Fu Longji was so angry that he almost died on the spot, but because Zhao Lichuan was present, he couldn't lose his temper.
Wait until we get to the meeting room.
He and Fu Longji sat on one side, both with grim expressions.
He was jealous that Song Mingyue was so close to Nanfeng.
Fu Longji wanted to tear Song Mingyue's mouth apart. Nanfeng and Song Mingyue looked like they were in love, which made people very envious.
As for Fu Longji's threat, Song Mingyue didn't take it seriously at all.
If she was alone before, she might have had many concerns, but now she has Nanfeng as her backer. If anyone is unhappy with her, they can go directly to Nanfeng to complain. What's more, the whole building is south-facing. If Fu Longji dared to cause trouble for her, she would ask Nanfeng to vent her anger the next second, beat him up and throw him out.
Song Mingyue is so happy now.
Sir, you just said that you also want to rent our office building, right?
That's right. Then I wonder what your budget is? Seeing Zhao Lichuan's flattering expression, Nanfeng didn't answer directly. Instead, he pointed at He and Fu Longji and asked, what's their budget? Chapter 144, Can you afford that much money?
A useless person who has usurped the throne. Upon hearing this, Zhao Lichuan quickly took out the contract he had prepared in advance. Sir, these two are planning to sign a 3-year contract with an annual rent of 50 million. Because they need to sign for 3 years at once, we are waiving their property management fees. Hearing Zhao Lichuan's words, Nanfeng didn't even raise his eyelids and said directly, 55 million a year, I'll sign for 5 years, I don't need to waive the annual property management fee, I'll pay it all.
What? When everyone heard this, except Song Mingyue, everyone else was shocked. 55 million, 5 years. Excluding property fees, the total cost is 275 million. The annual property management fee for Tianchuan building is 3 million. Adding up over 5 years, it's another 15 million. Is Nanfeng crazy? Signing so many contracts at once? You said 5 years, so that's 5 years. Do you have that much money? At this time, Fu Longji felt that he was being provoked, especially since the other party looked almost exactly like Nan Yi, which made him even more angry. Even Zhao Lichuan, who was standing by, was wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. You know, bidding is a normal process.
But Nanfeng raised the price from 150 million to 275 million in one breath, and with the property fees, it reached a staggering 290 million. This is no longer a bidding, this is a complete crushing. Even he was now wondering whether Nanfeng really wanted to rent it for 5 years or was just playing a trick on them.
Sir, your price is a bit too high. I can't make the decision here.
But if you can pay off 5 years' rent in one go, I can help you continue with the contract.
What do you think?
Facing Zhao Lichuan's temptation, Nanfeng said directly, no problem, swipe the card now.
Okay.
When Zhao Lichuan heard that Nanfeng was actually so generous, his mouth almost cracked with laughter.
This is a 5-year contract.
With this achievement, he, as a manager, doesn't have to work for almost 2 years.
Wait a moment.
Just as he was about to draft the contract,
Fu Longji suddenly said, who asked you to prepare a contract for him? Isn't it just 5 years? It's not like we won't sign it. Yeah? Nanfeng chuckled at Fu Longji's obstruction. Can you come up with so much money?
The words that Fu Longji said to Nanfeng at that time now slapped him hard in the face.
You!
Fu Longji was so angry that his whole body was shaking. He turned his head to look at Huai He and said in a wronged voice, can you bear to watch the floor? I like being snatched away by someone else?
Hear what Fu Longji said. Huai He frowned.
Although it was true that her attention was all on Nanfeng, she still knew something about the floors in Tianchuan building.
The rent here is 5,000 yuan a year, which is the minimum price.
Nanfeng's raising the price to 55 million in one go was already a malicious bid.
Not only that, the reason why she agreed to rent this place to Fu Longji was, 1, to take the opportunity to distance herself from him, and the other was because there was no property fee here. For general CBD office buildings, rent is not a problem. What gives the company a headache is the issue of property fees. Because this is completely ineffective expenditure.
After all, their company already hired its own cleaning and maintenance staff, so the millions of dollars spent were completely wasted. And now, in order to compete with them, Nanfeng even proposed to pay the property management fees for 5 years in one go. This inevitably made Huai He begin to doubt.
Is the south wind in front of me really Nanny?
In the past, Nanny not only didn't like spending her money, but also carefully calculated every penny they earned together. Huai He looked seriously at the man who had lowered his head to play with his mobile phone.
The mood is indescribably complicated. Why don't you speak? If you don't speak up, I'm going to get angry.
It was not until he heard Fu Longji's voice again that Huai He took a deep breath and was about to refuse.
Song Mingyue suddenly said, do you have any shame? You're asking people to pay, so how can you be so confident? And do you know how much the rent plus the property cost for 5 years? 300 million. Do you think your girlfriend's money came from the wind? Facing Song Mingyue's ridicule,
Fu Longji's face flushed instantly.
He stood up and slammed the table, saying, what do you know, you gossip? Do you know who my girlfriend is? What's going on? Is your girlfriend the richest person in the country? Even if she is it necessary for her to spend 300 million on you? Looking at Song Mingyue with disdain, Fu Longji roared directly, my girlfriend is the president of the Hua Group. You know Longji Times Square? That's the name my girlfriend changed for me. My name is Fu Longji. Longji, do you understand?
When Song Mingyue heard Fu Longji's words, she was about to continue to argue. But when I heard that the name was changed to Longji Times Square because of Fu Longji, I was stunned for a moment.
It's not because of fear.
It was because she suddenly thought of the day when she invited Nanfeng to dinner. She excitedly introduced the story of Longji Times Square to Nanfeng, and was envious of his girlfriend's love for her boyfriend, but Nanfeng seemed to say at the time that there was another story in it that she didn't know.
Could it be?
Song Mingyue looked back at Nanfeng, who was playing with his mobile phone, and for a moment she didn't know what to do next. If what Fu Longji said was true, then this place was not something a little karami like her could handle. Seeing Song Mingyue looking at him for help, Nanfeng then looked up and motioned her to come back, and sat directly in his arms. You are just a piece of trash who has taken over the magpie's nest. I don't know what you are so proud of. What did you say? Hearing Nanfeng's words, Fu Longji almost flipped the table on the spot. Huai He's eyes widened suddenly in disappointment. Why? Why would he know this? The original plan for Longji Times Square was not to call it Longji Times Square, but Nani Times Square. The south wind blows gently, bringing the Mandarin ducks together. This Times Square was originally where Huai He wanted to tell the Hua family that he would never give in because of them and that he was determined to be with Nanfeng. But since Fu Longji came back, everything has changed. But Huai He didn't take it seriously at that time. It's not that she doesn't like Nanny anymore, but she made a mistake that all women would make. The south wind at home was too depressing, and Fu Longji, her former white moonlight, just met all her needs at that time.
She needs something new and exciting. Fu Longji, who returned from abroad, took her to try new things every day.
Nanny kept arguing with her because of this.
Until the last time.
In order to warn Nanny not to cause trouble for her again and to apologize to the angry Fu Longji, she changed the name of Nanny Times Square, which was originally planned to be named, to Longji Times Square. That was also the day she changed her name in front of all the media.
Nanny disappeared. Chapter 145. Do you think the crow has turned into a phoenix? Husband, he bullied me. Yes, he disappeared. Completely disappeared. It was as if everything about him in this world did not exist. All the things they had bought together in the villa were burned in a fire, and there was no trace of any of their memories in the villa. Photos, furniture, even bed sheets, quilt covers, clothes. At first, he just thought that he was throwing a tantrum and deliberately using this method to provoke him. So she took the initiative to confess her love to Fu Longji and made it public. I thought Nanny would appear like this. But he really seemed to have disappeared from the face of the earth, leaving her with nothing except memories. It was not until this time that he understood. Nanny really left. But it shouldn't be like this. She obviously just wanted to experience a new life. After the fresh excitement wore off, she would return to Nanny. Nanny obviously knew it, but why didn't he even give himself a little free time? So she went crazy. After she confessed her love to Fu Longji, she began to distance herself from him and spent all her time except for work looking for Nanny's whereabouts. From Hangzhou to the whole country, and then to the whole world. She searched all the information channels, but came to only one conclusion. There has never been a person named Nanny in this world. Later she felt heartbroken. But at this moment, the south wind was like a meteorite, directly breaking the calm surface of the lake. He knows. He actually knew it. Only Nanny and the Hua family knew about the name change. There is no way the Hua family would find someone who looks like Nanny to deceive themselves, because the Hua family hates Nan Feng the most. Then there is only one possibility left. Nanny. You are Nanny, right? He had completely lost her composure at this point. She stood up abruptly, her eyes red as she asked, "Why don't you admit your identity?" Why? Even if I was wrong at the beginning, why didn't you listen to my explanation? Why are you so cruel to leave me? Facing Huai's constant accusations, Fu Longji's face couldn't be any darker. He had intended to use this incident to warn Song Mingyue that he was not someone she could mess with. The result was totally unexpected. Instead, he messed everything up. Could he really be Nanny? Wrong. Wrong. If he was Nanny, he should have found Huai long ago. Why did he use this method to get close to the two of them? This makes no sense at all. But no matter how hard he racked his brains, he couldn't figure out what was going on. But he knew very well that if the Nanfeng in front of him was really Nanny, then everything he had done in the past 2 years would be over. Nanfeng, upon seeing Huai's furious face, simply said wearily, "Huai, how many times do you want me to tell you before you understand? My name is not Nanny. I'm Nanfeng. Nanfeng. Why do you all seem to be deaf and can't understand what people are saying? Impossible." Huai directly denied it. "If you really are Nanfeng, then why do you say he is usurping the throne? It's obvious that apart from the Hua family, the only one who knew about this was you. Nanny. Is this difficult to know? There is no such thing as an impenetrable wall in this world. As long as you do it, there will naturally be a way to know it. Miss Hua, you don't think that only your Hua family has an intelligence network, do you?" You. Just when Huai wanted to say something, Song Mingyue raised her head and said, "Mr. Hua, my boyfriend has always been called Nanfeng, and he has used this name all his life. If you don't believe me, you can look it up. Also, even if my boyfriend is the Nanny you mentioned, I want to ask you, since you know you're wrong, why don't you apologize? Instead, you're arrogantly questioning me here? You clearly know you're wrong, but instead of reflecting on yourself, you look for other people's faults? Is this how you think as the president of the Hua group? What do you know?" Seeing Song Mingyue actually lecturing him, Huai shouted directly, "Who the hell do you think you are? How dare you lecture me here?" Song Mingyue was indeed inferior in front of Huai. Because she is the president of the Hua group, the boss of Longji Times Square, and a well-known entrepreneur in Hangzhou. But now it's different. She has the south wind. Even if she completely offended Song Mingyue, she had Nanfeng to back her up. even if it means death.
This time she must be completely tied to Nanfeng. I don't have any qualifications, but I'm Nanfeng's girlfriend now, and I'm also the one who's going to rent the floor here soon. Song Mingyue stood up from Nanfeng's arms, turned her head and said coldly to Zhao Lichuan, Manager Zhao, if you've had enough of the show, please prepare the contract now.
290 million for 5 years, we'll sign it right away.
Yes, yes, yes. At this time, Zhao Lichuan, who was watching the show on the side, had no idea how many times he had secretly wiped his sweat. After all, judging from the situation, these two people in front of him are not people he can afford to offend. He should just prepare the contract honestly.
Just as he was about to leave,
suddenly Hui He shouted, "Stop right there."
Zhao Lichuan was startled, then smiled apologetically at Hui He and said, "Boss Hua, do you have any new instructions?"
Hui He didn't answer, but stared straight at Nanfeng and asked through gritted teeth, "So you plan to rent this place for 5 years just to give it to her?"
Seeing Hui He's implication, Nanfeng asked in confusion, "Miss Hua, what are you talking about?
If you can rent here for your boyfriend for 3 years, why can't I rent here for my girlfriend for 5 years?
Good, very good."
Hui He took a deep breath and spoke directly to Zhao Lichuan, 60 million a year, 5 years, including property management.
How many?
At this time, Zhao Lichuan almost knelt down when he heard Hui He's offer. 55 million a year is already the highest rent they charge here. 60 million is a sky-high price he has never heard of in his career. 60 million a year for 5 years, not including property fees, this money can be used to build a factory. Even Fu Longji was shocked when he heard Hui He's offer. Although it was true that he wanted Hui He to help him rent this place, he felt a pain in his heart when he paid 315 million yuan in one go.
How nice it would be if I could give him the extra money directly. But there is still a concern now, that is, who did Hui He rent this place for? Is it him, or Nanny? He, are you planning to rent it to me? Certainly.
After hearing this, Fu Longji's acting skills came into play again, and he looked at Song Mingyue with a provocative look.
See? Don't you think about who you're bidding against? Do you really think you can turn from a crow into a phoenix just by climbing a phoenix tree?
Facing Fu Longji's provocation, Song Mingyue looked at Nanfeng with a face full of grievance, pouted and said aggrievedly, "Husband, he bullied me."
Chapter 146, When did you get married? 100 million in rent a year? What did you say?
At this time, Hui He's slender fingers were tightly grasping the edge of the table, almost crushing the entire table. She looked at Song Mingyue with eyes full of anger.
When did you get married?
Seeing Hui He so excited, Song Mingyue was so scared that she shrank into Nanfeng's arms.
Husband, look at her. Nanfeng was very pleased with Song Mingyue's coquettishness, and then he said coldly to Hui He, "Miss Hua, what is the relationship between me and my girlfriend?"
"When we got married has nothing to do with you, so please don't mess with my girlfriend. Also, since Miss Hua wants to snatch this floor from me, I'll accompany you to the end."
Nanfeng slammed the bank card directly on the table. One price for 10 years, 900 million. Property management fees are calculated separately. Hear the offer from Nanfeng.
Zhao Lichuan was so scared that he sat down on the ground. "If Miss Hua can offer a higher price than me, I'll quit. You choose." Looking at Nanfeng's serious expression, Hui He took a deep breath, then gritted his teeth and said, "All right.
You want to rent it to her for 10 years, right? I'll accompany you to the end. 1 billion, for 10 years. Go prepare the contract now."
When Zhao Lichuan heard Hui He offer 1 billion in one breath, he ran away without saying a word. In less than 2 minutes, he ran back with the contract.
"Mr. Hua, do you want to sign now?" "No problem."
Hui He took out his bank card and slapped it on the table, then signed and swiped the card on the spot. After finishing all this, she looked at Song Mingyue provocatively, "Little girl, if you want to snatch something from me, you should also consider whether you are qualified."
"You."
Faced with Hui He's threat, Song Mingyue was so angry that her eyes turned red, and she turned around and ran out of the meeting room.
Nanfeng's face also darkened after seeing this scene. He gritted his teeth and said, "Did you do this on purpose?"
"Yes, I did it on purpose." Hui He made no secret of his pride. "Nanny, it doesn't matter whether you admit it or not, but since I can't have you, no one else can either." Looking at Hui He's domineering face, "Miss Hua, take care of yourself."
After leaving these words, Nanfeng got up and left.
When Hui He saw this, he hurriedly wanted to follow, but was stopped by Fu Longji.
He, you're so kind to me. You even signed a 10-year contract for me. Wait for me.
I will definitely succeed in starting my own business, and then take you around the world. Looking at Fu Longji's happy face, what he no longer wanted to be perfunctory.
As long as you are happy.
After saying this, Hui He pushed him away and ran in the direction Nanfeng left.
But when she came out, Nanfeng and Song Mingyue were nowhere to be seen.
Seeing the empty corridor, Hui He suddenly thought of the day when Nanfeng left. That day, he also completely disappeared from his world and was never seen again. Hui He leaned against the wall in the corridor, tears streaming down his face.
Nan Yi, do you really not want to see me? Why do you keep hiding from me?
At this moment, Nanfeng left the meeting room and went to the corridor to meet Song Mingyue. Song Mingyue, who had just run away crying in anger, now had a big smile on her face. When Nanfeng came out, she threw herself into Nanfeng's arms.
Nanfeng. How is it? How is it? Did I act like it just now? Good acting, more money. More money. That's awesome, love you so much.
When she heard that she had to pay more, Song Mingyue kissed Nanfeng hard on the face. Everything that happened just now seemed like Song Mingyue was actively provoking Hui He and Fu Longji, but in fact, all of this was arranged by Nanfeng.
Song Mingyue didn't know why Nanfeng asked her to stimulate them while he was playing with his phone.
But Nanfeng promised to give himself an extra 5 million after the matter was done.
You know, this is 5 million.
She could never earn that much money even if she worked her whole life.
If she doesn't act in this role, her ancestors will crawl out from underground and beat her. But I didn't expect that she hadn't exerted much strength yet.
Hui He and Fu Longji took the bait. Without even saying a few words, she easily raised the price here, the rent for one floor to 100 million. Song Mingyue danced with joy and kissed Nanfeng on the face several times. But in the end, a question was raised.
Nanfeng, how do you know they'll still sign even if it's 1 billion? Nanfeng didn't answer this question, but asked with a smile, she contacted you just now, is she already down there? Okay, let's go down now. Good. Song Mingyue didn't know, but Nanfeng knew it very well.
Hui He has always had a card in which she saved the money she and Nanfeng had saved together when they were together. Nanfeng originally used this money because he saw that the Hui family always looked down on him, but at the same time he didn't want to embarrass Hui He. So he told Hui He that they could make money together, and then leave the Hui family and set up a company on their own. In this way, not only can we escape the control of the Hui family. At the same time, after the Hui family lost Hui He, no one took over the Hui family's mess, so the Hui family would try every means to get Hui He back. At this time, Nanfeng came out to control the situation again and gained the recognition of the Hui family.
Everything was going smoothly.
With the help of Nanfeng and the system, Hui He won many projects, and the money in this card accumulated to nearly 1 billion. Therefore, the Hui family paid more attention to Hui He.
Even Hui Siken, who was originally the heir of the Hui family, was temporarily abandoned aside.
Logically speaking, nearly 1 billion is more than enough to set up a separate company and also allow Nanfeng to gain the recognition of the Hui family. But at this time, Fu Longji returned to China. The classic scene of Bai Yueguang returning to China killed all the feelings between him and Hui He.
Consumed by emotions again and again, Nanfeng chose to leave.
But at that time he didn't understand the use of money, so he generously left the card to Hui He.
Now think about it, if you have money but don't want it, you are a bastard.
That's why Nanfeng directly offered a sky-high price of 900 million, just to stimulate Hui He to take out the money. As for what to do if Fu Longji really rents here for 10 years?
Nanfeng didn't care. Just rent it.
But if a building frequently experiences water and power outages, that is beyond his control. At that time, he can still stay here shamelessly. That just means he is awesome. When I came downstairs, I saw Jiang Yuyan chatting with Wu Siyu. Today Jiang Yuyan changed into an elegant black cheongsam, exuding a mature vibe, but with a little makeup on her eyebrows, she added some of the gentleness of a Jiangnan beauty. Next to Jiang Yuyan sat a middle-aged man in a suit with a small mustache, and a woman with an unhappy look on her face.
Sister Yuyan, you're here. Chapter 147, can't sign the contract today? No problem, then don't sign it. South Wind.
Jiang Yuyan, who was chatting with Wu Siyu, suddenly smiled when she saw Nanfeng appear, but it quickly disappeared again. Nanfeng followed her gaze and finally stopped at the woman with an unhappy look on her face.
Nanfeng and Jiang Yuyan looked at each other. Jiang Yuyan used her lips to tell Nanfeng her identity, stepmother. Interesting, really interesting. Nanfeng inexplicably felt like laughing. Nanfeng had been thinking before, no matter how much Jiang Yuyan's father's company wanted to transform, it would not sacrifice its own daughter to build a nest, right? As a father, how could he do such a thing? Turns out it's here.
After Nanfeng understood, he seemed not to notice anything and walked up to Jiang Yuyan and hugged her. Be careful, she's been making a fuss at home for 2 days.
After a brief interaction with Jiang Yuyan, Nanfeng smiled and said, Sister Yuyan, weren't we supposed to sign a contract today? Why did you bring someone else here?
Nanfeng's words made the two people beside him look ugly at the same time.
What is an outsider? Aren't they Jiang Yuyan's parents?
When Jiang Yuyan heard this, she almost laughed out loud, but fortunately she managed to hold it back in the end.
No, one is my dad, and the other is. So you are Sister Yuyan's father. I've heard a lot about you. Without waiting for Jiang Yuyan to introduce her stepmother's identity, Nanfeng ignored her and walked up to Jiang Yuyan's father Jiang Tao. Sister Yuyan has already told you the specific conditions, right? It was a relief to see that the person I was doing business with was so young. Jiang Tao was also in a trance for a moment. From him, Jiang Tao seemed to see the high-spirited look of his youth. Yes, you are the boss that Yuyan mentioned?
Nanfeng didn't waste any words and said directly, now that everything is clear, then take out the contract.
I have something else to do later. Just sign it after reading it. Seeing Nanfeng wanted to see the contract, Jiang Tao suddenly showed an embarrassment on his face. Nanfeng couldn't help but frown when he saw this and asked, Didn't we agree to sign the contract today? Where's the contract? What contract?
Suningshou, who was standing by, saw that Jiang Tao couldn't say a word for a long time, so she snorted coldly and said to Nanfeng, You are the new boss who wants to buy out my shares, right?
Well, you are?
Seeing Nanfeng asking about his identity, Suningshou coughed lightly and was about to introduce himself. Then Nanfeng suddenly said impatiently, Forget it, I don't want to know who you are.
I just want to ask, can we sign this contract today? I can't sign it.
Oh? Before Jiang Tao could speak, Suningshou interrupted him, Don't think that just because Jiang Yuyan is on the same boat with you, you can screw my whole family.
I'm telling you today, we won't sign this contract. Okay, forget it if you don't want to sign. We'll just leave if it's okay.
After Nanfeng finished speaking, he waved to Jiang Yuyan. Seeing this, Song Mingyue threw herself into Nanfeng's arms, made a face at Suningshou, and turned around and left with Nanfeng.
Seeing this, Wu Siyu hurriedly followed. Seeing the scene, Jiang Yuyan's parents were dumbfounded. No, what's going on? Logically speaking, shouldn't she say she doesn't want to sign, and then Nanfeng agrees to what they want, and then temporarily raise the price, forcing Nanfeng to pay more? How come he didn't even bother to discuss it?
Only Jiang Yuyan, although she had only a short contact time with Nanfeng, knew Nanfeng's character very well.
If you make him unhappy,
let alone discuss it, he won't even say a word to you. Just as Jiang Yuyan was about to go home today, Suningshou suddenly said, Jiang Yuyan, is this the lousy boss you kept talking about?
I think you found him from nowhere and are deliberately playing tricks on me and your father.
As expected, like mother gives birth to like daughter.
She is just like your mother. Originally, Jiang Yuyan didn't intend to waste any more time talking to her.
But I heard her mention her deceased mother. Jiang Yuyan stopped, turned her head and looked at her with a cold tone. Do you think I'm playing tricks on you by paying such a high price for this opportunity?
What else?
Suningshou was so angry that she was shaking all over.
Look at him, he's so young, how can he look like a boss?
I think you must have been hanging around somewhere and just picked up some random guy to trick us.
Okay then. Suningshou's explanation made things worse, and Jiang Yuyan said coldly, Then let me ask you, what did I tell you when I first got home?
I said there's a boss who's willing to pay 100 million yuan to acquire 70% of our shares, and as long as the contract is ready, it can be signed immediately.
What did you say?
Facing Jiang Yuyan's questioning, Suningshou directly retorted, Of course 100 million is impossible.
Do you know how much effort your father has put in over the years to build such a huge family business? You want to buy out 70% of our shares for just 100 million? That's simply a dream.
It seemed that Suningshou was refusing to repent. Jiang Yuyan looked at Jiang Tao and said in a disappointed tone, Dad, she doesn't understand the current situation of the company.
Don't you understand it either? Don't you see how much I've sacrificed over the years to save the company? Jiang Yuyan was about to find Jiang Tao.
Suningshou threw a tantrum, Jiang Yuyan, stop trying to fool your dad. I'm telling you, if you don't give me an explanation today, you'll have to go somewhere else tonight and never come home again. Zhang Yuyan said nothing, just staring at Zhang Tao.
Facing the sullen Su Ningxiu,
Zhang Tao stood up irritably, then yelled at Su Ningxiu, "Shut up!
Aren't you embarrassed enough?" What? You think I've embarrassed you?
When Su Ningxiu heard Zhang Tao's words, she immediately said aggrievedly, Okay. Zhang Tao, I don't care about my reputation anymore.
I just want to make more money for the family. Now you think I'm embarrassing you. I'm leaving, isn't it okay for me to leave?
Seeing Su Ningxiu about to leave, Zhang Tao quickly said, No, that's not what I meant. I meant that I should have listened to Yu Yan in the first place.
What do you mean I should have listened to her in the first place? Who am I doing all this for?
No matter who you're working for, the conditions they offer aren't for you to negotiate with, but for your bottom line.
Do you think Nanfeng really cares about our company? Do you know how much I paid for this opportunity?
Su Ningxiu, you don't know the company's situation clearly. I don't blame you for being an idiot.
And you?
Zhang Yuyan looked at Zhang Tao and said with a smile, Dad, do you think our family's company can be saved now? Chapter 148. In this family, the death of a loved one is not a big deal. As real estate prices decline, entertainment trends are booming. Of course, Zhang Tao saw this. Otherwise, he would not have agreed to Zhang Yuyan and Nan Fugui being together. His fundamental purpose was to use Zhang Yuyan to undermine Nan Fugui, understand his entertainment structure and monetization model, and then complete the overall transformation. Regardless of whether Zhang Yuyan and Nan Fugui succeed or not, they are definitely unable to continue in the industry they are in now. As the boss, Zhang Tao understands this better than anyone else. But he was a little unwilling. All the hard work over the years finally turned into a pile of money. At this time, Su Ningxiu proposed to pay more money, not only for the money, but also to save face with herself.
And now, Su Ningxiu has messed everything up.
It seems that both sides have to give their own explanation.
Zhang Tao was in a dilemma. In the end, he finally stood on Zhang Yuyan's side. Yu Yan, what do you think we should do now? Is there any way to salvage the relationship?
Looking at Zhang Tao's visibly decadent appearance,
Zhang Yuyan's heart was filled with emotion.
She turned her head back and tried not to let her tears fall. I will try my best to fight for you one last time, but if you still insist on not changing your ways, then I can do nothing.
Good. Zhang Tao, what are you talking about? No. I won't let this go. Seeing Su Ningxiu was still making a fuss, Zhang Yuyan didn't even look at him and turned away. Wait until she goes out. She then opened her phone and saw the message from Nanfeng. Underground garage.
Seeing that Nanfeng did not bear any grudge against her, Zhang Yuyan finally burst into tears and smiled. When she arrived at the underground garage, she quickly found Nanfeng's car.
After getting in the car and seeing Song Mingyue and Wu Siyu, Zhang Yuyan couldn't help but joked, Xiaofeng, you were so lucky. You have won both of these top beauties. Isn't this all thanks to you, Sister Yuyan?
Song Mingyue, who was in the car, tapped her toes on the ground in embarrassment when she heard what the two said. At that time, she didn't understand her position. It made her feel that, just as Chen Yao said, women cannot be easily obtained by men. It was not until she heard Zhang Yuyan's words and began to seriously reflect on the relationship between her and Nanfeng that she realized that she seemed to have done nothing and had been enjoying Nanfeng's efforts with peace of mind. At that moment, she fully understood her position.
Sister Yuyan. Song Mingyue finally plucked up the courage and greeted Zhang Yuyan.
Seeing Song Mingyue's embarrassed expression, Zhang Yuyan smiled and pinched her face. It seems you listened to it.
Well, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have been so ignorant before. That's not right. Zhang Yuyan looked at Song Mingyue's aggrieved expression and flicked her head. Remember, you choose your own path.
It has nothing to do with whether you are sensible or not.
If you choose love, then bread cannot be required as a necessity. But if you choose bread, then you need to know your place. You just made a choice, but you don't want to pay for it. You know everything, but you just don't want to do it, right? Sister Yuyan. Seeing that Zhang Yuyan was still lecturing her, Song Mingyue's face turned red enough to boil an egg. Okay, let's put this matter aside for now. Sister Yuyan, let's talk about business. What happened today? Jian Nanfeng brought the topic back. Zhang Yuyan leaned back and sighed. What else could it be? Is it my stepmother causing trouble?
I saw that there were still tears in Jiang Yuyan's eyes.
Nan Feng said slowly, "Can you tell us about it? What's wrong with that? It's just cliché." Jiang Yuyan's story is actually quite simple.
Her family had been pretty good until she graduated from college. But one day my mother suddenly fell ill. At first, she did not tell Jiang Yuyan the truth, but chose to conceal her illness, but began to plan for Jiang Yuyan what would happen after her death. So there was a quarrel between her and Jiang Tao.
Jiang Yuyan's mother asked Jiang Tao to leave half of the family assets to Jiang Yuyan and have it notarized. Of course, Jiang Tao would not agree. Because this is the family business he built with great effort, how could he hand it over to Jiang Yuyan so early? Until he learned about Jiang Yuyan's mother's illness and sent her to the hospital.
Originally, Jiang Yuyan's mother could rest assured and receive treatment, and could live a little longer, but she never expected that Su Ningxiu would come to her at this time. Not only did he make a big fuss in the hospital, he also said that Jiang Yuyan's mother was a life-seeking ghost who wanted Jiang Tao to have no peace before she died. This made Jiang Yuyan's mother so angry that she was sent to the emergency room on the spot. Naturally, he couldn't be saved. Jiang Yuyan wanted to ask for an explanation, but Jiang Tao not only did not help his mother vent her anger, he even married Su Ningxiu and eventually gave birth to a son for him.
Hearing this, Song Mingyue and Wu Siyu's eyes were already red.
They didn't expect Jiang Yuyan's life experience to be so tragic.
If that's the case, then Sister Yuyan, how can you still bear to live with her? If it were me, I would have beaten her every day. After hearing Song Mingyue's innocent words, Jiang Yuyan couldn't help but smile bitterly. Who said I didn't beat him, but would beating him be of any use?
Ever since my brother was born, her status in the family has risen dramatically. My mother's death is simply a trivial matter in their new family.
It seems that no one except me remembers it.
Later, I also thought about leaving here, but when I thought about my mother's last words to me, I knew that the Jiang family's belongings must not be taken away by outsiders. Jiang Yuyan choked up and said, "My dad is where he is today because my mom worked hard with him, but when it was time to enjoy her life, she was driven away by her mistress.
So I have to stay. I can't bear to see them having such an easy life."
Jiang Yuyan rubbed her eyes, then gritted her teeth and said, "I was the one who told them about this cooperation, and I asked them to give me half of the money they got.
Otherwise, I will definitely not help to pull this thread." After hearing this, Nanfeng finally understood. So your stepmother made such a scene today when she heard she was going to share the money?
No, she's just greedy and wants everything.
When Su Ningxiu was mentioned, Jiang Yuyan sneered.
She wanted more money, but she also wanted me to give her nothing, and even wanted to keep 40% of the shares.
Hear this. Song Mingyue couldn't bear it any longer. That's too much. It's absolutely too much. I can't stand it anymore. I'm going to go over and slap her right now. Never mind.
Seeing that Song Mingyue was about to help her vent her anger, Jiang Yuyan took the initiative to speak. "Even if you slap her, it won't help. After all these years, I have seen clearly that she is a bitch.
The more you care about her, the happier she will be."
That's what she saw, and that's why she pissed my mother off to death.
So what should we do? Are we just going to watch this bitch take the money and live a carefree life? Facing Song Mingyue's dissatisfaction,
Jiang Yuyan set her sights on Nanfeng.
"Nanfeng, can you do me a favor?